Consciousness slowly surfaced from the depths of the ocean. As Gu Cheng struggled to open his heavy eyelids, his vision remained blurred, with only a vague green halo shimmering before him. He attempted to move his limbs, only to discover that he was ensnared by a viscous liquid, each motion reminiscent of gliding slowly through water. "Where am I?" Gu Cheng silently shouted in his mind, rotating his eyes in an effort to acclimate to this strange green world. He found himself within a cylindrical transparent container, approximately 2 meters in diameter and towering over 3 meters in height. The inner walls of the container were as smooth as a mirror, reflecting a soft green glow. He realized he was floating in a peculiar green liquid, warm and viscous, akin to amniotic fluid, yet imbued with an indescribable peculiarity. Instinctively, he inhaled deeply, only to be astonished by the absence of suffocation. This green liquid seemed to provide oxygen directly to his body, each breath bringing an inexplicable sense of comfort. The liquid appeared to harbor a unique energy, gradually seeping through his skin, bestowing upon him an unprecedented sense of ease and vitality. Just as he was immersed in this extraordinary sensation, a memory surged into his mind. He recalled lounging on the sofa of his rented apartment, engrossed in the latest episode of Qi Long Zhu, Dragon Ball. On screen, Sun Wukong was executing the Zai Zai Ji Yi Gong against the formidable Jian in a breathtaking confrontation. The dazzling visual effects and resounding audio fully enveloped him in the exhilarating battle. "So cool," he had exclaimed, inadvertently knocking over his cup of water. The water splashed onto the old power strip, and a blinding electric spark erupted, causing him to feel a sharp pain throughout his body before he lost consciousness. Now, upon regaining awareness, he found himself ensconced within this enigmatic green container. Even more astonishing was the sudden influx of unfamiliar knowledge within his mind. Insights into the manipulation of qi and the mastery of energy, as if these revelations were instinctively imprinted deep within his consciousness. What on earth is happening? Gu Cheng pondered, striving to comprehend this bewildering predicament. He cautiously wiggled his fingers, sensing this unfamiliar body. At that moment, his gaze inadvertently swept across to the opposing container, causing him to freeze. In another similar transparent vessel, equally submerged in the green liquid, was a figure he recognized all too well. That iconic spiky hair, the defiant brows, the tightly pressed lips. Wasn't this the eternal second male lead of Qi Long Zhu, Vegeta? Gu Cheng's heart skipped a beat as a daring hypothesis emerged in his mind. Lowering his gaze to examine his own form, he was struck by the realization that he had transformed into an infant. Even more shocking was the fluffy tail that swayed gently with the liquid's currents. Could it be that I am truly in the world of Dragon Ball, and I have become a Saiyan? His gaze involuntarily shifted toward the blurred surroundings beyond the container. Through the green liquid and glass, he discerned a room brimming with futuristic technology. Silver metallic walls shimmered with an array of indicator lights, while soft blue illumination cascaded from the ceiling, and silhouettes clad in white lab coats busied themselves. In the distance, a wave of dizziness washed over Gu Cheng. Everything felt too surreal. He attempted to summon the knowledge of qi from his mind, and a faint yet undeniably present energy began to circulate within him. This sensation was both foreign and familiar, as if this were a skill he was destined to master. As he dwelled in astonishment and confusion, Vegeta across from him seemed to awaken as well. His sharp eyes gradually opened, exuding an innate pride and vigilance. Locking onto Gu Cheng's gaze, he curled within the transparent nutrient solution, his limbs occasionally twitching unconsciously, as if engaged in fierce combat training even in his dreams. The nutrient chamber radiated a soft blue glow, with countless tiny bubbles rising slowly from the bottom, producing gentle popping sounds upon contact with the chamber walls. As the Prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta was destined to bear great responsibility from birth. But what of Gu Cheng? This thought struck him like lightning. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of excitement coursed through him. Gu Cheng couldn't help but clench his fists, the knuckles whitening under the pressure. The bloodline of a Saiyan. This was truly unfathomable. He gazed at his hands, feeling the power surging within him. Although still an infant, he could distinctly perceive everything around him. The sensation of nutrient liquid flowing across his skin, the distant hum of machinery, and even the scent of disinfectant in the air. Most astonishingly, he sensed a tumultuous energy swirling in his dantian, akin to a beast trapped in a cage, poised to break free. This power ebbed between gentle streams and violent surges. Rampaging within him, he attempted to focus his mind to control this energy, only to find it akin to an untamed stallion, defying his will. Just then, the door of the cultivation room slowly opened, and several staff members clad in white research attire entered, holding a peculiar device that emitted a red light from its front. Ji Chong immediately realized that this was the device used to measure combat power. According to Saiyan tradition, every newborn must undergo this assessment. The staff first approached Vegeta's nutrient chamber as the device neared. It emitted an ear-piercing buzz, and the numbers on the display fluctuated wildly before finally settling on an astonishing figure. Truly worthy of a prince. One researcher exclaimed, "This value exceeds the baseline by threefold." As it was Gu Chong's turn, he felt his heart racing. The detector slowly approached, its red beams scanning his body. The device initially fell silent, then erupted with an even sharper sound than when measuring Vegeta, leaving the researchers exchanging incredulous glances at the unprecedented figure on the display. Though Gu Chong could not yet speak, his inner turmoil roared like a tempest. Was this the fate of a Saiyan, born and immediately categorized as either a superior or inferior warrior, their destinies sealed upon entering the world? Those deemed inferior would either become technicians or, like the legendary Kakarot, be sent off in a spaceship to uncharted planets. His thoughts drifted to those exiled Saiyan infants, envisioning them adrift in cold spaceships, ultimately landing on unfamiliar worlds. Some might end up on harsh desert planets, while others could fall into perilous jungles. They would face hunger, danger, and the hostility of local inhabitants alone. Survival and conquest of a planet would be a rare feat. In contrast, superior warriors like Raditz were conscripted into combat squads from a young age, undergoing the most rigorous training. Gu Chong could almost envision a young Raditz sweating profusely on the training grounds, engaging in brutal combat training with his peers. After Vegeta's arrival, this group became the most elite fighting unit among the Saiyans. As Prince, Vegeta possessed not only exceptional combat talent, but also inherent leadership qualities. Gu Chong could picture him standing in the center of the training ground, issuing commands in a youthful yet resolute voice, while other young Saiyans surrounded him, their eyes filled with awe and admiration. Regarding the ability of flight, Gu Chong gently moved his hands and feet within the nutrient solution. He faintly sensed that with the mastery of the correct techniques, he could soar through the skies like a bird. This innate talent filled him with both excitement and anticipation. He couldn't help but think of Kakarot, who had been sent to Earth. Due to the absence of anyone knowledgeable in flight techniques, he had only learned this inherent ability in his adolescence. The bubbles in the nutrient solution multiplied. Gu Chong felt a warm energy infusing into his body. His vision grew clearer, and his hearing sharpened. Although he could not yet articulate speech, he was already able to perceive everything around him through his thoughts. Every detail of the cultivation chamber was etched deeply in his mind. The flickering control panels, the bustling researchers, and the Saiyan prince in the adjacent nutrient pod, destined to be intertwined with him. Ji Chong took a deep breath, feeling the surging power within him. Regardless of the fate that awaited him, he was prepared. As a Saiyan, combat was their destiny, and he was eager to embrace this challenging future. Among the Saiyan race, only a select few children were chosen to undergo the brief yet rigorous special training. These children were typically sent to distant training planets, sweating profusely in gravity chambers, enduring challenges that were unimaginable to ordinary beings. Their muscles tore and healed through relentless training, each breath accompanied by searing pain, while their combat prowess soared through this nearly brutal regimen. In the training grounds, energy beams intertwined and flickered as young Saiyan warriors gritted their teeth, collapsing and rising again amidst the stern reprimands of their instructors. Sweat soaked their battle attire, leaving dark stains on the ground. The air was thick with the unique, burnt scent of energy, and occasionally one could hear the faint cracks as bones endured immense pressure. However, such training was ultimately a privilege reserved for the few. The vast majority of Saiyans adhered to their innate individualism, preferring to navigate the cosmos alone. In Saiyan society, teamwork was nearly an alien concept. Each warrior roamed the stars like a lone wolf, living for battle and conquest. They traversed various galaxies, engaged in blood-soaked skirmishes on alien battlefields, seldom recalling the desire to return to their home planet. Among these wandering warriors, some established their domains on desolate planets, others became space pirates, while some were employed by various interstellar forces. They left legends on different battlefields, yet rarely returned to their homeland. Even if they occasionally came back, it was usually but a fleeting glance before setting off on a new journey. Among this unruly band of warriors, an ancient legend endured, a myth about the Super Saiyan. This ultimate form unique to the warrior race of Saiyans was said to manifest only once every millennium. When this legendary warrior appeared, his hair would transform into a dazzling golden hue, surrounded by a blazing aura of energy, with combat power increasing exponentially. To achieve this fabled transformation, one had to meet extremely stringent conditions. First, one must undergo intense emotional fluctuations, typically reaching a critical point of rage. However, this anger could not be mere irritability. It needed to be accompanied by a pure state of mind, either utterly virtuous or profoundly malevolent, while maintaining complete inner tranquility. This contradictory emotional state was akin to maintaining serenity amidst a storm, requiring immense willpower to control. Yet, mere emotions were insufficient. The key to becoming a Super Saiyan lay in possessing a sufficient quantity of S cells within one's body. These special cells lay dormant deep within the Saiyan genes and required accumulation to a certain number before a strong emotional stimulus could act as a catalyst, triggering explosive growth and ultimately achieving physical transformation. Although theoretically, nearly all Saiyans carried S cells, the quantity within most was negligible. Take Dales, the wandering warrior who roamed the cosmos in search of spirit trees, or Naba, the brawny bald man known for his brute strength. Then there was the gentle and kind Jian, alongside the proud and arrogant Raditz. These Saiyan warriors would spend their lives unable to touch the realm of Super Saiyans. What they lacked was not only a sufficient number of S cells, but also the foundational combat power to reach a critical threshold. Only when both conditions were met, paired with intense emotional stimulation, could a qualitative change in S cells be triggered. Unfortunately, for most Saiyans, this remained an unattainable star, forever out of reach. As Guchong's thoughts drifted towards these distant legends, he suddenly snapped back to reality. He took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes, his gaze involuntarily drawn to the specialized container housing Vegeta. The glass walls of the container were beaded with fine droplets, glimmering coldly under the laboratory lights. At that moment, something astonishing occurred. Vegeta within the container seemed to sense something, slowly opening his eyes. As their gazes met in the air, Guchong couldn't help but hold his breath. He discerned a flicker of unprecedented emotion in Vegeta's typically rebellious eyes. It was fear, undeniable fear. The Saiyan prince, who had always held himself above others, the warrior who had once instilled dread throughout the universe, was now afraid. Afraid of him, the one standing outside the container? Guchong found it hard to believe, yet could not deny the reality before him. The unmistakable panic in Vegeta's gaze struck him like a lightning bolt, shattering all his expectations. Am I that terrifying? Just as Guchong's words fell, a heavy metallic door slid open silently, and a figure entered the room, exuding a chilling aura. The newcomer was draped in a scarlet cloak, the color so rich it resembled congealed blood, swirling behind him with each step. His silver-gray battle suit bore intricate dark patterns, which flowed under the light with a cold sheen, resembling coiled serpents. His visage appeared as if chiseled from ice. Sharp cheekbones radiated a metallic coldness, while his smooth forehead shone like a mirror, with the corners of his forehead forming an eerie heart shape. Thick eyebrows resembled unsheathed blades, slanting towards the temples, their tips trailing faint shadows, as if they had absorbed the remnants of countless nights of slaughter. His bottomless eyes were filled with palpable killing intent. Whenever his gaze shifted, visible ripples spread through the air, flames of black hair stood erect, burning into a furious shape atop his head, while prominent brow bones cast deep shadows over his eyes. His thin lips, framed by meticulously trimmed stubble, resembled tempered steel needles. This visage, identical to that of an adult Vegeta, unmistakably revealed his identity, King Vegeta. Guchong's throat constricted violently, the tumultuous excitement within him manifesting as fragmented syllables. He opened his mouth, but the sound that emerged was akin to a whimper of a young beast. Crystalline tears uncontrollably cascaded down, splattering on the cold floor. King Vegeta's gaze swept over Guchong and Vegeta like two icy daggers. Wherever his gaze fell, the air seemed to crystallize into frost. This was not a killing intent aimed at anyone, but rather an aura forged from years of bloodshed, entwining itself around him like a relentless curse. So, what's the combat power of the two princes? His deep voice reverberated within the chamber, each syllable carrying a metallic rasp. Although his demeanor remained calm, Guchong keenly perceived the suppressed excitement. Lodged within his throat, akin to the uncontainable tremor of a cheetah upon discovering its prey, Ji Yuchong's sobs abruptly ceased. He suddenly lifted his tear-streaked face, his wide eyes reflecting the figure of Wang Baijita. Those eyes, still glistening with moisture, blinked rapidly, causing the tears clinging to his long lashes to cascade down. The alien warrior standing nearby hastily raised a detector, the metallic device emitting a frantic hum. As the beam swept over Guchong, the warrior's wrist trembled violently, nearly causing the detector to slip from his grasp. He swallowed hard several times before squeezing out a pitch-altered voice, returning to Wang Baijita. The battle power of the crown prince Ye Jian is 50,000. This figure momentarily suspended the very air in the room. Beads of cold sweat formed on the warrior's brow as he incredulously confirmed the reading repeatedly. This had surpassed even Wang Baijita's peak values. A flicker of dark intensity flashed in Wang Baijita's eyes, reminiscent of lightning darting through a stormy sky. Oh, what of the young prince? He advanced a step, the thud of his battle boots echoing ominously against the ground. A palpable aura of menace spilled forth uncontrollably, solidifying into a tangible pressure in the air, while the still dumbfounded black-haired warrior remained oblivious, lost. In the shock of the reading, the cold metallic walls reflected the dim light, and an oppressive atmosphere enveloped the throne hall. Wang Baijita sat regally upon his towering throne, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest, producing a disquieting sound. Your Majesty. A Saiyan warrior clad in battle attire knelt on one knee, his voice laced with barely contained excitement. The battle power of young Prince Baijita has reached 1,200. And Crown Prince Ye Jian is even more. His voice suddenly soared, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Such astonishing talent. Given time, he will undoubtedly become the legendary Super Saiyan of our race, leading us. Before he could finish, a glint of cold light flashed in Wang Baijita's eyes. With a casual lift of his right hand, a blinding energy sphere instantly coalesced in his palm. The sphere crackled with electrical energy, distorting the surrounding air with its intense heat. Whoosh! The energy sphere shot forth at an imperceptible speed, piercing the heart of the warrior with pinpoint accuracy. Blood erupted like a fountain, spreading across the cold ground. The warrior stared in disbelief, his eyes widening, lips quivering slightly before he collapsed lifelessly to the ground, silence enveloping him. Knowing too much is detrimental to you, Wang Baijita remarked coldly, shifting his gaze to the standing Ye Jian. His death brings a sense of relief. Guchong, witnessing this all from a distance, could not help but gasp in shock. He suppressed the turmoil within, striving to maintain an outward calm. As a time traveler, he now realized he had become the most gifted existence among the Saiyans. Ye Jian, the elder brother of Baijita. This identity filled him with both exhilaration and dread. Born with a battle power of 50,000, a figure that far surpassed the legendary Super Saiyan Broly. Even more astonishing was the cultivation method regarding the control of chi that surfaced in his mind, evidently a unique gift of his transmigration. Guchong could distinctly sense a more terrifying power slumbering deep within his being, akin to a dormant beast, poised to unleash cataclysmic might upon awakening. Ye Jian, Wang Baijita's voice pulled him back from his reverie. You are the sole hope of our Saiyan clan. The king slowly rose from his elevated throne, the heavy thuds of his battle boots resonating against the metallic floor. He approached Ye Jian, gazing down at him from his lofty position. Frieza has always feared that we might give rise to a Super Saiyan. Wang Baijita's voice carried an elusive undertone. Thus, you must depart for Planet Billion. There, you must grow and develop. Guchong perceptively caught a fleeting glimpse of complex emotions in Wang Baijita's eyes. Was this statement born out of concern for his son's safety, or was it a trepidation that Ye Jian's overwhelming talent might pose a threat to his throne? The truth, perhaps, only Wang Baijita truly comprehended. The entire hall fell into a deathly silence, broken only by the faint hum of residual energy reverberating through the air. The corpse on the ground continued to bleed profusely, the acrid scent of blood permeating the atmosphere, a grim reminder to all present that in this predatory race, strength was the sole truth. Ji Yucheng clenched his fists tightly, feeling the surge of power within him. Since fate had bestowed upon him the identity of Ye Jian, he was determined to carve out his own legend in this Dragon Ball world. Chapter 2. Deployment. The frigid metallic walls reflected a ghostly blue light, and the pungent scent of disinfectant mingled with that of machine oil pervaded the laboratory of King Vegeta. Ye Jian was ensconced within a transparent cultivation chamber. Through the misty glass, he could discern the cold, unyielding visage of King Vegeta. The Saiyans had always been indifferent to emotions, a fact vividly illustrated in the original narrative. When planet Vegeta was obliterated, Vegeta's first reaction was not to mourn the loss of his kin, but rather to lament that he would no longer ascend to the throne of King Vegeta. Regardless of whether this sentiment was genuine or feigned, Ye Jian silently vowed within himself, his voice icy yet resolute, that from this moment forth, he would be Ye Jian, and Ye Jian would be him. The past, Guchong, had become a relic, and the memories of his former life were mere stepping stones. At this juncture, he resolved, once exiled, he must seize every opportunity to cultivate his chi. He aspired to transcend his former self as portrayed in the original tale, to become stronger and invincible. He yearned to attain the realm of Super Saiyan 5, where he could flawlessly conceal his aura, allowing not a shred of power to escape. Epitomizing the pinnacle of strength and self-control, his gaze penetrated the glass of the cultivation chamber, as if he could already envision his future self standing atop the cosmos, unmatched by any adversary. At that moment, King Vegeta approached slowly. His footsteps echoed through the silent laboratory, each stride imbued with undeniable authority. He extended his robust arm, lifting Ye Jian from the chamber with mechanical indifference, as though he were merely handling an inconsequential object. Subsequently, he approached a flickering light screen displaying intricate data, his fingers deftly striking the virtual keyboard, forcibly adjusting Ye Jian's combat power reading to below 100. Combat power beneath 100 relegated a warrior to the lower tier. By regulation, King Vegeta's voice resonated like a frigid machine, devoid of warmth. Ye Jian silently endured it all, yet within him, a fierce inferno ignited. A lower-tier warrior? No. This was merely the starting point of his lengthy journey. One day, he would etch his name into the annals of the universe. Ye Jian, the Super Saiyan who transcended all and ascended to the pinnacle. Within the dim command room, the metallic walls reflected the ghostly blue light. King Vegeta slowly approached his throne, the heavy cape trailing behind him with a rustling sound. As he settled into his seat, the throne emitted a low hum, seemingly responding to its master's weight. His gaze shifted to the guard standing to the left, sharp eyes glinting coldly in the shadows. Screened the recently registered lower-tier warriors. King Vegeta's voice echoed through the vast hall. Select an appropriate candidate for exile. The left guard immediately bowed, his fingertips gliding swiftly across the wrist terminal. A holographic projection unfolded in the air, a torrent of data cascading like a waterfall. There is an infant girl, named Sapali, who has just completed her assessment. The guard's voice, precise as machinery, reported, her combat power is a mere 6, qualifying her as a lower-tier warrior. King Vegeta nodded slightly, his fingertips tapping rhythmically against the throne's armrest. Her it shall be. Ensure she is isolated, and the transport coordinates must be precise. Understood. The guard saluted and retreated, the metallic boots echoing crisply against the floor. Meanwhile, in a secluded chamber deep within the base, Ye Jian was being carefully transferred to a specially designed nutrient pod. Within the transparent chamber, a pale blue nutrient solution gradually flowed in, bubbles rising like pearls. Technicians busied themselves at the control console, the indicator lights flickering erratically, casting their shadows against the frigid walls. 28 days later, on the launch pad, a sleek silver spacecraft was making its final preparations. The engine emitted a low hum, and the rear thrusters occasionally expelled blue flames. As the hatch slowly closed, the metallic friction produced a piercing sound. Inside the spacecraft, Ye Jian awoke from his slumber, his palm pressed against the viewport, watching as planet Vegeta gradually diminished in size. That crimson planet resembled a burning gem, suspended solitary in the pitch-black cosmos, with no other celestial bodies in sight. On the planet's surface, storm-formed vortices resembled bloodshot eyes, coldly observing the departing vessel. Beside him, in the hibernation pod, Sapali lay in tranquil slumber, her breathing steady, tiny fists gently curled. The life support system on the console emitted a rhythmic ticking sound, while the nutrient supply indicator lights blinked steadily in green. The spacecraft suddenly accelerated, the immense thrust pinning both individuals securely within the hibernation pod. A silver trajectory streaked across the starry sky, with planet Vegeta swiftly becoming a distant point of light. Inside the cockpit, the autopilot system continuously updated the star chart, countless points of light flickering against the dark cosmic backdrop. Thus began the long journey. Outside the spacecraft, interstellar dust sparked against the shield, and occasionally, meteor clusters brushed past, casting fleeting shadows upon the hull. The environmental control system within the cabin maintained a constant temperature, with only the faint hum of machinery breaking the silence. Ye Jian cast a final glance at the navigation screen displaying the estimated arrival time. For years, 3 months, and 7 days. His gaze returned to the viewport, where only the endless expanse of stars remained, like a black velvet cloth adorned with diamonds, mysterious and remote. Planet Vegeta shimmered in the vast universe, radiating a haunting glow. This was the last time he would behold the visage of that planet. Once known as Planet Plant, it was now slowly sinking into the horizon of his vision. The surface of the planet reflected the winding networks of volcanic veins, the active rivers of magma pulsating like the heartbeat of the planet. He recalled the historical records stating that, in ancient times, this had been the home of the Zoflurians. Those diminutive yet astoundingly intelligent beings had established a radiant civilization on this planet. Their towering architecture reached for the heavens, and their advanced technology was astonishing, enveloping the entire planet beneath a verdant ecological dome. However, all of this changed with the arrival of the Saiyans. Vivid images of history flooded Ye Jian's mind. The Saiyan fleet, vast enough to blot out the sun, breached the atmosphere, their rugged warships resembling ravenous beasts. The Zoflurians gazed up in terror, their exquisite crystalline structures reduced to dust beneath the Saiyan's energy fire. During the months-long war, the Zoflurians' prized pharmaceuticals were plundered, and their civilization was utterly erased. Ye Jian could almost imagine the acrid smoke and the scent of blood lingering in the air, hearing the final wails of the Zoflurians dissipate in the howling winds. As time passed, when King Vegeta rechristened this planet Vegeta, it had transformed entirely into another form. The once verdant land had been reshaped into a red desert suitable for Saiyan habitation, and the towering structures had been replaced by more aggressive fortifications. The fierce winds whipped up crimson dust, howling across the ruins of what was once a thriving city. Ye Jian unconsciously clenched his fists, nails digging deep into his palms. He recalled the vengeance of Baby against the Saiyans in Dragon Ball GT. The forgotten hatred surged like an undercurrent, eternally flowing beneath the surface of this planet. Farewell, Planet Vegeta, Ye Jian murmured softly, his voice echoing in the vastness of the cabin. This utterance carried a complexity of emotions, both a farewell to the past and a hopeful anticipation for the future. As he embraced his identity as Ye Jian, this wild and powerful planet had already taken root in his heart. His thoughts inevitably drifted to a more distant past. In his previous life, Gu Chong had struggled alone in a concrete jungle, toiling daily for mere sustenance. He remembered those frigid nights, huddled in a cramped rental room, listening to the incessant hum of traffic outside. At that time, he resembled a rootless floating weed, unable to find any sense of belonging in this world. Yet now, despite confronting the uncertainties of challenges ahead, he possesses the capital to strive and the potential to alter his destiny. The silvery metallic walls are adorned with luminous control panels, while blue holographic projections gently rotate in the air. Before him, the holographic display unfolds, revealing a plethora of battle data and training programs. Although he is a legendary Super Saiyan, he understands clearly that in this universe, which may be that of Dragon Ball Super or Dragon Ball GT, mere talent is insufficient. In a world where strength reigns supreme, he must seize every opportunity. The spaceship gradually accelerates, ultimately transforming into a streak of light, vanishing into the vast expanse of the starry sea, leaving behind a crimson planet continuing its trajectory in the cosmos, as if narrating an unfinished tale. In the depths of the boundless universe, cold stars scatter like fragments of diamonds across the dark canvas of the sky. A colossal mechanical base hovers in the void, its metallic shell glinting with a chilling sheen under the rays of distant stars. Countless ships of various shapes swirl around the base like a swarm of bees. Some small and nimble, darting through the air, while others, massive as mountains, lie still, their engines emitting a ghostly blue flame that traces a long arc in the vacuum. Inside the base, the control room is enveloped in a haze of eerie green and dark blue light. The holographic star map spins slowly in midair, streams of data cascading like waterfalls from transparent screens. A young operator clad in a tight combat suit stands hunched over the console, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his fingers trembling slightly from anxiety. Dodoria-sama, his voice trembles imperceptibly. We have detected that the Scions have dispatched 2 infants to a remote planet. No sooner had he spoken than the heavy metal door of the control room slid open silently. A massive pink figure slowly entered, each step resonating with a dull thud against the metallic floor. Dordoria's corpulent form nearly blocked the entire passage, his pink skin adorned with sharp spines glistening under the light. He toyed with an energy detector, which emitted intermittent buzzing sounds in his palm. A disdainful snort escaped from Dordoria's thick lips as he carelessly tossed the detector towards the console, the metallic device bouncing and producing a jarring clatter upon impact. Scions have always been insignificant beings, he mused, striding towards the observation window, his hefty frame casting a vast shadow. Outside, a gigantic warship emblazoned with the Frisia Force insignia glided past, its crimson cyclopean emblem seemingly gazing into the endless starry sky. Dordoria's spines bristled slightly with agitation as he recalled the massacre on Namek, how he had obliterated an entire village with energy waves, relishing the wails of those green-skinned beings in their final moments. These ignorant wild monkeys, he murmured, slamming his pink palm on the console, causing the holographic images to tremble. They could never find their rightful place. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he pivoted sharply, the friction between his spines and combat suit producing a disconcerting sound. Wait. He narrowed his crimson eyes, his voice taking on a dangerous edge. Is there anything special about the recently born Scion infants? The operator's body stiffened momentarily, fingers flying across the console to bring up a series of data. According to the current data, no anomalous energy readings have been detected, my lord. A sinister smile crept across Dordoria's rotund face, and he extended a thick finger, gently grazing the operator's cheek with his sharp nail, leaving a faint red mark. You'd better be certain. If I find that you missed something, the unspoken threat loomed ominously in the silence of the control room. Outside, another small Scion transport ship slowly docked at the port, its hull marred by the scars of battle. Dordoria wrinkled his nose in disgust, as if detecting a revolting odor. In his mind, these Scions were eternally mere ants beneath King Frisia's feet. Even the occasional presence of a fool like Vegeta would ultimately lead to a fate of shattered remains. Keep your eyes peeled. He finally waved his hand dismissively, speaking impatiently. Report any developments immediately. Within the cold metallic confines of the control room, blue light flickered across the holographic screens, illuminating the solemn faces of 2 Frisia Force members. Dordoria's fat fingers drummed impatiently on the console, his crimson combat suit glaringly vivid in the dim light. Bring up all monitoring records of the newborn Scions. Dordoria's deep voice reverberated in the enclosed space, carrying an undeniable tone of command. The soldier responsible for monitoring immediately leaned over to operate the controls, his fingers dancing rapidly across the virtual keyboard. Sweat beaded on his brow, glimmering in the ethereal blue light of the screen. As he worked, countless streams of data scrolled swiftly across the display, each line representing the real-time status of a Scion. My lord, although our monitoring net covers all Scions equipped with detectors, there are inevitably blind spots. The soldier's voice trembled slightly. We cannot ensure uninterrupted surveillance of every Scion. He swallowed hard, continuing. In the ancient times before those primordial beings awakened, Lord Frisia, with his absolute strength of nearly 200 million, indeed established an absolute order within the galaxy. On the holographic star map, the red zones representing Frisia's power spread like a plague, nearly engulfing the entire galaxy. Countless planets trembled beneath the iron heel of the Frisia Force, flames of conquest burning across the stars. Trade caravans trembled in fear, civilizations bowed in submission. And Frisia's infamous reputation cast a shadow over every corner. Yet amid this sea of blood, small patches of blue flickered defiantly. This was the jurisdiction of the Galactic Patrol. The two sides maintained a delicate balance, like two parallel lines that would never intersect, each cautiously maneuvering their pieces across the cosmic chessboard. Found something, the soldier suddenly exclaimed, his pupils dilating in shock. His trembling finger pointed to an anomalous data point on the screen, among the newborn Saiyans. One individual exhibited a combat power reading exceeding 1,000. The air in the control room seemed to freeze in an instant. The soldier struggled to confirm the data, sweat trickling down his temples. For an ordinary warrior over 50 years old, with a combat power only in the thousands, the potential displayed by this newborn Saiyan was nothing short of astonishing. The data on the screen surged wildly, the special signal source shining like a beacon in the night. Each figure recounted the awakening of an extraordinary life, the birth of a being that could alter the cosmic landscape. Chapter 3. Disturbance. The cold metallic walls reflected an eerie blue light, and the enormous monitor displayed data cascading like a waterfall. The air was thick with the acrid scent of disinfectant mixed with oil, occasionally punctuated by the distant, low rumble of ship engines. In this desolate space station, a shocking revelation was brewing. My heavens, it's absolutely impossible. An operator suddenly leaped from his seat, gripping the edges of the console tightly, his knuckles whitening from the strain. His voice echoed in the vast control room, trembling with disbelief. The combat power reading of this Saiyan infant at birth exceeded 1,000. Other operators hurriedly gathered around, whispers flooding the room like a rising tide. Some inhaled sharply, others instinctively recoiled, while some frantically checked the instruments, fearing a malfunction. Just born, murmured a technician wearing a monocle, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. If he were to mature for a few years, his combat prowess would surely transcend the heavens. This statement struck each individual like a heavy hammer, abruptly solidifying the atmosphere in the control room, where even the air felt burdened. Standing at the control panel, Doria clenched his fists, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his rugged face for the first time. The veins on his muscular arms bulged, and the fabric of his purple battle attire emitted a faint rustle as his muscles tensed. As a seasoned veteran of the Frisia force, he understood all too well the implications of this figure. Even he, a battle-hardened warrior, possessed a mere combat power exceeding 20,000. Over 1,000. Doria's voice was low and gravelly, as if forced from the depths of his throat. He recalled the arduous training of his youth. Those days drenched in sweat within the gravity chamber, and the battles fought on the precipice of life and death. Yet this Saiyan infant had surpassed decades of his toil the moment he was born. Cold sweat trickled down Doria's brow, leaving a damp trail on his purple skin. A terrifying thought flickered in his mind. Could this be the prophesied Super Saiyan? How else could one possess such astonishing strength from birth? This notion sent a chill down his spine. In the ancient lore of the Frisia clan, the golden-haired Super Saiyan loomed like a Damocles sword overhead. Even during the reign of King Vegeta, this warning persisted like a generational curse. The genius, hailed as the ruler of the universe, harbored a complex sentiment towards this legend. He yearned to witness firsthand the true might of the fabled Super Saiyan while simultaneously grappling with an instinctual dread. This psychological conflict coiled around his heart like a venomous serpent. It was precisely this intricate emotion that led Frisia to neither utterly annihilate the Saiyans nor allow their development to flourish unchecked. He nurtured them like a thorny rose, eagerly anticipating its breathtaking bloom while fearing the sting of its thorns. Doria abruptly turned, his combat boots echoing heavily against the metallic floor. This matter must be reported immediately, he declared with undeniable resolve. I shall inform King Vegeta personally. You continue to monitor. He must not escape our surveillance. Understood, the operators replied in unison, their fingers dancing swiftly across the control panel to bring forth more surveillance footage. Meanwhile, in the private lounge at the depths of the space station, a figure lounged languidly on an opulent seat. His alabaster skin glimmered under the soft light, blood-red eyes half closed, and purple-black lips curved subtly. He held a crystal goblet with elongated fingers, the crimson liquid inside swaying gently with his slightest motion. This was Frisia, the Emperor of the universe. Even in repose, he maintained his characteristic posture, his hands either casually resting on the armrests or crossed over his chest. The two lines beneath his face, reminiscent of blood tears, flickered in the light. His rigid purple exoskeleton gleamed with a metallic sheen, every subtle movement exuding an oppressive aura. As hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door, Frisia slowly raised his gaze, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his crimson pupils. He seemed to sense something impending, and the smile at the corner of his mouth deepened. The liquid in his goblet rippled under the light, foreshadowing an approaching storm. His unusual feet, featuring only 3 robust toes, produced a jarring crunch with each step, reminiscent of trampling over brittle bones. This eerie sound reverberated in the empty metallic corridor, sending shivers down the spine of all who heard it. Covered entirely in a hard shell, he shimmered with a cool, purplish light under the illumination. This armor, akin to meticulously forged plate, fits seamlessly to protect his joints and torso, capable of withstanding the most ferocious physical assaults while maintaining integrity in extreme conditions. Once, an enemy had forcefully pressed him against a sharp rock wall, causing debris to scatter. When the dust settled, not a single scratch marked his smooth exoskeleton. Indeed, he had nothing to lose. A flexible, long tail swayed gracefully behind him, its tip glinting with a dangerous light. This tail served as both a weapon and a natural defense against ambushes. It could coil like a venomous serpent, constricting an enemy's neck, lash out like a steel whip, or pierce through sturdy armor like a spear. It could also unleash tremendous force in an instant, crushing an opponent's bones with a resounding crack. This was Frisia, the Emperor feared across the cosmos. He reclined languidly on his floating throne, long fingers caressing the armrest. His crimson eyes narrowed slightly, reflecting a holographic star map. As one of the universe's apex powers, he could discern all with mere sight, thriving even in the vacuum of space, as if the cosmos were his inherent domain. "Oh!" Frisia suddenly exclaimed, his throne slowly rotating to face the kneeling Doria. His slender fingers tapped lightly on the nearby screen, revealing the combat power reading of an infant. Over 1,000 at birth. His voice was eerily gentle, a dangerous curve forming at the corners of his mouth. Doria lowered his head further, his corpulent frame trembling uncontrollably. Despite being Frisia's most trusted confidant, he felt his soul quiver in the presence of the Emperor. Cold sweat coursed down his brow, splattering tiny droplets on the polished floor. "My dear Doria," Frisia descended from his throne, his 3-toed feet making rhythmic crunching sounds against the floor. "Why don't we personally nurture this scion and see how far he can grow?" "What did you say?" Doria's head shot up, his face trembling in shock. He could hardly believe his ears. Frisia intended to nurture a scion, a race destined to become their adversary? Indeed, Frisia chuckled softly as he circled behind Doria, icy fingers resting on his quaking shoulder. "If he could become one of my capable subordinates, would that not be intriguing?" A chilling laughter echoed through the hall, sending shivers down spines. Doria opened his mouth, wishing to voice his objections, but upon glimpsing the glimmer of cold light in Frisia's eyes, he swallowed his words. He understood that any hint of dissent towards Frisia's decisions could result in that lethal tale piercing his heart. In the face of absolute power, the wisest choice was silence. Frisia turned his gaze towards the vast starry sky beyond the viewport, his tail swaying elegantly behind him. Countless planets had turned to ash before his fleet, and now, a more captivating game was about to commence. He gently tapped his 3 toes, producing faint crunching sounds, as if orchestrating a prelude to destruction. Frisia's treacherous cunning and ruthless tactics had long echoed throughout the entire force, known and feared by all. His distinctive laughter and seemingly polite, yet menacing tone were enough to instill terror in any warrior. At this moment, he sat upright in the high-backed chair of the command room, lightly tapping the armrest, his eyes glimmering with a dangerous light. "Doria, prepare yourself." Frisia's voice carried a hint of amusement, as if he were discussing a theatrical performance about to unfold. The mighty king intended to visit the planet Vegeta to meet this scion prince. Ha. His laughter echoed throughout the spacious command room, cold and piercing, reminiscent of a serpent tasting the air in the dark. Doria stood nearby, his corpulent frame trembling slightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He quickly bowed in response, saying, "At your command, Lord Frisia, I shall arrange it immediately." Meanwhile, on the distant planet Vegeta, King Vegeta stood on the palace terrace, gazing into the overcast sky. A guard hurriedly approached, whispering the news of Frisia's impending arrival. Instantly, King Vegeta's countenance darkened, his brows furrowing, and a flicker of barely perceptible anxiety glimmered in his eyes. Clenching his fists until his knuckles turned white, he murmured to himself, "Frisia, it seems he is coming for Vegeta. I shall see what game you intend to play." His voice was laced with suppressed fury, akin to an enraged lion. King Vegeta understood that the current state of Vegeta was his greatest pride, as well as the hope for the future of the Saiyans. However, regarding his other son, Ye Jian, he had long chosen to forsake him. The moment he exiled Ye Jian, he had severed their father-son bond. Rather than acting to protect Vegeta, he was more fearful that Ye Jian's existence might threaten his throne. This complex emotion was like a venomous thorn deeply embedded in his heart. The following day, within the Frisia Forces base, a circular-shaped spacecraft slowly ascended. Its surface gleamed with a chilling metallic sheen, the engine emitting a deep rumble, akin to a beast poised to strike. The vessel moved with remarkable speed, slicing through the darkness of the universe like a lightning bolt, and soon reached the outer atmosphere of Vegeta. Reporting to Lord Frisia, "We have arrived at Vegeta," a soldier respectfully announced. Frisia, seated in his personal small craft, gazed down through the viewport at the familiar planet below. The corners of his mouth curled into a knowing smile as he declared, "Let us proceed. King Vegeta is already awaiting us." His tone retained that characteristic sardonic quality. As if mocking everything in sight, the spacecraft descended gracefully onto the royal plaza of Vegeta, the hatch opening as Frisia's craft glided out. King Vegeta, accompanied by a host of Saiyan warriors, had long awaited their arrival, their gazes revealing both reverence and unmistakable hostility. Frisia's eyes swept over the assembly, ultimately resting upon King Vegeta, his smile deepening as he savored the impending game. A biting wind swirled with icy particles across the desolate surface of the planet. The gray-white frozen earth stretched towards the horizon, merging seamlessly with the leaden clouds above. Perhaps this was indeed the fabled birthplace of the frozen demon, an environment of extreme cold and silence, where even time appeared to be suspended in this vast expanse. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the stillness. A menacing spacecraft slowly descended onto the frozen terrain, the hatch opening and releasing a burst of warm air that instantly crystallized into white mist in the frigid air. The figures emerging from the craft caused the waiting Saiyans to instinctively tense their muscles. At the forefront stood King Vegeta, his crimson battle attire starkly vivid against the gray-white backdrop, his robust arms crossed over his chest, knuckles whitening from the pressure. As the diminutive figure seated in a levitating chair appeared at the hatch, a flicker of barely concealed coldness flashed in King Vegeta's narrowed eyes. Frisia elegantly descended the ramp, his long tail swaying gently behind him. He surveyed the lined-up Saiyan warriors, a signature dangerous smile gracing his lips. The air was thick with unspoken tension, as if a single spark could ignite the entire scene. Just as Frisia was but 10 paces away from King Vegeta, the Saiyan King suddenly knelt on one knee, his heavy cloak unfurling upon the frozen ground. This gesture served as a signal, prompting hundreds of Saiyans behind him to kneel in unison, the sound of clashing armor ringing crisply in the cold wind. "We welcome Lord Frisia," the synchronized salutation echoed across the wilderness. Though it did not originate from King Vegeta himself, he remained in his kneeling position, his bowed head obscuring his expression. Clearly, this was a meticulously rehearsed display. Frisia slowly scanned the kneeling Saiyan legion, their strong backs rising and falling in the biting wind. His slender fingers drummed lightly on the armrest of his chair, relishing the intoxicating scene of submission. These typically unruly warriors were now bowing before him with such docility. A sense of satisfaction spread across his lips. Ha ha ha. His unique laughter resonated clearly in the silence. "Very well, rise." The Saiyans stood in unison, the sound of their armor clashing once more filling the air. Frisia's gaze passed over the crowd, landing squarely on King Vegeta. "I have heard that your son was born with a battle power exceeding 1,000? His direct inquiry bore an undeniable authority. His purple lips forming a dangerous arc, King Vegeta inhaled deeply, the icy air stinging his lungs. It was indeed the question he had anticipated Frisia would raise regarding this extraordinary statistic. In the entire history of the Saiyan race, aside from his son Vegeta, no infant had ever possessed such astounding battle power at birth. "Yes," King Vegeta replied, lifting his gaze to meet Frisia's scrutinizing stare, "my son, Vegeta." His voice remained unervingly calm against the cold wind, yet his tightly clenched fists betrayed the turbulence within. The ice crystals beneath their feet cracked softly, as if foreshadowing the hidden peril of this encounter. "Vegeta?" Frisia's crimson eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze slicing toward King Vegeta like a blade. A faint, Cold smile crept across his lips, his fingertips tapping rhythmically on the armrest, producing an unsettling sound. Naming your son after the planet Vegeta, how ambitious. King Vegeta endeavored to maintain his composure on the metallic corridor, with the flickering azure glow of energy conduits behind him. He could feel the chilling aura emanating from Frieza, as if the very temperature of the chamber had dropped several degrees. Sweat discreetly dampened the back of his battle suit, yet he stood tall, refusing to reveal a hint of fear. Frieza lazily shifted his posture, his long tail gently swaying beside his chair. He was well aware that the time for completely eradicating the Saiyans had not yet come. These savage monkeys still held some value. However, the prince named after the planet piqued his interest. Intriguing. Frieza elongated his tone, his voice imbued with a characteristic softness. Then let us go and meet your son. After all, being born with a battle power exceeding 1,000 must be unprecedented among your Saiyans. His elongated fingers lightly tapped his chin, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. As a cosmic emperor, he was well versed in Saiyan statistics. Typically, the highest battle power recorded for newborns was merely 600, and even King Vegeta himself had not surpassed that figure at birth. Understood. King Vegeta immediately bowed, stepping aside to clear the path. The metallic floor reflected the cold light from above, casting his tense silhouette. This way, please. As Frieza's fleet gradually made its way toward Vegeta, a crisis was unfolding at the far end of the star system. Ye Jian's spherical spacecraft suddenly jolted violently, the blaring alarms reverberating throughout the cockpit. Red warning lights flashed frantically, casting the interior in a blood-red hue. In the protective chamber, the infant Ye Jian was securely restrained, struggling to move his tiny hands, yet unable to accomplish even the simplest action of rolling over. Much like the character Xiao Fong from Dragon Ball Super during her infancy, he possessed immense potential but found himself devoid of basic mobility at this moment. Helplessly, he could only watch as alarm lights on the control panel illuminated one after another, his small face flushing with urgency. He emitted meaningless babbling, his little hands flailing aimlessly in the air. Through the porthole, he could see a distant planet undergoing a chain of explosions, with massive fragments of meteors scattering like raindrops. One fragment, over a kilometer in diameter, was hurtling directly toward the spacecraft. Was this the end? Ye Jian silently screamed in his heart, despair enveloping him as he shut his eyes. A searing light streamed through the porthole, casting a radiant glow on his small face. The shockwave from the explosion rocked the spacecraft violently, causing the energy indicator of the protective shield to plummet rapidly. At that critical moment, a surge of emerald energy suddenly emerged from the void. This energy, akin to living vines, swiftly wrapped around the precarious spacecraft, forming a flawless protective barrier. Meteor fragments collided with the green shield, generating rippling waves, yet failing to breach its defenses. Ye Jian opened his eyes in astonishment, finding the entire cabin bathed in a gentle green light. This mysterious energy radiated a comforting warmth, gently lifting the spacecraft and tearing through space at a speed surpassing light, swiftly whisking them away from the perilous star zone. Chapter 4. Weiss in the inky blackness of the cosmos, a silver-white spacecraft sliced through the stardust, its exterior adorned with a prominent cross emblem, the insignia of the Galaxy Patrol. The engine emitted a ghostly blue flame, leaving a fleeting trace of light in the boundless void. It had just completed a daring rescue mission, pulling a soldier on the brink of disaster back from the edge of an explosion. However, at the moment the rescue pod door sealed, the spacecraft's navigation system unexpectedly activated, veering sharply like a startled bird toward its preset coordinates. The faint sound of alarms echoed within, and the indicator lights on the control panel flickered erratically, as if narrating this sudden flight for survival. Oh dear Lord Beerus, your destruction this time is truly earth-shattering. A gentle, yet teasing voice resonated through the void. The speaker, tall and slender, possessed skin of a bluish-green hue that shimmered under the starlight, while cascading white hair flowed down to his waist. His pupils and lips were of a profound purple, seemingly harboring the mysteries of the universe. Most striking was the light blue halo around his neck, gently rotating and emanating a soft glow. This was none other than the angel Weiss, one of the supreme beings in the cosmos. Weiss held a long staff in his right hand, its tip adorned with a pitch-black magical orb, within which celestial bodies appeared to swirl. The upper and lower portions of the staff gleamed in gold, with a deep blue segment in the middle etched with ancient runes. His attire was equally resplendent, a light blue belt cinched at his waist, a black breastplate emblazoned with 3 diamond patterns in white and orange, and a deep crimson robe billowing in the wind, revealing matching long socks beneath. Every movement of Weiss exuded grace and composure, as if he commanded the rhythm of the universe itself. Beside him stood a being resembling a feline creature, none other than the god of destruction, Beerus. Clad in attire reminiscent of an Egyptian pharaoh, his golden shoulder ornaments and crown glittered under the starlight, yet his sharp purple eyes betrayed an uncontrollable irritability. Beerus clenched his fists, surrounded by a faint purple energy wave, as if on the brink of unleashing cataclysmic power. His tail flicked impatiently, each motion sending subtle ripples through the fabric of space. In stark contrast to Beerus's fury, Weiss maintained a demeanor of warm elegance. A humble smile graced his lips, his gaze filled with tolerance and wisdom. Despite being an angel, he harbored no interest in conflict. Rather, like Beerus, he was an unabashed gourmet. His dream was to savor every delicacy the universe had to offer, even sneaking to Earth with the prophetic fish while Beerus slept, to indulge in the exquisite dishes prepared by Bulma. These adventures brought small joys to his otherwise tranquil existence. Although he outwardly showed deference to Beerus, he often playfully teased the irascible god of destruction with clever words. For instance, he would deliberately mention the deliciousness of a certain Earth dessert just as Beerus was gathering destructive energy, diverting his attention. Or, during moments of anger, he would casually remind him of a culinary misadventure caused by oversleeping. Such seemingly unintentional actions would invariably provoke Beerus's fury, yet he could do little in retaliation. At this moment, Weiss gently waved his staff, the magical orb reflecting the silhouette of the departing spacecraft. "It appears our rescue target has safely departed," he mused softly, his gaze contemplative as it drifted toward the distant nebula. Beerus snorted, purple energy coalescing in his palm. "Next time I encounter those ignorant fools, I shall reduce their planet to rubble." Weiss smiled faintly, the magical orb atop his staff turning gently. "Lord Beerus, before we destroy, why not visit Earth to savor the newly developed chocolate lava cake?" Beerus's anger dissipated by half in an instant, his tail unwittingly relaxing. "Fine. I suppose I can accompany you this once." Weiss gracefully floated in midair, the crystal orb atop his staff shimmering with star-like radiance. He turned slightly to glance at Beerus, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Beerus, covering his ears, contorted his face as if enduring some form of torture. Weiss. Beerus's voice squeezed out between his fingers. "I'm getting up. Please stop singing." Weiss gently lowered his staff, the orb's brilliance gradually dimming. He adjusted his collar, the opulent attire glimmering like pearls under the sunlight. Although he lacked the ability to teleport, as the swiftest being in the cosmos, his speed had already surpassed the limits of light. Had he wished, he could easily traverse the entire 7th universe before a cup of tea cooled. Just moments ago, he had brought Beerus from the distant fairy star system. As they traversed the nebula, Weiss's garments remained perfectly still amidst the cosmic dust, while radiant stardust formed a brilliant halo around him. He could even fly while using his staff to gently tap the void, reassembling the shattered planets he encountered along the way. The staff in Weiss's hand was not merely a means of transportation, but also contained the mysteries of time itself. Once, at the brink of a civilization's annihilation, he had gently turned his staff, reversing time back by 3 minutes. That experience remained vivid in his memory. The stars of the entire star system had seemed to rewind, with planets retracing their orbits, while only those within the pale blue barrier he set up retained memories from before the time reversal. At this moment, Weiss touched the ground with his staff, creating ripples of light emanating from its center. He could distinctly sense every corner of the 7th universe, the first flower blooming on a certain planet, a star being born in another galaxy, even a speck of dust on a distant world. Within the staff's mysterious space, countless relics and memories of civilizations lay preserved, akin to a mobile cosmic museum. Clearing his throat, Weiss brought his wandering thoughts back to the present. He gazed toward the disintegrating planet in the distance, the fiery glow from the meteor impact staining half the sky a vibrant orange. "Lord Beerus," his voice remains gentle, "this incident is likely not a mere coincidence. In the vast cosmos, life emerges like the waves of a starry river, sometimes flourishing, sometimes fading away. The Kaiashins and the kings of the worlds meticulously nurture the seeds of each civilization, allowing vitality to spread across the stars. Yet, just as light requires shadow for contrast, creation necessitates destruction to maintain balance. Thus, the god of destruction came into being, preserving the delicate equilibrium of the universe. Virus, feeling bored, let out a yawn, his sharp claws leaving behind traces in the air. He stretched lazily, his purple skin glistening subtly under the starlight. I said, Weiss. Virus lazily squinted, his tail listlessly drooping behind him. This dreary place lacks even a decent meal. Just look at these so-called specialties. Not even the universe hamster I keep would spare them a glance. He casually grabbed a local energy crystal, disdainfully tossing it aside. The crystal arced through the air, yet before it could hit the ground, Weiss gently caught it with his staff, instantly reverting it to pure energy particles that dissipated into the atmosphere. Let us proceed to the next location. Virus stood up, a faint purple aura of destruction beginning to emanate from him. I've heard a new interstellar restaurant has opened in the neighboring galaxy. The chef once trained on the culinary planet. Weiss smiled slightly, the crystal ball atop his staff illuminating once more. Surroundings blurred as the stars elongated into streaks of light. Before departing for their next destination, he cast one last glance at the crumbling planet, gently sighing. This is the law of the universe. Destruction and rebirth are forever intertwined. Weiss raised an eyebrow helplessly, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly, revealing a hint of exasperation. Observing Virus, who remained unsatisfied even after indulging, he inwardly lamented. This god of destruction has traversed half the galaxy, tasting the delicacies of countless planets, yet still cannot find a dish to his liking. His selectiveness reaching extremes. Despite feeling reluctant, Weiss bowed gracefully. His long fingers twirled his staff gently, his tone tinged with indulgence. Since Lord Virus insists, let us set forth. As his words faded, a brilliant spectrum of colors suddenly burst forth, cascading like the most resplendent river of stars in the universe. The light swiftly enveloped the two figures, tracing an elegant arc through space, vanishing into the depths of the vast starry sea. Only the faint ripples in the fabric of space remained, attesting to the presence of the two deities. Meanwhile, not far off in space, a uniquely shaped spaceship floated silently. Inside the nutrient pod, the young Saiyan Ye Jian was immersed in deep slumber. The transparent nutrient fluid flowed gently, enveloping his muscular form. The indicator lights within the pod blinked rhythmically with a ghostly blue glow, illuminating his serene visage. Unbeknownst to him, he had just brushed shoulders with the two most powerful deities of the seventh universe, who had lingered merely light years away. Under normal circumstances, Virus and Weiss's perceptive abilities would certainly not allow them to overlook Ye Jian's presence. In truth, the moment they descended, Weiss's keen senses had already detected the existence of the spaceship. Yet, at that very moment, a planet nearby was fracturing under Virus's wrath. Massive fragments of the celestial body scattered through the cosmos like fireworks, while molten rock crystallized into dazzling gems in the vacuum. Further afield, the Galactic Patrol fleet was fleeing in disarray, the engine's exhaust leaving trails of brilliant light across the darkness. Amidst this chaos, Ye Jian's ship was but a grain of sand in the ocean, failing to attract the attention of the two gods. To Virus, even if this Saiyan unleashed his full potential, he would still be perceived as nothing more than an ant. The power of the god of destruction is absolute, so undeniable that a mere thought from him can obliterate stars. A single breath can alter the fate of galaxies. This is the privilege of the god of destruction, so formidable that he can disregard the vast majority of existence in the universe. Simultaneously, on the distant Vegeta star, another significant meeting was unfolding. Frieza sat upon his floating throne, his crimson eyes narrowing slightly as he assessed the Saiyan prince still swaddled in infancy. Baby Vegeta, wrapped in an exquisite battle suit, clenched his tiny fists, restlessly writhing even in his sleep. Quite nice. Frieza gently tapped the armrest of his throne with his gloved fingers, producing a rhythmic sound. He turned to King Vegeta, who stood by, his voice carrying a unique cadence. Once he learns to walk, bring him to me. Ah, ho ho ho. Accompanied by his signature laughter, Frieza reclined elegantly, causing the throne to float slightly. A glint of amusement flickered in his crimson gaze, as if he were savoring a precious toy soon to be his. The chamber's light filtered through stained glass, casting a kaleidoscope of colors on his polished head. adding an eerie atmosphere. King Vegeta bowed, concealing the complex emotions on his face. He understood that from this moment on, the fate of the Saiyan royal family was firmly in the hands of this cosmic emperor. King Vegeta stood in the shadows of the palace, his hands tightly clenched into fists, knuckles whitening from the pressure. His towering figure appeared particularly heavy in the dim light, as though bearing the fate of the entire Saiyan race. His deep gaze fixated on Frieza, brow furrowed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The air was thick with tension, rendering even breathing a challenge. Frieza sat gracefully on his floating throne, lightly tapping the armrest, producing a subtle sound. A seemingly gentle smile graced his lips, yet it was a mask, concealing unfathomable schemes. His gaze was sharp as a blade, seeming to penetrate King Vegeta's heart, unveiling all his hesitations and fears. Frieza, are you certain you wish for Vegeta to come to you one day? King Vegeta's voice was low and hoarse, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. His eyes scanned the fully armed soldiers behind Frieza, a wave of helplessness surging within him. He knew that every word and action of his could determine the survival of his entire race. Frieza chuckled softly, a hint of mockery lacing his voice. Rest assured, I will treat Vegeta as if he were my own son. His words were gentle, yet they pierced King Vegeta's heart like a cold dagger. Frieza's smile grew more radiant, but the hypocrisy within it made King Vegeta feel a wave of nausea. King Vegeta took a deep breath, striving to calm the storm within. He knew he could not refuse. Frieza's power was capable of annihilating the entire Saiyan race in an instant. He could only suppress his anger and resentment, replying in a low voice. Fine, if that is the case, I agree. Frieza nodded in satisfaction, the throne slowly rising, hovering in midair. Ho ho ho, splendid, then it is settled. I have much to attend to, so I shall take my leave. His voice echoed through the vast hall, carrying an undeniable authority. With a dazzling flash of light, Frieza and his entourage vanished into the beam of teleportation. After Frieza's departure, King Vegeta stood alone on the palace terrace, his gaze following Frieza's spaceship as it gradually disappeared into the starry sky. His expression was complex, filled with both concern and resoluteness. A gentle breeze stirred, tousling a few strands of his black hair, yet it could not dispel the gloom in his heart. King Vegeta, are you truly going to send the prince to Frieza? A robust Saiyan approached, his voice imbued with unease. His muscles were taut, and his face was etched with concern, as though he were poised to protect the prince at any moment. King Vegeta turned to him, his gaze resolute. Indeed, since Frieza is so fearful of the emergence of a legendary Super Saiyan among our kind, I shall wager that he will utilize his resources to cultivate Prince Vegeta. His tone was imbued with a calculated calm, as if he had already discerned Frieza's intentions. Are you not afraid? The giant Saiyan's words trailed off, but King Vegeta raised his hand to interrupt. No, he shall not act against the Saiyans yet, for he has yet to attain what he desires. The king's tone was decisive, though a flicker of barely perceptible worry danced in his eyes. He understood that this was a perilous gamble, yet he had no alternative. Within the spaceship, Frieza lounged in the command room, his gaze coldly fixed on the star map displayed on the screen. His fingers glided gently across the control panel, a cryptic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The Saiyans will ultimately become pawns in my game, he murmured to himself, his voice suffused with confidence and an air of omnipotence. Meanwhile, King Vegeta remained on the terrace, gazing at the cosmos, his heart brimming with uncertainty and hope for the future. He recognized that this contest had only just begun, and each of his choices would determine the fate of the Saiyan race. In the command room, the chill of the metallic walls was illuminated by flickering azure indicator lights, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of disinfectant mingled with machine oil. Frieza reclined in a hovering seat, his slender fingers rhythmically tapping the armrest, his crimson eyes glinting with a dangerous light. Dodoria, his corpulent form shifting uneasily across the smooth floor, felt beads of sweat trickle down his furrowed brow. He inhaled deeply and finally summoned the courage to speak. Lord Frieza, if I may be so bold, your insistence on keeping that unruly Saiyan Prince Vegeta by your side, could it not be deemed excessively perilous? Frieza slowly turned his head, his icy gaze landing on Dodoria with a weight that sent a shiver down the latter's spine. Oh, Frieza's lips curved into a sardonic smile. Mr. Dodoria, it seems you have reservations about this? Dodoria swallowed nervously, his throat tightening. His hefty hands clenched involuntarily, his knuckles whitening from the strain. Lord Frisia, I merely worry that the fabled Super Saiyan may ultimately be nothing more than a fleeting myth. How could such a lowly race as the Saiyans possibly give rise to a being that would instill fear even in our Frost Demon clan? The atmosphere in the command room abruptly thickened, the hum of machinery seemingly ceasing in that moment. Frisia gracefully levitated from his seat, his long tail swaying gently behind him. A complex expression flickered in his crimson eyes, revealing both a yearning for the legend and an undeniable trepidation. A legend? He chuckled coldly, the sound echoing in the vast command room. It is precisely because it is a legend that it warrants greater anticipation, is it not? I shall witness firsthand what manner of entity can evoke such trepidation in the entirety of the Frost Demon race. Dodoria, keenly aware of the danger in Frisia's tone, quickly bowed. I understand. His corpulent body trembled slightly, finally realizing that Vegeta was merely an intriguing specimen to Frisia, a living testament to validate the myth. Just as Dodoria prepared to take his leave, Frisia spoke again, his tone casual. Mr. Dodoria, at your service. Dodoria straightened, his demeanor grave. Frisia drifted to the viewport, gazing into the vast expanse of stars, his cold metallic fingers gently tapping the glass. During this period, you shall manage the affairs of the base. His tone turned serious. My father has summoned me back. There appears to be a matter of great importance. Dodoria knelt on one knee, his substantial form quivering slightly from the motion. Rest assured, Lord Frisia, as long as I am here, the Legion shall not falter. Frisia turned, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Excellent. With you here, I am at ease. His gaze swept across the flickering control panels in the command room, ultimately resting on a nondescript planet in the distant starry sky, where the Saiyan prince they had discussed was imprisoned. The automatic doors of the command room opened and closed gently, leaving Frisia standing alone before the viewport. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, his crimson eyes gleaming with a dangerous anticipation. Super Saiyan, he murmured, his voice tinged with an unmistakable excitement and malice. Chapter 5. Brawla. The sky of Vegeta star was eternally shrouded in a dark crimson hue, with massive planetary rings slowly revolving in the distance, casting mottled shadows. Within the palace, constructed of metal and stone, King Vegeta stood at the observation platform, gazing down at the bustling streets of Science below. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps. Report. A Saiyan clad in battle armor, his face adorned with a thick beard, burst into the hall, kneeling on one knee, his voice trembling with excitement. King Vegeta, an urgent report has arrived from the border monitoring station. Paragus' son Broly was found to possess a combat power reading of 10,000 at birth. What? King Vegeta whirled around, the metallic soles of his boots screeching against the smooth floor. He seized the collar of the messenger, his crimson cloak billowing behind him. Are you certain? 10,000 combat power. This cannot be true. The bearded Saiyan swallowed hard, stammering, absolutely true, King Vegeta. The energy detector at the monitoring station confirmed the reading 3 times. This infant is the legendary Super Saiyan. King Vegeta's fist struck the adjacent metal pillar with ferocity, leaving a deep dent. His expression darkened ominously, veins bulging on his forehead. First, his own son Ye Jian displayed astonishing talent, and now this Broly emerged. Both infants exhibited combat power far exceeding that of typical Saiyan newborns. Yet while Ye Jian was his own blood, this Broly, infuriating. King Vegeta gritted his teeth, his nails digging into his palm. His own peak combat power was merely 28,000, and this newborn possessed a staggering 10,000. If left to grow, he would surpass Vegeta in mere years. Could he still maintain his throne then? The bearded Saiyan cautiously observed the king's expression, lowering his voice. Should we eliminate him? King Vegeta narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint shining within his crimson irises. He paced to the observation window, staring at the towering energy monitoring tower, remaining silent for a long while. No, he finally spoke, his voice cold as steel. Exile him to the most remote planet. Let him fend for himself. Now that Frisia is absent from the Legion, it is the perfect opportunity. When that demon returns to discover this monster, we shall all suffer. In truth, King Vegeta's primary concern was not Frisia's wrath, but the fear that this exceptionally gifted infant would be favored and cultivated by Frisia. At that point, Broly would undoubtedly become the greatest threat to his throne. Report, King Vegeta, the bearded Saiyan bowed. Wampa Star is 30 million light years from here. With an extremely harsh environment, perpetually shrouded in toxic mist, surface temperatures reaching 80 degrees. No intelligent life exists there. Even the most primitive beings struggle to survive. King Vegeta nodded in satisfaction. Very well. Immediately seal the information. Frisia's legion must not learn of this. As you command. At the moment the command was issued. Far away on the border patrol, Paragus received an urgent message. When he learned of his son's imminent exile, the energy detector in his hand crashed to the ground. What a joke! Paragus roared, a powerful wave of energy erupting from him, causing the surrounding metal walls to resonate. Without hesitation, he activated his personal spacecraft and sped toward the royal palace. As he burst through the guards' blockade and stumbled into the nursery, Broly lay quietly within the energy maintenance device. The infant's silver hair shimmered under the light, his tiny fists clenched, and his chest gently rose and fell with each breath. Paragus trembled as he brushed his hand over the energy shield, letting out a deep sigh. He abruptly turned and seized a passing guard. Speak. Where does King Vegeta intend to exile Broly? The guard, terrified by the ferocity in Paragus's eyes, stumbled backward, stammering. Wampa Star is set to execute the exile order tomorrow. Paragus's fist clenched tightly, flames of anger igniting in his eyes. He would never allow his son to be banished to that deathly planet. Never. In the ancient legends of the Saiyans, a legendary super warrior would emerge once every 1,000 years. They possessed cataclysmic power, with a savage and bloodthirsty nature, born as natural fighting machines. Now, this legend was transforming into reality. Broly was the once-in-a-millennium Super Saiyan. However, unlike the legends, this Super Saiyan was merely an infant. Yet he had already sent shockwaves throughout planet Vegeta. The gears of fate began to turn, and a legendary tale was about to be inscribed. Birthed from this night of conspiracies and betrayals. Inside the cold nutrient chamber, rows of cylindrical transparent containers were neatly arranged, emanating a faint blue light. The air was thick with the acrid scent of disinfectant mingled with nutrient solution, occasionally punctuated by the humming of the liquid circulation system. Saya stood before the control panel, her fingers gliding swiftly across the display, assigning the future fates of each newborn Saiyan infant. Wampa Star. The cold electronic voice echoed in the empty chamber. What? Wampa Star? Paragus sprang from his seat, his hands striking the metal control panel with a deafening crash. His pupils constricted sharply, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Wampa Star, the place deemed the death planet by the Saiyans, shrouded in perpetual dust storms, with surface temperatures soaring to 60 degrees. Rendering it inhospitable even for the hardiest of cosmic beings. He clenched his fists, his nails digging painfully into his palms. King Vegeta intends for Broly to fend for himself. Paragus screamed within. No, I cannot allow him to succeed. Meanwhile, in the elite nutrient chamber, King Vegeta paced before a row of special containers glowing with red light. The air here felt palpably heavier, each nutrient pod connected by a multitude of energy conduits. Emitting a faint hum, he stopped before a larger-than-usual red liquid pod, and through the thick reinforced glass, he could clearly see the silhouette of a fully developed Saiyan floating in the nutrient solution. Wow, he has grown so much. King Vegeta pressed his palm against the cold chamber wall, his fingertips trembling with excitement. Inside the nutrient solution, Vegeta had his eyes tightly shut, his muscular form beginning to take shape, surrounded by a subtle energy fluctuation. My most proud son, your latent abilities have reached a prodigious level. He strolled slowly around the nutrient pod, his crimson cape billowing behind him. In the future, you are destined to become the king of the universe. And you must never be forever suppressed by that monster Frisia. You are merely gathering strength for now. At this point, a chilling smile crept upon King Vegeta's lips. Since Frisia wishes to cultivate you, then do so. Utilize his resources to grow stronger and ultimately turn the tables on him. Ha ha. His maniacal laughter echoed in the vast chamber, startling a few mechanical surveillance birds perched on the metal beams. Your Majesty Vegeta. A female Saiyan with short blue hair knelt on one knee, her battle suit still dusted from the training grounds. Colonel Paragus requests an audience. King Vegeta wiped the smile off his face, casually waving his hand. Understood. He cast one last deep glance at the nutrient pod containing Vegeta, then turned and strode away, his cape rustling behind him. Upon his return to the throne hall, Paragus had already barged in, disregarding the guards' attempts to stop him. The flames of the totem on either side of the hall flickered, casting shadows that elongated and shortened. Paragus, what are you doing? King Vegeta squinted his eyes, slowly ascending the steps to the throne, each step radiating an increasing pressure. The air within the hall felt as though it had solidified. Even the flames on the walls ceased their flickering. Please forgive my rudeness. Paragus knelt on one knee, the metallic floor resonating with a sharp impact. He suppressed the fury within him, though his voice still trembled slightly. I have heard you intend to send my son Broly to a border planet? King Vegeta let out a cold laugh, lightly tapping the armrest of the throne. And so what? But guarding the border has always been the duty of lower-class warriors. Why should my son be sent? Paragus suddenly halted mid-sentence, the unspoken implication hanging heavily in the air. Indeed, King Vegeta slowly rose, looking down at the kneeling Paragus. But if your son can grow strong enough on that planet to conquer it and sell it at a high price, then he would embody the spirit of our warrior race. His words were grandiose, as if each one had been meticulously crafted. Paragus's expression twisted into a grimace, his nails breaking the skin of his palm, oozing blood. He understood all too well King Vegeta's intentions. It was clear that he feared Broly's extraordinary combat potential, yet concealed his motives behind such lofty rhetoric. But Broly is to be sent to Wampa Star. Paragus raised his head, his voice hoarse with agitation. As I understand, that place is utterly uninhabitable for any life form. Even the most rudimentary microorganisms struggle to survive. To sell such a planet at a high price is nothing but. Your son's combat power is exceptionally high. King Vegeta abruptly interrupted him, his voice as cold as ice, asserting that a genetic mutation would not be an exaggeration. If one day he were to lose his sanity, he would not only threaten the Vegeta army, but could become a calamity for the entire universe. Paragus wished to argue further, but King Vegeta raised his hand to silence him. Colonel Paragus, you are also a veteran of the Saiyans. I have not executed him. I have merely exiled him. You should be grateful for my mercy. The atmosphere in the hall plummeted to a freezing point. Paragus knelt there, trembling, yet unable to utter another word. The flames on the walls resumed their flickering, distorting his shadow as if foretelling the cruel fate awaiting his son. Damn it! Paragus could no longer contain the fury boiling within him, abruptly rising from his position, his right index finger pointing accusingly at King Vegeta's nose. His muscles tensed, veins bulging on his forehead, eyes ablaze with fury, his voice trembling with rage. Stop your pretentious act. It is nothing but envy. Envy that my son Broly's talent far surpasses that of Prince Vegeta. He stepped forward, his fists cracking ominously. This so-called exile is nothing short of premeditated murder. To cast Broly into the hell of Wampa Star is to wish for his demise. King Vegeta slowly rose, his crimson cape billowing behind him. He looked down at Paragus with disdain, a chilling glint in his eyes. Speak one more word, and I shall have your blood spilled right here. He turned to gaze out of the window, a cruel smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Moreover, it is already too late. The spaceship has launched. What? Paragus's pupils constricted in shock, and without hesitation, he lunged and shattered the tempered glass. Fragments scattered like raindrops, refracting blinding light in the sun. He landed agilely on the landing pad, rolling to absorb the impact, then forcibly pried open the hatch of a spaceship. Start it now, he bellowed, smashing the control panel, his hands flying over the complex instruments. The engine roared deafeningly, and the spaceship shot through the atmosphere like an arrow released from a bow, leaving a fiery trail across the azure sky. Inside the palace, before the broken window, King Vegeta stood with his hands clasped behind his back. The captain of the guards bowed and inquired, Your Majesty, shall we send someone to pursue? King Vegeta fixed his gaze on the departing spaceship, a predatory grin creeping across his face. No need. Wampa Star is a place even we fear to tread. No one has ever returned alive from there. Meanwhile, another spaceship sped through the cosmos. What exactly are we going to Wampa Star for? The Saiyan Habi nervously rubbed his hands together, having been unceremoniously dragged into the spaceship by Paragus, still utterly bewildered. Paragus gripped the control stick tightly, his knuckles turning white with pressure. My son has been exiled there. His voice was low and menacing. King Vegeta seeks to use me, but I shall not allow him to succeed. What? Habi exclaimed, jumping from his seat, his helmet colliding with the cabin ceiling with a dull thud. Paragus turned his head, forcing a twisted smile. Do not worry, once we find Broly, we will retreat to a remote planet. You only need to take us to our destination, and you may return to Vegeta Star. But won't you return? Habi hesitated to ask. Return? Paragus scoffed coldly, a terrifying glint flashing in his eyes. I intend to train Broly to become the strongest warrior in the universe. One day, we will flatten Vegeta's star and make that self-righteous king pay. Time passed swiftly, and 2 years flew by. Above the planet Bilia, a small spacecraft broke through the clouds. The surface of this planet was cloaked in dense primordial jungles. Winding rivers flowed like silver ribbons, and distant volcanoes loomed, the air thick with the scent of sulfur. Suddenly, a fireball streaked across the sky, accompanied by a deafening roar, as the spaceship plummeted to the ground like a meteor. Towering ancient trees snapped under the impact. Dirt and debris flew, leaving a scorched crater several meters in diameter. Thick smoke billowed upward, startling countless birds and beasts in the forest. As the dust settled, a figure could be seen slowly rising from the wreckage. At the edge of the brown pit, jagged rocks cast distorted shadows in the dim sunlight. A silver-gray spherical spaceship lay quietly at the bottom of the crater, its hatch opening and stirring a slight cloud of dust. The surface of this vessel, which had traversed the starry seas, was covered in fine scratches, as if recounting the interstellar storms and meteor strikes endured over the long journey. 2 petite figures crawled out from the hatch in succession, clad in form-fitting silver-white space combat suits that glimmered in the thin air. The girl landed first, her pink short hair fluttering gently in the breeze like a blossoming bud. Curiously, she reached out her small hand to catch a drifting golden pollen, her nose twitching slightly. The boy followed closely, his dark green hair billowing behind him, a solemn expression on his youthful face that belied his age. His dark red eyes scanned the surroundings with vigilance, reminiscent of a legendary warrior. At last, we have arrived. Ye Jian inhaled deeply, the unfamiliar air carrying a peculiar scent of grass and metal filling his lungs. He stretched his limbs, which had been curled up in the incubation pod for 2 years, joints cracking with the movement. Just then, he felt a gentle tug at the hem of his garment. Turning, he saw Su Pali gazing up at him, her amber eyes filled with confusion and reliance, her soft pink lips slightly parted but unable to produce any sound. Ye Jian knelt down to meet the girl's gaze. "Do not worry," he soothed, his fingertips lightly brushing her hair. "Let us find a safe place first, and I will teach you to speak." As he spoke, he keenly sensed the varying strengths of the energies surrounding them, akin to stars twinkling in the night sky. Some energies were wild as beasts, others steady as mountains. He moved swiftly, his youthful fingers demonstrating an extraordinary strength for his age. With a leap, he soared into the air, carving a smooth arc, and as he passed, the broad leaves of the trees fell in response. These dark green leaves, with silver veins, shimmered with a metallic luster under the sunlight. Ye Jian's hands danced gracefully, the leaves swirling in his palms, soon covering the pit completely. Having accomplished this, not a drop of sweat beaded on his forehead. During the 2 years in the cramped incubation pod, he had tirelessly practiced the unique energy control technique embedded in his mind. At this moment, he could distinctly feel the Saiyan energy surging within him, flowing like a gentle stream through his veins. The energy of 50,000 battle power was perfectly contained, as if the vast ocean were confined within a glass bottle. Shortly after they departed, several dark figures arrived in the skies. The leading 4-horned creature landed heavily, its hardened hooves leaving deep imprints in the soil. Its scaly neck turned, the horn glinting coldly in the sunlight. "I have detected energy fluctuations here," it rasped, its forked tongue quivering in the air. The other 3 frog-like creatures spread out, their bulging compound eyes scanning every inch of land. One of them swept aside the leaves concealing Ye Jian, only to find nothing beneath. "The energy trail ends here," it croaked. The 4-horned creature grew agitated, its tail striking the ground, sending sparks flying. "We must find them." The energy fluctuation was significant. If another force were to seize it, it did not finish. But the other creatures understood the stakes involved. Meanwhile, Ye Jian had led Su Pa Li through a peculiar purple forest. The branches of towering trees were adorned with glowing crystalline vines, enveloping their figures in a mesmerizing radiance. Su Pa Li's small hand tightly clutched the hem of Ye Jian's garment, her pink hair flying as they ran, resembling a sprite that had wandered into a foreign world. Ye Jian frequently glanced back to confirm their direction, his dark green hair trailing behind him in neat arcs. He sensed that the pursuers' energies were fading, but further ahead. Even more powerful presences lurked, barely concealed. This strange planet was fraught with peril, yet it would also serve as the starting point for their rebirth. A shadowy figure quietly descended upon the desolate surface of the planet, the gravel beneath their feet cracking softly upon contact. They surveyed their surroundings. This unfamiliar land exuded a disquieting aura. As the Vanguard team dispatched to investigate, they were acutely aware that the forces on this planet should not be underestimated. The air was laden with barely perceptible energy fluctuations, the strongest of which was several times more potent than that of King Vegeta. More unsettling was the fact that the owner of this energy was the ruler of this world, although a direct confrontation was not imminent. Merely sensing this power was enough to instill caution. Silence. The two-horned creature suddenly lowered its voice, its antennae quivering slightly. It bent down close to the ground, its rough fingers brushing over the disordered footprints in the sand. Look here, these traces are still quite fresh. It seems the individuals we seek are just ahead. Its voice carried a hint of excitement, laced with tension. The three-horned creature leaned in to observe, all three of its eyes narrowing simultaneously. Indeed, the depth and spacing of these footprints are quite regular, indicating that the other party moved with great composure. It appears they are still unaware that they are being watched. He rose to his feet, his antennae tracing graceful arcs in the air, and I consented to follow these traces. The four individuals exchanged glances and nodded, a faint aura of energy beginning to emanate from their bodies. At a command, they surged forth like arrows shot from a bow. The gusts of wind they generated stirring up clouds of dust. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, amidst jagged rocks, Su Pa Li, the companion of Ye Jian, suddenly halted. Her silver hair fluttered gently in the breeze, and a look of confusion appeared on her delicate features. Although she was not yet fluent in speech, her innate keen perception alerted her to the imminent danger. Ye Jian immediately noticed her unease, gently placing his broad palm on her shoulder. "Do not worry," he reassured her in a calm and powerful voice, a flicker of battle intent flashing in his crimson pupils. "It is those pursuers. Perfect. Let me test the results of my training with them." He concentrated, sensing the rapidly approaching four presences in the distance, quickly analyzing their combat capabilities. One around 7,000, another just below 4,000, and two more at over 5,000. He couldn't help but marvel at the composition. The creatures of this planet were generally stronger than the Saiyan warriors. Were it not for the Saiyans' ability to transform into great apes, the title of the universe's strongest fighting race might have changed hands. "You should hide," Ye Jian urged, pushing Su Pa Li into a large crevice between rocks. Realizing she might not understand, he repeated with clear gestures, "No matter what happens, do not come out." Su Pa Li nodded in a somewhat confused manner, clumsily mimicking, "Not coming out." "Yes, just like that." A smile graced Ye Jian's lips. He took a deep breath, slightly bending his legs before leaping powerfully into the air. His figure traced an elegant arc as he landed gracefully on an open patch 10 meters away. Upon landing, the rocks beneath him shattered, sending small fragments flying. "Come on," he shouted, assuming a combat stance as a faint golden aura began to swirl around him. This was his first true battle, filled with both tension and anticipation. The pride of being the strongest Saiyan compelled him to stand firm, despite a flicker of anxiety within. His gaze remained resolute. Moments later, four figures broke through the dust, revealing their true forms. They were four peculiar frog-like creatures adorned with strange antennae, their skin bearing an unhealthy dark green hue, and their compound eyes glimmering with a dangerous light. The leader among them, with particularly robust antennae, was evidently the one boasting a combat power of over 7,000. Ye Jian held his breath, feeling the surging power within him. At that moment, he was no longer the newcomer in this foreign land, but a true Saiyan warrior ready to prove himself through battle. Chapter 6. Primal in the dense, untamed jungle. Towering ancient trees concealed the sun, and the air was thick with the scent of damp earth. Various monstrous forms hovered in midair, their bodies flickering in the dappled sunlight. Leading them was a one-horned frog monster, its slimy green skin glistening with an eerie sheen under the sun. Who is that?" The one-horned frog monster tilted its head, confusion flashing in its bulging eyes. It rubbed its eyes with its webbed front paws, seemingly unable to believe what it was witnessing. In this world dominated by animal forms, the sudden appearance of a humanoid creature appeared exceedingly out of place. The four-horned monster flapped its fleshy wings, hovering in the air, its sharp horns glinting ominously in the sunlight. "Hey, what are you?" it bellowed in a gruff voice, the sound reverberating through the thicket. The phrasing struck it as odd. After all, In this world, humanoid beings had become the outliers. Ye Jian stood in an open area, sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows upon him. He narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "What are you? Let us see." Before he finished speaking, his legs surged with strength, and the ground beneath him erupted as he shot into the air like an arrow released from a bow. Ye Jian's once slender arms visibly swelled with muscle, veins bulging like coiling dragons. His fists, propelled by a fierce wind, left a trail of afterimages in the air. Before the four-horned monster could react, his punch struck solidly against its chest. Thud! Accompanied by a dull sound, the four-horned monster's chest burst open. Green liquid gushed forth like a fountain, tracing an eerie arc through the air. The liquid emitted a pungent odor, akin to blood, yet its color was distinctly strange, glimmering with an ominous green light under the sun. Not good, do not be careless. The one-horned monster, as the leader, was the first to react. Its combat power exceeding 7,000 allowed it to be more alert than its companions. It immediately assumed a battle stance, its powerful hind legs bending slightly, muscles taut, and its bulging eyes fixated on Ye Jian. The other monsters quickly awakened, swiftly spreading out to encircle him. The three-horned monster let out a piercing roar, its three horns glowing with blinding brightness. How dare he kill the fourth? Die! Its sharp claws sliced through the air, unleashing a searing beam of energy that hurtled toward Ye Jian. The atmosphere in the jungle thickened instantaneously, leaves rustling without wind, and the air was laden with a palpable killing intent. Ye Jian remained rooted in place, slightly adjusting his breathing as he scanned his surroundings with piercing eyes. This confrontation in the primal jungle had only just begun. His pupils constricted sharply, and his acute battle instincts prompted an immediate response. He propelled himself sideways with great force, and almost simultaneously, the ground beneath him erupted violently, sending debris and dust flying like raindrops. The shockwave from the explosion generated gusts of wind that shattered the surrounding flora. Just as Ye Jian adjusted his posture midair, he caught a glimpse of a shadow in his peripheral vision. The one-horned monster appeared behind him like a specter, its powerful right leg crashing into his back with a whoosh. Ye Jian felt a tremendous force strike him, sending him hurtling backwards like a kite with a severed string, tracing a chaotic arc through the air. In that critical moment, the two-horned monster raised a massive sword high above its head. The blade emanated an eerie glow, and with a sharp cry, a tangible sword energy cleaved through the air, striking down with devastating power. The air warped as the sword energy approached, clearly intent on cleaving Ye Jian in two, just as it seemed he would collide with a thick tree trunk behind him. A spark ignited in Ye Jian's eyes as his robust tail lashed out like a serpent, deftly wrapping around a protruding branch. Using this force, he narrowly evaded the fatal blow. That was close. Ye Jian had just begun to breathe a sigh of relief when he saw the deadly sword energy rapidly approaching his face. In a moment of desperation, an astonishing wave of energy erupted from his body. The hissing currents spiraled around him, and an intangible fighting spirit coalesced as if it were a solid form, lifting his hair and clothing in a wild flurry. Accompanied by a fierce shout, Ye Jian unleashed a powerful punch enveloped in surging energy. His fist collided violently with the sword energy, producing a deafening explosion. The lethal sword energy was forcefully dissipated, transforming into a cascade of luminous particles that vanished into the air. Without allowing the enemies a moment to react, Ye Jian surged forward. Darting like an arrow released from a bow, he delivered a series of rapid punches, and with swift sounds of slicing air, 3 invisible energy fists tore through the sky, piercing the chest of the two-horned monster with blinding speed. The two-horned monster looked down in disbelief at the gaping hole in its chest. Yet before it could let out a scream, its massive body exploded violently. The firelight from the explosion soared into the sky, resembling the most dazzling fireworks of a festival, illuminating the entire forest as bright as day. A powerful shockwave swept across the land, causing the earth to tremble and the distant treetops to rustle. How could this be? The Ye Jian monster and the San Jiao monster stared in astonishment at the proudly landed Ye Jian, a figure that appeared insignificant, yet radiated an aura that sent shivers down their spines. Their crimson pupils were filled with terror and disbelief, and their hands gripping weapons trembled involuntarily. The wind in the forest suddenly stilled, leaving only the acrid scent of gunpowder lingering in the air, heightening the intensity of this confrontation. At that moment, It felt as though time itself had frozen. Those creatures, who had once regarded Ye Jian with disdain, now found their pupils constricting, their muscles taut, and their breaths momentarily halted. They fixated on the seemingly inconspicuous figure, never anticipating that it could unleash such an astonishing energy shockwave just moments before. In this world, the strength of combat prowess was referred to as energy, which, while slightly different from Ye Jian's understanding of the concept, fundamentally served as a measure of power, merely differing in scale. Ye Jian keenly sensed the hesitation and retreat reflected in their eyes, and a provocative smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he spoke with unabashed mockery. "What? Are you afraid now?" His words were distinctly audible to the creatures in this world. Despite the vast differences in their species, their language and combat styles exhibited a remarkable unity. Both sides scrutinized each other, perceiving one another as anomalies. Ye Jian appeared bizarre to them, while they seemed equally astonishing in Ye Jian's eyes. This situation inevitably brought to mind a classic adage: when humans dominate, zombies are the monsters. Yet when zombies become the mainstream, humans become the outliers. In this world dominated by the three-dimensional frog monsters, Ye Jian and Su Pa Li, the two humanoid beings, were unequivocally regarded as monsters by the local forces. In a flash, the Ye Jiao monster and the San Jiao monster exchanged terrified glances and promptly turned to flee without hesitation. Their heavy footfalls pounded the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, and their powerful hind legs propelled them with astonishing spring, disappearing deep into the dense forest with just a few leaps. Ye Jian watched their retreating figures and shook his head in resignation. At this moment, he had yet to fully master the art of controlling his aura, particularly the technique of flying with it, leaving him helpless as he watched his opponents escape. "Let them go," Ye Jian sighed softly, turning to take Su Pa Li's hand. The girl obediently followed him, and the two swiftly departed from this perilous place. Ye Jian knew all too well that if they waited for the others to bring reinforcements, the situation would become quite troublesome. Nevertheless, his victory in this initial battle filled him with satisfaction. Throughout the skirmish, he felt increasingly adept at wielding his aura, with each movement during combat flowing as smoothly as water. They trekked onward, traversing the lush primordial jungle and crossing tumultuous streams, ultimately stopping at the edge of a steep cliff. Here, they were far removed from the powerful auras, feeling considerably safer. Ye Jian scrutinized a naturally formed cave below the cliff, its entrance partially concealed by cascading vines, offering a discreet yet expansive view. "Let us settle here," he suggested, pointing towards the cave. Su Pa Li nodded gently. Throughout their journey, Ye Jian had patiently explained the various rules of this world to her. Although she could not fully comprehend everything, she at least gained a basic understanding of their current situation. Just then, a series of gurgling sounds shattered the tranquility. Su Pa Li shyly covered her stomach, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks. Ye Jian smiled knowingly, realizing that while searching for shelter, they also needed to quickly address their hunger. The afterglow of the setting sun cast elongated shadows of the two on the cliff, marking the beginning of their new life in this unfamiliar world. The sudden gurgling echoed in the silent cave, breaking the stillness. Both Ye Jian and Su Pa Li instinctively looked down at their stomachs, realizing they were hungry. Ye Jian chuckled in resignation, ruffling Su Pa Li's hair. "Well, being a Saiyan means having a hearty appetite is only natural. Wait for me." Before he finished speaking, he dashed out of the cave like an arrow released from a bow. His figure flashed past the cave entrance, stirring a gust of wind that rustled the vines. Saiyans indeed had astonishing appetites. Even a young Saiyan like Ye Jian required a substantial amount of food to sustain his energy. He recalled his father's words, stating that an adult Saiyan could consume an entire cow in one meal, and although he was still young, his appetite was already considerable. Ye Jian swiftly maneuvered through the dense jungle, the leaves underfoot crackling softly. His sharp gaze scanned the surroundings until he quickly locked onto his target, several gigantic creatures drinking at the riverbank. These beasts were colossal, resembling dinosaurs. Yet their backs were armored with tough bony plates, and their tails bore sharp hooks. Ye Jian stealthily approached, and when he was within 10 meters of his prey, he suddenly sprang forth, his fist slicing through the air as it landed heavily on one beast's head. A resounding crash echoed as the creature, several times larger than Ye Jian, collapsed. The other two beasts, witnessing this, attempted to flee, but Ye Jian was faster. He darted forward, his legs propelling him into the air, executing a precise hand strike on the neck of the second beast. The third beast let out an enraged roar, opening its massive jaws to bite him, but Ye Jian stood firm, concentrating his energy into a powerful wave. A flash of white light later, the final beast fell to the ground with a thud. When he returned to the cave by the cliff with the three enormous creatures in tow, Ye Jian was astonished to find he felt no fatigue whatsoever. He gazed at his muscular arms in admiration. Truly, the Saiyan physique is remarkable. Dragging such heavy prey over such a distance without feeling even a hint of exhaustion is astounding. Remembering his past self, who could barely carry 50 pounds of rice, Ye Jian shook his head. Now, he traversed the jungle with prey each several times his size, yet remained calm and steady. He needed to process these catches quickly, otherwise, his future wife might go hungry. Talking to himself, Ye Jian began skillfully preparing the prey. He first sharpened a stone with his energy wave, deftly skinning and boning the meat. He then gathered dry twigs and rubbed them together to create a fire, a skill he had learned on planet Bilia. The flames crackled, and the meat gradually turned golden over the fire, with fat dripping into the flames, sizzling and releasing an enticing aroma into the air. While Ye Jian focused on roasting the meat, on the other side of the jungle, the Ye Jiao monster and the Sanjiao monster, who had narrowly escaped, knelt in a dark cave, reporting their encounter to their leader. That boy was terrifying. The Ye Jiao monster trembled as it described Ye Jian's appearance: golden hair, blue eyes, and that astonishing combat power. The leader, a massive frog-like creature covered in golden blue scales, suddenly widened its eyes upon hearing this. It stroked its chin with webbed claws, pondering aloud. Could it be that our kind has come to this planet? Its voice carried evident shock and unease, as if it understood Ye Jian's identity. The flickering shadows cast by the torches in the cave illuminated the worry glimmering in its eyes. Does he have a tail? At the back? The Sanjiao monster whispered nervously, glancing around while gesturing to depict the tail's length and shape. Yes, a tail, black and fluffy, agile like a whip. Is something wrong? The Ye Jiao monster tilted its head, its antennae quivering slightly, confusion and curiosity evident in its tone. Saiyan. The leader abruptly rose from his stone seat, the heavy sound of his footsteps resonating throughout the cavern. A flicker of fear crossed his eyes as his hands instinctively tightened around the weapon at his waist. He never anticipated that they would track him down to this very place. Trouble was imminent. His voice trembled noticeably, revealing his profound knowledge of the Saiyans. Indeed, the Saiyans are the most formidable warrior race in the universe, bloodthirsty and belligerent, having obliterated countless planets. The leader took a deep breath, surveying each of his subordinates present. I command that from this moment forth, no one is to seek him out. Those who defy this order will face lethal consequences. Ah, the Saiyans? Are they truly that formidable? Leader, are you not their match? The triangular creature cautiously stepped forward, its antennae twitching nervously. To it, the energy fluctuations of that diminutive being seemed weaker than their leader's. You know nothing. The leader slammed his palm against the stone table, shards of rock scattering. Once they transform, our demise is certain. Even I am no match for them. His voice was filled with rage and terror, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Therefore, from this moment forward, no one is to seek him out. This is an order. It turns out that this leader's true identity is that of an outsider. Several years prior, he had witnessed the destructive power of the Saiyans on a distant planet. That day, the sky was stained crimson, and a tremendous energy wave devastated the planet's surface. In a stroke of luck, he managed to pilot his spaceship to safety, but an explosion occurred while traversing a wormhole, ultimately crashing on this remote planet. Stranded without his ship, he established his own dominion here, assuming the role of a bandit king. He chose a secluded cave as his stronghold, surrounded by traps and sentinels. Over the years, he meticulously concealed his identity, fearful of being discovered by other forces in the cosmos. However, fate seemed to play a cruel joke on him. The Saiyans had located this place, and he was unable to flee once more. Now, he could only cling to hope, praying that by not provoking the Saiyans, he might evade this calamity. Whenever he recalled the terrifying scene of the Saiyans transforming into great apes, he shuddered uncontrollably. Their colossal forms, devastating power, and bloodthirsty gazes had become an inescapable shadow in his mind. He vividly remembered how, with a simple wave of their hand, that Saiyan turned an entire city into ruins. We must proceed with caution, the leader murmured, his fingers unconsciously tracing the patterns on the stone seat. From now on, increase vigilance, but do not display hostility. Let us hope they are merely passing through. The atmosphere in the cave grew heavy, with every creature's face etched with tension and unease. They had never seen their leader so fearful, which made them realize that the enemy they faced might be even more terrifying than they had imagined. As the sun dipped lower, the orange-red glow bathed the dense forest in warmth, adorning the leaves with golden edges. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting a few fallen leaves into the air, where they twirled gracefully to the ground. Deep within this tranquil forest, the enticing aroma of roasted meat began to waft, weaving invisible threads through every breath of air. Ye Jian squatted beside a campfire, the flames dancing and illuminating his chiseled features. His fingers deftly turned the meat skewered over the fire, fat dripping into the flames with a satisfying sizzle, accompanied by rising wisps of white smoke. The surface of the meat gradually turned golden, its edges curling slightly, releasing an even richer fragrance. This aroma seemed to possess a life of its own, swiftly spreading and attracting the attention of various small creatures. Several daring squirrels peeked out from the treetops, their beady eyes fixated on the meat above the fire, their noses twitching incessantly. A wild rabbit sprang forth from the underbrush, cautiously surveying its surroundings, yet unable to resist the allure of the enticing scent. Even a few brightly colored birds perched on nearby branches, curiously tilting their heads to observe the scene. However, this serenity was soon shattered. Ye Jian lifted his gaze slightly, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He exhaled softly, an invisible aura suddenly emanating from him, akin to ripples spreading across a tranquil lake when a stone is cast into it. The animals seemed to sense an irresistible threat. The squirrels fled back into their holes. The rabbit bolted away, and the birds flapped their wings, swiftly escaping. In the blink of an eye, silence reclaimed the surroundings, leaving only the crackling sound of the campfire. At that moment, a faint rustling emerged from the depths of the woods. Supali cautiously poked her head out, her large eyes warily scanning the area. Her stomach grumbled audibly, prompting her to swallow hard. She had been hungry for far too long, and the enticing aroma was simply irresistible. Ye Jian noticed her presence, and a subtle smile crept onto his face. He skillfully tore off a perfectly roasted piece of meat and offered it to Supali. "Here, eat this." His voice was calm and gentle, a stark contrast to the imposing aura he had radiated moments before. Supali hesitated momentarily, but ultimately succumbed to the temptation of food, cautiously accepting the morsel. She took a small bite, and her eyes lit up as she began to devour it hungrily. Ye Jian watched her quietly, a hint of barely perceptible tenderness in his gaze. The current Ye Jian was no longer the same as before. Once characterized by his aloof demeanor, he now exhibited an entirely different side of himself. Though his expression retained its usual seriousness, his actions and mannerisms revealed an inner transformation. Perhaps this was fate's design, allowing him to discover a new self in this unfamiliar world. As night gradually fell, countless stars began to twinkle in the sky. Ye Jian sat cross-legged beside the campfire, embarking on his routine meditation. He closed his eyes, adjusting his breath and sensing the flow of energy within him. Meanwhile, he did not forget to teach Supali some language. He patiently pointed to the objects around them, repeatedly articulating their names, occasionally using gestures to aid her comprehension. Supali learned with great diligence. Although her pronunciation was still imperfect, she earnestly mimicked Ye Jian's mannerisms. Sometimes she would frown in frustration when she made a mistake, prompting Ye Jian to gently pat her head in encouragement. The flickering firelight cast long shadows of the two, intertwining in the night. In his heart, Ye Jian contemplated the growth patterns of the Saiyans. In this world, Saiyans are categorized into rapid and slow growth types. He and Supali belong to the former, capable of reaching near-adult heights before the age of 18, reminiscent of the moment Bulma first encountered Sun Wukong in the original story. Although Ye Jian is merely over 2 years old and has a long journey ahead to reach that stage, as a rapid growth type, he believes it will not be long before he achieves this goal. The slow growth type is entirely different, exemplified by Sun Wukong, who retained a childlike appearance until adulthood, only to experience a sudden growth spurt, as if transforming overnight. This disparity in growth patterns made Ye Jian marvel at the wonders of the universe, as each race possesses its own unique mode of existence. As the night deepened, the campfire continued to burn quietly. Ye Jian gazed up at the starry sky, a determined light flickering in his eyes. In this vast universe, countless mysteries await his exploration. At this moment, he simply wished to cherish the tranquil time before him, continuing his journey of cultivation and growth alongside Su Pa Li beneath the starlit sky. As time flowed swiftly by, the once youthful boy, who had immersed himself in training at the distant Tian Shindian, had unknowingly spent several years in quiet reflection. He stood upon the familiar street, sunlight cascading upon the sharp contours of his profile, casting a long shadow. A gentle breeze tousled the strands of hair that fell across his forehead, and those once innocent eyes now possessed a profound depth, shimmering with the wisdom born of trials endured. Meanwhile, in the distant depths of the cosmos, an unusual atmosphere enveloped the territory of the Ice Demon clan. Two sinister-looking spacecraft descended sequentially upon the frozen docking bay, and the moment the hatches opened, a chilling aura mingled with a palpable sense of menace. Frisia alighted from the ship with an elegant yet perilous gait, his distinctive white armor reflecting a cold light across the icy expanse. Upon catching sight of a figure before the other vessel, a flicker of displeasure crossed his crimson eyes. "Oh, you have returned as well?" His voice, laced with a distinctive sweetness, could not mask the detachment and disdain woven into his tone. Gula slowly turned, appearing even more imposing than the diminutive Frisia. The metallic tip of his tail glided gently across the ice, leaving a subtle trace. A knowing smile graced his lips. "It was Father who summoned me back. I trust you received a similar call." His voice resonated with a deep, magnetic timbre, each syllable seemingly a meticulously crafted performance. The two brothers stood in stark contrast. Frisia resembled a drawn sword, unreservedly showcasing his sharpness and cruelty, whereas Gula embodied a meticulously concocted poison, cloaked in elegance yet harboring lethal intent. In their shared gaze, an intricate blend of familial familiarity and millennia-old estrangement lay intertwined. "Humph." Frisia impatiently tapped the ice with his tail, pondering what had compelled their father to summon them at this moment. His scarlet eyes scanned the surrounding guards, his tone rife with irritation at the interruption. Gula slightly inclined his body, gesturing with an air of invitation. "Let us dispense with idle chatter, since we are here. Let us discover the purpose of Father's summons." His smile remained flawless, yet an imperceptible glint of calculation flickered within his gaze. The two advanced toward the towering crystalline palace, where warriors knelt on one knee, heads bowed, too daunted to meet their eyes. Carved upon the palace's columns were ancient totems of the Ice Demon clan, as a chilling blue luminescence flowed through the corridors. Their footsteps echoed within the vast hall, each step resonating like a note in the symphony of fate. At last, they arrived at the innermost sanctum of the palace. Upon a lofty throne sat the majestic King Cooled, his formidable form nearly filling the seat. The twisted horns a testament to the passage of time and the accumulation of power. Beneath a similarly prominent nose as Frisia's, his thin lips were pressed tightly, exuding an aura of authority without the need for anger. His long tail languidly draped beside the throne, while his six-toed feet firmly rested upon the ground. As his discerning eyes slowly opened, they traversed between his two sons, and the atmosphere within the hall thickened as if it were on the verge of freezing. "You have arrived." King Cooled's voice reverberated like the clash of ancient ice, filling the hall with echoes. He leaned slightly forward, causing the throne to emit a faint creak, suggesting it was time to impart certain matters to them. In the cold and dim recesses of the palace, King Cooled sat upon a throne forged from dark metal, his imposing stature reminiscent of an immovable iceberg. Clutched within his hand was a goblet adorned with an ethereal blue gem, filled with a viscous liquid that resembled blood. As he gently swirled it, it emitted an eerie glow. Surrounding the palace, colossal ice walls reflected faint light, casting elongated shadows, as if numerous specters lurked in the darkness. A bone-chilling cold permeated the air, so intense that even breaths crystallized into frost. "You have returned." King Cooled's voice, low and oppressive, reverberated through the vast hall, akin to the thunder of ancient storms. His gaze sliced through the prostrate subordinates, the corners of his mouth curling into a barely perceptible, cold smirk. He took a measured sip from the goblet, savoring the fleeting moment of tranquility and the intoxicating sensation of total control. This was the Ice Demon, a race that instilled terror throughout the cosmos. The Ice Demon clan originated from a planet located at an unimaginable distance from its solar system's sun, where the environment was harsh beyond comprehension. The air was so thin that breathing was nearly impossible, the surface perpetually shrouded in ice, with temperatures plummeting to absolute zero. Yet, it was within this unforgiving realm that the ice demons evolved unparalleled survival capabilities. They required neither water nor warmth, and could endure in a vacuum for weeks. Their bodies functioned like intricate war machines, capable of unleashing devastating power in an instant. Even more astonishing was their ability to transform into multiple forms. They could reproduce asexually like the Namekians, but unlike oviparous reproduction, they were viviparous, inheriting their ancestors' hatred and greed with each generation. As they entered interstellar civilization, they swiftly recognized their own might and dominated the universe with thunderous force. However, the expansion of power also birthed internal fractures. The generational hatred and greed ultimately ignited a prolonged civil war as formidable warriors clashed with the cunning of lesser races, leading to the gradual decline of the ice demon population. In the end, each clan bore only one offspring, believing this would usher in peace. Yet, they were mistaken. The lifespan and appearance of ice demons exhibited immense individual variance, further destabilizing their internal balance. Each newborn ice demon emerged in its primal form. Yet over the past several generations, their inability to control their overwhelming power had repeatedly resulted in calamities. A slight movement could obliterate entire cities, and unintentional emotional fluctuations could rend the very fabric of the cosmos. To address this issue, they devised a transformation that diminished their power, albeit at the cost of limiting their explosive strength, allowing them to better control themselves. For King Cooled, Gula, and Frisia, their transformations bore striking similarities. As if cursed by a shared lineage, those who ultimately could not self-regulate would reduce their power to a minimum, yet this did not render them weak. On the contrary, this restrained power rendered them more perilous, akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, poised to deliver a fatal strike. King Cooled rose slowly, his figure appearing even more imposing against the reflection of the ice walls. He strode toward the palace windows, where an endless expanse of stars twinkled like diamonds, yet could not obscure the coldness and ambition in his gaze. He knew that the fate of the Ice Demon clan remained uncertain, and he would rule over this cosmic sea with an iron fist until the very last moment. Deep within the distant northern galaxy, a grand palace constructed of crystalline ice shimmered, surrounded by swirling cold, where ice crystals glimmered. According to the ancient traditions of the Ice Demon clan, each newborn demon would be immediately encased in eternal ice upon birth, the layers deep and transparent, as if capable of freezing time itself. They lay in tranquil slumber, their bodies gradually growing in the extreme cold until the passage of time culminated in maturity, at which point the ice would silently fracture, releasing the latent power within. The entire unsealing process was accompanied by flurries of ice shards and biting cold, resembling a sacred rite, heralding the awakening of a new generation of demons. Within the vast expanse of the northern galaxy, the ice demon population was astonishingly sparse, consisting solely of 3 members who formed this mysterious and potent lineage: Frisia, Gula, and their father, King Cooled. Each wielded immense power, traversing the stars to execute their ruthless dominion. However, there exists a hidden entity in legend, one whose time to reveal himself has yet to come. His shadow surges like an undercurrent, shrouding the future of this family in a veil of uncertainty. At this moment, within the grand hall of the palace, the ice crystal walls reflect an ethereal blue light, and the air is saturated with an icy chill. Gula and Frisia stand side by side, their figures appearing particularly imposing and dignified in the icy luminescence. Despite harboring feelings of discontent and disdain towards their father, they are compelled to suppress their emotions temporarily and bow respectfully in the presence of King Cooled. After all, the ties of blood and the rules of the family are not to be easily challenged. Even the deepest grievances must remain buried within, unable to erupt in the moment. Frisia is the first to shatter the silence, his cold voice reverberating through the hall, laced with a barely perceptible hint of inquiry. "Father, what urgent matter has summoned us back?" His gaze, sharp as a blade, sweeps over his father's face as if assessing an incompetent adversary. Meanwhile, Frisia's mind races with a multitude of unresolved issues, interstellar conquests, resource allocations, each demanding his attention, with time slipping away like sand through his fingers. Gula follows suit, his voice revealing evident impatience, brow furrowed, hands unconsciously clenching. Indeed, Father, your sudden call suggests that something significant has transpired in the galaxy. His tone is deep and resonant, echoing through the ice crystals, betraying a dissatisfaction akin to Frisia's. In truth, the sentiment of discontent is not unique to Frisia. Gula, too, is vexed by this unexpected summons, his mounting responsibilities causing him great anxiety. King Cooled, seated upon a towering ice crystal throne, toys with a goblet filled with dark red liquid. Upon hearing the questioning tone of his sons, he is instantly engulfed in a wave of fury. A fleeting grimace crosses his wrinkled face as he slams the goblet onto a nearby ice table, producing a sharp, resonant sound. What is it? Can I call you back without cause? His voice booms like thunder, reverberating throughout the hall, the coldness intensifying in response to his wrath. Gula reacts swiftly, lowering his head and adopting a humble tone. Of course not. Father, please temper your anger. He hastily offers an apology, seeking to quell the impending conflict. However, Frisia stands aloof, a smirk of undisguised contempt curling his lips. In his eyes, this father has long since lost his former authority, his mediocre strength overshadowed by an incessant need to meddle, rendering him utterly disdainful. Frisia's inner monologue echoes. Were it not for the constraints of family tradition, he would have long since shed this burden. Indeed, according to the legends of Dragon Ball Super, when Sobi attempted to resurrect King Cooled, Frisia had secretly commanded that his father must never return to this world, a testament to his profound disappointment. To return to the matter at hand, Frisia's straightforward nature abhors the hypocrisy of familial etiquette and entanglements. He prefers to let strength and efficiency speak, rather than squander time within the frigid palace. King Cooled, well aware of the temperaments of his two sons, takes a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his anger. He gradually sets the goblet down and rises from his throne. His robust frame casts a long shadow in the icy glow, muscles taut, resembling a moving mountain. Though advanced in years, his stature remains formidable, each step resonating heavily, embodying an imposing presence at this moment. He surveys his surroundings, the reflections on the ice crystal walls mirroring his complex expression, as if weighing how to navigate the undercurrents within the family. Within the palace constructed of crystal, a palpable chill flows between the columns. King Cooled sits regally upon his throne carved from ancient ice, his fingertips tapping the armrest, each strike causing the air's ice crystals to tremble. Frisia and Gula stand on either side, their crimson eyes glinting ominously in the hazy frost. The purpose of summoning you back is to make you recognize the boundaries of reality. King Cooled's voice carries the weight of interstellar dust, echoing within the vast hall. Our frozen clan has traversed the universe for millions of years, indeed worthy of the title of the strongest race in the cosmos. Yet, within this vast sea of stars, there exist two entities that must never be trifled with. Nanny. Frisia's tail lashes out, shattering the icy ground beneath him, while Gula steps forward, their eyes locking in shared disbelief. The aura radiating from them causes the temperature within the palace to plummet, instantaneously forming spiderweb-like cracks in the walls. King Cooled observes the tumultuous emotions swirling in his son's eyes, recalling the magnificent spectacle of meteorites shattering into stardust at absolute zero when they once obliterated planet Vegeta. Yet now, these two cosmic overlords, feared by countless galaxies, reveal a moment of vulnerability at the mere mention of a name. Gula's fingertips gather a flickering energy of ice, his crimson pupils narrowing as he declares, "In the 327th galaxy we destroyed, we have never encountered an opponent worthy of our attention." Frisia meticulously adjusts his gauntlets, his lips forming a taut, unyielding line. "I recall an individual who called himself the messenger of the Kaioshin. I believe his remains still float amidst the interstellar dust." King Cooled rises heavily, the ice crystal throne humming under the strain of his presence. He gestures in the air, outlining a star map, countless luminous points flickering within the icy mist. "Do you believe the Kaioshin are the pinnacle of the universe?" His fingertip glides across two regions radiating a dangerous red light, where slumbering entities possess the power to warp time and space, erasing entire galaxies. Even with the ultimate form of our frozen clan's might, we are but fireflies in the presence of their stars. Frisia's energy field suddenly spirals out of control, a tempestuous gust sweeping away the interstellar trophies displayed within the hall. Gula quickly deploys a protective shield, yet is still forced back 3 steps, leaving deep ice imprints on the ground. Listen carefully. King Cold's voice transforms into a tangible wave, refracting between the ice crystal walls. The purpose of this awakening is to ingrain in you the characteristics of these two entities, should you encounter them during your interstellar journeys. He pauses, as two colossal phantoms materialize through the nebula behind the throne, immediately retreat, at any cost. Chapter 8. Super Saiyan. The cold metallic walls reflect an ethereal blue light, as Gula and Frieza stand before King Cold's throne, their figures elongated in the dim illumination. An almost imperceptible chill hangs in the air, as if time itself has come to a standstill in that moment. When King Cold mentions that name, Gula and Frieza exchange a glance, both harboring a flicker of imperceptible vigilance within their eyes. Their voices echo within the expansive hall, tinged with suppressed curiosity. Father, who exactly is this person? King Cold slowly rises from his throne, the weight of his armor producing subtle metallic sounds with each movement. His gaze sharpens and deepens, as though piercing through time itself, glimpsing ancient terrors. He inhales deeply, his voice low and grave, each word seeming to be squeezed from the depths of his throat. There has long been a tale within our clan, one of the ancient demon Majin Buu, terrifying beyond measure, one we cannot provoke. Oh, Majin Buu? Gula raises an eyebrow, a faint, barely perceptible smirk playing at his lips, while Frieza narrows his crimson eyes, as if scouring his mind for any trace of this name. Although King Cold often rambles on about old tales, the atmosphere at this moment compels Gula and Frieza to take him seriously. They are well aware that although their father may sometimes appear verbose, he would never speak frivolously on matters that pertain to the survival of their race. However, as proud members of the Frozen Demon Clan, their veins coursing with indomitable blood, they are not easily swayed by the legendary tales of the invincible Majin Buu. A flicker of defiance ignites within them, silently proclaiming that even the most terrifying of legendary beings may not compel them to bow their heads. Father, who is the other? Frieza's voice shattered the brief silence, his fingers lightly tapping on the metal armrest beside him, producing a crisp sound. King Cold had just mentioned two names, with Majin Buu being one. Thus, who could the other be? The expression on King Cold's face darkened instantly, a glimmer of unmasked fear flashing in his eyes, causing even his towering frame to tremble slightly. He slowly raised his hand, as if to grasp something, only to let it fall helplessly. There is one even more terrifying. His voice was nearly inaudible, yet it pierced through the hearts of Gula and Frieza like a cold dagger. Oh! Frieza and Gula spoke almost in unison, their gazes fixed intently on King Cold's face, attempting to decipher more from their father's expression. The fear in King Cold's eyes was palpably real, intensely overwhelming, as if he had witnessed the horror of that being firsthand. In that moment, the air in the hall seemed to freeze, each breath becoming burdensome. What manner of existence could evoke such terror in their father? Father, who exactly is it? Frieza's voice trembled imperceptibly, his fingers unconsciously caressing the armrest of his chair, his expression betraying an unprecedented tension. King Cold slowly turned around, his gaze akin to a bottomless icy pool, his voice deep and oppressive. The god of destruction, Beerus. He is the most terrifying existence in the universe, a destroyer that even the gods fear. The god of destruction, Beerus. The name resonated with an eerie power, and as it echoed in the air, both Gula and Frieza's bodies trembled in unison. An invisible chill surged from their spines to the top of their heads, as if a cold hand had gripped their hearts. They could sense that this name represented an absolute power beyond their comprehension. This. Gula suddenly raised his head, exchanging a glance with Frieza. Both their pupils constricted slightly, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. They saw the same terror reflected in each other's eyes, a shudder stemming from the depths of their souls. The god of destruction, Beerus? Frieza's voice had taken on a hoarse quality. Indeed, the god of destruction, Beerus, King Cold continued, slowly pacing to the window, gazing out at the vast starry sky, his tone grave. If I were to choose between facing Majin Buu and Beerus, I would rather confront Majin Buu 10 times than face Beerus for even a second. He turned around, his gaze piercing. At your current level, you cannot comprehend the existence of such a being. But remember, if you encounter him, it is best to humble yourselves and bow to the ground. Otherwise, there is no doubt you will perish. At this point, King Cold paused abruptly. He retrieved a glowing scroll from his robe and casually tossed it to the two. The scroll unfurled in midair, revealing a lifelike portrait of a being clad in purple robes, exuding a disdainful aura. Even the image alone emanated a suffocating pressure. "This is the god of destruction, Beerus." King Cold's voice was as cold as ice. "You must remember this face well. If you ever provoke him, do not say I did not warn you. If he kills you, no one will be able to avenge you." As the sun rises and sets, and the stars shift in the night sky, the river of time flows slowly, and in the blink of an eye, over 4 years have passed quietly. On planet Bilia, amidst a vast plain, the emerald grass stretches like a carpet of jade, reaching towards the distant mountains. A gentle breeze stirs the grass, sending waves cascading, while the air is fragrant with the scent of fresh grass and wildflowers. In the heart of this open space, 2 figures are locked in a fierce battle. The sounds of fists and feet colliding resonate continuously, each impact sending visible shockwaves that flatten the surrounding grass. One figure moves with the swiftness of lightning, leaving behind afterimages with every motion. The other stands firm as a rock, each strike imbued with the strength to shatter mountains. Their movements are dazzlingly rapid, the grass beneath them torn to shreds by the unleashed energy. Sunlight glimmers on their sweat-drenched skin, casting a radiant sheen. Occasionally, birds soar overhead but flee in panic upon sensing the formidable aura. In this serene expanse, only the roar of fists slicing through the air and the thunderous stomps of their feet persist. As the distance between them narrows, the scene becomes increasingly vivid. It is a clearing surrounded by ancient trees, sunlight filtering through the layered leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground. In this vibrant space, 2 agile figures weave and collide with astonishing speed. One is a petite girl, just over a meter tall, her lithe form encased in a snug black combat suit. Her short hair, neatly cropped, dances through the air, leaving graceful arcs with her movements. Though still young, her beauty is evident, her delicate features animated as she engages her opponent. The boy she battles is equally lithe, slightly taller, which adds to his imposing presence. Most striking is his hair, standing tall like a burning flame. A row of sharp bangs falls across his broad forehead, framing a uniquely heart-shaped face. His brows are strong, and the corners of his eyes carry a subtle shadow, while his sharp gaze emanates a chilling aura, one that is not born of bloodshed but rather an innate fierceness. "Hiya!" the girl exclaimed sharply, executing a fierce spinning kick aimed at her opponent's face. The boy, unperturbed, sidestepped and deflected her attack with his right hand, while his left shot out like a viper toward her ribs. They moved swiftly across the clearing, their footsteps leaving varying imprints in the soft earth. The sound of fists slicing through the air and the flurry of legs produced astonishing power with each encounter. Over the past 4 years, they have shared every moment in this secluded forest. Ye Jian has steadfastly fulfilled his role as a guardian, never harming any life except when necessary for hunting. Under his careful tutelage, Su Pa has not only mastered language, but has also made remarkable strides in martial arts. With a final, powerful punch that carried the force of a gale, they both recoiled from the impact, landing steadily on the ground. The girl panted lightly, the hair on her forehead damp with sweat. "I can't keep up, Ye Jian. You're just too strong." Su Pa leaned on her knees, her chest rising and falling gently with each breath. Ye Jian paused, taken aback by her words. What did she mean by him being too strong? This girl always had a way with words that left one's thoughts wandering. "All right, let us take a break," he said, releasing his fierce aura and casually lying face down on the soft grass. He placed his hands behind his head, gazing up at the sky fragmented by the tree canopy. For years had accustomed him to the role of an older brother, tirelessly guiding and accompanying this unexpectedly found sister. Shaoli imitated his posture, resting her chin on her hands, her bright eyes fixed on him. "Brother Ye Jian, I never expected you to create such an impressive cultivation method by yourself. I can hardly believe I possess such prowess." Ye Jian remained silent, directing his gaze toward the distant sky. He could not reveal the truth that these intricate cultivation techniques had inexplicably manifested in his mind one day, as if they were innate instincts. For years ago, after they settled in this secluded forest, Ye Jian dedicated over 6 months teaching Shaoli the language of this world, imparting everything from basic pronunciations to complex grammar, and from everyday conversations to martial arts texts. Once she had mastered the language, he gradually began to instruct her on the utilization of qi, teaching her how to perceive the energy of the universe, how to guide the breath within her body, and how to harness this power for her own purposes. Every evening, As twilight descended, they would sit in a clearing, practicing under the luminous moonlight. Ye Jian would meticulously correct her posture, patiently explaining the essentials of each movement. At times, when Shaoli grew disheartened by her slow progress, he would find various ways to encourage her, and when she sustained injuries during training, he would tenderly bandage her wounds until she once again wore a smile. The 4 years of shared days and nights transformed these two strangers into the most significant presences in each other's lives. In this isolated forest, they supported each other and grew together, crafting their own legend through sweat and effort. As the morning mist had yet to fully dissipate, the training ground was already resonating with heavy footsteps. Ye Jian stood bare-chested, sweat cascading down his well-defined back, pooling at his feet to form dark imprints. He bore a massive boulder weighing a ton, its surface rugged and glistening with a bluish-gray sheen in the morning light. With each step he took, the ground beneath him trembled slightly. His legs were muscular and taut, every stride firm and powerful. Though sweat blurred his vision, he paid it no mind, casually wiping it away as he continued to run across the desolate training ground. The heavy rock remained steadfast on his back, seemingly fused with him. This was Ye Jian, a Saiyan crafting his own legend. His training methods appeared simplistic and brutal, yet they encapsulated the primal wisdom of Saiyan cultivation. Day after day of weighted running caused his muscle fibers to tear and regenerate, each rebirth rendering them more resilient. Now, running with the ton-weighted boulder felt as effortless to him as carrying 10 kilograms does to an ordinary person. Unlike Broly, who relied on innate talent to grow stronger, Ye Jian's power stemmed from relentless daily training. His training ground lay within a barren valley, encircled by sheer rock walls. Each morning, as the sun rose, his silhouette would appear on this land, ready to commence his day's training. Legends of the fabled Super Saiyans had circulated throughout Saiyan history for ages. It was said that these exceptional Saiyans experienced a doubling of their strength each year after birth, a talent deemed terrifying. Ye Jian stood in the center of the training ground, gazing at the sun rising in the east, the tales of these legends flooding his mind. He was acutely aware that the origins of the Super Saiyan myth in the original narrative traced back to the destruction of planet Vegeta. The legend left behind by Bardock, who traversed time to reach the past, differed from the legendary Super Saiyans like Broly. Bardock's tale formed the main storyline of the Dragon Ball universe, with his son, Sun Wukong, his grandson, Sun Wufan, and the proud Saiyan Prince Vegeta subsequently reaching this pinnacle. This legend resembled a goal attainable through diligent effort, an aspiration shared by all Saiyans. Conversely, the legendary Super Saiyans referred to those Saiyans born with unique bloodlines, who would periodically emerge as unparalleled warriors. They possessed innate potential far surpassing that of ordinary beings, such as Broly from Universe 7 and Kale from Universe 6, both of whom belonged to this category of legendary figures. Yet for Ye Jian, such legends posed no threat. He firmly believed that through unwavering dedication to his training, he would one day surpass all these legendary warriors. At that moment, he took a deep breath and hurled the massive stone skyward. The boulder tumbled through the air, stirring a fierce wind. Just as it was about to descend, Ye Jian expertly caught it, his arm muscles tensing instantly without a hint of tremor. 3 years of arduous training had elevated his combat power to an astonishing 30 million. This was not solely the result of weighted running, but also stemmed from daily stances in the horse-riding position. Each night, he would practice under the moonlight, drenched in sweat as his legs ached to the point of numbness, yet he never surrendered easily. Most astonishingly, Ye Jian possessed an extraordinary number of S cells within him. These unique cells were continually activated through his diligent training, allowing him to transform without relying on rage. This was his distinctive talent as the mightiest Saiyan. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Ye Jian concluded his day's training. He stood at the highest point of the training ground, gazing at the resplendent dusk. The golden sunlight bathed his bronze skin, illuminating his resolute features. 30 million in combat power was merely a beginning. He believed that as long as he continued this rigorous training, he would one day surpass all the legendary Super Saiyans and become a true legend. As night gradually enveloped the land, the training ground bore witness to deep footprints, a testament to this Saiyan's persistence and growth day after day. Fiery energy surged skyward as Ye Jian's muscles bulged, his golden hair dancing wildly in the energy storm. His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging, and a brilliant light erupted from him, causing the ground beneath him to crack under the force of his power. With a thunderous roar, his combat power soared, ultimately stabilizing at the astonishing figure of 1.5 billion. Though all were Super Saiyans, Ye Jian's transformation was markedly different from those of Sun Wukong and others. His golden aura was interwoven with dark red energy currents, and his pupils shimmered with a lava-like brilliance, exuding a pressure that rendered the air within a radius of several kilometers nearly palpable. Even in the most ordinary of stances, he radiated an overwhelming regal presence. Under Ye Jian's meticulous guidance, Xiaoli also exhibited remarkable progress. At that moment, she gritted her teeth, her hands coalescing a dazzling energy wave. Sweat trickled down her cheeks, evaporating instantly in the searing heat of her aura. Her combat power had surpassed the 100,000 mark. Yet compared to Ye Jian, it was still a mere flicker against the full moon. After 4 years, Ye Jian abruptly ceased training, gazing into the depths of the starry sky. His voice echoed in the vast training ground, tinged with a hint of melancholy. I wonder what planet Vegeta looks like now. Upon hearing this, Xiaoli's energy wave gradually dissipated. She lowered her head, her golden hair obscuring the sadness in her eyes. After all this time together, she had come to understand the entire truth. She had been exiled by King Vegeta. Though termed exile, it was effectively a banishment. All of this stemmed from the existence of Ye Jian, this anomaly. Reflecting on the past, Xiaoli clenched her fists. Ye Jian had possessed a combat power of 50,000 at birth, a staggering figure that directly threatened King Vegeta's reign. Had Ye Jian remained on planet Vegeta, the throne would undoubtedly belong to him now. More frighteningly, given Ye Jian's incredible potential, his current strength had likely already surpassed the limits. Ye Jian's roar jolted Xiaoli from her reverie. He bore the weight of colossal boulders, resembling small mountains, as he moved swiftly across the training ground. With each step he took, deep imprints were left in the earth. Sweat poured down like rain, yet it evaporated the moment it touched the scorched ground. His potential seemed boundless, with every grueling training session unleashing an even greater power. Had he access to professional training equipment and guidance, Ye Jian's prowess would undoubtedly ascend to unimaginable heights. Xiaoli observed Ye Jian, drenched in sweat amidst the dust, her gaze filled with complexity. This exiled prince was steadfastly advancing towards the throne of the universe's strongest. Chapter 9. The god of destruction. The dying rays of the sun cast a crimson hue over the barren surface of the planet, painting the rolling sand dunes in shades of red. Ye Jian stood atop a massive rock, his black battle suit billowing in the wind, his profound gaze seemingly piercing through the fabric of time and space, fixating on the distant planet of Vegeta. Xiaoli cautiously approached, her footsteps light, wary of disturbing Ye Jian's thoughts. She lifted her head, her clear eyes filled with concern. Ye Jian Gij, shall we return? Her voice was soft, tinged with a hint of trepidation. During this time, Xiaoli had keenly sensed Ye Jian's irritation regarding matters of Vegeta. Although he had never raised his voice at her, she refrained from probing further. Whenever she noticed his displeasure, she quietly stepped aside, choosing not to inquire further. Ye Jian slowly turned around, the sunset's light accentuating his resolute profile. He shook his head, his tone somber yet firm. No, we shall not return. It would be perilous. A subtle weariness lingered in his voice. Despite successfully transforming into a Super Saiyan and possessing the astonishing power of 15 billion, he felt no exhilaration. The visage of Frieza loomed in his mind. While 15 billion could easily overpower and eliminate Frieza, Ye Jian was acutely aware that this was far from sufficient. In the realm of Dragon Ball, the most formidable beings were not Frieza, but rather the lofty deities known as the gods of destruction. Along with the super warriors that emerged later, they represented the true menace, capable of instilling fear in any powerful being. Returning to the matter at hand, Xiaoli remained perplexed by Ye Jian's concerns. She blinked, asking in confusion, danger? What danger exists? Once you return to Vegeta, you will be the mightiest Saiyan, and the throne of King Vegeta will be yours. Her voice exuded innocence and misunderstanding, as if she were describing a dream within reach. Ye Jian did not respond immediately. His gaze once again directed towards the horizon, as if contemplating an impending storm. He understood that the true challenge was only just beginning, and his path was destined to be fraught with obstacles. Ye Jian slowly shook his head, his eyes deeply focused on the distance. The words of Su Pa Li reverberated in his ears, akin to a sharp blade precisely dissecting the turmoil within him. Was she mistaken? No, not in the least. Her words were not only accurate, but alarmingly precise. Indeed, if Ye Jian were to return to Vegeta, with his unparalleled Super Saiyan strength, he could effortlessly ascend to the throne of the Saiyans and rule over the land that once belonged to his father, King Vegeta. His power had grown formidable enough to make the universe tremble, rendering Frisia, once a terror to countless races, merely an inconsequential insect before him. Yet, this was not the sanctuary he truly yearned for. Deep within his heart, a shadow silently spread, preventing him from easily treading the path towards the throne. Ye Jian's brow furrowed, the chilling figure of the god of destruction, Beerus, surfacing in his mind. This legendary deity hung like a sword above the universe, poised to descend at any moment, bringing ruin and finality. Though Ye Jian was proud and confident, he had never been so arrogant as to believe he could stand against Beerus. The might of this god of destruction was unfathomable, resembling an abyss without a bottom, instilling dread in all who contemplated it. Ye Jian even began to question whether, should he surpass his limits and transform into the legendary Super Saiyan 5, he would truly be able to contend with Beerus. This question loomed like a fog over his heart. The power of Super Saiyan 5 was undoubtedly immense. Yet the true extent of the god of destruction's might had never been fully glimpsed by anyone. What were their true limits? This question was one that even Ye Jian could not answer. His thoughts drifted back to a distant past, recalling the earth-shattering confrontation between Sun Wukong and Beerus. At that time, Sun Wukong had transformed into the Super Saiyan God in red, engaging in a fierce battle with Beerus, each trading blows with enough force to tear the very stars asunder. However, when Sun Wukong further transcended, transforming into the more powerful Super Saiyan God in blue, Beerus merely flicked his finger, effortlessly nullifying the annihilative force that could obliterate galaxies. This scene struck Ye Jian like a heavy hammer upon his heart. He recognized that the gap between himself and Beerus could not be bridged solely through an increase in power. Yet, despite the uncertainties that filled his mind, Ye Jian remained steadfast in one belief. He yearned to confront Beerus, even if only for a fleeting moment, to personally experience the power of that deity. However, he was far from reaching that level. His strength, while formidable, still had a considerable distance to traverse before approaching the godly realm of Beerus. Moreover, from his current location, returning to Vegeta would take a full 2 years. This lengthy journey was laden with unknowns and variables. He could not ascertain whether, when he finally set foot on the soil of Vegeta, the planet would still exist. The arrival of Beerus may have already turned everything to dust. Ye Jian inhaled deeply, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Though the path ahead was fraught with difficulty and danger, he would not easily relent. He aimed to unveil the veil of destiny with his own hands. Regardless of the outcome, he would confront it with courage. We shall never return to Vegeta again. Ye Jian's voice was low and resolute as he lifted his head, gazing beyond Shao Li towards the blood-red sky, shrouded in twilight. A cold wind howled past, swirling the dust at their feet. After some time, we will journey to that Maikexing. Maikexing? Shao Li abruptly turned her head, her bright eyes filled with confusion. He instinctively tightened his grip on his battle suit, his knuckles turning pale from the pressure. The name was too unfamiliar to him, akin to a strange star suddenly appearing in the night sky, evoking both curiosity and unease. What place is that? I've never heard of it. Ye Jian slowly rose, the sound of his battle boots crunching on the gravel. He placed a reassuring hand on Shao Li's shoulder, the warmth of his palm offering her a measure of comfort. Indeed, that Maikexing. His voice carried an unwavering resolve. We must go there. Now is the time to focus on our training. Future adversaries will be far more formidable than those we face now. He clenched his fists, a swirling energy barely visible between his fingers. Only by growing stronger can we protect ourselves. The fading sunlight elongated their shadows, remnants of today's training still evident in the cracked ground, charred rocks, and the lingering energy fluctuations in the air. Ye Jian did not elaborate further on the details of Maikexing, not only because it was difficult to convey in mere words, but also because he had an imperative reason to go there. His gaze deepened, as if piercing through layers of clouds to glimpse that distant green planet. The visage of Shenlong Palunga emerged vividly within his mind, a dragon deity far more formidable and majestic than the Earth's Shenlong, capable of granting 3 wishes. Alongside this image was that of the benevolent yet commanding Grand Elder, the supreme ruler of Namek, who held the ultimate secrets to creating Dragon Balls. Ye Jian's fingertips unconsciously traced an arc in the air, envisioning the warm sensation emanating from the Dragon Balls in the palm of his hand. He and Supali were in desperate need of Palunga's assistance, a task only the Dragon of Namek could accomplish. The Grand Elder's ability to unlock potential was a source of great yearning for him, while diligent training could also awaken latent abilities, who would refuse a more expedient path. As Ye Jian fell into contemplation, an unexpected visitor arrived on the distant planet of Vegeta. Two brilliant beams of light tore through the sky as Beerus and Whis gracefully descended into the central courtyard of the royal palace. They were enveloped in an oppressive aura that seemed to freeze the very air around them. King Vegeta hurriedly approached with his entourage of guards, displaying an unusual humility for a ruler known for his imposing demeanor. He knelt on one knee, his forehead nearly touching the cold ground, adopting a posture of reverence that exceeded even his respect for Frieza. "Welcome, Lord Destroyer." King Vegeta's voice quivered slightly, stealing a glance upward. He noted the peculiar sheen of Beerus's purple skin under the setting sun, while those feline-like vertical pupils scanned the surroundings indifferently, as if assessing something. Whis stood quietly beside him, the crystal atop his staff emanating a soft blue glow. A gust of wind swept through the courtyard, lifting a corner of King Vegeta's cape. He remained motionless in his kneeling position, his back already drenched in cold sweat. At that moment, the entire planet of Vegeta was shrouded in a foreboding atmosphere, as if a storm were imminent. "Lord Beerus, you have arrived, please." King Vegeta's voice echoed in the vast hall, tinged with barely perceptible trepidation. He bowed slightly, extending his hands forward in a gesture of invitation. Faced with the most fearsome destroyer in the universe, even the proud King Vegeta had to lower himself and address him with respect. He was acutely aware of Beerus's capricious temperament. Any misstep could lead to his obliteration, along with the entire planet of Vegeta. In such a case, he would find no refuge to lament, only to become dust in the cosmos. Beerus's expression was inscrutable, his purple skin gleaming coldly under the lights. With hands clasped behind his back, he walked forward with deliberate, measured steps. Each step felt as though it was pressing down on King Vegeta's heart, instilling an invisible pressure. Whis followed closely, lightly tapping his staff upon the ground, a subtle sound accompanying his ever-present enigmatic smile, as if he were enjoying a preordained performance. "Who is he?" One of King Vegeta's trusted generals could not help but whisper as Beerus approached the depths of the palace. Before he could finish his question, King Vegeta abruptly turned, delivering a sharp slap to his head. The crisp sound rang out starkly in the silent hall, silencing the general, whose face turned pale with fright. "If you wish to live, keep your mouth shut," King Vegeta hissed, a glint of severity flashing in his eyes. Without further explanation, he hurriedly turned and quickened his pace to catch up with the advancing Beerus and Whis, anxiety and unease swelling within him. Within the palace hall, an array of sumptuous dishes had been laid out. The long table was adorned with exquisite silk tablecloths, and silver platters glimmered, filled with tantalizing fruits, fragrant roasted meats, and delicately crafted desserts. Yet, despite the appearance of abundance, the flavors were disappointingly mediocre, far from meeting Beerus's exacting standards. Beerus casually approached the table, extending his long fingers to pick up a golden pastry, taking a delicate bite. His brow furrowed slightly before he discarded the remainder back onto the platter, a clear expression of dissatisfaction crossing his face. "King Vegeta, you must tell me something." Beerus's voice was cold and calm, yet laced with undeniable authority. King Vegeta's heart tightened. Before he could respond, Beerus's figure suddenly blurred, and the next moment he was standing directly before him. Their faces were nearly touching, a mere centimeter apart. King Vegeta was struck with terror, instinctively staggering backward, almost losing his balance. "Am I Lord Beerus? I do not understand what you mean," King Vegeta stammered, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead and trailing down his cheeks. Just as he finished speaking, Beerus lifted his foot and mercilessly stomped down upon King Vegeta's knee. A tremendous force struck him, and he let out a cry, collapsing to the ground involuntarily. Fortunately, Beerus had only exerted normal strength. Otherwise, that blow would have been enough to shatter King Vegeta's skull like a watermelon. Even so, King Vegeta felt a searing pain radiating from his knee, making it nearly impossible to breathe. Beerus pressed one foot firmly on the top of King Vegeta's head, pinning him to the ground. Despite the humiliation and rage boiling within him, King Vegeta dared not resist. He understood that even the slightest movement could lead to catastrophic consequences. He could only grit his teeth, enduring the disgrace while silently praying for Beerus to depart swiftly. In the shadows of the palace, a young Vegeta was secretly observing the entire scene. Having just returned from Frisia's domain, he intended to report to his father, but instead stumbled upon this astonishing spectacle. He covered his mouth tightly, fearful of making even the slightest sound. The overwhelming power of Beerus contrasted sharply with his father's subservience, filling him with shock and indignation. He vowed silently that one day he would become stronger than anyone else, never again allowing anyone to trample upon the pride of the Saiyan race. Vegeta's knuckles turned white from exertion, his nails digging painfully into his palms. Hiding behind the crumbling walls, his breath was nearly suspended, with only the fiery rage in his chest fueling him. The image of his father being humiliated burned into his retinas like a red-hot brand. He bit hard on his back teeth, blood seeping from his gums, but he stifled the urge to burst forth. Beerus's crystal-like purple eyes shifted slightly, his fingertips lightly tapping on the staff. He had already sensed the hateful gaze directed at him, yet he merely curled his lips into a lazy smile. The purple aura surrounding the destroyer flickered ominously, casting a hellish light upon the chaos below. "Listen," Beerus's voice suddenly turned as cold as ancient ice, the staff striking down heavily, causing the entire palace to tremble. "I am a deity of great magnanimity." He advanced step by step, each footfall cracking the ground into a web of fissures, his staff abruptly pointing at the trembling King Vegeta. "But I have zero tolerance for one transgression." Before King Vegeta could even utter a plea for mercy, his head was forcefully crushed into the ground. With a sickening crack of bone, the opulent jade floor shattered, debris flying like a storm against the columns. The hidden Vegeta clamped his mouth shut, cold sweat soaking his battle suit. A primal fear from the depths of his being made him tremble, as if he had reverted to the helpless child before Frisia. "What I desire is the most exquisite cloud silk pillow in the universe." Beerus leaned down, gripping King Vegeta's hair, lifting his bloodied head. "And you present me with inferior goods?" Purple energy coalesced in his palm, the air beginning to wail. The Saiyan King, suspended in midair, let out a ghastly wail as his forehead collided violently with the ground once more, causing the entire palace to tilt. Vegeta gasped violently in the shadows, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks. He witnessed the golden shoulder armor of his father shatter under a tremendous blow, crimson droplets of blood tracing blinding arcs through the air. The overwhelming aura of destruction emanating from Beerus thickened the atmosphere, as if the very planet were lamenting under his divine might. Chapter 10. Crisis Stop. "I cannot allow you to do this." Vegeta's voice erupted throughout the vast hall, as he charged forth like a bolt of lightning, his diminutive figure casting a long shadow on the frigid floor. His fists were clenched tightly, and his eyes burned with an indomitable fire. Despite facing the fearsome god of destruction, Beerus, he resolutely stepped forward without hesitation. Whis stood nearby, his gaze piercing, silently observing every movement of Vegeta. A flicker of surprise crossed his expression, as if he perceived a certain ineffable potential within Vegeta. However, the prince remained oblivious to the angel's presence, his entire focus fixated on Beerus. "Ah, what a remarkable potential, but alas," Whis murmured to himself, his voice barely audible. As an angel, he possessed the ability to discern an individual's inner potential, and the power contained within Vegeta filled him with both astonishment and regret. On this planet, he had yet to encounter anyone besides Vegeta exhibiting such profound potential. At that moment, Beerus suddenly narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade, locking onto Vegeta. An invisible force enveloped Vegeta in an instant, as if a colossal hand had grasped his throat, rendering him immobile. Vegeta's body stiffened abruptly, then fell heavily to the ground, producing a dull thud. How could this happen? Confusion and bewilderment flooded Vegeta's mind. He was too young to comprehend the events unfolding before him. Although his body was paralyzed, there was no trace of fear in his eyes, only a stubborn defiance. Beerus slowly released King Vegeta, rising to his feet with an elegance that belied a suffocating pressure. "You shall pay for this," he intoned, his voice cold and authoritative, echoing like a whisper from the abyss. "Whis, let us depart." "Very well, Lord Beerus." Whis gently tapped his staff, and a soft light emanated from its tip, enveloping him and Beerus. In the next moment, their figures faded like phantoms into the air, leaving the hall in an eerie silence. Damn it! After Beerus's departure, King Vegeta struggled to rise from the ground. His face was etched with anger and humiliation, hands trembling slightly from clenching so tightly. Despite the raging fire within, he felt utterly helpless. The god of destruction was an entity he could never provoke. Bring the prince out of Vegeta. The weariness and determination in King Vegeta's voice resonated through the empty hall, as if foretelling an irreversible fate. Yes, a crisp reply shattered the silence as two stoic soldiers, expressionless, lifted the unconscious Vegeta, dragging him away roughly. His body scraped against the ground, leaving shallow marks that ultimately disappeared into the depths of the dim corridor. Meanwhile, in the vast expanse of space outside Vegeta, a figure suddenly halted. Beerus hovered in the void, his crimson eyes coldly surveying the immense planet of Vegeta. The planet's surface was shrouded in thick clouds, with glimpses of interlacing mountains and cities barely visible beneath. Yet, to Beerus, all of it was merely dust destined for obliteration. He slowly raised his right hand, a pinprick of starlight beginning to coalesce within his palm. The speck, initially no larger than a grain of rice, rapidly expanded into a fist-sized orb of light, shimmering with dazzling starlight, harboring a heart-stopping destructive energy. The space surrounding the orb warped slightly, as if even light could not escape its gravitational pull. This seemingly beautiful sphere was, in truth, a source of annihilation capable of turning an entire planet into cosmic dust in an instant. A cruel smirk curled upon Beerus's lips as he slightly drew back his arm, poised to hurl the orb. However, in that critical moment, his motion abruptly froze, the orb trembling in his palm as if yearning to be unleashed. Whis! Beerus's voice resonated deep and authoritative, curiously echoing through the vacuum of space. Almost instantaneously, a figure appeared silently at his side. Whis! Holding his staff and adorned with a gentle yet enigmatic smile, slightly bowed. At your service. Beerus's gaze remained fixed on Vegeta, laced with an imperceptible calculation. How far is it to Frisia's army? How long will it take to reach there? Whis gently twirled his staff, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes, as he respectfully replied, reporting to you, Lord Beerus, it is not far, yet not close either. At our speed, it will take approximately a minute. Good. A glint of sharpness flashed in Beerus's eyes as the orb in his palm suddenly dissipated, as if it had never existed. He withdrew his arm, placing both hands behind his back, revealing a wicked, playful smile. Let Frisia eliminate you, lest anyone accuse me of bullying the weak. Whis couldn't help but chuckle lightly, his staff gently tapping the void. Lord Beerus, do you not find that the phrase bullying the weak quite fitting for your stature? His tone carried a hint of jest, yet his eyes bore the depth of profound insight. As the god of destruction and one of the strongest beings in the universe, it was his duty to annihilate planets and crush the weak. The term bullying the weak was, in fact, exceedingly apt for him. Mind your tongue. Beerus's expression darkened as he roared, his voice imbued with undeniable authority. He turned his back to Vegeta, his silhouette appearing increasingly grand and solitary against the starlight. Despite his outward fury, a twinge of embarrassment stirred within him at Whis's words, striking a chord with an uncomfortable truth he was reluctant to acknowledge. Let us depart immediately. Beerus ceased any further conversation, his form transforming into a streak of light as he sped towards Frisia's army. Whis smiled gently, waving his staff and following closely behind. Meanwhile, at the distant base of Frisia's army, Frisia lounged languidly upon his opulent throne, a glass of crimson wine swirling gently in his hand. The interior of the base was brightly lit, advanced instruments flickering with cold light, while several subordinates stood respectfully at attention, ready to heed his commands. Frisia squinted, savoring the moment of tranquility and the satisfaction that power brought, utterly unaware that a storm of annihilation, orchestrated by the god of destruction himself, was quietly closing in on him. A sudden gust of wind swept across the desolate surface of the planet, whipping up dust and debris into the air. Frisia reclined lazily in his hovering throne, his fingertips rhythmically tapping the armrest, his crimson eyes half closed as he gazed towards the distant asteroid belt. The wind ruffled his silvery armor, but he merely adjusted his posture, entirely oblivious to the two figures that had stealthily appeared behind him. The purple-black form of Beerus shimmered with a ghostly light beneath the dim rays of the star, while Whis floated elegantly at his side, the crystal atop his staff refracting a spectrum of colors. The two figures moved as if in harmony with the eerie stillness of the universe. "Ah, so you are Frisia?" Beerus remarked. The languorous voice of Bylus sliced through the silence like a blade tempered in ice, its cadence resonating with a divine, ethereal echo. Frisia's action of striking the armrest abruptly halted, the mechanical joints emitting a crisp click. He swiftly turned his head, and upon recognizing the visitor's countenance, his crimson pupils constricted violently to the size of pinpricks. A gasp escaped him, his entire form tumbling from the throne as if struck by an unseen hammer. The friction between his silvery shell and the ground sparking blinding flames. Yet, the Cosmic Emperor, seasoned by countless battles, managed to brace himself and flip up in the instant of impact. He hastily knelt on one knee, the clattering of his neck and chest armor echoing as he bowed his head. "Mr. Bylus," he uttered, his voice tinged with barely perceptible tremors, the final notes swallowed by the swirling dust. "I was unaware of your esteemed presence." Just as he was about to continue, memories surged forth like a tidal wave, recalling that nightmarish evening 4 years prior when his father, King Kuerda, and brother, Gula, burst into his chamber, drenched in blood. 3 pairs of crimson eyes flickering ominously in the darkness, immediately abandoned the battle plans for Earth. His father's bloodied grip on his shoulders still lingered in his mind. That exalted being had awakened. At that moment, Frisia cautiously lifted his eyelids, attempting to glimpse the deity that instilled terror in his entire lineage. Yet, just as his gaze was about to meet Bylus's violet visage, an overwhelming divine presence descended upon him like a celestial tide. With a resounding thud, his cheek was forcefully embedded into the scorched earth, his limbs rendered immobile as if nailed to the ground. Sharp stones dug painfully into his flesh. Yet he could not muster a single sound, reminiscent of Vegeta's plight of yore. The sole consolation was that he retained a flicker of consciousness. Bylus approached leisurely, his claw-like feet treading upon the cracked surface, each step causing the surrounding debris to momentarily levitate. "Frisia," he intoned, his shadow enveloping the latter completely as the stars of destruction flickered within his slit pupils. "Do not attempt to test my patience." The intangible divine might surged like a relentless tide, and Frisia heard his armor creaking under the immense pressure. Desperately, he rolled his eyes, catching sight of Wace, who was lightly tapping the ground with his staff, a prismatic aura radiating outward, rippling through the very fabric of time and space. "Why yes," Frisia managed to squeeze out in response, the once dominant aura of contempt for all beings now utterly vanished. His curled fingers dug deeply into the soil, feeling the energy emanating from Bylus rewriting the physical laws in the vicinity, an absolute suppression far beyond his comprehension, belonging to the realm of the divine. Bylus straightened with satisfaction, a resplendent throne materializing from the void. He sank languidly into the plush seat, his tail lazily tapping the armrest. Quite satisfactory. Frisia, I have a task for you." Frisia felt the invisible restraints within him suddenly dissipate, as if brushed away by an unseen hand. Instinctively, he flexed his wrist, discovering that the energy shackles that had bound him were now entirely absent. This revelation sent a jolt through him, and his gaze towards Bylus was instantly filled with awe and trepidation. He promptly bowed his head deeply, nearly folding his entire upper body, his golden pupils flickering with complex emotions in the shadows. "Mr. Bylus," Frisia's voice carried a deliberate humility, his hands respectfully clasped before him. "Please command me. Whatever is within my power, I shall undertake without hesitation." His tone was so earnest that even the shrewdest of politicians would feel inadequate. In that moment, he flawlessly embodied the wisdom imparted by his father. In the presence of absolute strength, the art of strategic subservience is the greatest wisdom. Bylus reclined languidly upon his throne in the void, his purple ears twitching slightly. He regarded the obsequious Cosmic Emperor before him, a barely perceptible smile playing at the corner of his lips. He yearned to openly commend the other for his promising potential. Yet the dignity of being a destroyer compelled him to maintain an inscrutable facade. His long fingers gently tapped the armrest in a rhythmic manner. Ahem, Bylus cleared his throat, his voice imbued with undeniable authority. "I find those Saiyans quite irksome. You shall eliminate them all. Can you manage that?" Frisia's body stiffened momentarily. He slowly lifted his gaze, a flicker of hesitation crossing his features. The Saiyans were indeed pivotal pieces in his grand design, particularly those formidable warriors with latent potential, who could serve as invaluable assets in his quest to conquer the universe. His fingertips unconsciously traced the patterns on his armor as he rapidly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Just as he wavered, Bylus's voice reverberated once more, laced with a subtle threat. Of course, Frieza, should you fail to act, I would not hesitate to assist them in enhancing their strength against you. Understand that I have high expectations of you. With that, Bylus feigned an air of righteous indignation, his purple glow shimmering about him. Weiss, standing nearby, could not suppress a chuckle, covering his mouth with his staff, his shoulders quaking slightly. He had never witnessed Bylus so brazenly threaten another. This display of audacity was truly a new pinnacle of shamelessness. Frieza's complexion turned ashen in an instant. He immediately knelt on one knee, his voice resolute. Rest assured, Lord Bylus, I shall dutifully comply, ensuring that those Saiyans are utterly erased from the cosmos. This transformation occurred with such swiftness that it seemed as if his earlier hesitation had never existed. What a jest, in the face of his own survival. No scheme bore any significance. He had witnessed Bylus's power firsthand, that world-shattering, might extinguishing any thought of resistance. Bylus nodded in satisfaction, a purple energy sphere coalescing at his fingertips, slowly rotating in his palm. Excellent. Now that is more like it. Frieza seemed to recall something, cautiously raising his head. Lord Bylus, may I inquire further? Are we to ensure that all Saiyans vanish? Indeed, not a single one shall remain. What? Do you have a problem? Bylus narrowed his eyes, the energy sphere in his hand expanding slightly. Frieza hastily shook his head, beads of sweat forming on his brow. I would not dare. However, there are still some Saiyans currently executing missions. To eradicate them all, I will require additional time to summon them back to Vegeta Star. At that point, I will certainly annihilate them in one fell swoop, leaving no future threats. His voice resonated through the vastness of space, laden with determination. In this moment, the fate of the Cosmic Emperor was irrevocably altered, and the existence of the Saiyans was sealed. Very well, I shall grant you 6 months to summon them back. Bylus's voice was deep and authoritative, as if emanating from the depths of an abyss, imbued with undeniable power. He slightly narrowed his eyes, gleaming with a chilling light. Gradually raising his hand, his fingertip tracing an invisible arc in the air, as if inscribing a covenant in the atmosphere. As he turned, his robes billowed without wind, rustling as if even the air trembled at his departure. Oh, and one more thing. He suddenly halted, turning his head slightly, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Should I discover that you have deceived me, you will come to know the consequences. The words floated lightly, yet they pierced Frieza's heart like a sharp dagger. Bylus's figure gradually blurred in the air, ultimately dissipating into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing without a trace. In the instant he departed, the tension in the entire space seemed to unwind, the oppressive atmosphere receding like a tide. Whether within the palace of King Vegeta or in Frieza's domain, as long as Bylus was present, the air would solidify, making breathing a laborious task. Yet now, with his exit, that suffocating pressure finally dissipated. Replaced by a sense of relief akin to surviving a calamity, Frieza exhaled deeply, his voice laced with a barely perceptible tremor. He slowly raised his hand to wipe away non-existent cold sweat from his brow, a glint of cold malice flashing in his eyes. Well, since that fellow Vegeta intends to rebel, it would be best to eliminate him in one fell swoop. His voice was cold and resolute, as if heralding an inevitable destruction. He stepped forward, the metallic boots echoing sharply against the ground with each stride, exuding an undeniable authority. He traversed the long corridor, the lights along the walls illuminating his towering figure, reminiscent of a beast poised to pounce. The door to the command room slid open silently before him, causing those inside to immediately cease their tasks and stand at attention, gazing at him with a mixture of reverence and fear. Frieza, the king. Their voices were imbued with respect and trepidation, as if welcoming a deity. Frieza did not pause. He advanced directly to the central control console, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, akin to scrutinizing a swarm of ants. Issue the command, he declared, his voice resonating in the hushed command room. Each word a chilling directive. Summon all Saiyans back to planet Vegeta in 3 days. His fingers lightly tapped the control console, producing a crisp sound, as if imprinting his words with an irrevocable seal. Meanwhile, on the distant planet Belira, Ye Jian sat alone in a modest room, clutching a weathered cosmic map. The vast universe unfolded before him like an endless black canvas, Countless planets scattered like minute grains of sand across the starry expanse. Some planets shimmered with a blue glow, resembling pearls in the ocean. Others flickered with a fiery red, as though ablaze with eternal passion. These celestial bodies formed a breathtaking and radiant tapestry, evoking a sense of yearning. Indeed, there were innumerable planets suitable for life. Within the North Galaxy alone, many such planets existed, some cloaked in dense forests, others encircled by vast deserts, and yet others shrouded in the mists of nebulae, awaiting brave explorers to uncover their mysteries. Ye Jian sought the planet Namek. His fingers glided slowly across the map, his gaze focused and determined, as if searching for a path to an uncharted world. He was still unaware of Namek's precise location, presenting a fresh challenge for him. After all, this was his first encounter with a cosmic map, rather than one limited to a city or region. His brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of confusion passing through his eyes, but overshadowed by an unwavering resolve. Chapter 11. Conspiracy. Namek, a solitary planet suspended at the edge of the North Universe, boasts a diameter over 10 times that of Earth, enveloped in a faint, ethereal green halo, resembling a colossal emerald forgotten in the void. The planetary system is extraordinarily unique, with 3 small suns forming a triangular formation, mutually influencing each other as they gradually orbit Namek. Consequently, Namek is forever devoid of night. The 3 suns alternate or shine simultaneously in the sky, illuminating the land in a brilliant, intricate interplay of light and shadow. The planet's orbital path is nearly a perfect ellipse, with an eccentricity approaching 0, its average speed of revolution comparable to that of Earth, stable as if calculated with precision. Its average geological density is 685 grams per cubic centimeter, slightly greater than that of Earth, resulting in a marginally stronger surface gravity that imparts a profound sense of solidity while walking upon it. However, Namek is situated far beyond the reach of Earth. Even utilizing the advanced technologies left by the ancient Namekians and Saiyans to replicate the fastest spacecraft, a continuous flight of an entire month is required to traverse the daunting void. After meticulous calculations, this distance amounts to 21 billion meters per second multiplied by 592,000 seconds, equating to 54,432 times 10 to the power of 11 meters, an enormous figure that would perplex any navigation system. Ye Jian stood before the observation window of the temporary base on planet Belira, his brow furrowed. Outside the viewport lay the dark red sky characteristic of Belira, glimmering with metallic luster. He clutched a star chart tightly, his fingertips turning pale from the pressure. Locating the precise coordinates of Namek at the edge of the vast North Universe felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Without accurate coordinates, our spacecraft would be unable to perform a hyperspace jump. Blindly proceeding would only lead us to become lost in the endless sea of stars, he murmured to himself, his voice echoing in the expansive observation room. After a prolonged search yielding no results, a wave of frustration surged within him. He struck the adjacent metal control panel with a fist, producing a dull thud as the surface slightly dented. Enough. He inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the anxiety within. Realizing that further delay would only squander time, he resolved to pilot the spacecraft into the North Galaxy region, utilizing the Stargate network there to gather intelligence. Proceeding step by step, days melted into one another, and time slipped away in a monotonous cycle of waiting and preparation. A month passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, amidst the vast, desolate expanse of planet Belira, strewn with dark red gravel and jagged stones, circumstances shifted dramatically. The light breeze that had previously caressed the land suddenly intensified, transforming into a violent gale. The hurricane roared, akin to an unseen giant hand striking the earth, sweeping up millions of tons of yellow sand and debris. In an instant, a tempest of dust danced wildly, forming towering yellow sand walls that consumed everything in sight. The sky was thoroughly veiled by the thick, swirling dust as sunlight struggled to penetrate, casting the world in a stifling, oppressive hue. Visibility plummeted to mere meters, as the swirling sand battered against rocks and the hull of the spacecraft, producing a cacophony akin to torrential rain. Amidst this chaos and clamor, a profound yet penetrating rumble resonated, drawing nearer like the roar of a slumbering beast, overpowering the howling winds and sands, rolling forth from the depths of the desert. This sound carried a force that shook the very earth, causing the rocks beneath to tremble. The ground quaked violently, as if the entire planet were groaning in agony. On the distant horizon, a scarlet mushroom cloud erupted, reminiscent of a fiery blossom bursting forth from the depths of hell. This cloud expanded and rolled, its center so intensely radiant it was blinding, as if a newborn sun had exploded in the sky. The dazzling red light instantaneously illuminated the surrounding sky for dozens of kilometers, transforming the previously dim world into a brightness akin to daylight, revealing even the finest particles of dust in sharp detail. Amidst this apocalyptic scene, an invisible shockwave surged forth with devastating force. The first to be affected were the towering peaks, which, in the face of such rampant energy, shattered like fragile glass. Tons of boulders cascaded from the mountainside, engulfed in clouds of dust, crashing down with thunderous roars, creating bottomless pits. The cold wind, propelled by the shockwave, became razor-sharp, further grinding the shattered rocks into dust. In this tumultuous chaos, two figures traversed at speeds nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. The larger silhouette was surrounded by a soft purple energy aura, while the smaller figure was enveloped in a dazzling golden light. They streaked across the sky like meteors or darted across the ground like lightning, each collision resulting in earth-shattering explosions. Ye Jian's form abruptly halted in midair, his fists clenched as the pale purple energy surged like boiling magma. He lunged forward, the air tearing apart in his wake, producing a piercing shriek. On the opposite side, Supali stood undaunted, golden aura coalescing around her like tangible armor, while energy orbs pulsated ominously between her palms. Ye Jian's thunderous roar reverberated through the skies as he unleashed a devastating punch imbued with destructive energy. Almost simultaneously, the golden energy orb in Supali's hand hurtled forward to meet him. The two forces collided in midair, producing a radiance more dazzling than a mushroom cloud. A cerulean shockwave radiated outward, warping the surrounding space into bizarre ripples. The residual energy cascaded down like torrential rain, blasting the ground into countless charred craters. This marked the 17th simulated combat session they had undertaken this month. Each time they clashed, Ye Jian would temper his strength to match that of Supali. Yet even so, he continued to refine his combat techniques amidst the fervent exchanges. The moves he grasped on the precipice of life and death, the strategies he devised in the nick of time, were honed to perfection through repeated training. Supali's golden hair danced wildly in the energy storm, fully aware of the unfathomable depths of Ye Jian's true power. Hence, she poured all her might into every strike, refusing to hold back in the slightest. She understood that only in this manner could they truly unleash their maximum potential. Amidst the deafening roar, Ye Jian shattered the oncoming energy orb with a single fist, scattering fragments of energy like exploding stars, leaving behind a myriad of blinding trails in the air. He abruptly halted, the ground beneath him cracking with spiderweb-like fissures from the violent impact. As dust swirled around him, he propelled himself into the air, akin to a streak of lightning soaring aloft. From his aerial vantage point, Ye Jian's sharp gaze caught a fleeting figure below, Supali, gliding gracefully amid the jagged rocks, her movements as light as if unencumbered by gravity. Logically, he could have subdued her with a mere palm strike, unleashing overwhelming force. Yet, his hand suspended in midair gradually withdrew, the fierce wind of his punch transforming into a gentle breeze that merely tousled Supali's flowing hair. Ultimately, she was not his enemy. Ye Jian mused with a sigh. He recalled the countless encounters he had shared with Supali over the past 4 years. The days and nights spent exchanging blows and the moments when sweat soaked their training attire. More importantly, this woman before him was the future partner he had meticulously nurtured, and each movement they practiced was imbued with his hopes and aspirations. As twilight descended, their training session drew to a close. Ye Jian landed effortlessly, casting a glance at the panting yet smiling Supali, and a gentle smile graced his lips. They walked side by side towards the tall structure standing amidst the wilderness, a dwelling he had constructed from unique materials found on the planet. The silver-gray exterior radiated a soft glow in the dusk. Inside, the living quarters were spacious and comfortable, offering a panoramic view of the training grounds through the floor-to-ceiling windows. They led a tranquil existence here, their days filled with martial practice and enjoying the planet's distinctive dual moons together. However, beneath this serene facade, another life endured torment. Deep within a shadowy cavern, The frog monster leader curled up in a damp corner, living in constant fear for 4 interminable years. Each tremor of the ground sent his bulging eyes darting in terror, his corpulent body trembling uncontrollably. What had begun as imperceptible vibrations had escalated into violent quakes, causing stones to occasionally fall from the ceiling. Damn it! How much longer must I hide? He pounded the rock wall with his webbed claws, slime oozing from his skin, glimmering eerily in the dim light. The night 3 years prior remained his deepest nightmare. In that moment, he had mustered the courage to launch a surprise attack, only to encounter Ye Jian's first transformation into a giant ape. The roar of that colossal beast still echoed in his ears, its golden eyes radiating an oppressive heat that rendered him nearly breathless. Since then, he had not dared to step outside his hiding place. Meanwhile, on the surface, Ye Jian was making a significant decision. He entered a hidden chamber deep within the tall building, gently brushing dust from the surface of a spacecraft. This vessel, concealed for 4 long years, was finally about to see the light of day. The silver-gray, streamlined body reflected the room's illumination, and the control panel's indicator lights flickered to life, as if heralding the commencement of a new journey. A silver-gray spherical spacecraft stood quietly on the barren ground, its sleek exterior gleaming with a metallic sheen under the dim light of planet Bylea. Designed specifically for the Saiyan royal family as an escape craft, it may have been compact, yet it boasted the most advanced warp engine. King Vegeta had indeed left Ye Jian a means of escape. This vessel, capable of traversing the starry seas, bore the last hope of the young warrior. Namek. Ye Jian clenched his fists, flames of fervor igniting in his eyes. Let us begin our journey in the North Galaxy. A clattering sound interrupted his thoughts. Little Li was in a flurry, dragging 3 enormous bags, each bulging to the point of bursting. The most extravagant was a backpack stitched from animal hide, filled to the brim with dried beast limbs and cured meat. Weighing heavily on her back, Ye Jian, I am all prepared. Little Li wiped her brow, her face alight with eager anticipation. Ye Jian, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. We are going for training, not a picnic. But what if Namek lacks good food? Little Li retorted, patting the bulging bags, which immediately produced the crisp sound of clinking bottles. They were still clad in their deep blue Saiyan battle suits. For years had passed, and the special fibers of the suits had automatically adjusted to their growing bodies, perfectly fitting the young man's increasingly muscular physique and the young woman's gradually curvaceous form. If not for the properties of this high-tech fabric, they would likely have long since been left in tatters. Let us go. Ye Jian lifted his hand and gently pressed a spot on the spacecraft's exterior, causing the hatch to slide open silently. The pair squeezed into the cramped cockpit, Ye Jian skillfully taking the pilot's seat, his fingers dancing rapidly across the control panel. Engines, ignite. He forcefully pushed down the control stick, and the spacecraft emitted a deep rumble. Countless indicator lights on the dashboard lit up in succession, casting an ethereal blue glow throughout the cockpit. Perhaps Saiyan technology was not the pinnacle of the universe, but the craftsmanship of this royal vessel was undoubtedly impeccable. After 4 years of exposure to the elements, aside from a few weathered marks on the exterior, all systems remained in optimal condition. Boom! The spacecraft's rear erupted with brilliant blue flames, and the entire vessel gradually ascended. Amidst the swirling dust, it shot upward like an arrow released from a bow, reaching planet Bylea's sparse atmosphere in under a minute, leaving a dazzling trail across the sky. At the location where the spacecraft had once been docked, a towering figure emerged from behind the rocks. The frog monster leader gaped, his bulging eyes fixated on the receding tail flame in the sky. A spacecraft. They had hidden such a thing. He angrily pounded the rock wall beside him, sending debris cascading down. I have patrolled this area so many times, yet I never discovered it. He glared at the starry sky, his nails digging into his palms. That Saiyan lad had vanished into the vast cosmos, carrying the hopes of their tribe. The frog monster leader stood on that familiar, desolate land, casting his gaze down at the unfathomable pit beneath him, a wave of intense regret washing over him. Clenching his fists until his knuckles turned white, his eyes flickered with resentment and fury. This was not his first visit. Before Ye Jian had mastered the power of transformation, he had lurked in this area, using the jagged rocks and sparse shrubs as cover, stealthily seeking opportunities to strike. The wind swept by, stirring up dust, as if mocking his past failures. However, he never anticipated that the seemingly ordinary land beneath his feet was, in fact, the concealed location of their spacecraft. This revelation struck him like a bolt of lightning, rendering him nearly unable to maintain his footing. Memories of past details, those clues he had previously overlooked, now vividly resurfaced in his mind, prompting a low, guttural roar of frustration to escape his lips. Sighing deeply, Ye Jian remarked with a hint of resignation, "Well, it's for the best. I can return to being the king of the mountains." He turned his gaze towards the horizon, his eyes piercing through layers of mist, as if he could envision a future of unrestrained freedom. With a soft sound, Ye Jian's spacecraft powered up, the engines emitting a deep rumble that sliced through the heavens, vanishing into the vastness of the cosmos and embarking on an unknown journey. Meanwhile, on the Saiyan side, over the course of a month, the warriors gradually returned to Vegeta Xing. They had received an urgent communication from Farisa, commanding their swift assembly. On the planet's surface, spaceships descended like meteors, the warriors moving hastily, their expressions grave and vigilant. The air was thick with tension, as if a storm was imminent. Yet, no one seemed to notice that their King Vegeta had been silent for half a month. In truth, King Vegeta had already taken action. He led an elite squad of Saiyans, stealthily infiltrating Furisa's base, intending to launch a surprise attack. As a result, he remained oblivious to the orders issued by Farisa. At that moment, King Vegeta stood at the entrance of Furisa's base, flanked by dozens of fully armed warriors, their eyes ablaze with the fire of battle. "Your Majesty Farisa, King Vegeta has arrived." A guard rushed into the hall, his voice tinged with a hint of panic. Farisa, seated upon his high throne, displayed no signs of surprise, a cold smirk curving at the corner of his mouth. "No need to be astonished. This was to be expected," he replied slowly, his tone icy and confident, as if everything was under his control. The Saiyans led by King Vegeta burst into the base like fierce tigers, energy waves exploding in the air, sparks flying. They believed they could eliminate Farisa in one fell swoop, unaware that they were stepping deeper into a meticulously laid trap. The battle horn had sounded, and the wheels of fate began to turn. Chapter 12. Great Ape in the Depths of the Universe. Furisa's spacecraft hovered in the void, its cold metallic shell reflecting the light of distant stars. Inside the vessel, Farisa sat upon a floating chair, his fingers rhythmically tapping the armrest, producing a steady sound. Behind him, a figure knelt respectfully on one knee. "Your Majesty Farisa, shall I dispatch someone to deal with him?" The speaker, with emerald hair and green skin that glimmered oddly under the light, was Sabo, one of Furisa's most capable subordinates. Clad in a tight-fitting combat suit that accentuated his tall and slender physique, he moved with an air of elegance. Sabo slightly raised his gaze, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. As a formidable warrior, second only to the Jinyu force under Furisa's command, he always paid great attention to his image. At this moment, he maintained a perfect posture of etiquette, yet deep within his emerald eyes lay the cruelty of a venomous serpent. Farisa slowly turned around, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. "Very well, it will be handled accordingly." His voice, soft yet suffused with an unsettling pressure, continued, "Mr. Dodoria, Mr. Sabo, I entrust this matter to both of you." The metallic floor of the spacecraft vibrated slightly as Farisa rose. He walked gracefully towards the observation window, gazing at the vast starry sky outside, and added, "The strength of King Vegeta is formidable. Let us resolve this matter here." Sabo immediately bowed, his emerald hair swaying gently with the motion. "Leave King Vegeta to me, Your Majesty Farisa." His voice was resolute and brimming with confidence. "Unleash your power," Farisa remarked meaningfully, casting a glance at Sabo. "The Saiyans are in your hands, Mr. Dodoria." The pink giant Dodoria grinned widely, revealing his menacing teeth. "As you command, Your Majesty Farisa." Sabo took a deep breath, a flicker of inner turmoil crossing his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by determination. "Rest assured, Your Majesty Farisa." He suddenly stepped back, fists clenched tightly, his muscles beginning to tremble violently. "Huh!" A low growl erupted from deep within his throat, as Sabo's body underwent a striking transformation. His previously elegant form rapidly swelled, the tight combat suit straining against the expansion. His emerald hair gradually lost its color, dark spots appearing on his green skin. His face contorted grotesquely, refined features becoming rugged and ugly, his physique ballooning within mere seconds. Upon completing his transformation, Sabo panted heavily, feeling the surging power within him. He glanced down at his roughened hands, a flicker of disgust passing through his eyes. Though this form allowed him to unleash his true strength, it came at the cost of his appearance. Were it not for Furisa's direct order, he would never reveal this hideous visage before others. Let us depart. Sabo rasped to Dodoria, his heavy steps leading him towards the hatch. With each stride, the metallic floor quaked slightly, showcasing the terrifying power he now possessed. As the hatch slowly opened, a biting cosmic wind rushed in. Sabo gazed at the distant, elusive Vegeta Shing, his lips curling into a sinister arc. This time, he would not disappoint King Furisa. Go forth and bring that King Vegeta here in one breath. I shall personally show him just how foolish he is. Furisa commanded from his floating chair, narrowing his crimson eyes, a cold smile lingering at the corner of his mouth. His fingers tapping lightly on the armrest with a crisp sound. Yes, his subordinates replied in unison, swiftly transforming into fleeting shadows that vanished behind the metallic doors of the command room. Meanwhile, within the expansive corridor of Furisa's spacecraft, King Vegeta wielded an energy spear, its tip gleaming with blinding blue light. Behind him, the elite Saiyan warriors stood with bulging muscles, their eyes ablaze with the fire of battle. Energy blasts ricocheted throughout the corridor, scorching the walls and scattering metallic fragments. King Vegeta roared as he swung the spear, unleashing an energy wave that obliterated 3 of Furisa's soldiers. Kill, for the glory of the Saiyans. King Vegeta's voice echoed through the corridor as he charged forward with the ferocity of a tiger. Suddenly, 2 figures descended from the heavens, landing heavily in the center of the corridor, causing the metallic floor to reverberate. This is where it ends, King Vegeta. Sabo elegantly adjusted his collar, his green skin shimmering oddly under the light. Beside him, Dodoria, with his rotund belly, displayed a menacing smile. Sabo, Dodoria. King Vegeta gritted his teeth, fury igniting in his eyes. He lunged forward, his right fist coalescing with dazzling golden energy, striking directly at Sabo's face. Boom. Unfazed, Sabo raised his right hand, a faint green energy barrier forming in his palm, absorbing the blow with ease. The clash of their immense energies created a fierce shockwave, forcing the surrounding Saiyan warriors to stagger backward. Energy sparks crackled between the two, and the metallic floor began to crack. Not bad, King Vegeta. You've hidden your strength quite well. Sabo raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised by the reading on his scouter, revealing a battle power of 30,000. A cold smile crept across Sabo's lips as his muscles suddenly swelled, his skin shifting from green to deep purple. Horns sprouting from his head as he entered his second form. Clenching his fists tightly, a more powerful energy field surrounded him. The grotesque figure of Wang Vegeta had barely finished his utterance when a glint of cold light flashed in Sabo's eyes. You seek death, Sabo bellowed, his form vanishing in an instant, reappearing before Wang Vegeta. A powerful punch struck Wang Vegeta's abdomen, sending him hurtling through several layers of metallic walls, leaving a long trail in the corridor. Kill. The remaining Saiyan warriors roared as they surged forward, energy blasts raining down upon Sabo and Dodoria. Come at me. Dodoria sneered, his corpulent form weaving through the crowd with astonishing speed. His hands moved with deadly precision, each strike radiating lethal energy. A Saiyan warrior, poised to raise his energy sword, found his weapon shattered by Dodoria's palm, followed by a second strike that pierced through his chest. Blood splattered, and cries of agony echoed. Dodoria moved through the battlefield as if it were an uninhabited realm, leaving fallen Saiyans in his wake. He would sometimes leap into the air, delivering fatal energy waves. At other times, he would lunge forward, severing enemies' throats with his hands. The metallic corridor soon became a canvas of crimson, strewn with dismembered limbs. Wang Vegeta struggled to rise from the ruins, wiping the blood from his mouth. He surveyed his surroundings, witnessing his kin fall one by one, a flicker of despair crossing his eyes. Aside from himself, none of the Saiyans present possessed a combat power exceeding 8,000, rendering them akin to lambs awaiting slaughter before the monstrous Dodoria, whose power surpassed 10,000. Is this the might of the Frieza force? Wang Vegeta murmured, gripping his still-bleeding spear tightly. The piercing screams reverberated in the narrow metallic corridor, accompanied by the jarring sounds of energy explosions, as one Saiyan warrior after another collapsed like marionettes with severed strings. Blood splattered against the cold metallic walls, creating a grim tableau. The air was thick with the stench of burning and blood, inducing nausea. Dodoria, grinning maliciously, began to gather a chilling energy sphere in his robust arms. The orb glowed an ominous purple, crackling with tiny electric sparks and emitting a hissing sound. He thrust his arms forward, unleashing a robust energy shockwave, followed by a second and third, raining down densely upon the remaining Saiyans. The ground shook with thunderous explosions, the metallic floor shattering into fragments, sending debris flying in all directions. Fiery flames rolled within the confined space, illuminating the corridor as if it were hell itself. In this critical moment, Wang Baijita finally reacted. His crimson pupils burned with a fiery rage, fists clenched, muscles taut. Deep red energy rapidly coalesced in his palms, forming a swirling crimson energy sphere. The sphere shimmered with a magma-like glow, radiating an oppressive heat wave. Die! Wang Baijita roared, forcefully propelling the energy sphere forward. The crimson orb trailed a long tail of fire, hurtling toward Dodoria like a meteor. What? Dodoria's eyes widened in terror as he hastily expelled a green energy sphere from his mouth in an attempt to defend himself. However, the moment the two energies collided, the green sphere was effortlessly torn apart like thin paper. The crimson orb continued unabated, hurtling towards him with destructive force. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion sent Dodoria soaring through the air, his rotund body tracing a clumsy arc until he collided with Sabo, halting only upon impact. Sabo, expressionless, extended a hand and casually caught his flying companion. Humph, Wang Baijita, your opponent is me, Sabo sneered, his elongated form flickering like a specter. He leaped gracefully, his purple hair flowing in the energy currents, reaching Wang Baijita in the blink of an eye. With a resounding clash, their palms met with immense force, erupting in blinding light. Wang Baijita gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, while Sabo maintained an elegant demeanor, though a serious glint had entered his eyes. Both unleashed their utmost energy, golden flames clashing violently with purple brilliance, forming a visible vortex of energy. The surrounding metallic walls began to warp and contort, the ceiling lights exploding in succession, debris raining down like a storm. Bang! With a deafening roar, the entire corridor collapsed. A tremendous shockwave propelled both warriors, shattering layer upon layer of metallic walls until they emerged onto the planet's surface. The myriad stars twinkled in the night sky, and a swirling dust cloud rose from the desolate ground. Wang Baijita adjusted his posture midair, landing steadily upon a massive rock. He silently rejoiced that this was a habitable planet. Had they been in the vacuum of space, the breathless Saiyans would have suffocated. As for whether Sabo could survive in space, that remained uncertain. Meanwhile, in the command room, Frieza lounged leisurely in his hovering chair, a glass of red wine in hand. The enormous display screen vividly showcased every detail of the battlefield. A slight smile played upon his lips, and his crimson eyes sparkled with delight. What a splendid performance, he mused, savoring a sip of wine as he relished this bloody spectacle. The monitoring screens flashed with various data, but his primary interest lay in the intoxicating blend of destruction and despair. Wang Baijita, you certainly concealed your depths well. Even I was deceived. Frieza remarked from his floating throne, his fingertips lightly tapping the armrest, a cold smile gracing his lips. The colossal screen displayed Wang Baijita's crimson eyes and ferocious expression, a visage that seemed to exude confidence. But do you truly believe this power is sufficient? Frieza leaned forward slightly, his voice low and menacing. Or do you still cling to the hope of that so-called great ape transformation? He chuckled lightly, laced with mockery and disdain. Since you insist on transforming into that monkey form, I shall allow it, so you may fully comprehend that even in the guise of a great ape before me, you remain but a slightly more robust insect. On the screen, Wang Baijita's figure grew increasingly frantic, while Frieza reclined back in his chair, a trace of contempt flashing in his eyes. Wang Baijita's ambition and arrogance were not newfound traits. In the past, he had retained these Saiyans merely because they still held utility. But now, ho ho ho, Frieza chuckled darkly, the sound echoing ominously in the empty command room. Lord Beerus has decreed your demise. When you reach the depths, remember to blame him. Do not hold me accountable for my ruthlessness. He surveyed the surroundings. The command chamber devoid of life, only the low hum of instruments resonating. If anyone were present at that moment, they would likely be terrified to the core by Frieza's sinister laughter and the unabashed malice in his eyes. On the planet's surface, the battlefield had devolved into a purgatory. Hundreds of thousands of elite Saiyans lay lifeless across the scorched earth, their blood staining the blackened ground. The remaining warriors continued to fight valiantly. Yet the energy beams from Frisia's legion fell like rain, each explosion claiming countless lives. Damn it! Damn it all! A Saiyan warrior roared, shattering an enemy soldier's chest with a punch, only to be immediately pierced by 3 energy beams, collapsing heavily to the ground. In this moment of despair, a full moon quietly emerged in the night sky, casting a chilling light over the battlefield, as if awakening a slumbering beast. The moon! The moon! The surviving Saiyans almost simultaneously lifted their heads, their eyes igniting with ecstatic hope. They leaped into the open area, gazing up at the full moon, their throats emitting deep roars. This is not good. Sabo's expression changed drastically as he hurried towards the nearest group of Saiyans, gathering a searing energy sphere in his hands to prevent them from gazing at the moon. Dodoria charged from the opposite side, his corpulent form bursting forth with astonishing speed, urging, "Destroy the moon." But it was already too late. A thunderous roar reverberated like thunderclaps, instantly engulfing the entire battlefield. Bathed in moonlight, the surviving Saiyans began to swell violently, their muscles engorging, bones elongating, and dense hair growing wildly. In mere moments, colossal great apes, towering dozens of meters high, erupted from the ground, their crimson eyes burning like flames in the night. Surprisingly, their battle suits expanded in perfect synchrony with their bodies, showing no signs of tearing, a flawless amalgamation of Vegeta Star technology and Saiyan physiology. At the forefront of all the great apes stood the great ape transformed from King Vegeta, notably larger than the rest. He stood upright, thumping his robust chest and emitting a provocative roar, his sharp fangs glinting ominously in the moonlight. He looked down at Sabo and Dodoria, his gaze filled with primal murderous intent. "Ha ha! Die, Frisia's lackeys!" King Vegeta's voice boomed like thunder, his massive palm crashing down with the force to rend the heavens. The earth trembled violently beneath this strike, dust rising skyward as debris scattered like a torrential downpour. The great ape legion followed suit, unleashing a deafening battle cry as they launched a furious counterattack against Frisia's forces. The transformed King Vegeta howled to the heavens, his crimson eyes radiating a terrifying ferocity. He opened his enormous maw, gathering a blinding energy sphere deep within his throat, its brilliance reminiscent of a miniature sun, illuminating the battlefield as if it were midday. The energy blast surged forth, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, leaving a trail of shattered ground and flying debris in its wake. Upon impact, the ensuing shockwave swept through the area like a tsunami, leveling all structures within miles and sending clouds of dust skyward, obscuring the sun. 300,000 battle power. The watching warriors gazed in horror at the wildly fluctuating numbers on their scanners, their voices trembling. This figure far exceeded any adversary they had previously encountered. Even the other transformed Saiyans, showcasing battle powers of 60 to 80,000, paled in comparison to this terrifying force. Sabo and Dodoria turned ashen, cold sweat soaking their battle suits. In unison, they began to retreat, their steps faltering. "What should we do?" Sabo's voice trembled visibly as he fixated on the mountain-like great ape, his clenched fists turning white. The shadow of death loomed over everyone, and despair hung thick in the air. "Die!" The great ape king bellowed, his deafening roar echoing as his colossal fist descended with cataclysmic force. Although his transformation had drastically amplified his power, his immense size made his movements somewhat sluggish. In that critical moment, Sabo and Dodoria, drawing from their extensive combat experience, dodged to the sides with lightning speed. The moment the fist struck, the ground exploded, creating a deep crater several dozen meters wide, with flying debris scattering like bullets. "Damn it! I refuse to believe it." Sabo steadied himself in midair, his palms quickly forming seals before erupting with dazzling energy. Gritting his teeth, he concentrated all his strength into his palms, rapidly forming a massive energy ball exceeding 10 meters in diameter, which shot toward the great ape king with a piercing shriek. Overreaching, the great ape king scoffed dismissively, casually swatting aside the incoming energy sphere as though swatting a fly, effortlessly crushing it. The shockwave from the explosion rippled through the air, yet not a single hair on him was harmed. "What?" Sabo and Dodoria stared blankly, disbelief etched across their faces. Before they could recover from their shock, the great ape king's enormous palm swept toward them with overwhelming force. The wind generated by the strike compressed the air into visible ripples, and the shadow of death enveloped the two. It was over. Chapter 13, Ruins Boom. A deafening explosion tore through the air, sending debris and dust flying like a torrential downpour. Instinctively, Dodoria and Sabo closed their eyes tightly, their bodies tense in anticipation of imminent pain. However, after several seconds, they felt only a gentle breeze brushing against their cheeks, carrying the scent of smoke and scorched earth. Cautiously, they opened their eyes, and the sight before them made them sigh in relief, a sycophantic smile returning to their faces. "Thank you, Lord Frisia, for saving us." It turned out that at the critical moment, Frisia had nonchalantly raised his hand. A blinding purple beam erupted from his fingertip, piercing with precision through the colossal heart of the great ape-formed King Vegeta. The air in its path seemed to scorch and warp, emitting a hissing sound. King Vegeta's massive form trembled violently, his crimson pupils dilating in shock. He looked down at the gaping hole in his chest, blood erupting like a fountain and staining the surrounding ground a dark crimson. His giant paw, cloaked in thick fur, grasped futilely at the void before he collapsed with a thunderous crash, stirring up clouds of dust. The heartbeat ceased abruptly, replaced by a profound silence. This was absurd. How could there be any chance of survival with a heart so thoroughly pierced? In the original timeline, this proud Saiyan king had perished when Frisia shattered his skull with a single blow. Yet now, the trajectory of fate had subtly shifted. He had successfully transformed into a great ape, but ultimately could not escape Frisia's death beam. Perhaps this was what they called the butterfly effect. Foolish Saiyan monkeys, perish. Frisia cackled coldly, his crimson eyes gleaming with cruelty. Elegantly, he raised his right index finger, summoning a chilling energy fluctuation at its tip. In the next instant, that deadly purple beam split into dozens of slender death rays, resembling a swarm of venomous wasps, each shrieking as it shot toward every direction. Each ray struck its target with deadly precision, piercing the throats, foreheads, and chests of the still-raging great ape Saiyans. Their massive forms collapsed one after another, kicking up clouds of dust that obscured the sky. The anguished wails and dying gasps echoed, eventually fading into silence. In the blink of an eye, no Saiyan stood upright on this desolate ruin of a planet. In the barren depths of the universe, countless starry remnants scattered like shattered diamonds against the inky blackness of the sky. Within this void of silence, a silver spaceship hurtled through space at an astonishing speed, its surface reflecting the faint light of distant stars, carving a silver trajectory in the darkness. Frisia hovered above the remnants of Vegeta's star, his crimson eyes glinting with malice. He elegantly raised his right hand, gathering a dazzling energy sphere at his fingertip. Below, dozens of transformed Saiyans were roaring wildly, their stout arms flailing in a futile attempt to fend off the impending attack. What a delightful sight it was, Frisia murmured softly, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The energy sphere erupted suddenly, its blinding white light engulfing the entire battlefield. The great apes emitted heart-wrenching wails as their enormous forms disintegrated under the energy's impact, transforming into a mist of blood. The shockwave from the explosion raised clouds of dust several meters high, with debris scattering like raindrops. Sabo and Dodoria stood on the high platform not far away, simultaneously gasping in shock. Sabo instinctively took a half-step back, beads of sweat forming at his temples. They considered themselves ruthless individuals, yet the brutality of Frisia, who reveled in slaughter as an art form, still sent chills down their spines. Frisia slowly retracted his arms, inhaling deeply as if savoring the metallic scent of blood permeating the air. He squinted in satisfaction, relishing the thrill brought by the massacre. "Mr. Dodoria?" Frisia languidly twirled the tip of his tail. "How is the gathering of the Saiyans progressing?" Dodoria hurriedly stepped forward, his corpulent body trembling slightly. "Reporting to you, Lord Frisia, we are still a bit short. According to your orders, we are luring all remaining Saiyans to planet Vegeta." "Excellent," Frisia chuckled softly. "Let them linger a while longer. After all, a grand finale requires ample actors." Meanwhile, in a distant star system, Ye Jian's spacecraft finally entered the realm of the North Galaxy. The silver vessel glimmered coldly under the starlight, its blue exhaust flames tracing graceful arcs through the darkness. With a gentle swoosh, the ship descended at the edge of a desolate planet. The scene was suffocating. The vast surface was riddled with intersecting crevices, resembling a heart torn asunder. The grayish-brown rocks glowed strangely under the dim light, while a few dormant volcanoes stood solemnly in the distance, like tombstones for giants. Ye Jian stood before the porthole, gazing at this lifeless land. If it weren't for the confirmation that this was not the solar system, he would almost believe he had arrived at Saturn. Whirling dust danced in the sparse atmosphere, and occasionally, small rocks were pulled by the weak gravity, drifting slowly into the abyss of space. Brother Ye Jian, where's this place? Su Pali curiously leaned closer to the porthole, her nose nearly touching the cold glass. Her amber eyes widened as she surveyed the strange land, resembling a country bumpkin visiting the city for the first time. Ye Jian gently patted her head, cautioning, "Be careful. The gravitational field here is rather unstable." Su Pali stuck out her tongue, but obediently stepped back. Her slender fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her clothing. Yet her gaze greedily captured every sight outside the window. In this vast universe, darkness remained the eternal theme, apart from the faintly glowing celestial bodies. Resembling fireflies dotting the night sky, the entire expanse was shrouded in profound darkness. Occasionally, a meteor streaked by, leaving a fleeting trail of light in the dark, only to be consumed by the endless void. Ye Jian adjusted the parameters on the control panel, and the external searchlights of the spacecraft suddenly illuminated, piercing the darkness with thick beams of light, revealing the surface below as bright as day. Under the intense illumination, a thick layer of cosmic dust was clearly visible on the ground, with oddly shaped rocks occasionally peeking out, as if ancient sentinels slumbered on this planet. "We must pause here for a moment," Ye Jian spoke softly, "to replenish some energy." Su Pali nodded, yet her gaze remained captivated by the peculiar sights outside. On this desolate planet, even the sound of the wind felt exceptionally precious. Gus stood before the spacecraft's porthole, his eyes fixed on the cosmic map suspended in midair. This map was meticulously crafted by the Saiyan ancestors, densely marked with the star systems they had once traversed, as well as uncharted mysterious regions. His long fingers glided gently over the map's surface, ultimately resting on a dim light point. Deji Star. "Is this Deji Star?" Ye Jian murmured, a slight frown creasing his brow. The map's notation regarding this planet was quite sparse, merely a gray symbol indicating an abandoned star area. Looking through the porthole, the full visage of Deji Star gradually came into focus. It appeared as a grayish planet, its surface marred by cracks, reminiscent of riverbeds long desiccated. The thin atmosphere allowed sunlight to pour down unabated, casting long shadows on the barren ground, although it lacked the lethal radiation or storms found on some extreme planets. The overall lifelessness of the sphere still sent shivers down one's spine. "Brother Ye Jian, why are we here?" Su Pali leaned closer to the map, her delicate fingers pointing at the marker for Deji Star. The map clearly indicated that this place was utterly uninhabitable. Ye Jian turned around, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. "Have you forgotten? We are searching for planet Namek. Although we do not know its precise location, ancient texts suggest that clues might be concealed on Deji Star." As he spoke, his hands skillfully maneuvered the controls, and the spacecraft began to adjust its course, slowly descending towards Deji Star. "Let us rest here for a while," Ye Jian added, tucking the map into his waist pouch. The spacecraft passed through the thin atmosphere, trembling slightly during descent, the porthole revealing glimpses of desolation, fractured mountains, parched riverbeds, and countless severely weathered ruins. At the moment they entered the North Galaxy, King Kai on planet King suddenly sprang from his seat. He had been leisurely sitting in a rocking chair in a small garden, holding a freshly brewed cup of tea. Suddenly, the two antennas on his hat began to shake violently, emitting a series of alarming beeps. "What in the world?" he exclaimed, hurriedly placing his cup down, splattering tea on his impeccably pressed black uniform. The emblem of the universe on his chest glimmered in the sunlight, now marred by a few drops of tea. "The Saiyans have actually arrived here." He rushed into the monitoring room, followed closely by Barbarous and Ye Jian. The docile gorilla scratched its head anxiously, while the grasshopper hopped onto the control panel. King Kai stood on tiptoe, barely reaching the console, his hands flying across the controls. Though he was not tall, his movements were remarkably agile at this moment. The monitoring screen clearly displayed Ye Jian's spacecraft descending on Deji Star. King Kai's blue face turned slightly pale with anxiety as he adjusted his black hat, the antennas still trembling slightly. "This is not good," King Kai muttered, the information sensed by his antennae making him restless. Although he was not particularly strong among the gods, His unique telepathic ability was now transmitting a signal of danger. He could distinctly sense the immense energy contained within these two Saiyans, especially the young man named Ye Jian, who seemed to harbor unfathomable power. King Kai paced back and forth in the monitoring room, while Barbarous mimicked his actions, and Guyi gently bounced along beside them. On King Kai's planet, where gravity was 10 times that of Earth, each of their movements felt particularly heavy, yet the anxiety within King Kai made him entirely oblivious to it. I must keep a close watch on them. King Kai finally stopped in front of the monitor, hands clasped behind his back, his expression grave. His special antennae glowed faintly, concentrating their sensory perception towards Deji Star. Telepathy is a mode of communication that transcends time and space, allowing silent exchange of thoughts without the need for any devices. Regardless of whether the other party is at the other end of Earth or in some far corner of the vast universe, telepathy can instantaneously establish a mental bridge. Imagine, in the stillness of the deep night, a practitioner closes his eyes, his thoughts radiating like invisible ripples, penetrating mountains and rivers, crossing continents and oceans, reaching the depths of the target's mind. Even more astonishing is the ability to convey a person's words simultaneously to billions across the globe, as if whispering in each individual's ear, or allowing the entire world to listen to a singular voice at once, akin to a deity proclaiming divine edicts from the heavens. In addition to telepathy, he has also innovated two formidable techniques, the Kaioken and the Genkidama. These two moves not only serve as the lethal arsenal that propelled the protagonist, Sun Wukong, to fame, but also play a pivotal role in turning the tides during countless life and death battles. Notably, the Genkidama possesses such terrifying power that it can alter the very fabric of existence, causing the heavens to change hue and stars to fall. The process of conjuring the Genkidama is nothing short of a grand and sacred ritual. The practitioner must meditate intently, raising both hands skyward, as if summoning the energies of the universe. As time progresses, the surrounding space begins to tremble slightly, and countless tiny points of light converge from all directions, representing the vital energy of flora, rivers, birds, beasts, and even human life. Initially, these points of light are as faint as fireflies, gradually coalescing into a dazzling stream of luminescence, condensing in the practitioner's palms into a sphere of energy that emits a gentle glow. This seemingly inconspicuous orb conceals a cataclysmic force, with a density of life energy so immense that it is akin to containing an entire ocean within a single droplet. When the Genkidama finally takes shape, its surface shimmers with iridescent hues, while the internal energy surges like molten lava, poised to unleash devastating power at any moment. Remarkably, the Genkidama not only wields immense strength, but also exhibits precise control. During an assault, the energy locks onto its target like an intelligent missile, with the shockwave strictly confined to a specific range, ensuring that the innocent remain unscathed. This unparalleled precision renders the Genkidama the ultimate weapon. Once struck, adversaries are obliterated at the atomic level, leaving not even a single cell behind. Regardless of an opponent's regenerative capabilities, they are rendered utterly powerless against the Genkidama's cleansing force. Beyond the automatic absorption of natural life energy, the Genkidama can also be accelerated through collective effort. When countless individuals simultaneously raise their hands, offering their own life energy, a cascade of light akin to a galaxy pours forth, coalescing into an even larger and more resplendent sphere of energy. This collective contribution not only significantly shortens the time required for accumulation, but also harnesses energy far exceeding individual limits. In the classic battles of Dragon Ball Z, it was precisely through the collective offering of life energy from all the inhabitants of Earth that Sun Wukong was able to create a colossal Genkidama capable of eradicating Majin Buu. That moment remains unforgettable, as countless points of light ascended from every corner of the Earth, streaking across the sky like meteors. They ultimately transformed into a sun-like sphere of energy in Sun Wukong's hands, enveloping the entire battlefield in sacred light. During the power tournament in Dragon Ball Super, Sun Wukong invoked this technique once more, standing amidst the arena of the gods, surrounded by the life energy from various universes, creating a scene reminiscent of a creator deity weaving a new cosmos. In the climactic battle of Dragon Ball GT, confronted by the nearly invincible Shoichi Shinron, it was again the ultimate Genkidama, fueled by the collective energy of the entire universe, that concluded this epic saga across time and space. The other remarkable technique, the Kaioken, is equally formidable. This is not a direct attack, but a secret method that enhances combat prowess by awakening latent potential. When the Kaioken is activated, a scarlet aura erupts from the user, muscles visibly swell, veins bulge like coiling dragons, and the eyes radiate a penetrating brilliance. Strength, speed, reaction, and defense increase exponentially in an instant, transforming the individual into a veritable combat machine. However, such immense power comes at a steep cost. The Kaioken places tremendous strain on the body, with each doubling of strength subjecting the veins to multiple times the pressure. When the limits of the body are exceeded, the skin begins to crack, blood seeps from the pores, and bones groan under the unbearable burden. In the original narrative, Sun Wukong once elevated the Kaioken to an astonishing 20 times during his climactic confrontation with the tyrant Frisia. At that moment, the blood-red aura surrounding him surged skyward, causing the ground beneath to fracture under the weight of his power, while the air was thick with the acrid scent of energy overload. Even later, during his battle against Ribby Fan in his Super Saiyan form, he nearly shattered his body while employing the Super Kaioken. These two extraordinary techniques, one purging evil through the power of the cosmos, and the other igniting one's own essence to transcend limits, collaboratively composed the most stirring battle verses in the Dragon Ball universe. Each execution serves as the ultimate test of will and physical endurance. Each success etches an immortal legend in the annals of martial arts history. Returning to the narrative, the North Kaishin was greatly unsettled, all due to the almost space-rending aura emanating from Ye Jian. Let us not forget, the North Kaishin, despite his diminished combat prowess compared to those who could stir storms across the universe, possesses a perception and insight that mortals can scarcely fathom. At this moment, he stood upon the verdant fields of Kaishin planet, beads of sweat trickling from his brow, hands involuntarily clenching his robe. He could distinctly sense the chilling and ferocious energy seeping from the distant starry expanse, akin to a slumbering dark behemoth poised to unleash its fangs. This was the energy of the Saiyans, and not just any Saiyans, but those capable of instilling terror in the stars. What purpose did they have in coming here? Were they intent on annihilating Kaishin planet? What to do? The North Kaishin's heart was tumultuous, his mind flooded with countless tales of the Saiyans. This warrior race had long been infamous throughout the cosmos, their brutality rivaling that of the Frisia force that once ravaged the galaxy. They swept across planets like locusts, leaving desolation and silence in their wake. He recalled reports from various star systems indicating that once the Saiyans fixated on a target, they would pursue it relentlessly until their objectives were met. And now, they had ventured into this realm that should have remained tranquil. Perhaps only two individuals were not here to incite conflict? The North Kaishin barely managed to suppress his rising panic, attempting to steady his mind with such feeble self-reassurance. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, his gaze remained fixed on the direction from which the energy emanated. As a Kaishin, he could not afford to retreat. Yet he felt utterly powerless, as an icy tendril of helplessness coiled around his heart. However, just as the North Kaishin was on the edge of anxiety, Ye Jian remained blissfully unaware. His spherical spacecraft tore through the atmosphere, accompanied by a scorching airflow and a thunderous roar, gently landing on the desolate surface of Daiji planet. The moment the hatch slid open, Ye Jian stepped out. His crimson cloak billowed in the arid wind, and his battle boots crushed the cracked earth, producing a crisp sound of shattering. His keen gaze swept across this desolate world, where the ground was fissured, rocks laid bare, and only a few withered alien plants swayed in the breeze. Yet, to his surprise, amid this seemingly lifeless terrain, there flowed a winding silver stream, like a defiant trace of life, quietly meandering through the reddish-brown canyon. The water was crystal clear, reflecting the dim sun of Daiji planet, glimmering with fragmented golden hues. A subtle smile graced Ye Jian's lips as he strode toward the stream, his boots crunching rhythmically over the gravel. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, a deity far away on Kaishin planet trembled at his arrival. Chapter 14. The monster this stream was so narrow it resembled a silver thread, nearly imperceptible on the planetary surface, as if concealed by some mysterious force. The river flowed with crystal-clear waters, glistening like a sparkling ribbon of gemstones beneath the faint light. Surrounding vegetation flourished vibrantly, with towering trees casting dappled shadows, while the air was infused with the rich aromas of damp earth and blooming flowers. Wow, I can't believe there's such a river here. How did I miss it just now? Supa Ali's eyes sparkled with excitement, resembling two bright stars. She fixated on Ye Jian, her face brimming with anticipation, her hands instinctively clasped together as if in prayer. Ye Jian chuckled wryly and shook his head. He was all too aware of the girl's intentions. She was eager for a bath. He let out a gentle sigh, the corners of his mouth curving into a blend of exasperation and fondness. All right, let's go take a look. Ye Jian nodded in agreement, then opened the door and stepped outside. The world beyond the door enveloped them instantly, a wave of scorching air licking at their skin like an invisible flame. Oh my goodness, this temperature is unbearable. As Ye Jian took his first step, he couldn't help but frown. Beads of sweat immediately forming on his forehead and trickling down his cheeks. He wiped his brow, inwardly cursing, why is it so hot? This is entirely different from what the map described. The ground beneath his feet seemed singed, emitting faint cracking sounds. It's so hot. Ye Jian Gij, let's hurry. I haven't bathed in a month. Supa Ali urgently tugged at Ye Jian's sleeve. Her cheeks flushed from the heat, her breathing slightly rapid, her eyes filled with longing. All right, let's go. Without hesitation, Ye Jian summoned the energy within him, a powerful force swirling around him, forming a subtle protective barrier. He scooped up Supa Ali, lifting her off the ground as if she were an arrow released from a bow, and they soared toward the river. Supa Ali clung tightly to his neck, feeling the wind whip past her ears, her long hair flowing like a cascade of dark silk. Although she had yet to master the art of flight through qi, having not delved deeply enough into its intricacies, Ye Jian's self-created technique allowed him to maneuver through the air with both grace and agility, enhancing his speed and reflexes in battle. In contrast, traditional flying techniques merely facilitated movement without any additional utility. In the blink of an eye, they reached the riverbank. The water sparkled enticingly under the sun, and Supa Ali was eager to leap into its embrace. However, just as she took a step forward, Ye Jian swiftly intercepted her. His movement was both quick and resolute, his arm forming a solid barrier before her. Ye Jian Gij, what are you doing? Supa Ali's expression shifted to one of reproach, her eyes filled with confusion and a hint of grievance. Her lips slightly pouted, as if questioning, we were so close. Why stop now? Her fingers fidgeted together, betraying her inner anxiety and disappointment. Don't look at me like that. There's something off about this river. Ye Jian disregarded Supa Ali's playful glare, his brow furrowed, voice low and alert. He crouched down slowly, one hand resting on the cracked earth while the other pointed toward the river, which appeared particularly out of place in the desolate surroundings. The water was deep, exuding an eerie dark green hue, as if concealing unspeakable secrets. Supa Ali blinked in confusion and asked, what's wrong? What do you mean? Her voice held a hint of bewilderment, yet it softened in response to Ye Jian's serious demeanor. I can't quite articulate it, but everything about this place feels peculiar. Ye Jian's gaze swept the barren landscape, where the ground was fissured and devoid of life, as if even the wind dared not linger. Yet, amidst this desolation, the river flowed quietly, its surface undisturbed, seemingly untouched by drought. Look around. There's not a hint of life, yet here lies a river that has not dried up. There must be something amiss. As he spoke, he began to lie down, gently brushing aside the dust to reveal a scattering of white bones. The peculiar shapes of the bones were clearly not human. They resembled the remains of some unknown creature. Supa Ali shivered involuntarily and whispered, in such a lifeless place. Where did these animal skeletons come from? Ye Jian did not respond immediately. Instead, he reached out to touch the bones, the icy sensation at his fingertips further confirming his instincts. Seeing him so serious, Supa Ali ceased her playful demeanor. Over the years, as they traveled together, Ye Jian had always been her steadfast protector, never allowing her to suffer even the slightest grievance. Though they had encountered no one else along their journey, the concept of hardship was but a foreign term to her. Wait, Ye Jian suddenly exclaimed, his body tensing sharply. He sensed a faint yet distinct aura, qi to him, mere energy fluctuations to others. This subtle presence was deeply concealed, almost blending into the surroundings. However, just as his hand was about to touch the water, it suddenly surged forth like a venomous serpent, vanishing in an instant. Ye Jian's pupils constricted slightly. He was certain he hadn't misjudged. Indeed, he sprang to his feet, grasping Su Pa Li's wrist with a speed akin to lightning. Before she could react, he propelled them both into the air, soaring several yards high. Simultaneously, Ye Jian's left hand coalesced a blazing energy sphere, the swirling chi within his palm emitting a deep, resonant hum. Boom! The energy sphere shot towards the shadowy depths of the river like a meteor, erupting into a thunderous explosion. The water was violently scattered, creating a colossal mushroom-shaped cloud, while droplets crystallized in the air, reflecting the dim light of the sky. Ye Jian and Su Pa Li gently descended onto a steep mountain peak, with jagged rocks beneath their feet and the river's tumultuous surface churning in the distance. Su Pa Li, still shaken, grasped Ye Jian's sleeve, her voice trembling. Ye Jian Gij, what are you doing? Why did you blow up that pool? Ye Jian turned his head, a mysterious smile gracing his lips, his eyes shimmering with insight. Was that truly water? Look closely. He pointed toward the dissipating cloud, as if guiding her to unveil the hidden truth beneath the surface. Intrigued, Su Pa Li followed Ye Jian's gaze, only to be startled by the scene before her. The once placid water had inexplicably risen. The surface glimmered with an unsettling luminescence under the sun, as if alive, undulating slowly to form a distorted silhouette. What? How can this be? Su Pa Li's voice quivered as she instinctively took a step back, clutching her clothes tightly. She had never witnessed such a bizarre spectacle. The water seemed to possess consciousness, subtly rising and falling before her gaze, like a breath. Ye Jian's lips curled into a knowing smile, his eyes alight with excitement. So that strange aura I sensed was caused by this entity. He scrutinized the liquid figure, noting its resemblance to a jellyfish, yet fundamentally different. It is well known that jellyfish are primarily composed of water, with a thick layer of mesoglea nestled between their inner and outer cell layers. This unique structure not only imparts their translucent quality, but also grants them buoyancy in the water. As they glide through the ocean, they expel water from their bell-shaped bodies, generating propulsion. From a distance, they appear as delicate, floating umbrellas, some adorned with vibrant patterns, resembling moving works of art in the azure sea. However, the creature before them, though jellyfish-like in form, was fundamentally different. It presents a crystalline azure hue, indistinguishable from the surrounding pool of water unless observed closely. It lies quietly on the ground, seamlessly blending with the nearby puddles, as if it were a cruel jest of nature. The most terrifying aspect is that any creature daring to approach it is instantly engulfed. The scattered white bones nearby are undoubtedly the remnants of those unfortunate enough to have touched it, silently consumed until only empty skeletons were left behind. Ye Jian Gij, what manner of monster is this? Su Pa Li's voice trembled with a hint of sobbing, her petite form quaking slightly. Ye Jian shook his head, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the eerie mass of liquid. I am uncertain. This is De Ji Xing. It must be a unique creature of this planet. Just as he uttered these words, the liquid suddenly emitted a low, rumbling roar, accompanied by a spine-chilling sound. It swiftly coalesced into a three-dimensional human form. This liquid entity bore no distinct facial features or skin texture, merely a hazy silhouette. At what should be its head, two fissures slowly opened to form hollow eyes. And below, another gash tore open, serving as its mouth. More revoltingly, from that mouth erupted two jets of viscous liquid, reeking of a nauseating odor. Damn it! Ye Jian felt a wave of nausea wash over him. I haven't even made a move, and you strike first. Then let me show you what it means to be second to none. Before he finished speaking, Ye Jian had already raised his hand to conjure a sphere of energy. The sphere whistled through the air, precisely striking the oncoming blobs of mucus, exploding into a foul spray. Immediately, he pressed his palms together, summoning an increasingly potent wave of energy, causing the surrounding air to distort from the energy's gathering. A deep, powerful roar erupted from Ye Jian's throat. His fists clenched tightly, arms crossed before his chest, muscles tensed as if a long-dormant volcano was about to erupt. The ground beneath him trembled, small stones jittered uneasily, and the air seemed warped by an invisible force, emitting a low hum. In an instant, an overwhelming force erupted around Ye Jian, transforming the ground beneath him into a colossal magnet, lifting rocks from the earth, swirling chaotically around him. Debris collided mid-air, shattering with crackling sounds, dust swirling, enveloping Ye Jian in a cloud of chaos. The atmospheric currents of De Ji Xing were disturbed by this power. Winds howled, kicking up clouds of dust, Airborne ions were drawn together, gradually coalescing into serpentine bolts of lightning, twisting and turning in the air, radiating blinding light, illuminating the dim sky as if it were daytime. Amidst the flickering of lightning, Ye Jian's figure could be seen intermittently, resembling a war deity descended to the mortal realm. However, this astonishing spectacle lasted but a moment. With a soft exclamation from Ye Jian, all stones, lightning, and tempestuous winds abruptly dissipated, as if they had never existed. In their place, a faint purple aura of battle energy enveloped him, swirling like flames that refused to extinguish. His eyes gleamed with a verdant light, cold and piercing, capable of penetrating any obstacle. His previously docile hair now stood erect, quivering slightly with the flow of energy. This was Ye Jian unleashing his formidable battle power of 30 million. Do not underestimate his calm exterior. The power concealed within him was enough to instill fear in any adversary. Shaoli, you should hide. Ye Jian's voice was steady and resolute, his gaze fixed on the colossal shadow ahead. Su Paoli wasted no time, gracefully leaping away, her figure swiftly retreating from the battlefield like a fleeting light. She understood that this battle was beyond her capability to intervene. She could only watch from a distance, silently praying for Ye Jian. Just as Su Paoli vanished from sight, Ye Jian sprang into action. He dashed forward, transforming into a streak of light, moving with a speed nearly imperceptible to the eye towards the massive creature. The air tore as he passed, emitting a sharp whistle, leaving behind a faint purple afterimage. The creature seemed to sense the impending danger, its massive form pivoting abruptly as it swung its thick arms backward. However, at that very moment, a thunderous sound erupted, and a brilliant beam of light appeared out of nowhere, striking its arm with precision. The force contained within the beam was terrifying, instantly shattering the creature's arm. Flesh and blood scattering. Ye Jian's figure zipped past the creature, allowing a clear view of its entirety. It stood over 50 meters tall, its body encased in a hard shell. A grotesque head adorned with numerous crimson eyes, emanating a repugnant stench. Despite its arm being damaged, it seemed oblivious to the pain, letting out a deafening roar. Ye Jian did not flinch, his right hand forming a fist as a pale purple energy rapidly coalesced into a gigantic sword over 10 meters long. The blade glimmered with a cold light. The energy flowing along its edge emitted a low hum. He raised the energy sword high, his form like lightning, leaping to deliver a powerful strike upon the creature's head. Where the blade passed, the air appeared to be cleaved, leaving a distinct fissure. Roar. The creature sensed the lethal threat, its body erupting with a mix of pale green and azure energy, attempting to withstand the blow. The two forces collided violently, producing a deafening roar. Where the energies intertwined, the very fabric of space seemed to warp, blinding light radiating, rendering it impossible to behold directly. Focus. The sword edge and the energy shield locked in a fierce stalemate, emitting sharp friction sounds. Ye Jian's gaze sharpened, his battle energy surging once more. The pale purple glow gathering on the sword's blade, as if solidifying. With a piercing cry that rent the air, he struck accurately towards the creature's head. This strike embodied Ye Jian's full strength, and as the blade met the creature's hard skull, a jarring metallic clash erupted. Energy surged violently at the point of contact, akin to a bomb detonating, utterly obliterating the chaotic energy amassed within the creature. Scorching waves of heat filled the air, the ground cracking under the shockwave, debris scattering, dust billowing. Ye Jian's hands gripping the sword's hilt trembled violently, as if he had struck a piece of ancient cold iron. His expression hardened as he thought, indeed, this creature's head is incredibly tough. No wonder it can withstand such ferocious energy. His muscles bulged under the infusion of battle energy, veins standing out, every ounce of strength converging at the sword's edge. Ye Jian's roar boomed like thunder, shaking the surrounding air. His battle energy erupted once more, golden light radiating like the sun, illuminating the entire battlefield as bright as day. The blade traced a perfect arc in the air, carrying the momentum of annihilation. Crashing down with full force. Swoosh. The sound of the blade slicing through the air was sharp and piercing, as if even space itself had been cleaved. The creature's body, under the impact of the sword's energy, was effortlessly torn apart like paper. Blood and energy fragments splattered, staining the ground around. Ye Jian stood with his sword drawn, the battle energy on the blade gradually dissipating, yet he did not relax his guard, quickly condensing energy in his palm. Go, he commanded. And a pale purple energy wave shot forth from his palm with sudden ferocity. This energy wave streaked through the sky like a meteor, carrying the power to annihilate all, heading straight for the creature's torn remains. Where the energy wave passed, the air distorted, the ground plowed into a deep chasm, as if a giant dragon was thrashing about beneath the surface. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as the energy wave struck its target with precision, instantly igniting the remnants of energy within the monster's carcass. The shockwave of the explosion spread like a tsunami, uprooting trees and sending debris and dust soaring through the air. Fiery flames intertwined with violet energy, creating a scene of utter devastation. Ye Jian gradually retracted his aura, the brilliance surrounding him fading away, and his hair, previously standing on end from the energy surge, slowly fell back into place. A few strands of black hair gently covered his forehead, starkly contrasting with the smooth brows of Vegeta and King Vegeta, adding an air of chill and aloofness. He stood amidst the ruins, his gaze steely, resembling an unmovable god of war. Chapter 15. The explosion. As the dust gradually settled, the mingling scent of blood and gunpowder permeated the air. Amongst the broken walls and rubble lay the enormous corpse of the monster, its grotesque wounds still oozing dark purple blood. Su Pa trod upon the shattered stones and hurried over, her light purple hair billowing in the wind, her bright eyes filled with concern. Ye Jian, are you all right? Are you hurt? Her voice trembled slightly, her small hands clenching tightly around the hem of her clothing. Ye Jian inhaled deeply, his chest rising and falling gently. He looked down at his hands, mindful that the strike he had just delivered had drawn upon all the power he could muster in his normal state, his knuckles still tingling from the impact with the monster. This was the first time since his training that he had truly taken a life. Although he had experienced combat upon his arrival at planet Bailia, those encounters had primarily been for self-preservation, whereas this time, it was a definitive kill. Do not worry, I am unharmed, he replied in a deep voice, though his gaze lingered upon the monster. Su Pa sighed in relief, turning her attention to the corpse that was gradually losing its warmth. This monster's aura is incredibly powerful. I even feel that if I were to face it, I might not withstand a single blow. Ye Jian nodded slightly. She was correct, for this creature indeed possessed a combat power of 1,000,000. Had it not been for his relative inexperience in battle and his incomplete adaptation to the rhythm of life and death struggles, he would not have needed to exert his full strength. He recalled the uncontrollable warrior Broly from Dragon Ball Super. Initially, when facing Vegeta, Broly possessed world-destroying power, yet due to his lack of combat knowledge, he was consistently at a disadvantage, being pushed back time and again. However, during that battle, he quickly adapted and mounted a fierce counterattack. And was he not in a similar position? He required an evenly matched opponent to hone his skills on the edge of life and death. Unlike Broly, however, he had already grasped the essence of combat, and his full-force strike was not only a test of his limits, but also a means to achieve a swift resolution. After all, he had come to this desolate land with a deeply hidden purpose. Do not fret. Ye Jian turned and gently patted Su Pa's shoulder, his tone resolute. The future you will undoubtedly grow stronger, perhaps even becoming the legendary Super Saiyan. Su Pa lifted her head, a glimmer of longing flashing in her eyes, only to quickly dim again. Thank you, Ye Jian. I will strive to improve, she said, her voice trailing off. But becoming a Super Saiyan may forever remain an unattainable legend for me. Her tone grew softer, laced with self-mockery and a hint of reluctance. The wind stirred up dust, swirling around the desolate battlefield as if responding to her unspoken desires. She stood quietly at the edge of the training ground, sweat trickling down her cheeks, soaking her training suit. Her fists clenched tightly, her gaze unwavering as she looked into the distance, fully aware of her limited potential. Compared to Ye Jian's formidable talents, she knew she might never reach the realm of the Super Saiyan. Every time she recalled the moment Ye Jian transformed, his golden aura soaring skyward, the powerful energy waves nearly tearing the sky asunder, she felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. That strength seemed to emanate from another world, one she could only gaze upon from afar. Ye Jian stood beside her, his golden hair gently swaying in the breeze, an expression of tranquility in his eyes. He noticed her despondency, but did not rush to console her. Instead, he softly spoke, "Becoming a Super Saiyan is not predetermined by birth. With effort, Anyone has the potential to achieve it. His voice was calm and powerful, stating what seemed to be the simplest of truths. She could not help but recall the legendary figures within the Dragon Ball universe. Sun Wukong, a lowly warrior with an initial combat power of merely 2, transcended his limits through indomitable will and countless brushes with death, ultimately becoming a Super Saiyan. In Dragon Ball Super, he even ascended to a higher realm, transforming into a Super Saiyan god, mastering a technique so profound that even deities struggled to control it. In the timeline of Dragon Ball GT, he evolved into forms of Super Saiyan 4 and 5. Although his journey was undoubtedly aided by the protagonist's halo, his relentless effort and perseverance were undeniable. Then there was the prodigious warrior Ye Jian, born into nobility and endowed with extraordinary talent. Yet he was consistently surpassed by Sun Wukong. Each time, Ye Jian exerted every ounce of his being to catch up, but Sun Wukong always managed to stay one step ahead. Not only due to his hard work, but also because of his remarkable insight and the favor of fate. All of this seemed to convey a message to her, regardless of how low one's starting point may be, as long as one does not give up. Even the most insignificant can transform into something magnificent. Let us proceed. Ye Jian's voice interrupted her thoughts. We shall see if any life forms still exist on this planet. He stepped forward, his golden aura flickering slightly, as if sensing the energies around him. Although he did not detect any noticeable energy, he understood that some beings in the universe were naturally adept at concealing their presence or did not belong to the realm of energy perception at all. Meanwhile, on the distant Ye Jian star, the Saiyans were gradually returning. The planet's surface was marred by massive craters and crumbling structures, the former glory long since faded. Except for a few warriors accompanying Ye Jian on a mission, nearly all Saiyans had congregated here. The air was thick with an oppressive atmosphere, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. Within Frisia's colossal spacecraft, Dodoria hurried into the command room, kneeling on one knee to report to Frisia, who was seated in his hovering chair. Lord Frisia, all Saiyans have returned to Ye Jian star except for Prince Ye Jian. His voice was tinged with anxiety, sweat beading on his forehead. He had previously attempted to contact Ye Jian, but the proud prince had completely ignored him. Frisia stroked his chin thoughtfully, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Oh, so we are merely missing Prince Ye Jian? A glimmer of amusement flashed in his eyes as if he were devising a plan. Let us keep him for now. Perhaps he will become a valuable asset in the future. His laughter echoed within the spacious command room, carrying an unsettling chill. Dodoria exchanged a glance with the nearby Zarbin, their brows furrowing slightly. A sense of unease arose within them. Was Lord Frisia intending to cultivate another potential pawn, or had he already laid a deeper trap, waiting for the Saiyans to walk into it? The winds on the planet's surface began to intensify, stirring up clouds of dust. Ye Jian and Su Paoli continued their exploration, each step taken upon uncharted territory. In the distant sky, a few twinkling stars were faintly visible, as if silently observing the fate of this world. And she, although acutely aware that she may never reach the heights of Ye Jian, felt a flicker of unwillingness igniting deep within her. Perhaps, indeed, effort could create miracles, even if it were merely a minuscule step. Above the planet Vegeta, a swarm of Frisia's army warships blotted out the sun, their metallic exteriors reflecting a chilling gleam under the stellar light. The main ship's hatch creaked open, revealing Frisia seated upon a levitating chair, his crimson eyes surveying the cracked earth below. What a savage planet, he mused with a soft chuckle, twirling the tip of his tail as his gaze fell upon the proud figure in the distance. Vegeta stood with his arms crossed atop the ruins, his battle attire billowing in the fierce wind. Remarkably, at merely 12 years of age, he emanated a visible aura of energy, the debris beneath his feet pulverized by the explosive force radiating from him. Doria, with a fighting power of over 7,000, wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his corpulent form trembling slightly amidst the buzzing of the scanners. He exchanged a glance with Sabo, each reflecting incredulity and horror. Sabo instinctively took a step back, his green skin glistening with sticky perspiration. He recalled witnessing Vegeta penetrate a test alloy target with a single strike 3 months prior, the piercing sound of the tears still echoing in his ears. He must be stopped from further growth. Doria crushed an energy capsule in his mouth, the saccharine juice trickling down his chin. His plump fingers fumbled inside the hidden pocket of his battle suit, secretly adjusting the parameters of the energy collector. Both turned their gazes toward Frisia's back. The diminutive figure, seated in the floating chair, hummed a nameless tune, the long tip of his tail rhythmically tapping against the metallic armrest. Each tap left a deep dent in the cabin's interior. "I heard that last week." "Two more members of the Jinyu force were lost," Sabo said in a hushed tone, his throat's frilled organ twitching uneasily. He remembered his colleagues, shattered into crystalline dust after being frozen, and his stomach churned. Meanwhile, on the planet's surface, Bardock pushed aside the massive boulder pinning his left leg. Blood dripped from the cross-shaped scar on his forehead, staining his deep blue battle suit. Upon seeing Frisia hovering in the sky, his bloodied fingers tightened fiercely, crushing the rubble in his palm to dust. "Calm down, Bardock," he whispered to himself, forcing his mind to assess the battlefield. In the distance, several young Saiyans were fleeing amidst the artillery fire, and without hesitation, he raised his hand to blast away the debris of a fallen warship. This action drew the remaining lower-ranked warriors around him, forming a small defensive circle. "It seems there are anomalies among the Saiyan monkeys," Frisia remarked with interest, raising an eyebrow as a sphere of purple energy coalesced at his fingertip. The radiance illuminated Bardock's resolute face, revealing a clarity in his eyes that set him apart from ordinary Saiyans. The atmosphere of Vegeta began to warp, countless energy beams pouring down like torrential rain. Amidst the deafening explosions, Vegeta's lips curled into a defiant smirk, his burning aura surging even higher amidst the inferno. Bardock stood on the desolate rocky surface of Vegeta, the fierce winds whipping around his tattered battle suit, stirring up clouds of dust. As a lower-ranked warrior, he had ascended to a higher level. Yet he remained unable to breach the threshold to become an intermediate warrior. Nevertheless, through sheer determination and relentless effort, his battle power had exceeded 10,000, a rarity among Saiyans. Unlike the cold, aloof persona depicted in the original Dragon Ball, this Bardock possessed a touch of warmth. He had united with his beloved wife, Jian, and they fought side by side, supporting one another. Jian was not only an exceptional warrior, but also a tender mother, often seen cradling their young Kakarot as she traversed the camp. This heartwarming family scene stood out among the battle-hungry Saiyans, earning them the respect of their fellow warriors. At this moment, Bardock clenched his fists, cold sweat beading on his brow. He keenly sensed the terrifying aura approaching from afar. It was the cosmic tyrant Frisia drawing near. King Vegeta had been missing for some time, casting a shadow of unease over the entire planet. As one of the few warriors to perceive the impending danger, he had no choice but to step forward. A piercing, chilling laughter sliced through the air. Frisia sat upon his floating craft, his crimson eyes scanning the land beneath. The scanner over his right eye flickered with blue light, indicating the energy signatures of the gathered Saiyans. "Excellent, Saiyans, today is your last day," Frisia declared nonchalantly, a cruel smile gracing his lips. "What?" Bardock roared, propelling himself forward with tremendous force, leaving spiderweb-like cracks in the ground. A golden aura erupted around him, his battlesuit rustling under the energy's impact. The surrounding Saiyan warriors entered battle mode, various auras igniting across the wasteland. However, Frisia had no intention of engaging them in close combat. Lazily, he raised his right hand, lightly tapping his fingertip, causing a cherry-sized energy sphere to coalesce, radiating a sinister purple glow. Just as the warriors exchanged confused glances, the energy sphere suddenly expanded. In mere seconds, the formerly tiny orb transformed into a colossal energy blast, its size nearly equivalent to 1/3 of Vegeta. The blinding light tinged the sky with an eerie purple hue, and the violent energy fluctuations caused the ground to fracture. "What is this?" A Saiyan warrior recoiled in fear, yet the gravitational pull of the energy blast held him firmly in place. Bardock gritted his teeth, crossing his arms over his chest in an attempt to shield himself, but the rampaging energy storm hurled him violently away. He crashed into a large boulder, which shattered upon impact. Through the swirling dust, he saw Frisia elegantly snap his fingers, the planet-destroying bomb. With Frisia's nonchalant words, the gargantuan energy blast plummeted. As it descended, the space around it warped, and the atmosphere crackled with the acrid scent of ionized ozone. The surface of Vegeta began to crumble, lava erupting from the fissures, painting the sky a bloody red. The last image Bardock beheld was Jian's gentle smile and the sleeping face of his son. Then, an endless darkness consumed all. "Die! Ha ha ha!" Frisia's maniacal laughter echoed through the cosmos as he elegantly raised his arm, a foreboding purple energy sphere coalescing at his fingertip. The surface of the sphere was entwined with dark red arcs of electricity, resembling a Death Star compressed to its utmost limit. With a gentle flick of his finger, the planet-destroying bomb hurtled down like a meteor, aimed directly at Vegeta with the power to obliterate everything in its path. Bardock let out a furious roar. Every muscle in his body tensed as he struggled against the lethal pressure. However, Frisia's power was overwhelming, the gravitational field produced by the bomb pinning him down, making him plummet like a nail into a meteorite. Scorching winds engulfed him, and his Saiyan battle suit began to melt from the intense friction, his skin seared by the extreme heat. Just as he was about to breach the atmosphere, a strange black hole appeared before him without warning. The edges of the black hole shimmered with distorted temporal waves, and its powerful suction rapidly engulfed him, leaving only a fading silhouette. Simultaneously, the deadly planet-destroying bomb penetrated the cloud layers, crashing through the crust of Vegeta with unstoppable force. Wherever it passed, magma erupted, mountains collapsed, and the entire planet wailed in agony. The energy sphere drilled deep into the core, dark purple light streaming from the cracks in the crust, illuminating the entire planet as if hell had descended. Suddenly, spiderweb-like fissures appeared on the surface of Vegeta, spreading at an astonishing rate until the entire planet was covered. A deafening roar echoed from deep within the core, and then the whole planet burst apart as if it were a balloon bursting from within. Countless colossal fragments of rock, accompanied by searing magma, erupted in all directions as the shockwaves from the explosion stirred visible ripples of energy throughout the cosmos. The thunderous roar resonated through the heavens, transforming Vegeta Star into a splendid yet cruel display of fireworks. Fiery tongues of crimson licked the dark expanse of the universe, while golden streams of energy blossomed like flowers of death, illuminating the surrounding starfields as brightly as day. The scattered remnants of planets carved countless luminous trails in the vacuum, resembling a grand interstellar funeral. Frisia sat regally upon his floating throne, resting his chin on one hand, his scarlet eyes reflecting the scene of devastation. A slight smile curled upon his lips as he emitted a low, pleased chuckle. Ho 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 ho, Dodoria, Zarbon, what do you think? His voice resonated with an intoxicating tremor. This magnificent annihilation, this perfect finale, was it not the most enchanting spectacle in the universe? Ha ha ha. Behind him, Dodoria and Zarbon stood respectfully, their expressions a blend of awe and fear. The explosive flames danced upon their armor, casting shadows that elongated and shortened upon the walls of the spacecraft. Chapter 16. The destruction of Vegeta Star on the planet Deji. The sky was enveloped by a faint purple halo, while the distant crystalline mountains glimmered with an otherworldly brilliance under the sunlight. Ye Jian stood upon a spacious training ground, his feet planted upon sand as fine as diamonds. He had just completed a rigorous round of physical training, beads of sweat glistening on his well-defined muscles, dropping onto the sandy ground and instantaneously evaporating into a fine mist. Suddenly, a sharp and unexpected pain pierced his chest like a dagger. Ye Jian instinctively clutched his heart, his body leaning forward involuntarily, his breath quickening, his brow furrowed deeply, confusion and anguish flickering in his profound gaze. What is happening? Why do I feel this way? He murmured to himself, his voice trembling with disbelief. As a seasoned Saiyan warrior, he was accustomed to physical pain. Yet this torment originating from the depths of his soul felt foreign and debilitating. He forced himself to regain composure, rapidly searching his mind for possible explanations. In this world, he had severed all emotional ties. Deji was merely a temporary stop on his long journey, with no other obsession than to grow stronger. Wait, could it be Vegeta Star? A dreadful thought flashed through his mind like lightning, causing his pupils to constrict. He quickly calculated the time in his mind, his complexion growing pale. According to Frisia's plan, this was precisely the moment when Vegeta Star faced annihilation. Could this sudden heartache be the distant lament of his homeland? Ye Jian Gij, what is wrong with you? A melodious and concerned voice interrupted his thoughts. Sapali approached him at a brisk pace, her silken silver hair swaying gently in the breeze, her clear purple eyes reflecting Ye Jian's pained figure. She noticed the rare expression of sorrow on his face, a stark contrast to his resolute features. Ye Jian took a deep breath, striving to calm the turmoil within. He turned to meet Supali's innocent countenance, and after a moment of hesitation, he decided to be candid. It's nothing. Vegeta Star, the Saiyans are all gone. His voice was low and hoarse, as if each word bore a heavy weight. He slowly walked to a smooth rock nearby and gestured for Sapali to sit beside him. As the twilight cast elongated shadows of the two figures, Ye Jian began to recount the tale of that distant planet, the glory and savagery of the Saiyans, the splendor and destruction of Vegeta Star. His narration ebbed and flowed, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the energy detector at his waist, as if attempting to mask the turmoil within with these minute gestures. Sapali listened quietly, her hands clasped upon her knees. When Ye Jian finished, she lifted her gaze, her expression devoid of the sorrow or shock he had anticipated. To her, Vegeta Star was merely a distant term, and the Saiyans were but symbols on a family tree. Apart from Ye Jian, she had never encountered another of her kin. Those unfamiliar faces and tales did not stir much within her heart. Do not worry, Ye Jian Gij. She gently grasped Ye Jian's hand, her voice soft yet resolute. The Saiyans still exist, you and I. Ye Jian gazed into Supali's clear eyes, feeling the warmth of her palm, and the turmoil within him gradually subsided. He rose, looking towards the twin moons that were gradually ascending, his voice regaining its previous calmness. I am fine. Do not concern yourself with Vegeta Star, it no longer exists. Let us continue pursuing our goals. He turned and strode towards the center of the training ground, energy slowly coalescing around him, forming a faint aura. Yet beneath his resolute exterior, a secret surged within him. He originally possessed the power to avert this tragedy, to save those he had never met. But on the scale of power versus emotion, he chose the former. This choice would forever become an unhealable scar deep within his heart. As the night breeze began to rise, the starry sky of Daiji was exceptionally bright, as if countless eyes were watching this warrior burdened by a heavy past and his destined extraordinary journey. Saiyans were known for their pride and arrogance, and Ye Jian exemplified this trait. He inherently despised constraints, harboring no interest in administrative affairs, preferring to be a carefree wanderer, relishing the freedom that came with it. At this moment, he floated alone in the outer realms of Daiji, arms crossed, his gaze casually sweeping across the vast expanse of the cosmos. Suddenly, a streak of light, akin to a shooting star, pierced the darkness, capturing his attention. Is that Kakarot? Ye Jian narrowed his eyes, fixated on the trajectory of the light. It was a spherical spacecraft hurtling through the universe at an astonishing speed. This was the North Galaxy, the region where Earth lay. And aside from the individual who would later become the protagonist of Dragon Ball, Kakarot, known as Sun Wukong, no other Saiyan would traverse this space at this time. A faint smile crept upon Ye Jian's lips, barely perceptible. He had no intention of approaching to greet or interfere. Each individual had their own path to tread. Kakarot was no exception, nor was he. He turned away, allowing the spacecraft to vanish beyond his line of sight, continuing to immerse himself in his own wandering. Meanwhile, within the Frieza Force's base, the atmosphere was heavy and tense. Frieza had just returned to the command room, his diminutive yet imposing figure sending chills down the spines of all present. Dodoria hastened forward, bowing respectfully, his voice tinged with tremor as he inquired, Lord Frieza, how shall we handle the matter regarding Vegeta? Frieza slowly raised his arm, his fingertips lightly tapping on the armrest of his chair, producing a subtle yet unnerving sound. Coldly, he replied, his voice as sharp as an icy blade, eliminate all those involved in this matter, and deliver them a stern warning. I do not wish for any rumors to leak. He paused momentarily, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes, then continued, as for Vegeta, simply inform them that Vegeta Star has suffered a meteorite impact, and all Saiyans perished in the calamity. Understood, Dodoria quickly responded, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He dared not delay, swiftly turning to execute Frieza's orders. In the distant shadows, Cooler watched Frieza's every move with a cold gaze through a surveillance screen. He had witnessed the entire process of Frieza annihilating Vegeta Star, a cruel smile curling upon his lips. Frieza, you have finally made your move, Cooler murmured to himself, satisfaction lacing his tone. This is for the best. It saves Father from constantly worrying about those Saiyans. Now, everything should come to an end. On the grand stage of the cosmos, the wheel of fate quietly turns, heralding the onset of the legendary saga of the Saiyans. Within the frigid void of space, a small spherical spacecraft navigates with astonishing speed through a field of meteors. Suddenly, A colossal purple figure obstructs the vessel's path, none other than Cooler, the elder brother of the tyrant Frisia. His metallic exterior glimmers ominously under the starlight, while four sharp tails sway gracefully behind him. Cooler narrows his crimson eyes slightly and raises his right hand, clad in a metallic glove, as a purple sphere of destructive energy begins to coalesce in his palm. Just as the energy blast is about to be unleashed, the detector affixed to his left eye emits a series of urgent beeps. A power level of merely 2? Cooler lets out a derisive chuckle, and the gathered energy dissipates into twinkling starlight. He gazes condescendingly at the insignificant craft below, as though scrutinizing a mere ant. Frisia, that fool, has allowed even such riffraff to slip through his fingers. He shakes his head lightly. Such trivial waste, even given a century, would not stir the waters of fate. This seemingly casual decision, however, sows the seeds of a calamitous future. Who could have imagined that this despised Saiyan would grow at an astonishing rate, ultimately becoming his destined nemesis? Just as Cooler prepares to turn away, 3 figures silently materialize behind him. Clad in uniform silver-white mecha, the emblem of the Cooler Corps gleams brightly against the starry backdrop. These are the infamous Cooler Mecha Squad. Each member a super warrior meticulously selected from the elite fighters across the universe. Leading them is the agile Saiyan, whose lithe form appears even more robust within the confines of his armor. The sharp wings extending from either side of his silver helmet resemble a falcon poised for flight. Lord Cooler, all preparations have been completed, he announces, his voice resonating through the visor with a metallic timbre. As the captain of the Mecha Squad, Saiyan is renowned not only for his remarkable agility, but also for his astute tactical mind. He once triumphed over the captain of the Jinyu force in a battle for supremacy, thus becoming one of the few who knows their true nature. Saiyan slowly raises his right hand, where a sharp energy blade materializes at his fingertips, his signature move, the Saiyan blade. Simultaneously, energy beams pulsate in his left palm, akin to but more potent than the Dodo wave. Notably, he shares a common origin with Jinyu force member Jinyu, both hailing from a binary star system. A bond that seems particularly poignant amidst the ruthless conflicts of the cosmos. To Saiyan's right stands Dre, emitting a low growl. His imposing physique dwarfs that of his comrades. Originating from planet Kfera number 256, he boasts a staggering record of 300 consecutive victories in the Universal Wrestling League, with none of his defeated opponents surviving. At this moment, he tilts his head slightly, his specially designed helmet housing a built-in detector that flickers with a ghostly blue light as he moves. This unique detector, integrated into the helmet, perfectly accommodates his unconventional cranial structure. Nez stands silently at the far left of the trio, though he speaks not a word. The dangerous aura surrounding him rivals that of the other two. Their formation, a flawless triangle, demonstrates a profound understanding and synergy amongst them. Cooler surveys his elite squad with satisfaction, the corners of his mouth curling into a cruel smile. Compared to Frisia's 5-member Jinyu force, his 3-member Mecha Squad not only possesses superior strength, but also boasts seamless coordination. In this brutal universe, they serve as his sharpest claws and strongest shield. In the depths of space, amidst a desolate starfield, several menacing spacecraft race at high speed. Cooler stands in the control room, the cold metallic sheen reflecting upon his face that bears a striking resemblance to Frisia's. Suddenly, an energy fluctuation catches his attention. Cooler tilts his head slightly, a flicker of intrigue crossing his crimson gaze. At that moment, Saiyan strides forward, his robust form thudding heavily against the metal floor. Through the viewport, his sharp eyes fixate upon a uniquely designed spherical spacecraft. Lord Cooler, that is a Saiyan ship, he exclaims, his thick fingers pointing out the window, knuckles whitening from exertion. Should we destroy it? Saiyan's muscles tense, his body beneath the battle suit brimming with formidable strength. As the second strongest of the Cooler Mecha Squad, his power level of 1-700-000 glows ominously on the detector. Behind him, Nez stealthily approaches, his supple form casting an eerie shadow in the light. As a member of an amphibious evolutionary race, his skin bears a semi-translucent slate hue, subtly undulating with his breath. Cooler raises his hand slowly, halting his eager subordinate. No need, he replies, his voice as frigid as the depths of space. This is a mess left by Frisia's own negligence. If it needs handling, let him deal with it. Upon hearing this, Nez retracts his head slightly into his chest, a characteristic posture of contemplation for his kind. Although his power level of 160,000 is the lowest within the squad, it still surpasses that of Jinyu, the captain of Frisia's Jinyu force. His soft fingers unconsciously extend, gently tapping the control panel, producing faint crackling sounds, an involuntary reaction when his internal energy organ is active. "Let us depart," Cooler commands, turning away as his cloak billows in the weightlessness. "We have more pressing matters to attend to." Meanwhile, on a war-ravaged planet light years away, Vegeta has just concluded a bloody massacre. Standing amidst a mountain of corpses, his battle suit stained with dark crimson blood, he is flanked by Nappa and Raditz. The three simultaneously receive a communication from Frisia. "Planet Vegeta has been destroyed?" Raditz repeats incredulously. A flicker of surprise crosses Nappa's rugged face, but he quickly regains his composure. "So, there are only a few Saiyans left?" Vegeta scoffs, kicking aside a corpse that obstructs his path. "Feelings? Those are merely excuses for the weak." He surveys the land they have devastated, the flames of ambition igniting in his eyes. "What if I cannot become King Vegeta? The universe is vast. There are surely other thrones waiting for me." The distant stars cast a blood-red glow, elongating the shadows of the three Saiyans. Vegeta clenches his fists, his nails digging into his palms. Though he claims indifference, the news of his race's annihilation stirs turmoil within him. Yet, the pride of the Saiyans compels him to bury these emotions deep within. Unbeknownst to them, at the opposite end of the universe, Cooler's fleet gradually alters its course, steering towards more distant realms. Nez glances back one last time at the direction of the Saiyan ship, his supple head retracting fully into his chest, a habitual response when he senses unease. Perhaps, in some cosmic premonition, he intuits that these surviving Saiyans will one day pose the greatest threat to them. The cold metallic walls reflect the eerie blue light within the cabin as Vegeta stands with arms crossed before the viewport, gazing into the vast expanse of the starry sky. His battle suit gleams with a hard sheen under the light, his brow furrowed in contemplation of something of great significance. Originally, he aspired to become a Saiyan. Yet with the destruction of Vegeta's star, such dreams were rendered futile. He muttered softly to himself, his fingers absent-mindedly tapping against the window ledge, a fleeting glimmer of melancholy flickering in his eyes. At that moment, the rough voice of Daba shattered the silence. This imposing warrior strode forward, the metallic floor echoing beneath his heavy footsteps. "Ah, Raditz." He turned to the young Saiyan, adjusting the battle power detector beside him. "You seem to have a brother as well?" Daba's voice resonated within the cramped chamber, tinged with curiosity. Raditz lifted his head, his black hair swaying slightly with the motion. He casually fiddled with the detector by his ear, a nonchalant curve forming at the corner of his mouth. "Yes. I heard from Mother that he has been sent to a lower-tier planet." He shrugged, fingers deftly operating the device, indifferent, as he considered his brother merely a low-ranking warrior. His tone was dismissive, as if discussing a matter entirely unrelated to himself. Daba noticed that there was not a flicker of emotion in Raditz's gaze when he spoke, completely devoid of any sentiment regarding his own sibling. "I see," Daba replied gruffly, his hand reaching up to stroke his gleaming bald head, a hint of gloom crossing his face. He turned to the ever-silent Vegeta, his thick arms carving an arc through the air. "Prince, you also have a brother, do you not?" Vegeta slowly turned, the crimson combat suit rustling softly as he moved. His gaze was sharp as a blade, lingering on Daba's face for a moment before he coldly replied, "Tabor." Tabor, the second son of Vegeta's star and the second child of King Vegeta. Among this warrior race, he stood out as an anomaly. The Saiyans were renowned for their formidable combat prowess, driven by a lust for battle, cold and merciless. Their rigid hierarchy instilling fear across the cosmos. Yet Tabor possessed an inherently gentle disposition, starkly contrasting with his kin. Memories surged forth like a tide, and Vegeta envisioned that frail figure standing in the training ground, head bowed in the face of their father's scorn. Tabor had always exhibited a demeanor incompatible with the Saiyan nature, and worse still, he lacked any notable combat aptitude. King Vegeta was exceedingly displeased with this, and in a fit of rage, ultimately banished his unworthy son to a remote planet at the edge of the universe. "That useless child," Vegeta scoffed quietly, his fingers instinctively tightening. He recalled the last time he saw Tabor, the timid brother unable to even control the most basic energy waves. At that time, Tabor had been clad in oversized battle attire, standing at the spaceship's door, casting a glance back filled with a complex array of emotions. However, fate is often steeped in irony. It was precisely due to this banishment that when the cosmic tyrant Frisia annihilated by Vegeta's star, Tabor narrowly escaped destruction. Even more astonishingly, this prince, deemed a failure by his kin, eventually found happiness on a distant planet, marrying the alien Muley. Vegeta's fingertips dug deeply into his palm. If his father were to discover that the son he most despised had become the last scion of the Saiyan royal lineage, one could only imagine his reaction. Outside the porthole, a shooting star streaked across the inky expanse of the universe, trailing a brief glow, much like the homeland that had vanished, existing solely within the recesses of memory. Chapter 17. The Yadalat Star People. Vegeta stood amidst the wreckage of a battlefield, a faint smirk curling his lips, exuding a sense of disdain. He held a piece of unidentified food in his hand, taking a light bite, seemingly unaffected by the carnage that surrounded him. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and blood, and countless corpses littered the ground, the merciless victims of their invasion. Vegeta's gaze was cold and piercing, as if this was merely a routine aspect of his existence. He was too weak and has been sent to a distant planet by father, Vegeta stated blandly, his tone devoid of any emotion, as if discussing the most mundane of matters. His fingers idly traced the edge of the food, yet his eyes remained fixed on the horizon, as if contemplating a more profound issue. Meanwhile, the journey of Ye Jian and Supali had not unfolded as anticipated. Their spacecraft traversed the cosmos, initially destined for Namek, yet fate played a cruel trick on them. The navigation system malfunctioned abruptly, the coordinates on the screen flickering erratically before finally settling on a planet they had never foreseen. Yadalat Star? Ye Jian's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the display on the control panel. Yadalat Star, a planet he had intended to explore in subsequent missions, now appeared before him in such an unexpected manner. As the spacecraft glided through the atmosphere, the true visage of the planet gradually revealed itself, a vast and enigmatic expanse, with undulating mountains, lush vegetation, and strange clouds floating in the sky, as if whispering the planet's extraordinary nature. Yadalat Star, the second destination in Ye Jian's plan, was a place he had anticipated requiring immense time and effort to locate. Yet fate had conspired to bring him to this mystical land by mere chance. A swirl of complex emotions surged within him, a blend of surprise and caution. After all, while Yadalat Star was not fraught with the dangers of Namek, its mysterious abilities were not to be underestimated. Yadalat Star is an extraterrestrial planet within the realm of Dragon Ball, inhabited by the Yadalat people. Though these residents lack formidable combat abilities, they possess a remarkable power that allows them to teleport through mental energy. This ability is exceedingly rare in the universe and is a power Ye Jian has long desired to master. In the original narrative, after Goku defeated Frisia, he found himself in dire straits as the spacecraft lost power. Just as the ship was on the verge of explosion, he discovered the spaceship of the Ginyu Force and rushed inside. The control panel of the ship was cluttered with complex buttons, and in a flurry, Goku pressed them haphazardly, ultimately managing to activate the ship just before the explosion, escaping with his life. Without a predetermined destination, the spacecraft automatically charted a course to Yadalat Star based on the stored default route in the computer. Later, through Vegeta's explanation, Goku learned that the original plan of the Ginyu Force was indeed to attack Yadalat Star. Thus the ship, without a set destination, followed its programmed trajectory there. Upon arriving at Yadalat Star, Goku did not immediately return to Earth. Rather, he was rescued by the local inhabitants. The Yadalat people displayed immense kindness towards him, not only healing his wounds, but also showcasing their unique abilities. Goku was deeply captivated by this extraordinary power and made the decision to stay and learn. Over the next year, he diligently studied, ultimately mastering the art of teleportation, which would greatly assist him in future battles. Ye Jian stood before the porthole of the spacecraft, gazing down at Yadalat Star, his heart brimming with anticipation and unease. He understood that this land concealed countless secrets, and the journey he was about to embark upon would be fraught with the unknown and challenges. His eyes fixated intently on the porthole, the planet, shrouded in a vibrant atmosphere, gradually loomed larger in his view. His fingers unconsciously tapped against the control panel, knuckles whitening from the pressure. The planet known as Yadalat is adorned with peculiar spiral mountains, while meandering rivers glisten like emeralds under the sun, filling the air with an ancient and mysterious aura. Brother Ye Jian, the energy fluctuations here are extraordinary, Su Pali exclaimed, nearly pressing her entire being against the observation window, her light purple eyes reflecting the shimmering starlight. Her slender fingers gently glided over the cold glass, sensing the faint energy tremors emanating from the planet's surface. Ye Jian inhaled deeply, an uncontrollable excitement surging within him. He could distinctly perceive a resonance of life energy flowing through this celestial body. This was the moment he had longed for, the home of instantaneous movement. Yet amidst this exhilaration, a chill stealthily crept up his spine. To master this extraordinary skill, he must overcome an obstacle he had never envisioned. As a Saiyan, a warrior's blood coursed through his veins. However, Ye Jian was different. He had never shed the blood of the innocent, which deprived him of the innate killer instinct possessed by his peers. Nevertheless, the primal instincts of a Saiyan still influenced him, occasionally overwhelming him with an impulsive desire for conquest during battles. Ye Jian unconsciously clenched his fist, the joints emitting a subtle crackling sound. "Stay close to me," he commanded with undeniable firmness, his fingers adeptly dancing over the control stick. The spaceship began to tremble slightly, the protective shield igniting in brilliant sparks as it grazed the atmosphere, erupting like a meteor shower outside the porthole. Dust stirred by the descent danced in the sunlight like golden gossamer. "This time, I shall master instantaneous movement," Ye Jian silently vowed, his gaze sharp as a blade. This legendary form of movement transcended ordinary combat techniques. It resembled an art that resonated with the cosmos, capable of shattering the confines of space and traversing the stars in an instant. However, this power came with stringent limitations. One must be able to clearly sense the life force at the target location. This meant it could not reach desolate places. Yet it granted the user the ability to transport companions together. Ye Jian thoughtfully touched his forehead with 2 fingers. This seemingly simple gesture held profound significance. Although not a necessary condition for executing instantaneous movement, this posture helped the user concentrate better, extending their perception beyond the distant starry skies. He closed his eyes, attempting to sense the life energies scattered throughout the universe, those elusive energy fluctuations shimmering like stars in the night sky, awaiting his capture and connection. The spaceship landed smoothly on a ground adorned with peculiar runes, and Ye Jian could feel the stone slabs beneath him resonating subtly with his energy. In that moment, he felt as if he could hear the ancient call of instantaneous movement beckoning him. A resounding boom shattered the tranquility of Yadalat's sky, the thunderous clash of metal against earth reverberating across the vast plains. The silver-gray spaceship, akin to a falling star, pierced through the clouds, crashing down onto the verdant meadow with a surge of heated airflow and flying sparks. The crushed grass and foliage beneath the ship emitted a mournful snapping sound, charred marks spreading like wounds upon the lush greenery. The hatch hissed as it slid open, revealing Ye Jian's tall silhouette against the light. He inhaled deeply, the unique fresh air of Yadalat filling his lungs, mingling with the moisture of grass and dew, accompanied by the delicate fragrance wafting from a distant sea of purple flowers. He nimbly leaped down the gangway, the soles of his metallic boots shattering a few crystalline moss patches, the splattered juices glimmering like crushed diamonds in the sunlight. "It is time to set forth," Ye Jian remarked, his voice resonating clearly in the serene atmosphere. Su Pali followed closely, landing gracefully, her bare feet sinking into the soft, carpet-like meadow, where the sweet-scented green liquid seeped between her toes. As far as their eyes could see, hemisphere-shaped, transparent structures were scattered harmoniously across the undulating hills, resembling crystalline pieces strewn upon an emerald chessboard. In the distance, a winding river shimmered with silver, and several leaf-shaped boats floated gently with the current. Even more astonishingly, numerous Yadalations hovered in midair, gliding slowly, their light purple skin glistening like pearls under the illumination of 3 suns. Even without placing 2 fingers upon their foreheads, they can still execute instantaneous movement, Ye Jian murmured, observing the levitating inhabitants. After all, according to the records of Dragon Ball, besides the Kaioshin Jebit, only Son Goku had mastered this technique. He narrowed his eyes, noticing a Yadalation practicing spatial jumps in a flower field 100 meters away. The individual formed hand seals, energy ripples emanating like water waves around them. And in an instant, they appeared beside a mushroom house across the river. This detail reminded Ye Jian of a crucial distinction. Jebet's instantaneous movement could reach any planet in the universe without the need for sensing life forces. Yet it could not pinpoint specific individuals, whereas Son Goku's technique was inherently designed for locating individuals, while Jebet's was more adept at pinpointing locations. A gentle breeze swept by, sending clusters of glowing dandelions soaring into the air, adorning the entire plain with an ethereal quality. A few Yatalations who were harvesting fruits noticed the unexpected visitors and paused their actions. The crystals on their foreheads glimmered softly, exchanging silent messages. Yet their faces remained adorned with gentle smiles. An elder, clad in a flowing robe, descended gracefully from the air, forming a welcoming gesture with hands clasped at his chest, the embroidered star map on his sleeves fluttering in the wind. Indeed, as recorded, Supali remarked softly, observing several children weaving energy nets with telekinesis in the distance. They possessed numerous secret techniques, yet chose to live in seclusion, possessing formidable combat abilities while harboring a disdain for conflict. As the sun began to set, the three suns cast overlapping hues of orange and purple across the sky. The hovering buildings gradually illuminated with soft lights, resembling the earth awakening from slumber. Ye Jian gazed upon this serene scene, recalling the past of planet Namek, a similarly peaceful race, hidden away in a cosmic paradise. As the last rays of twilight swept across the meadow, the entire planet seemed to bask in a warm tranquility. Only the wind brushed against the peculiar plants, producing a crisp bell-like sound, and the distant ethereal melodies echoed gently across this ancient and mysterious land. Like many peaceful and nature-revering civilizations, they may not possess advanced technological prowess, lacking the clamor of flying vessels and towering steel forests, yet they exuded a tranquil essence that harmonized with the cosmos. The vast land was enveloped in soft greenery, and as the breeze passed, the grass swayed like waves. In the distance, several peculiar architectural clusters appeared to have naturally emerged from the earth. This is a planet inhabited by humans. Supali inhaled gently, savoring the life force flowing through the air, her gaze sweeping around with a mix of vigilance and curiosity. Indeed, there are many secret techniques here. Let us seek out their masters and learn these arts, Ye Jian declared solemnly, his sharp gaze directed towards the distant abodes of the Yatalations. Those houses were not built on the ground, but stood atop towering stone pillars, each several dozen meters high, their surfaces smooth as mirrors, as if polished by some unseen force. Atop these pillars rested spherical structures, their rounded, smooth exteriors resembling colossal pearls nestled between the sky and the earth. From afar, the entire residential area appeared as a whimsical forest composed of countless lollipops, serene and mysterious. Greetings, esteemed guests from afar. A gentle yet unexpected voice resonated behind Ye Jian just as he had just landed. Ye Jian stiffened, instinctively tensing every muscle in his body, nearly losing control of the energy within him. He suddenly turned around, instinctively clenching his fists, as a piercing golden light flickered in his eyes, a harbinger of the awakening power of the Super Saiyan. Upon glancing back, he realized that several Ydelatran people had silently appeared behind him. Tall and slender, their skin a pale blue, their eyes resembled the vastness of the starry sky. Quietly observing Ye Jian and his companions, they stood in a relaxed posture, as if they had been waiting there for quite some time. Yet Ye Jian had failed to perceive their approach. This revelation sent a jolt through him. Despite his keen Saiyan senses and a battle power of 30 million, he had been utterly oblivious to their presence. Taking a deep breath, Ye Jian forced himself to regain his composure. He noted that the aura emanating from these Ydelatran people was peculiarly distinct from any race he was familiar with. It was elusive, as if it blended seamlessly with the surrounding environment, sometimes gentle like a breeze, at other times ethereal like mist. Their movements were even more bizarre. Devoid of footsteps or air currents, not even a ripple of energy disturbed the atmosphere. In truth, it was not that Ye Jian lacked power. The strength of a Super Saiyan was far from mere appearance. The Ydelatran evidently possessed an extraordinarily unique skill, instantaneous movement. This ability allowed them to disregard spatial distances, appearing in any location in the blink of an eye. Coupled with their inherently enigmatic and elusive aura, even seasoned warriors would find it difficult to adapt upon first contact. Ye Jian narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing the Saiyan blood within him simmering, an instinctive reaction when confronted with an unknown formidable opponent. He noticed one of the Ydelotrin gently raise a hand, a faint white light shimmering at the fingertips, causing the surrounding air to subtly distort. In that moment, Ye Jian understood that they had approached him so eerily through their mysterious, instantaneous movement technique, without him detecting even the slightest sign. The land, these enigmatic inhabitants, and the legendary secret arts were all more unfathomable than he had imagined. Ye Jian Gij, Su Pali exclaimed, her voice quivering noticeably. Instinctively, she clutched the hem of Ye Jian's garment, her slender fingers turning pale from anxiety. The surrounding environment was eerie, suffused with an indescribable sense of oppression, making even breathing feel laborious. Ye Jian was startled by this sudden turn of events, but he quickly steadied his mind. He gently patted Su Pa Li's hand, his voice calm and reassuring. "It's all right. I'm here. There's nothing to fear." His gaze then shifted to the Ydelotrin before him, his eyes reflecting an unwavering determination. "I seek an audience with your elder." Similar to the Namekians, the Ydelotrin referred to their leader as the Elder. However, unlike the Namekians, the Ydelotrin possessed a unique ability, prophecy. They could glimpse the future trajectory of an individual or an entire race, a gift that set them apart in the cosmos. While the Namekians lacked the ability to foresee the future, they possessed the enviable Dragon Balls, mysterious orbs capable of granting the holder's wishes. In a sense, the abilities of the two races formed a remarkable complement. "Ah, distant guests, please follow us," one of the Ydelotrin said slowly, nodding. His voice was deep and resonant. "The Elder has long foreseen your arrival and has instructed us to await you here." His gaze revealed a profound wisdom, as if he had already perceived everything. Upon hearing this, Ye Jian's eyes narrowed slightly, and a meaningful smile graced his lips. I have long heard of the astonishing abilities of the Ydelotrin. Witnessing them today indeed lives up to the reputation." His tone carried a hint of admiration mixed with caution. The Ydelotrin nodded, and two stepped forward gracefully, their movements light and elegant, as if unbound by gravity. They simultaneously extended their hands, gently resting them on Ye Jian and Su Pa Li's shoulders. In the blink of an eye, with a soft whoosh, the trio vanished from their location, as if they had never existed. Moments later, another whoosh echoed, and Ye Jian and Su Pa Li found themselves in an entirely different place. They stood within a grand hall, the walls adorned with intricate and mysterious carvings, and the air suffused with a faint scent of sandalwood. In the center of the hall, an elderly Ydelotrin sat regally upon an ornate throne, his deep and tranquil gaze seeming to penetrate the essence of all existence. Chapter 18. The Laws of Space. Ye Jian stood upon a desolate rocky highland, feeling the surging energy within him. He had just successfully executed an instantaneous movement, appearing here from 100 meters away, the air still rippling with residual distortion. The shock brought by this ability exceeded his imagination. It was not merely a physical relocation, but also a subtle mastery over the laws of space. He gazed down at his hands, knuckles whitening from exertion. Experiencing instantaneous movement firsthand was entirely different from watching Son Goku perform it in animation. The sensation of space folding before his eyes, his body being drawn by an invisible force, felt akin to plunging into the depths of the sea, only to be abruptly pulled back to the surface, leaving him momentarily breathless. Not far ahead, an ancient stone structure nestled against the mountainside bore walls mottled with moss. An elderly man, donned in traditional Ydelotrin attire, sat quietly on the stone steps, his long white beard cascading to his chest, his weathered face framed by remarkably clear eyes. As Ye Jian approached, the elder slowly lifted his head, a knowing smile playing at his lips. "Greetings, Prince of the Saiyans," he intoned, his voice echoing like a reverberation in the valley, imbued with a peculiar resonance. "I did not expect that after the destruction of planet Vegeta, the great prince would still be alive." Ye Jian's pupils constricted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. He took measured steps, halting 3 meters before the elder, instinctively resting his right hand on the energy detector at his waist. This subtle, yet natural gesture revealed the vigilance within him. "The Ydelotrin do indeed possess remarkable secret arts," Ye Jian remarked, his tone calm and unwavering. As if stating an ordinary fact, he surveyed his surroundings, noting the peculiar structure of the building, its walls etched with incomprehensible runes that shimmered faintly in the twilight. He took a step forward, the crunch of gravel beneath his boots producing a soft sound. "Since you, Elder, are aware of my identity, I presume you also understand the purpose of my visit?" The elder rose slowly, his loose robes billowing gently in the breeze. He reached out to trace the carvings on a nearby stone pillar, his fingertips gliding over the ancient markings. Ah, indeed. His gaze seemed to transcend time, peering into a distant future. How could I, one endowed with prophetic abilities, not know? Ye Jian's eyes narrowed slightly, the golden aura around him shimmering. The Saiyan blood within him boiled, and the power of his Super Saiyan form, boasting a battle power of 1.5 billion, imbued every cell with strength. He could sense the currents of energy swirling in the air, akin to countless tiny electric currents dancing across his skin. If that is the case, then what is your meaning, Elder? Ye Jian's voice carried an undeniable sense of authority. He raised his right hand slightly, palm up, as a sphere of golden energy began to coalesce, emitting a faint hum. The air around him began to warp from the energy fluctuations. Small pebbles levitating as an invisible force field formed around him. The elder, however, remained completely unfazed. He slowly raised his withered right hand and drew a peculiar symbol in the air. This symbol appeared to be woven from light, shimmering with a soft blue glow in the twilight. Although the instant movement was indeed swift, the elder's voice suddenly took on an ethereal quality. However, there was something particularly significant. At the very moment the elder's words fell, Ye Jian abruptly sensed the space around him beginning to warp, instinctively wanting to move. He found his body ensnared as if submerged in a viscous liquid, every motion demanding immense energy. This unprecedented sense of confinement made him realize in an instant that this seemingly frail elder possessed powers far beyond his imagination. The stronger the ability, the swifter it manifested, and the more elusive it became. The elder completed his utterance, and the pale blue symbol suddenly expanded, enveloping the entire area. Ye Jian felt his energy field being assimilated and absorbed by a mysterious force, akin to a droplet merging into the ocean. At that moment, Ye Jian finally comprehended that he was not merely facing enigmatic secret arts, but rather a profound understanding of the essence of power itself. The lesson on instant movement was likely far more intricate than he had envisioned. Gu stood before the Yaterate people, his gaze piercing, emanating the regal aura characteristic of the Saiyan royal lineage. He slightly narrowed his eyes, feeling the surging power coursing through his veins. Even when confronted with the unfathomable instant movement ability of the Yaterate, he maintained a calm and composed demeanor. His right hand unconsciously clenched into a fist, the knuckles whitening from exertion, a habitual gesture signaling his readiness for battle. A gentle smile flickered across the elder's wrinkled face as he slowly raised his calloused right hand, tracing an elegant arc in the air. The luminous crystals embedded in the stone chamber's walls cast his silhouette upon the mottled stone surface, rendering him particularly enigmatic. Very well, Saiyan Prince. His voice resonated like the chime of ancient bells within the expansive stone chamber. But remember, our secret arts stem from the cultivation of the spirit. At this juncture, the elder's profound gaze suddenly sharpened, as if it could penetrate the very hearts of men. He stepped forward, raising a fine dust from the ground, dancing slowly in the beams of light filtering through the stone crevices. Mastering one secret art is rare. Mastering two is the limit. His voice deepened, carrying a note of warning. While your highness possesses formidable strength, spiritual power does not always correspond to physical prowess. Be wary, do not be greedy. Ye Jian's taut shoulders and neck relaxed slightly, his right hand gradually lowering from his waist. He took a deep breath, inhaling the damp atmosphere characteristic of the ancient stone chamber. Thank you. These words slipped from his lips, imbued with a sense of relief. The elder's gaze shifted toward Sapali, who stood behind Ye Jian, revealing a hint of compassion in his eyes. He gently shook his head, his silver hair shimmering in the dim light. As for this young lady, his tone softened. Her spiritual power is too fragile. Forcibly engaging with secret arts may harm her mind. Ye Jian glanced sideways at Sapali. The young girl was anxiously twisting the hem of her garment, a flicker of disappointment evident in her light purple eyes. Her delicate figure appeared especially frail in the dim light, as if a gust of wind could topple her. Ye Jian Gij, you go ahead. Sapali lifted her head, striving to muster a bright smile, yet the quivering corners of her mouth betrayed her emotions. I will wait here for you. She clasped her hands behind her back, her nails unconsciously digging into her palms. Ye Jian's heart tightened suddenly. Over the years, they had relied on each other, enduring countless life and death situations together. He remembered how, in the desolate desert, This frail girl had given him her last drop of water. He recalled how, on a frigid snowy night, she had shielded him from the biting cold with her slender form. He would not abandon her. Just as this suffocating silence lingered, the elder spoke again, his voice like a spring breeze caressing the icy surface. Although she cannot practice the secret arts, we can impart to her some foundational mental techniques. He turned to a tall Yaterate beside him. Shalak, take His Highness to the secret arts monument. The Yaterate named Shalak bowed in acknowledgement, his bronze skin gleaming with a metallic sheen under the light. Ye Jian cast one last reassuring glance at Supali before following in Shalak's footsteps. They traversed a winding stone staircase, the walls on either side adorned with ancient runes that flickered in the dim blue light. Eventually, they arrived before a heavy stone door, intricately carved with a lifelike divine bird poised to take flight, as if it could break through the stone at any moment. Shalak placed his hands upon the center of the stone door, murmuring incantations. With a deep rumble, the door slowly opened, revealing an even more profound stone chamber within. A peculiar fragrance permeated the room, reminiscent of sandalwood mixed with an unknown flora. Countless luminous runes flowed on the walls, writhing like living beings. At the center stood a massive black stone monument, its surface inscribed with dense ancient characters, each symbol seemingly harboring boundless mysteries. Ye Jian stood before the monument, feeling a powerful spiritual pressure wash over him. He took a deep breath, his eyes igniting with fervent resolve. This time, he aimed not only to master these secret arts, but also to affirm the pride of the Saiyan royalty. Lak stood solemnly before the grand stone monument, his expression grave and introspective. Its surface was etched with ancient runes, shimmering with an enigmatic glow under the faint starry light. He slowly raised his hand, pointing towards a smooth area at the monument's center, his voice low and resonant. Here lies the monument of secret arts left by our Yaterate ancestors. You may comprehend the secret techniques that belong to you here. Ye Jian inhaled deeply, attuning himself to the ancient energy waves permeating the air. He nodded, his gaze unwavering, as he focused all his spirit, seeking to merge himself with this mysterious space. What must I do? He inquired, his voice tinged with anticipation and tension. Shalak smiled faintly, extending his finger to gently tap a specific point on the monument, which appeared to be a node of energy convergence. Sit cross-legged there, then release your spirit. This monument will transport you to a special space, where you will choose the secret art that belongs to you. His voice resonated like an ancient echo, gently rippling through the air. Thank you, Ye Jian softly replied, then approached the monument and settled into a cross-legged position. He closed his eyes, completely releasing his spirit, as if striving to merge with the ancient space surrounding him. In that instant of total mental relaxation, a powerful surge of energy erupted from the monument, enveloping him entirely. A wave of dizziness washed over him, as if the entire world were spinning. In the next moment, he found himself within a peculiar space. There was neither sky nor ground, only countless twinkling lights and flowing energy, as if he were submerged in the depths of the universe. Ye Jian surveyed his surroundings, his heart brimming with awe. Is this the secret art space? He murmured, his voice echoing within the void. He wasted no time, promptly closing his eyes again, silently reciting the name of the secret art of instant movement. At that moment of mental invocation, a torrent of powerful information surged into his mind like a tidal wave. It was not merely words or images, but an almost tangible energy fluctuation, threatening to engulf his very consciousness. Ye Jian could not suppress a low growl as the impact of the information flow nearly overwhelmed him. Fortunately, as a Super Saiyan, his spiritual strength far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. He gritted his teeth, forcibly suppressing the surge and honing his spirit to its utmost intensity. If his mental fortitude had been even slightly weaker, he would have likely succumbed to this overwhelming force, becoming a mindless fool. Once he stabilized his mind, Ye Jian began to meticulously comprehend the secret art of teleportation. He discovered that the cultivation of this technique involved countless intricate energy operations and spatial laws, with each step demanding exceptional mental control and a pure spirit. As he memorized the steps of teleportation, he couldn't help but marvel at the fact that it took Sun Wukong an entire year to master it, given the vast amount of knowledge it entailed. He recalled that although Sun Wukong possessed extraordinary talent, his cultural understanding was limited, requiring him to rely on intuition for many complex theories. The most crucial aspect of teleportation was the purity of the mind. Only those with a pure spirit could resonate with the energies of space and thus grasp this secret art. Fortunately, Ye Jian's spirit was equally pure, allowing him to swiftly comprehend and master its essence. Within the realm of the secret art, Ye Jian practiced the steps of teleportation repeatedly, each movement accompanied by a subtle distortion of space. He could feel the resonance between himself and the surrounding energies, as if he had become part of this space. When he finally mastered the steps of teleportation, he exhaled deeply, filled with a sense of accomplishment. He had succeeded at last, he murmured, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he cast a determined glance at the floating tomes of secret arts before him, having made his decision. He gradually closed his eyes, sinking his mind deep into the sea of consciousness, as if immersed in an expansive ocean of stars. Countless secret runes flickered through his awareness like shooting stars, radiating mysterious light. His fingers gently traced the air, as if plucking the strings of fate, finally settling on an offensive secret art. Very well, I shall choose an offensive secret art and see if it harmonizes with my Saiyan bloodline, Ye Jian whispered to himself, his voice echoing in the vast training space. He once again released his spirit, a faint golden aura enveloping him as the Saiyan blood surged within, waking a slumbering giant beast. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted in his consciousness, like the brightest star in the night sky. He had discovered the mental attack technique. This art was incredibly profound, akin to launching an attack from a distance without physical contact, relying solely on intent to tear through the void. Ye Jian envisioned the scene from the power tournament, where Frieza manipulated a massive boulder with telekinesis, wielding it with precision, the pinnacle of mental prowess. He could almost feel that invisible force swirling at his fingertips, as if grasping the threads of destiny. Thus, Ye Jian embarked on a lengthy training regimen within this enigmatic space. Time flowed like water, and in the blink of an eye, over a year had passed. Day after day, he honed his focus, perfectly integrating his spirit with his body. Each evening, as darkness fell, if this space even had nights, he would sit cross-legged, surrounded by a gentle halo of light, resonating with the universe. His gaze grew increasingly profound, and every movement exuded an invisible pressure. The two secret arts had matured within him, as if they were an intrinsic part of his bloodline. This realization filled Ye Jian with awe. He finally understood why only Sun Wukong could master the secret art of teleportation from planet Yardrat in the original narrative, while other powerful beings faltered. It was not that Sun Wukong was withholding knowledge. Rather, the essence of this art was inherently elusive, comprehensible only through intuition. It was akin to attempting to catch flowing water with one's hands. Though it seemed within reach, it always slipped through one's fingers. One day, while Ye Jian attempted to condense his mental energy into a tangible attack, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. Stumbling backward, beads of sweat formed on his brow. In that moment, he realized that although his mental strength was formidable, he had yet to attain the pinnacle of mastery over such techniques. Taking a deep breath, he once again immersed himself in concentration, beginning to search for the secret arts of cultivating mental power. After countless attempts and failures, just when he was on the verge of giving up, a faint light illuminated the depths of his consciousness. He had found it. Curiously, all the secret arts of planet Yardrat seemed to adhere to the same arcane principles. The most vital aspects could only be grasped intuitively, never articulated. The recorded cultivation methods merely served as guiding markers, while the true mysteries lay within each individual's comprehension. Ye Jian couldn't help but reflect on how, in the world of Dragon Ball, the secret arts of planet Yardrat had never been widely disseminated. Such understanding required immense fortune, akin to searching for a solitary star amidst a vast sea of humanity. Some individuals naturally resonated with it, instantly perceiving its intricacies. Others, however, spent a lifetime striving, yet remained unable to grasp its essence. In that moment, Ye Jian felt as if he transcended time, witnessing the ancient legends of practitioners pursuing the ultimate path. They traversed mountains and rivers, seeking that ephemeral chance. This profound sense of connection was indeed a matter of serendipity. Standing at the center of the training space, he allowed the starlight to cascade upon him, a realization dawning within him that this path was destined to be solitary, yet brimming with infinite possibilities. In the depths of the secret art space, time seemed to freeze into a shadowy river of stars. Ye Jian sat cross-legged, suspended in the void, surrounded by countless tiny points of light, dancing like fireflies. His eyes were tightly shut, brow furrowed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, clearly bearing a tremendous mental burden. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, a glimmer of silvery light flashing in his pupils, the precursor to activating teleportation. In an instant, his form flickered, leaving behind an afterimage. And the next moment, he appeared several meters away, condensing an invisible energy wave at his fingertips, striking a target in the void with a resounding impact. The mental attack surged forth like a tidal wave, instantly pulverizing the target into dust. For more than a year, he had repeated such practices day after day. And now these two secret arts had become as instinctive as breathing. Yet, Ye Jian was not satisfied. He took a deep breath, sinking his awareness into the ocean of his mind. What was once a mere shallow pond had now expanded into a surging ocean. Countless streams of silvery energy converged from all directions, forming a swirling vortex of energy around him. These energy flows alternated between gentle trickles and violent surges, gradually coalescing into a tangible mental armor under his precise control. This was the forging of mental power, each step accompanied by a tearing pain, yet he gritted his teeth, allowing sweat to soak his garments. Outside, Shiraku had been stationed before an ancient stone hall for over 400 days and nights. At that moment, he leaned against a weathered stone pillar, suddenly sensing an energy fluctuation emanating from within the hall, causing him to spring to his feet. Peering through the partially opened stone door, he saw Ye Jian enveloped in layers of silvery energy cocoon, those energies swirling around him like living entities, colliding and emitting faint hums. Shiraku instinctively tightened his grip on the sword at his waist, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. Is this the potential of the Saiyan royal lineage? Meanwhile, in a distant mental sanctuary, a venerable elder with flowing white hair observed this scene through a crystal ball. Trembling, he stroked his long beard, retreating a half-step involuntarily at the sight reflected in the crystal. It was impossible that the cultivation of secret arts could simultaneously enhance mental power. Such talent had reached the threshold for practicing a third secret art. His gaze involuntarily shifted to a Saiyan girl beside him, diligently practicing a healing technique. The healing light gathering in her palms flickered erratically, beads of sweat dotting her forehead, clearly exerting herself to the utmost. The elder secretly shook his head, pondering that if that Ye Jian were to learn such a fundamental healing technique, he would likely master it within 3 days. Chapter 19. Farewell. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, more than a year had passed. In these recent days, Ye Jian has taken on the significant responsibility of instructing Su Pa Li in the art of healing. Each evening, as the sun sinks below the horizon, the two would sit facing each other in the courtyard of the temple, upon the azure stone plaza. Su Pa Li's delicate hands would trace gentle, verdant arcs through the air, as flickering motes of light swirled around the injured like fireflies. Although this healing technique could swiftly mend wounds, it could not restore the vitality of those healed. Often, the warriors would require several days of rest before returning to the battlefield. Remember, healing magic can only repair physical injuries. Ye Jian's deep voice echoed in the courtyard as he gently touched a fallen leaf, transforming it into glimmers of green light at his fingertips. The depletion of stamina is another matter. Just like this leaf, we can restore its shape, but we cannot make it regrow on the branch. Time quietly flowed by, and 2 years swiftly passed. By this point, Ye Jian had spent nearly 4 years in this mysterious realm. On one particular day, he stood alone before an ancient stone tablet, surrounded by a subtle aura of energy. After prolonged training, he had finally mastered 3 secret techniques, the most remarkable of which was the method of refining mental strength, known as Ning Shinju. When dawn broke, Ye Jian would often sit cross-legged atop the stone tablet, his eyes gently closed, allowing the rising sun to bathe him in its warmth. He could feel his mental energy gathering like a gentle stream within his consciousness. Although progress was initially slow, he understood that this was the essential path to a higher realm. The cultivation of mental strength requires a gradual approach. One morning, Ye Jian explained to Su Pa Li, who had come to seek guidance, "It is akin to nurturing a towering tree. One must first allow the roots to penetrate deep into the soil." Over the course of more than 6 years, under Ye Jian's meticulous tutelage, Su Pa Li had already mastered the healing art with great finesse. At that moment, she stood in the center of the courtyard, her hands raised lightly, enveloping the entire training ground in a soft green light. The warriors engaged in sparring, who had sustained injuries, immediately felt the comforting warmth of healing. In truth, after acquiring the foundational secret techniques, Ye Jian had long since departed from the realm of secret arts. Throughout the years, he had diligently practiced in this area, surrounded by ancient stone tablets. Each nightfall, the runes upon the tablet would emit a faint blue glow, resonating with the energy swirling around Ye Jian. Only after fully mastering the first two secret techniques did he re-enter the realm of secret arts, seeking more advanced methods of mental cultivation. On a particular noon, beneath the blazing sun, Ye Jian stood in the center of the training ground, his eyes suddenly flaring open, brimming with intensity. Zhenling Shu, with a low command. A great tree 30 paces away erupted without warning. As wood splinters flew, no energy fluctuations could be detected, as if the tree had spontaneously exploded. This exemplified the terrifying nature of mental attacks, formless and intangible, leaving no trace. The potency of the mental attack technique was indeed formidable. Ye Jian remained steady, though beads of sweat began to form on his brow, signifying the immense mental strain it demanded. He felt nearly half of his mental energy dissipate, and could not help but lament the difficulty of mastering this technique. This also explained why in the Dragon Ball world, those who wielded mental attacks were few and far between. Without a sufficiently solid foundation of mental energy, even if one learned the technique, they would be incapable of executing it. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Ye Jian gazed at the resplendent twilight, feeling the surging mental energy within him. He understood that this was merely the beginning. The true journey of cultivation lay ahead, long and arduous. Standing in the expansive training ground, the air around him was suffused with a faint energy. He took a deep breath, slowly raising his hands, his fingertips glowing with a subtle blue light. As he concentrated, an invisible force began to coalesce around him, causing the very air to tremble slightly. His brow furrowed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, clearly exerting a hidden power within. Mental energy, an elusive and intangible essence, is a precious resource for Saiyans. Once depleted, one would fall into a deep slumber, akin to a vegetative state, unable to awaken without external assistance. In contrast, instantaneous movement consumes energy, a resource abundant for Saiyans. This is precisely why Sun Wukong's instantaneous movement shines in battle. However, mental energy is different. Even the mightiest Saiyan finds it challenging to command. Having just executed the Zhenling Shu, Ye Jian felt a wave of mental fatigue wash over him. This was not a depletion of physical strength, but rather an overextension of mental energy. His body swayed slightly, as if on the brink of collapse, yet he steadfastly maintained his stance, a flicker of determination gleaming in his eyes. Had it not been for his rigorous training in mental energy over the past 2 years, he doubted he could have executed even that technique. Fortunately, he had mastered the method of mental energy cultivation. Once mental energy was excessively depleted, he could swiftly recover by employing this unique technique. At that moment, he closed his eyes, adjusted his breathing, and felt the energy within him begin to flow gently, like a delicate stream merging into a parched riverbed. After a moment, his mental state gradually revitalized, the weariness dissipating, and his gaze regained its sharpness. Nonetheless, even so, with his current level of mental energy, he could only barely execute Zhenling Shu once. The potency of this technique is intricately linked to the investment of mental energy. The longer the accumulation, the stronger the attack, yet the greater the energy expenditure. What he had just performed was merely a preliminary attack. Should he unleash the full force of a star-slaying level, he would likely collapse under the strain. However, this was not his primary objective. This technique was merely a contingency, intended to deliver a decisive blow to the enemy when the moment called for it. A subtle smile graced Ye Jian's lips, a glint of cunning sparkling in his eyes. He knew that in future battles, this technique might prove crucial in turning the tide. A gentle breeze swept across the training ground, stirring a few fallen leaves, while Ye Jian's silhouette appeared particularly resolute in the afterglow of the setting sun. He gradually lowered his stance, attuning himself to the flow of mental energy within, his heart brimming with anticipation and vigilance for the future. At that moment, the figure of La Ku appeared at the entrance of the training ground, sunlight streaming through the towering canopy, casting a golden hue upon his azure skin. He approached with measured steps, his attention swiftly captured by a gaping hole in the wall. Fragments of stone and dust continued to cascade, filling the air with a palpable tension. Ye Jian, did you do this? The surprise in Sha Lako's voice was unmistakable as he reached out to touch the edge of the hole, where residual heat lingered. The hole measured nearly 2 meters in diameter, its edges charred like molten lava, as if something of immense power had pierced through it in an instant. Ye Jian slowly withdrew his fist, a golden aura shimmering around him. He turned to face Sha Lako, a faint smile playing on his lips. For years seemed to have paused upon him. His height remained that of a youth, yet his poised stature and steady demeanor evoked the impression of a battle-hardened warrior. Indeed, that is correct, Ye Jian remarked, flexing his wrist, the joints cracking with a crisp sound. I was feeling a bit restless, so I decided to test whether my strength had waned over these 6 years. Sha Lako's pupils constricted slightly as his gaze flickered between Ye Jian and the pit in the wall. His throat involuntarily constricted, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The air in the training ground felt as though it had solidified, broken only by the distant sounds of machinery. Are you certain this is merely a test of strength? Sha Lako's voice was somewhat strained. You've created a massive pit. Ye Jian did not respond immediately. Instead, he raised his hand, conjuring a sphere of golden energy. The energy sphere spun slowly in his palm, emitting a low hum, casting the entire training ground in a flickering light. His gaze remained fixed on the energy sphere, deep and contemplative, as if pondering something profound. For years had left a complex imprint upon this youth. His height appeared to have stagnated at that of a 10-year-old. Yet broad shoulders and well-defined muscular contours suggested the presence of a warrior forged through countless trials. The specially designed training uniform of Yadalate enveloped his robust physique, gleaming softly under the sun with a faint metallic luster. The moment of farewell had finally arrived. Ye Jian stood before the residence of the Grand Elder, a structure crafted from resplendent crystal, shimmering with a dreamlike brilliance beneath the unique dual suns of Yadalate. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying the fragrant essence of exotic flowers from a distant garden. Grand Elder, I apologize for the disturbances over these past 4 years. Ye Jian's voice was calm, yet resolute as he slightly inclined his body, performing a standard Yadalate gesture. It is indeed time for us to depart. Supali, standing behind him, nodded gently, her gaze sweeping over the familiar surroundings, a flicker of reluctance glimmering in her eyes. Over these 4 years, they had indeed caused no small amount of trouble for Yadalate. Simply Ye Jian's appetite alone had been a source of considerable headache for the logistics department. The elder slowly raised a wrinkled hand, his fingertips drawing a gentle arc through the air. His profound gaze reflected Ye Jian's figure, as if his sight could penetrate through time and space to glimpse a distant future. Very well. The elder's voice resonated like an echo from ancient times, filling the vast hall. For the prince is no mere creature of the pond. I hope the prince will one day bring forth the extraordinary skills he has acquired. Ye Jian's pupils constricted slightly. He keenly sensed the deeper meaning in the elder's words. It seemed as though a unique energy flowed through the air, the distinct aura of one possessing precognitive abilities. The elder indeed knew of his clandestine practice of offensive techniques. This venerable figure capable of glimpsing past and future had surely seen through everything. Fear not, the elder. Ye Jian nodded solemnly, his right hand instinctively clenching into a fist. The farewell ceremony took place at the starport, where thousands of Yadalations gathered around the landing pad, their unique azure skin glowing softly in the sunset. Ye Jian and Su Pa Ali boarded the silvery spacecraft, and as the boarding ladder slowly retracted, the Grand Elder raised his hand, tracing a blessing rune in the air, which shimmered with golden light, lingering for an extended moment. The spacecraft's engines emitted a deep rumble as the thrusters expelled blue flames. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the spacecraft ascended gradually, piercing through the atmosphere, ultimately transforming into a brilliant star, vanishing into the vast sea of stars. Brother Ye Jian, where are we headed next? Su Pa Ali's voice rang clear and lively as she stood by the spacecraft's window, her hands lightly pressed against the transparent glass. Her curious gaze fixed upon the boundless cosmos beyond. The spacecraft had just departed from Yadalate, gliding smoothly through the inky void of space, where stars twinkled like diamonds and the occasional meteors streaked by, trailing silvery light before disappearing at the edge of sight. The control panel inside the spacecraft emitted a soft blue glow, with various instruments buzzing gently, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and mystery. Seated in the pilot's chair, Ye Jian's fingers lightly tapped the control panel, his gaze resolute and profound. Hearing Su Pa Li's question, he turned his head slightly, a confident smile gracing his lips. Namek, he replied, his voice steady and powerful, as if he had been preparing for this moment for quite some time. During his years on Yatalate, Ye Jian had not only diligently practiced, but had also meticulously studied various interstellar maps and ancient star charts to pinpoint the exact coordinates of Namek. The distance between Namek and Yatalate was not insurmountable, yet it was far from within reach. Ye Jian had simulated this route countless times in his mind, ensuring absolute precision. He understood that Namek lay hidden in some corner of this starfield, its exact location requiring precise navigation to access. If only I could sense the presence of Namekians, I would have already used instant transmission to arrive there. Ye Jian sighed, a hint of regret in his tone. He raised his hand, gathering a faint stream of energy in his palm, as if he were simulating the wondrous ability to traverse space. As long as I can lock onto their essence, no matter the distance, instant transmission could transport us to our destination in an instant. Su Pa Li blinked, her face alight with curiosity. Well, you mentioned Namek a few years ago. Is there something special about it? As she spoke, she casually leaned against the control panel beside Ye Jian. This journey to Yatalate held profound significance for her. She had not only grasped the essence of healing techniques, but had also deeply realized their immense value in practical combat. The Saiyans, perpetually engaged in battle, often suffered injuries, and Su Pa Li's healing art proved far more efficient and convenient than cumbersome liquid treatment machines. Whether for minor wounds or severe injuries, she merely needed to concentrate her spirit to heal with energy, saving vast amounts of time and resources. Of course, Namek is far more intriguing than Yatalate. Ye Jian's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he unconsciously clenched his fist, as if already envisioning the wonders of that mysterious land. There lay the legends of the Dragon Balls and Shenron, as well as miraculous methods to unlock one's potential. Over these years, Ye Jian had distinctly felt that his strength had encountered a bottleneck. No matter how hard he trained, he struggled to break through. He desperately needed the guidance of the Grand Elder of Namek, hoping to transcend this impasse and reach a higher realm. The spacecraft continued its voyage through the cosmos, the rear thrusters emitting a pale blue flame, tracing a graceful arc in the darkness. Ye Jian adjusted the course, inputting the coordinates for Namek, then leaned back in his chair, his gaze steadfastly fixed upon the horizon. Su Pa Li sat quietly beside him, her hands quietly gathering a soft, healing energy, as if silently preparing for the adventures that lay ahead. Pa Li had initially been languidly reclining beneath a lush tree, dappled sunlight filtering through layers of leaves and illuminating the slight upward curve of her lips. Upon hearing Ye Jian's enigmatic statement, she immediately straightened, her bright eyes sparkling with curiosity, akin to stars suddenly ignited in the night sky. Oh, brother Ye Jian, what do you mean? She tilted her head, her voice playful yet tinged with eager anticipation. This single phrase acted as a key that gently turned, fully unlocking the door of curiosity within Su Pa Li's heart. She leaned forward unconsciously, her hands instinctively clasped before her chest, as if afraid to miss a single word from Ye Jian. Ye Jian stood before her, his tall figure casting a steady shadow beneath the sunlight. He furrowed his brow slightly, his profound gaze directed towards the distant mountain range, seemingly deliberating over his words. A gentle breeze brushed through his tousled hair, carrying the fresh scent of grass and earth. After a moment of silence, he took a deep breath, as if resolved to a certain determination, and finally spoke slowly. Do you believe in wishes? His voice was deep and resonant, imbued with an ancient echo. Wishes? Su Pa Li blinked, repeating this seemingly simple, yet infinitely possible word. Instantly, countless scenes from fairy tales and legends about granting wishes flooded her mind. Shooting stars streaking across the night sky, reflections in spring water, whispers of ancient deities. Yes, wishes. Ye Jian nodded, his gaze returning to Su Pa Li's face, imbued with a seriousness that bordered on solemnity. The Namekians possess something that is said to grant any wish. His words gradually spread through the air, like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples that expanded outward. Su Pa Li's breath caught in her throat as a myriad of splendid images flooded her mind. Mountains of gold and silver treasures, supreme power within reach, and the return of lost loved ones. However, Ye Jian's next words fell like a bucket of cold water, perfectly extinguishing her fervent imaginings. While it is said that any wish can be fulfilled, it is ultimately constrained. He gently shook his head, a trace of a bittersweet smile playing on his lips. The phrase, any wish is, at its core, merely a collection of words. He raised his hand, pointing towards the distant horizon, as if delineating the boundaries between two different worlds. For instance, resurrecting the deceased is beyond the capabilities of the Shenlong of Maikexing. Yet the Shenlong of Earth can achieve it. Conversely, what the Shenlong of Earth cannot accomplish, the Belungia of Maikexing can. Supali listened intently, unconsciously rising to her feet. She noticed that as Ye Jian spoke these words, his hands instinctively clenched into fists, his knuckles turning slightly white. His gaze bore no longing for such power, but rather an extraordinary clarity. Through the granting of wishes via the 7 Dragon Balls, one can indeed achieve goals in an instant. Ye Jian continued, his voice growing resolute. Yet such achievements are ultimately not earned through one's own strength. His eyes sharpened, as if piercing through time and space to glimpse a distant future. From the beginning until now, I have never considered using the 7 Dragon Balls to enhance my power. He raised his right hand, slowly clenching it. The muscular lines of his arm clearly visible in the sunlight. Only the strength cultivated through one's own diligent practice is truly one's own. A strong wind swept by, stirring the fallen leaves into a swirling dance. Ye Jian's figure stood tall against the wind, his voice echoing clearly. What is not one's own will never be wielded with ease. Moreover, he paused, his gaze profound. The wish I seek to make this time has nothing to do with enhancing combat power. Supali listened quietly, noting the fleeting, elusive emotion in his eyes as he spoke those final words. It was neither a yearning for power nor a desire for shortcuts, but a deeper, more complex determination. Chapter 20. Confrontation in the Star Domain. Stop. You are surrounded. A cold, hard warning erupted from the communicator. Ye Jian abruptly sat up straight in the pilot's seat, his pupils constricting sharply. He instinctively tightened his grip on the control stick, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. Just a second earlier, this star domain had been as still as dead water, with only distant nebulae drifting like veils. The next moment, several silver-gray patrol ships, with sharp designs, surged forth like phantoms from behind the asteroid belt, their engines emitting eerie blue flames, fanning out in a formation that ensnared Ye Jian's somewhat outdated small spacecraft within their grasp. The ship's shield hummed ominously due to the sudden energy interference, the dashboard lights flashing red in a frantic rhythm, and the shrill alarm echoed within the cramped cockpit. Ye Jian quickly glanced at the external monitor, observing the silent opening of the patrol ship's hatches, and several figures leapt out, gracefully hovering in the vacuum. Their appearance was indeed peculiar. Silver-white, form-fitting armor covered their bodies, with energy cores emitting a soft glow embedded in their chests, and their helmets were smoothly rounded, featuring a large oval viewing lens at the center, resembling the legendary Xiandan Chaoran at first glance. These extraterrestrials moved in perfect unison, brandishing uniquely designed energy rifles, their muzzles ominously aimed at Ye Jian's spacecraft, exuding an icy intimidation. Ye Jian narrowed his eyes, his mind racing through various possibilities. The unique attire, standardized equipment, and well-coordinated encirclement made him realize the identity of his adversaries, the Galactic Police. The so-called Galactic Police Organization is the official enforcement power directly under the Galactic King, primarily responsible for maintaining order and peace throughout the galaxy. They traverse various star systems in high-speed patrol ships, addressing interstellar disputes, combating cosmic pirates, and rescuing distressed ships, thus contributing significantly to the stability of the cosmos. In the eyes of countless residents of remote star systems, they symbolize justice and hope. However, this organization is not omnipotent. Ye Jian was well aware that the overall strength of the Galactic Police is limited. Often, they find themselves outmatched when confronted by the likes of the Frisia Force, a ruthless cosmic overlord. In reality, the territory the Galactic Police can effectively control is likely far less extensive than that of the Frisia Force. This disparity in power renders them somewhat helpless in the face of certain major crises. Typically, the scope of the Galactic Police's missions is quite broad, from protecting weak planets from invasion to hunting down notorious interstellar criminals. At times, they also conduct comprehensive assessments of emerging civilizations to determine their eligibility for joining the interstellar community. However, there are clear differences in task assignments within the organization. Newly inducted lower-ranking officers often handle trivial tasks such as searching for missing persons or mediating disputes. After all, recklessly engaging with truly fierce and powerful enemies would be tantamount to courting disaster. Naturally, the Galactic Police also boasts its share of elites. Those who have undergone rigorous selection and have extensive battle experience possess formidable strength that should not be underestimated. Even when facing the combat-savvy Saiyans, they may not necessarily fall short. These elites are typically responsible for the most dangerous missions and serve as the backbone of the organization. As a long-established large-scale organization, the Galactic Police has an efficient management system and training mechanism. Unlike the loosely organized volunteer-based Lhasa Defense Force, they have powerful official backing, ample funding, and well-equipped resources. With their activities covering nearly the entire galaxy, this scale and influence make them one of the foremost entities in the universe. All of this is attributed to their supreme ruler, the Galactic King. This self-proclaimed sovereign enjoys immense prestige in the cosmos, and his will is carried out through the Galactic Police, allowing the organization to maintain a transcendent position amidst the intricate interstellar politics. Ye Jian exhaled softly, his fingers tapping lightly on the control panel as he voluntarily lowered the spacecraft's defensive level. Faced with these guardians of galactic order, he opted for a cooperative stance. At least on the surface, the relationship between the Great King and himself resembles that of a king and a deity on Earth. Although they govern the same territory, they bear distinctly different responsibilities and possess different attributes and powers. This subtle distinction is akin to the invisible boundary between heaven and earth, clear yet interdependent. As a faint sound of footsteps approached, the assembled crowd swiftly parted to the sides, as if pushed by an invisible force, creating a straight path down the center. From the end of the corridor, a diminutive figure emerged, clad in a tight-fitting battle suit of white and purple, with a smooth, egg-shaped head and eyes that sparkled like two bright gems, radiating a vigilant and piercing light. This was none other than the elite member of the Galactic Police, Jiaka. Ye Jian instantly recognized this familiar figure, a slight smile of amusement gracing his lips. Without hesitation, he waved his right hand gently, and a shimmering blue portal instantly opened before him, connecting to a distant spacecraft. Ye Jian stepped into the portal, his form moving like lightning, instantly covering several dozen meters to appear before Jiaka. Ye Jian, Gidge, who exactly are they? Supali whispered curiously, her tone laced with intrigue, yet devoid of fear. She gently clenched her fist, the surging power within her filling her with confidence. In the end, the opponent's combat power was merely in the tens of thousands, while hers had nearly reached 200,000. Such a stark disparity rendered her completely dismissive of him. They were members of the Inha Shuanji organization. Ye Jian replied nonchalantly, yet his gaze remained steadfastly fixed on Jiaku. This so-called elite member was currently standing tall, hands on hips, exuding an air of unparalleled superiority, as if the entire world were under his control. His smooth, salted egg-like face was etched with arrogance and confidence, as if he were ever ready to issue commands. "Who on earth are you?" Jiaka bellowed, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. His eyes were sharp as knives, seemingly attempting to pierce through Ye Jian and Supali me, a Saiyan. Ye Jian replied with a hint of mockery in his tone. "What?" Jiaka trembled as if struck by lightning, nearly stumbling to the ground. He widened his eyes, fixating on Ye Jian, and when he caught sight of the gently swaying tail behind him, his complexion turned ashen. A swift glance at Supali confirmed that she too was a Saiyan, plunging him into a state of sheer panic. "Oh my God! Help! Run!" Jiaka screamed, turning to flee towards the spaceship like a startled rabbit. His disheveled appearance formed a stark contrast to his earlier imposing demeanor, and the so-called elite aura vanished in an instant. "Where do you think you're going?" Ye Jian's figure appeared before Jiaku like a specter, blocking his path. His voice was calm and icy, as though echoing from the depths of an abyss. "Ah!" Jiaku quaked in terror, his hands trembling as he drew a laser pistol from his waist, aiming it at Ye Jian while stammering, "Don't move." His finger was tightly pressed against the trigger, ready to fire at any moment, yet the fear in his eyes betrayed his inner turmoil and helplessness. At that moment, the entire star domain seemed to freeze. The previously jovial members of the Inha Shuanji organization now wore ashen faces, beads of sweat rolling down their foreheads and soaking their uniform collars. They stared, wide-eyed, at the figure that had materialized outside the viewport, their breaths quickening. Ye Jian hovered in the vacuum, his crimson cloak rustling in the light of the nebula. Chapter 21. Confrontation and past events with arms crossed and a faint, enigmatic smile gracing his lips. His piercing gaze bore through the viewport, directly targeting the panicked crowd within the cabin. What is happening? A young officer stammered, his voice trembling. When did he? Before he could finish, another senior officer slammed his hand on the control panel. It's teleportation. Given the disparity in combat power, it's impossible for us to track his movements. In the midst of this deathly silence, Jiaku shakily raised his energy gun. The so-called most advanced photon gun in the galaxy felt like a hot potato in his hands. The barrel wavered uncontrollably, his entire arm shaking violently, fingers turning pale from exertion. Are you going to shoot me? Ye Jian's deep voice resonated through the vacuum, laced with chilling mockery. Jiaku opened his mouth, but could not produce a sound. Observing his distress, his deputy forced himself to stand tall. Humph. The Saiyan planet has been destroyed. Who would have thought there were still survivors? We, the Inha Shuanji, are tasked with maintaining peace in the universe and will not allow you wicked Saiyans to commit atrocities. His words were righteous, yet the twitching of his eyelids betrayed his inner fear. The other officers echoed his sentiments, striking poses of bravery. But their trembling legs betrayed their true thoughts. Indeed, very impressive. Ye Jian nodded lightly, casually raising his right hand. In an instant, a blinding energy beam coalesced in his palm, radiating with such brilliance that it seemed ready to engulf the entire star domain. The energy core erupted with tiny electric snakes, emitting a disconcerting crackling sound. Since it has come to this, Ye Jian's tone suddenly turned frigid. Let it be. Wait, Jiaku shouted in panic, the energy gun clattering to the ground. In a frenzy, he scrambled to operate the control panel. We just received an urgent mission. I'll let you go this time. But next time, you will pay? Before he could finish, the spaceship's engines roared deafeningly, and several spatial jump portals suddenly opened outside the viewport. A few patrol ships dashed into the portals like frightened rabbits, vanishing without a trace. Ye Jian gazed at the empty star domain, shaking his head in resignation. The energy beam in his palm gradually dissipated, transforming into specks of starlight that merged into the cosmos. Brother Ye Jian, how did they escape so quickly? A youthful voice chimed from behind him. Ye Jian turned to see his sister blinking her big eyes, utterly perplexed. He gently ruffled her hair. Naturally. They were frightened of us. Let us go. Our target is Mei Kuxing. Their spaceship transformed into a streak of light, swiftly disappearing at the horizon of the starry sea. Shortly after their departure, the once empty star domain began to ripple. A few disheveled patrol ships tumbled out of the spatial portal, their hulls still resonating with the residual energy of the jump. Jiaku, still shaken, wiped the cold sweat from his brow, inadvertently glancing at the radar screen, and suddenly froze. This ship, he murmured, his fingers involuntarily brushing the control panel. Why does it look so familiar? He scrutinized the uniquely shaped vessel before him, growing increasingly alarmed. The smooth lines, the peculiar materials, and the Saiyan emblem faintly visible on the hull. Damn it, Jiaku exclaimed, slapping his thigh. How did we end up back where we started? The surrounding officers gasped in shock, exchanging glances. Clearly, amid the earlier chaos, someone had misconfigured the spatial coordinates. At this moment, they found themselves in the very region where they first encountered Ye Jian, and that terrifying Saiyan could reappear at any moment. Cold sweat once again soaked their uniforms. What? Jiaku, has your brain been fried from fear? A tall companion suddenly turned around, eyes bulging as if they might pop out of his sockets. He slammed his hand on the control panel, causing the indicator lights to flicker erratically. Another officer leaned in, frowning in disbelief. A Saiyan ship? Are you sure? Aren't they all supposed to look the same? Can you even distinguish which is which? Jiaku did not respond immediately. His gaze remained locked onto the image on the screen, his fingers unconsciously tapping the armrest of his seat. The cockpit fell into a brief silence, filled only by the low hum of the instruments at work. His mind flashed with countless fragmented memories, shattered nebulae, twisted spaces, and chilling rumors. Well then, Jiaku, do enlighten us. What looks familiar? The first officer pressed, a hint of impatience in his tone. He nudged Jiaku, nearly causing him to slide from his seat. Jiaku suddenly snapped back to reality, inhaling deeply. His eyes sharpened as if piercing through the mists of time, capturing a glimmer of light amidst the river of memories. Yes, he nodded emphatically, gripping the edges of the control panel, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. His thoughts raced through countless past scenes, finally crystallizing on that stormy night 7 years ago. It was then, Jiaka shouted suddenly, startling his nearby companion nearly out of his skin. He seemed to be transported back to that desolate starfield, where the image of a precarious spacecraft loomed before him. Its hull was marred by numerous impact dents, and the engine exhaled black smoke, drifting slowly through the pitch-black cosmos like a dying behemoth. At that time, he was on a patrol mission and had spotted the vessel struggling through an asteroid belt from a distance. A fine sheen of sweat broke out on Jike's forehead. He recalled that, driven by duty, he had taken the risk of approaching, using a towing beam to pull the battered ship into his cargo bay. Only after rescuing it did he discern the insignia on its hull. It was a specialized ship allocated to the Science by the Frisia Force. In that moment, an icy chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head. He did not dare to steal even a second glance. Rushing to the pilot's seat and pushing the thruster to its limits, the spacecraft accelerated violently, slicing through the starlit sky like a startled beast. Years ago, I had encountered a ship like that. Jike endeavored to keep his voice steady, yet his slightly trembling fingers betrayed his anxiety. He feigned nonchalance, shrugging his shoulders in an attempt to mask the tumult within with a hollow laugh, so it seemed somewhat familiar. However, his performance was evidently less than perfect. The two companions exchanged a meaningful glance. One stroked his chin while the other tilted his head, suspicion etched across his face. A subtle silence enveloped the air, as if even the roar of the ship's engines became particularly pronounced. Jike keenly sensed their doubts, immediately straightening his posture and slapping the control panel with vigor. Enough with the conjectures. We must hasten to execute our mission. His voice suddenly rose, imbued with an undeniable authority. If we delay our duties, who among you can bear the wrath of the Galactic King? This ploy proved effective. The two companions, as if doused with cold water, promptly shelved their curiosity. The taller one thumped his thigh. You are right. Quickly, everyone to your positions. The other had already dashed to the navigation console, fingers flying across the screen, course calibrated, ready for departure. Jike exhaled deeply, turning to grasp the helm. The engines of the three ships roared in unison, their exhaust flames tracing 3 brilliant trails through the dark void of space. The indicator lights on the control panel flickered to life, illuminating the cockpit with a bright glow. Humph! With such meager abilities, they dare to contend with me? A smug smile curved at the corners of Jike's lips as he crossed his arms, nodding contentedly. He had always taken pride in his eloquent tongue, feeling as though even the winds of the galaxy bowed to his prowess. Chapter 22. The Secrets of the Emerald Planet. He squinted, his gaze sharp as it swept across the expanse ahead, as if he could pierce through layers of nebulae to reach the location of Namek. Their course indeed pointed toward Namek, yet he silently hoped that no troubles would arise. Jike murmured to himself, his brow slightly furrowed. As a galactic patrolman, he knew every nook and cranny of the northern galaxy, from the bustling interstellar ports to the remote, desolate planets. There was not a place he was unfamiliar with. His fingers unconsciously tapped on the control panel, producing a soft clicking sound, as if calculating time and distance. Just recently, they had asserted dominance over a group of oblivious individuals. Those ruffians had initially been arrogant, yet when their combat power detector scanned Ye Jian, the screen displayed a blank void, as if the target were non-existent. However, when it turned to Supali, the value surged to around 200,000. The group immediately turned pale, their limbs trembling, unable to stand firm. Can you imagine that scene? A band of self-important warriors, reduced to quaking quails in the face of absolute uncertainty. As for Ye Jian, their detector's limit was merely 500,000, while Ye Jian, even in his unyielding state, possessed several hundred points of combat power. Yet, his mastery over energy was unparalleled, akin to a maestro delicately caressing the strings of a lute. His energy flowing and retracting with finesse, revealing no flaw. With such rudimentary detectors, how could they possibly glimpse Ye Jian's true strength? It was akin to attempting to draw water with a bamboo basket, utterly futile. The journey from Earth to Namek was no brief endeavor, and departing from Yadalate also required a considerable passage of time. The spacecraft traversed the silent universe, starlight streaming past the windows like a river, time seemingly elongating, yet also appearing to freeze in an instant. 10 days later, Ye Jian's ship finally arrived in the starfield housing Namek. This celestial body resided as the fourth planet in the 27th main star system of the Lyra constellation. Its existence akin to a jadeite gem quietly suspended within the cosmic sea. The atmospheric composition and surface gravity bore resemblance to Earth, ensuring that one would not feel overly foreign upon stepping onto this land. Nevertheless, the sky exhibited a peculiar green hue, as if stained by endless forests. 3 stars orbited nearby, their luminescence intertwining, preventing any true night from gracing the realm. Here, a year consisted of merely 130 days, time seemingly compressed, making each moment exceptionally precious. The ship descended gently onto a vast plain, the verdant grass shimmering under the starlight, while distant, bizarre mountain ranges rose like the spines of giants, tall and enigmatic. A gentle breeze caressed, carrying a fresh yet unfamiliar scent, as if whispering the tales of this planet. Ye Jian stood at the cabin door, his gaze calmly surveying this unknown land, a complex blend of anticipation and vigilance swelling within him. In the vast universe, an emerald planet revolved serenely amidst the starry sea, akin to a jadeite gem embedded within black velvet. This was Namek, a wondrous world composed of hundreds of islands, each varying in size. Viewed from above, these islands resembled scattered fragments of jade in the azure ocean, interconnected by winding coral reefs. Intriguingly, the entire planet was blanketed by a peculiar flora known as the Ma-Bo tree, whose crowns formed mushroom-shaped arcs, glimmering softly under the sunlight. As the ship pierced through the atmosphere, Ye Jian glimpsed the undulating hills below. These hills were entirely enveloped in dense Ma-Bo forests, appearing from afar like colossal green mushrooms. Occasionally, one could spot diminutive structures interspersed among them, their forms quite distinctive with rounded lines and bubble-like windows, resembling magnified abalone shells or snail shells, shimmering with a pearlescent sheen under the sun. "What an intriguing place," Sapali remarked softly, her fingers gliding over the control panel, adjusting the ship's descent trajectory. The ship descended gradually, passing through a thin veil of clouds, revealing an increasingly clear view below. In the central region of Namek, an exceptionally enormous edifice stood majestically. Its shape resembled a snail shell magnified hundreds of times, its surface adorned with a delicate pearlescent layer that refracted a spectrum of colors under the sunlight. The second floor of the building housed a spacious circular chamber, its walls embedded with luminous crystal stones, casting a soft glow throughout the room. At the center sat an elder, towering over other Namekians, comfortably seated in a chair woven from vines. His skin bore a deep emerald hue, and his forehead was etched with fine wrinkles, each line seemingly chronicling the passage of time. His fingers lightly tapped the armrest of the chair, producing a rhythmic sound. This was the Grand Elder of Namek, the very soul of the planet. The Grand Elder slowly raised his eyelids, gazing out the window. His eyes seemed capable of piercing through layers of mist, directly observing the descending spacecraft. At long last, he murmured softly, his voice resonating like an echo from ancient times, gently reverberating in the spacious chamber. At this moment, Ye Jian and Su Pa Li's spacecraft was gracefully descending onto a vast expanse of grassland. The hatch opened slowly, and a refreshing aroma, tinged with sweetness, enveloped them. Ye Jian inhaled deeply, savoring the unique ambience of this unfamiliar planet. Surrounding them, the Ma-Bo trees swayed gently in the breeze, producing a rustling sound, as if welcoming distant guests. Not far away, several Namekians emerged from a domed structure. With their green skin and antennae atop their heads, they moved with composure and tranquility. Upon witnessing the landing spacecraft, they exhibited no signs of alarm, merely standing in silence to observe. "It appears we are quite welcome," Su Pali remarked softly, her hand instinctively resting on the weapon at her waist. Ye Jian shook his head, signaling her to relax. "Remember the purpose of our visit," he whispered, his gaze never wavering from the tranquil Namekians. On this peculiar planet, there existed no central government. Each village was managed by esteemed elders. When issues requiring coordination arose, the elders from different villages would gather together under the starlight to engage in dialogue until a consensus was reached. There was no military here. Each village had a single rigorously trained warrior, tasked not only with safeguarding their homeland, but also with protecting the Dragon Balls, which symbolized hope and strength. The Namekians boasted long lifespans, yet their birth rate was exceedingly low. They resided in natural villages of around 100 individuals, leading a life devoid of conflict. The most enigmatic Dragon Balls were personally crafted by the Grand Elder, totaling 7, each entrusted to one of the 7 venerable elders. Acquiring a Dragon Ball was no simple feat. Seekers had to undergo trials set by the elders, sometimes a test of wisdom, other times a contest of strength, or occasionally, merely articulating their desires sincerely. Regardless, only those warriors deemed worthy by the elders could obtain the Dragon Balls, imbued with extraordinary powers. As the rays of the setting sun bathed the vast land of Namek, the shadows of the Ma-Bo trees elongated. Ye Jian and Su Pali stepped onto this magical terrain, their arrival destined to stir new ripples on this peaceful planet. Meanwhile, within the grand edifice, the Grand Elder sat in quietude, as if awaiting something, or perhaps guarding something. Throughout the extensive evolution of Namek, the climatic upheavals of ancient times had nearly erased the entire race from this planet, as relentless sandstorms swept across the cracked earth, transforming once vibrant green fields into desolate wastelands. Yet, the Grand Elder, with his indomitable vitality, managed to survive amidst the ruins. Now, centuries of time had etched deep marks upon him. His gnarled hands were riddled with wrinkles, and his stooped body leaned against an ancient stone seat, each breath laden with the weight of years. Oh, the future of my people. Chapter 23. The Temple of the Dragon Clan. As Ye Jian's spacecraft broke through the atmosphere of Namek, the Grand Elder, seated deep within the temple, suddenly opened his murky eyes. His fingers, weathered and wrinkled, instinctively tightened their grip on the stone armrest. Through the unique telepathy of the Namekians, he seemed to witness the harrowing sight of his kin falling amidst a conflagration, the iron boots of the Frisia army trampling upon peaceful villages. As the once harmonious Namek became stained with blood, "I never anticipated the Saiyan prince still lives," the Grand Elder murmured, his cracked lips quivering slightly. Though he lacked the precise foresight of the Ardatian, as the oldest sage of Namek, he could still vaguely sense significant changes within the planet's realm. At this moment, he distinctly felt a powerful aura approaching swiftly, a unique energy wave belonging to the royal Saiyan lineage. Naru, as the Grand Elder's aged voice echoed through the hall. A lithe figure entered in response. Naru strode with measured steps through the towering stone columns, sunlight filtering through the temple's windows, casting dappled shadows upon his emerald skin. The young Namekian warrior knelt on one knee, his right hand resting on his chest in salute, his muscular contours subtly highlighted in motion. Grand Elder, Naru raised his gaze, his resolute eyes reflecting utmost respect for the Elder. As the mightiest warrior of Namek, he bore the solemn duty of safeguarding the Grand Elder. In the original narrative, when Frisia's malevolent grasp reached Namek, it was this very duty that prevented him from aiding his brethren, a lingering regret buried deep within his heart. Naru, the Grand Elder slowly lifted his trembling hand, pointing towards the sky outside the temple, where 2 guests were approaching from afar. "Go forth and greet them." His voice, though frail, carried an undeniable authority. Upon hearing this, Naru immediately rose, the green cape trailing behind him in a graceful arc as he swiftly exited the temple. "Guests?" A deep voice reverberated in the empty cabin, tinged with a hint of uncertainty. The speaker was a middle-aged man clad in a dark uniform, standing before the control console, brow furrowed, his gaze fixed intently on the unfamiliar starry expanse beyond the viewport. "Indeed, you shall soon discover for yourself. Remember to greet them with kind words. Go now." Another voice emanated from the communicator, calm yet resolute. In a remote corner of Namek, a silver-gray interstellar spacecraft tore through the clouds, accompanied by a rush of scorching air and a deafening roar as it plunged downward. The ship's underside expelled a pale blue plasma stream, creating ripples of dust upon contact with the ground. Ultimately, this colossal machine came to a steady halt upon an expansive plain, encircled by towering mushroom-like flora, the air infused with the fragrance of fresh grass and moist earth. The hatch opened gradually, the hydraulic system emitting a soft hiss. Ye Jian was the first to step out. The sound of his metallic boots striking the alien soil resonated sharply. He inhaled deeply, experiencing an atmosphere vastly different from that of Ardit. Here, the oxygen content was higher, imbued with the unique sweetness of vegetation. Sunlight filtered through the thin atmosphere, casting an emerald hue across the entire landscape. Su Pali followed closely, her delicate fingers brushing against the edge of the hatch, her lavender eyes reflecting the myriad of luminescent creatures swirling around them. These points of light, reminiscent of dandelion seeds, danced around her before occasionally alighting upon the tips of her silvery hair. Is this truly Namek? Her voice held a childlike wonder as she stepped lightly upon the soft moss, startling several six-legged creatures concealed within the grass. Indeed, this is Namek. Ye Jian replied, just as the frown of concern creased his brow. He keenly sensed a formidable aura approaching at an astonishing speed. This energy rippling through his perception like stones thrown into a tranquil lake. He raised a hand, signaling Su Pa Li to remain vigilant, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. Judging by the characteristics of the energy wave, the approaching individual was none other than the Grand Elder's personal guardian, Neru. On this planet, renowned for its peace, only this legendary warrior possessed such immense life energy. A hint of understanding crossed Ye Jian's lips. It seemed the news of their arrival had already reached the Grand Elder's ears. Brother Ye Jian, it seems someone is coming, Su Pa Li exclaimed softly. Having sensed the energy wave a moment later, the young girl instinctively drew closer to Ye Jian, her right hand resting upon the energy dagger at her waist. Her light golden combat attire shimmered softly in the sunlight, reflecting the glowing flora around them. Ye Jian placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, feeling her slight tremor of anxiety. Do not worry, he does not come to oppose us. His gaze remained fixed on the distant horizon, where a dark speck approached at supersonic speed. Nilu's proactive appearance unexpectedly spared them the trouble of searching for the elder, making their journey surprisingly smooth. As they spoke, a verdant figure tore through the sky, the sonic boom it created tracing a clear trajectory across the azure expanse. Nilu descended as if a shooting star, landing softly into the yielding earth without causing much disturbance. This Namekian warrior gradually straightened, his emerald skin glimmering like jade under the sunlight. Upon recognizing the visitor's face, his elongated eyes abruptly constricted, reflecting the iconic spiky black hair of Ye Jian. Saiyan. Nilu's voice echoed like a reverberation in the valley, laced with incredulity. His broad palm instinctively clenched into a fist, the joints emitting faint cracks. The surrounding light seemed to warp slightly, twisted by his taut nerves, while several crystalline-winged butterflies, busy collecting nectar, scattered in panic. You too are Saiyans? Nilu's voice turned as cold as metal. Despite the elder's prior instructions, his expression remained impassive, his profound eyes seemingly capable of piercing through one's very soul. Ye Jian stood before him, yet a tempest of unnameable fury swirled within him. What he loathed most was this air of superiority exuded by someone whose strength was evidently mediocre. Ye Jian tightened his fists, knuckles widening, but then gradually relaxed. He was there to seek assistance, not to engage in conflict. Indeed, we come in search of your elder. Ye Jian inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the anger that nearly spilled forth. He endeavored to adopt a tone of calmness, even tinged with humility. Your presence here indicates that the elder is aware of my arrival, does it not? Nilu's gaze lingered on Ye Jian for a moment, as if assessing his sincerity. Ultimately, he nodded slightly, his tone remaining aloof. You are correct. Follow me. Nilu turned and strode ahead, with Ye Jian closely trailing behind. They traversed an expansive plain, the ground beneath them displaying an unusual dark red hue, as if stained by some ancient power. In the distance, a magnificent structure loomed, a peculiar two-tiered edifice resembling the skeletal remains of a colossal dragon lying prone, its jaws agape. Sunlight cascaded upon the surface of the building, reflecting a metallic sheen. Particularly the dragon's head, which appeared so lifelike it seemed poised to awaken and unleash a thunderous roar. Is this the elder's abode? Ye Jian mused, his attention irresistibly drawn to the grandeur of the architecture. The Namekians' reverence for dragons was no secret. They even referred to themselves as the Dragon Clan, and this structure undeniably embodied that belief in its most vivid form. Nilu said nothing more, silently guiding Ye Jian through the entrance. Inside, the space was far more expansive than it appeared from outside, suffused with a faint, ancient scent reminiscent of sandalwood. Intricate carvings adorned the walls, seemingly chronicling the long history and legends of the Namekian people. Following Nilu up the stairs to the second floor, each step felt like a footfall in the echoes of time. At last, they stood before the elder. Although Ye Jian had seen this Namekian elder in various television dramas during his previous life, he could not help but feel a jolt of awe upon beholding him in the flesh. Chapter 24. The Awakening of Potential. The elder sat regally in a broad stone chair, his imposing figure exuding a blend of benevolence and unassailable authority. His profound gaze resembled the night sky, seemingly capable of piercing through all illusions. The one who unlocks potential is he, the Elder of Namek. Ye Jian silently recited, excitement and reverence intertwining within him. Throughout the entire history of Dragon Ball, only two individuals wielded the safest and most effective methods of unlocking potential. And the Elder was one of them. His technique did not require self-sacrifice, nor did it merely overextend the latent potential of the subject. Rather, it was a remarkable process of exchange, awakening the dormant potential within the human body through some ancient and mysterious power, thereby maximizing its release under safe conditions. This method not only placed no burden on the body, but also allowed for a qualitative leap in a short span of time. Standing before the Elder, Ye Jian brimmed with anticipation. He understood that this encounter could very well alter the course of his destiny. In other words, the Elder possessed a unique ability to discern the slumbering potential within an individual and, by harnessing his own power, assist the other in bypassing the lengthy and arduous training process to fully unleash that latent energy. This method of potential development was not only remarkably effective, but also, notably, inflicted no harm upon the body or spirit of the subject, making it one of the safest means of potential activation in the universe. Speaking of potential development, one could not overlook the old Kaishin. Whether his methods genuinely required protracted periods of time remains a mystery to this day. In any case, according to the original accounts, Sun Wukong had once meditated for an extended duration to complete his potential unlocking, a mysterious state resulting from such practices. Returning to the present, just as Ye Jian became lost in thought, the Elder of Namek slowly spoke, his voice steady and ancient, as if transcending time to pull him back from his reverie. Prince of the Saiyans, may I inquire the purpose of your journey from afar? The Elder's voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable authority. Nilu's eyes flickered with surprise at this revelation, involuntarily re-evaluating Ye Jian. Was he truly the Prince of the Saiyans? Or rather, the Great Prince? Ye Jian, jolted back to reality by this unexpected query, cleared his throat to mask his earlier lapse, then bowed slightly in respectful response. I once visited Yadrit, where I learned of the Elder's remarkable ability to unlock potential. I have come seeking your assistance in awakening the latent potential within me. I humbly request your aid. His voice was clear and sincere, each word dripping with genuine expectation. The Elder observed him quietly, his deep-set eyes seemingly capable of discerning the heart. After a moment, the Elder nodded slightly. He sensed no malevolent aura emanating from Ye Jian. In truth, Ye Jian had never taken a life. Neither he nor his companion Sapali had blood on their hands, and thus they bore no evil attachments, nor had they accrued any merits. Sapali stood calmly to the side, fully aware that this was not the moment to interject. Hence, throughout Ye Jian's entire request, she maintained her silence, quietly observing the Elder's reactions, her gaze betraying a subtle vigilance and concern. The atmosphere felt suspended in the flow of time. The light within the Elder's abode was soft, and the air was imbued with an ancient, mysterious essence. Ye Jian stood tall before the Elder, his gaze resolute, while the Elder remained as steadfast as a mountain, seemingly weighing the request from this visitor from afar. In the lush fields of Namek, a gentle breeze caressed the peculiar blue grass, while distant lakes shimmered under the dual suns. Ye Jian stood before the Elder's residence, his eyes fixed intently on the towering figure. The Elder sat upon his stone seat, his wrinkled green skin glistening faintly in the sunlight. Wisdom sparkled in his deep-set eyes as he scrutinized the extraterrestrial visitor before him. Simultaneously, Ye Jian discreetly observed this legendary figure, noting the Elder's fingers gently tapping on the armrest, as if deliberating something. You have been to Yadrit? The Elder's voice was deep and magnetic, tinged with evident astonishment. He leaned forward slightly, his large hand unconsciously tightening around the armrest of his chair. The planet renowned for its enigmatic arts was one that he had only heard whispers of. He never imagined that the young man before him had actually visited it. Ye Jian stood tall, his crimson battle attire gently swaying in the breeze. Indeed, he nodded with composure, his black hair fluttering in the wind. During his time studying the arcane arts, he had heard tales of the legendary Mike Xing. He enunciated the term arcane arts clearly. While noticing Nilu standing behind the Grand Elder, his brow furrowed, evidently wary of the Saiyan's arrival. Ye Jian was acutely aware of the Saiyan's less than favorable reputation throughout the cosmos. He could discern the hesitation flickering in the Grand Elder's eyes. Just as he had on his journey to Yadelate Xing, he resolved that upon stepping onto this land, he would not return empty-handed. His gaze was resolute, and his hands instinctively clenched into fists. After a moment's contemplation, the Grand Elder's voice broke the stillness of the stone chamber. "Saiyan Prince, I can agree to your request." His words echoed in the vast chamber. "Which of you shall come forward first?" Nilo hesitated, his lips moving as if to speak, but ultimately swallowed the words, gripping his weapon at his waist with silent resolve. Ye Jian's lips curled into a subtle smile as he gently pulled the timid Sapali from behind him. "She shall go first." His gesture was both tender and firm, guiding the petite Sapali forward. "Brother Ye Jian," Supali's voice trembled slightly, her small hands instinctively clutching the hem of his garment. She looked up, her violet eyes shimmering with apprehension. Ye Jian bent down and lightly patted her shoulder, offering a reassuring smile. "Go ahead. Do not worry. Nothing will happen." His tone was gentle yet firm, his gaze brimming with encouragement. Feeling Ye Jian's trust, Sapali took a deep breath and straightened her small frame. With determined strides, she approached the Grand Elder, each step causing the grass beneath her feet to emit a soft rustling sound. Sunlight filtered through the crevices of the stone chamber, casting dappled shadows along her path. The Grand Elder sat solemnly upon an ancient stone chair, his aged visage adorned with eyes that seemed to harbor boundless wisdom. He slightly raised his wrinkled hand, his voice low and soothing. "Little girl, do not be afraid. Come, let me see how much potential I can draw out from you." Sapali gulped nervously, cautiously advancing. She could sense the formidable aura emanating from the Grand Elder, akin to a towering mountain, instilling an involuntary reverence within her. The Grand Elder slowly extended his broad palm, gently resting it atop Supali's head. His hand was warm and strong, as if capable of embracing all. Sapali closed her eyes, allowing her body to relax, surrendering to the Grand Elder's energy as it permeated her being. After a brief moment, the Grand Elder nodded slightly, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. Suddenly, his palm erupted into a brilliant golden light, an overwhelming surge of magical energy flooding into Supali's body like a tidal wave. This force coursed through her veins, akin to a colossal dragon awakening, battering every corner of her being. Sapali felt her blood simmering, her bones humming softly, as if undergoing a profound metamorphosis. With the continuous infusion of golden magic, her energy levels began to ascend at an astonishing rate. The air around her seemed to ripple with this newfound power, creating visible waves of energy. The ground beneath her trembled slightly, stones scattering as it struggled to withstand the might of this force. Chapter 25. The Limits of Potential. 210,000, 230,000, 250,000, 290,000. Supali's battle power soared like a wild stallion, finally coming to a gradual halt at the astounding figure of 350,000. The Grand Elder slowly withdrew his hand, the golden radiance gradually dissipating, beads of sweat forming on his brow, clearly indicating that this exertion had taken a toll. "I can only develop your potential to this extent." He spoke, his tone tinged with fatigue, yet his eyes reflected a sense of satisfaction. Sapali trembled with excitement, feeling the surging power within her, scarcely believing it was real. In a mere moment, her battle power had increased by a staggering 140,000. It was nothing short of a qualitative leap. "Thank you, Grand Elder," she exclaimed, bowing deeply, her voice quivering with emotion. At that moment, Ye Jian approached with steady strides. His imposing figure, muscular and robust, still emanated utmost respect before the Grand Elder. "I apologize for the trouble, Grand Elder," he spoke in a deep, resonant voice. The Grand Elder nodded slightly, extending his broad palm once more. "It is no trouble. Come, let me see how much potential I can draw out from you." When the Grand Elder's hand rested atop Ye Jian's head, a remarkable occurrence unfolded. Ye Jian's large head appeared diminutive under the Grand Elder's palm, akin to a ripe apple. Yet, in that instant, the Grand Elder's expression shifted dramatically. His half-open eyes widened in disbelief. He sensed an extraordinary potential surging within Ye Jian, akin to a dormant volcano on the verge of eruption. The air surrounding them seemed to stagnate, as if time itself had paused. "Prince Ye Jian, your potential is immensely powerful, like an infinite galaxy, unfathomable in depth. I can only do my utmost to guide forth a portion of it." The Grand Elder's deep, weathered voice resonated within the temple, his profound gaze shimmering with complexity. Having lived for centuries, he had never encountered such astonishing potential. It was a force capable of shaking the very cosmos. Ye Jian nodded slightly, a flicker of understanding passing through his golden irises. Thank you, Grand Elder. He had long surpassed the threshold of 10 million in battle power, even reaching the legendary Super Saiyan realm. However, the more powerful he became, the more he felt the surging force within him, bound and restrained. This energy roared like a beast shackled in chains, crashing against his insides, yet it remained unyielding in its release. The Grand Elder slowly lifted his aged hand, a faint purple glow emanating from his palm. Initially dim, the light grew brighter, resembling a miniature star coalescing in his grasp. Now, the Grand Elder commanded sharply, pressing his palm forcefully against Ye Jian's chest. In an instant, a blinding purple light surged into Ye Jian's body, akin to a flood breaking through a dam. Ye Jian felt a tremor throughout his being, as if every cell was infused with scorching energy. The sensation was exhilarating, akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought, or breaking free from heavy shackles. The air around him began to warp, golden flames erupting from within, blazing like a roaring inferno. The flames intensified, ultimately transforming into a pillar of light ascending skyward, illuminating the entire temple as though it were midday. Nailu and Sapali instinctively stepped back, their faces etched with astonishment. They could distinctly feel Ye Jian's aura escalating at an astonishing rate, a force akin to a tsunami crashing upon them, nearly rendering them breathless. Is this truly the power of Prince Ye Jian? Nailu murmured, his voice quivering. Ye Jian's golden hair billowed without wind, shimmering with luminous gold, then reverting to its original black. It seemed as though two forces within him were locked in fierce combat, vying for dominance. Beads of sweat trickled down the Grand Elder's brow, his breath quickening, his arms trembling slightly. He could sense that the potential within Ye Jian far exceeded his expectations, surpassing his capacity to fully guide. Roar! Ye Jian suddenly released a skyward howl, his aura swelling once more, the golden light threatening to engulf the entire temple. However, just as the momentum reached its zenith, everything suddenly receded, much like the ebbing tide. The elder slowly withdrew his hand, exhaling deeply, revealing a weary expression upon his face. Prince Ye Jian, this is all I can develop for you. His voice carried a hint of regret, yet was also infused with anticipation. The path ahead now lay solely in your hands. Ye Jian felt the surging power within him, a confident smile gracing his lips. This is sufficient, he murmured, his eyes gleaming with determination. This had granted him a wholly new beginning. Within the temple, the golden aura gradually dissipated, leaving behind the lingering energy fluctuations in the air, as if narrating the breathtaking potential guidance that had just transpired. Ye Jian sensed the tumultuous energy coursing through him, as if the very forces of the universe were racing within his being. He clenched his fists, the knuckles turning slightly white from the exertion, muscles rippling beneath his skin like living entities. The elder stood before him, his profound gaze seemingly penetrating through all, yet laced with an imperceptible fatigue. Ye Jian, your potential. The elder's voice was low and hoarse, echoing as if from the depths of an ancient abyss, surprising even himself. Ye Jian inhaled deeply, aware that the power within him resembled a repressed volcano, poised to erupt at any moment. He attempted to harness this force, only to find it akin to a wild stallion, defying control. Beads of sweat formed on his brow, each drop bearing an immense burden. I can only guide forth this minuscule fraction with all my might. Ye Jian's voice trembled, his gaze betraying both exhilaration and fear. He realized that even this small portion of power was sufficient to obliterate a planet with ease. The thought of unleashing it all was beyond his imagination. The elder nodded slightly, a glimmer of approval flashing in his eyes. Even this fraction is enough to secure your invincibility within the cosmos. Should you fully develop it, even the divine shall tremble. Ye Jian gradually emerged from the ecstasy of power, deeply bowing to the elder. Thank you for your assistance, he expressed, his voice brimming with genuine gratitude. The recent potential development not only catalyzed a qualitative leap in his strength, but also allowed him to break through the long-standing bottleneck. Now, he felt as though he stood atop a great mountain. Before him lay an infinitely vast sky. Yet he was acutely aware that an increase in power meant a proportional rise in training difficulty. The arduous training he once endured, akin to being crushed by a boulder, now seemed like child's play. He required more rigorous and extreme methods of training, such as gravity chambers or weighted suits. And acquiring these devices constituted the second purpose of his journey to Namek. Elder, I have heard that you possess a treasure known as the Dragon Ball. Ye Jian's voice was calm and resolute, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the elder. I have an unbidden request. I hope to borrow it for a time. The elder did not inquire how Ye Jian had learned of the Dragon Ball's existence. A knowing glimmer passed through his eyes, as though he had anticipated this moment. He attributed it to the cosmic sages of the Yadrat race, those with prophetic abilities who knew many secrets of the universe, including the existence of the Dragon Balls. The Dragon Ball is indeed in my possession, the elder spoke slowly, his voice imbued with ancient wisdom, but its power is not easily wielded. You must understand. Using it entails a corresponding cost. Ye Jian nodded, determination flickering in his eyes. I understand, but I must grow stronger. Chapter 26. The contract with the dragon. His voice resonated with an undeniable resolve. There are too many unknowns and threats in the universe. I must be prepared. The elder fell silent for a moment, his gaze seeming to pierce through time and space, glimpsing a possible future. Finally, he nodded gently. In that case, the Dragon Ball may be lent to you. His tone bore a solemnity. But remember, power is a double-edged sword. How you wield it is entirely up to you. Ye Jian took a deep breath, his heart swelling with anticipation and trepidation for the future. He knew that his journey was merely beginning, and the Dragon Ball would serve as a pivotal step towards a higher realm. The elder slowly rose from his seat, a flicker of concern flashing in his deep green eyes. He extended his hand, weathered by time, gently cradling the softly glowing Dragon Ball, speaking gravely. Yes, but Prince Saiyan, I foresee that my people are on the brink of catastrophe. When disaster strikes, I implore you to lend your aid. Ye Jian nodded slightly, his golden hair dancing in the gentle breeze. He understood well the calamity to which the elder referred, a knowing glint in his sharp eyes. He stepped forward, placing his right hand over his heart and solemnly promising, Elder, rest assured, should Namek encounter peril, I shall exert my utmost effort. A smile of relief finally graced the elder's wrinkled face as he carefully handed the Dragon Ball to Ye Jian. To summon the eternal dragon, one must employ our Namekian tongue. Nailu, accompany them to the various tribes to collect the Dragon Balls and then seek out Dandi, asking him to assist in summoning Purunga. Understood, Elder, Nailu replied without hesitation, bowing in compliance. The tall Namekian warrior's eyes brimmed with respect and loyalty towards the elder. In his heart, the elder was akin to a biological father, the person he esteemed above all. Every directive from the elder was followed without reservation. Ye Jian accepted the Dragon Ball, which radiated an orange glow, its size comparable to a basketball, refracting a captivating brilliance under the sun. He scrutinized the starry patterns shimmering within the Dragon Ball, each star retaining a vivid red hue from every angle observed. Thank you, Elder. We shall take our leave and not disturb your rest. Ye Jian carefully stowed the Dragon Ball and turned to embark on the journey of collecting the Dragon Balls alongside Nailu. They first traversed a verdant grassland, where a gentle breeze stirred the waves of grass. Utilizing his standing within Namek, Nailu guided Ye Jian to visit the scattered tribes. At each stop, the local Namekians respectfully presented their entrusted Dragon Balls. Under the golden hues of the setting sun, they swiftly gathered 6 Dragon Balls. As they journeyed towards the final tribe, they encountered a particularly unique Namekian child at the edge of a lush forest. This child bore the green skin and antennae typical of Namekians. Yet his face caused Ye Jian to pause in astonishment. The child bore an uncanny resemblance to the Dandi from the original story. Ye Jian rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Had he not been aware that Dandi had not yet been born, he would have almost believed this was the boy destined to become Earth's deity. This reminded him of the moment Sun Wukong first arrived on New Namek, where his instinctive exclamation upon seeing the multitude of Namekians was, "So many Piccolos." Indeed, the resemblance among Namekians was striking. Without careful discernment, it was challenging to tell them apart. Of course, differences in height and physique could provide some basis for identification. Ye Jian gazed at the child frolicking in the woods, his heart filled with a myriad of emotions. As the final Dragon Ball was placed into the Dragon Radar, all 7 Dragon Balls erupted simultaneously, radiating a brilliant light, as if heralding the arrival of an extraordinary moment. Nailu pointed towards a distant peak, declaring, "Danchi resides at the summit of that mountain. Let us seek him out." Ye Jian gazed upward at the towering mountain, inhaling deeply, and together with Nailu, embarked on the final leg of their journey. Sunlight streamed through the clouds, casting a golden glow upon their hopeful path. In the lush plains of Namek, a gentle breeze caressed the undulating waves of grass. Nailu, accompanied by Ye Jian and Supali, descended into a vast clearing far from the tribe, where the terrain was flat and surrounded by peculiar purple crystals that shimmered with an enigmatic aura under the twin suns. "This shall be the place," Nailu stated with composure, his heavy cloak billowing in the wind. He surveyed the surroundings, ensuring they were sufficiently distant from the Namekian settlement to avoid disturbing his kin's tranquil lives. Ye Jian landed softly, followed closely by Supali, who curiously surveyed the environment, noticing several pterosaur-like creatures soaring in the distance. Ye Jian, however, remained unfazed, his gaze fixed on the 7 Dragon Balls in Nailu's grasp. The orange orbs glimmered with a warm sheen under the sun, their inner red stars appearing to rotate gently. "Danshi," Nailu turned to the waiting Namekian, "you shall preside over the summoning ceremony." Danshi nodded solemnly, his wrinkled face reflecting devotion. He stepped forward, forming an ancient gesture with his hands before his chest, and began chanting an ancient incantation in Namekian. As he chanted, the 7 Dragon Balls gradually illuminated with dazzling brilliance. Golden beams of light shooting skyward, intertwining in a resplendent web of light. The sky abruptly darkened as ominous clouds gathered at a visible pace. A fierce wind whipped up the debris from the ground, and purple lightning danced within the clouds. A thicker golden beam surged higher into the heavens, illuminating the entire sky as if it were day. "Come forth, Purunga." Danshi's voice remained clear amidst the howling wind. In the sky, a colossal figure slowly emerged. Purunga unfurled its massive wings, its green skin gleaming with a metallic sheen under the flashes of lightning. Its crimson eyes, resembling 2 blood moons, surveyed the mortals below. "State your wishes." Purunga's deep voice resonated through the cosmos, each syllable carrying the weight of thunder. Nailu turned to Ye Jian, his gaze scrutinizing. He deliberately overlooked Supali. For in this universe where strength reigned supreme, he was more concerned with the individual who held the true power of decision. "I wish for you to leave Namek immediately after making your wishes." Nailu's voice was calm, yet unequivocal. The elder required tranquility in his twilight years. Ye Jian nodded slightly, his black battle attire remaining unmoved by the gusting winds. He looked up at the majestic dragon in the sky, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Rest assured," Ye Jian's voice cut through the roaring winds, "we will depart once our wishes are fulfilled. As for Frisia and his ilk," he paused, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes, "they are no longer of concern." Nailu regarded Ye Jian for a moment, as if assessing the sincerity in his words. Ultimately, the Namekian warrior nodded, and a surge of intense energy erupted around him. Green energy enveloped his form, scattering the surrounding debris. "Remember your promise," Nailu stated, before transforming into a streak of light that shot skyward, soon disappearing from sight. In the sky, Purunga continued to await, its wings slowly flapping, creating ripples of energy. Ye Jian took a deep breath, stepping forward, ready to voice the wish he had long anticipated. Supali clenched her fists nervously, aware that this moment would alter the course of many events. The distant mountains flickered in the lightning's glow, the entire plain enveloped in the overwhelming presence of the dragon's descent. The summoning ceremony had only just begun, and 3 wishes capable of reshaping the universe were on the verge of being realized. Chapter 27. The Descent of the Dragon. Ye Jian slightly turned his head, his gaze falling upon the resolute Nailu standing beside him. The Namekian warrior bore a solemn countenance, fists clenched, muscles taut, resembling a poised statue ready to spring into action. Sunlight cascaded onto his emerald skin, casting a faint halo. "Danshi, commence." Ye Jian's voice was steady and powerful, resonating in the still air. Danshi inhaled deeply, stepping towards the center of the altar. His footsteps echoed crisply on the stone slabs, each step imbued with a solemn rhythm. He cautiously retrieved the final Dragon Ball from his robes, the orange orb shimmering mysteriously in the sunlight. As this orb joined the other 6, a deep hum resonated, as if a slumbering giant were awakening after millennia. Danshi retreated 3 steps, dust rising beneath his feet. He slowly extended his arms, gazing skyward, and called out in the ancient Namekian tongue, "Arise, dragon." As his words fell, the 7 Dragon Balls abruptly ceased their tremors, as if time itself had frozen. Then, a blinding golden light erupted from the center of the Dragon Balls, illuminating the entire valley like the dawn of a new day. Where the light reached, grasses swayed, stones trembled, and a peculiar energy wave permeated the air. Simultaneously, the distant horizon rapidly succumbed to thick, dark clouds. The oppressive cloud cover surged forth like a roaring tide, visibly swallowing the azure sky. In the blink of an eye, the scorching sunlight was entirely obscured, plunging Namek from brilliant daylight into profound darkness. Stars flickered in the night sky, appearing particularly dim. Within the elder's dwelling, the aged Namekian leaned on his staff, gazing at the transformed sky outside. A complex expression crossed his wrinkled face, his deep-set eyes reflecting the distant golden light. "Elder, is it not too risky to assist him in this manner? After all, the Saiyans have only just returned." Nailu could not help but interject, his tone laced with evident concern. His hands instinctively tightened around the weapon at his waist, knuckles blanching from the pressure. The elder slowly shook his head, his staff gently tapping the ground. "There is no need for worry. This Prince Ye Jian is unlike any other Saiyan. Moreover, the Saiyans were nearly exterminated 3 years ago, with but a few survivors." His voice, though aged, resonated with undeniable authority. Having made a promise, he would surely fulfill it. "I foresee a calamity approaching my people. Without his assistance, the Namekians may face annihilation." Nailu fell silent, aware that the elder's prophecies had never been wrong. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from the distant horizon. A brilliant golden lightning bolt rent the sky, akin to a spear hurled by a deity, piercing through the realms. The tremendous rumble reverberated through the valley, causing the ground to tremor slightly. The flash of lightning illuminated the entire night sky, rendering even the most distant peaks visible in that moment. The air was suffused with the scent of ozone, as fierce winds whipped up sand and stones, forming small whirlwinds around the altar. The 7 Dragon Balls began to rotate slowly, emanating increasingly potent waves of energy. Ye Jian stood at the center of the tempest, his silver hair dancing wildly in the wind, yet his gaze remained unwavering, fixed upon the colossal figure coalescing in the sky. Ye Jian, Su Pa Li, and Dan Shi simultaneously inhaled sharply, their 3 pairs of eyes fixated on the swirling phenomena in the sky. Sweat beaded at the corners of Ye Jian's forehead as he instinctively clenched his fists, his knuckles turning pale from the strain. Su Pa Li unconsciously took a half-step back, her delicate fingers lightly covering her lips, the amber hue of her pupils reflecting the golden radiance that filled the heavens. Even the usually composed Dan Shi tensed his entire body, the distinctive green skin of the Namekian glimmering with a jade-like sheen under the intense light. This was indeed different. Ye Jian's voice trembled slightly as he realized that what he was witnessing was far removed from the images he had seen on television. He recalled the special effects he had watched while lounging on the couch back on Earth, and standing here now, he grasped that those post-processed visuals paled in comparison to the awe-inspiring reality unfolding before him. They were mere child's doodles. Every inch of air trembled, and each ray of light carried a terrifying pressure. Dan Shi took a deep breath, his emerald green palm quivering slightly. As the youngest elder of Namek, he had studied the ancient texts on the summoning of the divine dragon countless times, yet witnessing this extraordinary spectacle made his heart race violently within his chest. This was his first time, and indeed the first successful summoning of the legendary Palunga in nearly a century for Namek. Suddenly, a deafening explosion shattered the sky. The 7 Dragon Balls seemed to be infused with life, their golden patterns flowing like molten lava. Blinding golden rays erupted radially, transforming the entire sky into a resplendent ocean of gold. A bolt of lightning, as thick as a city wall, shot through the air, a serpentine electric arc frantically weaving through the clouds, with tiny golden sparks cascading like raindrops, leaving mottled marks on the scorched earth below. Ye Jian squinted against the fierce winds whipping up gravel that crackled against his battle suit. To his astonishment, amidst this cataclysmic display of power, he felt no suffocating murderous intent. Instead, there was a sense of solemnity akin to being within an ancient temple. The overwhelming aura washed over him like a tide, every pore trembling not from fear, but from reverence for the supreme existence before him. This sensation was both wondrous and contradictory. Despite witnessing a force capable of tearing apart stars, an impulse of worship surged within him. Just as his mind was in turmoil, A thunderous roar of a dragon suddenly resonated through the air. The sound rippled visibly through the atmosphere, causing the snow atop distant mountains to collapse. In the heart of the roiling thunderclouds, a colossal green figure gradually materialized. The dragon's body, thousands of meters long, resembled a mountain carved from jade, each scale reflecting a mysterious aura. Its muscular forelimbs exuded strength, and as its claws sliced through the air, they produced a piercing shriek. Most striking were its crimson eyes, akin to two blood moons hanging in the sky, surveying all below with the indifference characteristic of a deity. Palunga, Dan, she murmured in Namekian, a term that in ancient language meant the god of dreams. The enormous creature now spiraling in the air was indeed worthy of such a title. Ye Jian gazed intently at the divine dragon, suddenly realizing that Palunga's coiling form seemed strangely familiar. The long tail that flickered in and out of the clouds, the robust upper body, and that majestic countenance bore a striking resemblance to the genie he had seen in illustrations from 1001 Nights, merely magnified 1,000-fold. Imbued with the sacred demeanor unique to Eastern dragons, the wind carried the unusual fragrance emanating from the dragon balls, brushing against Ye Jian's nose as he felt the ground beneath him still trembling. Palunga slowly swayed its dragon head, its scarlet gaze sweeping across the three individuals below, and wherever its eyes fell, the flora bowed in submission. As night descended, the sky of Namek turned a profound shade of purple-blue, sprinkled with stars that appeared as countless diamonds embedded in the endless firmament. In the wilderness, a gentle breeze rustled through the dense grass, producing a soft whisper. Palunga's immense form appeared particularly majestic against the night, its entire body cloaked in darkness, with its red eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light, as though it could perceive all things in existence. A faint energy wave pervaded the air, instinctively causing one to hold their breath. Summoner of mine, come forth and state your wish. Anything is possible, though limited to 3. Palunga's voice boomed like thunder, resonating across the vast field, causing the surrounding flora to tremble slightly. Its tone carried an ancient and majestic power, reminiscent of primordial deities, instilling a sense of awe in all who heard it. Dan, she stood beside Ye Jian, his gaze turning towards him, filled with encouragement and anticipation. The green hue of his Namekian skin glistened, and his two antennae gently swayed. His expression serious and focused. Speak your wish, he urged. Chapter 28. The choice. At these words, Ye Jian nodded slightly. He turned his gaze to Su Pali beside him, his eyes brimming with warmth and concern. Clad in a simple black battle suit, Ye Jian stood tall, his muscular physique already revealing the distinctive vigor of a Saiyan despite his youth. His short hair was neatly styled, in stark contrast to the long-haired Saiyans typically depicted in the original works, presenting a more refined and spirited appearance. Shaoli, would you like to make a wish? Ye Jian asked softly, his voice laced with tenderness. He understood the magnitude of Palunga's abilities and would not forget to share this rare opportunity with Su Pali. She was the most significant partner in his life, and he aspired to fulfill all her wishes. Su Pali's cheeks flushed slightly at his words. She lowered her head, her hands unconsciously clutching the hem of her dress, appearing somewhat bashful. Dressed in a light pink gown, the hem fluttered gently in the breeze, accentuating her petite frame. Though they were both still young, the growth rate of Saiyans far exceeded that of ordinary beings. At 4 years old, they were already nearing the height of adolescent boys on Earth, and now at the age of 12, they possessed physiques comparable to 18-year-olds, only a hair's breadth from full maturity. Ye Jian Gij, Su Pali said softly, her voice like a silver bell in the breeze, clear and melodious. I would like a planet for us to inhabit. After all, we are still wandering through the universe. Her voice dwindled to a near whisper, almost as if she were murmuring to herself. This seemingly simple request held profound duality, an earnest desire for a stable home and an implicit yearning for a future shared with Ye Jian. Upon hearing this, Ye Jian's eyes flickered with a hint of a smile. He reached out, gently taking Su Pali's hand, feeling the warmth of her palm. He knew her wish was not solely for their benefit, but also for all their companions adrift in the cosmos. Palunga's powers surpassed those of Earth's Shinran. It could grant 3 wishes and resurrect those who had died multiple times, whereas Earth's Shinran could only revive one person at a time. More crucially, after the passing of the Elder of Namek, the new Elder had successfully enhanced Palunga's powers, allowing it to resurrect all Earthlings at once. Such power was truly a miracle in the universe. After Palunga was invoked, it required merely 130 days to be summoned again, akin to Earth's Shenron. However, Palunga's existence was intricately linked to its creator. As the creator lived, so did it. When the creator perished, so did it. This bond of life rendered Palunga's presence even more mysterious and precious. Ye Jian lifted his head, his gaze resolutely fixed on Palunga, taking a deep breath, prepared to articulate their wish. The air around them seemed to solidify, with only Palunga's crimson eyes shimmering in the night, awaiting their choice. Ye Jian was momentarily taken aback by Danchi's reminder, instinctively raising his hand as if to tap his forehead, only to halt midway. He gently massaged his temples, a flicker of regret crossing his gaze. Indeed, during this period, they had drifted like rootless duckweeds across the cosmos, lacking a fixed place to call home. Lowering his eyes to his slightly clenched fists, he noted the whiteness of his knuckles from exertion. The prolonged battles and relentless journeys had nearly caused him to forget the profound weight carried by the word home. A cool cosmic breeze swept past, tousling the strands of hair on his forehead, gradually clarifying his tangled thoughts. "I apologize for my oversight," Ye Jian declared, lifting his head to meet Danchi's gaze with unwavering resolve. His voice resonated with remarkable clarity amidst the silence of the universe. "Please inform the Shenlong that our first wish is to create a brand new planet. Its location should be within the northern galaxy, maintaining a suitable distance from Earth while being conducive to life. This planet must possess picturesque landscapes, a complete ecological system, rolling green hills, crystal-clear rivers, and a variety of wildlife thriving freely. Most importantly," he paused, his tone growing particularly grave, "this planet must be sufficiently robust to withstand all trials." Danchi nodded earnestly, turning to face Polona, clearly articulating the wish in the ancient Namekian tongue. Palunga's crimson eyes suddenly ignited, resembling two burning stars, a dazzling red light bursting forth from its pupils. In an instant, the entire space seemed to tremble faintly, an invisible force radiating from Polona, causing the surrounding starlight to momentarily distort. At that very moment, in a remote corner of the northern galaxy, within an otherwise empty expanse of the universe, a brand new planet began to form quietly. It exhibited a breathtaking bluish-green hue, comparable in size to Earth, its surface adorned with sprawling forests and meandering rivers, while majestic snow-capped mountains glimmered under the sunlight, and herds of wildlife could be discerned galloping across the vast grasslands. This planet hung in the starry sky like a meticulously carved gem. "This wish has been fulfilled," Palunga's deep voice resonated in everyone's ears. Simultaneously, a precise interstellar coordinate imprinted itself in Ye Jian's mind, clearly indicating the location of this new planet. "So soon?" Su Pali exclaimed involuntarily, instinctively taking a half-step back, her hands unconsciously covering her mouth. Had it not been for the same vivid coordinate emerging in her mind, she would hardly have believed the events unfolding before her. The sheer power to conjure celestial bodies from nothingness filled her with both awe and reverence. Polona spoke again. "State your second wish." Just as Ye Jian turned to Su Pali, intending to inquire about her thoughts, the young girl stepped forward. She gracefully moved ahead, her skirt gently flowing in the microgravity environment, wearing a gentle yet resolute smile. "Brother Ye Jian, you may decide the remaining wishes," she said, her voice melodious and full of trust and support. Deep down, she was acutely aware that her greatest desire for a place to settle had been fulfilled, and the remaining two wishes were likely more significant for Ye Jian. By voluntarily relinquishing the opportunity to make a wish, she aimed to express her sentiments and spare Ye Jian any difficulty. This empathetic gesture warmed Ye Jian's heart, causing his gaze to soften unconsciously. Chapter 29, Wishes Then. Inform Polona to grant Su Pa Li and me the ability to survive in the cosmos. His voice echoed through the night sky, imbued with an irrefutable determination. In the distance, a shooting star streaked across the horizon, leaving a fleeting trail of light against the deep blue canvas of the heavens. As for wishes of immortality and eternal youth, a wry smile graced Ye Jian's lips. It was not that he did not desire such things. Rather, the timing was not yet right. He understood that in this world, some powers must be acquired progressively. Moreover, the road ahead was long, and more suitable opportunities would inevitably arise. His gaze inadvertently fell upon his own palm, the defined fingers appearing particularly strong under the moonlight. The Saiyan physique was unique. Each battle's recovery brought about a leap in strength. If he were to hastily wish for unlimited stamina, it would be akin to erecting an invisible barrier on his path to growth. Ye Jian clenched his fist unconsciously, the muscles in his arms forming smooth lines. He recalled the days spent sweating in the gravity training room, each breakthrough after exhaustion bringing him one step closer to his goals. Should he lose the possibility of surpassing limits, the potential of the Saiyan race would likely be significantly diminished. Polona hovered in midair, its massive form appearing particularly imposing beneath the starlight. Its deep-set eyes glimmered with an eerie red light, seemingly capable of piercing through all. Ye Jian stood before it, his expression grave, aware that the wish he was about to make would shape his future path. As for the enhancement of strength, it might not be of much assistance to the Shenlong, for although its power was formidable, it too had its limits. Ye Jian took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. He chose this wish because he recognized a fatal weakness of the Saiyans, their inability to survive in the vacuum of space. This flaw could become a critical vulnerability in future battles. Imagine being unable to traverse the vast cosmos freely. How disadvantageous that would be. Thus, this shortcoming needed to be utterly eradicated. The sole and best method to eliminate this weakness was to acquire the ability to exist in the vacuum of space. In doing so, he would no longer be reliant on spaceships, freely traversing the stars without fear of environmental constraints. This was not merely for convenience. It was to seize absolute initiative in future confrontations. Returning to the matter at hand, Palonga's eyes suddenly erupted with blinding red light, enveloping the entire space in an aura of invisible power. Ye Jian and Su Pali stood before the Shenlong, feeling a powerful energy fluctuation. Suddenly, their bodies were enveloped by a layer of ethereal silver light, which flowed like liquid metal, gradually encasing them entirely. As the light flickered, it appeared as if countless tiny star particles swirled around them, forming a mysterious barrier. This silver luminescence persisted for approximately 30 seconds, during which Ye Jian felt a warm energy permeating from the outside in, as if every inch of his skin and every bone was being reshaped by this force. Subsequently, the light gradually dissipated, as if it had never existed. Although he felt no obvious changes, he knew that this ability had taken root within him, becoming a part of his very being. The mysterious radiance they had just experienced was proof of this capability being bestowed. Palonga's voice resonated once more, deep and authoritative. Your second wish has been granted. You have one last wish remaining. Ye Jian immediately straightened his posture, his expression serious. Without hesitation, he declared, "Provide me with 2 sets of gravity suits and a gravity chamber, with a gravitational intensity reaching 10 million times, and the ability to adjust the gravity as desired." His voice was firm and powerful, as if he could already envision the future scenes of rigorous training within the gravity chamber. They indeed required gravity training, especially Ye Jian. As his strength continuously increased, ordinary training methods could no longer suffice. The gravity chamber would become the key tool for him to transcend his limits. Danchi stood quietly beside him, silently conveying Ye Jian's wish to Polona. The eyes of Shenlong gleamed once more, and then 2 exquisite gravity suits along with a vast gravity chamber materialized before them. The gravity suits were a deep obsidian hue, their surfaces adorned with intricate energy patterns that pulsated as if they were alive. The gravity chamber was a colossal metallic structure, smooth and robust in appearance, with an interior spacious enough to accommodate multiple individuals for simultaneous training. However, the sheer size of the gravity chamber rendered it impossible for an ordinary spacecraft to transport. Ye Jian furrowed his brow, but soon revealed a relieved smile. It was of no concern. He could first transport Su Pali to the star he had just wished for, and then return alone, utilizing his ability of instantaneous movement to bring the gravity chamber along. Although instantaneous movement was convenient, it bore a limitation, without grasping the target's aura. Even if one knew the location and could see the scenery, direct teleportation was unattainable. Thus, Ye Jian devised such a plan. He glanced at Su Pali, who nodded in understanding. The 2 of them moved in unison towards the spacecraft, preparing to embark on their next endeavor. Beneath the starry sky, the figure of Bo Luanjia gradually faded away, leaving only a tranquil universe and Ye Jian's boundless anticipation for the future. Your wishes have all been fulfilled, then? Until we meet again. Bo Luanjia's deep and distant voice resonated like an ancient bell, awakening Ye Jian from his reverie. Ye Jian abruptly looked up and beheld Bo Lin Jia's immense form shimmering under the sunlight, while 7 Dragon Balls seemed to be drawn by an invisible hand, spiraling upwards. Each orb sparkled with resplendent light, akin to 7 brilliant stars. The radiance intensified until, with a swift motion, the 7 Dragon Balls transformed into 7 streaks of light, scattering like meteors, vanishing between the vast expanse of the Mike Star's sky and earth. As the Dragon Balls dissipated, the once heavy clouds that shrouded the horizon appeared to be gently parted by an unseen hand, allowing sunlight to cascade down like a golden waterfall, instantly dispelling the gloom. The entire sky regained its azure brilliance, with fluffy white clouds drifting lazily, and the warm sunlight bathing the lush green land of Mike Star, where the grass and trees swayed gently in the breeze, as if celebrating this sacred moment. In the distance, the rolling mountains glistened with emerald hues under the sun. Streams babbled, and the surface sparkled, everything exuding tranquility and vitality. Ye Jian took a deep breath, feeling the warmth of the sun on his face, turned to Dan Shi, and spoke with unwavering sincerity. "Thank you, Dan Shi. I will leave the gravity chamber here for now. I shall return to retrieve it in a month. Rest assured, when I come back, I will not disturb anyone on Mike Star, nor will I cause any disruption here." His voice echoed in the vast valley, carrying an undeniable promise. Dan Shi nodded slightly, a glimmer of reassurance in his eyes. He had just received a message through telepathy from the Grand Elder. If Ye Jian's wishes bore any malicious intent, assistance could not be granted. Although the Grand Elder held trust in Ye Jian, the power of the 7 Dragon Balls was formidable. Used for good, it could benefit all beings, but if misused, it could lead to endless repercussions. A measure of caution was, therefore, entirely reasonable. Chapter 30, The Nameless Planet. Nevertheless, Ye Jian did not disappoint them. All his wishes were related to himself, devoid of any malevolence, which finally alleviated Dan Shi's worries. After Ye Jian concluded his words, he and Su Pa Li boarded the spacecraft together. The hatch slowly closed, the engine emitted a low rumble, and the spacecraft ascended gradually, eventually transforming into a silver point of light, vanishing into the horizon. Dan Shi stood in place, watching the spacecraft retreat into the distance, a slight smile gracing his lips as he silently wished them a safe journey. Following the predetermined coordinates, Ye Jian's spacecraft traversed the cosmos for a month. It was a long and solitary voyage, with the vast starry sky outside, diamonds of stars embellishing the dark canvas, occasionally interrupted by a shooting star leaving a fleeting and brilliant trail. Ye Jian and Su Pa Li spent day after day aboard the spacecraft, checking equipment at times, engaging in idle chatter to pass the time, their mutual understanding deepening with each moment. Finally, on a tranquil morning, the spacecraft arrived at its destination, a nameless planet. A month's journey from Earth. Viewed from space, the planet showcased a beautiful bluish-green hue, resembling an emerald set within the cosmos. Its surface blanketed with dense forests and winding rivers, with distant snow-capped mountains shimmering under the light of the sun. The entire planet appeared as a meticulously crafted painting, serene and mysterious. "Brother Ye Jian, is this our planet?" Su Pa Li leaned against the window, her eyes wide with anticipation and curiosity. Ye Jian approached her, gently patting her shoulder, smiling as he replied, "Indeed, this is our new home. Let us descend." The spacecraft gradually descended, trembling slightly as it passed through the atmosphere, revealing a sky of azure and fluffy white clouds outside. Eventually, the spacecraft landed steadily atop a towering mountain. The hatch opened, and Ye Jian and Su Pa Li stepped out, instantly awestruck by the breathtaking scenery before them. Overlapping distant mountains, peaks covered in pristine white snow, with lush forests thriving at mid-elevations. The sky soared high, clouds billowing, sunlight streaming through the gaps, forming radiant golden beams. At the foot of the mountain lay a vast expanse of grassland, wildflowers swaying in the breeze, vibrant and colorful, with a few peculiar birds flying by, emitting sweet melodies. A gentle breeze carried the fragrance of earth and flora, refreshing the spirit. Ye Jian inhaled deeply, embracing the tranquility and freedom bestowed by this unfamiliar yet beautiful land. Meanwhile, Su Pa Li joyfully ran ahead, reaching out to touch the flowers nearby, her face radiant with innocent delight. In that moment, they knew this would be their new beginning, a home brimming with the unknown and possibilities. The golden sunlight poured down like warm silk, delicately draping this nascent planet. The breeze wafted the scent of grass and wildflowers, stirring waves of greenery across the vast expanse. In the distance, a flock of vividly feathered birds soared, tracing elegant arcs in the azure sky. The air was infused with the essence of earth and life, a testament to the vibrant vitality surrounding them. "Ah, how delightful!" Supali exclaimed with a contented sigh, sprawling out on the grass in a star shape. The tender blade sank slightly beneath her, resembling a natural plush carpet, soft and inviting. She squinted her eyes in bliss, feeling the warmth of the sun dancing on her cheeks, allowing the tips of the grass to gently tickle her ears. Meanwhile, Ye Jian stood atop a slightly elevated mound, his keen gaze sweeping the surroundings. His eyes skimmed over dense thickets, noting a few vividly colored wild rabbits munching on tender grass. Further away, at the forest's edge, a herd of elk strolled leisurely. A subtle smile graced his lips. These wild creatures would suffice for their occasional feasts. However, his thoughts soon drifted to the broader expanse. This planet, though fertile, felt hauntingly desolate. As he surveyed the landscape, he found no sign of human presence beyond the two of them. Contemplating this, he couldn't help but let out a soft sigh, his fingers unconsciously brushing against the gear belt at his waist. Now was not the time for reflection. Ye Jian murmured to himself, his gaze resolute once more. He turned to Supali, his voice clear and powerful. "I shall retrieve the gravity chamber." With that, he slightly bent his knees, adopting the standard stance for exertion. Although he did not place his fingers on his forehead as usual, his eyes instantly became intensely focused. The air around him seemed to still, and tiny particles of dust hung motionless in the sunlight. He was enveloped in a faint golden halo, a manifestation of his formidable spiritual energy coalescing. Found it. A glint of brilliance flashed in Ye Jian's eyes. In the next moment, his figure seemed to be erased by an eraser, leaving behind a subtle ripple in the fabric of space before vanishing completely. The sky of Namek displayed a unique emerald hue, with a delicate scent of sulfur wafting through the air. Ye Jian's image abruptly materialized on a cracked expanse of crimson earth, the stones beneath him emitting a faint cracking sound under the sudden pressure. Danchi, why are you guarding this place?" Ye Jian exclaimed in surprise, noticing the green-skinned Namekian warrior seated cross-legged before the gravity chamber, shrouded in a thin layer of protective energy. "Ye Jian, you have finally returned." Danchi suddenly opened his eyes, springing to his feet, dust cascading from his form. He hurried forward, grasping Ye Jian's wrist tightly, his tone infused with a sense of relief and joy. "Wonderful. I can finally be liberated. For the past month, I scarcely dared to blink, fearing something might go awry." It turned out that the Grand Elder had specifically instructed him to guard the gravity chamber. Although the agreed time was today, the cautious Danchi had begun his vigil 3 days prior, receiving meals from other clan members. As he spoke, he occasionally rubbed his slightly numb legs. Yet his face radiated a relaxed smile from having fulfilled his duty. The Grand Elder is truly considerate. This gift is indeed a timely boon. Ye Jian's lips curled into a smile as he patted Danchi's shoulder. Danchi felt a rush of wind pass by his ear, and before he could react, Ye Jian had firmly grasped the outer wall of the gravity chamber with his left hand, his body slightly leaning forward, resembling a poised leopard ready to pounce. In the next instant, he called out, "Let us go." Before his words had faded, Ye Jian's figure abruptly blurred, as if being drawn by an invisible force, along with the massive gravity chamber, vanishing in a whoosh. The air was left with only a faint residual image and slightly distorted light. Danchi stood frozen, astonished, feeling as though the air had been siphoned away in that fleeting moment, rendering him breathless. Almost simultaneously, Ye Jian appeared on the surface of a distant planet. The ground beneath him trembled slightly, dust swirling upwards as the gravity chamber landed solidly, producing a muted thud. Sunlight filtered through the thin atmosphere, casting a golden glow upon Ye Jian's resolute face, his silhouette standing tall amidst the radiance. "Brother Ye Jian, you are back. So soon?" Supali dashed over from a distance, her face aglow with surprise, seemingly enchanted by the adeptness of the Yardratter's technique, which felt almost like magic. Ye Jian chuckled softly, ruffling her hair, a glimmer of pride in his eyes. "Of course. By the way, what do you plan to name this planet?" "It is still a nameless land." He paused, surveying the vast terrain around them, continuing, "Naming the planet is essential. After all, every celestial body deserves its own identity and significance. Sapali tilted her head in contemplation for a moment, her eyes suddenly lighting up. How about calling it Star? This would signify our Saiyan heritage and commemorate our existence here. Star? Ye Jian echoed, a look of approval gradually emerging in his eyes. Yes, indeed. This name possesses both strength and a sense of belonging. Let it be Star. Chapter 31. New abode. He nodded affirmatively, his tone resolute. Subsequently, Ye Jian stretched his body, brushing off the dust from his hands, and declared with enthusiasm, Come, let us not just stand around. We must quickly tidy up. Choose a good spot, and begin constructing our home. As he spoke, he surveyed the surroundings, his gaze finally settling on a flat area near a water source. With the might of the Saiyans, felling trees, transporting materials, and erecting structures were tasks well within their capabilities. Ye Jian inhaled deeply, his legs slightly bending as he leaped into the air, his figure dashing through the woods like a bolt of lightning. Gathering a surge of energy in his hand, he effortlessly waved it, causing several sturdy trees to topple. Wood chips flew, and the air filled with the refreshing scent of timber. Ye Jian's movements were swift and decisive, each strike precise and powerful. While he toiled, he mentally mapped out the structure and layout of the house. Although he was quite familiar with architectural concepts, he lamented the absence of modern building materials like cement on this planet. Otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to construct a technologically advanced modern dwelling. For now, he had no choice but to start with a wooden cabin. As Ye Jian neatly stacked the lumber, he spoke to his companion. Let us gather everything we need for daily life first. Only then can we focus on training. His tone carried a hint of helplessness, but more prominently, it resonated with determination and anticipation. The sun gradually dipped in the west, casting golden rays upon the two busy figures, as if bestowing a layer of hopeful brilliance upon the newly birthed land. In the cold and empty grand hall, only King Cooled sat exalted upon the throne, a crimson carpet stretching from beneath the throne to the hall's entrance. The walls glimmered with softly glowing energy crystals, illuminating his stern and somber visage. He gently swirled a glass of deep purple wine, the liquid undulating within, refracting mesmerizing light. At that moment, a figure appeared silently in the center of the hall. Gula knelt on one knee, his silver armor gleaming with a cold metallic sheen in the dim light. He raised his head, a flicker of barely perceptible agitation passing through his crimson eyes. Reporting to you, Father, Gula's voice reverberated through the hall. Frisia has nearly annihilated the Saiyans. Yet a few stragglers still roam the universe. King Cooled slowly lifted his gaze, the wine glass pausing midair. His deep voice resonated with undeniable authority. Elaborate. Gula straightened slightly, the armor producing a faint rustle with his movement. According to the latest intelligence, the surviving Saiyans are mere lowly fighters, with the highest battle power barely exceeding 1,000. Huh. King Cooled let out a meaningful chuckle, bringing the wine glass to his lips for a sip. If that is the case, let them be. The Saiyan elite has already been wiped out. Those weaklings cannot stir up any trouble. His fingers absent-mindedly tapped the armrest of the throne, producing a rhythmic sound. Gula noticed the fleeting worry in his father's eyes, a reflection of his trepidation regarding the legendary Super Saiyan. Even though King Cooled possessed terrifying power that could rival the second tier of Super Saiyans, he still harbored fear towards that ancient legend. Perhaps this was why, in another timeline, he ultimately fell to the blade of Trunks, a first-tier Super Saiyan. However, Father, Gula couldn't help but step forward, the clanking of his armor echoing. Frisia is so careless. Is that enough? King Cooled suddenly stood, his towering figure casting a massive shadow illuminated by the energy crystals. The wine glass in his hand was slammed onto the armrest of the throne, the deep purple liquid sloshing violently within. Since he caused this trouble, let him deal with it himself. Why must you meddle? Gula was taken aback by this sudden reprimand, retreating a half-step. His face, concealed beneath the silver mask, turned a shade of deep displeasure. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms. It is my father, he managed to utter through gritted teeth, his voice laced with suppressed fury. Watching his father return to the throne, nonchalantly lifting the wine glass once more, Gula felt an unquenchable fire igniting within him. Why did his father always favor Frisia so? Was it merely because he exhibited greater compliance? Or was it due to the fact that his power remained within his father's manageable grasp? Gula slowly exited the grand hall, each step echoing heavily in the vast corridor. the sound of his armor reverberating ominously. A dangerous glint flickered in his eyes as a perilous thought began to take shape within his mind. If his father so indulgently favored Fuli Shah, then perhaps certain matters warranted his personal intervention. Standing in the hall of the Kurd King's palace, the frigid metallic floor mirrored his tall silhouette. He clenched his fists, the knuckles whitening from the pressure, as an uncontrollable rage flashed in his gaze. High above, an energy crystal symbolizing royal authority hung from the towering dome, emitting a ghostly blue glow that enveloped the entire hall in an atmosphere of stern finality. Father, I do not comprehend. Gula's voice was deep and restrained, each word forced through clenched teeth. Why cast me away to such a remote place? The Kurd king sat regally upon his gem-encrusted throne, his robust fingers rhythmically tapping the armrest. His crimson eyes radiated undeniable authority, and the energy emanating from him caused the very air to tremble. It is quite simple. The Kurd king's voice shattered the silence like ice cracking. Your power has exceeded my control. With each training session, with every battle, you continually surpass your limits. A being of your caliber poses too great a danger to remain close. Gula inhaled deeply, suppressing the surging energy within him. He could feel his energy core pulsating violently, as if on the verge of unleashing cataclysmic power. The guards flanking the hall instinctively stepped back, their energy weapons quivering slightly in their grips. Yes, father. Gula finally bowed his head, his voice laced with repressed fury. As he turned to leave, his cloak sliced through the air with a sharp arc, the sound of his metal boots striking the ground resonating heavily. The Kurd king coldly regarded his son's retreating figure until it vanished beyond the palace doors. Humph. Begone. He waved his hand dismissively, as if sending away an inconsequential subordinate. Meanwhile, on the distant Saya star, Ye Jian was drenched in sweat, fretting over the makeshift wooden hut he had constructed. His burly arms were smeared with wood shavings, and beads of sweat glimmered in the sunlight on his brow. This so-called hut stood crookedly in a clearing, its roof forming an odd triangle, while the walls leaned at precarious angles. Damn it! Ye Jian wiped his brow, surveying the unsightly structure, realizing that building a house proved far more challenging than engaging in combat. He clumsily wielded his tools, sending wood shavings flying. Suddenly, a supporting post tilted, and the entire structure creaked ominously. Ye Jian quickly braced it with his shoulder, exerting all his strength to stabilize it. Were the Saiyan ancestors, masters of architecture, to witness this scene, they would surely rise from their graves in fury, ready to chastise this wayward descendant. Is this truly a wooden hut? Ye Jian muttered to himself, self-deprecatingly likening it to a squashed snail shell. After considerable effort, Ye Jian finally completed the grotesque construction. With hands on his hips, he nodded in satisfaction, entirely ignoring the slanted doorframe and the drafty walls. Now, he needed to address the issue of essential supplies. Ye Jian closed his eyes, sensing the distant energy of the planet. His brow furrowed slightly as a faint energy wave began to emanate from him. Wait here, he said to his companion beside him. I will fetch some necessities from Earth. Before the words had fully left his lips, his figure transformed into a streak of light, bursting through the atmosphere, racing toward Earth, leaving behind the crooked little hut swaying gently in the wind of Saya Star. Chapter 32. The sacred beings of Karen. The distance to Earth was not particularly vast, and Ye Jian chose this location for its subtle proximity to the blue planet. Surrounding him were barren rocks and sparse vegetation, with the wind occasionally stirring up dust in swirling eddies. The sky displayed a soft purple hue, with unfamiliar stars twinkling faintly in the distant horizon. Sapali stood beside him, her soft silver hair gently swaying in the breeze, her bright eyes shining like the brightest stars in the night sky. She tilted her head slightly, her gaze filled with trust and reliance on Ye Jian. Yes, brother Ye Jian, you may go. Her voice was gentle yet resolute, like a warm spring breeze brushing past his ear. She understood that this was still the early phase of the Dragon Ball saga, where formidable beings capable of shaking the heavens had yet to appear, rendering this area relatively safe from unforeseen dangers. Ye Jian nodded, a flicker of relief crossing his face. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, and the air around him seemed to quiver slightly in response to his focus. He quickly pinpointed the target's energy. Not the solemn and majestic aura of the Earth's deity, but a more agile presence, imbued with a hint of cunning vitality. It belonged to the Karen sage. The cat sage from Earth's Karen sacred land. A A smile crept onto Ye Jian's lips. The magical beans that could instantaneously heal injuries and restore vitality were precisely what he needed at this moment. With them, he could engage in his forthcoming rigorous training without any lingering concerns. How fortuitous, he murmured to himself, his tone light and filled with anticipation. No sooner had he spoken than his form abruptly blurred, seemingly merging with the air. With a soft whoosh, he left behind only a faint afterimage. And in the next instant, Ye Jian found himself at the foot of the Karen's sacred land. The sight before him was breathtaking. A colossal stone pillar soared into the clouds, as if connecting heaven and earth, its peak shrouded in swirling mist, the legendary Karen's sacred land. Ye Jian inhaled deeply. The air infused with a subtle fragrance of flora, intermingled with a faint hint of ethereal energy. This place had once been the cradle of martial arts on earth, where countless warriors honed their bodies and minds in pursuit of ultimate strength. However, for Ye Jian now, the traditional methods of cultivation here were no longer applicable. From controlling energy to harnessing its power, he had already mastered these techniques upon his arrival in this world, and even surpassed them. His gaze fixed resolutely on the towering pillar, with a singular goal in mind: the sacred beans. These extraordinary beans not only healed severe wounds instantly, but also restored vitality in a remarkably short time, making them indispensable for the intense training that lay ahead. Without them, each training session would be fraught with unpredictable risks. "All right, I am coming," Ye Jian whispered, his voice brimming with determination. He set forth, striding toward the base of the towering pillar, the gravel beneath his feet crunching softly with each step. An invisible pressure seemed to permeate the surrounding air. Yet he hesitated not, each step firm and resolute. He knew that the sacred beans awaited him at the mist-shrouded pinnacle, and he was destined to claim them. Ye Jian's legs moved like the wind upon the spiral staircase of Karen Tower, each step stirring up soft gusts of air. He could have flown, but he chose to ascend in the most primal manner, the tension in his muscles and rhythm of his breath granting him a peculiar tranquility, as if conversing with the very essence of nature. As his speed increased, a milky white mist began to envelop him, ultimately propelling him through the sea of clouds like an arrow. In the moment he broke through the cloud layer, blinding golden light flooded his vision. The egg-shaped pinnacle floated amidst the tumultuous cloud sea, thousands of billowing clouds clustering around it like gilded lilies, shimmering with a honey-like sheen in the slanting sunlight. More astonishingly, the surface of these clouds shimmered with fine golden dust, swirling gently with the air currents, reminiscent of a divine being having overturned a jar of sweets. As the vision gradually clarified, the full visage of the tower's apex was unexpectedly revealed. 8 weathered stone columns, etched with serpentine reliefs, encircled a central altar, solitary and adorned with moss. When the fierce wind swept through the cloud wisps, the entire platform resonated with an ancient hum. Gazing around, an endless sea of clouds stretched in every direction, devoid of any trace of birds. This eternal solitude rendered the place akin to an aerial prison for deities. Just as Ye Jian surveyed the surroundings, a snow-white figure at the edge of the railing captured his attention. It was a standing white cat, its fur gleaming like fresh snow, front paws gripping a gnarled wooden staff, while its hind paws stood firmly upon the stone seams. 6 silver whiskers quivered gently with each breath, and clusters of long fur at the brow resembled frozen ice crystals. Most remarkable were its eyes, akin to sewing needles, reflecting the golden light of the flowing clouds. "Fortuitously, you must be the immortal Kai Lin," Ye Jian remarked, as he leapt the final 3 steps to the platform, deliberately tempering his aura to that of an ordinary person. Indeed, the white cat merely widened its eyes slightly, its staff striking the cloud bricks with a crisp sound. What astonished the 8-century-old feline immortal was not the identity of the newcomer. It circled Ye Jian thrice before suddenly pointing at the condensation of cloud dew around the young man's ankle. 300 years. "You are the first mortal to ascend here upon the morning dew," it exclaimed, tapping the altar's edge with its paw. Even that rascal Wu Taido clawed his way up the tower walls. Ye Jian glanced down, and indeed, the sides of the altar were covered with deep and shallow fingerprints. When he looked up again, the cat immortal had already leapt to the highest point of the railing, its tail coiling around the staff as it gestured towards the southeast. "I can scent the fragrance of the peach blossom garden upon you. Are you here to deliver a message to the Queen Mother?" The immortal leaned on its staff, standing upon the cloud layer at the edge of the towering structure, its aged pupils trembling slightly in astonishment. having lived for a full 800 years and witnessed countless extraordinary events. It was the first time it had seen someone running up the Kai-Lin Tower's outer wall, as if traversing solid ground. The figure moved with such speed that it nearly transformed into a fleeting shadow, leaving a trail of phantoms along the vertical tower. While the fierce wind stirred its silvery hair, glimmering like a shooting star under the sunlight. This spectacle evoked memories in the cat immortal of a green-skinned monster who had once claimed to be the demon King Vegeta, who had also forcibly ascended the tower with astonishing power. But the method of this young man was even more unfathomable. He was practically running up the tower. How splendid! I have finally arrived. With a cheerful shout, the silver-haired youth Ye Jian leapt onto the platform atop the tower. The moment his feet touched the solid wooden floor, he felt as if his strength had been entirely drained, exclaiming, "Ah, how hungry I am! I have no energy left." Before he could finish his sentence, his outstretched hand hung in midair, and he slumped forward, crashing heavily onto the wooden floor. "Hey, are you all right?" The cat immortal hurriedly approached with quick, dainty steps, its white whiskers gently swaying with the movement. It crouched down, placing a wrinkled hand delicately on Ye Jian's wrist, keenly sensing the near exhaustion of the young man's life energy. "How peculiar," the cat immortal muttered softly, a flicker of confusion passing through its murky eyes. "One who can ascend the tower in such a manner should not be so feeble." "Ah, I see," the cat immortal mused, stroking its long whiskers as it stood up. "It must be some special martial art that is extremely taxing on one's strength. Very well, I shall find him something to eat." Having made up its mind, it turned and walked towards a concealed room beneath the tower, its wooden clogs producing soft tapping sounds on the floor. At that moment, Ye Jian, who had originally kept his eyes tightly shut, silently opened them a crack. Squinting, his gaze penetrated the walls as if they were mere illusions, locking onto the cat immortal's retreating figure. At this instant, his mental energy spread like an invisible web, encompassing every corner of the Kai-Lin Tower, an experience that transcended mere sight. The cat immortal pushed open the creaking wooden door and entered a seldom visited storage room. The room was quite rudimentary, with rough stone walls covered in moss, the only source of light filtering through the ceiling's cracks. Aside from a wooden bed covered in straw, the most prominent features were 3 enormous water jars placed against the wall. These containers, which should have been filled with clear water, were currently brimming with dry green beans, nearly overflowing. These were the legendary immortal beans, each containing astonishing life energy. The cat immortal tiptoed carefully to extract a single bean from the leftmost jar. The bean glowed with a radiant green light in its palm, emitting a faint fragrance of grass and wood. Satisfied, it nodded and turned to exit. At that moment, a mischievous smirk tugged at the corners of Ye Jian's mouth. With a swift sound, he vanished like a specter, reappearing in the storage room a heartbeat later. He stood before the 3 large jars, his eyes glinting with greed as he gently caressed the cold jar walls. "I apologize," Ye Jian chuckled inwardly, "but Earth will soon be my frequent haunt, so to avoid leaving a bad impression, I've decided to sacrifice a bit of myself and become a thief." Barely had this thought crossed his mind when his palm pressed against the largest jar. Another faint sound echoed, and the entire jar, along with its bounty of immortal beings, vanished into thin air, leaving behind only a faint dust imprint. Ye Jian clapped his hands in satisfaction, his form blurring once more as if he had never been there at all. In the empty room, only the 2 remaining full jars stood silently in the dim light filtering through the door. On the planet Saiyan, the wooden house Ye Jian had built stood quietly at the edge of a lush forest, its roof covered with thick moss, and rays of sunlight streaming through the gaps in the leaves onto the clearing before the door. Supali stood alone in that dappled light, her legs slightly bent in a standard horse stance, arms raised parallel, sweat trickling down her forehead and soaking her bangs. Her gaze was focused and resolute, her breathing steady and prolonged, clearly having trained for quite some time. Just then, a faint whoosh sliced through the air, as if something had torn through the fabric of space. Ye Jian's figure appeared before the wooden house, clad in slightly tattered battle attire, looking travel-worn, with a hint of urgency on his face. His eyes quickly scanned the training Supali, and before he could greet her, he vanished once more with a whoosh, leaving behind only a faint ripple in the air. Though the instantaneous movement was swift, each execution required intense concentration. Even a second of delay could affect subsequent actions. Almost simultaneously, far away at the pinnacle of the Kai-Lin Tower, The cat immortal strolled leisurely from within the tower's chambers, leaning on its iconic wooden staff. The immortal's long white beard swayed gently in the breeze, its eyes reflecting a depth of wisdom and mystery. In mere seconds, the cat immortal had traversed from the interior of the tower to its exterior platform, as if the passage of time held no significance for it. At this moment, Ye Jian had again returned to the Kylene Tower through instantaneous movement. He collapsed heavily onto the cold stone floor, gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently. Although instantaneous movement was exceptionally convenient, continuous use still left him feeling somewhat fatigued. He gazed up at the clouds floating above the tower, inwardly marveling at the convenience of such movement. Without it, he could scarcely imagine the time that would have been consumed in travel. Just then, the cat immortal approached his side with measured steps. The cat immortal's footfalls were light and steady, as if treading upon the clouds. He extended a furry paw, cradling a vibrant green bean within his palm. The surface of the bean was smooth, faintly glimmering with an ethereal light. "Here, take this." The voice of the cat sage was gentle and benevolent. "Consume it, and you shall immediately regain your strength." Ye Jian had long been filled with curiosity and anticipation regarding the legendary immortal being. He eagerly reached out to accept the celestial being, feeling a subtle surge of energy as his fingertips brushed its surface. Without a moment's hesitation, he tossed the bean into his mouth and bit down forcefully. A crisp crack echoed across the silent summit of the tower, akin to shattering a hard gemstone. The texture of the bean resembled that of fried legumes, crispy on the outside yet soft within, though it bore no distinctive fragrance. As he chewed, only a faint, almost water-like taste expanded within his mouth, unremarkable and unassuming. However, the instant the bean was swallowed, Ye Jian was suddenly engulfed by a wondrous vitality that erupted from deep within his throat, swiftly radiating throughout his entire mouth. This energy was warm and gentle, akin to a soothing spring flowing through his limbs. More astonishingly, a palpable warmth ascended from his dantian, coursing through his meridians, dispelling the muscle soreness and fatigue accumulated from his frequent use of teleportation. Even his mental weariness vanished, replaced by an unprecedented sense of clarity and vigor, as though he had just awakened from a profound slumber, his body brimming with boundless strength. Unable to contain himself, Ye Jian sprang to his feet, fists clenched, reveling in the surging energy within. He inhaled deeply and laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Indeed, it is the immortal being." His voice resonated atop the Kylene Tower, startling a flock of birds resting in the distance. Ye Jian squinted slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. The overwhelming aura within him was akin to a slumbering dragon awakening, and suddenly, an intangible pressure radiated from him, causing the air to momentarily solidify. Even the mist that perpetually enveloped the summit of Kylene Tower was pushed back several meters by this force. The cat sage, who had been leisurely grooming its whiskers, suddenly froze in place. Its eyes, which had witnessed the vicissitudes of time, widened with alarm, and its fur bristled as if electrified. It stumbled back 3 steps, ultimately collapsing onto the ground with a thud, its staff clattering to the white stone floor with a crisp echo. This. The cat sage trembled, extending a claw towards Ye Jian, its throat constricted as if a fishbone were lodged within, rendering it unable to articulate a complete sentence. Having lived for centuries and encountered countless martial artists, it had never felt such a pure, yet terrifying pressure. Observing this, Ye Jian immediately tempered his aura, a hint of regret flashing in his deep-set eyes. He stepped forward, extending a hand to assist, but then retracted it, mindful of the cat sage's pride. Merely inclining his body slightly. "I sincerely apologize. I acted on impulse just now and did not anticipate disturbing you." His voice was calm and serene, a stark contrast to the earlier overwhelming presence. As he spoke, his gaze casually swept across the legendary martial arts sacred ground of Kylene Tower, which spanned no more than 100 meters. At its center stood an ancient altar, surrounded by white jade railings adorned with intricate martial arts runes that shimmered softly under the sunlight. "I must confess, though," Ye Jian straightened, his tone tinged with a touch of indifference, "the Kylene sacred ground, despite being the birthplace of martial arts, holds little allure for me." No sooner had he spoken than a faint golden aura erupted around him, causing the stone slabs beneath to ripple with concentric cracks emanating from his center. With a whoosh, he launched skyward like an arrow, his garments billowing in the fierce wind. This was the aerial technique he had just intuitively grasped, manipulating the energy within him in a unique manner to create an anti-gravity field, thus achieving the freedom of flight. The cat sage remained seated on the ground, gaping in astonishment at the golden trail that gradually faded into the horizon. It trembled as it picked up its staff, its whiskers twitching, murmuring to itself. How could it be that in such a short time at Kalen Tower, he comprehended the long-lost aerial technique? Suddenly, it recalled Ye Jian's parting remark about there being nothing of interest, and its indignation caused its whiskers to bristle. This was a sacred ground coveted by countless martial artists. Many had devoted their entire lives without ever reaching this place. Yet this young man had the audacity to dismiss it as an ordinary locale devoid of excitement. As the cat sage simmered with indignation, its gaze inadvertently drifted upward towards the higher reaches of the sky. Chapter 34. The Celestial Realm in Turmoil Above Kalen Tower. Through the ethereal clouds, a conical temple could be faintly discerned, quietly suspended in midair. This temple was entirely white, its peculiar design reminiscent of a colossal top, resting securely in the skies without any visible support. Sunlight cascaded upon the temple's surface, reflecting a sacred radiance that intertwined with the clouds enveloping the Kalen Tower below, creating a mysterious and magnificent tableau. Meanwhile, Ye Jian, having soared several miles away, glanced back at the receding Kalen Tower, a contemplative expression flickering in his eyes. He sensed a more formidable presence awaiting him within that floating temple. However, for today, this would suffice. He adjusted his breath, tracing a graceful arc through the air as he sped towards the distance, leaving behind a shimmering golden trail that gradually dissipated. Suspended high above, this ancient temple resembled an emerald fortress cradled by invisible hands, appearing and disappearing among the flowing clouds. The glazed tiles shimmered with a spectrum of colors under the sun, while the white jade columns were intricately carved with images of dragons chasing the moon, each line etched with the passage of time. This edifice, bearing the destiny of Earth, had quietly floated in the clouds for countless springs and autumns. The square before the temple was paved with lapis lazuli bricks, reflecting the undulating sea of clouds below. At this moment, a verdant figure stood by the railing, a snow-white robe billowing in the fierce wind, the crimson character emblazoned on his chest pulsing rhythmically with his breath. He gazed down upon the vast earth, his amber eyes mirroring the mountains and rivers. The contemporary deity lightly tapped the white jade railing with his fingertips, reminiscing about the tumultuous journey of his past. He was once a rare genius from Mikexing, capable of splitting meteorite with bare hands at the age of 3, and mastering interstellar navigation charts by 5. Alas, his homeland underwent drastic changes, and his father, Kadaz, was compelled to send him aboard an interstellar ark. He vividly recalled the flames engulfing the viewport as they traversed the atmosphere, the deafening roar upon crashing into the cloud-laden heights of Bit. That impact obliterated all his memories, leaving him to wander alone across the wilderness. Over 30 springs and autumns, he repeatedly fingered the sheep parchment left by his father within the dilapidated spacecraft, until the pages became yellowed and curled. Ultimately, he embarked on a path of cultivation, honing his physique amidst the blizzards of the Kunlun Mountains, and contemplating nature within the miasma of the Amazon rainforest. When he revealed the innate talents of the Mikexing people, the previous deity personally rode the rainbow clouds to present the scepter of inheritance to him. Yet, on the eve of the inheritance ceremony, the dark aspects lurking within him suddenly erupted. He would forever remember that night of the lunar eclipse, kneeling in agony before the altar of the temple, watching as a wisp of black mist separated from his brow, coalescing under the moonlight into a sinister doppelganger bearing his likeness. This harrowing purification lasted 7 full days and nights, and ultimately, he triumphed over Carrick, who also coveted the divine position, with his battered body. That battle caused the entire temple to tremble. At this moment, he was abruptly jolted from his reverie. A cataclysmic energy surged from the lower realm, shaking the temple's golden bells at its corners. The sea of clouds began to flow in reverse, and the celestial orrery hanging from the eaves spun wildly. Such formidable power! He exclaimed, his knuckles whitening from the force of his grip. In the shadows, ripples suddenly emerged, and a figure cloaked in darkness silently materialized. Like ink falling into clear water, this being slowly coalesced into shape. Shrouded in flowing shadows, only his pitch-black eyes were visible, unfathomable, and seemingly capable of devouring light. When he spoke, His voice resonated as if echoing from the depths of an ancient well. Indeed, this aura reminds me of the chaos at the dawn of the universe. The robe of the newly appointed deity fluttered without wind, as he sensed the energy fluctuations from the mortal realm tearing at the fabric of spacetime. The 72 luminous pillars guarding the temple flickered erratically, casting interwoven shadows upon the clouds. The deity gently caressed the divine emblem upon his chest, his gaze piercing through layers of cloud, signaling the end of tranquil days. The shadow beside him nodded slightly, their flowing figures elongated in the glow of the dawn, resembling two ancient deities watching over the world. This was none other than his longtime friend, Mr. Bobo, who dwelled deep within the temple. His face kind, yet his gaze profound. The temple was perpetually enshrouded in mist, golden sunlight streaming through the clouds onto the bluestone steps. Where Bobo stood quietly at the temple's edge, his black robe billowing gently, as if sharing the longevity of the heavens and earth. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Bobo was one of the oldest beings on this planet. Time left almost no trace upon him, save for his eyes, which had witnessed the vicissitudes of life and occasionally sparkled with a distant light. It was for this reason that many secrets buried by time were known only to him. For instance, the true identity of that enigmatic immortal and the cosmic spacecraft that lay hidden in the depths of the clouds before the immortal departed. Or the 7 Dragon Balls capable of summoning the dragon, granting wishes, along with the vividly crafted model of the dragon, all of which were crafted by Bobo's hands. Each Dragon Ball's pattern and every scale of the dragon were polished by him, and then imbued with soul and life by the immortal's divine power. In an era before martial arts had emerged, Bobo's skills were unparalleled on Earth. He had once practiced his martial arts at the temple's peak in the dead of night. His form like the wind, his movements as swift as lightning, each strike seeming to draw upon the energies of heaven and earth. Of course, this was limited to the realm of earthlings. Those scions from distant stars were not included. At this moment, the old deity stood beside Bobo, his brow furrowed, his gaze fixed intently on some distant point. He sensed a strange, yet powerful aura and could not help but murmur, "This presence does not resemble that of an earthling, yet is indistinguishable from one. What could this mean?" Bobo did not respond, merely shaking his head gently. It was only natural for the old deity to be perplexed. He had spent his life guarding Earth, but had never ventured into the cosmos, nor had he heard of the legends of the Scions. Moreover, the individual named Ye Jian was deeply concealed, his aura so restrained that it bore almost no distinction from an ordinary person, making it impossible for the old deity to discern the truth. Meanwhile, at this very moment, Ye Jian had already swept like a gust of wind across mountains and fields, heading towards the bustling West City. His physique was robust, each leap covering vast distances, the ground beneath him receding rapidly, the sound of wind roaring in his ears. Although Saya's star was vast, it was devoid of resources. This journey was intended for procuring necessary supplies. Despite being the only 2 inhabitants of the entire planet, he and Su Pa Li inevitably felt a tinge of loneliness, yet Ye Jian found it quite agreeable. Free from interruptions, he could dedicate himself to cultivation. When feeling weary, he could break through the void and swiftly descend to Earth, experiencing the vibrancy and hustle of life here. With this thought, a smile curled at the corners of his mouth, a glimmer of joy flickering in his eyes. Once everything was settled, he would naturally bring Su Pa Li along. After all, as delightful as Saya's star was, prolonged solitude could become monotonous. Earth, with its azure expanse, mountains, lakes, and urban life, was indeed the perfect place for a leisurely escape. This plan was simply flawless. Concurrently, far away on Planet King, North King slumped on his small sofa, clutching a crystal ball, cold sweat beading on his forehead. When he glimpsed Ye Jian reappearing on Earth through the crystal ball, his heart nearly leaped from his chest. Thump! Thump! He pressed his hand to his chest, his face paling, murmuring in a trembling voice, "How did this guy return to Earth again?" He sprang to his feet, pacing back and forth on the limited expanse of Planet King, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. The Balada dog, startled by his movements, circled anxiously around him, yet dared not make a sound. North King's mind raced, recalling the chaos and crisis brought by Ye Jian's previous arrival on Earth, leaving him feeling dizzy. No, he must not cause any disturbances this time. Gritting his teeth, he focused intently on the gradually receding figure of Ye Jian within the crystal ball, already beginning to devise a countermeasure. My heavens, what to do now? Chapter 35. Vanished without a trace, only hoping he does not stir up trouble on Earth. The deity of Earth furrowed his brow, gripping his divine staff tightly, casting a worried gaze toward the mortal realm. However, the interest in Ye Jian's every move extended beyond just the deity of Earth. Far away in the North Galaxy, the king of the universe was also seated upright on Planet King, his keen eyes penetrating layers of starry clouds, capturing all that transpired on Earth. A knowing smile graced his lips as he remained composed, for as the ruler of the North Galaxy, his insights and perspectives were far beyond what a mere Earth deity could fathom. Meanwhile, in the bustling streets of West City on Earth, Ye Jian's figure quietly emerged amid the throngs of people. As the most technologically advanced city on Earth, West City radiated a sense of futurism. Hover cars glided silently on three-dimensional tracks, holographic billboards shimmered in midair, and skyscrapers adorned with smart glass adjusted their transparency with the angle of sunlight. Ye Jian strolled along the illuminated sidewalk, his attention inadvertently drawn to a stylishly decorated universal capsule store at the corner of the street. Displayed in the window were various capsule samples. From sleek hover motorcycles to AI-equipped smart homes, everything one could imagine. He recalled that this wondrous gadget was developed by the Universal Capsule Company led by Dr. Briffs, a high-tech marvel capable of housing motorcycles, cars, and even entire houses within a tiny capsule, truly an awe-inspiring invention. Indeed, the Universal Capsule is a remarkable creation. Ye Jian murmured to himself, unconsciously stroking his chin with his long fingers, but alas, acquiring them would require a substantial amount of money. He paused, leaning against the outdoor seating of a cafe, his deep gaze sweeping over the bustling crowd. Sunlight filtered through the gaps of the skyscrapers, casting alternating shadows upon his chiseled profile. However, Ye Jian was unaware that his silver-gray cosmic battle suit had already become the focal point of the street. The fitted attire gleamed with a metallic sheen, intricately embedded with precise energy circuits at the shoulder pads, while the multifunctional belt around his waist flickered with a faint blue light, an ensemble that appeared to be from another world in the eyes of Earthlings. Look at that person. A young man wearing smart glasses tugged at his companion's sleeve, discreetly pointing at Ye Jian. What brand is he wearing? I've never seen such a design. The girl beside him, clutching shopping bags, widened her eyes and whispered in agreement. And look at how he walks. Each step seems calculated, and his gaze feels like it can see right through you. A few well-dressed office workers also paused, murmuring amongst themselves. A reporter-like individual wearing a cap even discreetly raised his smartwatch, capturing continuous images of Ye Jian. Finally aware of the curious gazes surrounding him, Ye Jian frowned slightly, instinctively adjusting the energy controller on his wrist. This subtle gesture ignited a small stir as his fingers gently grazed the controller, causing an ephemeral wave of energy to ripple across the surface of his battle suit, shimmering with a rainbow-like sheen under the sunlight. Was that merely a special effect? A middle-aged man clutching a briefcase adjusted his glasses, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Ye Jian let out a soft sigh and turned to merge with the throng of people. The rhythm of his combat boots resonated against the luminous tiles, his silver-gray silhouette standing out vividly against the vibrant backdrop of the city. Akin to a star that had wandered into the mortal realm, tracing an unmistakable path through the futuristic metropolis. Ye Jian stood atop a desolate dune, the fierce wind swirling fine sand that lashed against his dark red battle attire. The dying rays of the setting sun elongated his shadow, casting it upon the undulating sand waves. With arms crossed and brows furrowed, his gaze was sharp as a blade, as if intent on piercing the vast expanse of the desert to reach the other side of the earth. Money, he murmured under his breath, his voice nearly swept away by the wind. This word reverberated in his mind like a thorn, stirring a sense of unease within him. As the prince of the Saiyans, he had never been troubled by such mundane concerns. Yet now, on this unfamiliar planet, he was compelled to confront this stark reality. Robbery? The image of Lan Shi's audacious face flashed in his mind, alongside scenes of her brandishing an energy gun while plundering. Ye Jian's lips twitched slightly, a flicker of disdain dancing in his eyes. How could he possibly descend to such depths? To become a bandit like Lan Shi? It was an absurd joke. He was a prince of the Saiyans, with the proud blood of a warrior coursing through his veins. How could he stoop to the level of petty thieves? If all else failed, perhaps he could rob a bank. This thought suddenly struck him like a bolt of lightning, illuminating his chaotic musings. A glint of cunning sparkled in his eyes as the corners of his mouth lifted, revealing a confident smile. Hunting for goods to sell for money? Ye Jian scoffed. With his formidable power, capable of shaking the very stars, how could he engage in such trivial and mundane tasks? That would be an affront to his dignity. Very well. Then, Ye Jian stomped his foot, causing the sandy ground beneath him to collapse instantly, forming a deep pit several meters in diameter. He lifted his gaze toward the distant city skyline, his eyes shimmering with resolute determination. He had resolved to borrow some money from Earth's banks. Yes, borrowing money, albeit through rather unconventional means. As for how to borrow, naturally, it would be done quietly, with no intention of repayment. Vivid images of him infiltrating the bank vault danced in his mind, gliding through the darkness like a specter, evading all surveillance and alarm systems, effortlessly seizing piles of cash and valuables. The entire process would flow seamlessly, leaving no trace, not even a hint for the bank staff to detect. Earth, this beautiful blue planet, had already been earmarked by Ye Jian as a frequent destination in his future. He could not afford to leave a negative impression here. After all, he would need the resources and conveniences this place offered. The universal capsule, high-tech equipment, and even the delightful earthly cuisine had all piqued his interest. He did not wish for a single reckless action to jeopardize his future plans. Thus, it was settled. Ye Jian inhaled deeply, savoring the faint moisture in the air and the distant clamor of the city. His figure gradually blurred beneath the setting sun, ultimately transforming into a streak of red light, vanishing into the horizon. It was he, not Vegeta, and so he would strive to preserve his image as much as possible. Only if utterly unavoidable would he resort to less dignified means. Ye Jian's silhouette darted through the streets of the western city, sunlight casting a sharp outline on his upright frame. His steps were brisk, his gaze keen, resembling a poised cheetah ready to pounce as he silently infiltrated the heart of the bustling metropolis. Passers-by rushed by, vehicles flooded the streets, yet none noticed his presence. He was like an invisible wind, seamlessly blending into the cacophony of the city. In the end, Ye Jian effortlessly withdrew 100 million in cash from a bank on a street in the western city, while the bank staff remained blissfully unaware. How could they possibly perceive it? They were merely ordinary people, and in the face of Ye Jian's extraordinary speed, even the cameras scattered throughout the bank proved futile. His movements were as swift as lightning, his figure merely a blurred shadow on the surveillance footage, eluding capture of any clear image. Like a phantom, he navigated between the bank counters, his fingers lightly touching the cash box, instantly drawing it into his embrace, the entire act completed in the blink of an eye. What was happening? 100 million in cash just deposited had vanished? A young clerk's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the now empty corner where the money box once resided. His complexion turned pale as beads of sweat formed on his forehead, involuntarily trembling hands as he repeatedly searched the counter, hoping that the vast sum was merely misplaced. What is wrong with you? Money just disappeared into thin air. Are you trying to sell me a story? Chapter 36. The deal. The bank manager hurried over, his brow furrowed, his tone laced with evident impatience and skepticism. Clad in a sharply tailored suit and polished shoes, he exuded an air of shrewd professionalism. Yet his face betrayed confusion and irritation. He strode to the counter, scanning the surroundings with piercing eyes, searching for any suspicious signs. Consequently, the manager personally reviewed the surveillance footage, which clearly displayed the cash box quietly resting in place, only to suddenly vanish as if consumed by an invisible force. No hands had touched it, no unusual sounds had been heard. It simply disappeared in an eerie manner. The manager was instantly taken aback, his mouth agape, eyes filled with shock and disbelief. He replayed the footage repeatedly, yet found no clues, helplessly watching as the box vanished without a trace on the screen. Suddenly, chaos erupted within the bank. Staff members huddled together, whispering anxiously, their faces etched with panic and unease. 100 million in cash had vanished into thin air. This was no trivial matter. Some hurriedly dialed the police, while others frantically checked the other safes, plunging the entire bank into disarray. Yet, Ye Jian was unconcerned by any of this. He had already departed the bank with the money in tow, racing toward the Universal Capsule Company. His figure darted through the city streets at breakneck speed, akin to a lightning bolt slicing through the sky, disappearing from sight in an instant. Before long, Ye Jian arrived at the Universal Capsule Company. This magnificent edifice loomed at the heart of the western city, towering majestically. Its striking design, characterized by sleek metallic structures that gleamed in the sun, standing in stark contrast to the ordinary high-rises surrounding it. As the empire of the world's richest man, the Universal Capsule Company was undoubtedly exceptional, its scale and opulence awe-inspiring. Dr. Brief, the father of Tai Si and Bulma, was the founder of the Universal Capsule Company, a brilliant yet eccentric scientist. He often donned a loose white lab coat, his hair disheveled, glasses askew on his nose, perpetually clutching an assortment of peculiar inventions. A comedic figure, he delighted in collecting numerous adult publications, often sipping tea while perusing these books in his laboratory, occasionally bursting into laughter at amusing contents, entirely disregarding the opinions of those around him. Ye Jian stood before the entrance of the Universal Capsule Company, his gaze sweeping over the grand structure, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He understood that this would be the pivotal moment for his next course of action. As Ye Jian strolled towards the Nung Jiaonong Company, he meticulously pondered the remarkable tales of the Brief family. The esteemed Dr. Brief was not only an exceptional scientist, but also a person who cherished life. He and his wife resided within the confines of the Nung Jiaonong Company, which served not merely as their home, but also as a vibrant miniature zoo. In the courtyard, several vividly colored parrots flitted about the branches, occasionally emitting their cheerful calls. A few docile cats lounged lazily in the sun, stretching from time to time. And a handful of lively monkeys darted playfully among the trees, infusing this serene space with a spirited atmosphere. These animals were not merely pets. They were akin to family, bound by profound emotional ties. Ye Jian recalled the harrowing history when the malevolent Majin Bu threatened to annihilate the entire Earth. While humanity fled to the sanctuary of the temple, Dr. and Mrs. Brief resolutely chose to remain behind to protect the beloved animals. Even in the face of mortal peril, they would not abandon these innocent lives. This steadfast determination and deep-seated love stirred a sense of reverence within Ye Jian. Dr. Brief's ingenuity was nothing short of astounding. His invention of the Nung Jiaonong fundamentally transformed human lifestyles by condensing complex items into portable capsule forms, significantly propelling the advancement of civilization. Whether it was the myriad high-tech gadgets utilized by Bulma during her adventures or those intricate electronic devices, they were nearly all birthed from the mind of the doctor. Even more impressive was when Bulma, Gohan, and Krillin set out for Namek to seek the Dragon Balls. The doctor swiftly designed and crafted a fully functional large spaceship based solely on the small spacecraft that Goku had used in his childhood. Later, he even constructed a vessel exclusively for Goku, showcasing a level of creativity and execution that was truly admirable. Furthermore, the gravity chamber used by Vegeta for his training was also a masterpiece of the doctor, with each invention exemplifying his extraordinary intellect. Ye Jian's reverie was interrupted by the faint sound of footsteps, and he suddenly realized he had unconsciously stepped through the grand entrance of the Nung Jiaonong Company. Before him lay a spacious and well-lit showroom, with soaring ceilings, soft lighting, and walls adorned with various promotional posters for the capsules. The hall bustled with activity. Staff members clad in matching uniforms darting between counters, some patiently addressing customer inquiries, while others organized samples on the shelves. A faint scent of technology permeated the air, occasionally accompanied by the subtle click of capsules being activated. As Ye Jian surveyed his surroundings, he was reminded of the scene in the original narrative where Sun Wukong accidentally entered through the back door. Now, he stood in the official customer area of the company, everything appearing orderly and efficient. "Hello, welcome. How may I assist you?" A melodic female voice interrupted his observations. Ye Jian turned to see a raven-haired beauty approaching him with a warm smile. She donned a well-tailored business outfit, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, her gaze emanating a professional zeal that brightened further upon recognizing Ye Jian's countenance. Ye Jian paid no heed to her expression, directly addressing the matter at hand with calm resolve. "I wish to purchase Nung Jiaonong. What is the price?" The beauty momentarily hesitated, taken aback by his directness, yet quickly regained her composure and retrieved an elegant price list from the nearby counter, extending it towards him with both hands. "Please take a look," she softly urged. Ye Jian accepted the price list, his eyes swiftly scanning its contents. The cost of the Nung Jiaonong was indeed substantial, yet not prohibitively so. It remained within reach for anyone not in dire poverty, allowing for the possibility of purchasing a few with some saved funds. He nodded slightly, his tone still composed. Very well, I shall take 500 sets of each size, large, medium, and small. This declaration rippled through the beauty's heart like a stone cast into a still lake. Her eyes widening, and her lips parting in disbelief. 500 sets of each. That is no trifling amount. Even our major clients seldom place such immense orders at once. She instinctively scrutinized Ye Jian, attempting to ascertain from his attire and demeanor whether he could genuinely afford such a sum. Yet, Ye Jian's expression remained unperturbed, as if he had merely ordered an ordinary cup of coffee. The beauty inhaled deeply, striving to steady her astonishment, her voice tremulous as she confirmed, "Sir, are you certain you want 500 sets of each? This is an extraordinarily large order." Her eyes brimmed with doubt and surprise, seemingly still processing this unexpected request. "Sir, do you truly wish for such a quantity?" The server's tone quivered slightly, her grip tightening around the order book, her gaze flitting across Ye Jian's face, searching for a trace of jest in his tranquil expression. She rapidly calculated in her mind. 10 capsules per set, 500 sets amounted to 5,000 capsules. Combined with the large, medium, and small sets, the total reached an astonishing 15,000. Her heart raced, nearly escaping her chest, perspiration beading on her forehead, her breath quickening. Chapter 37. A monumental transaction. Ye Jian raised an eyebrow, his gaze sharp as a blade fixed upon her, his tone grave and serious. "Do you perceive me as jesting?" His voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable weight, rendering the air around him almost palpable. "Ah, my apologies, I was presumptuous." The server hastily retreated a step, her cheeks flushed with anxiety. She awkwardly gestured towards a nearby sofa. "Please, have a seat while I fetch the manager. I am truly sorry. Our stock may not suffice." As she uttered the final words, her voice nearly faded to a whisper, her eyes reflecting embarrassment and unease. After all, this establishment had never encountered such a generous customer, and their inventory was woefully inadequate to fulfill such a colossal order. Ye Jian waved his hand dismissively, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor. "No matter, do attend to it. I also have matters to discuss with your manager. It is best to resolve everything at once." He seated himself casually upon the sofa, his long legs crossed, his gaze meandering over the various capsule samples displayed in the shop, as if the transaction he had just proposed was the most ordinary affair. Meanwhile, in the office on the third floor, Dr. Brief held a steaming cup of coffee, leisurely gazing out at the street scene, when the server hurriedly burst through the door. Breathless as she relayed the astonishing order, his coffee cup nearly trembled in his grasp, the scalding liquid threatening to spill upon his neatly pressed lab coat. "Are you certain?" Dr. Brief erupted from his chair, his graying beard quivering with excitement. Though still in his middle age, fine lines had begun to trace the corners of his eyes. Yet he was far from the frail figure depicted in the original narrative. After all, there were still 7 or 8 years before the main storyline of Dragon Ball commenced, a considerable span of time for an Earthling. "Absolutely, sir." The server eagerly waved the order in her hand. "The customer is waiting downstairs. Our stock barely meets half of his request." Dr. Brief hurriedly adjusted his collar, even neglecting to straighten his glasses. Yes, quickly, take me to meet this esteemed guest." He bolted towards the door, his polished shoes echoing sharply against the floor as he rushed forward. As he passed by the desk, he inadvertently knocked over a stack of documents, the pristine white pages scattering across the floor. However, he had no time to dwell on this mishap. When he breathlessly reached the staircase, he could not help but pause, gripping the railing to steady his hurried breathing. Through the gaps in the stairwell, he caught a glimpse of a composed figure below. Burif took a deep breath, adjusting his disheveled hair before descending with as much poise as he could muster. Though a storm of curiosity raged within him, who was this remarkable individual capable of placing such an astonishing order all at once? Ye Jian sat alone on the plush sofa in the VIP lounge on the first floor, his fingers softly tapping the armrest as his gaze meandered over the abstract paintings adorning the walls. A faint aroma of essential oils mingled with the distinct scent of leather furnishings in the air. He subtly shifted his position, the collar of his silk shirt creasing slightly with the movement. The sound of footsteps approached, accompanied by cheerful chatter. As the door swung open, Dr. Burif's distinctive white lab coat came into view, followed by a uniformed waitress. Her golden hair shimmered softly under the lights, and a professional smile graced her lips. "Hello there. Handsome. What shall I call you?" Dr. Burif's voice was laced with an exaggerated enthusiasm as he opened his arms in a gesture of embrace, his face wrinkling in a display of eagerness. Ye Jian instinctively leaned back, the sofa creaking softly beneath him. He suppressed his discomfort and found his gaze drawn to the waitress, thinking it would have been more pleasant to hear such a greeting from her. Yet, the intimate address from this aged scholar made him feel decidedly uneasy. Clearing his throat, he redirected his attention to the rosewood coffee table at the center of the room. On the table rested an exquisite tea set, its glaze reflecting a warm glow in the light. "Dr. Burif, my name is Ye Jian," he stated, his tone steady as he deliberately overlooked the earlier awkwardness. "Regarding the quantity I wish to procure, can you assist me with that?" Burif, clearly aware of his previous indiscretion, rubbed his nose and awkwardly adjusted his collar. "That is certainly no problem," he replied, retrieving a red capsule from the inner pocket of his lab coat. The capsule's surface gleamed like a mirror, refracting a splendid halo under the light. He carefully placed it on the coffee table, handling it as though it were a fragile artifact. "You requested 500 sets each of small, medium, and large." There was a hint of pride in Burif's voice. "These are from the latest batch I completed not long ago. It took me a full 7 years to develop them." His fingers lightly caressed the capsule's surface, his gaze reflecting a paternal affection akin to that of a father admiring his child. Ye Jian scrutinized the capsule intently, his mental energy extending like fine threads. Within his perception, the red capsule indeed contained a vast space, far more extensive than its exterior suggested. He recalled having seen in the documentation that this red capsule was specifically designed for storing large machinery, although its practical application had never been fully illustrated in the original text. His gaze shifted to the golden capsules beside it. These medium-sized capsules glimmered warmly under the light, typically used for storing vehicles or small residences. Finally, he noted the yellow mini capsules, neatly arranged in a specialized storage box, each no larger than a fingernail, intended for the transportation of personal weapons. "Truly impressive," Ye Jian remarked sincerely, a smile gracing his lips. He bent down to retrieve a metallic briefcase from beside him, its surface glinting with a cold, steely sheen under the light. The clasp clicked crisply as he opened it, revealing neatly stacked bundles of cash inside. Each stack was meticulously bound with paper bands, exuding the distinctive scent of fresh banknotes. Ye Jian's long fingers deftly maneuvered among the bills, first extracting 3 stacks and placing them into a smaller handbag beside him. The metallic clasp clicked softly shut as he pushed the remaining stacks toward Burif, creating a small mountain of cash on the table. "Here is 80 million. Please count it." Burif's glasses reflected the image of the money, and he nodded slightly, yet did not immediately reach for it. The room fell into a brief silence, interrupted only by the faint hum of the air conditioning system. Sunlight filtered through the slats of the blinds, casting mottled shadows across the dark carpet. Dr. Burif remained comfortably seated in his expansive leather office chair, his fingers lightly tapping the table, a composed smile adorning his face. As a prospective future billionaire, he had long since acclimatized to grand occasions, his resolve as steadfast as rock. Although he had yet to ascend to the throne of the world's wealthiest, he had already secured his position atop the wealth rankings. In a few years, he would undoubtedly become the focal point of global attention. However, the waitress standing nearby was unable to maintain her composure. Her eyes widened, her mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg, her face alight with incredulous excitement. 80 million. This figure reverberated in her mind, as if a beautiful dream had materialized. According to the company's commission policy, she would receive an astonishing 8 million as her bonus. This was a life-altering sum capable of transforming her existence. Her colleagues cast envious glances her way, some whispering in hushed tones, others sighing softly as they lamented their own lack of such fortune. The waitress's hands trembled slightly with excitement as she endeavored to compose herself. Yet she could not suppress her overwhelming joy. Dr. Burif smiled gently, shifting his gaze back to Ye Jian, and casually inquired, "Ha, Brother Ye, you speak so plainly. I hear you have matters to discuss with me. What is it?" As he spoke, he gracefully placed the cash check on the table. Ye Jian retrieved a meticulously crafted design blueprint from his pocket and presented it to Burif. His movements were precise and assured, as if he had been preparing for this moment with conviction. "Actually, it's nothing urgent. I merely wish to inquire whether you could create this item. Of course, the price is not an issue." Ye Jian's voice was calm and resolute, his eyes radiating an undeniable confidence. Burif accepted the blueprint, examining it with great care. The intricate lines and annotations indicated an exceedingly complex structure, yet he showed no signs of being daunted. Rather, a spark of excitement flickered in his eyes. As a brilliant scientist, he relished such challenges. Ye Jian stood, smoothing his jacket with a nonchalant air. I have other matters to attend to. I shall return to trouble you in a year. Farewell. His figure appeared particularly upright beneath the lighting as he strode confidently toward the door, without a hint of hesitation. Burif watched Ye Jian depart, gently placing the blueprint back on the table. This blueprint depicted the structure of the gravity chamber, although Ye Jian already possessed one. Such high-tech equipment was always desirable. Moreover, he contemplated the prospect of gathering a few Saiyans in the future, providing them with the necessary training apparatus. In the softly lit office, a faint aura of technological sophistication lingered in the air. Burif reclined gently in his chair, allowing his gaze to drift back to the design blueprint, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth, as if he could already envision the infinite possibilities of the future. As for how to gather the remaining Saiyans and where to assemble them, they had long since dwindled. The few survivors scattered across the cosmos like sparse stars in the night sky. This dilemma loomed like a fog, its direction still unclear. Ye Jian gently shook his head, momentarily suppressing his worries, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Now was not the time to unveil the mystery. Let it linger as a suspenseful thought in his mind for the moment. He strolled leisurely through the bustling streets, sunlight filtering through the gaps between towering buildings, elongating his shadow. Shops lined both sides of the street, their windows dazzling with a plethora of goods. He casually entered a food store, where the air was infused with the aroma of freshly baked bread and the sweetness of fruits. Picking up a golden, crispy loaf, he took a bite, nodding in satisfaction. Then with a grand gesture, nearly cleared the store's entire inventory. The universal capsule in his hand shimmered with a soft glow as items were swiftly stored within. He then turned his attention to the household goods section, meticulously gathering towels, toiletries, and bedding, leaving no item overlooked. In a mere morning, he spent 10 million, merely on everyday necessities. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Ye Jian stepped into a high-end clothing store, the polished marble floor reflecting his upright figure. He carefully felt the texture of a silk shirt, weighed a pair of leather trousers, and ultimately emptied an entire row of clothing racks. As he passed through the electronics section, his gaze was drawn to a double-door smart refrigerator, its silver exterior exuding a cold gleam under the lights. Without hesitation, he signaled to the clerk to package it. Thus, the places he traversed seemed to be swept away by a whirlwind, shelves emptied at a visibly rapid pace. Though his funds swiftly dwindled to just over 10 million, Ye Jian remained unfazed. He glanced towards the street corner, where a grand bank building stood, its golden sign glaring in the sunlight. He chuckled softly, stroking his chin, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Indeed, if money ran low, were these places not ready supply stations? After all, the universe was vast. There would always be ways to acquire the necessary resources. It seemed only Ye Jian could so nonchalantly calculate in such a manner. As the last coin slipped through his fingers, Ye Jian finally set off on his journey back to Saiyan Star, content. Before departing, he changed into a brand new outfit, a finely tailored black trench coat embroidered with dark golden patterns and polished leather boots, transforming his appearance entirely. The spaceship slowly descended onto the landing pad of Saiyan Star, and the moment the hatch opened, a petite figure rushed forward like a fledgling bird returning to its nest. Ye Jian Gij, you're back. Su Pa Ali's voice brimmed with excitement. She had been tightly grasping Ye Jian's sleeve, but as she looked up, she abruptly halted. Her gaze was captivated by his fresh attire, her eyes instantly sparkling with admiration. Wow, Ye Jian Gij, what is this outfit? Unable to resist, she reached out to lightly touch the fabric of the trench coat, feeling its exquisite texture beneath her fingertips. Isn't it beautiful? Ye Jian spun around proudly, the hem of his coat creating a graceful arc. And that is not all. Look what I brought you. He performed a sleight of hand, producing a red universal capsule, gently pressing his thumb to it before tossing it forward. With a resounding bang, a luxurious 3-story villa appeared out of thin air, its pristine white walls gleaming in the sunlight, with intricately designed lace curtains adorning the arched windows. Ye Jian pushed open the ornate oak door, revealing an astonishing interior. In the center of the spacious living room hung a crystal chandelier, while the dressing room was impeccably filled with an array of women-esque clothing. From flowing dresses to tailored pants, from understated daily wear to extravagant evening gowns, even including a specially customized combat suit. Each piece was thoughtfully coordinated with matching shoes and accessories. Wow, this is just too incredible, Su Pali exclaimed in disbelief, covering her mouth. Her eyes wide as she spun around the opulent living room, her fingers delicately brushing over the fabric of each garment. Ye Jian watched her with a smile, gently taking her slender wrist. Come, let us go explore inside. You can't keep wearing that combat suit forever. He led her through a corridor adorned with long skirts, pushing open a dressing room door embellished with glass. Why don't you try this one on? I think that light purple one would suit you perfectly. A blush crept onto Su Pa Li's cheeks as she carefully took down a dress adorned with tiny crystals, her fingertips trembling slightly. Leaning against the doorframe, Ye Jian observed her posing in front of the mirror, a rare gentleness shining in his eyes. In that moment, the chaotic universe seemed to quiet down, leaving just the two figures amidst the myriad of garments in the suddenly appeared house, savoring their warm time together. At least, that was how he perceived it. Time flowed like a gentle stream, and a month passed in a flurry of busyness and sweat. On this desolate and silent planet, Ye Jian dedicated an entire month to transform the once barren land into a small settlement. He personally transported dozens of houses from Earth, arranging them neatly on the land, creating a modest yet orderly village. The houses were scattered harmoniously, their roofs glinting with metallic luster in the faint light, resembling a beacon of hope on a solitary island. At the village's center stood a unique structure, the gravity chamber. Its distinctive form, with a metallic shell reflecting a cold silver under the sun, resembled a slumbering giant. One day, Ye Jian stood before the gravity chamber, taking a deep breath, ready to commence his training. He wore a peculiar training outfit, the black fabric clinging to his muscular frame, with a prominent white character for leaf embroidered on the back. This was a special gravity suit he had obtained through a wish, capable of providing additional weight while helping him adapt to extreme environments. All right, I'm off to train. You be careful on your own, and call me if anything happens. Ye Jian turned to Su Pa Li in the distance, waving his hand, his voice steady and resolute. His eyes shimmered with a yearning for strength and a steadfast belief in the future. Chapter 39. Gravity Limit Training. After all, strength must never lag behind. With time still on his side, he needed to unleash his full potential before heading to the place he longed for. Okay, go ahead. Su Pa Li's response floated back from afar, her voice light, as if carried away by the wind. Ye Jian nodded, turning to face the door of the gravity chamber. He grasped the cold doorknob, gently pushing it open, revealing a dim and oppressive interior. He stepped inside, the metallic floor echoing with a dull sound beneath his feet. Pausing before the control panel at the entrance, he swiftly slid his fingers across the screen, adjusting the gravity to 300 times. Damn! The sudden weight felt like an invisible mountain crashing down, causing Ye Jian's body to sink abruptly, his knees nearly buckling to the ground. Gritting his teeth, beads of sweat instantly formed on his forehead. This 300 times gravity was far more terrifying than he had anticipated, especially as he was not fully prepared, nearly overwhelming him completely. Ye Jian took a deep breath, sensing the pervasive pressure in the air. Damn it, is this the power of the gravity chamber? He cursed inwardly, yet had to admit that even the mightiest warrior would be brought to their knees in such an environment without sufficient adaptability. But Ye Jian was different. He forced himself to stabilize his stance, slightly spreading his legs, lowering his center of gravity, his entire body taut like iron. He adjusted his breathing, allowing the energy within him to flow gradually, adapting to the terrifying weight pressing down upon him. Moments later, his body ceased to tremble, as if he had become one with the gravitational realm surrounding him. All right, it's your turn, Ye Jian bellowed, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. He pressed the switch on his gravity suit, and with a gentle push, an additional 300 times the gravity descended upon him instantaneously. The dual gravity felt like two colossal mountains pressing down upon his shoulders, causing his body to shudder violently until he could no longer withstand the force and fell heavily to the ground. The metallic floor emitted a dull thud as sweat dripped from his forehead, splattering on the cold surface. Yet, a defiant smile curved at the corners of Ye Jian's lips. He understood that this was merely the beginning. The true challenge lay ahead. For a seasoned Saiyan warrior, 100-fold gravity should not have been sufficient to break him completely. However, The current situation was markedly different, with external pressure from the gravity chamber and internal constriction from the gravity suit, rendering this force beyond mere numerical assessment. This was Ye Jian's meticulously designed dual training, aimed at forging a body capable of harnessing the true potential of a Saiyan. An ultimate vessel that would never falter even in the face of tempestuous blows. He slowly raised his arm, his muscles ensnared as if by countless invisible chains under the immense pressure. Sweat trickled down his temples, evaporating into white mist upon contacting the cold metal floor. Ye Jian clenched his teeth, feeling the faint cracking of his bones beneath the weight, as if every inch of his being was engaged in a silent struggle against this force. Throughout Saiyan history, whether it be the legendary Super Saiyan God or the boundary-breaking Super Saiyan 4, they often found themselves ensnared in dilemmas where their power exceeded their physical endurance. He vividly recalled a moment in time when even Son Goku, having attained the Super Saiyan Blue form, crumbled under Jiren's formidable punch. In another timeline, Super Saiyan 4 Son Goku similarly bore the brunt of the Death Revenge Ball's onslaught, emerging battered and bruised. As the Prince of the Saiyans, Ye Jian was determined to tread a path unlike any other. He must master the exquisite control of ki akin to that of a deity while retaining the primal potential of the great ape. At this moment, he attempted to summon the ki swirling within him, only to find the profound techniques elusive, with many critical aspects remaining obscure. Yet, this was insufficient to dishearten him. Time and opportunity would ultimately unveil the doors to enlightenment. In the center of the gravity chamber, Ye Jian stood precariously upright. The invisible force relentlessly crashed against every inch of his skin, and the burden continued to escalate at an astonishing rate. This was his first attempt at undergoing 300 times the gravity from both inside and outside. Even the original Vegeta would likely struggle to endure such terrifying pressure. His legs trembled uncontrollably, each muscle fiber lamenting under the strain. He yearned to take a step forward, yet it felt as though his feet were mired in quicksand, requiring every ounce of his strength just to lift his toes. Sweat poured down his forehead and chest, soaking his training suit, pooling at his feet. His breath grew heavy and erratic, each inhalation akin to battling the very fabric of existence. Ye Jian clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning pale under the strain. He could feel the throbbing of his temples, his vision beginning to blur, yet he stubbornly maintained his stance. In that moment, it was as if he were at war with the gravity of the entire universe, and this contest had only just begun. He must endure. Huff, huff. Ye Jian stood in the center of the gravity training room, sweat cascading from his brow, saturating his combat suit. He took a deep breath, striving to regulate his breathing and acclimate to the oppressive atmosphere surrounding him. The gravity felt like an invisible hand, pressing down on him, causing every muscle to tremble. Yet he gritted his teeth, his gaze shimmering with indomitable spirit. He began to move, running within the training room. At first, his movements were somewhat rigid, each step akin to trudging through mud, heavy and laborious. However, he did not halt. Instead, he quickened his pace, his legs moving with mechanical precision, leaving deep imprints on the ground. Sweat splattered and glimmered under the lights. He then commenced his jumping drills. With each leap, it felt as though he were striving to break free from the shackles of gravity. Yet his body was invariably yanked back to the ground at the apex of each jump. His knees bent, and his feet landed heavily, causing the training room to tremble slightly. He repeated this motion tirelessly until his legs grew numb, nearly incapable of supporting his weight. Subsequently, Ye Jian began his punching drills. He started with the simplest of jabs, thrusting his fists forward one after another. Initially, his movements were somewhat clumsy, but with each repetition, his punches became increasingly fierce, slicing through the air with a resounding whoosh. Each strike consolidated his entire strength, his muscles taut, veins bulging. Ya 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 ya. His roars echoed through the training room, synchronized with his vigorous punches. His fists fell upon the training target like torrential rain, producing a dull thud. However, as his stamina rapidly depleted, his movements gradually slowed. Each punch became an arduous endeavor, his arms feeling as though they were laden with lead. Yet, he refrained from utilizing ki, nor did he transform into a Super Saiyan. He persevered solely through the sheer force of his physical prowess. Sweat blurred his vision, and his breath became rapid and chaotic. His body felt as though it were being hollowed out, every muscle crying out in anguish, but he refused to stop. He believed that only through such extreme training could he fully awaken the potential within him. The potential of a Saiyan is limitless, and as the strongest Saiyan, he could not afford to falter here. I can't go on. Ultimately, with a weary cry, Ye Jian could no longer hold on and collapsed heavily to the ground. The weight of gravity bore down upon him like a mountain, especially on his left arm, which throbbed with intense pain. He let out a muffled groan, lowering his gaze to find that the bone in his left arm had been fractured under the weight, rendering it numb. Ugh! Ye Jian gritted his teeth, lying prone on the ground, acutely aware of the excruciating pain radiating from his left arm. His breath quickened. Sweat mingled with blood seeping from the wound. Huff, huff, huff. It seems my body's strength is abysmally inadequate. He struggled to extend his hand, retrieving a healing senzu bean from his combat suit's pocket. The green bean emitted a faint glow in his palm, as if it contained boundless vitality. He gently placed the senzu bean in his mouth, chewed a few times, and then swallowed. Chapter 40. Ye Jian was covered in blood, his trembling hand reaching into his bosom to retrieve a vibrant green senzu bean. He laboriously placed it in his mouth, and the moment it touched his tongue, it dissolved, sending a cool wave of warmth coursing through his entire body. The fractured bones made audible cracking sounds as they rejoined at a visibly rapid pace. The deep wounds healed instantaneously, leaving no trace of a scar. This was the legendary senzu bean, a miraculous healing elixir from Karen Tower. While it was ineffective against diseases, it had astonishing restorative properties for physical stamina and injuries. With a sudden surge, Ye Jian leaped from the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. He could vividly feel the power surging within him, every muscle vibrating with exhilaration. Just moments ago, he could barely muster the strength to stand. Yet now he could effortlessly execute jumping motions. This qualitative leap ignited a spark of excitement in his eyes. Excellent, continue. Ye Jian inhaled deeply, crossing his arms before his chest, as a pale blue aura began to coalesce around him. The air crackled with energy fluctuations, and between his hands, a dazzling sphere of light gradually formed. The surface of the sphere shimmered with electric currents, emitting a low, vibrating hum that caused the surrounding debris to tremble slightly. Yet, at the moment when the energy was about to erupt, Ye Jian distinctly felt an invisible pressure enveloping his entire being. The sphere's movement slowed abruptly, as if ensnared in a viscous mire. This was the result of his deliberate suppression of control. To transcend his limits, he had to continue training under such extreme conditions. Go! With a thunderous shout, the sphere advanced at an excruciatingly slow pace. However, just as it was about to strike the rock wall ahead, Ye Jian suddenly twisted his hands, causing the sphere to carve a peculiar arc in the air and rebound with greater speed. Boom! The deafening explosion reverberated through the valley, propelling Ye Jian away, crashing heavily against the rock wall. Debris flew, dust filled the air, and his body left a human-shaped indentation on the wall. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, yet his eyes sparkled with exhilaration. This strike was perfectly timed, neither lethal nor lacking in the oppressive sensation of near death. Ye Jian lay amidst the rubble, gasping for breath, feeling the surge of power within him. Each instance of such extreme training propelled him closer to a higher realm of strength. The distant sunset elongated his silhouette, and the mingling of sweat and blood painted a totem of a warrior upon his scarred body. He understood that this was merely the inception of his journey towards becoming a formidable being. Dragging his weary form, he painstakingly crawled across the floor of the gravity chamber. Every muscle in his body trembled violently, sweat falling like rain and leaving winding trails on the ground. At last, his fingers brushed against the small box containing Xiando. With trembling hands, he extracted a Xiando and laboriously placed it in his mouth. The moment the Xiando entered, a surging wave of energy flooded through him like a tidal wave. His nearly exhausted stamina was instantaneously restored, and the aches throughout his body dissipated. Feeling the renewed vigor coursing through him, Ye Jian couldn't help but laugh joyfully. "Ha! My power!" Rising once more, he sensed the surrounding gravity and discovered that the once insurmountable weight had now become remarkably light. With a gentle leap, his body floated like a feather before landing steadily. This newfound ease assured him that he had fully adapted to the current gravitational environment. Truly the physique of a Saiyan, Ye Jian murmured, acknowledging that each struggle on the brink of death resulted in a qualitative leap in strength. A glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes. If that is the case, let me discover where my limits lie. Taking a deep breath, his muscles tightened instantaneously. He shouted, "Huh?" And a brilliant aura erupted from his entire being. Golden waves of energy radiated outward from him, causing the entire gravity chamber to tremble slightly. He concentrated all his energy into his palm, forming a colossal sphere of power. "Come!" Ye Jian roared, forcefully hurling the energy sphere towards himself. Boom! The ear-splitting explosion echoed within the gravity chamber. Unlike any ordinary detonation, the shockwave produced under such extreme gravity manifested in a peculiar, distorted form. Ye Jian was violently thrown back by this force, crashing against the wall. Yet, he quickly regained his footing. Although covered in numerous minor wounds, he was far from gravely injured. Indeed, wiping the blood from his lips, his eyes sparkled with excitement. "My physique has indeed improved." In the ensuing training sessions, Ye Jian consistently pushed beyond his limits. When he felt that the current gravity was insufficient for his training needs, he unhesitatingly adjusted it to 1,000 times Earth's gravity. In that instant, it felt as though countless mountains were pressing down upon him, rendering even a single finger immovable. For 3 whole days and nights, he could only lie on the ground, summoning every ounce of strength to resist the terrifying gravity. Days turned into nights, and time flew by. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. During this period, Ye Jian never stepped outside the gravity chamber. Thanks to the miraculous effects of Xiando, he required no sustenance. A single Xiando could sustain him for 10 days. Reflecting on those initial days, Ye Jian couldn't help but chuckle ruefully. Back then, he consumed dozens of Xiando daily, his body collapsing and regenerating repeatedly under extreme training. However, as his strength grew, his body gradually adapted to this high-intensity regimen, leading to a decrease in his reliance on Xiando. Nowadays, he needed only 3 Xiando each day to maintain his training intensity. Even more astonishing was that he had learned to move freely in an environment with 1,800 times the gravity without utilizing his energy. This seemingly incredible feat was the culmination of Ye Jian's innate talent and relentless effort. Perhaps even the legendary Sun Wukong could scarcely compare, but through his perseverance and sweat, Ye Jian forged a miracle of his own. In the martial arts system of the Dragon Ball universe, the disparity in levels among warriors often dictated the course of battle. Ye Jian, as a warrior already entrenched in the realm of legends, possessed unfathomable strength, whereas Sun Wukong, though born a mere low-tier warrior, consistently surpassed his limits through astonishing insight, and Vegeta, the proud Saiyan prince, was a natural genius, his bloodline flowing with noble combat talent. In the original work, Sun Wukong consistently broke through barriers first, his innate battle instinct and extraordinary comprehension allowing him to achieve enlightenment in dire situations. Conversely, Vegeta, despite his exceptional talent, always lacked the ability to grasp the essence of combat in an instant. Whenever Sun Wukong unleashed new power in desperate straits, a flicker of unwillingness and astonishment would flash in Vegeta's sharp gaze. However, this proud prince never surrendered. With his remarkable gifts and inherent resilience, Vegeta pursued relentlessly. Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan Full Power, Super Saiyan Blue, even Super Saiyan 4. Each breakthrough was accompanied by his sweat and steadfast will. Within the gravity chamber, he repeatedly transcended his limits, his muscles tearing and regenerating, his energy sublimating under extreme pressure. Had Vegeta possessed Sun Wukong's extraordinary comprehension, he would never have been left behind. Yet, the world is ultimately fair. Sun Wukong possessed unparalleled insight, while Vegeta held a purer Saiyan bloodline and potential. Thus, whenever Sun Wukong achieved a breakthrough, Vegeta would soon catch up, never truly surpassing, but never falling too far behind either. One can only imagine that if Sun Wukong were an elite genius warrior paired with such insight, Vegeta might forever remain in his shadow. Hence, they formed a remarkable complementary relationship. Chapter 41. Unshakable. Regrettably, the precious gift of insight fell solely to Sun Wukong, relegating Prince Vegeta to a perpetual second place, a title that would accompany him throughout his lengthy combat career. However, Ye Jian was entirely different. This enigmatic warrior not only surpassed Sun Wukong in insight, but also possessed unparalleled physical potential. Even the legendary Super Saiyan Broly could scarcely rival him in terms of potential. In his exclusive training chamber, Ye Jian engaged in grueling training that was beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. He was enveloped in a golden aura, with destructive energy coalescing between his palms. Without hesitation, he unleashed this almost self-harming method of cultivation, allowing every muscle and bone in his body to be continually reinforced through destruction and rebirth. On this day, when Ye Jian finally emerged from a 6-month-long seclusion, the entire training facility trembled in response. He slowly opened his eyes, and within his golden pupils, it seemed as if stars were swirling. The aura radiating from him caused the very fabric of space to warp, and the energy fluctuations generated by his movements shattered distant instruments. After months of relentless training, his vitality and physique had undergone an astonishing transformation. Each self-inflicted shockwave brought him to the brink of life and death. And it was this precarious dance with annihilation that elevated his strength to unprecedented heights. In this moment, Ye Jian stood as an immovable war god. He felt the surging power within him, a confident smile gracing his lips. With such innate talent, coupled with relentless effort and superior training conditions, he was destined to stand atop the pinnacle of martial arts, forever unmatched by anyone. With a crisp sound of bones cracking, Ye Jian stepped out of the training chamber, taking a deep breath to savor the tumultuous power coursing through him. He clenched his fist gently. The distinctly defined joints of his fingers seemed to harbor boundless energy. This power exceeded his expectations, rendering him almost incredulous as he felt as if he had been reborn, with every muscle brimming with explosive strength, causing the air around him to tremble slightly under his aura. What an unexpected gain! Ye Jian murmured to himself, excitement flickering in his eyes. He lifted his arm and waved it lightly, sending ripples through the air as if even space was responding to his might. At that moment, a lithe figure dashed toward him, accompanied by the sound of cheerful footsteps. Supali, resembling a nimble deer, traversed the stone path in the courtyard, her face aglow with a radiant smile. Ye Jian, you have emerged. Her melodious voice echoed in the tranquil air. Ye Jian turned, his gaze landing on Supali, momentarily taken aback. She donned a specially designed gravity suit, the snug black fabric accentuating her slender form. But what captured his attention was the glowing number 200 on her chest, indicating that she was enduring an environment of 100 times the normal gravity. Ye Jian's pupils constricted in disbelief, hardly able to accept his own eyes. Supali had adapted to such a terrifying gravitational force in such a short time. Little Li, what is this? A hint of surprise and concern colored Ye Jian's voice. Supali nodded lightly, her face adorned with a proud and sweet smile. Yes, I have worked hard to adapt during this time. Her tone was playful, her eyes shining with determination. She hopped lightly, seemingly eager to showcase her achievements. Her movements so buoyant that it seemed she was untouched by gravity. Ye Jian felt a stirring within him and quietly activated the secret technique, Jinling Shu. A barely perceptible glimmer passed through his eyes, as if he could penetrate the surface and gaze directly at the essence of the energy. In his perception, a faint layer of energy waves surrounded Supali, the intensity astonishingly surpassing 1 million. This revelation left him astounded. Her rate of progress was beyond imagination. Observing Supali's vibrant and endearing demeanor, a warm current surged through Ye Jian's heart. He understood that her relentless training was driven by a desire not to be a burden to him. During the countless days and nights of his seclusion, she had been in the training grounds, sweating and toiling in silence. This heartfelt sentiment deeply moved Ye Jian, leaving him momentarily speechless. Without uttering another word, Ye Jian strode forward, enveloping Supali in a warm embrace. His movements were swift yet gentle, as if he sought to fuse all his gratitude and emotion into that singular hug. Supali was momentarily stunned by his sudden action. Her body stiffened slightly before gradually relaxing, a faint blush creeping across her cheeks. Leaning against Ye Jian's chest, she felt the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, as if the entire world froze at that instant. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves in the courtyard, and sunlight filtered through the branches, casting a warm halo around them. In that moment, time appeared to stand still, leaving only the intertwined sounds of their heartbeats and breaths in the air. Suddenly, she was rooted to the spot, as if pinned down by an invisible force. In that fleeting moment, Supali's breath nearly halted, her heart pounding like a drum. Ye Jian's arms were firm and warm, tightly encircling her shoulders and drawing her wholly into his embrace. She could vividly feel the steady heartbeat emanating from his chest and the unique scent that lingered through his clothing. After all these years, this was the first time Ye Jian had embraced her so intimately, without any hesitation or reservation. Supali's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple ready to burst. Her fingers instinctively curled, lightly pressing against Ye Jian's chest, as if wishing to push away yet reluctant to part with this sudden warmth. Her voice trembled slightly, tinged with disbelief and delight, as she softly called out, "Ye Jian Gij." Ye Jian closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, as if drawing in her essence, or perhaps calming the tumult within his heart. His movements were tender and deliberate, as if afraid to disrupt the tranquility of that moment. Then, he gently released her, his hands resting on her shoulders, his gaze unwaveringly meeting hers. In his profound eyes, concern and resolute determination shone brightly. "Do not push yourself so hard. Act within your limits." His voice was deep and powerful, each word engraved in her heart. "You are never a burden to me, never." Supali lowered her head, softly murmuring in response, her voice as faint as a whisper. Her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her clothing, yet warmth surged through her heart at Ye Jian's words. He understood well. Even imagining how grueling her adaptation to 100 times the gravity must have been, under a combat power of 300,000. Perpetually bearing the weight of 100 times gravity was no trivial undertaking. This was not merely brief training in a high-gravity environment. Rather, it was a constant burden, as if carrying an invisible mountain on her shoulders. If it were only a matter of training in a gravitational environment, perhaps it could be endured. However, as a female Saiyan, despite her inherent robust constitution, she was ultimately different from her male counterparts. Her physique was more delicate and her endurance somewhat lacking, making it impossible to compare with male Saiyans. Moreover, Supali held exceptional significance for Ye Jian. She was the person he cherished most, the one he was willing to protect at all costs, even if she could barely endure this suffering. Ye Jian did not wish to witness her paying the price for it. His heart brimmed with compassion and reluctance, each image of her gritting her teeth in perseverance causing a pang within him. "All right, release the gravity." Ye Jian's voice softened, laced with undeniable concern. "Your body cannot bear the weight of gravity constantly. It is detrimental to your health." Supali raised her head, determination glimmering in her eyes, yet ultimately she nodded, softly replying, I will listen to Ye Jian Gij." Chapter 42, A New Wave. Her voice, though gentle, was imbued with trust and reliance. She understood that every word spoken by Ye Jian was for her benefit, and she was more than willing to trust him unconditionally. Chapter 31, Learning the Kaioken. Beijia Wangxing, a mysterious planet suspended in the depths of the cosmos, was surrounded by delicate nebulae, as if shrouded in a thin veil. The planet's surface was adorned with lush green grass, interspersed with uniquely shaped trees, and the air was imbued with a tranquil and ancient aura. The gravity here was 50 times that of Earth, making it difficult for an ordinary person to even stand, yet for Ye Jian, it was merely a trivial challenge. On this day, Ye Jian's figure appeared before the Beijia Wang without warning, accompanied by a slight ripple in the air, as if the fabric of space had been torn. He landed gracefully on the soft grass, the blades bending slightly beneath him without making a sound. The Beijia Wang, who had been leisurely seated on a smooth rock, toying with a shimmering star model, was startled by Ye Jian's sudden appearance, nearly leaping from his perch and almost dropping the model. "Ah, it's you? How did you get here?" The Beijia Wang's eyes widened, his voice tinged with a mix of panic and disbelief. He naturally recognized Ye Jian, the warrior from Earth, having observed him covertly for quite some time. Ye Jian's rapid growth and combat prowess left a profound impression on him, yet a sense of unease lingered. Fortunately, Ye Jian had remained well-behaved and had not stirred any trouble in the universe, allowing the Beijia Wang to ease his worries. Little did he expect that Ye Jian would come directly to him. Ye Jian smiled slightly and waved casually, as if greeting an old friend. "Hello, Lord Kao." His voice was calm and confident, with a glint of mischief in his eyes. He surveyed his surroundings, feeling the gravitational environment, a subtle smile gracing his lips. For someone who constantly bore the strain of 800 times gravity, this 50 times gravity felt like child's play, and he felt no pressure whatsoever. At that moment, a creature with a gorilla-like face suddenly sprang from the nearby bushes. It was Baburus, a friend of the Beijia Wang. Baburus hopped in front of Ye Jian, curiously tilting its head and making a series of curious vocalizations, as if inquiring about the reason for this unexpected visitor. Its fur swayed gently in the breeze, and its eyes sparkled with innocence and playfulness. The Bei Jiawang took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. He patted Baburis on the head, signaling it to quiet down, then turned to Ye Jian and asked seriously, "What brings you here?" He could not believe that Ye Jian had come without reason. After all, no one visits without purpose. Ye Jian did not respond immediately, but took a few slow steps forward, the grass beneath him rustling softly with each movement. He lifted his head, his gaze firm as he looked at the Bei Jiawang, his voice clear and powerful. "Lord Kao, I wish to learn your secret technique." The Kaioken. Upon hearing this, the Bei Jiawang's brows furrowed slightly, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. The Kaioken was no ordinary technique. It contained immense power and risk, not something just anyone could master. He fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing his options, before finally speaking slowly. "Kaioken? Do you understand the power and cost associated with this technique?" Ye Jian nodded, his gaze unwavering. "I understand, but I am prepared." His voice resonated with determination, as if proclaiming his conviction to the universe. The air around them seemed to vibrate slightly with his words, and Baburis fell silent, as if infected by this momentum. The Bei Jiawang regarded Ye Jian, and after a long pause, a meaningful smile finally crept onto his lips. "If that is the case, then let me see your resolve." "What? My Kaioken? Are you certain?" The Bei Jiawang abruptly stood, his hands braced against the table, his eyes wide behind his sunglasses. It was rare for him to display such a serious demeanor, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. After all, standing before him was Ye Jian, a formidable warrior who even he had to treat with caution. He vividly remembered being able to joke when instructing Sun Wukong, yet he dared not entertain such thoughts in the presence of this imposing fighter. The Bei Jiawang instinctively wiped his brow, his gaze sweeping outside at the tranquil starry sky. If he were to provoke this individual, there was no telling that Ye Jian might, in a moment of impulse, unleash a ki blast that could reduce this meticulously tended KO planet to cosmic dust. This thought sent a shiver down his spine, causing his distinctive antennae to tremble slightly. "I am certain, so I implore you, Lord Kao, to teach me." Ye Jian knelt on one knee, his right hand pressed against his chest in a formal warrior's salute. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating his chiseled profile, and his sharp eyes sparkled with sincerity. He had always respected the Bei Jiawang, the guardian of cosmic balance, for he pursued the essence of power rather than wanton destruction. Clearing his throat, the Bei Jiawang began to pace the room, his crimson cloak billowing behind him. "Well, teaching you is not out of the question." He paused at the window, observing Baburis rolling on the grass. "But you must remember, this power must never be used for evil." While this statement sounded grandiose, he was well aware that if Ye Jian truly wished to seize it, he would be powerless to stop him. At this moment, he could only rely on the other's integrity, silently praying that this small planet would remain unharmed. "Rest assured, Lord Kao," Ye Jian replied resolutely, his voice sharp and clear as a drawn blade. As he rose, his battle attire rustled softly, and the aura emanating from him rendered the very air within the room still. The Bei Jiawang inhaled deeply, signaling Ye Jian to follow him to the training ground. The lush green lawn stretched beneath their feet, surrounded by colorful nebulae in the distance. "You can demonstrate that your ki has reached a considerable level here," the Bei Jiawang said, slowly coalescing a sphere of red energy with his hands, elaborating on the intricacies of the Kaioken, occasionally demonstrating movements and correcting Ye Jian's stances. The sunlight cast long shadows of the two figures, and the fragrant scent of grass lingered in the air. Ye Jian listened intently, every word firmly etched in his mind. His desire to master the Kaioken was a preparation for the challenges that lay ahead. Recalling the astonishing power exhibited by Sun Wukong during the Tournament of Power, where a 20-fold Kaioken combined with the Ultra Instinct could rival Vegeta's Ultra Instinct second stage, he was determined to succeed. Ye Jian followed the guidance, his body enveloped in a radiant red aura. He pondered, if even a lower-tier warrior like Sun Wukong could wield this technique, how could a legendary Saiyan like himself fail? Though the other possessed the so-called protagonist's halo, he believed that with his talent and tenacity, he would not lag behind in the slightest. Days turned into nights, and time flew by amidst rigorous training. Ye Jian's progress was astonishing. Often, as soon as the Bei Jiawang completed a demonstration, he could replicate it flawlessly. Sometimes, he practiced repeatedly under the starry sky, the red aura blending with the shimmering cosmos. At other times, he would spar with the Ye Jian late into the night. The force of his punches startling the cosmic birds perched on branches. 3 months swiftly passed, and when the Ye Jian returned to the training ground, he witnessed a spectacular scene. Kaioken. Ye Jian roared, his entire being radiating a brilliant red light. A powerful wave of energy emanated from him, rippling outward. The grass bending beneath the force, and even the distant trees swayed violently. He hovered in midair, his crimson aura pulsating like a blazing flame. With every muscle brimming with explosive power, the North Kai adjusted his glasses, which had been askew from the turbulent air, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. As he watched Ye Jian descend gracefully, leaving deep imprints on the grass, he murmured to himself, "It seems that new waves are about to be stirred in the universe." Chapter 43. The true Might Gu clenched his jaw, every muscle tensed, and with a deep, resonant roar, he unleashed the power that had been building within him. In an instant, a searing red aura surged forth, swirling around him like a consuming fire. This aura exhibited a jet-like flow, violently distorting the surrounding air and producing a hissing, explosive sound. This was the legendary Kaioken, now vividly manifested in Ye Jian. As the Kaioken activated, Ye Jian could distinctly sense the explosive surge of power within him. His once tranquil blood seemed to boil, each muscle infused with an unprecedented strength. He clenched his fists, feeling the rushing energy within. This was the first level of Kaioken, instantly doubling his strength. Remarkable. This is the true power of Kaioken, Ye Jian exclaimed, his voice quivering with the intensity of his newfound might. The North Kai stood nearby, hands clasped behind his back, nodding in approval. His keen gaze scrutinized the vibrant red aura enveloping Ye Jian, noting that its purity and stability exceeded his expectations. As the creator of Kaioken, he could instantly discern whether a practitioner truly grasped the essence of this extraordinary technique. At this moment, Ye Jian's control indeed brought him satisfaction. Kaioken is a unique technique that forcibly enhances combat power by unlocking latent potential. The North Kai stepped closer, his voice steady and penetrating. What you are currently performing is a double Kaioken, but there are levels up to 20 times Kaioken. However, remember, each enhancement requires corresponding physical attributes to support it. As he spoke, the North Kai raised his hand, tracing a red trajectory in the air, which transformed into layers of concentric rings, illustrating the progressive system of Kaioken. Only with a sufficiently resilient body can one endure higher multiples of Kaioken. The most exquisite aspect of this technique lies in its ability to allow practitioners to continuously surpass their limits. Suddenly, the North Kai's expression turned solemn as he stepped forward, locking eyes with Ye Jian. However, one thing you must bear in mind. His voice carried an undeniable gravity. The use of Kaioken must be tempered with caution. Should you exceed your body's limits, the resultant damage will be irreversible. With your current physique, 10 times Kaioken should be the safe upper limit. Ye Jian nodded slightly, appearing to understand, yet internally he was unconvinced. As a Super Saiyan, his physical strength far surpassed that of ordinary beings. 10 times Kaioken, even 20 times Kaioken would pose no challenge for him. The potential devastation of combining the power of a Super Saiyan with 20 times Kaioken was unfathomable. However, Ye Jian had no intention of revealing his full strength just yet. He pursued Kaioken more as a precaution, for in this perilous universe, having an additional trump card could only be advantageous. As the ancients wisely stated, preparedness averts calamity. Thank you for your guidance, Lord Kai, Ye Jian said respectfully, a flicker of subtle confidence passing through his eyes. The North Kai was about to respond with a casual acknowledgement when he noticed Ye Jian's figure had already transformed into a streak of red light, vanishing at an astonishing speed into the horizon. Left behind, the Kai shook his head in resignation, a hint of admiration curling at the corners of his mouth. The signature skill of the Yard Rat people, instant transmission. Ye Jian stood upon the desolate expanse, inhaling deeply as he spread his arms wide, enveloped by a soft blue halo. He closed his eyes, feeling the surging power bestowed by Kaioken, as if every cell within him was ablaze. With a sharp exhalation, his figure blurred, dissipating like smoke carried away by the wind. In the next moment, he found himself in an unfamiliar star system. Before him lay the familiar green planet, Namek. Ye Jian clenched his fist, determination flashing in his eyes. Having just mastered Kaioken, He was eager to embark once more on his journey. This time, his objective was clearer, to seek the assistance of Purunga on Namek. He understood that the road ahead was fraught with danger, and Purunga's power might be his only hope. Kaioken, a technique that once shone brightly in the world of Dragon Ball, was originally a formidable ally for Sun Wukong. However, with the emergence of Super Saiyans, this technique gradually faded into obscurity. It was not until Sun Wukong battled fiercely in Hell and faced formidable foes during the Tournament of Power that he was compelled to utilize this skill once more due to the overwhelming disparity in power. Kaioken, akin to a blade long sealed, could unleash astonishing might at critical moments. Ye Jian, you are quite an interesting Saiyan prince. The North Kai mused. Seated upon the Kai's planet, munching on a senzu bean while observing Ye Jian's every move through the void. A subtle smile graced his lips, revealing a touch of appreciation. Ye Jian's strength and potential were undeniable, yet his aloof demeanor left the North Kai somewhat exasperated. Nonetheless, the North Kai understood that Ye Jian's heart was not as indifferent as it appeared. Otherwise, he would not have imparted the true essence of Kaioken to him. Even when Ye Jian had resorted to intimidation, the North Kai could have easily brushed him off. After all, Kaioken was a technique he had meticulously crafted, with its secrets known only to him. Yet Ye Jian did not resort to such tactics. Rather, it was the North Kai himself who felt that Ye Jian was worthy of trust and thus entrusted him with the true Kaioken. In that moment, a glimmer of contentment shone in the North Kai's eyes, as if he could envision the boundless possibilities awaiting Ye Jian. Namek, a serene and enigmatic green world. The Grand Elder sat upon his lofty throne when suddenly he slightly opened his eyes, a ripple of disturbance crossing his aged visage. He slowly lifted his gaze, peering into the distance as if he could pierce through layers of clouds to see the approaching figure. Naru. The Grand Elder's voice resonated deeply and authoritatively throughout the vast hall. Grand Elder, is there something amiss? Naru quickly entered the hall, bowing respectfully. His posture was tall and steady, his eyes filled with unwavering loyalty to the Grand Elder. The Saiyan Prince, Ye Jian, has arrived, the Grand Elder spoke slowly, a barely perceptible sigh lacing his words. You are to deliver the Dragon Balls to Dondi, so he may assist Ye Jian. Perhaps this truly is the last time. Naru nodded, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. He turned and departed swiftly, his steps resolute. The Grand Elder watched his retreating silhouette, softly exhaling, as if lamenting the weight and unpredictability of fate. The sky above Namek exhibited a peculiar bluish-green hue, resembling an immense emerald enveloping the entire landscape. A gentle breeze rustled across the vast plains, creating ripples, and the air was infused with the faint fragrance of grass and foliage. At the moment Ye Jian's spacecraft broke through the atmosphere, departing from Namek, the Grand Elder, seated within the temple, slowly opened his eyes. His wrinkled fingers tapped lightly against the armrest of his chair, and a flicker of understanding illuminated his profound gaze. He foresaw that the Saiyan from planet Vegeta was destined to tread upon this land once more, and all of it was intricately linked to the enigmatic 7 Dragon Balls. The deep, resonant voice of Elder Nail echoed through the vast expanse of the temple. A green figure promptly appeared, kneeling respectfully before him. What is your command, Elder? Once the Dragon Balls have regained their energy, gather them. Elder Nail's gaze drifted into the distance, as though piercing through time and space, certain that the Saiyan would return. Nail nodded slightly, as you wish. He turned and departed, his lithe form swiftly maneuvering between the temple's columns. As the mightiest warrior of Namek, Nail's movements were precise and deliberate, each step imbued with steadfast strength. He was acutely aware that the Elder's prophecies had never been mistaken. Thus he regarded this task with utmost seriousness. Days later, under Nail's meticulous orchestration, the 7 Dragon Balls were clandestinely transported to a remote village on Namek. The structures here were constructed from unique rocks, with houses of peculiar shapes scattered harmoniously throughout the valley. Nail descended gracefully from the sky, landing lightly before a stone dwelling. Danshi, he called upon the name of the village elder. An elderly Namekian emerged, his antennae quivering slightly in surprise. Lord Nail, what brings you here personally? Nail placed a specially crafted container, housing the Dragon Balls, on the ground, its surface shimmering with a faint glow. The elder has foretold that the Saiyan is about to return. You must take the Dragon Balls to the place where he initially set up the gravity chamber and await his arrival. Danchi's pupils constricted as he vividly recalled the Saiyan named Ye Jian. Although their time together was brief, the formidable aura he exuded left a lasting impression. Without hesitation, Danchi carefully cradled the container, green energy swirling around him. "I understand," he affirmed, then soared into the sky, his figure tracing a verdant arc toward the destination etched in his memory. Simultaneously, in the vast cosmos, Ye Jian piloted his spacecraft at an astonishing speed. He fixated on the coordinates displayed on the control panel, his fingers deftly maneuvering across the buttons. At last, the familiar outline of Namek emerged in his view. As the spacecraft breached the atmosphere, it ignited in a fiery blaze, streaking through the sky like a meteor. On the ground, Danchi had already arrived ahead of schedule. He chose a relatively flat rock to land upon, arranging the Dragon Balls in a neat formation. Each Dragon Ball sparkled under the sun, their internal star patterns shimmering subtly. He sat cross-legged, eyes closed, attuning himself to the flow of energy around him. Suddenly, a sharp sound cleaved through the sky. A flash of white light appeared as Ye Jian's spacecraft landed precisely at the designated spot. The hatch opened, and Ye Jian sprang forth, his red battle suit strikingly vivid under the sunlight. Danchi?" Ye Jian's keen gaze immediately caught sight of the awaiting Namekian. And then he noticed the orderly arrangement of Dragon Balls on the ground. His brow furrowed slightly. It was evident that these Dragon Balls had been deliberately placed here, as if anticipating his arrival. Approaching with measured steps, the crunch of gravel beneath his battle boots echoed softly. "Danchi, what is the meaning of this?" His voice carried a distinct note of confusion. Danchi slowly rose, his antennae gently quivering, "The moment you departed Namek, the Elder foresaw your return and the necessity of the Dragon Balls. Thus, we prepared in advance." Ye Jian surveyed the surroundings, sharply detecting the residual energy fluctuations in the air. He crouched down, fingers brushing lightly over the surface of one Dragon Ball, feeling the immense power contained within. In that instant, he gained newfound respect for the Elder of Namek and his prophetic abilities. Chapter 32, After the Wish. An unexpected encounter with Dales. Ye Jian stood upon the vast plains of Namek, the soft moss cushioning his feet, while the air was imbued with the refreshing scent characteristic of post-rain. In the distance, the undulating mountains emerged from the mist, with rays of sunlight piercing through the heavy clouds, casting mottled shadows upon the verdant earth. "Wow, is this a competition with the Yadarat people in prophetic abilities?" Ye Jian mused inwardly, instinctively clenching his fists, knuckles whitening from the pressure. A gentle breeze swept through his black battle suit, causing the edges to flutter slightly. Danchi stood at the center of the circle formed by the 7 Dragon Balls, his wise eyes fixed upon Ye Jian. As one of the oldest elders of Namek, though his form appeared somewhat hunched, there was an undeniable strength in his every gesture. "Very well, since it has come to this, I must trouble you, Danchi." Ye Jian inhaled deeply, casting aside any stray thoughts. His voice resonated across the open fields, imbued with anticipation and determination. Danchi nodded slightly, slowly raising his wrinkled hands. As he began to chant the ancient incantation, the surrounding air thickened with gravity. His deep, rhythmic voice reverberated through the heavens, each syllable seemingly infused with mysterious power. In an instant, the once clear sky darkened ominously. Dark clouds converged at a visible speed from all directions, shrouding the sky in gloom. Blinding lightning slithered through the clouds like a silver serpent, followed by the deafening roar of thunder. The 7 Dragon Balls began to tremble violently, emitting a resonant hum. Strange luminescent patterns emerging on their surfaces. A dazzling golden beam suddenly shot up from the center of the Dragon Balls, piercing the clouds. Within the light, the colossal figure of Purunga gradually materialized. His emerald scales shimmered with a mysterious luster in the golden light, and his red eyes glimmered like 2 burning jewels, radiating an aura of awe. "Whoever has summoned me, speak your wish. I can grant any wish, but it is limited to 3. Purunga's deep voice reverberated as if it echoed from the dawn of time. Ye Jian stood tall, his gaze unwavering as he addressed the celestial dragon. With clarity and power, he proclaimed, "Please grant me the ability to traverse the universe." Upon hearing this, Danchi's brow furrowed imperceptibly. While he did not comprehend why this young warrior sought such a unique power, he faithfully relayed the wish to Purunga. Purunga fell into a brief silence, his red eyes scrutinizing Ye Jian as if peering into his very soul. The 3 seconds of waiting felt as prolonged as a century. with only the howling winds and distant thunder resonating in their ears. At last, Purunga spoke again, his voice even more resonant than before. It is possible. But it requires two wishes to be fulfilled simultaneously. No problem, Ye Jian replied without hesitation, his tone imbued with unwavering resolve. Just as his words echoed, Purunga's eyes suddenly erupted with blinding light. A torrent of fiery energy surged toward Ye Jian, enveloping him entirely. Ye Jian felt a searing energy coursing through his veins, ultimately converging in his right arm. When the light faded, an exquisite pattern emerged upon his arm, identical to the markings on Purunga, subtly radiating a faint golden glow. This mark seemed to possess a life of its own, gently rising and falling with Ye Jian's breath. He delicately caressed the newly formed insignia, feeling the vast power it contained, and a knowing smile crept across his lips. In the distance, the last rays of sunlight penetrated the clouds, bestowing a golden halo upon this sacred moment. The voice of Lunjiao resonated like the ancient chime, echoing throughout the heavens and the earth. This object can assist you in traversing the universe and serves no other purpose. Now, reveal your final wish. Ye Jian's eyes suddenly ignited with a fervent light, his body trembling with excitement, fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned pale. He could hardly contain his eagerness. Clapping his hands together, the crisp sound reverberating through the vast valley. He swiftly leaned closer to Danqi's ear, his warm breath brushing against her cheek. His voice was barely above a whisper, as if divulging a momentous secret, his lips almost brushing against the shell of Danqi's ear. Initially taken aback, Danqi soon nodded in understanding, clearly articulating Ye Jian's wish to Belunja. It was as simple as flipping a palm. A peculiar light flickered in Belunja's crimson eyes, marking its first detailed explanation of how to realize a wish. As the final word fell, its colossal form began to gradually dissipate, transforming into specks of starlight merging with the horizon. The ominous clouds that loomed overhead swiftly receded, and the blazing sunlight once again bathed the earth, dispelling the mysterious ambience that had just enveloped the area. Ye Jian remained unfazed, elatedly caressing the treasure he had just acquired, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. To preserve eternal youth was his true desire. Who would wish to witness their visage wither away in the passage of time? Danqi, until we meet again. Chapter 45. Dale's Ye Jian waved at the figure, his form suddenly becoming indistinct, and in the next moment, he vanished from sight, leaving behind a subtle ripple in space. At this moment, Ye Jian was utilizing the newly acquired ability to traverse the vast cosmos at an astonishing speed. His silhouette flickered among the stars, each appearance painting a brilliant trail through the interstellar expanse. He was bound for an entirely new universe, which was the true essence of his wish to Belunja, the ability to traverse the multiverse. It is essential to understand that crossing universes is fundamentally different from traversing planets. Unless one possesses divine powers, mere mortals cannot breach the barriers of the cosmos. Fortunately, Belunja indeed wielded such extraordinary might, allowing Ye Jian's quest for experience to come to fruition. A new universe, here I come. What is this? Just as Ye Jian was on the verge of breaching the cosmic boundary, a peculiar gravitational force unexpectedly tugged at him. He immediately adjusted his trajectory, propelled by this mysterious force, racing towards a distant planet at speeds surpassing light. Upon landing on the surface of this planet, he was greeted by an overwhelmingly desolate sight. Cracked earth stretched to the horizon, with crimson rocks scattered everywhere, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of sulfur. Not a single blade of grass grew here. The silence was suffocating. Ye Jian frowned, surveying his surroundings, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washing over him. He crouched down, scooping a handful of dark red soil, rubbing it between his fingers, when suddenly a spark of realization flashed in his mind. Wait, could this be Bahi'ide Star? He was astounded, as every detail here perfectly matched the scenes described during the Earth's Dominion era in his memories. A fierce wind kicked up dust, forming a small whirlwind around him. As if in response to his inquiry, the sky over Hutta Star exhibited a peculiar purplish-red hue, as if tainted by some mysterious force. In this vast starry expanse stood a legendary spirit fruit tree, its branches and leaves blocking out the sun, nearly covering several kilometers of land. The trunk of this ancient tree was so stout that it would require dozens of people to encircle it, and its bark was etched with the lines of time, each groove seemingly narrating tales of millennia. Ye Jian's figure streaked through the heavens like a meteor, hovering in midair, his gaze fixed intently upon this fabled divine tree. The branches of the spirit fruit tree were laden with a multitude of fruits, each radiating a faint crimson glow, reminiscent of stars twinkling in the night sky. The fruits, tinged with green and red, swayed gently in the breeze, exuding a refreshing fragrance that invigorated the senses. "These must be the legendary spirit fruits," Ye Jian murmured, excitement glimmering in his eyes. He slowly descended onto a sturdy branch, feeling the smooth texture of the bark beneath his feet. He reached out to caress one of the fruits, sensing the immense energy coursing through it at his fingertips. Although, with his current strength, the enhancement these fruits could provide to his combat ability was negligible. The thought of Su Pa Li's yearning gaze for strength made Ye Jian's lips curl into a slight smile. More importantly, the spiritual energy contained within these fruits might aid him in achieving breakthroughs in his mental cultivation. Ye Jian carefully plucked a ripe fruit, which quivered slightly in his hand, emanating a warm energy. Taking a deep breath, he brought the fruit to his lips and gently bit down. Instantly, a burst of sweet yet slightly tangy juice erupted in his mouth, followed by a warm current flowing down his throat, transforming into pure energy coursing through his limbs. Just as Ye Jian was immersed in this delightful sensation, a sharp sound of air splitting suddenly came from behind him. He abruptly turned, only to see a figure appearing like lightning on a nearby branch. The newcomer was clad in standard Saiyan battle attire, with black hair gently fluttering in the breeze, and his countenance bore an uncanny resemblance to Sun Wukong. However, Ye Jian instantly sensed the difference. The Saiyan's gaze held a sharpness and ferocity that Sun Wukong had never possessed, and the aura surrounding him was far more domineering. With arms crossed, he gazed down at Ye Jian, his eyes sharp as blades. "Do you realize where you are by recklessly plucking spirit fruits?" The voice of the newcomer was as cold as ice, each word laced with an undeniable authority. His fingers lightly caressed the energy detector at his waist, and a faint golden aura began to envelop him. Ye Jian calmly swallowed the remaining fruit flesh, feeling the energy still circulating within him, and a knowing smile crept across his lips. This unexpected encounter seemed to herald the onset of a new adventure. A name suddenly flashed through his mind: Dales. He recalled that face, always twisted into a sinister grin, starkly contrasting with Sun Wukong's pure and innocent demeanor. Dales' skin was darker than Wukong's, bearing a nearly metallic bronze hue, his muscles bulging, and limbs robust enough to effortlessly rend the earth asunder. His eyes radiated an insatiable ferocity and ambition, akin to a beast poised to pounce. Dales, a low-class warrior hailing from planet Vegeta. On that planet, now reduced to cosmic dust, he, like other Saiyans, possessed an innate combat instinct, yet remained shackled by his lowly warrior status. This humiliation was imprinted deep within his soul, driving him to pursue power by any means necessary, seeking to erase this disgrace. While other Saiyans enhanced their combat prowess through arduous training, Dales chose a different path. He discovered the power of the spirit tree's fruits. These fruits were meant to be consumed only by deities, each containing energy potent enough to shake the stars. However, the growth of the spirit tree came at a tremendous cost. It greedily drained the life force of the earth, turning once vibrant planets into desolate wastelands, barren for centuries. Dales was utterly unconcerned by this. He led his band of warriors, traversing the cosmos in search of planets suitable for cultivating the spirit tree. Their goal was clear and ruthless: to conquer the entire universe with the power of the fruits. During one of their expeditions, Dales set his sights on Earth. He silently descended and planted the seeds of the spirit tree upon a vast plain. The sapling grew at an astonishing rate, its thick roots burrowing deep into the ground, greedily siphoning nutrients from the planet. The once lush land rapidly cracked open, rivers ran dry, forests withered, and the sky was shrouded in a pallid haze of despair. The Realm King immediately sensed the anomaly on Earth. He conveyed the impending crisis to Sun Wukong and his companions through thought. Upon hearing this, Wukong promptly summoned Shaolin, Lu Ping, Tianjin Fan, and Jiao Zi, and they hurried to the battlefield without hesitation. A fierce battle erupted beneath the spirit tree. Shaolin's Qi Yuan slash cleaved through the air, Lu Ping's Wolf Fang fist unleashed a tempest, Tianjin Fan's Four Demon Fist conjured countless afterimages, and Jiao Zi's supernatural abilities attempted to disrupt the enemy's movements. Dale's subordinates were equally formidable, darting across the battlefield like phantoms, their energy blasts scattering everywhere. creating deep craters in the earth. Amid the fierce conflict, Dales noticed son Gohan hiding at the edge of the battlefield. The latent potential radiating from this hybrid Saiyan caught his attention. He slowly descended before Gohan, his voice deep and laced with temptation. "Join us, and you shall attain power surpassing your father's." Gohan clenched his fists tightly, his youthful face resolute. "I will never sink to your level." Dale scoffed coldly, a flicker of cruelty in his eyes. He raised his hand and launched an energy wave, striking the moon in the night sky with precision. Under the light of the bulls, Gohan's body began to undergo a violent transformation. His muscles swelled, his hair grew wild, and in an instant, he morphed into a raging giant ape. The giant ape Gohan let out a deafening roar, its massive hands crashing down on Wukong, sending him crashing into the ground. Seeing this, Piccolo rushed towards the giant ape, attempting to sever its tail. However, Dales materialized like a specter, delivering a heavy punch to Piccolo's chest, causing green blood to splatter as Piccolo was sent flying, crashing into a cliff. Chapter 46, A Critical Moment. At this critical juncture, the rapid dragon suddenly dove from the clouds, emitting a sharp and urgent cry, its sound waves piercing the ears of giant ape Gohan. Gohan's movements abruptly halted, the fury in his eyes slowly fading as his body began to shrink. Simultaneously, Son Wukong rose from the ruins, his eyes ablaze with golden flames, his aura erupting like a volcano. Dale's subordinates fell one after another under Wukong's relentless assault, ultimately dissolving into cosmic dust. Dale surveyed the chaotic scene, his face contorted with rage. He clenched his fists slowly, dark flames swirling around him as his voice resonated like a whisper from the abyss. "It seems I must deal with you myself." In the intense confrontation, Dales faced Son Wukong, who unleashed the Kaioken times 10. Despite exerting all his strength, Dales found himself unable to withstand the overwhelming onslaught. Wukong's fists moved like lightning, his form appearing ethereal. Each strike carried the force to tear through the air, forcing Dales to retreat step by step. Ultimately, under Wukong's heavy punch, Dales was left in a pitiful state, compelled to swallow the spirit tree's fruit, which emitted an eerie glow. As the fruit entered his stomach, a surge of violent energy erupted within Dales. His muscles bulged, veins protruded, and dark red flames enveloped him, as if he were a demon returned from hell. Empowered, Dales let out a thunderous laugh, effortlessly overpowering Wukong with his punches. Each of his attacks came like a torrential storm, imbued with destructive force, leaving Wukong with no means to counter, barely able to withstand. Recognizing the dire situation, Wukong took a deep breath, raising his hands in an attempt to gather a spirit bomb. However, the Earth's energy had been largely siphoned by the spirit tree. The energy that should have coalesced into a massive orb now flickered weakly like a firefly, dissipating after a few flickers in his palms. A glimmer of despair crossed Wukong's face, yet he did not surrender. Just as the Earth seemed on the brink of collapse, a spark of inspiration struck Wukong. Redirecting his focus to the spirit tree itself, he summoned the remaining vast energy within the spirit tree, and radiant golden light erupted from his hands. A torrent of unprecedented energy surged forth, transforming into a beam of light that pierced through the heavens, striking Dales with the might of thunder. "Take this," Wukong roared, channeling all his strength into the blow. As the light beam passed, the space warped, the ground fractured. Dales, wide-eyed with terror, had no time to react before being wholly consumed by the cataclysmic energy, turning to ash amidst the blinding brilliance. However, far away on the planet Bahiite, Ye Jian could never have anticipated that Dales would appear on this remote planet so soon. As Ye Jian slowly turned, Dales froze in shock. His pupils dilated, his face turned pale, and he staggered backward, the stones beneath his feet crunching underfoot. Trembling, he raised a finger, his lips quivering as he squeezed out a gasp from deep within his throat. Vegeta. Indeed, Ye Jian bore a striking resemblance to Vegeta, as they were brothers. It was understandable that Dales would mistake him for someone else. "Greetings, Dales." Ye Jian narrowed his eyes, a knowing smile gracing his lips, his demeanor unmistakably teasing. Dales trembled violently, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "Prince Vegeta, how can you be here? You did not perish." He could not fathom that after the destruction of planet Vegeta, Vegeta had survived and found his way here. When planet Vegeta was annihilated, Dales happened to be away from his home planet. Later, Frieza sent agents to hunt down the surviving Saiyans, and he narrowly escaped capture by sheer luck. Not long ago, he fortuitously obtained a mysterious fruit, which had elevated his power from 1,000 to 3,000. Consequently, he arrived at Bahiyide, planting the spirit fruit tree here. As the fruits had not yet ripened, he had been waiting, never expecting to be discovered. At this moment, Dale's heart raced, countless thoughts flashing through his mind. He stared intently at Ye Jian, torn between fear and confusion, uncertain of the intentions of this Prince Vegeta. Meanwhile, Ye Jian leisurely scrutinized him, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes, as if relishing a prey caught in a trap. Chapter 33. Seizing the Fruit, 6th Universe. The jarring electronic sound abruptly pierced the silence of the forest as the detector on Dale's left eye flickered with a ghostly blue glow. When he beheld the numbers displayed on the screen, his pupils constricted, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. 100,000. This figure struck him like a heavy hammer to the heart. Disbelieving, he rubbed his eyes, rechecking the readout on the detector. Indeed, it was 100,000. This value far surpassed his comprehension of Saiyan combat prowess. Even the formidable King Vegeta's power level was merely around 30,000. The strength of the person before him was simply unfathomable. Dales instinctively took a step back, the dry twigs beneath his feet snapping sharply. He gulped hard, his gaze drawn involuntarily to the nearby cluster of spirit tree fruits, which emanated an enchanting glow. Dales, these spirit tree fruits are of your planting, are they not? Ye Jian's voice carried a hint of amusement as he delicately brushed his fingers over one of the plump fruits, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. Just moments ago, he had merely sampled a taste of the fruit and felt a cool energy flow down his throat, as if his spirit had been cleansed, leaving him with unprecedented clarity. This wondrous experience further solidified his conviction that these fruits held immeasurable value in enhancing his mental prowess. Indeed, Prince Vegeta. Dales's voice quivered slightly as he suppressed the fear surging within, striving to maintain an appearance of composure. The staggering disparity of 100,000 in battle power left him too intimidated to entertain thoughts of resistance. Initially, he had contemplated seizing the opportunity to consume several of the fruits and bolster his strength, but in light of the present circumstances, such thoughts appeared naively optimistic. Faced with such a vast chasm of power, his opponent would undoubtedly afford him no opportunity whatsoever. A glimmer of barely perceptible malice flickered in Dales's eyes. If direct confrontation was futile, he would have to feign weakness temporarily and await the right moment. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, revealing a semblance of a sycophantic smile. May I inquire what brings the esteemed Prince Vegeta here today? Ye Jian gently plucked a fruit from the spirit tree, idly toying with it in his hands. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting mottled shadows across his sharply defined profile. He cast a casual glance at Dales, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Dales, you have mistaken your man. This prince is not Vegeta. What? Dales's head snapped up, his face a canvas of shock and confusion. He scrutinized the figure before him, the defiant black hair, the distinctive battle attire, and that innate regal bearing unmistakably signified the presence of Prince Vegeta. How could this be possible? Dales murmured to himself, his gaze darting back and forth across Ye Jian's form. Suddenly, he noticed subtle differences. This individual's gaze was deeper than Vegeta's, his brows etched with an ineffable gravitas, and the aura emanating from him was palpably more potent. The atmosphere in the forest thickened, the only sound being the faint glow of the spirit tree fruits, flickering as if heralding an impending storm. No wonder, after all these years, Vegeta's image in his memory remained fixed on that childhood prince with unruly black hair and piercing eyes. He had never witnessed Vegeta's grown-up visage. All that lingered in his mind were the blurred contours of his youth. In this moment, Ye Jian's upright stance seemed to intricately coincide with the proud Saiyan prince from his memories. Chapter 47. Striking resemblance, that piercing gaze, the slight upturn of the lips, and the regal demeanor in every gesture compelled him to draw connections between the two. He unconsciously clenched his fists, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. Humph. I am Ye Jian, also a Saiyan prince. Ye Jian's voice shattered the silence, carrying an undeniable authority. He crossed his arms, a golden aura flickering around him, as if to proclaim his identity. Huh. Dales instinctively recoiled a step, his face a tableau of confusion and astonishment. He distinctly recalled that Prince Vegeta had only two sons, Prince Vegeta and Prince Tabor. When had a Prince Ye Jian emerged? This sudden revelation left his mind in disarray, beads of sweat forming on his brow. I intend to take all these spirit fruits. Do you have any objections? Ye Jian waved his hand dismissively, clearly uninterested in prolonging this discourse. His gaze swept across the entire expanse of the spirit tree, a determined gleam flashing in his eyes. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, as if providing an accompaniment for the impending confrontation. Dales's complexion turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms. He spoke through gritted teeth, his voice tinged with barely contained fury. These spirit fruits had been cultivated through years of tireless effort, each one a testament to his sweat and anticipation. The thought of them being so easily snatched away was unbearable. Huh, you refuse, do you? Come, come. Ye Jian chuckled lightly, casually gesturing with his right hand. Several fruits, glowing softly, floated gently toward Dales. The surface of the fruits shimmered with an unusual luster, releasing an intoxicating fragrance. Consume them, and your battle power will surge. Then, you may challenge me. Should you win, I shall relinquish my claim. Ye Jian's voice was eerily calm, as if stating the most mundane of facts. Dales narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the fruits before him, and asked in a low voice, "But what if I lose?" He was not a naive newcomer. He recognized the evident trap. Ye Jian had only mentioned the reward for victory, neglecting to address the consequences of failure, which sent alarm bells ringing in Dales's mind. Losing meant death. If you lose, it will be fatal. Ye Jian's voice was as cold as steel, each word striking Dales like a hammer. Dales fixated on the floating fruits, his throat involuntarily tightening. An intense internal conflict ensued within him. On one side lay the tantalizing allure of immense power, on the other, the ominous specter of mortality. Sweat trickled down his temples, glistening in the sunlight. He inhaled deeply, savoring the unique fragrance of the spirit tree in the air, as his mind rapidly weighed the pros and cons of each choice. He was indeed ambitious, yearning to grow stronger, yet he equally valued his own life. In that moment, he stood at a crossroads of fate, where every decision could irrevocably alter the course of his existence. At this juncture, he was far from the spirited individual he would become in years to come. He lacked the steadfast companions from the original narrative and had not yet forged that unyielding ambition. The prince jests. If you desire these fruits, take them at your leisure. Dales almost immediately capitulated, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor, yet he instinctively gathered the softly glowing fruits into his embrace, as if they were his last bastion of hope. Ye Jian's lips curled upward, indifferent to the gain or loss of those fruits. He had guarded this desolate land for so long, it could not be for naught. Moreover, as fellow Saiyans, they shared a common lineage of pride and strength. In that case, I shall not hold back. Indeed, please proceed. Dales's words were laced with feigned respect, but internally, he could not help but scoff. When had he ever been courteous? Coming in with such an air of entitlement was akin to that of a bandit. Just as Dales grappled with his discontent and helplessness, Ye Jian suddenly moved. He slowly raised his hands, an invisible force surging forth from within him, sweeping across the entire grove like a tidal wave. The air seemed to ripple visibly, and the fruits hanging from the branches were enveloped in a soft violet glow, appearing almost as if animated, gracefully detaching from their perches and flocking towards Ye Jian like fireflies responding to a call. Dales's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly unable to comprehend the spectacle before him. The fruits appeared to come alive, tracing brilliant arcs through the air before orderly disappearing into Ye Jian's small, versatile capsule. The entire process transpired in mere moments. The once densely packed fruits that adorned the branches vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. How is this possible? Dales murmured, feeling as though his heart had been ruthlessly cleaved. Those were tens of thousands of precious spirit fruits. He watched helplessly as they soared away like meteors, with no opportunity for resistance. However, an even greater shock awaited him. Dales, I shall not be courteous regarding this fruit tree either. Before Ye Jian's words had fully left his lips, a greater surge of mental power erupted from him. He placed his hands gently on the ground, and an unseen wave emanated from him, expanding outward. With a tremendous force, the entire spirit fruit tree, along with the soil it was anchored in, was forcibly uprooted. The earth rumbled ominously, and cracks spread like a spider's web until the towering ancient tree, with its vast root system and a large portion of land, slowly ascended, as if lifted by an invisible giant hand. Once everything settled, A deep, bottomless pit remained, resembling a ghastly scar on the surface of a planet. The once vibrant sacred orchard transformed into a desolate wasteland in an instant. He breathed a sigh of relief as fine beads of sweat formed on his brow, his body swaying slightly. Such a massive consumption of mental energy was taxing even for him. He quickly retrieved a freshly harvested spirit fruit and unhesitatingly consumed it. The flesh melted in his mouth, and a refreshing energy coursed through his limbs, alleviating his mental fatigue. Dolly C stood motionless, gazing at the empty pit, feeling a tumult of emotions. Not only had he lost all the fruits, but he had also failed to preserve the mother tree that bore them. The terrifying power displayed by Ye Jian made him acutely aware of the chasm between them, a height he could not hope to reach at present. "Let us depart." Ye Jian spoke with a calm demeanor, devoid of any emotion, as if what had transpired was merely a trifling task. He turned and walked away, his figure standing tall against the desolate wind, while Dolly C could only follow silently, his heart ensnared by a complex web of unwillingness and reverence. He gazed at the spirit fruit in his hand, which emitted a faint glow, his fingertips lightly brushing against the delicate texture of its skin. Taking a deep breath, he slowly placed the fruit into his mouth, and as it melted on his tongue, a cool sensation slid down his throat. Yet, this refreshing feeling quickly dissipated. And as he concentrated on the changes within, he found the sea of consciousness remained as parched as ever, without even a ripple. "Indeed, it cannot be," he muttered with a wry smile, tossing the pit away. This outcome had been anticipated, yet experiencing it firsthand still left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Compared to this ostentatious spirit fruit, the Saiyan was far more reliable. That unassuming green bean could not only heal all injuries instantaneously, but also restore stamina to its peak state in a mere moment. Aside from innate ailments, it seemed capable of performing nearly every miracle. Ye Jian retrieved a Saiyan from the cloth bag at his waist, the bean emanating a warm green light in his palm. Without hesitation, he consumed it, and as he chewed, a wave of warmth surged throughout his body. Chapter 48. Financial loss prevents disaster. His muscles, once weary from battle, were revitalized with vigor, and the small wounds on his skin healed at a visibly rapid rate. Even his breathing became remarkably smooth. "Dolly C, I hope we shall meet again." Ye Jian turned to the distant disheveled figure, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. He slightly bent his knees, and a brilliant golden aura erupted around him, cracking the ground beneath his feet under the violent energy. With a deafening roar, he transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky and tearing through the clouds. Dolly C remained rooted in place, and only after the golden light vanished beyond the horizon did he spit furiously onto the ground. "Bah, who wants to see you again?" He surveyed the devastated orchard, his heart aching as if it would bleed. The carefully nurtured spirit fruit trees now stood barren, and the most precious fruit had been unceremoniously taken by Ye Jian. He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms, but ultimately, he could only release them in defeat. "Forget it, financial loss prevents disaster," Dolly C consoled himself, glancing at the few surviving saplings in the corner. At least 10 seeds remained. It would not be difficult to cultivate another spirit fruit tree. Meanwhile, Ye Jian had breached the atmosphere, racing through the vast sea of stars. Countless celestial bodies swirled around him, while nebulae spread like spilled paint across the deep cosmos. However, as he approached the edge of the universe, the surroundings grew bizarre. Starlight began to distort, and space felt like a congealed gel. An indescribable immense pressure pressing in from all sides. "Damn, this pressure." Ye Jian gritted his teeth, feeling every bone in his body groan under the unbearable strain. Just as he was about to be overwhelmed by this force, a mysterious light spot on his arm suddenly illuminated, and a translucent energy shield unfolded, isolating him from the terrifying spatial pressure. Although the shield absorbed most of the impact, the residual energy still made his movements laborious. He had to elevate his breath to the utmost, the golden aura within the shield burning fiercely, creating a delicate balance against the invisible pressure from outside. In this chaotic boundary region, time and space lost meaning, leaving only eternal silence and darkness. Uncertain of how much time had passed, a tiny light point suddenly appeared ahead. As the distance closed, the light rapidly expanded into a massive black sphere, its surface flowing with colorful energy ripples. Without hesitation, Ye Jian dove into it. And in the moment of crossing through the sphere, he felt himself transform into a beam of starlight, every cell undergoing a wondrous process of decomposition and reorganization. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in an unprecedented space. 12 rings of varying colors were arranged in the void like precise instruments, each rotating slowly along unique trajectories, emitting an exhilarating energy pulse. Ye Jian floated at the center of this extraordinary space, his eyes gleaming with excitement at the unimaginable spectacle before him. Deep within the boundless superspace, 12 spheres radiating different hues revolved like the heart of the universe. The surfaces of these spheres flowed with nebula-like patterns, occasionally shimmering with a rainbow-like halo or sparkling with stellar brilliance. They were the 12 universes that maintained the balance of the entire Dragon Ball world. Each sphere containing colossal energy, capable of overturning time and space. In this mysterious realm, a silver-white stream of light suddenly burst forth from the sphere of the 7th universe. This light, like stardust escaping a cage, traced a graceful spiral path through superspace, ultimately merging precisely with the 6th universe adjacent to the 7th. Wherever the stream passed, even time and space rippled with waves. Simultaneously, in the realm of the god of destruction of the 7th universe, the angel Vuis was leisurely savoring a specially crafted cosmic milk tea. Suddenly, his fingers holding the teacup paused slightly, and his usually half-closed eyes opened wider than usual. He elegantly twirled the divine staff in his hand, and a stream of light burst forth from its tip, unfolding a three-dimensional star map in the air. The star map clearly displayed the trajectory of the light stream that had just breached the cosmic barrier. "Oh dear," Vuis sighed in his characteristic tone, a meaningful smile curving his lips. "To break through the cosmic barrier with one's own power, this Saiyan has indeed surprised me." Just as he finished speaking, the light point representing Ye Jian had completely vanished at the boundary of the 7th universe. Vuis gently waved his staff, causing the star map to dissolve into twinkling starlight in the air. As an angel serving the god of destruction, he could indeed sense everything occurring within the 7th universe. However, unless it was a significant event threatening the cosmic balance, he preferred to spend his time enjoying delicacies and napping. Meanwhile, at the boundary of the 6th universe, Ye Jian was traversing the sea of stars at a speed surpassing that of light. Surrounding him was a golden aura, parting the asteroid belt with the sheer force of his powerful energy. The scene before him involuntarily compelled him to slow his pace. Countless celestial bodies sparkled like gems scattered across a canvas of black velvet, radiating a brilliance more intense than that of the 7th universe. The crimson gaseous giant planets harmonized splendidly with the azure oceanic worlds, while nebulae unfurled like spilled palettes of color across the cosmos. Indeed, the energy fluctuations here were starkly different from those of the 7th universe. Ye Jian felt an aura of tranquility coursing through his surroundings, prompting him to murmur softly to himself. He keenly observed that the Saiyans in this universe exuded an energy of righteousness, in stark contrast to their more belligerent kin in the 7th universe. He effortlessly traversed several star systems, ultimately pausing near a verdant planet adorned with 3 moons. The spaceport here was graced with elegantly designed spacecraft, and the trails of ships weaving through the cosmos resembled a tapestry of light. Everything unfolded with such ease that even the angel Bados of this universe remained unaware of his arrival. After all, even angels cannot perpetually monitor every corner of the universe. Ye Jian hovered in the void of space, gazing at the unfamiliar starfield before him, golden flames flickering quietly in the vacuum. His arrival was akin to a stone cast into the still surface of a lake, stirring ripples in this universe suffused with justice. Chapter 34. The Science of the 6th Universe. Ye Jian floated in the cosmic void, enveloped by a faint golden aura. He squinted slightly, peering into the distant depths of the starry sky, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Very well, let us first visit Earth." No sooner had he spoken than his form transformed into a streak of light, tearing through the void at astonishing speed towards the direction of Earth in the 6th universe. The golden flames traced a brilliant arc through the cosmos, dimming the stars in their wake. Yet, just as he was about to reach his destination, he abruptly halted mid-air. Frustration flickered in his eyes as he slapped his forehead, a hint of resignation crossing his features. "I nearly forgot. Earth in the 6th universe has long been rendered extinct." Ye Jian surveyed his surroundings. The vast expanse of the starry sea unfolded before him. Countless stars twinkled with varying luminosities, reminiscent of jewels scattered upon a black velvet cloth. With a gentle sigh, he chose a direction at random. Whatever, I shall go wherever fate leads me. His form transformed into light once more, this time aiming towards a distant planet emanating a soft azure glow. As he drew closer, the surface of the planet became increasingly discernible. Fluffy white clouds floated within the atmosphere, while cities dotted the land like stars in the night sky. This planet, known as Ye, presented a visage utterly unlike that of Earth. Towering structures rose majestically, and throngs of pedestrians filled the streets. Most astonishingly, the inhabitants displayed a myriad of forms: cat-like beings with ears and tails, lizard people covered in scales, and winged avians. They coexisted harmoniously in this bustling metropolis, creating a surreal tableau. Chapter 49. The sixth universe. Ye Jian descended onto a broad avenue, keenly observing everything around him. Shops lined the streets, their windows brimming with a kaleidoscope of goods. The air was perfumed with the aromas of diverse cuisines, mingling with the cacophony of myriad languages. Is this the sixth universe? He mused quietly, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Compared to the war-torn seventh universe, this place indeed radiated peace and tranquility. Yet, his keen senses alerted him to the powerful auras concealed beneath this veneer of serenity. These presences, though subtle, held a formidable strength. After wandering the city for a short while, Ye Jian ascended once more. He navigated through the clouds, surveying this wondrous world from above. Suddenly, a frown creased his brow as he perceived an energy disturbance in the distance. A battle? His form accelerated sharply, racing towards the source of the energy fluctuations. Before long, a desolate planet came into view. Its surface was riddled with craters, the atmosphere thin, and barely a sign of life could be discerned. Amidst a vast expanse of barren land, a fierce battle raged. 5 warriors clad in silver battle attire surrounded a hulking monster, engaged in a fierce struggle. The creature, covered in a tough exoskeleton and wielding 6 arms, each brandishing a different weapon, unleashed a flurry of devastating attacks with each swing. How infuriating! I never expected them to be this formidable. A young warrior gasped, his battle suit bearing numerous tears, fatigue etched upon his face. The middle-aged man known as Captain Su wore a grim expression as he wiped blood from the corner of his mouth, intently commanding, "Maintain formation. Be mindful of its attack patterns." The monster emitted a deafening roar, its 6 arms striking simultaneously, sending forth 6 fierce waves of energy. The warriors hastily evaded, but the energy waves struck the ground, creating deep craters and scattering debris. Ye Jian hovered high above, intrigued by the unfolding battle. His gaze flitted between the combatants, a subtle smile lingering on his lips. This unexpected encounter seemed to herald a more thrilling journey within the sixth universe than he had anticipated. In a remote corner of the universe, on a desolate planet, fierce winds whipped up clouds of dust, painting the sky a murky yellow. In the distance, several crumbling peaks loomed through the swirling sand, seemingly on the verge of being consumed by the harsh environment. Suddenly, a brilliant light streaked across the sky, accompanied by a deafening roar as a figure gradually descended onto this desolate land. Ye Jian, a warrior from an unknown realm, set foot upon this unfamiliar planet. His combat boots sank deeply into the soft sand, kicking up a cloud of dust. He surveyed his surroundings, his sharp gaze penetrating the swirling sandstorm, ultimately locking onto a fierce battle occurring several hundred meters away. Just beyond the horizon, silhouettes were locked in intense combat. Energy beams poured forth like a torrential rain, exploding into a series of deep craters upon the ground. The shockwaves from the explosions rippled outward, causing even the distant peaks to tremble slightly. Ye Jian squinted, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. "Silence," he murmured, disbelief tinging his voice. Indeed, he distinctly sensed the aura emanating from those individuals. It was the unmistakable energy of true Saiyans. However, this energy starkly contrasted with that of the Saiyans he knew from the seventh universe. It was more ferocious, more primal, as if it harbored catastrophic power. Ye Jian focused intently on the combat prowess of these warriors, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The strength of these Saiyans far exceeded his expectations, each possessing battle power surpassing the 1,000,000 mark. They were enveloped in visible energy fluctuations, golden flames roaring amidst the sandstorm, resembling miniature suns. On the opposite end of the battlefield, a small team struggled to hold their ground. A young warrior was struck by an energy wave, crashing heavily against the rocks. Struggling to rise, he shouted hoarsely at his leader, "We cannot continue like this, Captain. We will all perish here." Another team member staggered closer, his armor in tatters, blood seeping from a wound on his forehead. "Yes, Captain, the enemy's strength is overwhelming. We must retreat." The captain, standing tall at the forefront of the team, maintained a combat stance even in this dire situation. He swung his fist fiercely, dispersing an incoming energy wave, and declared resolutely, "No, we cannot retreat. Our escort team has just been formed. This is our first mission, and we cannot abandon it." But the young team members wished to argue, but were silenced by their captain's piercing gaze. Just as this small squad found themselves in a dire predicament, Ye Jian's attention was resolutely fixed on the captain. Through the swirling sand and dust, he discerned the sharply defined features of the other's face, the steadfast gaze, and the distinctive black hair of a Saiyan. Memories surged like a tidal wave, and Ye Jian finally recognized the identity of this individual. This was Lien Suo, the captain of the Lei's defense team from the 6th universe, a formidable warrior said to be of blood relation to Caligula. Ye Jian could distinctly sense that Lien Suo's combat power had reached over 600,000, a remarkable level among the Saiyans of the 6th universe. Lien Suo moved nimbly across the battlefield, each action showcasing his extensive combat experience. He would leap into the air to evade lethal strikes, then swiftly dive in to launch a fierce counterattack. His punches cut through the air with a sharp whoosh, even when facing adversaries far beyond his own strength. He did not flinch. Recalling the legends surrounding Lien Suo, Ye Jian remembered that this legendary warrior had once been the mentor of Gabe, who had deeply trusted him as a senior. Throughout the history of the Lei's defense team, Lien Suo had achieved countless glorious victories, until he was ultimately forced into retirement due to a debilitating leg injury, subsequently recommending Gabe to take over the captaincy. What left a lasting impression on Ye Jian was that during the later convening of the Power Conference, the god of destruction, Kampa, had ordered Gabe to seek out powerful Saiyan warriors to represent the 6th universe. Gabe's first instinct had been to visit this former captain, Lien Suo, which was a testament to Lien Suo's esteemed position in the hearts of the Saiyans of the 6th universe. At this moment, observing Lien Suo's determined fight on the battlefield, Ye Jian clenched his fists. The wind and sand battered his face, yet he remained oblivious, his full attention riveted on the fierce battle ahead. He could sense that this confrontation was evolving in an unpredictable direction, and he, too, seemed inevitably drawn into it. Gabe stood before Lien Suo's humble abode. Sunlight streamed through the dilapidated window panes, casting light onto the dust-laden floor, while a subtle scent of herbs lingered in the air. He took a deep breath and solemnly articulated his purpose, his voice echoing in the stillness of the room. Lien Suo sat on a worn wooden chair, gripping the armrests tightly. His brow furrowed, his face etched with pain and resignation. He slowly raised a trembling hand and pointed to his bandaged legs. His voice low and hoarse. "My leg ailment has rendered me incapable of movement. Even standing has become a challenge. I do not wish to be a burden to the 6th universe, nor do I want to hinder our team at the Power Conference." A flicker of stubbornness flashed in his eyes as he resolutely shook his head. Gabe did not relent. He stepped forward, kneeling on one knee, his gaze unwavering as he looked at Lien Suo. "Mr. Lien Suo, your strength and wisdom are vital to us. Please reconsider." Gabe's voice brimmed with earnestness, his hands instinctively forming fists. Lien Suo paused in silence for a moment, and finally, after Gabe's repeated pleas, he sighed deeply, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. He leaned forward slightly and lowered his voice, saying, "Since you are so insistent, I recommend my sister, Caligula, to take my place. Though she may appear to be a rebellious girl, always causing trouble, her potential far surpasses mine." The corners of Lien Suo's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a hint of pride as he reminisced about his sister's astonishing moments. At that moment, Caligula stood in the training grounds at a distance, sweat trickling down her cheeks as she shattered a massive rock with a single punch, debris scattering in all directions. Her gaze was sharp as an eagle, exuding a wild aura. Her junior, Kair, stood beside her, eyes filled with admiration and resolve. Upon hearing Gabe's invitation, Caligula paused her training, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and grinned. "The Power Conference? That sounds interesting." Kair clenched her fists tightly and nodded. "We will give it our all." The two then decided to represent the Saiyans and set out on their journey alongside Gabe. Meanwhile, Ye Jian was concealed atop a towering cliff. The strong wind tousling his hair, his gaze like lightning, fixated on the training grounds below. He hadn't anticipated encountering Gabe and his companions here, and a thrill surged within him. What a fateful coincidence, he mused quietly, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Ye Jian had departed from the seventh universe because it no longer satisfied his yearning for battle. Although vast, the seventh universe had few formidable opponents who could rival him. Each day felt like a monotonous routine devoid of challenge. The sixth universe, in contrast, was teeming with Saiyans who frequently engaged in various protective missions, making combat a commonplace affair for them. Ye Jian's goal was clear: to challenge the top-tier warriors here and elevate his own strength. Not to mention, the foremost assassin of the sixth universe alone was enough to instill pressure in him. This assassin was elusive and ruthless. Ye Jian had once caught a glimpse of him from afar, and the aura of menace lingered in his memory. There was also Frost, the chilling demon of the sixth universe, whose combat prowess was terrifying, far more perilous than that of Frieza from the seventh universe. In the world of Dragon Ball, had it not been for the seventh universe being the focal point, Frieza could never have surpassed Frost. Ye Jian was acutely aware that only here could he find true adversaries and continually push his limits. Of course, the seventh universe also held a presence that he regarded with trepidation: Beerus. The strength of that god of destruction was unfathomable. Although Ye Jian yearned to challenge powerful foes, he was not yet bold enough to provoke Beerus, at least not at this moment. His focus returned to the training grounds, where Caulifla and Kyer were engaged in intense sparring with Gabe, sweat and dust swirling around them, punches slicing through the air. Just as Caulifla and Kyer began to tire, their breathing becoming labored, Ye Jian suddenly descended from the heavens. His figure shot down like a bolt of lightning, landing steadily in the center of the training ground. Stirring up a cloud of dust, a Saiyan warrior exclaimed, "Captain, someone is coming." All eyes instantly converged on Ye Jian, the air thick with tension and anticipation. "I see him." Lien Sua's pupils constricted abruptly, his face paling to a ghostly white. The approaching aura was as tangible as it was oppressive, nearly rendering him breathless. The atmosphere was suffused with an overwhelming pressure, causing the surrounding debris to tremble slightly. This presence was undeniably formidable. Beads of sweat formed on Lien Sua's forehead as he instinctively clenched his fists. If this was an enemy, the Lei's defense team would likely have no chance to resist, facing annihilation here. In that critical moment, a figure slowly descended from the sky. Ye Jian landed gracefully on the scorched earth, raising a small cloud of dust. As he raised his hand to greet them, "Hello, everyone." Before he could finish, three ominous shadows suddenly sprang forth from the ruins. They were three terrifying monsters, their bodies covered in dark purple scales, and their crimson eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty glint. The foremost creature opened its gaping maw, revealing its ivory fangs, and let out a piercing shriek as it lunged forward. Boom! Ye Jian did not even shift his stance, casually raising his right hand. The monster's sharp claws collided violently against his open palm, producing a dull thud, yet leaving no mark whatsoever. What an ill-mannered fellow! Ye Jian furrowed his brow, his tone tinged with displeasure. Suddenly, his right fist emanated a faint golden glow, surging forward with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Crack! Accompanied by the sickening sound of bones shattering, the creature's chest was entirely pierced. Dark purple blood gushed forth, shimmering with an eerie luster under the sunlight. The combat power of 900,000 was utterly feeble before Ye Jian, akin to mere ants. How? The remaining two creatures emitted anguished cries, simultaneously opening their gaping maws. A pale blue energy rapidly coalesced within their mouths, forming two shockwaves that distorted the air. Where the energy passed, the ground was furrowed into deep ravines, and surrounding debris was instantly reduced to powder. Observing this, Ye Jian merely shook his head, extending his left hand leisurely. Within his palm, dazzling golden bolts of lightning spun rapidly in a swastika pattern, converging and producing a heart-stopping crackling sound. With a gentle push of his wrist, a more robust golden shockwave howled forth. Boom! The deafening explosion reverberated through the heavens. The golden shockwave, akin to a furious tide, engulfed the two pale blue energies, relentlessly crashing into the two creatures. In the blinding light, their bodies shattered into countless fragments, ultimately transforming into a cloud of dissipating energy dust, leaving no trace behind. Lien Suo and his comrades stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. They even forgot to breathe, staring blankly at this enigmatic powerhouse before them. The battle that could have annihilated their entire battalion had concluded so effortlessly in the presence of this individual. Ye Jian nonchalantly brushed off non-existent dust from his sleeves. Now it is quiet. He turned around, his golden pupils glimmering with a mysterious light under the sun, offering a gentle smile to Lien Suo and the others. Greetings. Lien Su suddenly snapped back to reality, suppressing the shock in his heart, and stepped forward to salute with military precision. His voice trembled slightly. Greetings, I am Lien Suo, captain of the Lhasa defense team. May I inquire who you are? Despite maintaining an outward calm, his right hand remained firmly at his waist, near his energy gun. In this perilous world, the sudden appearance of a strong individual was an unknown variable, friend or foe. The air was still thick with the acrid scent of energy collisions, and a gentle breeze swirled the dust at their feet, dancing amidst the group. Lien Suo could feel his heart pounding like a drum in his chest as he intently observed Ye Jian's every movement, awaiting the response of this mysterious warrior. I am Saiyan Ye Jian. Ye Jian narrowed his eyes slightly, tentatively revealing his name, his voice deep and powerful, as if stirring invisible ripples in the air. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, discreetly scanning the three Saiyans before him, attempting to glean any signs of familiarity or astonishment from their expressions. Although he had already surmised that in this unfamiliar world, there might not exist another Saiyan named Ye Jian, he still clung to a glimmer of hope to confirm this possibility. Saiyan! The three Saiyans exclaimed in unison, their bodies, once taut like bowstrings, now relaxed as if released by an unseen force. The foremost Saiyan, Lien Suo, stepped forward, astonishment flickering in his eyes, which then transformed into relief. Taking a deep breath, he sensed the familiar and potent aura emanating from Ye Jian, a unique energy wave perceptible only to Saiyans, akin to a blazing flame burning in the darkness. Lien Suo's lips curled into a friendly smile, and his companions behind him eased their tense muscles, their clenched fists gradually loosening. Chapter 51. Respect. In this universe, Saiyans are renowned for their justice and valor, revered guardians admired by countless planets. And the emergence of Ye Jian undoubtedly instilled an inexplicable sense of familiarity and reassurance in them. Greetings, we are also Saiyans. Lien Suo's voice was gentle and steady as he took another step forward, locking eyes with Ye Jian. Ye Jian, are you also a Saiyan from Shalata Planet? His inquiry carried a hint of probing, for in this universe, Shalata Planet was the sole home of the Saiyans, the common root of all Saiyans. Lien Suo's hands gently spread open, making a friendly gesture as if to demonstrate his sincerity to Ye Jian. Ye Jian shook his head, his gaze still sharp, but tinged with a profound reminiscence. No, he replied calmly yet with an undeniable strength. I was not born on Shalata Planet, but rather on Vegeta Star. He slowly uttered the name, as if revealing a long-buried secret. Vegeta Star, the homeland of the Saiyans in the 7th universe. A once glorious planet now lost to the annals of history. Vegeta Star? Lien Suo's brow furrowed slightly, while the two Saiyans behind him wore expressions of confusion. They exchanged glances, seemingly seeking answers in each other's eyes, but ultimately shook their heads. To them, Vegeta Star was a name entirely foreign, as if it belonged to a legend from another time and space. Ye Jian understood this was not unexpected. In this universe, the existence of Vegeta Star might have long been forgotten, like a shooting star streaking across the night sky, brief and brilliant, yet no one remembers its path. The planet I hail from has been destroyed. Ye Jian's voice grew somber, carrying a barely perceptible weight. I am the sole survivor. His gaze turned distant, as if penetrating the barriers of time and space, returning to a once war-torn and glorious homeland. His fist clenched slightly, knuckles whitening from the pressure. But he soon relaxed his grip. Those memories were scars etched into his very being, never to fade, yet needing no constant reminder. Lien Suo fell silent for a moment, a flicker of sympathy in his eyes, but more so a profound respect for a strong individual. He stepped forward, extending his hand in a gesture of invitation. I see. Brother Ye Jian, his tone grew more sincere. Would you be interested in joining our Lhasa defense team? We have been searching for powerful individuals like you to collectively safeguard the peace of this universe. Upon hearing this, a faint smile graced Ye Jian's lips. imbued with a hint of nonchalance and freedom. Ha ha! His laughter echoed across the open space, akin to a breeze of liberty. Over the years, I have grown accustomed to my solitary freedom, unrestrained and unconfined. His gaze swept over Lien Suo and his companions, ultimately settling on the distant horizon. Perhaps it is best to decline. Lien Suo was momentarily at a loss for words. He opened his mouth, but found himself unable to counter. Those with strength naturally possess the right to choose their own paths. This is the fundamental principle in the world of Saiyans. He sighed inwardly, a thought creeping into his mind. Perhaps even the leader of the Lhasa defense team would not surpass this enigmatic Saiyan before him. Though this notion seemed somewhat exaggerated, it lingered in his thoughts. On the desolate surface of the planet, sandstorms raged, and debris lay strewn about. In the distance, several bare peaks appeared hazily beneath the yellowish sky, occasionally disturbed by gusts of wind that whipped up sand and stones, swirling in the air. Ye Jian stood amidst the remnants of crumbled walls, his black battle suit rustling in the wind, while his golden hair remained resplendent even in the dim light. Lien Suo stood before him. Behind him rested a uniquely designed spaceship. The surface of the spacecraft gleamed with a metallic luster, remaining pristine amidst the swirling sands, evidently coated with a special protective layer. Behind Lien Suo, several Saiyan companions busily examined the spacecraft's data, occasionally glancing around with vigilance. Ye Jian, since you are reluctant to elaborate, why not join us for a visit to our planet Shalada? Lien Suo stepped forward, the gravel beneath his feet crunching softly. He extended his right hand in an inviting gesture, the battle power detector on his wrist flickering with a faint blue light. Ye Jian raised an eyebrow slightly, the golden hue of his pupils shimmering in the dim light. He surveyed the desolate landscape, realizing there was little to miss in this barren world. In the distance, several massive rocks trembled in the gusty winds, as if on the verge of collapse. Very well, Ye Jian nodded gently, striding towards the spacecraft. His steps were steady and powerful, leaving clear footprints on the soft sand, only to be swiftly buried by the winds. The spacecraft's hatch slid open silently, revealing a brightly lit interior that starkly contrasted with the dim surroundings. Ye Jian bent slightly as he entered the cabin, feeling a refreshing breeze greet him. The seats within were crafted from a unique material, soft yet resilient to the touch. The control panel was adorned with a myriad of buttons, each glowing in various colors, while several screens displayed real-time data from both inside and outside the spacecraft. Lien Suo followed closely behind, shutting the hatch with ease. Approaching the control panel, he deftly entered a series of commands, causing the spacecraft to tremble slightly before it ascended smoothly. Through the porthole, the desolate planet below swiftly diminished in size, ultimately becoming a mere speck in the vast cosmos. Speaking of which, Lien Suo turned to face Ye Jian, leaning against the edge of the control panel, arms crossed. His gaze scrutinized Ye Jian with evident curiosity. Just how formidable is your battle power? The data we previously detected is entirely at odds with what I perceive now. Ye Jian reclined in his seat, idly toying with the control panel on the armrest. His fingertips glided over its smooth surface, a faint smile gracing his lips. That question? Ye Jian raised his head, his golden eyes appearing particularly profound under the cabin lights. Let's just say it exceeds yours by a considerable margin. The specific figures are inconsequential. Lien Suo furrowed his brow involuntarily as the detector on his wrist flickered again, the displayed numbers fluctuating erratically. The Saiyan companions behind him exchanged puzzled glances, evidently bewildered by the situation. Incredible, Lien Suo shook his head, taking a seat opposite Ye Jian. While the Saiyans of Shalada also understand the use of qi, none have ever been able to conceal their presence as perfectly as you do, let alone possess such astonishing battle power. Ye Jian chuckled softly, his gaze drifting towards the stars racing past the porthole. Memories of rigorous training flashed through his mind, sweating profusely in the gravity chamber, battling countless formidable foes in the virtual arena, and breaking through one barrier after another in extreme conditions. Everyone has their unique path of cultivation, Ye Jian remarked, his right hand unconsciously clenching, knuckles turning slightly white. What matters is finding the direction that suits oneself. Lien Suo nodded thoughtfully, about to speak again when the spacecraft suddenly vibrated slightly. The central screen of the control panel illuminated, revealing a verdant planet rapidly approaching. We have arrived, Lien Suo stood, pride evident in his tone. Welcome to Shalada, the home of the Saiyans of the Sixth Universe. Ye Jian also rose, gazing through the porthole at the increasingly close planet. The emerald land masses were surrounded by azure oceans, with white clouds drifting leisurely among them. Unlike the desolation of planet Vegeta in the seventh universe, this world was brimming with vitality. As the spacecraft entered the atmosphere, a gentle tremor coursed through the cabin. Ye Jian felt his heartbeat quicken, not only due to stepping into a new realm, but also because he knew he was about to embark on an entirely new journey. Chapter 52, Paradise. Speaking of which, Lien Suo suddenly interjected, disrupting Ye Jian's thoughts. What did you mean when you said we are unaware of the existence of Super Saiyans? Ye Jian turned his head, golden hair shimmering in the cabin's glow. A mysterious smile graced his lips as he replied, "You'll find out soon enough." The color defense team was newly established, and their current mastery of chi control techniques was far from sufficient to completely conceal their strength. As the spacecraft traversed the cosmos, the starlight outside the porthole sparkled like myriad diamonds embedded in deep black velvet. When the star system housing Shalata gradually came into view, Ye Jian instinctively held his breath. The planet, located at the edge of a spiral galaxy's arm, shimmered with a pale gray hue under the stellar light, hinting at a mysterious blue. As Lien Suo skillfully maneuvered the spacecraft into the planet's orbit, the immense world appeared to awaken, slowly revealing its magnificent visage. "This is Shalata," Ye Jian whispered, unconsciously pressing his hands against the cold porthole. As the spacecraft descended through the crystalline atmosphere, the violent vibrations forced Ye Jian to grasp the armrests tightly. Through the porthole, he beheld rolling clouds resembling massive white waves, glimmering with golden edges under the sun's rays. Below, the cerulean ocean stretched endlessly, dotted with islands like scattered emeralds. Towering mountains pierced the clouds, their summits cloaked in eternal snow, glistening brilliantly in the sunlight. As the spacecraft skimmed low, Ye Jian could even discern waterfalls cascading down cliffs like silver ribbons, creating a mist at the valley's base. Even more astonishing were the modern cities interspersed among the natural landscapes. Towering structures gleamed with metallic luster in the sunlight, while airborne vehicles traced luminous paths through the airways. Even from high above, one could sense the vibrant life and rich civilization of this city, in stark contrast to the dark red hues of planet Vegeta in his memory. The sights before him felt almost paradisiacal. Ye Jian couldn't help but reminisce about the rugged metal buildings of planet Vegeta, perpetually shrouded in a dark crimson sky, where the air was thick with the scent of battle. Yet this planet before him was filled with life and hope. "Incredible," Ye Jian murmured, his fingertips gliding gently over the porthole. "Is this truly the planet where the Saiyans of the sixth universe reside?" Everything stood in stark contrast to the seventh universe, yet on some level, maintained a wondrous similarity. Is this the magic of the twin universes? Ye Jian pondered, lost in thought, until Lien Suo's voice pulled him back to reality. The spacecraft finally landed in a secluded area on the city's outskirts. Lien Suo swiftly unbuckled his seatbelt, offering Ye Jian a bright smile. "All right, Ye Jian, let's disembark." As the hatch opened slowly, a refreshing breeze carrying the scent of vegetation enveloped them. Ye Jian inhaled deeply, stepping onto this enchanting land. Lien Suo stood before the towering structures, hesitating for a moment. He glanced at Ye Jian beside him, internally deliberating. The sunlight streamed through the clouds, illuminating the metallic exterior of the color defense team's headquarters, reflecting dazzling rays. Lien Suo took a deep breath, ultimately deciding against bringing Ye Jian inside. After all, Ye Jian was not a member of the defense team, and crossing that threshold would likely lead to unnecessary complications with the older, more obstinate members, making the situation even more awkward. "Let's go," Lien Suo murmured, turning down another path. Ye Jian nodded, silently following behind. His gaze swept across the surroundings, attuning itself to the ambient aura. An oppressive atmosphere permeated the air, as if even the wind carried an air of vigilance. Ye Jian furrowed his brow slightly. The highest combat power here barely reached the million level, which truly left him disheartened. What puzzled him even more was the fact that such formidable Saiyans could not transcend the Super Saiyan threshold, a situation that seemed utterly ludicrous. The two traversed a dense thicket, the fallen leaves crunching beneath their feet. Lien Suo's home was nestled at the end of a secluded alley, a modest yet tidy cottage. Outside stood two figures, a petite girl bouncing towards them. She had a mane of black hair standing on end like a hedgehog, clad in loose, rebellious attire. Despite being a Saiyan, Her tail was conspicuously absent. "Brother, you're back!" The girl exclaimed excitedly, seizing Liansua's arm and shaking it vigorously. Mischievous glints flickered in her eyes, accompanied by a smirk of pride. Ye Jian immediately recognized her as Liansua's sister, Caulifla. This so-called genius girl of the Saiyans possessed a flamboyant personality, often exhibiting a brash demeanor that suggested an air of superiority. Yet, she was not entirely rude. On the path to power, she was more earnest than anyone else. Though her actions resembled those of a tomboy, she still exhibited appropriate manners on suitable occasions. "Indeed, I have returned," Liansua replied gently, patting her shoulder with a hint of indulgence. At this moment, Caulifla had yet to attain her future towering stature, still retaining a youthful, somewhat naive demeanor. With her arrogance and pride not yet fully manifested, she tilted her head, curiously scrutinizing Ye Jian, her gaze laced with a hint of provocation. "Who is this?" Caulifla inquired, her tone tinged with disdain. "A friend," Liansua answered succinctly, offering no further elaboration. Caulifla pursed her lips, clearly unsatisfied with this response. But she refrained from pressing further and instead turned and bounced into the house. Ye Jian remained rooted in place, surveying the environment. The alley was flanked by weathered walls, with a few wild grasses defiantly sprouting from the cracks. Distant bird songs shattered the afternoon tranquility. He took a deep breath, absorbing the essence of the land. And a complex emotion surged within him. Everything here seemed tranquil, yet concealed countless struggles and conflicts. "Come, let me introduce you to someone," Liansua said, slightly turning his body, his gaze softening as it settled on Ye Jian, his tone carrying a weight of seriousness. "Ye Jian, this is a friend of mine." Upon hearing this, Caulifla immediately leaped over like an agile kitten, circling Ye Jian twice. Her eyes sparkled with brightness and sharpness, as if examining a rare treasure. She tilted her head, hands on her hips, a sly smile gracing her lips. "Oh, brother's friend? Let me take a good look." As she spoke, she leaned closer to Ye Jian, nearly pressing her face against his, her earnest demeanor rendering him somewhat uncomfortable. Not bad at all." Caulifla suddenly halted, clapping her hands together, which produced a crisp sound. Her face blossoming into a radiant smile, seemingly quite pleased with Ye Jian's appearance and demeanor. Ye Jian stood motionless, his expression impassive. Yet internally he felt a sense of helplessness. The exuberant young girl left him momentarily at a loss for words. Liansua observed his sister's antics and could not help but facepalm, an embarrassed expression crossing his face. He had anticipated Caulifla would offer some profound remark, yet she merely delivered a casual appraisal. He quickly cast an apologetic glance at Ye Jian, then turned to the still figure of a man standing behind him. "Jielifu, do you have business here?" Liansua inquired, a hint of confusion lacing his voice. Jielifu was a communication scion, responsible for conveying messages and assigning tasks on the planet Shalada. He donned a lightweight silver uniform, adorned with a badge signifying his role as a messenger, his expression serious and focused. "This is a task assigned by the leader for the Lei's defense team," Jielifu stated, producing a mission list from his pocket and presenting it to Liansua with both hands. His movements were swift and precise, yet his eyes betrayed a subtle gravity. Liansua took the mission list, his gaze swiftly scanning its contents, and his countenance abruptly shifted. Chapter 53. The pirate group. His fingers trembled slightly as the words on the list seemed to bear an immense weight, causing his breath to quicken. "With our Lei's defense team's capabilities, it is unlikely we can accomplish this task," Liansua spoke in a low voice, evident concern coloring his tone. "Can it be assigned to another team?" Jielifu sighed and shook his head. "Captain Liansua, the other teams are still engaged in their missions and have yet to return. The situation is urgent. There are no other options." His tone was imbued with resignation, clearly indicating that this was not a situation he wished to see unfold. As a communicator, he could only relay commands but had no power to alter task allocations. Liansua's expression darkened further. He gripped the mission list tightly, his knuckles turning pale from the pressure. Despite the unease swelling within him, he knew there was no retreat at this moment. "Very well, I shall give it a try. I cannot guarantee success." His voice bore a hint of fatigue, yet remained resolute. Jielifu nodded, his expression easing slightly. "All right, I will report back to the leader." He added, "If you complete this task, the reward will be substantial." With that, he turned and headed toward the small spacecraft parked nearby. The cabin door slowly closed, and the vessel emitted a low hum before ascending and vanishing into the distant sky. "Brother, what's wrong?" Caligula inquired curiously, leaning over to snatch the mission list from Lien Sua's hands. Upon catching a glimpse of the task's details, her eyes widened in shock, and she gasped, the list slipping from her grasp and landing on the ground with a crisp sound. "How is this possible?" Her voice brimmed with disbelief, as if she had encountered something utterly implausible. Lienzo bent down, his rough fingers gently picking up the yellowed paper, his gaze falling upon the twisted and unfamiliar characters inscribed upon it. His brow furrowed slightly, confusion and bewilderment evident in his eyes. "What do these words mean?" he murmured to himself, a note of helplessness lacing his voice. "I cannot comprehend them at all." Lien Sua stood nearby, observing Ye Jian's bewildered expression, and couldn't he help but chuckle softly. He reached out, patting Ye Jian's shoulder, and spoke in a relaxed tone. "Ye Jian, you were not born here, so it's natural that you cannot read these words. Allow me to explain." As he spoke, Lien Sua took the paper from Ye Jian's hand, his fingertips gliding over the characters as if tracing a long-buried memory. His gaze deepened, and his tone grew increasingly solemn. "Do you know? Life for Saiyans here is not as simple as one might imagine. They require money to sustain their livelihoods, and the source of this wealth comes from completing various tasks in exchange for rewards." He paused momentarily before continuing. "The distribution of task rewards is such that the headquarters takes 30%, while the Saiyans executing the tasks receive 70%. This distribution method resembles those tiered missions found in fantastical worlds, with varying levels of difficulty." Lien Sua's voice gradually lowered, as if recounting an ancient and mysterious tale. He elaborated on the classification of tasks. Class A tasks are the most perilous, often involving life and death struggles, and only the most elite Saiyans dare to undertake them. Class B tasks, while slightly less daunting, still require formidable strength to accomplish. Class C and D tasks are relatively simple. In particular, D-class tasks can be effortlessly managed by even the most ordinary Saiyans. Class C tasks typically involve mundane errands, such as assisting others in locating lost items. Although the rewards are modest, they at least provide a means for basic subsistence. As Lien Sua spoke, a flicker of complex emotion passed through his gaze, and above all this, there exists an even more terrifying task classification, Class S. Only 2 such tasks have ever been assigned at headquarters, and throughout history, no one has dared to accept them. At this point, Lien Sua's tone became suddenly grave. He inhaled deeply and slowly stated, "The task I have been assigned is to assassinate the Onlian pirate group. This task is classified as B-level. While not the highest, it is by no means easy." A glimmer of resolve shone in his eyes, as if he had already prepared himself to face all challenges. The air around them seemed to grow heavier with his words, and in the distance, the haunting sound of the wind echoed, as if foreshadowing impending dangers and uncertainties. Within the base of the Lei's defense team, light streamed through the vast glass windows, illuminating Lien Sua's furrowed brow. He held tightly onto a task briefing, the edges of the paper slightly crumpled from his grip. A B-level task, and one of the highest difficulty at that, compelled him to take a deep breath. The air was thick with the scent of metal and oil, while distant shouts from team members training echoed, yet these sounds seemed unable to dispel the gloom that hung over him. Lien Sua recalled a recent mission on a desolate planet, which was merely the lowest tier of B-level difficulty, yet it had left him and his team exhausted. On that barren planet, sandstorms raged, visibility was minimal, and they were forced to contend with both harsh conditions and unknown foes. Ultimately, although the task was barely completed, Lien Sua knew that the experience had nearly drained all of his energy. Now, facing this highest-level B-class task, an invisible pressure bore down upon him like a boulder on his chest, nearly suffocating him. Currently, the Lei's defense team consisted of only a handful of members. Aside from Lien Sua, the captain with combat power exceeding 600,000, the other team members mostly possessed only around 200,000. In this world of the planet Chalada, where strength reigns supreme, such a configuration was evidently inadequate for high-difficulty tasks. Lien Sua surveyed his surroundings. Several flags adorned the walls of the base, symbolizing the team's past honors. Yet now, those accolades seemed shrouded in shadow. The planet Chalada was home to numerous teams, and the Lei's defense team had yet to reach the pinnacle of excellence. Many skilled individuals from the original text had yet to join, leaving them in a middling position. Lien Sua couldn't help but sigh, his fingers absent-mindedly tapping the table, producing a dull sound. The task had been assigned from above, leaving Lien Suo with no room for refusal. He recalled the costs associated with the team's daily operations, energy supplies, weapon maintenance, and member salaries. Each burden felt like a mountain pressing down upon his shoulders. The Saiyans of the Sixth Universe are renowned for their sense of justice, forbidding plundering or destruction, and their lives are orderly and structured. Yet this does not imply that they can live easily. Here, survival resembles an endless cycle of labor, where only through the completion of tasks can one earn corresponding rewards. Lien Suo smiled wryly, shaking his head. This sensation weighed heavily upon him. Is the Onlian pirate group really formidable? Ye Jian's voice suddenly broke the silence, pulling Lien Suo from his reverie. Having just arrived from the Seventh Universe, Ye Jian was brimming with curiosity about everything here. He resembled a naive youth stepping into a bustling city, his eyes sparkling as he incessantly asked questions. His hands gestured animatedly, as if attempting to comprehend this unfamiliar world through movement. Hey, how could you not know this? Carifula leaped forward, hands on her hips, a triumphant smirk adorning her face. Her movements were agile and vivacious, her golden hair shimmering under the light. The Onlian pirate group is a notorious cosmic pirate legion. Their strength is unparalleled. Just recently, they even conquered an entire star system. As she spoke, she animatedly waved her arms, mimicking the chaotic battles of cosmic warships, as if she had personally experienced those thrilling encounters. Lien Suo interjected, his tone serious and somber. Indeed, it was fortunate that Mr. Frost from the Cosmic Merchants Association intervened in time to rescue that star system and temporarily repel the Onlian pirate group. His gaze seemed to pierce through the walls of the base, gazing into the distant starlit sky. Chapter 54. Hypocrite in that moment. A trace of barely perceptible worry flickered in his eyes. What? Frost? Ye Jian exclaimed, suddenly leaping from his seat, his fists clenched tightly, unable to contain his outburst. His face was a canvas of shock and fury, as if he had heard something utterly inconceivable. That hypocrite, Frost. The image of Frost's duplicitous smile and his nefarious deeds in the Seventh Universe flashed through Ye Jian's mind. His breath quickened, flames igniting in his eyes, as if he were ready to charge out and confront the enemy behind that name. The atmosphere within the base grew tense, and both Lien Suo and Carifula glanced at Ye Jian simultaneously, their expressions filled with doubt and concern. Outside, the sky above Shalata gradually donned the hues of dusk, while the three inside seemed ensnared at the heart of an impending storm. Do you know him, Brother Ye Jian? Lien Suo's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze inquisitive as he spoke, unconsciously tapping his fingers on the table, producing a faint clicking sound. Ye Jian hesitated for a moment, quickly adjusting his expression, managing to force a smile. I don't know him. His tone was calm, yet a tumult of emotions churned within him. In this foreign land, apart from Bados, it was unlikely that anyone truly understood Frost's true nature. Ye Jian silently clenched his fists, his nails nearly digging into his palms, yet he ultimately said nothing further. He could not disclose to Lien Suo that the revered Frost was, in fact, a complete hypocrite, the mastermind behind all the schemes. Such a truth was too harsh, and revealing it would only incite unnecessary chaos. Sighing, Lien Suo remarked, "It appears this situation has become somewhat troublesome." He sighed heavily, rubbing his temples, his face etched with fatigue and helplessness. Slowly, he stood, his steps heavy as he walked deeper into the room, his silhouette appearing particularly desolate in the fading sunlight. Carifula and Ye Jian exchanged glances, silently following behind him, their footsteps echoing in the empty corridor. As nightfall descended, stars dotted the vast sky. During dinner, Ye Jian sat at the table, his gaze sweeping over the food, momentarily taken aback. He widened his eyes, nearly unable to believe what he saw. Was this truly a Saiyan dinner? The plates were filled with ordinary vegetables and meats. Though varied and aesthetically pleasing, the portions were dismally scant, barely filling large bowls. Lacking the boldness one would expect from Saiyan meals, Ye Jian felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. This amount barely satisfied a fraction of his hunger. However, he could not reveal his discontent, suppressing the gnawing hunger within, and discreetly retrieved a senzu bean from his pocket, slipping it into his food unnoticed, swallowing it whole. Although the living conditions appeared satisfactory, and the dishes were quite exquisite, this meager serving was simply intolerable. Brother Ye Jian, what are your plans moving forward? After the meal, Lien Suo casually inquired while clearing the tableware. His tone was calm, Yet Ye Jian could discern the probing intent behind his words. Setting down his bowl and chopsticks, Ye Jian gently wiped the corners of his mouth with his sleeve. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, I intend to reside here for a while. How about this? I will assist you in completing these tasks, and you can share a portion of the reward with me. He understood the wisdom of adapting to local customs and was reluctant to disrupt the established order, lest he provoke the enmity of the entire Saiyan clan. Although he was not afraid of conflict, it was better to avoid trouble when possible. Oh, Lien Suo's eyes instantly lit up as if struck by lightning. He fixated intently on Ye Jian, his voice tinged with barely contained excitement. Brother Ye Jian, are you certain? His heart raced, and visions of successful tasks began to form in his mind. With a formidable ally like Ye Jian, the initially daunting tasks might indeed become significantly easier. Ye Jian's lips curled into a confident smile, his gaze calm, yet imbued with undeniable strength. Of course, I have no interest in joining the defense team of Shala de Xing, but since you are my friend, I am more than willing to help you. He paused briefly, a hint of playful intrigue in his tone. How about this? After this, you can go to your headquarters and take an A-level mission, and I will accompany you to complete it. Gulyalu. Lien Suo involuntarily swallowed, his throat dry as if sandpapered. An A-level mission. That was a level many seasoned warriors would hesitate to tackle, yet Ye Jian mentioned it so casually. A storm of emotions surged within him, a mix of anticipation and trepidation. Hey, are you sure you can manage it? Carla Fu La interjected, unable to restrain herself, her brow slightly furrowed with skepticism. Though she was direct by nature, she was not yet the proud and arrogant warrior she would become in the future, still harboring some reservations about Ye Jian's capabilities. Ye Jian chuckled lightly, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Naturally. If you doubt me, come, let us step outside and have a friendly contest. He slowly raised his right hand, extending a long finger with a relaxed yet provocative tone. I will only use one finger to fight both of you. If you can make me take even a single step back, you win. All right. Carla Fu La readily agreed, her eyes igniting with the flames of battle, seemingly eager to prove herself. However, Lien Suo could not help but furrow his brow. Ye Jian's words seemed a tad too audacious. He pondered silently. If Ye Jian were to unleash his full strength with both hands and feet, perhaps he could accept it, but merely using one finger? That was an utter disregard for the two of them. Nevertheless, he kept these thoughts to himself, burying them deep within. The three arrived at a spacious training ground. The ground was laid with hard alloy, surrounded by towering energy barriers, and the air was infused with a faint scent of metal and sweat. Sunlight poured through the overhead skylights, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Ye Jian stood at the center of the arena, his posture as upright as a pine tree, while Carla Fu La and Lien Suo took their positions on either side, their gazes sharp as blades. Come on, Ye Jian's voice was calm and unwavering, as if inviting them to a light-hearted game. Carla Fu La and Lien Suo exchanged a glance, instinctively forming a pincer attack formation. Their figures shimmered in the sunlight, like leopards poised to pounce. Suddenly, with a whoosh, both of their forms vanished, leaving behind only a blurred afterimage. Carla Fu La launched the first attack, her fists slicing through the air with a fierce wind, targeting Ye Jian's side. Lien Suo followed from behind, attempting a sweeping kick aimed at Ye Jian's lower region to disrupt his balance. Yet, Ye Jian remained utterly still, merely lifting that one finger. He stood like a rock, unwavering. Lien Suo and Carla Fu La darted around the training ground, creating flurries of afterimages. Their speed was astonishing, stirring up clouds of dust. The air split by the sound of their swift movements. However, to Ye Jian, their rapid motions appeared as though unfolding in slow motion. His gaze remained fixed upon them, as if he were admiring a meticulously choreographed dance. Bang! Just as Lien Suo's fist was about to strike Ye Jian's back, Ye Jian did not even turn his head. He casually raised his left hand, the long finger precisely intercepting the powerful sneak attack. The moment their fingers made contact, a crisp sound of impact echoed. What? How is this possible? Lien Suo's eyes widened in disbelief as he realized that his full-force strike had been effortlessly blocked by a mere finger. The hard sensation transmitted through his arm left it tingling, as if he had struck unyielding alloy instead of flesh and blood. And I'm not done yet. Chapter 55. Carla Fu La ya. Carla Fu La shouted, leaping into the air from behind Lien Suo. Her fists rained down upon Ye Jian's head like a torrential downpour. the wind from her strikes howling, creating numerous afterimages. Yet Ye Jian seemed to possess an uncanny foresight, his head merely swaying slightly from side to side. Each heavy punch merely grazing the tips of his hair, never even brushing against his clothing. Lien Sua's combat power barely exceeded 600,000, while Carlefeu's was just above 100,000. Faced with Ye Jian's overwhelming combat power of 30 million, their assaults resembled children frolicking with a giant. The air in the training ground stirred between the three, dust swirling in the sunlight, reflecting the stark disparity of their powers. As Carlefeu's onslaught intensified, her fists traced countless trajectories in the air, yet she could not even graze Ye Jian. Panting heavily, she retreated 10 steps, swiftly forming hand seals before her chest, gathering a dazzling energy shockwave. With a clear shout, the energy wave shot toward Ye Jian's face with a sound that pierced the air. Ye Jian remained unfazed, simply lifting his right hand, his finger lightly brushing against the energy wave. The force capable of obliterating mountains came to a standstill in front of his fingertip, as if it had struck an invisible wall. Ye Jian let out a soft grunt from his throat, and an overwhelming gust of wind erupted around him. The violent air surged outward from his center, cracking the training ground's surface and sending debris flying into the air. Lien Sua and Carlefeu were sent hurtling away like kites severed from their strings, tracing arcs through the air before crashing heavily onto the ground dozens of meters away. As the dust gradually settled, Ye Jian stood in place, his clothing fluttering in the residual wind. He watched the two struggling to rise in the distance, a faint smile gracing his lips. To him, this training was merely a warm-up. Carlefeu and Lien Sua's forms fell like meteors cast by immense force, crashing onto the hard alloy surface of the training ground. The harsh sound of friction erupted as their shoes scraped against the ground, leaving deep, charred marks, while sparks and debris flew, glinting dangerously in the sunlight. Almost immediately after stabilizing their positions, the two exchanged a knowing glance. Carlefeu gathered a searing orange flame between her palms, while Lien Sua assumed a standard combat stance, azure energy swirling at his fingertips. With a powerful shout, dozens of energy blasts tore through the air, descending upon the position Ye Jian had previously occupied with overwhelming force. These energy blasts were not mere straightforward attacks. They traced bizarre arcs in the air, sealing off all avenues for evasion. Boom, boom, boom. The first wave of explosions unleashed a tidal wave of energy, causing the specially designed protective barriers of the training ground to tremble violently, emitting a strained hum under the immense pressure. Following the second wave, a third barrage of energy orbs descended in rapid succession, akin to a torrential downpour. Each orb that struck the ground erupted into deep craters several meters wide, the searing shockwaves melting the surrounding metallic surface into a glowing crimson liquid, while the splattering lava traced dazzling arcs in the air. The entire training ground resembled a scene from an apocalyptic nightmare, as chaotic energy currents intertwined above, creating a lethal web of light, with the deafening explosions resonating continuously. Suddenly, the thick smoke generated by the explosions began to swirl ominously, forming a massive black vortex, which was then forcibly compressed and condensed by an unseen force. Oh dear, will he be all right? Carlefeu knelt on one knee, sweat trickling down her determined chin, evaporating into white vapor upon hitting the searing ground. Lien Su gasped for breath, his chest heaving rapidly. It should be fine. Before he could finish speaking, a blinding purple light erupted from the condensed black smoke. This light, sharp as a tangible blade, instantly tore through the smoke, banishing it. As visibility cleared, Ye Jian remained standing in place, not a speck of dust touching his clothing. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth, his gaze laced with a hint of mockery. How about that? Do you believe now? Lien Su and Carlefeu nodded vigorously in unison, their movements synchronized as if rehearsed. We must believe. The overwhelming energy bombardment had left them unscathed, an experience that surpassed their understanding of true strength. Ye Jian gently raised his hand, the purple lightning dancing around his fingertips gradually dissipating. This is merely the beginning. His voice, though soft, momentarily stilled the air within the training ground. The morning sunlight streamed through the windows, casting brilliant patches of light upon the metallic floor. A faint aroma of machine oil mixed with sweat lingered in the air. Training equipment stood neatly arranged at the edges of the field, with several energy detectors emitting a soft hum. Lien Su stood at the center of the training ground, his deep blue combat suit dusted lightly. As his gaze swept over the 5 assembled team members, the members of the Lhasa defense team displayed various expressions. Some nervously rubbed their hands together, while others instinctively adjusted their combat suits' collars. "Gentlemen," Lien Su's voice echoed across the spacious training ground. "We have received a new mission." Immediately, the team members straightened their backs, their eyes locking onto their captain. Lien Su took a deep breath, his right hand drawing an arc through the air to project a hologram. The projection revealed a menacing pirate crew emblem featuring crossed bone blades, with a burning skull hovering above. "Our mission is to eradicate the Lien pirate crew." Lien Su's voice was steady and authoritative. "The difficulty level is high A class." "What?" A short-haired Saiyan stepped forward sharply, the sound of his combat boots scraping against the metallic floor piercing the air. "Captain, can we really accomplish a task of this level?" Another shorter team member unconsciously clenched his fists, knuckles whitening from the strain. "I've heard their leader's combat power exceeds 800,000. Considering our current strength." Lien Su listened quietly to his team members' discussions, yet his gaze involuntarily drifted to the shadows in the corner of the training ground. There, a tall figure leaned against the wall, arms crossed over his chest, his red combat suit barely visible in the dim light. "I understand everyone's concerns." Lien Su raised his hand to signal for silence. "This mission indeed surpasses our usual difficulty." However, he paused deliberately, observing the puzzled expressions on his team members' faces. A slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth. "We have a special ally this time, tasked with confronting their leader." Just then, steady footsteps emerged from the shadows of the training ground. Ye Jian stepped slowly into the light, the sun illuminating his chiseled features. With each step he took, the metallic ground trembled subtly, echoing the immense power he harbored within. "Captain Lien Su." A long-haired Saiyan's eyes widened in astonishment, silver strands glinting in the sunlight. "Is the ally you mentioned Ye Jian?" Ye Jian came to a halt beside Lien Su, his calm gaze sweeping over each team member present. His arrival intensified the already tense atmosphere, as an invisible pressure enveloped the air. Several team members instinctively took a half-step back, sensing the formidable aura emanating from this unfamiliar Saiyan. Indeed, Lien Su patted Ye Jian's shoulder, the sound crisp and resonant. "With brother Ye Jian's assistance, we shall surely accomplish this mission." A brief silence settled over the training ground, punctuated only by the continuous hum of the energy detectors and the slightly hurried breaths of a nervous team member. Sunlight filtered through the window, casting mottled shadows on Ye Jian's red combat suit, making him appear as a war god poised for action. In that case, the long-haired Saiyan inhaled deeply, stepping forward and slightly bowing to Ye Jian. "We entrust this to you." Chapter 56. Resounding strength. The other team members straightened their backs as well, their eyes rekindled with the flames of determination. The atmosphere in the training ground quietly transformed, shifting from initial anxiety to a resolute fighting spirit. Upon returning to the base yesterday, the squad members had become acquainted with Ye Jian's name, though only 2 had truly met him. After all, 3 members of the team had been absent during the mission yesterday. At this moment, they stood at the entrance of the base, the metallic gates gleaming with a cold luster in the morning light. The captain crossed his arms, surveying the assembled team members with a confident smile. "With Ye Jian's assistance, this mission is bound to succeed," he declared with conviction, his right hand instinctively tightening around the energy weapon at his waist. "All attention, we depart in 3 minutes." Simultaneously, in the heart of the 6th universe's most prosperous star region, the headquarters of the Cosmic Commerce Association loomed majestically. This colossal structure, crafted from reflective crystals, pierced the clouds, its surface shimmering with a kaleidoscope of neon hues. Within the association, countless floating platforms transported various alien merchants, engaging in transactions of goods ranging from rare minerals to genetic modification technologies. In the circular office on the top floor, a figure strikingly similar to Frisia stood before the panoramic observation window. His silver-blue exoskeleton glimmered under the indoor lighting, slender fingers gliding across the glass, pointing towards a distant emerald-green planet. "The time has come." Frost's deep voice resonated in the spacious office as he turned, his cloak tracing an elegant arc. Pressing the call button on the armrest, a subordinate clad in dark battle armor silently appeared at the door. "Relay to our allies, the Lien pirate crew." Frost settled back into his floating chair, rhythmically tapping his fingers against the armrest. Instruct them to launch an advance attack on the target planet. Inform them that I will personally arrive at the appropriate moment. Understood. The subordinate bowed respectfully, the joints of his armor producing faint mechanical sounds before vanishing like a wraith down the corridor. This figure, who controlled the lifeblood of the Cosmic Commerce Association, retained his first form. In contrast to the fearsome Frisia of the seventh universe, his complexion exhibited a distinctly silver-blue hue, reminiscent of polar ice. Though their appearances were similar, their transformation abilities exhibited subtle differences. Frost could not transform into Frisia's robust second form, but rather transitioned directly to a state akin to Frisia's third form. If the two were placed side by side, an unknowing observer might easily mistake them for twin brothers. However, those familiar with them are well aware that while Fulguicite and Fuelicite belong to the same clan of ice demons, their methods differ vastly. Fulguicite never openly displays his brutal nature like Fuelicite. Instead, he maintains an elegant demeanor, akin to a gentleman attending a high-class banquet. At this moment, he delicately raises a crystalline drink, his movements graceful and refined. Yet, hidden within the depths of his icy blue pupils lies a calculation colder than absolute zero. This dichotomy is precisely what renders the Ice Demon clan so perilous. They can make the most ruthless decisions amidst laughter and craft the most nefarious plots beneath their courteous exteriors. Just like now, while Fulguicite gazes at the star map with a smile, his mind is devising how to reduce the target planet to ashes amidst the flames of war. In the shadows of the sixth universe, the seemingly polite smile of Fulguicite conceals a chilling crisis. No one can predict what will unfold when that frozen smile blooms on his lips. Perhaps a blinding beam of death will instantly pierce the heart, or a crushing blow will shatter the skull, scattering brain matter. In contrast, Fuelicite of the seventh universe, despite his fearsome demeanor, acts with straightforwardness, never concealing his brutality. Fulguicite, however, presents himself as a consummate benefactor, all the while secretly colluding with various forces throughout the universe, inciting bandits to attack innocent planets while he appears as the savior, offering assistance. Subsequently, he acquires the devastated planets at a low cost, and, through his position in the commerce hierarchy, attracts substantial funds for post-war reconstruction. Through such means, he not only reaps enormous profits, but also absorbs generous donations, crafting a noble and righteous image for himself, earning the title of the universe's great benefactor. Today, nearly everyone in the sixth universe is aware that Fulguicite is a hypocrite, outwardly resplendent, yet inwardly dark. In the dimly lit headquarters of the Alliance pirate crew, smoke wafts through the air, mingled with the scent of alcohol. The leader of this pirate crew is a one-eyed extraterrestrial whose appearance bears a striking resemblance to the members of the Ye tribe from the 11th universe. His tall frame marked with scars from battle, his single eye glinting with cunning and ferocity. At this moment, he leisurely reclines in a broad metal chair, shaking a glass of crimson liquor, the liquid rippling as it reflects the disdainful smirk on his face. My lord, Fulguicite has commanded an assault on Helder Star. A flunky hurriedly enters the hall, kneeling on one knee, his voice trembling with anxiety. However, the leader seems utterly indifferent, leisurely savoring his drink as if the world's conflicts do not concern him. His fingers lightly tap against the back of the chair, producing a dull sound that pierces the silence of the hall. TCH, let us do the dirty work while he plays the good guy, the leader scoffs, downing the contents of his glass, the burn of the liquor causing him to squint, a flicker of reluctance crossing his face. At this moment, a dog-headed strategist by his side hurriedly steps forward, carefully refilling his glass, softly advising, "Captain, what does it matter? Our cooperation with Fulguicite has always been quite pleasant over the years, not to mention the substantial profits. Indeed, after each operation, Fulguicite would take 60% of the resources, leaving them with 40. Such returns are indeed a considerable fortune for the pirate crew. However, this cooperation has also rendered them infamous across the universe. To the powerful, they are merely despised rats. To the weak, they have become fearsome tigers, instilling terror in all. Outside the hall, interstellar storms howl past, stirring up clouds of dust. The leader rises, walking to the window, gazing at the twinkling stars in the distance, a complex expression flickering in his eye. He knows he is deeply ensnared in Fulguicite's scheme, unable to extricate himself. And this game will continue until one side ultimately collapses. In the vast depths of the universe, Starlight scatters like shattered diamonds across the dark veil. The members of the Alliance cosmic pirate crew have, for years, moved like leopards lurking in the shadows, cautiously selecting every action. They are acutely aware that in this brutal cosmos, a moment's carelessness could lead them into an irretrievable abyss. Whenever they detect an unapproachable powerhouse, they silently conceal themselves, slipping into the vast ocean without leaving a trace. After all, should they perish, the cold-hearted Fuyuasite would never seek vengeance. All their efforts would dissipate into nothingness, buried in the frozen void. Are there any noteworthy experts on Helderstar? A burly pirate member quietly inquires, his voice echoing against the metal walls, tinged with trepidation. Another scoffs, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. There are no experts, and that planet's resources are quite abundant. If we can seize it, we shall profit handsomely. Sitting in the command chair, Captain Baja slowly nods, his fingers lightly drumming against the armrest, producing a dull sound. He had initially planned to dispatch a small team, but suddenly, a thought flashes through his mind like lightning. He abruptly stands, his metal boots striking the smooth floor with a resonant echo. Chapter 57. Success is assured. No, this time I shall take the lead myself. The surrounding pirates erupt in excitement, cheers and praises rising in a chorus. With Captain Baja leading the charge, success is guaranteed. An excited subordinate exclaims, his face beaming with admiration and anticipation. Baja bursts into hearty laughter, his boisterous voice reverberating in the control room. Ha! Prepare quickly. We are setting off. Yes. The crowd responds in unison, swiftly dispersing to their respective posts, igniting the engines and adjusting their course. The metal hatch slowly closes, and the ship's thrusters emit a scorching blue flame, awakening like a pack of ferocious beasts ready to pounce on their prey. However, fate often has a sense of irony. Had they chosen to remain still, perhaps all would have been well. But this departure may lead them down a path of no return, with the abyss of destruction awaiting them ahead. In the boundless cosmos, a massive space station hovers silently, resembling a slowly rotating wheel of light, exuding a chilling metallic sheen. This is the headquarters of the Alliance cosmic pirate crew, a fortress where technology intertwines with violence. Suddenly, a multitude of spacecraft burst forth from the base like arrows from a bow, slicing through the silent void, disappearing into the distant nebula. Shortly after their departure, another fleet of linked ships arrives quietly, docking near the space station. Ye Jian stands before the porthole, gazing at the vast structure that spins like a luminous wheel. Unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment, he mutters to himself, "Damn it, in terms of technology, the 7th universe is far behind the 6th universe." His fingers unconsciously tighten around the railing, his eyes reflecting a mix of shock and frustration. This is the Alliance pirate crew's headquarters. Captain Lien, how shall we initiate the attack? A crew member whispers, his voice tinged with tension and anticipation. Lien turns his gaze towards Ye Jian, his sharp eyes scanning the entirety of the space station like a hawk. The exterior of this immense base is covered with thick armor, and an energy shield flickers ominously, indicating formidable defensive capabilities. He takes a deep breath and states solemnly, "First, we must scout their weaknesses before formulating a detailed plan. Remember, every step must be taken with caution. We cannot afford any mistakes." The surrounding nebula flows gently, akin to the universe's breath, as the impending conflict quietly unfolds its prologue. Their strength, I fear, is insufficient to breach this formidable defensive barrier. It appears that only Ye Jian can take matters into his own hands. Very well. I shall dismantle the defense, and then we shall charge in. Before Ye Jian's words had fully escaped his lips, his figure suddenly became indistinct, as if scattered by the wind, vanishing in an instant. In the next moment, he had transformed into a streak of black lightning, appearing at the pinnacle of the colossal space station. The speed was so astonishing it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. What extraordinary ability is this? It is too swift. Did you see that? A soldier exclaimed in disbelief, prompting others to raise their gazes, their eyes brimming with incredulity. They hadn't even comprehended how Ye Jian had moved, as if he had always been stationed at that height, never having left. Lien Suo felt a jolt in his heart, his pupils constricting slightly. Ye Jian's speed was utterly beyond his comprehension. He clenched his fists in secret, waves of anxiety stirring within him. So he had this card up his sleeve. Had he unleashed this speed during their confrontation last night, we would have had no chance to retaliate. Yet at this moment, Ye Jian paid no heed to the astonishment of the crowd. He stood firmly atop the space station's exterior, his gaze sharp, locking onto the most vulnerable point of the structure below. A sudden flash of piercing light flickered in his eyes, an intangible aura emanating from him. His unique mental prowess, the Zhen Ling technique. Break. A low exclamation resonated, like thunder echoing. Boom. The core engine area of the space station erupted violently, flames soaring into the sky, and metallic fragments scattered wildly. Thick smoke billowed upward, and a piercing alarm instantaneously filled the entire base, red lights flashing frantically in the corridors. What is happening? The officer on duty rushed out of the command room, nearly gasping for breath at the sight before him. Data on the control panel surged erratically, screens shattered, and smoke poured ceaselessly from the ventilation ducts as several technicians fled in a panic. Reporting to General, the core engine has been compromised. Our spacecraft's power system is experiencing severe malfunction and is losing balance. What? Immediately contact Captain Bach. No, we have tried. All communications have been severed, as if disrupted by some unseen force, rendering them completely unusable. The entire space station descended into chaos, alarms, explosions, and the cries of personnel intertwining, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Meanwhile, Ye Jian stood aloft, coldly observing the unfolding turmoil, akin to a deity wielding dominion over fate. Chapter 38. The Fat Man? This is not good. General, you must see this. A diminutive soldier stumbled into the command chamber, trembling fingers pointing at the monitoring screen. On the screen, a menacingly shaped spacecraft hovered less than 3 kilometers away in the starry expanse, its pitch-black hull bearing faint, sinister scratches. The man referred to as the general abruptly rose from his command chair, the heavy thud of his military boots resonating against the metallic floor. He leaned closer to the screen, his thick brows knitted tightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This is the emblem of the Saiyan Lei's defense team. His voice trembled with disbelief. Could it be that the harbingers of death have come for us? Precisely, ha-ha. A deafening laughter suddenly erupted within the chamber, accompanied by a violent tremor that coursed through the entire ship. The shrill sound of alarms echoed in every corner. Red emergency lights casting a bloodied hue upon everyone's faces. Boom. With an ear-splitting explosion, the alloy walls of the command room were violently torn asunder. A gaping chasm appearing. Amidst the swirling metallic debris, 3 imposing figures descended slowly. The foremost figure donned battle armor, a scarlet cloak billowing in the tumultuous winds generated by the explosion. Lien Sua's keen gaze swept over the panicked pirates within the chamber, his brow furrowing slightly. Why are there so few of you? His voice was as cold as steel, each word sending shivers down the spines of the pirates present. Where is your leader, Bach? He gradually raised his right hand, a dazzling energy sphere coalescing in his palm, its blinding radiance illuminating the entire command room, akin to broad daylight. We have come specifically to take his life, if he is not here. The humming sound emitted by the energy sphere grew louder, resembling the whisper of death itself. The man referred to as the general staggered backward, colliding against the control panel with a resounding thud. Our leader. Before he could finish his sentence, a crimson beam suddenly pierced through his chest. Ye Jian slowly retracted his finger, his expression impassive as he watched the general's body slump lifelessly to the ground, blood gushing forth like a fountain, splattering across the surrounding control panel, with several droplets of warm liquid even landing on the faces of the nearest pirates. A chilling scream echoed within the chamber, several pirates collapsing to the ground, urine seeping from their pants in terror. Ye Jian strode forward with measured steps, his military boots squelching in the pool of blood. He halted before the pirate responsible for communications, gazing down at the trembling wretch from a towering height. You speak. His voice was eerily calm, fingers gathering dangerous energy fluctuations anew. Where has your leader gone? Please, don't kill me. I will tell you everything. The pirate fell to his knees with a thud, clutching his head tightly, his voice distorted by overwhelming fear. He lifted his pale face, his eyes fixated on the increasingly bright energy sphere at Ye Jian's fingertips, trembling like a leaf in the wind. Then speak, divulge all that you know. Ye Jian's voice was as cold as iron. His sharp eyes locked onto the quivering captive. Our leader, he went to Hudashing. Just as the captive finished stammering, Ye Jian's hand shot out like lightning, a swift gust of energy piercing through his chest. Chapter 58. The Pirate Crew. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. staining the surrounding ground crimson. Ye Jian, expressionless, flicked his wrist as if swatting away a bothersome insect, casually remarking, "Thank you. Your information is quite valuable. Ye Jian, why must you slay an innocent who has lost all capacity for resistance?" Lien Suo, standing nearby, could not restrain himself from stepping forward, his brow furrowed in concern. A few companions behind him wore expressions of dismay, some even turning away, unwilling to witness the gruesome scene. In the sixth universe, Saiyans consider themselves champions of justice. They venerate strength, yet respect life. Ye Jian's merciless slaughter evidently surpassed their thresholds of acceptance. The metallic scent of blood wafted through the air, causing several young Saiyan warriors to feel their stomachs churn. Ye Jian slowly turned, his cloak fluttering gently in the breeze. His gaze swept over the assembly, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "Innocent? You are all too naive. These individuals are stained with the blood of countless lives. My punishment has been merciful." His voice was soft, yet carried a suffocating weight. Though he did not intentionally exude killing intent, the aura emanating from him rendered every individual present breathless. Several young Saiyan warriors instinctively took a half-step back, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. "Let us depart." Ye Jian suddenly shattered the silence, directing his gaze toward the starry sky. "To Hudashing. I look forward to encountering the leader of that cosmic pirate crew, Bach, to assess his true capabilities." As if recalling something, he added, "By the way, take all valuable items from here. After all, Bach shall never have the opportunity to return." With that, he casually tossed out a medium-sized universal capsule. The capsule expanded in midair, transforming into a colossal storage device that began to autonomously collect weapons, equipment, and energy cores from the battlefield. This is... Lien Suo gaped in astonishment at the scene before him. The other Saiyan warriors were equally astounded. They had never witnessed such advanced technology. "What are you waiting for?" Ye Jian raised an eyebrow, urging them to hasten, "for we have no time to waste." Yes. Everyone, let us move quickly." Lien Suo regained his senses and promptly instructed his companions to assist with the collection devices. As the final piece of loot was secured within the capsule, the setting sun had already drenched the sky in a blood-red hue. The colossal spaceship ascended slowly, its engines emitting a deep rumble that pierced the heavens, racing towards Hudashing. Meanwhile, on the distant Hudashing, the flames of war had raged for nearly an entire day. The planet had transformed into a vast battlefield, where once thriving cities now lay in ruins. The pirate crew led by Bach engaged in fierce skirmishes with the local resistance across various districts, energy beams intertwining in the air to form a deadly web. The streets were riddled with craters, and the remnants of burning vehicles erupted intermittently, creating a cacophony of deafening explosions. In a devastated square, the commander of the local resistance wiped the blood from his face and shouted hoarsely into his communicator, "Hold on. Reinforcements will arrive soon." His voice was nearly drowned out amid the hail of gunfire. At the opposite end of the city, atop a towering structure, Bach surveyed the battlefield with a cold smirk. With a casual wave of his hand, an energy wave obliterated a distant building. "Desperate struggles," he sneered, his crimson cloak fluttering in the gale. Amidst the smoky battlefield, despair clashed violently with hope. Unknown to all, a vessel carrying Ye Jian and his companions sped towards this infernal world. The ship glided silently through the cosmos, its windows framing twinkling stars and distant nebulae. Within this vast darkness, the atmosphere inside the ship was languid and carefree. Xiang Pa lounged comfortably in a plush seat, one hand casually grasping a chunk of fragrant roasted meat, while the other held a glass of crystal-clear wine. He devoured his meal heartily, juices trickling down the corners of his mouth, staining the deep red fabric of his loose trousers with grease. Unperturbed, he smacked his lips in satisfaction and raised his glass, downing its contents in one swift gulp. The liquid slid down his throat, imparting a warm, tipsy sensation that compelled him to let out a loud belch. However, Xiang Pa was entirely oblivious to the presence of two figures hovering silently nearby, their sharp gazes fixed intently upon his every move. One of them, tall and slender, wore a flowing robe that billowed in the wind, her long hair dancing gracefully. The other appeared particularly rotund, his round belly straining against his lavish attire. They seemed to merge seamlessly with the surrounding darkness, only the occasional flicker of starlight revealing their indistinct silhouettes. "I say, Lord Xiang Pa," the slender woman finally spoke, her voice tinged with a hint of mockery, You did not come here merely to observe this planet, did you? Such a trivial matter is hardly in line with your style. Her gaze swept over the food and drink in Xiangpa's hands, the corners of her mouth curving upward in amusement and exasperation at his nonchalance. Upon hearing her words, Xiangpa abruptly raised his head, his mouth still full of food. He mumbled incoherently and then erupted into a thunderous laugh. Ha ha, that was the plan, but I seem to have lost interest now. He tossed aside the remnants of his meal and reached for another piece of roasted meat, his actions crude and careless, as if the entire world were his dining table. The two figures were none other than the destroyer god Xiangpa of the Sixth Universe and his attendant angel Bados. Xiangpa's appearance bore a striking resemblance to his twin brother Beerus, with purple skin, an upright feline physique, and sharp eyes gleaming with danger in the dark. However, unlike Beerus's tall and lithe build, Xiangpa's form was notably corpulent, his round belly nearly bursting from his opulent attire. His tail was also shorter than Beerus's, swaying comically with his movements. Xiangpa's upper body was bare, adorned only with a black and white band around his neck that subtly rose and fell with his breathing. His hands were adorned with golden bracelets, and exquisite golden armlets glistened in the starlight. He wore black armor emblazoned with 2 white and 1 orange design, while his lower half was clad in loose-fitting trousers that billowed gently in the breeze. His shoes were earth-toned, embellished with golden rings, presenting a stark contrast to Beerus's light blue garb. Beerus's attire consisted of fabric rings, a long belt, and trousers, while Xiangpa opted for deep red, transforming the shapes from diamonds to circles. Furthermore, Beerus wore a golden earring in his left ear, while Xiangpa donned his in the right, seemingly to emphasize their differences. Xiangpa's personality matched his flamboyant appearance, boisterous and domineering. He was unruly and cruel, quick to rage at the slightest inconvenience, yearning to obliterate everything in sight. Yet, he was not devoid of humanity. Despite his volatile nature, he occasionally displayed a surprising side. For instance, when savoring delicious food, he would become childishly exuberant, momentarily forgetting his status as a destroyer god. His interests were vast, particularly his obsession with gourmet food, which bordered on fanaticism. He longed to sample delicacies from across the universe and even from other realms, a trait he shared with Beerus. After all, they were twin brothers, differing in temperament, yet sharing the same bloodline. At this moment, Xiangpa seemed entirely oblivious to the purpose of their journey. His attention was wholly consumed by the food and drink in his hands, as if the universe beyond held no relevance to him. Bados shook her head helplessly and softly remarked, "Lord Xiangpa, shouldn't we attend to our business?" Yet, Xiangpa merely waved his hand dismissively, mumbled indistinctly, and replied, "What's the rush? Let me finish my meal first." Chapter 59. The Arrival of the Angel in a Remote Corner of the Universe. A shimmering light glided silently across the void, revealing the figures of Bados and Xiangpa. Her elongated form appeared especially graceful under the starlight, her bluish-green skin shimmering faintly, and her silver-white hair cascading down to her waist like a waterfall, gently swaying in the breeze. Though her features bore resemblance to her brother Whis, they also held a hint of cunning and authority. The tip of the staff she held in her right hand sparkled with a mysterious light, seemingly reflecting the very workings of the universe. What a most aesthetically displeasing place, Bados mused as she gently caressed the light blue halo around her neck, her red lips parting slightly. Clad in a green robe, her red belt accentuated her slender waist, while her black armor featured 2 white and 1 orange circular patterns. Her long legs were encased in dark green stockings, and the black heels of her white shoes tapped lightly on the ground, producing a crisp sound. Xiangpa's corpulent form appeared rather cumbersome beside her, fidgeting restlessly, his gaze wandering. With a flick of Bados's staff, a luminous screen unfolded, displaying scenes from various corners of the universe. "Lord Xiangpa," she spoke in a gentle yet authoritative tone, "it is time for us to depart. Mind your own business." Xiangpa retorted in a gruff voice, a look of discontent etched upon his pudgy face. Yet, upon catching sight of the slight narrowing of Bados's eyes, he fell silent, his chubby fingers twisting nervously. The destroyer god always seemed particularly restrained in the presence of the angel. Bados let out a soft huff, her long sleeves sweeping gracefully. Recalling her usual discipline of this capricious master, she could not help but smile. The days of rationing food and restricting activities were vivid in her memory. While Lord Beerus indulged in exquisite feasts, her Lord Xiangpa would rejoice at the mere acquisition of a bird's egg. This disparity was both amusing and somewhat exasperating to her. Lord Xiangpa, her voice suddenly grew cold. Since this place is so dreary, it would be best for us to depart early. After all, her drawn-out tone indicated that only those with poor taste would linger here. Xiangpa's face instantly flushed crimson, his stubby fingers trembling with anger, but too intimidated to retort. He begrudgingly draped his hand over Bajuosi's shoulder, his movements stiff like a marionette. Bajuosi lightly tapped her staff, enveloping the two in a brilliant radiance. In the fleeting moment before their departure, she keenly noticed a spaceship approaching in the distance, a flicker of understanding glimmering in her ruby-like eyes. Just as they vanished, Liansua's ship and Frost's warship arrived in succession. Frost remained utterly oblivious to the events that had just transpired, while the departing Bajuosi had keenly observed every subtle movement of the cunning cosmic merchant. A smirk graced her lips as she softly mused, "It seems this universe is about to stir anew." Ji's gaze locked onto Frost like a sharpened blade, a bold plan rapidly taking shape in his mind. Frost's figure shot forth from the spaceship like a silver lightning bolt, diving towards Huda's star with astonishing speed. His movements were fluid and rapid, akin to a meteor tearing through the darkness, leaving a luminous trail in the cosmos. Ye Jian abruptly stood, excitement shimmering in his eyes. He turned to his companions behind him and declared, "Let us descend. You all cover the rear. I shall go ahead." No sooner had he spoken than his figure abruptly vanished, leaving behind only the sound of air splitting. Whoosh! Ye Jian precisely caught Frost's aura and utilized his ability to teleport in swift pursuit. His motions were ghostly quick, as if an invisible storm swept through, distorting the surrounding air due to his velocity. "We should accelerate our descent as well." Liansua shook his head in resignation. They shared a common limitation with Ye Jian and Frost. None could survive in the vacuum of space. He swiftly activated the ship's thrusters, the engine emitting a deep rumble as the vessel hurtled towards Huda star like a blazing meteor. The surface of Huda star gradually came into view, revealing a desolate and rugged expanse of red terrain. Frost was the first to land upon a dust-laden plain, his feet firmly planted on the ground, stirring a cloud of dust. Almost simultaneously, Bach, the leader of the Alliance pirates, sensed Frost's arrival. His complexion turned ashen, a flicker of terror flashing in his eyes. Without hesitation, he turned and dashed towards his spaceship in a frantic attempt to escape this perilous locale. He understood that if he did not leave soon, he would likely become ensnared in an inescapable disaster. "Where do you think you're going?" A chilling voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Ye Jian appeared before him like a specter, blocking his path. Ye Jian's figure loomed large and imposing in the sunlight, his gaze exuding an undeniable sense of oppression. "Who are you?" Thud. Before Bach could finish his question, Ye Jian's hand struck out like a bolt of lightning, landing squarely on his chest. A terrifying force coursed through him, causing Bach's heart to explode under the impact, blood gushing forth like a fountain. His body crumpled to the ground, his eyes still reflecting the last moments of fear and disbelief. Ye Jian cast a cold glance at Bach's lifeless form, a hint of disdain curling the corner of his mouth. "Had Frost not appeared, I might have entertained the thought of playing with you." His voice was deep and menacing. Yet the arrival of Frost had utterly extinguished his interest. Ye Jian narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing the remnants of Bach's aura. He realized distinctly that Bach's strength was undoubtedly above 1,000,000 battle power, which explained why this mission had been classified as high-level A. His gaze shifted once more to the distance, where Frost's figure had vanished amidst the swirling dust, and the curtain on this chase was only just beginning to rise. On the war-ravaged land of Huda Star, smoke billowed, and remnants of destruction were scattered everywhere. The thugs of the Alliance pirates rampaged freely, committing acts of arson, murder, and looting, while the sounds of wailing and explosions echoed, transforming this planet into a hell on earth. Ye Jian stood atop a pile of rubble, his gaze icy. He had just concluded a fierce battle with Bach, the warmth of combat still lingering in his hands. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized Bach's corpse and discarded it, as one would throw away refuse. This body was the key evidence for Liansua and his companions to claim their reward, as well as a testament to the bloody conflict. "Fear not, for I have arrived." Frost's voice suddenly resonated, feigning concern. He donned the guise of a savior, attempting to win hearts amid the chaos. However, before his performance could commence, a fierce gust of wind heralded an incoming strike. Bang! Frost scarcely had time to react. Propelled by an immense force, crashing into the remnants of a nearby structure like a kite severed from its string. Amidst the swirling dust, a figure shot forth like lightning, Ye Jian. Simultaneously, four warriors led by Lian Sao arrived on the scene, their gazes resolute and radiating a chilling aura of menace. Quickly, everyone unite to eradicate the Alliance pirates. Leave not a single one. At Lian Sao's command, the five surged forth like tigers descending from the mountains, launching themselves at the enemy. In the midst of clashing blades and flashing swords, blood splattered, and cries of agony echoed. They exhibited no mercy towards these thugs. As Ye Jian had said, to be merciful to the enemy is to be cruel to oneself. Meanwhile, Frost struggled to rise from the wreckage, his face contorted in rage. He looked up at Ye Jian, who hovered ominously in midair, his eyes ablaze with fury. Who are you to dare impede my rescue? Huh? Ye Jian scoffed, slowly descending to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Isn't this war your own orchestration? And now you play the savior? Truly nauseating. He spat, his eyes brimming with disdain. Spare me your theatrics. Prepare to receive my strike. No sooner had he spoken than Ye Jian shot forward like a released arrow, his right fist slicing through the air directly towards Frost's face. Frost's heart raced in alarm as he hurriedly sidestepped, crossing his arms defensively. Chapter 60. Purple energy and eerie purple energy coalesced in his hands, pulsating like an eternal flame. Ye Jian's fist grazed past Frost's ear, the force of the wind stinging his cheek. Missing his target, Ye Jian swiftly altered his approach, drawing his fist in an elegant arc, sweeping across like a whip. This seemingly light strike contained the power to cleave mountains and shatter stones, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. Frost hurriedly retreated, the purple energy forming a barrier before him. At the moment of collision, an earth-shattering roar erupted. The residual energy surged outward, lifting nearby debris into the air. This is not the end, Ye Jian roared, his figure flickering like a ghost, raining down blows like a torrential downpour. Each strike was precise and ruthless, forcing Frost to retreat step by step. In this clash between righteousness and hypocrisy, every blow from Ye Jian tore apart Frost's carefully crafted facade. Huh! A thunderous roar rent the air as Frost erupted in a blinding radiance. The light coalesced around him, forming spirals of energy waves that lifted the rubble beneath him. His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging, golden flames erupted like a volcano, illuminating the sky as if it were day. In the blink of an eye, Ye Jian's figure had transformed into a fleeting shadow. His feet struck the ground, creating web-like fissures as his form moved with such swiftness that it seemed almost to rend the fabric of space, leaving behind a trail of shimmering light in the air. In the blink of an eye, their fists collided with a thunderous crash, reverberating across the battlefield. The deafening explosion engulfed the entire area, with violent shockwaves radiating outward from the two adversaries. The ground was violently upheaved, forming a gaping pit several meters deep, while shards of stone scattered like raindrops. Dense clouds of dust enveloped the vicinity, creating a tangible shroud that obscured the view, with only the flickering remnants of energy visible within. A figure suddenly emerged from the haze, soaring through the air in an elegant arc before landing firmly. Ye Jian wiped the blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, the crimson droplets stark against his fingers. His battle attire was in tatters, revealing the robust muscles beneath, yet his gaze remained as sharp as a blade. As the dust gradually settled, Frost's silhouette came into focus. He knelt on one knee, his body marred by gruesome wounds, purple blood seeping from the gashes and staining his silver armor with an eerie hue. He gasped for breath, each inhalation trembling with pain. How could this be, damn it? Frost's voice trembled with disbelief. He struggled to lift his head, fixating on Ye Jian, who stood unwavering across from him. Though Ye Jian maintained his composure, an aura radiating from him had transformed dramatically. The 30 million combat power rating remained unchanged, yet the intrinsic nature of the energy within had undergone a qualitative shift. Ye Jian narrowed his eyes. During their previous clash, he had sensed the turbulent energy pulsating within Frost. To his astonishment, Frost had exhibited nearly 10 million combat power in his first form alone. This revelation plunged Ye Jian into contemplation. Had Frost, like Frieza, dedicated himself to rigorous training, he might have long surpassed his current limitations. His thoughts raced. Frieza had achieved his golden form only after enduring death and rebirth through grueling training. In contrast, the Frost before him had clearly succumbed to indulgence over the long years, neglecting his cultivation. Such a squandering of talent elicited a cold chuckle from Ye Jian's heart. "What is the matter, Frost?" Ye Jian began, his voice laced with a subtle mockery. "Do you not find it pitiful when your facade is torn away?" His words pierced Frost's most vulnerable core like a sharpened blade. Indeed, this statement ignited Frost's fury. With a low, throaty laugh, he rose to his feet. The murderous intent surrounding him coalesced into a palpable force, as purple energy surged violently across his body. "Since you've discovered my true self, be prepared to meet your end." The clouds above began to whirl chaotically, and the air between them felt as though it had solidified. Debris slowly levitated under the influence of the unleashed energy, enveloping the battlefield in a suffocating sense of oppression. A glint of cold light flashed in Frost's eyes as his aura erupted suddenly, like a volcano spewing forth its molten core. He raised his elongated fingers, summoning a searing energy at his fingertips, which swiftly expanded into a brilliant crimson beam resembling a comet. The beam carved an elegant arc through the air, accompanied by a piercing shriek as it hurtled toward Ye Jian. This was Frost's lethal technique, the death beam. "Come at me." Ye Jian faced the cataclysmic attack without any intent to evade. His feet anchored firmly in the sand, muscles tensed. He braced himself to meet the incoming crimson beam head-on. The ground trembled with a thunderous roar as the explosion resonated through the heavens. Centered on Ye Jian, the sand within a radius of several hundred meters was consumed by the raging energy. The swirling yellow sand rapidly disintegrated under the intense heat, vaporizing into a massive chasm. The shockwave from the detonation radiated outward, sweeping up clouds of dust and shrouding the entire battlefield in a thick fog. "Ha ha ha. Those who recognize my might never." Frost's triumphant laughter was abruptly cut short. His eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the silhouette emerging steadily from the mist. Ye Jian stepped forth from the haze. Though not as pristine as when he faced Lien Suo and Kali Fu La, his gaze remained razor-sharp. His battle attire bore traces of dust and minor tears, testament to the ferocity of the previous strike, yet it did nothing to diminish the resolve in his stride. The two advanced toward one another, leaving deep impressions in the sand with every step. Their momentum surged, and an oppressive atmosphere enveloped the air. Sand particles floated around them, seemingly drawn by an invisible force. In an instant, they were mere steps apart. Just then, Frost suddenly erupted into action. His form was as swift as lightning, closing the distance in an instant. There were no flamboyant moves, only the purest and deadliest of assaults. A heavy punch aimed directly at Ye Jian's face, followed by a knee strike, akin to a cannonball, directed at Ye Jian's abdomen, and a tail, hidden until now, slithered forth like a venomous serpent, silently targeting Ye Jian's back. Amidst this torrential onslaught, Ye Jian remained composed. As the heavy punch approached, he transformed his palm into a shield, deflecting it with precision. When the knee strike came, he met it with his own knee, their collision resonating with a dull thud, and at the moment the tail launched its surprise attack. He spun around in a flash, delivering a swift punch to Frost's tailbone. Their figures darted across the sand, the sounds of their fists and feet colliding echoing in the air. Each clash stirred waves of energy, sending sand and dust swirling around them. As their positions sank lower amidst the fierce exchange, they both finally landed on the ground. With a resounding crash, they collided once more, both retreating several steps and carving deep furrows in the sand. Their breathing grew somewhat hurried, yet the fervor in their eyes blazed ever brighter. Just as Frost's feet touched the scorching sand, his heavy punch, accompanied by the sound of tearing air, came barreling toward Ye Jian. A cold glimmer flashed in Ye Jian's eyes. He lowered his stance, coiling his right fist with power, the veins on his muscular arm bulging like a dragon poised to strike. Boom! The two torrents of energy collided in the heart of the desert, unleashing a deafening roar. The shockwave from the impact radiated outward like a tangible force, lifting all sand within 100 meters into the air, forming a golden curtain of sand. Chapter 61. The Emergence of the Kaioken. Visible ripples danced through the air, as if the very fabric of space trembled. The sand beneath their feet could no longer withstand the overwhelming force, collapsing into a deep pit over 10 meters in diameter. Fine grains cascaded like water into the abyss, glistening under the scorching sun. In the blink of an eye, the two figures separated. Ye Jian stumbled back 3 steps, each leaving deep impressions in the sand. The friction of his soles creating a piercing sound. Conversely, Frost was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily into a distant dune, the cascading sand enveloping him almost entirely in the scorching earth. Damn it! Frost erupted from the sand, golden grains spilling from the crevices of his armor. He glared at Ye Jian from afar, fury burning in his eyes. He could hardly believe that this seemingly ordinary opponent could match him blow for blow in a direct confrontation. The battle is far from over. Ye Jian's roar pierced the sky as his figure vanished from sight. In the next instant, he appeared before Frost like a specter, moving with such speed that a trail of afterimages lingered behind him. The right leg swept out like lightning, accompanied by a piercing sound that aimed directly at Frost's face. In a hurried attempt to block, Frost realized too late that it was merely a feint. Ye Jian's knee, like a heavy hammer, struck forcefully against his abdomen, causing his armor to emit a jarring cracking sound under the impact. This series of movements flowed seamlessly, leaving Frost no time to react as he was propelled backward like a cannonball. In that fleeting moment when Frost's body left the ground, Ye Jian executed a swift teleportation. Trailing closely behind his airborne adversary, he executed a mid-air somersault, raising his left leg high, the battle boot emitting a shrill scream as it came crashing down onto Frost's back. Accompanied by a thunderous battle cry, Ye Jian swiftly formed seals with his hands in front of his chest, gathering a blazing energy orb. The surface of the energy sphere flickered with dazzling electrical sparks, launching towards the plummeting figure below with thunderous momentum. The explosion erupted with a resounding roar, creating a massive crater in the desert. With Frost descending like a meteor into its depths, his body deeply embedded in the scorching sand, leaving only a human-shaped indentation as the surrounding grains slowly cascaded towards the center. "Ah, I will kill you." Frost's eyes blazed crimson, veins bulging as a tangible aura of rage swept around him. The ground beneath him cracked inch by inch, and stones were ground to dust by an unseen force. With a deafening roar, he transformed into a streak of purple lightning, unleashing deadly beams of energy from his fingertips. These beams sliced through the air, producing a piercing hum. Wherever they passed, the ground was carved into deep trenches, and the remnants of structures were reduced to powder in an instant. The intense energy distorted the air, as if even space itself were on the verge of being torn apart. Just at that critical moment, a dazzling golden aura erupted around Ye Jian. With a thunderous blast, the golden waves radiated outward from him, dissipating the incoming death beams entirely. His figure flickered within the energy waves, and in the next heartbeat, he transformed into multiple afterimages, darting between the beams at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Too slow. Ye Jian's cold voice echoed in Frost's ears. Before he could react, a powerful punch landed squarely on his abdomen. This blow contained the force of a devastating avalanche, sending Frost hurtling backward like a severed kite, crashing through 3 crumbling walls before finally smashing into a partially collapsed metallic structure. The deafening sound reverberated across the wasteland, stirring a cloud of dust into the air. The shockwave radiated from the point of impact, lifting debris within a 100-meter radius. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, Lien Suo and his companions distinctly felt the terrifying energy fluctuations. The ground trembled slightly beneath them, and the air was thick with a disquieting energy residue. What an overwhelming force! Lien Suo observed the distant horizon with a grave expression, where flashes of blinding light indicated that Ye Jian had engaged in battle with Bach. The warrior beside him clenched his fists in excitement. "Captain Lien Suo, we are in for a great reward. With Ye Jian's strength, he will surely defeat Bach. This star domain will belong to us." "Indeed," another warrior chimed in. "With Ye Jian on our side, Bach is hardly a threat." Having just concluded a minor skirmish, they had yet to encounter the rumored Bach. Now, feeling the distant energy surge, they assumed it was Ye Jian battling Bach. "Shall we go take a look?" a young warrior eagerly inquired. "No," Lien Suo promptly interjected, his tone stern. "This level of combat is lethal even in its wake. We must return to the ship and await Ye Jian in space. If we rashly approach, we will not only be of no assistance, but may become a burden to him." He gazed at the distant flashes of energy, his expression growing more solemn. "Such an impact can be felt even from here. If we get too close, we may not even have a chance to escape." "The captain is right." An older warrior nodded in agreement. "Fighting at this level is beyond our capacity to even observe. It is prudent to return to the ship and await further instructions. All right, let us go. Lien Suo cast one last glance at the flickering lights on the horizon before turning toward the ship. The others exchanged glances and quickly followed suit, leaving behind the booming echoes resonating through the ruins. On the planet Helder, the desolate ground was riddled with countless fissures, shrouded in a gray haze of dust, while distant crumbling peaks swayed precariously in the fierce winds. Ye Jian stood atop a pile of rubble, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixated on the disheveled figure before him. Frost had just clawed his way out of the pit, his body covered in dirt and debris, his once magnificent battle attire now tattered and revealing bruises of deep purple. He breathed heavily, his chest heaving, clearly still reeling from the previous blow. "Damn it, you bastard!" Frost roared, his voice thick with humiliation and fury. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles cracking from the strain, veins bulging like coiled serpents, and his face contorted in a mask of rage. Ye Jian's lips curled into a knowing smile. He relaxed his shoulders, the joints cracking audibly. "Frost, it is time for you to transform. Do not say I did not give you a chance." His voice was calm, yet brimming with undeniable confidence. In this moment, he felt a powerful anticipation. Since arriving in this universe, he had yet to encounter an opponent worthy of unleashing his full potential. Frost let out a chilling laugh, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. As you wish." With a deafening roar, he erupted in blinding white light. Amidst this brilliance, the black horns atop his head retracted slowly, while the back of his skull grotesquely elongated, forming an ellipsoidal structure adorned with sharp spikes. His face contorted into a flat, grotesque mask, features jumbled together in a repulsive manner. More astonishingly, his shoulders expanded dramatically, forming a hardened shell resembling armor, with bizarre patterns glimmering with a dark metallic sheen in the dim light. Simultaneously, his body underwent an incredible contraction, his once robust frame becoming slender and elongated, yet each muscle brimmed with explosive power. This was Frost's assault form, akin to Frisia's third transformation, but rendered in a dark purple hue. As he completed his transformation, a suffocating aura of terror radiated from him, causing the debris on the ground to levitate under its pressure, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze. Ye Jian's pupils constricted as he sensed the surging power from Frost, his heart racing with alarm. This intensity, he surmised, must have reached a combat power level of 100 million. Yet, instead of fear, a fervent battle spirit ignited within his eyes. "This is getting interesting," Ye Jian murmured to himself, crossing his fists before his chest and assuming a perfect fighting stance. His feet parted slightly, his center of gravity lowered, as a faint golden aura began to surround him. In that instant, the atmosphere of the battlefield turned tense, like the calm before a storm, heralding the impending clash of titans. A sudden, piercing sound of wind reverberated through the air, and a glint of cold light flashed in Frost's eyes as he approached like a specter. His right fist, imbued with an ethereal blue energy, struck towards Ye Jian's face with a force capable of tearing through space. The punch was so swift that its trajectory was nearly imperceptible, leaving only a flickering afterimage in its wake. With a thunderous crash, his fist connected solidly with Ye Jian's cheek, the immense impact distorting the surrounding air. Ye Jian was sent flying backward like a kite severed from its string, tracing a long arc through the air before crashing heavily against a steep mountain peak. The mountain trembled violently, debris cascading like raindrops, as Ye Jian's body became deeply embedded within the rock, forming a human-shaped indentation. Coughing, Ye Jian struggled to lift his head from the hollow, spitting out a bitter liquid, yet a thrilling smile graced his lips. He wiped the residue from the corner of his mouth, his eyes shimmering with fervor. What a rush! It has been ages since anyone has made me feel this way. Humph, let's see how you still manage to laugh. Upon witnessing this, Frost crossed his arms before his chest, summoning dozens of dark, purple beams of death energy into his palms. These beams twisted and coiled in the air like venomous snakes, emitting a chilling hum. A torrential downpour of energy descended upon the mountain, enveloping it in a cataclysmic force. The mountain crumbled under the blinding radiance, boulders melting into scalding magma, as thick plumes of smoke surged into the sky, forming a colossal mushroom cloud. The once towering peak was instantly leveled, leaving behind only a massive pit that billowed smoke. Gazing at the ruins where Ye Jian lay buried, Frost laughed maniacally. "Ha! Let us see if you dare to rise again." However, his laughter was abruptly cut short. Sixfold Kaioken. The mountain of rubble suddenly quaked violently, before erupting explosively. A crimson aura surged into the sky like a volcanic eruption, instantly dispersing the surrounding dust. Ye Jian's figure slowly ascended amidst the red waves of energy, surrounded by tangible ripples of power, while the ground beneath him cracked under the weight of his force. What? Frost's pupils constricted, instinctively taking a half-step back. He felt the overwhelming energy crashing upon him like a tsunami. Even a battle-hardened warrior like himself could not help but be shaken. What kind of terrifying existence is this? When did such a formidable being emerge in the universe? Names of legendary figures flickered through his mind, including that of a fabled assassin. Yet, the adversary before him, a man named Ye Jian, was one he had never encountered nor heard of in any lists of powerful beings circulating through the cosmos. Yet, this unknown entity possessed such staggering might. At this moment, Ye Jian's skin glowed a fierce crimson, as if molten lava coursed through his veins. A turbulent and restless flame-like aura encircled him, twisting and rising. It was the Kaioken, a legendary technique known to drastically amplify combat prowess. This aura was not static. It writhed like a living creature, emitting roars and howls, each movement generating waves of scorching air that slightly warped the surrounding atmosphere. With steady and powerful strides, Ye Jian emerged from the torn earth, his combat attire remarkably unscathed. Not a single tear in sight. This was no ordinary garment, but a specially crafted high-strength gravity suit, capable of withstanding immense pressure in extreme conditions. Frost's earlier assault, potent enough to shatter mountains, had left no mark upon it. Ha 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 ha, what a thrill! Frost, come again. Ye Jian let out a hearty laugh, and before his voice faded, he vanished like a phantom. In the next instant, he silently appeared behind Frost, bringing with him a scorching gale. Alarm bells rang in Frost's mind, and he instinctively spun around, unleashing a chilling energy projectile aimed directly at Ye Jian's face. Yet, Ye Jian did not flinch. He gathered power into his right fist, the crimson aura swirling into a vortex at its core. He struck out, the force of his fist tearing through the air with an ear-splitting crack, striking the energy projectile squarely. The projectile detonated in response, scattering energy shards in all directions. Ye Jian surged forward, the ground cracking beneath his feet as he leaped towards Frost with lightning speed. What followed was a relentless barrage of strikes. His left hook slammed into Frost's jaw like a heavy hammer, followed closely by a right straight aimed at his chest and abdomen. A fierce knee strike thrust into Frost's midsection, forcing him to bend, and leveraging this momentum, Ye Jian soared upward, delivering a razor-sharp kick that landed squarely on Frost's shoulder. This sequence of attacks flowed seamlessly, each blow imbued with the power to rend mountains asunder, a testament to Ye Jian's full might unleashed in the sixfold Kaioken state. The sixfold Kaioken signified that his combat power had soared to an astonishing value of 180 million. In contrast, even with his assault form activated, Frost's power barely reached 150 million. This vast disparity guaranteed an overwhelming domination in this confrontation. Amidst the tempestuous flurry of strikes, Ye Jian suddenly retreated, quickly creating distance from Frost. He crossed his arms before his chest. Dark purple energy surged like a tide into his palms, swiftly coalescing and compressing into a slowly rotating swastika-shaped energy array. The symbol glowed ominously, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly with its power. Huh! With a fierce shout, Ye Jian unleashed a robust, dark purple shockwave. Wherever it passed, the ground was carved into bottomless chasms, the air ionized by the intense heat, producing crackling sounds. Frost had no time to evade. He was completely engulfed by the destructive energy. Boom! The torrent of energy surged forth, striking the distant ground, accompanied by a deafening explosion. Blinding light consumed the horizon. As the brilliance faded, the planet's surface was marred by a gaping wound, a third of its landmass disintegrating into cosmic dust. Such cataclysmic power striking the planet's core was bound to shatter it. A chilling scream erupted from the depths of the smoke. Frost's voice seemingly torn apart by some unseen force, each syllable quaking with the agony of near death. Smoke and debris scattered like a torrential downpour. The once towering structures collapsing under the energy shock, reduced to a charred wasteland. Flames slithered like venomous serpents through the ruins, painting the sky a foreboding crimson. Yet, amidst this desolation and destruction, Frost's faint but tenacious life force still flickered within the depths of the rubble. He was still alive. Your life truly is tenacious. Chapter 63. Accompanying burial, Ye Jian descended slowly from the heights, his feet landing upon the scorched earth, sending sparks flying. His cloak billowed in the heat wave, golden flames wrapping around him like a tangible shroud. He squinted, his sharp gaze piercing through the thick fog, attempting to discern the situation amidst the ruins. However, the smoke and dust from the explosion hung like a heavy curtain, obscuring his vision, only allowing the faint sound of rolling debris to reach his ears. At that moment, the entire planet began to tremble violently. The ground cracked open like fragile eggshells, revealing countless unfathomable chasms, while searing magma surged from the depths, releasing a pungent odor of sulfur. Frost's silhouette suddenly surged skyward from the thick smoke, his tattered garments billowing, and his left arm twisted unnaturally. Yet the fury burning in his eyes was more intense than the magma at the Earth's core. Since you cherish this place so much. Frost's voice twisted with rage as he steadied himself in the sky, his hands rapidly overlapping before his chest. Then let it remain here forever as your tomb. A dark, ink-like shockwave of energy gathered in his palm, the aura of death causing the surrounding space to warp. This beam, imbued with destructive power, tore through the atmosphere, its piercing shriek racing toward the location of Ye Jian. Wherever it passed, even light was devoured, leaving only a distorted vacuum trail. Good heavens! Ye Jian's pupils constricted as his perception spread out like a spider's web, accurately locking onto the presence of Lian Suo and others several kilometers away. Just as the deadly shockwave was about to engulf him, his form rippled like water and vanished, leaving only a fading afterimage in its wake. Thunderous roars erupted as the planet's core collapsed under this catastrophic strike. Scalding magma erupted like a volcano, the entire planet disintegrating amidst the deafening explosion. Frost hovered in space, fixated on the expanding fireball until he confirmed that no signs of life escaped from it. Only then did he exhale deeply. Blame your bad luck. He wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and whispered to the cooling stardust, never to meet again. However, after this battle, I must recommence my training. He gazed at his slightly trembling hands, the overwhelming power of Ye Jian still vivid in his mind. Years of a life of ease had stunted his growth. If he were to encounter such formidable foes again, a flicker of resolve flashed in Frost's eyes as he turned and sped toward the spaceship hidden among the asteroid belt. His cloak traced a desolate arc through the vacuum, as if inscribing a footnote for the end of an era. My Lord Frost, you are injured. A servant rushed forward in panic, noticing that Frost's combat suit was torn, revealing a gaping wound from which dark purple blood flowed profusely. He strained to stand, his breathing heavy and chaotic, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. The servant trembled as he retrieved a vial of shimmering blue liquid from a silver medical box. This was the Cosmic Merchant Guild's secret concoction, the Starlight Holy Dew. Although it could not instantly heal like the legendary magic beans, it was a priceless remedy. Frost gritted his teeth and took the vial, downing it in one gulp. In an instant, a refreshing sensation spread from his throat to his limbs, the flesh of his wound visibly writhing as it healed. He closed his eyes and steadied his breath, the aura around him gradually calming, though a fleeting glint of ruthlessness revealed the turmoil within. I am unharmed. He slowly opened his eyes, his voice as cold as ice. This planet has lost its value. Activate the ship. We shall return immediately. Yes, the servants responded in unison, hurrying toward the shuttle-shaped warship docked among the ruins. The fierce winds whipped up scorched earth, and amid the swirling dust, Frost cast one last glance at the desolate land he had laid waste to, a cruel smile curving his lips. Meanwhile, aboard the Lian Suo spaceship in a distant star domain, a flash of golden light suddenly appeared. Ye Jian staggered into view, his battle suit in tatters, a ghastly burn on his shoulders still issuing smoke. Yet he seemed unconcerned as he casually discarded a bloodied corpse onto the metallic floor. It was none other than Bach, the leader of the marauding Alliance pirates, now limp and lifeless, his eyes wide in terror, as if witnessing the ultimate horror before death. Mission accomplished. Ye Jian wiped the blood from his lips, a wild grin spreading across his face. When Lian Suo eagerly inquired about the details, he merely stretched his limbs and walked toward the medical bay, never uttering Frost's name. After all, that schemer cloaked in the guise of a peace envoy had already woven an unbreakable web of credibility throughout the sixth universe, without irrefutable evidence. Who would dare question this beloved hero? Moreover, Ye Jian was utterly disinterested in exposing this hypocritical performance. What he truly desired was to compel Frost to reveal his deepest, most authentic form. Recalling the exhilarating battle, Ye Jian felt a surge of fiery combat spirit. Frost had deliberately restrained his power at the final moment, akin to a blade yet to be drawn, igniting the dormant bloodlust within his Saiyan lineage. He recalled the fateful legacies etched in his genes: Sun Wukong charging towards Frisia amidst the waves of destruction on Namek, and Vegeta's maniacal laughter when facing Perfect Cell. Every Saiyan soul harbors a yearning for formidable adversaries, a romance nurtured by blood and the thrill of life and death stakes. Next time we meet, Ye Jian clenched his fists, joints cracking ominously. I will ensure you have nowhere to hide. Outside the porthole, the galaxy flowed like a river. Yet he could already envision Frost revealing his true form amidst the raging tides. Chapter 41. Refusal to recruit in the depths of space. The silhouette of planet Shalata flickered within the nebula. Lien Suo stood before the spaceship's porthole, his gaze fixed on the violently trembling planet in the distance. Through the thick protective glass, he could clearly see the energy fluctuations erupting from the planet's surface, resembling hot paint splattered across a dark canvas. Brother Ye Jian, you have worked hard. Lien Suo turned around, his voice brimming with barely concealed excitement. His palm struck the control panel heavily, causing the metal surface to vibrate slightly. This seemingly simple statement held a wealth of meaning: relief at his comrade's safe return, pride in the successful completion of their mission, and genuine admiration for Ye Jian's strength. The other crew members in the spaceship held their breath. Although they could not witness every move exchanged between Ye Jian and Frost, they captured the heart-stopping battle on the planet's surface through the observation screens. Ripples spread through space as shockwaves from air explosions radiated outward, and the energy collisions etched deep ravines into the planet's surface. Each eruption of energy triggered piercing alarms from the observation instruments, and the crew instinctively clenched their fists, nails digging into their palms. All right, let us return. Ye Jian's voice suddenly echoed through the communicator, breaking the tense atmosphere in the bridge. His tone was calm, as if he had merely concluded a routine training session. As his words faded, the final energy remnants on the observation screen gradually dissipated, leaving behind a battered planetary surface. Upon hearing this, Lien Suo's taut shoulders finally relaxed. He turned to the control panel, his fingers swiftly gliding over the blue-lit interface. Understood, initiating immediate return. A relieved smile graced his lips as his voice resonated throughout the ship via the communication system, signaling the successful completion of the mission and preparation to activate the jump engines. As the spaceship slowly entered the atmosphere of planet Shalata, the sunset's afterglow gilded the metal hull with a golden edge. Ye Jian stood at the hatch, gazing at the familiar scenery outside. Towering Saiyan structures loomed in the twilight, and young warriors were still engaging in their daily training on the grounds. The spaceship landed smoothly on the helipad, and as the hatch opened, a refreshing breeze carrying the scent of grass swept over him. Chapter 64. Survival of the Fittest. Ye Jian inhaled deeply the air of his homeland and nodded at Lien Suo. I will wait for you at your home. With that, he leaped gracefully, his figure tracing a beautiful arc in the air, vanishing into the sprawling buildings. Lien Suo watched Ye Jian depart before turning to the assembled team. Waving his hand, let us go. It is time to report this mission to headquarters. His voice carried a sense of relief following the completion of a task, yet it also hinted at the unavoidable paperwork that lay ahead. At this moment, Ye Jian had gracefully landed on the balcony of the Lien Suo residence. He pushed open the glass door and walked directly into the living room, casually collapsing onto the soft sofa. Outside the window, the twin moons of the Salata planet began their slow ascent, casting dappled shadows on the floor as the silvery moonlight filtered through the window panes. Unexpectedly, this battle had yielded quite a bounty for me. Ye Jian gazed at his hands, feeling the surging power within him. During his confrontation with Frost, he had distinctly sensed a qualitative leap in his combat skills. The once awkward manipulation of energy had transformed into a fluid grace, while his previously clumsy evasive maneuvers now exhibited a newfound agility. He recalled every detail of the battle, the searing heat as Frost's energy beam brushed against his cheek, the shrill howl of the air being torn apart by the force of his punches, and those lethal attacks that nearly found their mark. These life-and-death experiences honed a warrior's skills far more effectively than any training could. Ye Jian understood well that in the predatory arena of the cosmos, possessing formidable combat strength alone was insufficient. It was akin to a child wielding a divine weapon, armed with a potent tool, yet lacking the knowledge of its use. Had he not achieved a breakthrough during the fight, he would likely have succumbed to Frost's exquisite techniques. Of course, he still held his final trump card, the transformation into a Super Saiyan. However, Ye Jian was reluctant to deploy this ace too readily. This was not arrogance, but rather a well-considered decision. Once he transformed into a Super Saiyan, Frost would hardly withstand a few exchanges. Such an overwhelmingly one-sided battle would yield little benefit for honing his skills. The moonlight gradually crept across Ye Jian's face, casting shifting shadows over his resolute features. He closed his eyes and began to mentally replay each moment of the recent battle, seeking areas for improvement. For a true warrior, every conflict serves as the finest teacher, and today's lesson had indeed proven immensely beneficial. In the distance, the headquarters remained brightly lit, indicating that Lin Suo and his team would be engaged in their reporting duties for some time. Ye Jian stretched his limbs, deciding to use this opportunity to thoroughly digest the insights gained from the day. After all, in this perilous universe, strength is the best safeguard. He recognized his shortcomings in combat experience and technique. Each evasive maneuver felt awkward and forced. In the recent fierce skirmish, Frost's powerful blows descended like a torrential downpour, compelling him to employ instantaneous movement repeatedly, leaving behind fleeting afterimages as he narrowly evaded strikes capable of shattering rock. However, when Frost gathered energy to unleash a blinding shockwave that tore through the air, Ye Jian gritted his teeth, crossing his arms to absorb the impact. At the moment of collision, a blinding light erupted, and his feet etched deep grooves into the ground as dust swirled around him. Meanwhile, in the command hall of the Defense Force headquarters, the atmosphere was tense and solemn. A massive holographic projection screen hung from the towering ceiling, with walls adorned by flickering streams of data. When the members of the Laced defense team, led by Lin Suo, entered the hall, all eyes turned toward them. What? You really succeeded? The leader of the defense force sprang up from his seat, his hands pressed against the smooth control panel, his gaze fixed on the cold corpse of the pirate chief, Bach, starkly displayed before him. His voice trembled slightly with disbelief as he repeatedly confirmed the reality of the situation. The Laced defense team had indeed accomplished what everyone had deemed impossible. It was known that prior to the mission, even the most optimistic analysts had thought the disparity in strength between them and the target was insurmountable. Yet at this moment, Bach's lifeless body lay there, silently attesting to their triumph. Lin Suo, as the captain, stepped forward with poise. His combat suit bore traces of dirt and energy burns. Yet his gaze was as steadfast as steel. Yes, the mission has been completed. His voice rang clear and powerful, echoing throughout the silent hall. And the Alliance pirate group has been utterly annihilated, posing no further threat to any star system. Several high-ranking commanders present swallowed hard, exchanging astonished glances. One could not resist wiping the cold sweat from his brow with a handkerchief, while another instinctively fidgeted with his data pad, as if to confirm this was not an illusion. This is impossible. The mission's chief suddenly slammed his hand down, his uniform insignia glinting coldly under the lights. With your team's strength, it is utterly inconceivable that you could independently accomplish such a formidable task. To be frank, could there have been external assistance? Lin Suo calmly met the scrutinizing gaze, nodding slightly. You are correct. We indeed encountered a powerful ally, and with his help, we ultimately triumphed. As he spoke, his right hand unconsciously brushed over a not yet fully healed wound on his chest. Although it was challenging to contend on our own, fortunately, we received reliable support. This candid response plunged all present into silence. According to the regulations of the Defense Force, there is no explicit prohibition against seeking external assistance as long as the mission is successfully completed. Excellent. The leader of the Defense Force finally rose. His imposing figure elongated in the light. He took a resplendent medal from a nearby attendant and walked slowly toward Lin Suo. As the emblem of supreme honor gently settled against Lin Suo's chest, the clash of metal against fabric resonated crisply. Congratulations. The leader's booming voice reverberated throughout the hall, each word imbued with strength. You have accomplished a daunting task that was deemed impossible. Today's victory will surely be inscribed in the annals of the Defense Force. At that moment, the displays around the hall simultaneously illuminated, bursting forth with vibrant celebratory graphics. All personnel present instinctively rose to applaud, the thunderous claps echoing long and loud. As if narrating the tale of this miraculous victory, Lien Suo felt the weight of the medal on his chest, his gaze sweeping over his battle-scarred yet elated teammates. And a relieved smile finally crept onto his lips. In the spacious and brightly lit hall of the Lace Defense Force headquarters, the silvery metal walls reflected the soft light, while a faint energy aura permeated the air. In the center of the hall, rows of defense team members clad in uniforms stood in perfect alignment, their eyes shimmering with barely contained excitement and fervor. Despite the strict discipline of the headquarters, which forbade any raucous behavior, the tightly clenched fists and slightly trembling shoulders of the members betrayed the fervor within. "Thank you. We will certainly strive to excel further." Lien Suo stood at the forefront of the team, his voice steady and resolute. He slightly bowed, paying respect to the leader. The leader, a tall and imposing Saiyan with a dignified countenance, nodded, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes. His gaze swept over the entire team, noting that while the members made every effort to restrain themselves, the slight upward curve of their lips revealed their true emotions. This defense team is known as the Lace Defense Team, a renowned organization of justice within the Sixth Universe. The team comprises elite members from various races, including the speedy Frisia clan, the technologically adept Namekians, and the powerfully robust Saiyans. Although headquartered on Salada Planet, the organization boasts branches scattered throughout the cosmos, akin to the four quadrants of the galaxy. Salada was once known as Lace Planet, a name that translates to Land of Guardians in ancient cosmic language. Chapter 65. The Star of Hope. Though it may sound peculiar, the name Shalada carries with it a profound historical significance. It was only later, with the establishment of the organization's headquarters here, that the planet was officially renamed Shalada, which translates to Star of Hope. The architectural style of the headquarters is a splendid amalgamation of various cosmic civilizations, with towering spires adorned with energy crystals that shimmer magnificently in the sunlight. However, despite the organization's vast scale, the number of members possessing formidable combat prowess is quite limited. To put it in the words of a cosmic adage, while the numbers are plentiful, true talent is scarce. Most of the team members, although loyal and courageous, often find themselves outmatched when confronted by top-tier adversaries. Returning to the matter at hand, the leader spoke slowly, his voice deep and resonant, as if it could penetrate the very souls of those present. If the opportunity arises, recruit your friend into your guard squad. It is assured to elevate your standing within the ranks of the guard. A glint of cunning flashed in his eyes, as if he had already seen through all. As a seasoned veteran, he understood that anyone capable of defeating Bach must possess an energy level exceeding 1 million units, a rarity in the cosmos. In the Sixth Universe, the method of measuring energy starkly contrasts with that of the Seventh Universe, which relies on combat data as its benchmark. Here, an individual's strength is gauged in units of energy. 1 million units of energy is sufficient to elevate a person to the ranks of the powerful within the universe. Lien Suo smiled faintly, a hint of bitterness welling within him. He knew that recruiting such an expert would not be an easy feat, yet he resolutely replied, "Thank you, Chief. I will certainly do my utmost." His gaze wandered into the distance, seemingly contemplating how to undertake this arduous task. The energy lights in the hall flickered gently, illuminating his resolute profile, while the surrounding team members cast supportive glances, enveloping the entire scene in an atmosphere of tension and anticipation. Seated upon a grand metallic chair, the leader lightly tapped his fingers against the armrest, his eyes gazing through the viewport at the vast expanse of the starry sky. How he longed to recruit Ye Jian into the guard squad. Yet, that fellow had previously banged on the table in the tavern, declaring his disdain for constraints. Rules are rules, the leader muttered softly to himself, his fingertips tracing over the control panel, leaving behind a trail of blue luminescence. He rose and approached the communication station, his cloak billowing gently in the low-gravity environment. Upon the arrival of the client in the command room, the leader had already placed Bach's remains within the cryochamber. The metallic hatch reflected the harsh white light of the overhead lamp, with frost forming intricate patterns upon the surface of the chamber. The mission is accomplished. The leader's voice echoed in the spacious room as he stretched out his hand to receive the payment box. The weighty sound of credit coins clinking within the box was melodious, and as per tradition, 30% would be sent to headquarters, while 70% would be allocated to Lien Sua's guard squad account. Through the monitoring screen, he could see Lien Sua and his team boarding the spacecraft, the setting sun casting long shadows behind them. Suddenly, a holographic projection flickered to life at the other end of the command room, revealing an elderly Saiyan with a head of white hair, leaning on an intricately carved staff. His wrinkled face bore an expression of deep contemplation. "What is your perspective on this matter?" The elder Scion's voice resonated with a unique sense of wisdom. The leader turned to face the projection, his three-dimensional form gleaming with metallic luster under the lights. Though not a Scion himself, he knew that in this vast universe, race has never been a measure of capability. "I am more intrigued by the friend Lien Sua mentioned." The leader summoned the data panel, his fingertips dancing over the flickering streams of information. "According to the intelligence we possess, he has virtually no friends or family, with his only relative being a young sister who is evidently incapable of participating in the mission. So, who could be providing assistance from the shadows?" The elderly Scion leaned forward cautiously, his staff tapping crisply against the ground. Could it be that he has invited those individuals? Every universe harbors its dark side, and the sixth universe is no exception. The leader's brows furrowed slightly at the thought of those forces that skirt the edges of legality. Impossible. He decisively dismissed the notion. Pulling up Lien Sua's team dossier, "We both know the nature of Scions. They would rather fail a mission than collude with malevolent forces. Furthermore," his voice faltered momentarily, "with their financial resources, they could hardly afford to recruit such outlaws." As their conversation progressed, Lien Sua's spacecraft traversed a small asteroid belt. Inside the cabin, the team members gathered around a metallic table, Lien Sua dividing the payment into several portions, the credit coins forming a glimmering mound upon the surface. "This reward is quite generous." The deputy captain polished his energy gun, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Lien Sua remained silent, his gaze fixed upon a particular coordinate on the navigation map, marked by a mysterious signal source that might very well be the hiding place of the friend the leader pondered over. The last rays of the setting sun painted the horizon in warm shades of orange and red, the clouds appearing as if ignited by flames. The team members exchanged farewells at the city gate, their faces reflecting a blend of exhaustion and contentment. "Thank you, Captain," exclaimed a tall, slender team member, giving his bulging money pouch a hearty slap, the metallic clink resonating joyfully. "With this substantial reward, I can finally purchase new furniture for my home and get some decent gifts for the children." Nearby, a short-haired female team member wiped the sweat from her forehead and chimed in, "Indeed, we should also thank Ye Jian. Had it not been for his use of the kikaho at the last moment, we might have perished in that cave." The captain, a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, rubbed his sore shoulders and laughed heartily. "Let us save our gratitude for the next gathering. Everyone is utterly exhausted. Hurry home and rest well. I have heard that the guild has received an abundance of new commissions lately. Perhaps a new task will arise by tomorrow morning." "Goodbye, Captain." The team members waved their farewells, their figures gradually disappearing down the twisting streets. Meanwhile, in a modest courtyard on the western edge of the city, Lien Sua paced anxiously. The final sliver of sunlight filtered through the window frame, casting mottled shadows upon the earthen floor. At that moment, the wooden door creaked open, and Ye Jian's tall silhouette appeared in the doorway. "At last, you've returned." Lien Sua rushed forward, noticing oil stains at the corner of Ye Jian's mouth and a few strands of beast fur on his clothing. "Have you been hunting again?" Ye Jian casually wiped his mouth with his sleeve, offering a wry smile. "I can never seem to get enough to eat when dining at your place. I just hunted a wild boar in the woods outside the city. At least I have filled my stomach." Lien Sua couldn't help but shake his head and smile ruefully. He recalled that the last time Ye Jian had devoured 3 days' worth of his rations in a single sitting. Such an appetite was certainly beyond the means of an ordinary household. Come, this is your share." Lien Sua pulled out a heavy pouch from his pocket, carefully counting out a stack of banknotes. These notes shimmered with a faint metallic sheen, inscribed with universally recognized symbols and characters, starkly different from the currency found on Earth in the 7th universe. Ye Jian accepted the banknotes, weighing them in his hand with a pleased hum. His piercing gaze swept across Lien Sua's face, and he suddenly inquired, "It seems your situation has improved considerably?" "Improved is an understatement," Lien Sua exclaimed excitedly, tearing open his collar to reveal a finely crafted silver medal. The medal shimmered brilliantly in the warm glow of the sunset, adorned with intricate interstellar patterns. marking it as the emblem of the elite guard squad. Thanks to you, I have been able to attain this coveted medal. To be frank, according to merit, this medal should rightfully belong to you. Enough. Ye Jian abruptly raised his hand, his brow furrowing. I have told you countless times, I despise those constraints. Let us not speak of this matter again. Lien Sua opened his mouth, only to swallow the words that had not yet escaped his lips. He could never comprehend why Ye Jian always seemed to anticipate his next utterance. Perhaps this was the unique intuition possessed by the strong. All right, no more words. Lien Sua insisted, waving his hands repeatedly, a disarming smile plastered on his face. Come on in. I've set aside a fine jar of wine, eagerly awaiting our celebration. Chapter 66. Ignoring the obvious at this, Ye Jian softened his expression and strode confidently into the room. The wooden door quietly closed behind him, shutting out the deepening twilight. In the courtyard, only the gentle rustle of the evening breeze through the leaves remained, accompanied by the faint sound of clinking glasses emanating from within. 3 days later, deep within the confines of the Cosmic Commerce Association, in a concealed training chamber, the air was thick with the metallic scent of blood. The walls, coated in dark crimson stains, bore witness to the violence that had transpired, some droplets having dried into deep brown patches. Scattered across the floor lay dozens of corpses, their battle suits torn, wounds still oozing crimson fluid. The entire training room resembled a slaughterhouse, with blood pooling on the ground, reflecting the cold light of the overhead lamps. Frost stood amidst the heap of bodies, his white battle suit now soaked in deep red. He raised his hand, unleashing a beam of death that accurately pierced the forehead of the last standing instructor. The man's head exploded like a watermelon, brain matter and blood splattering across Frost's indifferent face. Huh. Frost emitted a low, sinister laugh, wiping the blood from his cheek. It had been long since he had felt such a thrill, the intoxicating sensation of wielding life and death. A frenzied light flickered in his eyes, exuding an oppressive aura of killing intent. The training room floor was riddled with cracks from the fierce battle, and several metal panels on the walls had twisted and deformed, exposing the wiring within, occasionally sparking with errant electricity. At that moment, the alloy door of the training room slid open silently, and a staff officer clad in black uniform briskly entered. He regarded the carnage on the floor with indifference, not even furrowing his brow, evidently accustomed to such sanguinary scenes. Sir, the planet Helder has been confirmed destroyed, the officer reported, kneeling on one knee, his voice steady. We utilized all intelligence networks, but still could not ascertain the identity of the attackers. Frost slowly turned, the blood pooling beneath him rippling with emotion. He squinted, fingertips caressing the blood-stained gloves. Oh, you cannot find them? His tone bore a dangerous edge. Continue the investigation. Compile a list of all factions that have appeared near Helder in the last 3 months, and analyze them one by one. As he spoke, he crushed the arm of a corpse at his feet, the sound of shattering bones echoing sharply in the stillness of the training room. I refuse to believe there is anyone my Cosmic Commerce Association cannot locate. Frost's voice grew increasingly frigid, the air around him seeming to thicken. Yes, sir. The officer replied respectfully, quickly rising to leave. The alloy door closed behind him, sealing the training room once more into a bloody cage. Meanwhile, on the distant planet Shalada, the training grounds of the Lien family presented a stark contrast. At dusk, the orange-red sun cast a warm halo over the entire training field. A few bioluminescent trees, unique to Shalada, began to emit a soft blue glow as the light faded. Kali Fu La rushed forward, her fist cutting through the air, aimed directly at Ye Jian's face. Her movements were swift and decisive, each strike imbued with remarkable explosive force. Yet Ye Jian merely sidestepped, effortlessly evading her assault. Too slow, he remarked calmly. Your strength is formidable, but your speed cannot keep up. Kali Fu La gritted her teeth, beads of sweat forming on her brow. With a sudden spinning kick that stirred up dust from the ground, she cried out, "Less talk. Here comes my attack." Ever since witnessing Ye Jian's true prowess, this proud Saiyan girl had become determined to have him mentor her in enhancing her combat abilities. Ye Jian recognized her talent. She was a rare combat genius, possessing an innate sensitivity to energy control. Raising his hand, Ye Jian intercepted Kali Fu La's kick, swiftly grasping her ankle. Just as she attempted to break free, he exerted force, propelling her into the air. Remember, Ye Jian's voice resonated in her ears, A true warrior must learn to sense the flow of energy in battle. As Kali Fu La adjusted her position midair, she conjured a dazzling energy sphere in her hands. With a fierce shout, she hurled the sphere towards Ye Jian like a shooting star. The explosion generated a shockwave that lifted dust from the training ground, causing the bioluminescent trees to tremble. When the smoke cleared, Ye Jian remained undisturbed, enveloped in a faint golden aura. He gazed up at Kali Fu La, now descending slowly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Now that is more like it. The sky was clear and serene, with wisps of clouds drifting lazily by. In the training ground, two figures engaged in a fierce aerial duel, releasing waves of energy with each clash. Kali Fu La's crimson hair danced wildly in the wind as she tightened her fists, radiating a brilliant golden aura with each strike delivering a powerful gust. "Take this," she shouted, her form accelerating suddenly, tracing a golden arc in the air. Her right leg descended with formidable force, only to be deftly deflected by Ye Jian's nonchalant hand. Suspended in midair, his dark hair flowed with the gusts. He maintained a defensive stance, effortlessly neutralizing Kali Fu La's relentless onslaught. Each time she unleashed a new move, he would preemptively intercept her attack with precision. "Ha ha. This is exhilarating." Kali Fu La laughed heartily, her golden aura surging once more. "Ya. She brought her hands together at her chest, forming a colossal energy sphere. The blinding light illuminated her figure, making her appear as a goddess of the sun, the energy sphere hurtling forth with destructive force. Ye Jian's eyes gleamed with admiration, yet he stood resolute, unflinching. Just as the energy sphere was about to strike, he raised his right hand, fingers spread wide, and an invisible barrier materialized instantaneously. The sphere collided with the shield, bursting into brilliant sparks, yet it could not advance an inch. "That should suffice," Ye Jian murmured softly to himself, suddenly erupting with an astonishing aura. A violent shockwave radiated outward from him, lifting debris into the air and causing distant trees to sway violently. Kali Fu La lost her balance in the sudden onslaught, screaming as she plummeted from the sky. "What? Ah!" Just as she was about to crash heavily to the ground, Ye Jian's figure appeared beneath her, catching the falling girl securely. However, in that fleeting moment of contact, his right hand inadvertently pressed against her ample chest. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. Kali Fu La's eyes widened in shock, while Ye Jian quickly withdrew his hand, an unusual hint of embarrassment crossing his face. "My apologies," he stammered, clearing his throat and averting his gaze. Yet Kali Fu La, unfazed, dusted herself off and grinned. "No worries. Let us continue." At the edge of the training ground, Lien Sual watched the proceedings with his arms crossed, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Having had little to occupy his time lately, he had casually approached to observe Ye Jian mentoring his sister. At this moment, he could not help but sigh inwardly. Caligula truly epitomizes the rare combat genius of the Sixth Universe. Her talent even surpassing that of the legendary Suin Wukong from the Seventh Universe. What is even more remarkable is that, like Suin Wutian and Trunks, she can transform into a Super Saiyan without relying on the fury of her emotions. However, Lien Suo also observed that despite Ye Jian's guidance, he always retained two crucial secrets, the Xiando and the Jingxingua. In this universe, where the law of the jungle prevails, the adage that a commoner is guilty of possessing precious treasures is all too clear. Although Ye Jian is unafraid of challenges, it is always wise to act with caution until one's strength reaches its zenith. After all, no one knows whether there are other unknown powers hidden within the Sixth Universe. Wow, Ye Jian, you are simply amazing. How did you become so strong? Chapter 67, Bloodline Awakening. Caligula stood with her hands on her hips, exuberantly shouting, her voice resonating so loudly that it almost caused the debris around the training ground to tremble. As she spoke, she excitedly jumped in place, her golden short hair flying with the motion, her face radiating unrestrained excitement. In that moment, she was far from the image of a demure girl. She was clearly a passionate warrior brimming with fervor. Indeed, Caligula's aura had significantly intensified, her power level steadily surpassing 200,000 units. The surging energy within her was like a hidden current, warping the surrounding air with her overwhelming presence. Truly, she is the prodigious girl of the Sixth Universe. Her rapid progress astonishing. The Saiyans are a warrior race. Ye Jian stood in the center of the training ground, arms crossed, his demeanor calm. Sunlight filtered through the towering dome above, casting dappled shadows upon his muscular form. Each time he returned from the brink of death, his strength would undergo a remarkable increase upon recovery. His tone was serene yet imbued with undeniable authority. Although he knew that the Saiyans of the Sixth Universe possessed similar potential, their method of growth was evidently more tempered compared to their counterparts from the Seventh Universe, who continuously pushed their limits through life and death struggles. Warrior race? Lien Suo approached slowly, his brow furrowed, curiosity and contemplation flickering in his eyes. He had just concluded a round of intense sparring, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, his breath slightly hurried. In truth, he had long been curious about Ye Jian's training methods. This Saiyan from the Seventh Universe possessed strength beyond imagination, and he wondered how he achieved it. Indeed, Ye Jian nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over Lien Suo and Caulifla. Although we Saiyans are champions of justice, the blood of warriors flows deeply within us. You must have sensed it to some degree, drawing power from fierce battles and achieving breakthroughs in critical moments. He slowly revealed the truth they may have vaguely perceived but never delved into: the unique talents hidden within the Saiyan bloodline. Lien Suo and Caulifla exchanged a glance, a shared shock resonating within them. As Saiyans of the Sixth Universe, they too possessed this extraordinary potential, yet due to their differing environments and philosophies, they had never actively sought to awaken it. Lien Suo felt particularly affected. In countless past battles, he had faced the brink of despair and yet survived tenaciously. Each time he recovered from severe injuries, he could distinctly feel his internal energy increasing, accumulating over time from an initial few tens of thousands of battle power to the current 600,000 units. However, like hitting an invisible wall, his strength had stagnated at 600,000, refusing to advance no matter how diligently he trained. This sense of frustration often lingered in his mind, filling him with anxiety. Indeed, Lien Suo took a deep breath, stepping forward with unwavering determination in his gaze as he looked at Ye Jian. My energy has been stuck at 600,000 units for quite some time. I wonder if Brother Ye Jian has any methods to assist me? His voice was steady, yet it could not conceal his yearning for a breakthrough. Upon hearing this, Ye Jian slowly turned around, his deep gaze resting on Lien Suo for a moment, his expression growing serious. There are indeed methods. He paused, his tone grave, but the process will be exceedingly painful. Really? Hope ignited in Lien Suo's eyes as he responded without hesitation. Then please, teach me. I fear no amount of suffering. He was unaware of the true nature of the pain Ye Jian spoke of, but he was willing to pay any price to grow stronger. Are you truly unafraid? Ye Jian raised an eyebrow, his voice low and imposing. Absolutely. Lien Suo straightened his back, his expression sincere, nearly pledging with a fist to his chest. He understood that in this ruthless universe, only absolute strength could protect everything he wished to safeguard: his family, companions, and homeland. This conviction propelled him to face any challenge head-on. Ye Jian's gaze was piercing as he scrutinized Lien Suo's slightly tense face. Taking a deep breath, he decided to proceed without hesitation. Speaking to Caulifla in a solemn tone, "Caulifla, remember, no matter what happens next, do not approach, do not intervene. Trust me, your brother may endure some pain, but I assure you, he will not die." A flicker of concern crossed Caulifla's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by trust as she nodded vigorously. "Don't worry. Let's begin quickly. I am eager to see how you plan to help my brother." Before her words could fully fade, Ye Jian's figure suddenly blurred, akin to a lightning bolt slicing through the air. He unleashed a powerful punch, the wind from his fist howling with a sharp sound that tore through the atmosphere. Bang! A deafening explosion echoed across the vast training ground, startling Caulifla into a daze, her pupils constricting. Lien Suo was caught completely off guard, his body soaring like a marionette with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. "Get up!" Ye Jian's voice was cold and oppressive, his eyes flashing with the primal ferocity and killing intent of a warrior race. "Saiyans are a warrior race. Fight me." Lien Suo struggled to rise from the ground, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. It was the first time he had seen Ye Jian exude such a menacing aura, and a trace of fear crept into his heart. "Ye Jian, what madness is this?" Before he could finish, Ye Jian had already closed in like a specter, delivering a sharp knee strike to his abdomen. Puff! Lien Suo spat out a mouthful of blood, his body once again propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing against a distant rock wall with a resounding thud. Boom! The ground trembled violently from the impact, dust soaring and smoke swirling. Yet, Ye Jian did not relent. He swiftly formed a seal with his hands, a blazing energy blast coalescing in his palms, emitting a piercing hum. Shoo! The energy blast shot through the air like a meteor, aimed directly at Lien Sua's position. In that critical moment, a flash of realization illuminated Lien Sua's eyes. He leaped from the ground, crossing his arms defensively across his chest, bracing to withstand the lethal blow. Boom! The energy blast collided with Lien Sua's defense, erupting in a dazzling display of light and a thunderous explosion. As the smoke dissipated, Lien Sua stood firmly on the ground. Although his clothes were tattered and his body bore multiple wounds, his gaze had transformed into one of unwavering resolve and sharpness. He finally understood that Ye Jian was not inflicting harm upon him. Rather, he was awakening the dormant warrior instincts within him through the most brutal means. Taking a deep breath, Lien Sua assumed a fighting stance, his gaze locking onto Ye Jian like a blade. "Come on, Ye Jian," he growled, his voice filled with combat spirit and determination. "Show me just how far you can push me." A slight smile graced Ye Jian's lips, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. He knew that Lien Sua had finally begun to take this training seriously. The depths of Ye Jian's strength remained unfathomable. If he were to unleash his full power, it would likely take but a single slap to utterly defeat Lien Sua. However, just moments ago, even though Lien Sua's 2 attacks landed solidly on Ye Jian, they merely left a few insignificant scratches, failing to inflict any substantial harm. This undoubtedly indicated that Ye Jian was deliberately suppressing his power, akin to a cat playing with a mouse, retaining his strength. In the blink of an eye, Lien Sua's figure swayed, skillfully evading Ye Jian's oncoming heavy punch. His steps were as nimble as the wind, and with a swift turn, he had already flashed behind Ye Jian. Raising his left leg high, he unleashed a fierce kick, roaring through the air like a divine dragon sweeping its tail, aiming directly for Ye Jian's vital spot. Well done. Ye Jian, however, did not flinch or evade, bracing himself to absorb the full force of the kick. Astonishingly, instead of being sent flying, Lien Sua felt as though he had struck an indomitable wall of steel. A numbing sensation surged up his leg, nearly causing him to lose his footing. What kind of body is this? Before Lien Sua could finish his exclamation, Ye Jian launched a thunderous counterattack. Chapter 68. Breakthrough. With a swift motion, he seized Lien Sua's still extended left leg, his fingers locking around it like iron claws. In the next moment, Lien Sua was flung into the air, tracing an awkward arc, before being forcefully slammed to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sound of impact echoed continuously, each heavy crash causing the ground to tremble. Debris flew, dust swirled, and it was clear that Ye Jian was using a fraction of his true power. Each slam bore the might to obliterate. Lien Sua felt as if all his bones were crying out under the unbearable strain, as if they might shatter at any moment. After several ferocious slams, Ye Jian's arms suddenly jerked, sending the already exhausted Lien Sua soaring through the air like a rag doll. Simultaneously, a blazing energy sphere coalesced in Ye Jian's palm, emitting a blinding light as it shot towards the airborne Lien Sua with unerring precision. Boom! Another earth-shattering explosion resonated as the energy sphere detonated upon contact with Lien Sua. The blinding radiance instantly engulfed him, and the violent shockwave radiated outward, stirring up clouds of dust. When the brilliance faded, Lien Sua lay crumpled on the ground like a marionette with severed strings, his clothes tattered and body marred with charred wounds, only the faintest breath indicating he was still alive. A scene of utter devastation. The training ground was a chaotic mess, with cracked earth, scattered rubble, and lingering dust, all bearing testament to the brutal one-sided assault that had just transpired. Lien Sua lay motionless in the center of the wreckage, his occasionally twitching limbs the only sign of the immense pain he was enduring. "Brother!" Callie Fu La's voice nearly tore through the air as she jolted from her daze, her eyes fixated on the figure lying in a pool of blood in the distance. Her heart felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, making it nearly impossible to breathe. In the next moment, a fierce flame erupted from her body, like a burning meteor, as she recklessly dashed toward the fallen Lien Sua. Dust swirled at her feet, and rubble was sent flying by the force of her aura. Upon reaching Lien Sua, she trembled as she lifted his limp body. A ghastly wound gaped on Lien Sua's chest, blood gushing like a spring and staining her trembling fingertips. His breath was so faint it was nearly imperceptible, the essence of life gradually fading from him. "Brother, no?" Callie Fu La's tears fell uncontrollably, her voice choked. Nearly unable to form complete sentences, she held Lien Suo tightly, as if her embrace could stave off the encroaching death. Just as she was about to be consumed by despair and her fury was about to erupt, a calm and resolute voice suddenly rang out behind her. "I promised I wouldn't let him die." Ye Jian's figure appeared silently beside her, his gaze steady and devoid of panic. He gently brushed aside Callie Fu La's trembling hands and leaned down to assess Lien Suo's injuries. "You." Callie Fu La was about to voice her questions when she saw Ye Jian produce a verdant bean from his pocket. His movements were fluid and precise as he gently lifted Lien Suo's chin and placed the bean into his slightly parted lips. A miracle occurred in the next moment. Lien Suo's previously pallid complexion rapidly regained its color, the wound on his chest healing at a visibly rapid rate, the blood ceasing to flow, and his skin returning to a smooth, unblemished state. In less than 3 seconds, Lien Suo's body had completely restored, as if the brutal battle had never occurred. He even moved his fingers slightly, his breathing becoming steady and strong. "What is this?" Callie Fu La's eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld the scene before her. Her brother, who had just moments ago been on the brink of death, now lay perfectly unharmed in her embrace. Lien Suo slowly opened his eyes, blinking in confusion. He instinctively touched his chest, where a fatal wound should have been, but now it was smooth as ever. He abruptly sat up, looking around in shock, finally fixing his gaze on Ye Jian. "Huh, I'm still alive." Lien Suo's voice was filled with incredulous joy. He had expected to have crossed into the depths of death, yet here he was, feeling the pulse of life once more. Ye Jian smiled slightly, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "Of course, you're still alive. Now, don't just sit there in a daze. Quickly test your newfound strength." Upon hearing this, Lien Suo immediately closed his eyes, concentrating on sensing the energy flowing within him. In the next moment, his expression changed dramatically, his eyes snapping open, filled with astonishment and elation. His combat power, a bottleneck that had long plagued him, had actually broken through. He could distinctly feel the surging power within him, like a torrential river flowing without end. This power was several times stronger than at his peak. "Brother Ye Jian, what on earth is happening?" Lien Suo's voice trembled with excitement as he clenched his fists, feeling the force surging through his fingertips. Ye Jian gently patted his shoulder, a hint of pride in his tone. "Surprised, aren't you? This is the innate talent of our Saiyan lineage, growing stronger in battle, especially when on the brink of death. Each brush with death unleashes our potential, allowing us to transcend our limits." Lien Suo took a deep breath, feeling the unprecedented power coursing through him. His gaze grew resolute, the confusion and fear that had clouded his mind replaced by a new hope and determination. He stood tall, gazing toward the distant horizon, a confident smile gracing his lips. "So this is the true power of a Saiyan." Lien Suo's breathing gradually steadied, sweat trickling down his forehead, landing on the stone floor of the training ground, evaporating into wisps of mist. He slowly straightened his body, feeling the power surging within him like a blazing torrent racing through his veins. His eyes sparkled with disbelief. And although his body still bore the fatigue of battle, the exhilaration of his breakthrough made him nearly forget the pain. "Now, I truly believe it," Lien Suo murmured to himself, his voice tinged with a tremor. He clenched his fists, feeling the explosive power within his muscles, as if every cell was cheering in jubilation. Even in different universes, the essence of our Saiyan nature remains unchanged. Without tails, we can still continuously surpass our limits in battle. Indeed, after the fierce confrontation, Lien Suo had been on the verge of collapse under Ye Jian's relentless assault. His body bore numerous injuries, with fractured ribs and damaged internal organs. However, after his recovery, his combat prowess astonishingly shattered the barrier of 600,000, surging towards the monumental threshold of 800,000. This felt nothing short of a dream, so incredible that even he found it hard to believe. The training ground still lingered with the charred scent of energy collisions, and the cracks in the ground spread like spider webs, chronicling the breathtaking battle that had just transpired. Lien Su took a deep breath, feeling the surging power within him, as if every cell were rejoicing in unison. He understood that he was not endowed with extraordinary talent. Otherwise, this battle might have propelled him directly beyond 1 million in combat strength. Nevertheless, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Unless Kali Fu La were to arrive. Lien Su mused, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips, for that girl was truly a genius. For her, achieving 1,000,000 in combat power would be an effortless feat. Just then, Kali Fu La burst into the training ground like a whirlwind. Her figure was as swift as lightning, and her red combat attire stood out vibrantly under the sun. She seized Ye Jian's arm, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and urgency. Hey, Ye Jian. Quickly tell me, what method did you just use? My brother was on the brink of death, yet after you fed him something, he instantly recovered. Kali Fu La's voice was crisp and hurried, reminiscent of a chattering little bird. Ye Jian sighed helplessly, raising his hand to rub his temples. How he wished Kali Fu La hadn't noticed that detail. Since Lien Su awoke, he had deliberately avoided this topic, steering the conversation towards the enhancement of combat power, hoping Kali Fu La would forget about it. However, the girl's keen intuition was exasperatingly sharp, and she ultimately recalled it. Yet, having decided to use the Xiando, he was not afraid of being discovered. He inhaled deeply, his gaze calm as it rested on Kali Fu La and Lien Su. Indeed, Ye Jian replied, his tone steady. Lien Su, you two have spoken. Although I cannot precisely recall what happened, I felt a warm current surge into my body with the food you fed me, and miraculously, my injuries healed. What on earth was that? Lien Su inquired, his voice tinged with gratitude and curiosity. Ye Jian offered a faint smile, producing a small cloth pouch from his robe and giving it a gentle shake. The sound of beans colliding resonating clearly. This is a miraculous healing elixir known as Xiando. As long as one has a breath of life left, consuming one will instantly restore all wounds and stamina. I stumbled upon it by chance. Though its quantity is limited, it suffices for our needs. What? Kali Fu La gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief as if she had heard the most ridiculous tale. Such a miraculous item truly exists? This is incredible. Lien Su was so overwhelmed that he struggled to find words, giving Ye Jian's shoulder a hearty pat, his eyes glimmering with sincere appreciation. Ye Jian, I cannot thank you enough. Such a treasure is priceless, and you actually chose to use it on me. Since Ye Jian's arrival in the 6th universe, his assistance to Lien Su and Kali Fu La had been countless. Whether it was combat guidance or timely aid, Ye Jian always gave selflessly. This bond filled Lien Su's heart with warmth. No need for formalities. Ye Jian waved his hand dismissively, his tone casual. Leave Kali Fu La's matters to you. As her elder brother, I still have a few Xiando left, which I will gift to you. As he spoke, he tossed the pouch into Lien Su's hands. The pouch traced a graceful arc through the air, landing steadily in Lien Su's grasp. Cautiously, Lien Su opened the pouch to find 5 neatly arranged emerald green Xiando, each exuding a faint aura of life. Take good care of these Xiando. They may prove invaluable in critical moments, Ye Jian advised, his gaze carrying a weighty significance. Kali Fu La leaned in closer, curiously examining the Xiando, unable to resist poking at them. Such tiny beans possess such miraculous effects. Ye Jian, where did you acquire them? Ye Jian smiled, refraining from a direct answer, instead turning his gaze towards the distant sky. The setting sun's glow wrapped around him, crafting a silhouette of strength. Some matters are better left shrouded in mystery. Lien Su carefully secured the pouch, his heart brimming with anticipation for the future. With these Xiando, he and Kali Fu La would approach their upcoming training and battles with renewed confidence. He looked at Ye Jian, his eyes filled with determination and gratitude. Ye Jian, this kindness, I Lien Su shall forever remember. In the training ground, the trio's figures stretched long under the setting sun. A gentle breeze swept past, stirring up a bit of dust, as if narrating the bond and trust that spanned the universe among the Saiyans. Ye Jian, brother. Lien Su accepted the small vial from Ye Jian's hand, his fingertips trembling slightly. He cautiously removed the cap, and a refreshing herbal fragrance instantly enveloped the small room. Inside the vial was a crystalline green liquid, shimmering softly under the dim light. Legendary healing elixirs. Lien Su's throat tightened, his eyes growing warm. Just as he was about to decline, he noticed that Ye Jian had already turned and was striding towards the door, his black cloak billowing in the humid air. Remember, do not expose this item. Ye Jian paused at the door, turning his face slightly, his sharp gaze sweeping over Lien Su's trembling hands. An innocent man may be unjustly punished for possessing a treasure. I will be stepping out for a moment. Before his words had faded, His figure had transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing into the howling wind and sand outside. "Brother, hurry and give it to me." Xiao Sua leaped out from the inner room, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he fixated on the vial. "I can't wait to grow stronger." At that moment, Ye Jian had already broken through the atmosphere of the Shalada planet, with his spacecraft carving a silver trajectory through the sea of stars. He descended upon the sixth universe's most bustling commercial planet, Makali Sea. Towering skyscrapers pierced the clouds, and floating vehicles traversed the streets, where various alien vendors hawked their wares along the neon-lit avenues. The air was thick with a peculiar blend of metallic and alien spice scents, utterly distinct from Earth's freshness. Ye Jian strolled through the crowded streets, his black combat boots echoing crisply against the vibrant metallic floor. He frowned at the culinary offerings displayed at the roadside stalls, viscous liquids bubbling with purple froth, skewers emitting a sulfurous aroma, and transparent gels writhing incessantly. No wonder Xiang Pa had roamed the universe in search of decent food without success, Ye Jian murmured, recalling the comical sight of the chubby destroyer clinging to a bowl of instant noodles from the seventh universe. Turning the corner, a lavishly decorated restaurant caught his eye. The sign proclaimed in the universal language, "The most delicious restaurant in the universe," guarded by two 3-meter-tall sentinels clad in golden armor. "This will do." Ye Jian pushed open the gem-studded door, entering a dazzling interior where crystal chandeliers cast a spectrum of colors, walls flowed with liquid metal patterns, and tables floated in midair. He ordered the signature dish, the Interstellar Feast. When the server presented a dish engulfed in blue flames, Ye Jian's anticipation quickly evaporated. The twisted, color-shifting substance emitted a pungent sour odor. "What is this?" Ye Jian prodded at the writhing food with his fork, his brow furrowing in distaste. A chef with 2 horns and a white apron stormed out of the kitchen, a knife dripping with some purple liquid in hand. "Sir, that is rather rude. This dish has won Interstellar Culinary Awards. Step aside." Ye Jian suddenly rose, his black cloak slicing through the air with a fierce arc. "Today, I shall show you what true cuisine is." Amidst the astonished gazes of the chefs and diners, he strode confidently into the kitchen, the metallic door parting before him. Inside, several extraterrestrial chefs were employing lasers to slice a pulsating piece of meat, the air thick with a pungent aroma. "Make way for me," Ye Jian declared, rolling up his sleeves and surveying the array of bizarre ingredients on the countertop. It was time to broaden your horizons. The golden rays of the sun cast long shadows of Ye Jian as he expertly flipped the meat on the iron grill. The fat sizzling as it dripped onto the charcoal, sending forth a tantalizing fragrance that wafted through the twilight. "My heavens, what divine delicacy is this?" exclaimed a burly man with a bushy beard, inhaling deeply, his eyes fixated on the golden, glistening meat on the grill. "This aroma is simply soul-stirring," murmured a woman with a basket of vegetables, unconsciously swallowing her saliva. Ye Jian paid no heed to the surrounding admiration, his slender fingers deftly manipulating the skewers. Although he had been unremarkable in many aspects of his former life, he had honed his culinary skills to an extraordinary degree. The flickering light of the charcoal illuminated his focused profile, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead, shimmering in the glow. To him, cooking was not merely a survival skill. It was an art, a symphony among pots and pans, a dance between ingredients and heat, a perfect fusion of color, aroma, flavor, and texture. At this moment, he poured his dedication into each piece of grilled meat, meticulously applying his special spices to ensure every inch absorbed the essence of the marinade. The meat gradually attained an enticing caramel hue, the edges slightly curling, releasing an even richer fragrance. This aroma, like tangible threads, drew more and more people closer. Chapter 70. Murmurs soon. The stall was surrounded by an impenetrable crowd, the throng pressing together yet maintaining an unspoken order. Although desire was evident in every gaze, none dared to rush forward. It was an unwritten rule that culinary delights required gold coins for exchange. Amidst the clamor, a striking pair emerged at the street corner. The man, possessing a rare pink complexion, had a round figure and bulging eyes, resembling a standing cat. In stark contrast, the woman beside him was graceful, her features picturesque, adorned in a flowing lavender gown that danced gently in the evening breeze. Suddenly, the pink-skinned man halted abruptly, his round nose twitching. "How fragrant," he murmured, a glistening droplet of saliva uncontrollably trickling from the corner of his mouth. He tugged at his companion's sleeve, urgency written across his round face. "This is a scent of roasted meat unlike any I have ever encountered." The woman frowned slightly, but found herself involuntarily gazing in the direction of the enticing aroma. Before them, the market, dimming with twilight, was aglow with the dancing flames surrounding a barbecue stall where a young man, focused on grilling, seemed to perform some kind of magic, transforming ordinary meat into an irresistible delicacy. Ye Jian finally removed the first batch of grilled meat. Its surface gleaming with a lustrous sheen, edges slightly charred, yet the center remaining tender and juicy. He gently sprinkled the final touch of spices, and the aroma peaked, igniting fervent discussions among the crowd. Unable to contain himself, the pink-skinned man pulled out his purse, attempting to push forward, only to be gently restrained by his companion. "Patience," the woman whispered, her gaze unwavering from the mouth-watering grilled meat. "Good food is worth the wait." As night deepened, the charcoal blazed even brighter, illuminating this ordinary street corner as if it were midday. The fragrance of grilled meat lingered in the air, enticing more and more night wanderers. In this hubbub, Ye Jian remained focused on flipping the skewers, as if the entire world converged upon this solitary grill. "Wow, what is this flavor? How can it be so aromatic?" He nearly prostrated himself on the ground, akin to a hound drawn by the scent, eyes closed, nose to the earth, greedily inhaling the enticing aroma wafting through the air. The fragrance was rich and complex, with a caramel-like sweetness, the savoriness of meat juices, and a hint of elusive spices, as if an invisible hand gently strummed each of his nerves. He found himself crawling forward, oblivious to how undignified he appeared, as though the world comprised only that captivating aroma. The woman standing not far off, though not as overtly affected as he, could not hide her fascination with the scent. She tilted her head slightly, took a gentle breath, and her originally cold eyes now glimmered with a hint of enchantment. She bit her lip, striving to restrain herself, yet ultimately succumbing to the allure of that fragrance, her steps unconsciously leading her towards the already overcrowded restaurant. The crowd bustled, the cacophony of noise, shouts, and clattering dishes intertwined, yet none could overshadow that intoxicating aroma. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Ye Jian remained blissfully unaware that the dish he had casually prepared had attracted two extraordinary individuals. He stood focused at the stove, his knife dancing swiftly, producing a rhythmic sound akin to an upbeat percussion piece. The meat sizzled in the hot oil, the fragrance rising with the steam, permeating the entire kitchen. Approximately a minute later, Ye Jian plated the grilled meat. It was a piece of golden, crispy exterior yet tender interior meat, adorned with a sprinkle of vibrant herbs, accompanied by an assortment of colorful vegetables. Though these ingredients differed from those on Earth, some vegetables in unusual shapes, some spices with unfamiliar flavors, Ye Jian skillfully substituted with available materials, striving to recreate the flavors etched in his memory. Despite limited conditions preventing perfection, the dish still emanated an irresistible aroma. Done. The moment Ye Jian presented the meat from the kitchen, the previously noisy crowd erupted into a frenzy. "Hey, brother, sell me that meat." A burly man pushed to the front, his eyes fixed on the meat, saliva nearly spilling forth. "Give it to me. I'll pay double." Another elegantly dressed merchant shouted, pulling out a handful of coins from his pouch. "I'll offer 100 times. Don't fight me for it." A shrill-voiced noble waved his staff, attempting to shove people aside, his face betraying his determination. The crowd erupted into chaos, shouts, bids, and pushes merging together, all captivated by the aroma and the enticing appearance of the meat, as if it were not a dish, but a rare treasure. In the kitchen, the once busy chefs halted their tasks, mouths agape, staring at Ye Jian. The flames on the stove continued to dance, the broth in the pot still bubbling, yet all attention was drawn to the golden, glistening piece of grilled meat in Ye Jian's hands. This is the mark of a true chef." One chef, donned in a white hat, murmured, his spoon clattering to the ground. "No, this transcends mere culinary mastery." Another plump chef rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "This is the work of a divine chef." The aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air, perfectly balancing char and meat essence, as if tangible threads entwined around every nose. Fat dripped onto the charcoal with a sizzling sound, accompanied by plumes of white smoke, enveloping the entire kitchen in a tantalizing fragrance. Several young apprentices swallowed involuntarily, their eyes fixated on the grilled meat, yearning to pounce and take a bite. This aroma is absolutely divine. A hot-tempered chef could no longer contain his excitement. I am tempted to disregard all decorum and snatch it for myself. As Ye Jian was about to utter the words "I will not sell," the air in the kitchen seemed to freeze suddenly. A vague figure appeared with an almost imperceptible speed. The gust of wind it generated causing the flames on the stove to flicker. The visitor materialized before Ye Jian without warning, startling him so much that he nearly dropped the roasted meat. "Wow, I want to eat that. Give it to me." A plump figure emerged, eyes narrowed to slits, fixated on the roasted meat in Ye Jian's hand. The desire emanating from those eyes was almost palpable, as if the moment Ye Jian dared to utter a negative response, the figure would seize the meat without hesitation. Instinctively, Ye Jian extended the roasted meat, his fingers trembling slightly from nervousness. The chubby figure eagerly accepted the meat, not even waiting to use chopsticks, but instead extending long fingers to deftly pluck a piece of meat and bring it to his mouth. "Wow, this is delicious." The moment the plump individual savored the first bite, he froze in ecstasy. Then, he let out a thunderous cheer, his round face radiating sheer delight, tears of emotion even welling at the corners of his eyes. He devoured the meat ravenously, oblivious to the grease smudging the corners of his mouth. He would swear on all his treasures that this was undoubtedly the most exquisite flavor he had ever tasted in his long life. The surface of the roasted meat was crisp and savory, while the inside was tender and juicy, with perfectly balanced seasoning that blossomed on the palate in rich layers of flavor. Even after the last bite was swallowed, the lingering aroma remained, tantalizing his senses. What left everyone stunned, however, was that after finishing the last piece, the plump individual, still wanting more, extended his tongue like a pet eager to please its master, meticulously licking the plate clean. The sight was both comical and somewhat terrifying, leaving all present in a state of disbelief. Meanwhile, Ye Jian was drenched in sweat, oblivious to how soaked he had become. Large beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, soaking his collar. Chapter 71. Xiangpa. He could distinctly feel his heart racing in his chest, and his hand that held the empty plate trembled slightly. He knew all too well that this seemingly comical figure before him was none other than Xiangpa, the god of destruction from the sixth universe. Beneath the shimmering starry sky, countless stars adorned the deep cosmic tapestry like diamonds. In this vast universe, Xiangpa, the god of destruction of the sixth universe, was wandering with his angel, Baduz. Unlike the lethargic Beerus of the seventh universe, Xiangpa's life was meticulously regulated by Baduz, leaving him with little respite. He could not indulge in slumber at will like Beerus. Instead, he was compelled to follow Baduz as they traversed various star systems, fulfilling the seemingly imposing yet monotonous duties of a god of destruction. At this moment, they descended upon a vibrant planet, lush with greenery and filled with an exotic fragrance. Xiangpa's sharp eyes scanned the surroundings, and suddenly, his gaze locked onto a spot where a young Saiyan was preparing to depart quietly. This young Saiyan was Ye Jian, who had merely passed through, unaware he would encounter the legendary god of destruction here. Ye Jian's heart surged with tumultuous waves. As a Saiyan, he understood all too well the inherent pride and confidence of his race. Titles such as the strongest Saiyan and the superiority of their bloodline seemed utterly trivial and laughable in the presence of true strength. Without absolute power to back them up, any title was merely a facade, destined to become a source of ridicule. Ye Jian clenched his fists, knuckles whitening from the pressure, forcing himself to remain calm as he managed a strained smile. "Hey kid." Xiangpa's voice boomed like thunder, shattering the surrounding tranquility. His massive frame leaned slightly forward, his penetrating gaze fixed unwaveringly on Ye Jian, exuding an undeniable authority. Ye Jian trembled, slowly turning around. His movements were somewhat stiff, yet he made an effort to maintain an appearance of composure. "Are you calling for me?" he asked, striving to keep his tone light and casual. Unsure of what Lord Xiangpa desired, Xiangpa squinted, scrutinizing the young man before him. Moments ago, he had been captivated by the aroma of delicious food wafting through the air, failing to immediately recognize the powerful aura emanating from this Saiyan. Now, upon closer inspection, he couldn't help but be impressed. You possess quite a formidable power. Not bad." Ye Jian internally chuckled bitterly. Indeed, in the presence of a god of destruction, any attempt to conceal one's aura was futile. Their keen perception could effortlessly pierce through facades, revealing the essence beneath. Taking a deep breath, he respectfully replied, Lord Xiangpa, you flatter me. But may I inquire why you have suddenly appeared here? You know me? Xiangpa seemed startled, his thick brows arching high. He had not anticipated that someone on this remote planet would recognize his identity at a glance. At that moment, Badu's floated gracefully into view, holding her staff, a smile playing on her lips, her insightful gaze dancing over Ye Jian. Although she too sensed the unusual aura surrounding this Saiyan, she did not immediately discern his true identity. After all, there were many Saiyans in this universe, and Ye Jian was just one among them. Lord Xiangpa. Badu's voice was as melodious as a clear spring. He is a Saiyan from the planet Shalata. It is quite normal for a resident of this universe to be aware of your existence. Her gaze held a hint of scrutiny as it swept over Ye Jian. The air around them felt heavy with tension as these three powerful beings faced off, the distant calls of unknown creatures adding a layer of mystery to this unexpected encounter. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiangpa squinted his round eyes, a smirk forming on his lips, revealing a hint of satisfaction. He extended his plump finger to gently tap on the table, producing a soft thud. How about you prepare another dish for me? You see, this entire universe is under my jurisdiction, so having you cook for me is quite an honor. Ye Jian fought the urge to roll his eyes, his fingers instinctively tightening around the cooking utensils, almost bending them out of shape. What an honor indeed, he silently cursed, realizing he should never have indulged in showcasing his culinary skills. Now, he had caught the attention of this god of destruction, akin to being ensnared by a clingy piece of taffy. Taking a deep breath, Ye Jian endeavored to project sincerity and humility in his expression. He slightly bowed, hands folded in front of him, and respectfully stated, Indeed, during my time on the planet Shalata, I often heard tales of Lord Xiangpa's renown. Everyone says that Lord Xiangpa is the most generous deity in the universe. If someone provides even a small favor to Lord Xiangpa, he will graciously grant them a wish. Truly, he is the most remarkable deity in the cosmos. Ha ha, of course. Ha ha. Xiangpa laughed heartily, his round belly jiggling with each chuckle. Although he found the praise slightly odd, he felt a warm glow in his heart, as sweet as honey. Wiping the tears of laughter from his eyes, he patted Ye Jian's shoulder with his chubby hand. Here's the deal. You prepare a few more delectable dishes for me, and I will grant you one wish. How does that sound? Deal. Ye Jian readily replied, a broad smile spreading across his face. Indeed, everyone was right. The god of destruction never went back on his word, being honest and trustworthy, a true paragon of the universe. He was utterly in awe. As he spoke, he began to contemplate how best to take advantage of this opportunity. Ye Jian possesses an unparalleled understanding of the temperaments of the two deities of destruction, Xiangpa and Rusi. While other gods of destruction might not bow down for a meal, these two are remarkably different, exhibiting an obsession with culinary delights that is simply beyond imagination. Upon hearing Ye Jian's praises, Xiangpa instinctively touched his nose, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Oh really? Of course, it is natural, ha ha ha. A hint of bashfulness compelled him to turn his face away. His ears slightly reddened. Standing nearby, Bados couldn't help but chuckle, gently covering her mouth with her angelic staff, her laughter ringing like silver bells. Her bright eyes curved into crescent moons, clearly relishing the scene before her. However, she refrained from intervening, knowing that regardless of the outcome, she would not be at a disadvantage. Observing the situation, Ye Jian sprang into action. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing his sturdy forearms, and commenced the adept preparation of the ingredients. With a deft touch, he ground various spices into powder and sliced fresh vegetables into even, delicate pieces. The flames on the stove flared up with a pop, illuminating his focused profile. He thought to himself that he must prepare an abundance of sumptuous dishes. If Xiangpa became addicted, he might just whisk him away, a result Ye Jian secretly yearned for. The broth in the pot bubbled enticingly, its aroma wafting through the air. Although he was a legendary scion of the seventh universe, possessing his own pride and skills, Ye Jian was acutely aware that such attributes paled in comparison to the gods of destruction. He gently stirred the ingredients in the pot, a glimmer of cunning in his gaze. This culinary contest had only just begun. Gus stood in the kitchen, his hands trembling slightly as he took a deep breath, striving to quell his rising anxiety. The flames danced upon the stove, casting shadows on his taut face. He expertly sautéed the ingredients, the fragrances enveloping the room. Yet he found no pleasure in it. The suffocating pressure emanating from Xiang Pa echoed in his mind, a power that transcended imagination, making it seem as though the entire universe lay within his grasp. Ye Jian understood that even if he transcended his limits to achieve the legendary Super Saiyan 5, it would be nearly impossible to contend with a god of destruction. That kind of power was not merely destructive. It carried an almost law-like majesty that sent shivers deep within the soul. He sighed softly, pouring the rich, steaming soup into an exquisite bowl. Yet he felt a slight perspiration forming in his palms. Perhaps this was an opportunity, Ye Jian mused. His original plan had merely been to spar with the elite of this universe, and then quietly return to the seventh universe. Little did he anticipate that fate would play such a grand jest, transporting him directly to the realm of destruction. Everything here was shrouded in mystery and danger. The air thick with an indescribable energy fluctuation, as if even time slowed in this place. Ye Jian presented the final dish, perfectly roasted beast meat, to the table, carefully placing it before Xiang Pa and Bados. The two deities wasted no time, indulging with fervor. As Xiang Pa chewed, he emitted sounds of satisfaction, while Bados savored her meal with grace, a glimmer of appreciation in her eyes. Ye Jian stood aside, emotions swirling within him. He had intended to act discreetly, avoiding direct confrontation with the god of destruction, yet here he was, caught in such a predicament. The power of the gods of destruction was terrifying, capable of annihilating galaxies with a mere snap of the fingers, or even the entire universe. What was more disquieting was the angel Bados, standing beside Xiang Pa, whose power was even more unfathomable. Not only could she restrain the actions of the gods of destruction, but she also wielded an array of surreal abilities, such as reversing time, resurrecting the deceased, and manipulating the very fabric of space. Ye Jian couldn't help but recall Weiss, the angel of the seventh universe, whose capabilities seemed limitless, achieving perfection in nearly every aspect, rendering one almost despairing in comparison. Faced with such beings, Ye Jian felt like a speck of dust, insignificant and powerless. Ha ha ha, delicious. Xiang Pa's boisterous laughter jolted Ye Jian back to reality. He observed the two deities unabashedly relishing the dishes he had prepared, feeling a mix of accomplishment and unease. He knew he had to tread carefully with each subsequent step. Perhaps this unexpected encounter could become a turning point. If he could forge a good rapport with Xiang Pa and even gain insights from Bados, his strength might experience a qualitative leap. Yet, all of this was merely a spur-of-the-moment plan. Ye Jian had initially sought to practice quietly in this universe, honing his control over ki and gravity. But fate had thrust him into such a perilous situation. He clenched his fists, determination flashing in his eyes. No matter what, he had to seize this opportunity, even if the path ahead was fraught with uncertainty and risk. Just as he was about to speak, he sensed an unusual silence enveloping the air. He set down his spoon and looked up, noticing that those who had been animatedly discussing moments ago were now frozen in place, as if under a spell. Their eyes were vacant, lips slightly parted, and even their breath seemed to have ceased, their hands still poised to hold their bowls, resembling lifelike sculptures. Ye Jian's gaze swept across the faces of the crowd, finally landing on the slight upturn of Bados's lips. The crystal atop the angel's staff emanated a faint, shimmering blue light, akin to twinkling stars in the night sky. It appeared she had utilized her unique abilities to immerse everyone into a culinary illusion. So, Lord Xiang Pa, how does it taste? As soon as Ye Jian finished speaking, Xiang Pa abruptly tilted his head back, nearly crushing the bowl of soup he held in his hands. The scalding broth cascaded down like a waterfall, pouring into his gaping mouth, with droplets of golden liquid trickling down his ample chin, spreading oily spots on the pristine floor. A loud burp echoed through the silent dining hall, and suddenly, a brilliant red light erupted from Xiang Pa's body. The luminescence enveloped his rotund figure like the rising sun. His eyes glazed over, his face flushed with delight. He appeared to be floating on clouds. Ah, Xiang Pa sighed contentedly, his voice trembling with excitement. I have never tasted such a marvelous flavor. His laughter echoed, shaking the very ground of the dining hall, causing the chandelier above to sway gently. As the laughter subsided, Xiang Pa wiped away the tears of joy from the corners of his eyes and proclaimed, Quite good, young man. In light of such exquisite flavor, I shall grant you one wish. Speak, what do you desire? Ye Jian's gaze inadvertently drifted to Bados, who stood elegantly to the side. Although the angel maintained her poised demeanor, the usual calmness in her eyes now sparkled with unmistakable admiration. Her delicate fingers unconsciously caressed her staff, clearly captivated by Ye Jian's culinary skills. Ha ha ha, Lord Xiangpa. Ye Jian stepped forward, bowing respectfully, as a god of destruction. You must be aware of my identity as a Saiyan. Seeing me in such a weak state, I wonder if I might be fortunate enough to receive your guidance and follow you in training? He deliberately slowed his speech, ensuring each word was clear and sincere. Now was the perfect moment to make his request, as Xiangpa was still basking in the pleasure brought by the meal, a satisfied smile lingering on his round face. Ye Jian calculated in his mind. This god of destruction's temperament resembled that of a willful child. He could only stroke his ego gently. A forceful approach might yield adverse results. If one possesses sufficient strength, it would be of no consequence. However, given my current abilities, provoking him could lead to dire consequences. Indeed, upon hearing this, Xiangpa's face lit up with joy, and his corpulent figure surged forward to stand before Ye Jian with an unexpected swiftness. His stout arm enveloped Ye Jian's shoulder with such force that Ye Jian nearly lost his balance. Oh, this is simple, too simple. Xiangpa's booming voice echoed in Ye Jian's ears, causing a resonating buzz. Come with me, Badosi. With that, Xiangpa waved his free hand nonchalantly, and a dazzling radiance enveloped the three of them in an instant. Ye Jian felt the world spin around him as the surroundings began to warp and twist, ultimately transforming into a vibrant whirlpool of colors. Just before losing consciousness, the last thing he beheld was Badosi's enigmatic smile and the increasingly brilliant light emanating from her staff. At your service. Badosi nodded slightly, gently tapping the ground with her divine staff. In an instant, a magnificent rainbow-colored beam of light appeared from nowhere, enveloping the three of them in a dreamlike glow. This light seemed to possess a life of its own, flowing gently like a stream at times, and at others, shining brilliantly like starlight. Ye Jian felt a sudden lightness in his body, as he was firmly lifted by Xiangpa. Within the superluminal passageway, a wave of dizziness washed over him, surrounded by an expanse of colorful brilliance, as if he were ensconced within a kaleidoscope. Countless beams of light raced before his eyes, forming stunning trails that obscured the view beyond the passage. Ha ha ha, have you ever witnessed such a spectacle? Xiangpa's hearty laughter echoed within the passage. His arm casually draped over Badosi's shoulder, while the other hand hoisted Ye Jian as though he were a mere chick. The immense strength left Ye Jian utterly unable to break free, resigning himself to the whims of this god of destruction. He subconsciously nodded, yet a peculiar feeling stirred within him. He had indeed seen similar scenes on television, but the sensation of experiencing it firsthand was entirely different. In this moment, he could distinctly feel the pressure from the spatial leap, every inch of his skin bearing the impact of energy, while the buzzing sound of spatial distortion resonated in his ears. This immersive shock was beyond what could be grasped from merely watching through a screen. Just as Ye Jian's thoughts swirled, the rainbow beam suddenly accelerated, propelling the three of them through an invisible barrier. The vista before them abruptly expanded, and they had entered the realm of the god of destruction. Chapter 73. The realm of the god of destruction. The realm of the god of destruction in the sixth universe is situated on a conical three-dimensional planet, bearing a striking resemblance to that of the seventh universe, yet possessing a unique charm. The entire space is suffused with a sacred and majestic aura, with faint golden specks floating in the air, as if eternal divine light dances gently. Most striking is the ancient divine tree standing at the center, towering and robust. Its trunk is so thick that it would require dozens of individuals to embrace it. The bark is etched with the scars of time, each groove seemingly chronicling the vicissitudes of the universe. Its branches and leaves flourish like a magnificent canopy, ascending layer upon layer, as if striving to support the entire sky. Occasionally, glimmers of light cascade from its crown, resembling a beautiful and dreamy shower of stars. Gazing outward along the roots of the tree reveals an endless expanse of verdant grassland. The emerald blades sway gently in the breeze, creating ripples that resemble a green ocean. Dewdrops cling to the grass, sparkling with a diamond-like sheen under an unknown light. At the heart of the grassland lies a serene azure lake, its surface smooth as a mirror, reflecting the drifting clouds and the towering figure of the divine tree. The water is crystal clear, revealing various exotic aquatic plants swaying gently beneath the surface, while silver fish occasionally leap, sending ripples dancing across the water. Welcome to my domain. Xiangpa released Ye Jian, spreading his arms wide in a display of pride, as if showcasing his kingdom. Ba Dosi, on the other hand, gracefully stowed her staff, a subtle smile playing on her lips as she quietly observed Ye Jian's reaction. Standing on the soft grass, Ye Jian felt warmth radiate from the ground beneath him and inhaled deeply, savoring the life-filled air. Everything here felt both novel and familiar, as if he had returned to a long-lost homeland. As Ye Jian's feet firmly touched the ground of the realm of destruction, he instinctively tilted his head upward, gazing at the deep and mysterious starry sky. From this divinely illuminated land, countless stars sparkled against the dark backdrop, as if they were a meticulously painted canvas of light and shadow. These stars were not distant points of light, but massive suns in close proximity, moving slowly along their galactic orbits, radiating a dazzling luminescence. The starlight cascaded down, illuminating the entire realm of destruction as if it were day, yet imbued with an otherworldly tranquility and majesty. This is the realm of the god of destruction in the sixth universe. Ye Jian marveled inwardly, unable to suppress an awed whisper. He surveyed his surroundings, noting that the ground was paved with shimmering black crystals, both solid and possessing a peculiar resilience. In the distance, several towering temples appeared, their outlines appearing particularly solemn and mysterious against the starry light. Xiangpa gently set Ye Jian down, his rotund figure swaying slightly, exuding an air of casual nonchalance. Squinting his eyes, he tilted his head to scrutinize Ye Jian before suddenly inquiring, "By the way, what is your name?" His tone bore a hint of impatience, yet curiosity lingered beneath. Ye Jian felt a wave of incredulity. It seemed this god of destruction did not even know his name before bringing him here. He quickly bowed respectfully, replying, "Greetings, Lord Xiangpa. My name is Ye Jian." Xiangpa nodded, a satisfied expression crossing his chubby face. Quite good." He waved his hand, turning to Ba Dosi. "Ba Dosi, I leave him in your care. After training, remember to prepare a delicious meal for me each day." With that, Xiangpa yawned and ambled toward a nearby ornate palace, clearly intent on resuming his leisurely life of eating and sleeping. Ye Jian watched Xiangpa's retreating figure, unable to refrain from inwardly scoffing. The life of a god of destruction is so enviable. Eat well, sleep well, and grow stronger continuously. It seems that your slumber is akin to training. Ba Dosi smiled gently, her elegant demeanor radiating a captivating charm beneath the starlight. She raised her hand slightly, signaling Ye Jian to follow. "Mr. Ye Jian, please take a good rest tonight. After you are well fed tomorrow, we shall commence training." Her voice was soft and magnetic, as if soothing all unease and fatigue. Ye Jian nodded, following Ba Dosi through a garden adorned with extraordinary plants. The leaves of these plants shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, swaying gently in response to their steps, as if welcoming the new guest. Ba Dosi led Ye Jian to a spacious and comfortable room, its walls crafted from smooth white jade, intricately carved with exquisite star patterns. In the center of the room lay a plush bed, draped with velvety bedding that emitted a subtle fragrance. In the blink of an eye, they arrived here. Ye Jian stood in the center of the room, unable to suppress a sigh. This is the power of a deity. He absorbed the ambience around him, attempting to sense any flowing energy, only to find himself utterly incapable of perceiving any currents. This indicated that the divine aura far exceeded his current perceptual range. Indeed, mastering the divine control of energy was paramount. At the very least, should he encounter a deity-level adversary in the future, he would have a modicum of opportunity to resist. Ye Jian approached the window, gazing out at the resplendent starry sky, a wave of complex emotions swelling within him. "Enough of this, it is time to sleep," he murmured softly to himself, reclining on the plush bed, pondering his sudden disappearance, hoping that Lin Sao and the others would not search for him everywhere. His thoughts gradually drifted away, conjuring images of his companions' anxious faces. However, the fatigue of his body soon took precedence, and he closed his eyes, descending into a profound slumber. The starlight outside remained bright, as if guarding this young man who had just stepped into the realm of the gods, paving a path filled with challenges and miracles for his future. The moment he entered the domain of the god of destruction, he realized he had become ensnared in an inescapable cage. A subtle purple mist enveloped the surroundings, and the air was thick with an oppressive force that made even breathing feel laborious. The towering temple loomed in and out of sight, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. Ye Jian understood that unless he achieved some level of mastery in his cultivation, he would forever be trapped in this divine realm. Fortunately, thanks to the sudden emergence of a technique for manipulating energy in his mind, he successfully concealed his essence, which did not belong to the sixth universe. Whenever Battles passed by him, Ye Jian would hold his breath, channeling all his energy to its utmost limit. This enigmatic technique seemed tailor-made for him, not only perfectly concealing his true identity, but also merging his aura with that of the sixth universe. In the vast cosmos, there may be other powerful beings capable of seeing through his disguise, but within this domain guarded by Battles, as long as Ye Jian did not actively reveal himself, this angel would never discover his secret. This golden finger-like technique served as an invisible barrier, isolating him from the truth of this world. Meanwhile, on the distant planet of Shalada, a large-scale search operation was underway. Upon discovering Ye Jian's disappearance, Liansua immediately summoned the members of the guard team. They split into several small groups, conducting a thorough search across the expansive desert and dense forests. Caulifla was particularly anxious, leaping onto a towering tree, her sharp gaze scanning the distance, her fists clenched unconsciously. 3 days had passed, yet the search yielded no progress. Liansua stood before the holographic projection in the command center, his brow furrowed. He ordered an expansion of the search area, even deploying planetary-level detection devices. The guard members piloted aircraft, weaving through the skies, sending out waves of energy scans that covered the entire surface of the planet. Meanwhile, in the realm of the god of destruction, Ye Jian had unknowingly spent 3 days and nights. Time flowed differently here, and the countless stars seemed almost within reach. On the following morning, Battles appeared in the courtyard where he was training. She floated gracefully in midair, her staff radiating a soft glow. Chapter 74, The Golden Trajectory. Pay attention to your breathing rhythm. Battles' voice resonated ethereally, allowing the energy to flow through his meridians like a gentle stream. She demonstrated an elegant gesture, leaving behind trails of golden light wherever her fingertips passed. Ye Jian was astonished to discover that the method of controlling energy taught by Battles bore an uncanny resemblance to one of the final 2 chapters of the technique he had in his mind. However, he found the mysterious runes impenetrable, as inscrutable as celestial writing. Under Battles' meticulous guidance, these challenges were finally surmounted. He couldn't help but recall the experiences of Sun Wukong and Vegeta from the original work. Those 2 Saiyans had transcended their limits through similar training, ultimately achieving the form of Super Saiyan Blue. Yet, Ye Jian had different plans. He aspired to carve a path uniquely his own. Standing at the edge of the training ground by the temple, Ye Jian took a deep breath, and a golden radiance began to envelop him. He resolved not to pursue the power of the Super Saiyan God, but rather to explore the higher realms of Super Saiyan 4 and 5. Imagining the terrifying power of Super Saiyan 5 with perfect control over energy, he wondered what unprecedented heights he might reach. This decision solidified his choice to retain his tail. Every full moon night, he could feel the primal energy within his tail stirring. This was the path best suited for him, one filled with wildness and strength. The morning lake was shrouded in a thin mist, sunlight filtering through the haze to dance upon the shimmering surface. Ye Jian sat cross-legged on a slab of blue stone, his eyes tightly shut, enveloped in a flowing silver aura. This aura, akin to liquid metal, flowed over his skin, sometimes coalescing into fine scales, at other times dispersing into twinkling starlight. After 3 days of Battles' careful instruction, Ye Jian had mastered the art of perfectly sealing the surging energy within every cell of his being. At that moment, he was attempting to further compress and purify this energy, striving to transcend mortal limits and touch the divine realm. Suddenly, Ye Jian abruptly opened his eyes, silver light flaring within his pupils. The silver aura surrounding him surged violently, yet it remained firmly contained within the surface of his skin, not a trace escaping. He slowly raised his right hand, fingers together, gathering a swirling sphere of silver light in his palm. With a sharp sound, a brilliant beam of silver light shot forth, tracing a graceful arc across the lake's surface. Where the beam passed, the water surged to the sides, creating waves several meters high. The droplets refracted the sunlight, casting a spectrum of colors, like countless diamonds dancing in the air. The lake's surface, struck by the energy wave, remained agitated, ripples expanding outward. startling the waterfowl nestled among the reeds. Ha ha, well done, Ye Jian. A hearty laugh echoed from the depths of the forest as Kampa's rotund figure gradually emerged. He held a package of snacks, munching as he walked. In just 3 days, you've managed to control your energy to this extent. I must commend you. Ye Jian stood up, casually brushing off the dust from his clothes, a relaxed smile gracing his lips. Lord Kampa, what brings you here today? Unlike their first meeting, Ye Jian now exuded a sense of familiarity. This was the unique quality of the god of destruction. Once they grew accustomed to each other, they appreciated a straightforward manner of interaction. Much like the evolution of Sun Wukong's relationship with Beerus, from initial trepidation to later playful banter. Ye Jian remembered well that in Dragon Ball Super, Broly, even the cautious Vegeta entrusted his daughter to Beerus's care without concern. Now, he and Kampa had forged a deep friendship through their shared love of food. During each training break, he would prepare some novel snacks for Kampa, who, in turn, offered him invaluable advice on his cultivation. Today, I brought some freshly made energy cookies. Ye Jian retrieved an exquisite food box from his pocket, crafted from the stardust fruit, a specialty of the 7th universe, which should suit your taste. Kampa's eyes lit up, eagerly accepting the box. The two formidable beings settled on the lakeshore, enjoying their feast while discussing insights on cultivation. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon them. The lake gradually returned to tranquility, with the occasional fish leaping from the surface, creating gentle splashes. Among all the gods of destruction, Kampa and Beerus were indeed the most approachable. As long as one did not tread upon the boundaries of divine authority, they were willing to engage with mortals as equals. Watching Kampa indulge in his meal, Ye Jian couldn't help but smile knowingly. Just as Kampa cleared his throat, preparing to speak, Ye Jian suddenly raised his hand, interrupting him. The young man's eyes sparkled with determination, the corners of his mouth curving upward, as though he had long been brewing this proposal. Lord Kampa, Ye Jian's voice carried a note of sincerity. Why don't you join me for some practice? As long as you are willing to be my sparring partner, I shall prepare for you an even more delectable feast today, ensuring it leaves you with lingering memories. Xiangpa's initially dissatisfied expression was swiftly replaced by surprise. He widened his round eyes, hardly believing his ears. Really? He leaned forward, his voice brimming with anticipation. Indeed, it is true, Ye Jian nodded, but added cautiously, however, you must exercise some restraint, as I am not yet your match and do not wish to be sent flying by your punch. Xiangpa grinned broadly, patting his round belly, and heartily replied, all right, I understand. Let us begin. At that moment, Bados gracefully floated down, as if she had perfectly timed her arrival. She elegantly positioned herself between the two, lightly tapping her divine staff, and smilingly proclaimed, then allow me to officiate. As Bados's voice faded, Ye Jian inhaled deeply, his muscles instantly tensing. Huh, he bellowed, and an eruption of energy surged forth from within him like a volcano. Golden waves of energy radiated outward from his center, a fierce wind sweeping across the arena, causing the debris on the ground to tremble. However, astonishingly, everything around seemed to be shielded by an unseen force. Not even a leaf stirred. It was evident that Bados had discreetly intervened to stabilize the space. Although Ye Jian's aura was formidable, it did not trigger a transformation into a Super Saiyan. Clenching his fists tightly, his gaze sharp as a blade, he called to Xiangpa, Lord Xiangpa, let us engage in hand-to-hand combat. Do not evade. Huh. Xiangpa let out a light snort, a smirk playing on his lips. Humph. Very well, I shall indulge you. He appeared to stand casually in place, yet as Ye Jian charged, he suddenly unleashed a powerful punch. This strike seemed ordinary, devoid of any energy. Yet it was imbued with the terrifying strength of a god of destruction. The moment their fists collided, a deafening explosion resonated through the air. Ye Jian felt an irresistible force radiating from his arm, as if his bones might shatter. With a cry of agony, he was sent flying like a broken kite, tracing a chaotic arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Xiangpa retracted his fist, gently blowing on it, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Meanwhile, Bados shook her head slightly, a trace of resigned amusement flickering in her eyes. In the early morning, the grassland was shrouded in thick mist, resembling a layer of milky gauze enveloping the earth. Dewdrops sparkled on the blades of grass, crystalline and translucent, akin to countless tiny diamonds. Amidst this hazy atmosphere, Ye Jian's figure gradually emerged. His arm trembled slightly from numbness, his body marred with varying degrees of wounds. Fresh blood seeping from his injuries and staining his clothing. He struggled to support himself, yet his eyes shimmered with an indomitable spirit. Truly impressive, Lord Xiangpa. Thank you for your mercy. Ye Jian gasped, his voice tinged with fatigue, yet brimming with respect. Chapter 75. Endless as he comprehended the sheer terror of a god of destruction's might, an entity capable of effortlessly annihilating an entire universe. He understood that Xiangpa had clearly restrained much of his power with that punch. Otherwise, he would have been reduced to cosmic dust. Do not doubt, a god of destruction is indeed such a formidable existence. Ha ha, so how about another round? Xiangpa stood a short distance away, hands on his hips, a teasing smile gracing his face. His gaze was filled with anticipation, as if this battle were merely a light-hearted game for him. His imposing figure exuded a suffocating pressure, as if the very air around him had solidified in his presence. That is certain, Ye Jian roared, determination flashing in his eyes. In an instant, he activated his mobility, his body surging towards Xiangpa like a bolt of lightning. Although he could not sense Xiangpa's aura, he relied on his instincts to discern the opponent's position in such close quarters. Xiangpa did not employ any aura, strength, or energy, relying solely on pure physical prowess to engage with Ye Jian. His punches were as swift as meteors, each strike carrying devastating force. Ye Jian gritted his teeth, summoning all his strength to counter, their figures weaving through the sky, fists colliding with a roar, the air seeming to tear apart with piercing explosions. The sounds of their fists meeting flesh echoed relentlessly as Ye Jian, under Xiangpa's relentless assault, was forced to retreat, appearing to be at a complete disadvantage. Yet, he did not succumb to despair. Rather, he meticulously observed Xiangpa's movements with each exchange, striving to grasp more profound combat techniques. He understood that the hand-to-hand combat skills of a god of destruction were unparalleled. Even the top assassin of the sixth universe, Hit, could hardly compare. Ah, Ye Jian, you truly are clever. Xiangpa laughed heartily, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. His attacks grew increasingly fierce, his punches descending like raindrops, each one striking precisely at the weak points in Ye Jian's defense. Although Ye Jian appeared battered, he never faltered. His eyes burned with fierce determination, akin to a traveler seeking light in the darkness. This battle was not merely a contest of strength, but a test of intellect and perseverance. As Ye Jian continued to evolve amidst Xiangpa's fierce onslaught, his body may have been weary, but his heart overflowed with hope. He knew that only through such trials could he grow stronger, preparing to face even more formidable foes in the future. The thick fog gradually dissipated, sunlight streaming through the clouds, illuminating their figures with remarkable clarity. Ye Jian's sweat mingled with blood, dripping onto the grass, while Xiangpa's smile grew ever brighter. This battle was only just beginning. Bato sat elegantly upon a divine throne suspended in midair, one hand propping up her chin, her gaze calmly fixed upon the fierce duel above. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. In her eyes, it was evident that Ye Jian had perceived Xiangpa as nothing more than a free sparring dummy, and this god of destruction was willingly participating in this farce. She gently waved her staff, the crystal atop it glimmering with mysterious light. As an angel, she could naturally see through the essence of this battle. Ye Jian was honing his combat skills through his confrontation with Xiangpa, while Xiangpa was utterly immersed in the fervor of the battle, completely unaware that he was being used as a training tool. However, Batos had no intention of intervening in this duel. In her view, this was not necessarily a bad thing. The talent and potential that Ye Jian exhibited captivated her, given time. This young man might truly surpass Xiangpa and become an even more exceptional god of destruction. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Batos couldn't help but reminisce about the long years spent training Xiangpa. As the god of destruction of the sixth universe, Xiangpa indeed possessed formidable divine power, but much of it stemmed from his divine position. If one disregarded the power of his divine role and focused solely on innate talent, Xiangpa might not even rival the Ye Jian currently battling him. It was precisely because of Ye Jian's rare talent that Batos had made an exception to personally guide his training. In the sixth universe, she wielded absolute authority and did not need to consider the opinions of the god of destruction Beerus, unlike Whis in the seventh universe. She recalled that in another parallel dimension, Son Goku and Vegeta had sought to train in the realm of the gods of destruction, relying on culinary delights to curry favor with Beerus. Had Beerus not been moved by their talent, even Whis would have found it challenging to agree to guide their training. Yet, even so, Beerus had never personally entered the fray to spar with those two Saiyans as Xiangpa was doing now. Just as Bados was lost in thought, the situation in the sky suddenly shifted. Xiangpa seemed to be incensed, his corpulent form soaring through the air at an astonishing velocity. His fists transformed into countless afterimages, the dense wind generated by his strikes enveloping the sky in a tempest of chaotic energy. Each punch bore a cataclysmic force, the shrill sound of air being torn apart, echoing incessantly. Ye Jian nimbly weaved through the barrage of fists, yet Xiangpa's onslaught was too ferocious, and inevitably, several heavy blows landed squarely upon him. The energy ripples that escaped the battleground shot forth like blades, obliterating distant mountains several kilometers away. Massive boulders tumbled, clouds of dust billowed, and the very earth quaked violently. With a thunderous thud, Xiangpa seized the fleeting moment when Ye Jian's defense faltered, delivering a devastating punch to his chest. This blow encapsulated the full might of the god of destruction, causing Ye Jian to plummet from the sky like a meteor. The ground shook with a deafening roar as his body embedded deeply into the earth, creating a crater several dozen meters in diameter. The edges of the pit were lined with spiderweb-like cracks, and a torrent of scorching heat surged upward, filling the air with the scent of charred earth. Occasional sizzling sounds emanated from the depths of the pit, where the intense energy scorched the rocky soil. Baudouis leaned forward slightly, her staff twirling delicately at her fingertips. She observed the still smoldering crater with keen interest, eager to see how the young man she had taken a liking to would respond to this thunderous assault. As the dust began to settle, the shattered rocks and cracked earth silently narrated the brutality of the recent clash. Ye Jian lay supine within the crater, his body marred with ghastly wounds, crimson blood seeping through the ruptured seams of his battle attire, creating dark red stains upon the scorched ground. However, to everyone's astonishment, a satisfied smile curved his bloodied lips, and his piercing eyes shone not with defeat, but with a fierce fighting spirit. Truly, he is worthy of being called the god of destruction. Ye Jian struggled to lift his trembling arm, wiping the blood from his lips, feeling the surging power within him. Such a cataclysmic attack was precisely what I needed to break through my limitations. He could distinctly sense that, while enduring Xiangpa's blow capable of rending stars. A certain shackle within him had been utterly shattered. This was the opportunity he had longed for, to continuously refine his physical form under normal circumstances, elevating his foundational strength to an extraordinary level. Only then could he achieve a more astonishing enhancement when transforming into a Super Saiyan. Oh, it seems the battle has reached a temporary conclusion. A melodious voice floated on the breeze as a graceful figure suddenly appeared at the center of the battlefield. Baudouis gently caressed her staff, her emerald eyes glinting with profound meaning. The crystal ball atop her staff radiated a soft halo, cascading like spring rain upon Ye Jian's battered form. The grievous wounds began to heal at a visible rate, the torn muscles reweaving themselves, and even the rips in his battle attire miraculously restored. With a series of crisp cracking sounds, Ye Jian slowly rose to his feet. Each movement he made sent ripples of energy swirling around him, and his already formidable presence now surged to unprecedented heights, as if boundless. The air was thick with an exhilarating energy, causing even the pebbles beneath his feet to levitate uncontrollably. What is this? Chapter 76, Divine Realm Training. Xiangpa's rotund body trembled suddenly, nearly dropping his staff. His eyes widened, his plump cheeks quivering in disbelief. He had become stronger after being struck? What cosmic jest is this? Oh my, truly a sight to behold. Baudouis lightly covered her ruby lips with her slender fingers, her usually composed face betraying a rare expression of surprise. She could distinctly sense that Ye Jian's aura had transformed dramatically, not merely a simple quantitative change, but a qualitative leap. Ye Jian flexed his revitalized wrists and nodded slightly to the two deities. Thank you, Lady Baudouis, for your healing. Please wait a moment. I shall prepare a token of gratitude. No sooner had he spoken than his form flickered and vanished, leaving behind only fading afterimages in the air. In the nearby makeshift kitchen, the sound of pots and pans clattering rang out, utensils materialized by Baudouis' divine staff. Once Ye Jian's figure had completely disappeared, Xiangpa? As if waking from a dream, shouted, Badwes. Did you see that? That kid's aura is like that of a different person. The angel gracefully twirled her staff, a thoughtful smile playing upon her lips. It seems our guest possesses quite a unique constitution. What does it matter what constitution he has? Xiangpa stamped his feet impatiently, his rotund form bouncing like a ball. All this king cares about now is the delicious food he promised to prepare. As the god of destruction paced anxiously, Ye Jian finally approached, holding a delicately crafted food box. He carefully opened the lid, and a fragrant aroma wafted forth. It was a coveted instant noodle from the seventh universe. Each noodle saturated with rich broth, artfully arranged like a masterpiece. Thank you for your patience. He presented the food box before Xiangpa, the steaming aroma causing the god of destruction to gulp involuntarily. Xiangpa eagerly snatched the food box, devouring its contents ravenously, mumbling indistinctly. Next time just tell me to boost my strength directly. This king wouldn't mind giving you a few more punches. Badwis chuckled softly, shaking her head. Yet her gaze remained fixed on Ye Jian, as if contemplating an intriguing puzzle. Wow, this is delicious. It's simply the taste of heaven. Xiangpa suddenly leaped up, his eyes wide, his face contorting with sheer delight. His thick fingers trembled as he lifted the bowl, broth spilling over the edges onto the stone table, yet he remained oblivious. In the next moment, he devoured the food like a man possessed, his chopsticks thrashing wildly in the bowl, noodles being violently scooped and stuffed into his mouth, the sound of chewing deafening. The stone table trembled slightly under his vigorous movements, dishes clinking together with sharp sounds. Badwis elegantly covered her mouth as she laughed lightly, her slender fingers gently cradling the porcelain bowl. She tasted the broth with small sips, her lavender eyes narrowing slightly, long eyelashes casting delicate shadows in the sunlight. Oh dear, she sighed softly, her voice as melodious as wind chimes. This rich bone broth, the springy noodles, and the perfectly balanced spiciness are truly intoxicating. Both fell into a contemplative silence. Badwis gently set down her bowl, staring absently at the rising steam. Xiangpa abruptly halted his frantic eating, his heavy breaths resonating clearly in the courtyard. They both became acutely aware that the so-called delicacies they had previously tasted paled in comparison to this seemingly ordinary bowl of noodles, akin to chewing wax. Today, I finally understand what true culinary delight is, Badwis remarked softly, her long fingers unconsciously tracing circles along the rim of her bowl. Xiangpa exaggeratedly pounded his chest, choking out. All those before were mere pig food. Ye Jian stood in the shadow of the corridor, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Leaning against the intricately carved wooden pillar with arms crossed, he observed the two enraptured by their meal, silently reflecting, I may not have much, but I do have an abundance of culinary delights. Isn't that enough to satisfy you two gluttons? Time flowed on, seasons changed. Unbeknownst to Ye Jian, he had spent several years in this secluded courtyard. The once youthful lad had blossomed into a tall and robust 19-year-old. He had intentionally let his black hair grow longer, the tousled strands brushing against his smooth forehead, swaying gently in the breeze. This hairstyle bore a striking resemblance to that of Suin Wukong from Super Saiyan Form 1. And when he harnessed his energy, his black hair stood on end, adding an air of grandeur. Now, his height is comparable to that of an adult Sun Wukong, his elongated figure casting a crisp silhouette beneath the moonlight. Years of rigorous training have sculpted his muscles into smooth, powerful lines. Each punch he throws resonates with the sound of air being cleaved. However, in recent months, his progress has evidently stagnated. Even during his arduous practice at the break of dawn or meditative sessions under the night sky, he finds it challenging to breach an invisible barrier. Standing at the edge of the training ground, Bajuos observes Ye Jian's futile attempts, gently shaking her head. Congratulations, Ye Jian. She floats gracefully towards him, her divine staff shimmering with a gentle glow in the setting sun. Her lavender hair dances lightly in the evening breeze, her voice as tender as always. You have reached this stage. Surely, you feel it is time to depart. At that moment, Xiangpa is sprawled out on a nearby soft couch, snoring thunderously, his round belly rising and falling with each breath, a trail of drool at the corner of his mouth, clearly savoring the remnants of a recent feast. Ye Jian bows deeply, his dark hair cascading to obscure his complex gaze. Thank you for your guidance all these years. As he straightens, his eyes are now resolute as iron. The dying rays of the sun gild his figure, casting a long shadow across the courtyard. A new journey is about to commence. Shall I accompany you for a stretch? How about the Shalata planet? Before she finishes her sentence, Bajuos lightly taps her staff, and a magnificent pillar of rainbow light descends from the void, enveloping Ye Jian entirely. As the luminescence swirls, their figures gradually blur, ultimately transforming into a streak of light that tears through the sky. On the desolate peaks of Shalata planet, the previously tranquil summit suddenly ripples with spatial waves as the colorful beam crashes down, illuminating the rocky expanse as though it were a glassy illusion. As the brilliance fades, Ye Jian's agile form steadies itself upon the cracked surface, the pebbles beneath his feet disintegrating into dust in the wake of the divine energy's residual force. Bajuos hovers serenely in midair, her silvery hair billowing like moonlight in the gusty mountain winds. She gazes down at the Saiyan she has trained for years, the crystal atop her staff shimmering with gentle waves of light. This is enough. Remember, if one day you can touch the true realm of the divine, we shall meet again. With that, a pearl-like radiance envelopes her, and she gradually dissipates as if melting into the moonlight, leaving only the crisp echo of her staff's impact resonating through the valley. The realm of the divine. Ye Jian scoffs at the night sky, clenching his fists tightly, the armor screeching under immense pressure. The Saiyan blood coursing through him boils, awakening the combat memories sealed deep within his genes like a volcano. What a jest! Why pursue the so-called divine realm? Simply breaking through to Super Saiyan Stage 5 would suffice to crush any ordinary deity with sheer physical might. Moreover, according to the rules of this world, anything above Super Saiyan 3 is considered the divine realm, akin to Kakaluot's ridiculous Super Saiyan God form, along with the subsequent development into the blue ascended form that harnesses divine energy. Yet, how could the world know that beyond the crimson and azure paths of divine power lies another route to the pinnacle? The Super Saiyan 4, forged from the primordial strength of the great ape, and the Super Saiyan 5, which transcends it, represent the true forms capable of rending the very fabric of the universe. Two figures suddenly clash violently in his mind, one entwined in red divine flames, the other a scarlet giant wreathed in azure energy. Both Super Saiyan 4 and the blue divine form are terrifying entities capable of shattering galaxies with a mere flick of their wrists. Chapter 77. The Golden Cyclone and the Path I Choose. Ye Jian spreads his palm, observing the golden cyclone swirling around his fingertips as he murmurs to himself. During his years in the destruction realm, he intentionally refrained from cultivating energy conversion techniques, allowing his most primitive Saiyan bloodline to evolve wildly under the nurturing aura of divinity. At this moment, his typical aura has already reached the divine domain. Should he build upon this foundation for his great ape transformation, he envisions his body, cloaked in dark red fur, igniting with golden flames, a power potent enough to make galaxies tremble roaring from the depths of his bloodline. This is far removed from the version of himself in the original tale, who was forced to maintain the Super Saiyan 4 form. Back then, he could stand toe-to-toe with Super Yi Xinglong, yet that locked him into a path of stagnation. This time, he intends to try a different approach. Ye Jian leaps off the precipice, revealing his fangs as he plummets rapidly. He aims to construct a perfect barrier between each of his forms, allowing his normal state, Super Saiyan 4, and Super Saiyan 5 to progress like ascending a divine staircase. Only in this manner, when he finally touches the supreme realm of Super Saiyan 5, will his body not be overwhelmed by the ferocity of such power. He stretches his limbs against the howling winds, golden energy erupting from every pore like a chrysalis breaking free. The distant starry sea reflects in his blazing eyes. A new legend about to be born. Standing amidst a barren rocky expanse, the wind howls, raising his fists, his gaze piercing as if it could penetrate the chaos of existence. In the distance, several shattered peaks cast elongated shadows under the sunset, the air thick with a palpable sense of foreboding. His body leans slightly forward, muscles taut, ready to erupt at any moment. The contrast between Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God is as vast as the heavens and the earth. Ye Jian whispers to himself, his voice carried away by the wind, imbued with a sense of resolve. He recalls the scenes of Sun Wukong and Vegeta being repeatedly overpowered in battle, their bodies battered and bloodied, the blue glow of Super Saiyan God flickering under immense pressure, ultimately shattering like glass, dissolving into countless starlit fragments. Each time they were obliterated, it was accompanied by deafening roars and the cracking of the earth, as if the very world trembled. Yet Super Saiyan 4 is a stark contrast. Ye Jian closes his eyes, vivid recollections of the fierce battles from the GT era flooding his mind. The warriors of Super Saiyan 4 stand unyielding as mountains. Even when covered in wounds and drenched in blood, their forms remain steadfast, as if their state was innate. Only when their energy is entirely spent do they gradually retreat from that formidable stance, akin to a weary giant beast finally collapsing. This form, with its minimal burden, captivates Ye Jian's imagination. Thus, I have chosen this path. Ye Jian suddenly opens his eyes, golden light flickering within his pupils. He inhales deeply, feeling the surge of potential within him. His tail sways gently behind him, like a sensitive antenna connecting him to the ancient power source of the Saiyans. It is this tail that enables him to unearth the latent potential, crossing boundaries, and ascending to higher realms. Super Saiyan 4, and even the legendary Super Saiyan 5, cannot exist without the presence of the tail. It is not merely an extension of the body, it is the key to his power. Ye Jian recalls the first time he attempted to transform. The tail quivered violently under the onslaught of energy, golden fur ablaze like fire, the surrounding space seemingly torn apart, emitting a piercing hum. In that moment, he felt an unprecedented power coursing through him, as if a slumbering giant ape had finally awakened. Strictly speaking, Super Saiyan 4 cannot be considered a mere transformation. Ye Jian murmurs, his voice echoing across the desolate wilderness. He raises his hand, gathering a sphere of golden energy in his palm, radiating light that illuminates everything around. It resembles more of an evolutionary process, a metamorphosis from mortal to divine. The energy sphere rotates in his hand, emitting a deep rumble, as if revealing the ancient secrets of the Saiyans. In truth, Super Saiyan 4 should be referred to as the Ape Transformation Saiyan, a new branch of the Saiyan lineage, a different kind of existence. Compared to the previous Super Saiyan forms, this transformation signifies not merely an alteration in appearance. Golden hair envelopes his entire body, while crimson eyes accentuate a wild and primal visage, and muscles swell to their utmost capacity, representing an inner transcendence. Ye Jian feels as though he has merged with the cosmos in this state, each breath propelling the flow of energy around him. This is my choice. With resolute determination, Ye Jian's figure appears increasingly towering in the twilight glow of the setting sun. He understands that this path is fraught with unknown challenges, yet he is prepared. The power of Super Saiyan 4 will guide him to even greater heights. As the curtain falls, on the planet Salada in the 6th universe, starlight cascades like shattered diamonds upon the lush forest. A fierce wind sweeps through the treetops, lifting fallen leaves, and the air is thick with a primal essence. It is well known that the Saiyan race possesses a unique transformation ability into colossal apes. On nights of the full moon, their bloodline awakens, morphing them into raging giants towering dozens of meters high. Legends tell of true warriors who can compress this cataclysmic power back into their forms, allowing their regular bodies to harbor the fierce energy of the great ape. This is akin to forcibly channeling a tumultuous river into a stream, where a single misstep could lead to one's demise. Thus, those warriors who successfully harness this power are truly deserving of the illustrious title of Super Saiyan 4. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupts from the mountaintop, revealing a figure writhing in pain beneath the moonlight, muscles undulating violently like molten lava. Ye Jian grits his teeth, feeling the surging power within him. He is but a step away from breaking through the final barrier, poised to complete his transformation into a great ape and ascend to the legendary Super Saiyan 4. Sweat trickles down his forehead, shimmering like pearls in the moonlight. A deafening roar reverberates from deep within the jungle, startling several nocturnal birds into flight. Transforming into a great ape is perilous, and achieving Super Saiyan 4 requires maintaining lucidity in the throes of the ferocious great ape form, transmuting the crimson fur into resplendent gold. Such a feat demands extraordinary willpower. Countless Saiyan warriors spend their lives ensnared at this precipice, ultimately succumbing to the savage force and becoming mindless monsters. Meanwhile, at the other end of the city, in the Liansuo residence, the training ground floor resonates with thuds as the young warrior Gabe, newly inducted into the Lei's defense team, engages in high-intensity training. His fists cut through the air, each strike leaving faint afterimages. Captain, a Saiyan with a spiky hairstyle, wipes sweat from his brow, concern tinging his tone. It has been 3 years. Where has brother Ye Jian gone? Lianxia stands by the window, gazing at the brightest star in the night sky, his brow furrowed. Over the years, they have traced the energy signatures left by Ye Jian, following them to a remote planet, only to lose the trail in a valley filled with a mysterious magnetic field. With a loud bang, the iron door of the training ground is kicked open, leaving deep dents in the metal. Califura strides in with an air of confidence, her bright pink hair strikingly vibrant under the lights. Clad in a tattered leather combat suit, she has 3 empty senzu bean pouches hanging from her waist. "You useless lot," she yells, kicking over a nearby training apparatus, scattering metal components across the ground, leaving no one unscathed. The male team members lower their heads, intimidated and unwilling to meet her gaze. In recent years, Califura has trained almost to the point of self-destruction, fueled by the senzu beans gifted by Ye Jian. Some have witnessed her battling in torrential rain amidst thunderstorms, her body charred yet laughing maniacally as she swings her fists. Others have seen her training by the banks of a river of lava, her skin seared and raw, yet recovering instantly with the help of senzu beans. Of the 5 precious beans, she has consumed 3 alone, each time pushing her limits on the brink of death. At this moment, Ye Jian is concealing his presence, ghosting through the shadows of the city. He recalls the luminous wisdom tree in the backyard of the Lianxia residence and the large pit created by Califura in the training ground. The evening breeze caresses his strong arms, carrying with it the long-lost scent of home. As he leaps onto the rooftop of a tall building, the warm glow emanating from the Lianxia residence catches his eye, and a smile involuntarily graces his lips. At that instant, within the training ground of the Lianxia residence, Califura abruptly halts her tirade, turning suspiciously toward the window. She keenly senses a familiar aura mingling in the night breeze, reminiscent of the warrior who once made a promise to her beneath the stars, now watching from some corner. A tempest brews in the training ground as Califura bursts forth in a dazzling golden aura, energy waves sweeping across the entire area like a tsunami. Her combat power readings escalate on the scanner, inching closer to surpassing her brother Lianxia's long-held record. Lianxia stands nearby, sweat trickling down his forehead, his gaze fixed on the scanner displaying a value of 950,000, with only 50,000 left to reach the coveted million mark. Not enough, Califura shouts, her golden aura surging dramatically, causing nearby debris to levitate in midair. In contrast, Lianxia has engaged in formal training only once, utilizing just 2 of the 5 senzu beans he received, carefully preserving the remaining 3 in his pouch for emergencies. Califura, wait. Lianxia begins, but suddenly his expression sharpens as he senses a familiar energy approaching from afar. This energy is both strange and familiar, imbued with a heart-stopping power yet tinged with a long-lost sense of warmth. Indeed, it is this energy. Califura's eyes light up, a radiant smile spreading across her face. Ha! It is Ye Jian. Ye Jian has returned. She leaps into the air, disregarding her disheveled training attire, and dashes toward the exit of the training ground like a whirlwind. Her red hair flows wildly as she runs, her training boots pattering against the ground, embodying the spirit of a carefree girl. Lianxia follows closely behind, and together they burst through the training ground's doors. Under the glaring sunlight, a tall figure stands quietly in the open space outside the training ground. Clad in a pristine white martial arts uniform, his black hair flows gently in the breeze, his handsome face adorned with a gentle smile. The sunlight casts a golden outline around him, rendering him both mysterious and radiant. "Are you Ye Jian?" Lianxia hesitantly inquires, disbelief evident in his gaze. The young man before them is a stark contrast to the youthful boy they once knew. Had it not been for the unchanged, unique aura, they would scarcely recognize him as their old companion. "What? Do you not recognize me?" Ye Jian chuckles lightly, waving his hand in that familiar gesture, instantly awakening their memories. Though his appearance has dramatically transformed, these subtle habitual movements remain unchanged. "Ah, it really is you," Califura exclaims joyfully, executing a graceful somersault to land behind Ye Jian, clinging to his back like a playful monkey. Now, their height difference is considerable. Califura's feet barely touch the ground, swinging freely in midair. Hey, Califura, mind your manners." Ye Jian quickly turns, gently setting Califura down from his back, wearing a smile that combines exasperation with fondness. "After all these years, how are you still so reckless?" Califura, with a dismissive curl of her lips, stood with her hands on her hips before Ye Jian, gazing up at his noticeably matured features. Ye Jian, where have you been all these years? Not a word from you. Lien Sua stepped forward, his concern evident in his eyes. Indeed, ever since we parted last time, there has been no news of you. We worried that you might have encountered some trouble. Ye Jian's gaze shifted between his two dear friends, a reassuring smile lingering on his lips. He patted Lien Sua's shoulder and tousled Kelly Fula's unruly red hair. It's a long story. Let us find a place to sit, and I shall recount the experiences of these years. The sunset's golden rays enveloped the trio, elongating their shadows. The joy of reunion filled the air, while the unknown past awaited revelation in their forthcoming conversation. Gu took a deep breath, surveying the assembled crowd around the training ground. The sunset's glow cast a striking light on his chiseled profile, stretching his shadow long. He began to speak, his voice deep and resonant. I encountered a god of destruction. At that moment, the atmosphere within the training ground seemed to freeze. Lien Sua, who had been polishing his weapon, abruptly lifted his head, causing the energy detector in his hand to clatter to the ground. The practicing team members halted their movements simultaneously, leaving only the distant chirping of birds in the air. What? You met a god of destruction? A chorus of astonished voices erupted, startling the birds resting in the nearby treetops. Expressions of disbelief painted the faces of the crowd. Some instinctively took a step back, while others clenched their fists. The energy lights flickered at the edge of the training ground, as if shaken by the news. Ye Jian surveyed the shocked expressions around him, a wry smile emerging at the corners of his mouth. He noticed someone swallowing hard, while beads of sweat formed on another's brow. In this sixth universe, starkly different from the seventh, tales of the god of destruction were widespread, yet few had ever laid eyes upon one. Indeed, Ye Jian continued, his tone calm yet heavy. I was meditating on a desolate planet when I suddenly felt an unprecedented pressure. In the next moment, I found myself in the realm of the god of destruction. He paused, noting the captivated expressions of his audience. Even the technician adjusting the spaceship in the distance had ceased his work. The energy fluctuation monitor began to emit a faint hum, indicating the rising tension among those present. There, I underwent its training. As Ye Jian spoke, he sensed a shift in the atmosphere. He lifted his gaze to find everyone staring at him with a peculiar expression, a mix of shock, envy, and an indescribable jealousy. Lien Sua was the first to break the silence. He strode up to Ye Jian, his muscles quivering with excitement beneath his training gear. So, you've grown stronger again? His voice bore an unmistakable hint of defeat. We are all Saiyans. How can the gap be so vast? Lien Sua raked his fingers through his hair, the ground beneath him cracking under the pressure of his unintentional energy release. He recalled his relentless training in the gravity chamber, yet he struggled to break through his limits. While Ye Jian had received direct guidance from the god of destruction, this disparity gnawed at him. Ye Jian cleared his throat, feeling somewhat uncomfortable as he averted his gaze. He noticed several team members whispering among themselves, their stares making him feel uneasy. Ahem, I just had a bit of luck. It's nothing to dwell on. He attempted to downplay the topic with a light-hearted tone, his fingers unconsciously smoothing the creases of his combat suit. However, the crowd was evidently not inclined to let it go. Sometimes, luck is a form of strength, a chorus of voices chimed in unison. The bitterness in their tones, almost palpable. The atmosphere in the training ground transformed, the air itself seeming to carry a lemon-like sourness. Ye Jian let out a dry chuckle, wisely opting for silence. His gaze drifted through the crowd until it landed on an unfamiliar youth standing in the corner of the training ground. Clad in the Lhasa defense team's uniform, looking even younger than himself, this youth appeared slender, as if a strong gust of wind could topple him. Yet his eyes sparkled with an unusual brilliance. Ye Jian was particularly struck by the youth's hairstyle, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Sun Wukong from the seventh universe. The signature spiky hair shimmering a deep purple under the sunset. Who are you? Ye Jian inquired, raising an eyebrow and directing an inquisitive look at the boy. The youth seemed taken aback by being addressed directly, straightening his posture in a flustered manner, his fingers nervously gripping his clothing. Oh, his name is Jia Bei. He is now a trainee member of our Lhasa defense team. Lien Sua interjected, slightly turning to gesture towards Ye Jian, pride evident in his voice. Jia Bei stood to the side, appearing somewhat shy, his eyes downcast, hands clenched tightly, his training outfit still dusty, clearly having just arrived from practice. Ye Jian's gaze lingered on Jia Bei for a moment, a playful smile tugging at his lips. Ah, I see. Good job, young man. You are doing quite well. He stepped forward, his broad palm landing heavily on Jia Bei's shoulder. The impact was firm, causing Jia Bei to sway slightly, yet he stood his ground. Ye Jian's eyes glimmered with approval. This lad was indeed remarkable. Though he appeared youthful, there was an inherent resilience within him, destined to blossom into a formidable force in the future. Yet, in that instant, Ye Jian sensed something amiss. He furrowed his brow, musing inwardly. Odd, given Jia Bei's potential. The energy within him ought not to be so faint. It felt akin to a pearl obscured by dust, its brilliance faintly discernible but unable to fully shine. Jia Bei. This is Ye Jian. Lian Sua's voice pulled Ye Jian from his thoughts. Lian Sua's expression grew serious, his tone particularly solemn. He might just be the strongest among us Saiyans. Even our headquarters leader cannot gain the upper hand against him. Upon hearing this, Jia Bei straightened his back, his hands firmly at his sides, respectfully performing a standard bow. I have met Ye Jian senpai. His voice was bright and clear, his movements precise, with the tousled hair on his forehead swaying gently as he bent. Ha ha ha. No need to be so formal. Ye Jian laughed heartily, casually producing a bright red fruit from his pocket. The fruit was about the size of a fist, its surface shimmering with an unusual luster. Energy subtly coursing beneath its skin. He tossed it in an elegant arc, landing it securely in Jia Bei's hands. Here, consume this and see what effects it has. Jia Bei held the fruit, confusion etched on his face as he blinked. Huh. He examined the unfamiliar fruit in his hands, which glistened alluringly in the sunlight, emanating a sweet fragrance. Oh no, you don't want it. I do. Lian Sua and Kelly Fula exclaimed in unison. Before the last word could leave their lips, Lian Sua dashed forward, reaching out to snatch the fruit from Jia Bei's grasp. His movements were swift as lightning, his fingertips nearly grazing the surface of the fruit. In their past experiences, everything Ye Jian produced was extraordinary. The instant replenishing sins of beans were the best testament to this. Over time, a saying had even emerged within the team. What Ye Jian produces is bound to be exceptional. Given that this red fruit originated from Ye Jian, it surely contained some special efficacy. Jia Bei instinctively drew the fruit closer to his chest, while Lian Sua missed his mark, nearly stumbling in the process. Beside him, his younger sister could not suppress a laugh, instantly lightening the atmosphere of the training ground. Sunlight cascaded through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on everyone present. A gentle breeze wafted by, carrying the shouts of other trainees in the distance, along with the faint commotion from a nearby market. Ye Jian stood with his arms crossed, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He was curious about what transformations this seemingly ordinary, yet infinitely promising youth would undergo after consuming the energy fruit that he had meticulously treated. Chapter 48. The Elusive Assassin. Ye Jian stood on an expansive patch of grass, the soft breeze playfully tousling the strands of hair falling over his forehead. A frown creased his brow, revealing a hint of perplexity and frustration. Observing his companions, whose combat power had already soared to hundreds of thousands, a wave of discontent washed over him. Why were they all like this? This spiritual fruit would likely hold little significance for them now, he mused, unconsciously caressing the translucent fruit in his hand. Of course, this was merely his personal conjecture. After all, even the formidable Gula, with combat power reaching billions, had once coveted this spiritual fruit. As this thought crossed his mind, Ye Jian's frown deepened, as if he were pondering an intricate riddle. So sweet. Suddenly, Lian Su exclaimed with satisfaction, shattering the tranquility. He cradled the softly glowing fruit, taking a careful bite. The flesh melted in his mouth, sweet juice trickling down his chin, prompting him to lick his lips with a blissful smile. Sunlight illuminated his contented face, casting a gentle halo around him. Hey, Ye Jian, I want some too. Caulifla immediately protested, hands on her hips, pouting as she approached Ye Jian. Her eyes sparkled with eager anticipation, resembling a kitten awaiting its meal, making it hard to refuse her. Ye Jian shook his head in resignation, yet a smile involuntarily tugged at the corners of his mouth. He reached into his pocket and retrieved several more spiritual fruits, their alluring sheen in the sunlight hinting at some mysterious power. He gracefully distributed the fruits to each person present, his movements composed and elegant. Remember, Ye Jian suddenly retracted his smile, his demeanor turning unusually serious. His gaze swept across everyone, his voice low and powerful. This matter concerning the fruit must not be disclosed. It originates from the realm of the god of destruction. If you wish to avoid trouble, let it remain within your bellies. Do not utter a word about it. His words carried an undeniable authority, reminding everyone of the gravity of the situation. Nods of understanding and solemnity spread across their faces, for they all knew that treasures from the god of destruction's realm were not easily acquired. Ye Jian's willingness to share such a precious gift meant they would never betray him. This bond of trust and friendship was more valuable than any treasure. Come, Jia Bei. Ye Jian turned to the quietly standing Jia Bei, offering her a spiritual fruit. You should try it. While it may hold little value for them, it could be different for you. His tone was encouraging and expectant, as if awaiting a significant experimental result. Jia Bei carefully accepted the fruit, her fingers trembling slightly. Taking a deep breath, she placed the fruit in her mouth. The flesh dissolved on her tongue, a refreshing sensation coursing through her body, causing her to involuntarily close her eyes and savor this unique flavor. Ye Jian observed her quietly, contemplating. 1 or 2 fruits may yield negligible effects, but consuming dozens or even hundreds at once could result in unpredictable outcomes. However, given the rarity of the spiritual fruit, he would not easily allow others to consume too many. This precious resource must be utilized in the most critical situations. As the sun began its descent, elongating their shadows, the fragrance of the spiritual fruit wafted lightly through the air, adding an air of mystery to this ordinary afternoon. Bei inhaled deeply, his gaze resolutely fixed on the softly glowing fruit in his hand. Nodding gently, he unhesitatingly placed the spiritual fruit in his mouth and took a bite. Juice burst forth between his lips, an extraordinary energy rapidly spreading throughout his body. He closed his eyes, feeling the surge of power within him, as though every cell was awakening and being activated. At the moment he swallowed the last morsel of fruit, an unprecedented force erupted from within him, akin to a volcanic explosion. Chapter 80. The Complete Eruption. His body trembled slightly as the air around him seemed to ripple with this energy, creating subtle waves. Jia Bei's eyes shot open, shimmering with golden light, her muscles slightly bulging, as if currents flowed beneath her skin. With a deep rumble, the energy within her erupted entirely, her combat power skyrocketing, ultimately surpassing the 10,000 mark and reaching over 20,000. Jia Bei was equally astonished by this sudden transformation, gazing at her hands and feeling the overwhelming power surging within her, as if the entire world lay within her grasp. The surrounding Lien Su and others were equally stunned by the spectacle. They had initially presumed the effects of the spiritual fruit to be limited, yet they were astounded by Jia Bei's remarkable enhancement. Lien Su furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes, while the others instinctively took a step back, as if intimidated by the energy radiating from Jia Bei. The effects of this spiritual fruit are indeed terrifying, Lien Su murmured, disbelief evident in his tone. Ye Jian stood nearby, a slight smile gracing his lips, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. He had intended merely to test the fruit's potency. Yet Jia Bei's reaction had far surpassed his expectations. He approached Jia Bei, gently patting her shoulder, his tone warm as he said, "No need to thank me. Just keep up the good work." Feeling the warmth of Ye Jian's hand, Jia Bei's inner excitement calmed slightly. She raised her head, her gaze steadfast as she addressed Ye Jian earnestly. "Thank you, Senior Ye Jian. I will work even harder." Ye Jian nodded, turning to leave. His gaze swept over Lien Su and the others, seemingly assessing their conditions. Lien Su and the others had experienced some enhancement due to the spiritual fruit, albeit not as dramatically as Jia Bei. Ye Jian pondered inwardly. While the potency of the spiritual fruit indeed diminished with stronger combat power, it remained significantly impactful for those with combat power below 100,000. By the way, Ye Jian, your timing is impeccable, Lien Su suddenly interjected, interrupting Ye Jian's thoughts. "We have a rather challenging escort mission, and we could use your assistance." Ye Jian halted, turning back with a glimmer of interest in his eyes. "Oh, challenging. This sounds intriguing. Do tell." His tone hinted at excitement, as if he welcomed the impending challenge. Lien Su took a deep breath, his expression grave. "The mission involves escorting a shipment of vital supplies through a perilous area, which is rumored to be rife with ambushes by enemies. We've attempted this task several times before, but have failed each time. With your help, we might finally succeed. Ye Jian smiled slightly, a sharp glint in his eyes. It certainly sounds interesting. Let me see just how challenging this task truly is. It is as follows. We have just received word that someone has come here, offering a hefty sum to commission a task, specifically to ensure his safety. Lien Suo stood at the center of the hall, arms crossed over his chest, his gaze heavy as he surveyed his surroundings. Outside, the sunset of the Shalado planet painted the sky in hues of orange and red, with streaks of light filtering through the window panes, casting a glow upon his furrowed brow. He took a deep breath, his voice low and serious, as if each word bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. Ye Jian leaned casually against the wall, arms folded, his eyes sharp as an eagle. He nodded slightly, a hint of a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Well, what next? His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable sense of pressure, akin to a beast poised to pounce. What next? No one wants to take on this task. Lien Suo smiled bitterly, raising a hand to massage his temples, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He paced to the window, gazing at the distant mountains, his tone tinged with helplessness. We are hesitating as well, just like the other guard teams. His fingers unconsciously tapped against the window frame, producing a faint rhythmic sound, as if counting the passage of time. Oh, there's such a task? Intriguing. Please elaborate. Ye Jian's interest peaked instantly. A task so daunting that other teams dared not accept it must involve a formidable adversary. He straightened up and strode toward Lien Suo, his footsteps echoing in the spacious hall. Curiosity and vigilance sparkled in his eyes, as if he sensed the scent of prey. Thus, Lien Suo and the others detailed the task, taking a full hour. During this time, Ye Jian occasionally furrowed his brow in contemplation or nodded in acknowledgement, his fingers sporadically tapping the tabletop, producing a rhythmic sound. Lien Suo's narration fluctuated between urgency and slowness, accompanied by sweeping gestures, as if painting a gripping tableau. The sky outside gradually darkened, stars twinkling and reflecting in Ye Jian's profound gaze. I see. He realized that the adversary intended to kill him, hence his presence here. Having awaited their response for a day, the general process was clear to Ye Jian. He approached a wooden chair and sat down slowly, hands clasped over his knees. His piercing gaze fixed on Lien Suo. His tone was calm, yet underscored by an undeniable certainty. Indeed, 3 guard teams from our Shalada planet have already declined his commission. Initially, we intended to refuse as well, but now that you have returned, what do you think? Should we refuse? Lien Suo's voice held a note of urgency as he took a step forward, hands spread wide, as if pleading for Ye Jian's decision. His eyes brimmed with anticipation and unease, resembling a person standing on the edge of a cliff, awaiting final salvation. Yes, according to what he said, the one who seeks to kill him is likely no ordinary foe, appearing and disappearing without a trace. Before Lien Suo could finish, Ye Jian suddenly raised his hand to interrupt him, turning his gaze toward the window as if trying to capture some invisible trace. In the face of such gravity, Kali Fu La wisely refrained from interjecting. For though she was a rebellious girl, she was certainly not an ignorant one. Leaning against the wall, hands tucked in her pockets, her vigilant gaze swept the room, as if ready for any sudden developments. Her tightly pressed lips betrayed her inner tension and restraint. Jie basted silently by, observing the scene without uttering a word. This matter was beyond his purview. He remained quietly in the corner, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze downcast, seemingly lost in thought. His silhouette appeared particularly lonely in the dim light, yet radiated a quiet strength, appearing and disappearing without a trace. How intriguing. Ye Jian pondered. In the 6th universe, aside from the god of destruction, the only individual he could think of who fit that description was one particular person. His fingers gently stroked his chin, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his eyes, as if recalling a distant memory. His voice was deep and slow, each word squeezed out with a chilling intensity. Moreover, he was not yet capable of confronting this person, rendering him effectively no match. His gaze deepened, as if piercing through time and space, glimpsing that fearsome figure. His fists clenched unconsciously, knuckles whitening from the pressure, betraying his internal struggle and unwillingness. The air in the hall seemed to solidify, each person's breath becoming slight and cautious, as if afraid to shatter the moment's silence. Indeed, the legendary Saiyan was undoubtedly present. But being a legendary Saiyan did not equate to invincibility. The universe is vast, filled with formidable beings, beyond mountains, There are greater mountains and beyond people. There are stronger individuals. Even legendary warriors eventually encounter those more powerful than themselves. Ye Jian stood at the center of the command room, the surrounding lights casting reflections on his taut profile, brow furrowed, eyes flickering with complex emotions. He clenched his fists, knuckles slightly paling from exertion, as if engaged in a silent battle within. The prospect of battling this individual promised to be a thrilling confrontation, and merely imagining it set his blood ablaze. However, reason cautioned him that the cost of such a conflict could be dire. If he were to triumph, all would be well, but should he falter, the consequences would be unfathomable. Chapter 81. The Assassin Hit. This individual is a fearsome presence within the sixth universe. In the original narrative, his strength ranks just below that of the god of destruction, a pinnacle revered by countless powerful beings. He is none other than the Assassin Hit, a name that sends tremors through the cosmos. His profession is that of an assassin, executing his tasks with cold efficiency. It is said that he strikes from the front, delivering lethal blows without fail. His silhouette resembles that of a specter, quick as lightning, often leaving his opponents unaware until it is too late. In the sixth universe, it seems no mortal can elude his pursuit. Of course, this refers to mortals, not the lofty deities. Ye Jian, what are your thoughts? Lien Sua's voice shattered the silence, keenly perceptive of the rare expression on Ye Jian's face, a blend of seriousness, excitement, and caution, as if the changing seasons had crystallized in that moment. Lien Sua felt an inkling of foreboding. Even Ye Jian might find himself at a loss against this adversary. Ye Jian inhaled deeply, slowly turning to face everyone present. His voice resonated low and resolute, underscored by an undeniable seriousness. To be frank, I believe I have deduced the identity of this assassin. None among you, including myself, can match him. Thus, it would be wise to decline this task, otherwise, certain death awaits. He did not wish to witness his comrades perish in vain, and thus candidly revealed the truth. Oh, who could it be? Someone who has you at a loss. Another warrior could not help but inquire, incredulity evident in his tone. In their eyes, Ye Jian was the unequivocal strongest. Even the infamous captain of the Enlien pirate crew, Baku, had fallen before him. To think there exists someone who could instill such trepidation in him was simply unfathomable. Ye Jian's gaze deepened, as if transcending time, returning to memories of legends. He spoke slowly, a weighty tone threading through his voice. Have you heard of the legendary assassin? What? This statement detonated like a bomb within the command room. Aside from Ka Li Fu La and Jie Bei, who bore bewildered expressions, the faces of the others instantly shifted. Some instinctively took a step back, while others tightened their grips on their weapons, eyes filled with fear and shock. The atmosphere in the room abruptly froze, as if even the air itself had grown heavy. Are you saying that the one who appears and disappears without a trace is that legendary assassin? Lien Sua's voice rose sharply, nearly cracking, as he slammed his hands onto the table, causing the energy drink cans atop it to vibrate. His eyes widened in disbelief, as if they might leap from their sockets. Ye Jian slowly raised his head, the unique dual-star light of the Salada planet slanting through the window, casting a play of light and shadow across his chiseled features. His right hand unconsciously rubbed the energy detector at his waist, his knuckles turning pale from the pressure. Indeed, Ye Jian's voice was deep, as if it emanated from the earth itself. He stood up and walked to the window, gazing at the towering headquarters of the defense team in the distance. Aside from Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, the only being in the universe that could potentially make me concede defeat is the legendary assassin, Hit. He turned around, shadows enveloping much of his face, leaving only his sharp eyes glinting faintly in the dim light. I do not exaggerate my capabilities, but Hit's methods of killing are indeed unpredictable. A lethal strike, the flash fist. Ye Jian's voice paused, as if each word bore weight. These are not challenges we can currently confront. Lien Su involuntarily took a step back, his back colliding with the cold metallic wall. He could clearly see the fine beads of sweat trickling from Ye Jian's temple, glimmering under the dual star's glow. Particularly that critical strike. Ye Jian slowly raised his right hand. Fingers splayed and then clenched, the joints cracking softly. In the instant of engaging an opponent, he could precisely locate the most lethal points. Akin to a viper targeting its prey. His voice grew softer, as if recalling a terrifying scene, and the flash fist was even more formidable. When Ye Jian suddenly swung a punch, the The wind from the strike howled past Lien Su's ear, halting just an inch from his temple. Lien Su could even feel the energy fluctuating from the fist, sending chills down his spine. Able to leap through time in seconds, Ye Jian retracted his fist, his voice laced with an unmistakable apprehension. In this fleeting moment, he could ravage his opponent without them even having the chance to react. Even more frightening was that this ability would evolve continuously throughout the battle, from seconds to seconds, and then to seconds. Lien Su struggled to swallow, his throat constricting. He recalled the footage he had seen during the interstellar fighting tournament, Hit darting across the arena like a specter. His adversaries seemingly adopting perfect defensive stances, yet inexplicably falling to the ground moments later. Compared to the clumsy time pause of the Frisia Force, Ye Jian scoffed, gathering a small orb of energy at his fingertip before letting it dissipate into the air. Hit's flash fist required no breath holding, utilizing energy as naturally as breathing. The room fell into a profound silence, the only sound being the hum of the energy regulator vibrating through the air. Lien Su despondently sank into the alloy chair behind him, the chair creaking in protest under the sudden weight. If it truly is him. Lien Su's voice was as dry as sandpaper. We stand no chance at all. He raised his hand to wipe his face, his palm slick with cold sweat. In this case, we can only abandon this mission. I wonder what kind of trouble this target has stirred up to warrant the involvement of such a legendary assassin. He stood up and paced to the holographic projector at the other end of the room, his fingers mindlessly gliding over the control panel. The star map projected illuminating his face with shifting light spots. Although declining the commission would tarnish our defense team's reputation, Lien Su shook his head with a bitter smile. Losing our reputation is far better than losing our lives. News spread faster than anticipated. Within half a day, all the defense teams on Salada Planet provided the same response, declining to accept this seemingly ordinary escort mission. The training ground was devoid of the usual shouts of team members practicing. Instead, it was replaced by a stifling silence. Even the most reckless of new recruits would unconsciously tread lightly upon hearing the name Hit. Only Lien Su's team remained embroiled in heated debate within the conference room. The holographic projector in the center of the room cast a three-dimensional image of the mission target, a seemingly ordinary Saiyan merchant, who was currently spinning innocently. Team members were either seated or standing, some animatedly waving their arms, while others silently stared at the floor, the air thick with tension. Outside, the sky gradually darkened. The two moons of Salada Planet rising one after the other into the night sky, their cold glow filtering through the bulletproof glass, casting deep shadows over Ye Jian's furrowed brow. After Ye Jian and Lien Su's group decisively rejected the request of the client's face turned ashen. Yet he dared not utter a word, leaving in silent resentment. His steps were unsteady, each footfall akin to treading on thin ice, cautious and fearful of disturbing something. He occasionally looked back, his eyes filled with unease and dread, as if a pair of eyes were watching him from behind. However, unbeknownst to him, Ye Jian had already silently followed. Ye Jian moved like a specter through the shadows, his steps so light that they barely made a sound. He concealed himself at the corner of a building or hovered high above, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the panicked figure fleeing below. Hit. Ye Jian silently repeated this name in his mind, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Chapter 82, Flash Fist. Engaging with this legendary assassin was an irresistible temptation for him. Although he knew his current strength might not suffice to defeat Hit, he possessed absolute confidence in his ability to withdraw unscathed. With a mere instant of movement, he could vanish from Hit's sight, retreating thousands of miles away. This was also the reason Ye Jian did not bring Lien Su and the others along. He understood that if Hit truly came knocking, Lien Su and the others would become liabilities. Only by acting alone could he confront this potential confrontation without reservations. Returning to the matter at hand, Ye Jian's gaze was intently fixed on the ship the client was aboard. It was an unremarkable civilian vessel, its exterior marred by numerous scratches, clearly having weathered many storms. The ship's engine emitted a low rumble, seemingly narrating its owner's haste and panic. Ye Jian could not help but speculate. What heinous act had this individual committed to warrant the summoning of a legendary assassin like Hit at any cost? In the sixth universe, Hit's name was synonymous with death. His missions had never failed, and aside from the lofty deities, almost no one could survive his assassination attempts. This near-perfect record had made Hit a symbol of fear in the hearts of countless individuals. At that moment, Ye Jian suddenly sensed a faint aura quietly approaching. This presence was exceedingly subtle, as though it had blended into the surrounding air. Had it not been for Ye Jian's acute sensitivity to energy, he might have failed to notice it. It was not powerful, but carried an unsettling air of mystery. It's coming. Ye Jian's heart tightened. Every muscle in his body instantly tensed. He understood that this was Hit's unique aura. This presence, appearing ordinary, concealed lethal intent. Many who were unaware of Hit would thus let their guard down, ultimately paying with their lives. Sure enough, the client's ship slowly descended onto a desolate planet. The surface of the planet was littered with jagged rocks and cracked earth, almost devoid of any signs of life. The client exited the ship, hurrying with a frantic expression. Clearly, he hoped to use the seclusion and desolation of this planet to conceal himself from the omnipresent threat. Ye Jian hovered high above, surveying everything below. A slight smile played on his lips, his eyes glinting with anticipation. The potential confrontation with Hit had already begun. Little did he realize, he had already been locked onto by Hit's cold gaze. No matter how he attempted to hide or change positions, it was merely a matter of time before Hit would find him, and that time would not be long. Ye Jian stood atop a high vantage point, his gaze piercing through the thin atmosphere as he surveyed the desolate planet below. The swirling sands brushed against his forelock, imparting a chill upon his brow. A faint smile, tinged with coldness, graced his lips. Shite, once you have dealt with him, I shall be here, ready for a proper duel. Ye Jian sensed the presence of Shite had quietly descended upon this forsaken world, yet a flicker of doubt arose within him. How had Shite arrived here without any trace of a spacecraft? Could he traverse the cosmos with such ease? This notion caused Ye Jian's eyes to narrow slightly. It seemed that Shite indeed possessed the ability to exist within the universe, heightening his anticipation for the impending confrontation. As Ye Jian descended to the ground, the scene before him confirmed his foreboding. The clients lay sprawled upon the earth, their bodies neatly cleaved in two, blood staining the parched soil. A heavy stench of blood permeated the air, intertwining with the bitterness of the sandstorm. At the heart of this bloody tableau stood a figure, clad entirely in purple, with a round face and a bald head. His gaze was calm yet sharp as a blade, seemingly capable of piercing through all facades. Dressed in a dark long coat that fluttered gently in the wind, he strolled forward, hands casually tucked into his pockets, his pace slow and unhurried. Each step he took emanated an indescribable sense of oppression, as if the very ground beneath him quaked under the weight of his presence. His demeanor was relaxed and free, as if he were walking among the clouds, entirely unaffected by the surrounding carnage and death. This calmness involuntarily tightened Ye Jian's nerves. Oh, another one has arrived? Come forth. Shite spoke suddenly, his voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable penetrating force. His gaze shifted toward the direction where Ye Jian concealed himself, as if he had already discerned everything. Ye Jian's heart jolted, yet he hesitated not for a moment. In a flash, he appeared behind Shite like a bolt of golden lightning, his movements swift and fluid. Truly, he was the foremost assassin, Shite. A hint of admiration tinged Ye Jian's voice, yet it also revealed a fierce battle intent. Shite slowly turned, his expression as impassive as stone as he regarded Ye Jian, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Who are you? His tone was flat, as if merely inquiring about an inconsequential matter. I am here to spar with you. Ye Jian stepped forward, his golden aura erupting suddenly, ablaze like a roaring flame, distorting the surrounding air. The radiance of his aura illuminated his resolute features, reflecting a fleeting glimmer in Shite's eyes. Oh, not too shabby. Shite nodded slightly, his tone still composed, but regrettably, my task is complete, and I have no time to engage with you. He shook his head and turned to leave, as if Ye Jian's existence was hardly worthy of a second glance. Had it been Vegeta, such disdain would have ignited a furious response, his intense pride often leading him to lose his composure at critical moments, thus complicating matters unnecessarily. The sparring match on the Nameless Star in the original narrative was a prime example. He could have responded calmly, yet in a moment of impulse, he plunged the situation into uncontrollable chaos. However, Ye Jian was different. He took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within, his gaze firmly fixed on Shite's retreating figure. This duel had only just begun. The air was thick with the scent of blood, the cracked earth resembling shattered mirrors extending in all directions. The azure luminescence of the Super Saiyan god flickered violently around Ye Jian, yet ultimately extinguished like a candle in the wind. Shi Ti's lethal strikes landed with unparalleled precision, each blow imbued with the power to rend the very stars. Ye Jian's body was sent sprawling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily onto the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. His brilliant blue aura dissipated entirely, leaving behind a body marred with wounds, oozing blood. What? Do you hold me in such contempt? Ye Jian's voice was laced with suppressed fury, and before his words had fully left his lips, he transformed into a blur. The air erupted with a piercing sonic boom as he utilized instant transmission to appear directly before Shi Ti. The distance between them so diminished that they could almost feel each other's breath. Shi Ti's abyss-like purple eyes narrowed slightly, his steps halting abruptly. An indistinct temporal fluctuation enveloped him, rendering him seemingly at odds with the world itself. Do not obstruct my departure. His voice was eerily calm, each word chillingly calculated, exuding a sense of foreboding. Ye Jian's brow furrowed tightly, veins throbbing at his temples. His right fist erupted with a brilliant golden vortex, aiming directly for Shi Ti's face with the force capable of shattering mountains, compressing the air into visible ripples. Yet, just as his fist was about to connect, Shi Ti's form dissipated like an illusion. In the next instant, he reappeared 3 meters behind Ye Jian, his garments billowing, untouched by a speck of dust. Indeed, this time manipulation technique is no simple feat, Ye Jian mused, sensing the peculiar temporal shifts around him, as if he were glimpsing the future. In the original narrative, Sun Wukong relied on his combat intuition to predict movements, while the being from Universe 11, TC, utilized his extraordinary hearing and speed to counteract attacks. However, as Ye Jian pondered a solution, Shi Ti's cold voice echoed once more. Your strength is commendable, yet it does not guarantee you can match me. His fingers brushed lightly against his waist, and a faint purple temporal energy began to emanate from him. I do not wish to kill today, so cease challenging my patience, or you shall surely regret it. Oh, is that so? A defiant smirk graced Ye Jian's lips as his fists ignited once more with golden flames. Why not try to retaliate? His tone was imbued with undeniable confidence, and the aura irradiating from him caused the debris beneath his feet to tremble slightly. Shi Ti merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction before turning to leave. Yet, having already initiated his attack, Ye Jian would not easily relent. His form blurred once more, leaving behind a gradually fading afterimage. Shi Ti emitted a rare sound of surprise. In that fleeting moment, his left hand instinctively rose, accurately blocking Ye Jian's side attack. The collision of their powers unleashed shockwaves that reverberated outward, reducing the surrounding debris to dust. What? Surprised? Ye Jian observed Shi Ti with a semblance of amusement, aware that his recent strike had surpassed the limits of visible speed. He was certain that Shi Ti had not relied on sight alone, but rather on his honed instinct cultivated through countless battles. This was evident from the flicker of astonishment that briefly surfaced in Shi Ti's eyes, a reaction one might display when plans are unexpectedly disrupted. The two stood amidst the swirling dust, the energies of time and space clashing against the golden aura, sparking a breathtaking spectacle. Merely a coincidence, I presume. Shi Ti's voice was low and frigid as he moved, resembling a fleeting shadow gliding through the air. He excelled in time manipulation, his strikes quick as lightning, often completing an aggressive onslaught before a single phrase could fully form. His movements were fluid and precise, each strike carrying an oppressive weight that suffocated the air around them. Yet, as he uttered those words, a second wave of attack was already unleashed. His fist shot forth like a tempest, accompanied by the sharp sound of air being cleaved, aimed directly at Ye Jian's chest. Yet this time, his assault failed to find its mark. It was as though an invisible barrier had materialized before Ye Jian, halting Shi Ti's fist mere inches from him, as if it had collided with an unseen wall. What do you think? Surprised, are you? Ye Jian's lips curled into a subtle smile, a glimmer of cunning shimmering in his eyes. He swiftly retrieved a fruit that glowed with a faint luminescence from his bosom and, without a moment's hesitation, swallowed it whole. The juice of the fruit cascaded down his throat, and a wave of warmth rapidly spread throughout his body, his previously weary mental energy restored to its former vigor. Indeed, Ye Jian had relied on the mental barrier he constructed to defend against its assault. This ability, however, he could currently only manage to invoke once, sustained only by the power of Zhenling Shu. Even so, managing to withstand Hit's Shan Gong was sufficient to earn Hit's respect. As Hit's gaze grew increasingly grave, he slowly withdrew his hand from his pocket, his movements steady and forceful. Leaning slightly forward, he spread his feet apart, adopting a combat stance. This subtle shift undeniably indicated his newfound regard for Ye Jian, the once lofty assassin finally revealing his true fighting spirit. Observing this, Ye Jian felt no inclination to slacken his resolve. He took a deep breath, his internal energy rapidly coalescing, a faint golden radiance enveloping his form. He understood that while Shan Gong was formidable, it was not insurmountable. However, truly countering Hit's onslaught would be no simple feat, even if he transformed into a Super Saiyan. He might still struggle to contend with Hit's power, which was nearly comparable to the combined might of Sun Wukong's Kaioken and the Super Saiyan Blue state. When augmented by Shan Gong, Hit's strength was even more formidable. If Ye Jian wished to match him in sheer power, he would likely need to reach the realm of Super Saiyan 4. Yet, despite being acutely aware of his current inadequacy to rival Hit, Ye Jian had no intention of retreating. It had been many years, and since it had come to this, let me see if you possess the requisite qualification. Hit's voice remained flat, yet it carried an inexplicable air of authority. This statement not only conveyed his combat intent, but also hinted at a deep-seated loneliness within him. For years, he had stood at the pinnacle of power, unmatched, and this solitude had long seeped into his very bones. Initially, he had regarded Ye Jian with disdain, but that fleeting moment of confrontation had made him realize he might have underestimated this opponent. The atmosphere seemed to crystallize, their gazes colliding in the air, igniting invisible sparks. The surrounding scenery appeared solemn in the wake of their standoff. The wind ceased to blow, the clouds hung low, as if the entire world awaited the outcome of this clash. I hope I do not disappoint you. Before Ye Jian's words faded, he shot forth like a bolt of lightning, the ground beneath him fracturing under the explosive force of his movement, debris flying in all directions. Boom! Two powerful forces clashed violently in midair, producing a deafening roar. Ye Jian's fist met Hit's with a direct collision, and in that instant, an unimaginable shockwave surged forth like a tidal wave. Ye Jian felt a searing pain in his arm as he was forcefully propelled backward, his body tracing a chaotic arc through the air. Crash! Ye Jian landed heavily on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. He lay amidst the wreckage, his chest heaving violently, breaths coming in rapid succession. Meanwhile, Hit remained steadfast, his form as unyielding as a mountain, seemingly unaffected by the recent exchange. His cold gaze looked down upon Ye Jian, a slight smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Is this your strength? Pathetically weak. Hit's voice was frigid and laced with mockery, each word piercing Ye Jian's ears like a dagger. How amusing. Ye Jian gritted his teeth, suppressing the agony radiating from his neck, and slowly pushed himself up from the ground. He wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet his eyes shimmered with an even fiercer battle intent. Hit's previous punch had struck true, and Ye Jian could feel that his neck had nearly been broken under that force, making it difficult to breathe. This was indeed the lethal strike of an assassin, living up to its reputation. At that moment, Hit launched another attack. He seemingly casually extended his hand, fingers curling into a fist before unleashing a strike. This punch, appearing unremarkable, harbored destructive power. Ye Jian's pupils constricted sharply, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Without hesitation, he unleashed all his energy, crossing his arms to shield himself. However, Hit's strike was no ordinary punch. It was his unique technique, Invisibility Chi Fist. This move generated an invisible attack at lightning speed, capable of penetrating all obstacles and directly striking its target. Ye Jian felt an invisible force collide violently with his defenses, his body sliding uncontrollably backward, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground, dust and debris flying as he slid for over 100 meters. He clenched his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, muscles taut, exerting every ounce of strength to withstand this intangible assault. His arms trembled from the violent vibrations, yet he refused to yield, his eyes glowing with an indomitable spirit. This battle had only just begun. Hit's deep-set eyes narrowed slightly, an oppressive aura emanating from him, standing atop the shattered rocks. His black coat billowed in the tempest, his voice low and icy. I can sense that there lies untapped power within you. Should you insist on battling me, then unleash your full strength. Otherwise, This confrontation will only leave me disappointed. This marked the first time Hit had spoken so extensively during a fight. Perhaps even he was unaware that this opponent named Ye Jian had, unbeknownst to him, begun to influence his typically unfeeling approach to combat. Chapter 84. Overwhelming force. A person whose strength was evidently inferior to his own could actually break through his nearly insurmountable Shansher? For the first time, curiosity welled up within Hit, though he had yet to unleash his true Shansher powers. No one in this universe had ever come close to uncovering a flaw in that technique. Ye Jian's performance rekindled a long-dormant sense of enjoyment in battle for him. You are correct. A wild grin spread across Ye Jian's face as he clenched his fists tightly, crossing his arms defensively before his chest. He inhaled deeply, his chest heaving with each breath, unleashing a roar that resonated throughout the valley. In an instant, a wave of energy erupted from Ye Jian, akin to a force capable of toppling mountains. The scattered rocks on the ground seemed to be seized by an invisible hand, defying gravity and hovering in midair. Debris of all sizes spiraled around him like a tempest, slicing through the air with a sharp whistling sound. Boom! The heavens suddenly darkened, dense clouds converging from all directions, with silver bolts of lightning cleaving the sky and deafening thunder erupting in quick succession. The very earth trembled violently, snow cascading down from distant mountains, creating a swirling blizzard. Amidst this upheaval, the golden flames igniting around Ye Jian blazed even more fiercely. The brilliance was so radiant that it appeared as though a humanoid sun had descended upon the world. His jet-black hair stood on end under the energy's impact, transforming at a visible pace into a dazzling gold. When he lifted his gaze once more, his formerly dark pupils had transformed into a vibrant green, resembling two unfathomably deep springs, calm, yet harboring cataclysmic power. This sudden pressure surged skyward, tearing a massive rift in the clouds above. Compared to the energy unleashed during other Super Saiyan transformations, the might Ye Jian exhibited at this moment was exponentially more terrifying. It is worth noting that he had mastered the art of transforming into a Super Saiyan many years prior. Over the years, he has deliberately suppressed this power, dedicating all his energy to training under normal circumstances. As the Angel Vizi once pointed out, the greater one's strength in a state of normalcy, the more astonishing the enhancement upon transforming into a Super Saiyan. At this moment, this body, forged through countless trials, is finally ready to reveal its true terror to the world. The fiery aura erupted from Ye Jian like a volcanic explosion, his black hair instantaneously transforming into a brilliant gold, each strand standing erect like flames. The air crackled with energy fluctuations, the ground beneath him cracking in concentric circles, small stones being swept into the air by the violent currents. This is the Super Saiyan. Ye Jian felt the surging power within him, the golden aura forming a dazzling column of light around him. Yet, just as the momentum reached its zenith, all energy fluctuations suddenly converged, as if completely absorbed by an invisible vessel. This mastery of control, effortlessly managing the ebb and flow of power, is a realm only attainable by the divine. Shiti's crimson eyes narrowed slightly, a long-lost battle intent rippling across his icy visage. He slowly raised his right hand, a pale purple energy swirling at his fingertips, the surrounding air beginning to distort. "Come!" Ye Jian shouted, the golden flames surging once more. He clenched his fists tightly, muscles bulging, every cell rejoicing in exhilaration. The ground beneath him could no longer bear this force, starting to crumble extensively. Two figures simultaneously vanished from their position. The golden and pale purple lights clashed fiercely in the air, each encounter erupting in thunderous booms. Ye Jian's golden hair trailed a dazzling light in high-speed motion, each punch carrying the ferocity to tear through the air. Shite, like a phantom, deftly evaded lethal strikes by mere inches. Boom! The shockwave from their collision shattered the rocks within 100 meters. Ye Jian leveraged the force to retreat, gracefully tracing an arc in the air before landing steadily. His chest heaved slightly, the golden pupils ablaze with fervent combat spirit. "Now is the moment," Shite suddenly whispered. Time seemed to freeze at that instant. Ye Jian, astonished, realized his body had become completely rigid, unable to move even a finger. He could only watch helplessly as Shite glided through the stilled space, the pale purple energy coiling around him like a venomous serpent. With a sharp sound, Dozens of energy beams pierced through Ye Jian's body simultaneously, blood cascading like raindrops. He staggered backward, the golden flames rapidly dimming, ultimately kneeling on one knee. This is the time skip technique. Ye Jian coughed up blood, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he felt the chaotic foreign energy wreaking havoc within him. He strained to lift his head, gazing at the ever-expressionless Shi Te, realizing how far he still had to go. No sooner had he thought this, his figure vanished from the spot, leaving behind a scene of devastation and lingering energy remnants. Shi Te squinted slightly, his gaze cutting through the surroundings like a blade, finding only a few wisps of dissipating dust where Ye Jian had stood, as if he had never existed. A cold smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Shi Te's lips. The faint energy fluctuations appeared trivial to him, akin to fireflies in the light of the moon. His time skip had long surpassed common understanding, a realm Ye Jian was incapable of perceiving. He turned gently, his form dissipating like mist, leaving behind a desolate battlefield. Meanwhile, on a distant planet, Ye Jian's figure suddenly flashed like a meteor, crashing heavily onto a barren stretch of sand. He lay on his back, chest heaving violently, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, utterly disheveled. The surrounding dust was kicked up by his impact, creating a fleeting cloud of sand, the air thick with the scent of scorched earth and impending death. Coughing, he lamented that he had underestimated Shi Te's strength. With great difficulty, Ye Jian propped himself up, his voice hoarse yet filled with indignation. He glanced at his hands, once proud fists now appearing so feeble. His Super Saiyan form boasted a fighting power of 68 billion, yet in the face of Shi Te, he felt as fragile as a child. Data may quantify power, but it fails to capture the sense of overwhelming oppression that transcends rules. Ye Jian let out a bitter laugh, a glimmer of self-mockery in his eyes. He had once reveled in the empty title of the strongest Saiyan, believing his strength could shift the balance of the universe. Now, he understood just how naive he had been. He retrieved a senza bean from within his robes, unhesitatingly placing it in his mouth. A warm current surged through him, his injuries healing at a visible pace, fatigue dissipating as well. He dusted off his shoulders, slowly rising, his gaze resolutely fixed on the horizon. It seems I must continue training, Ye Jian murmured to himself, his voice imbued with determination. He needed to break through his limits and attain the realm of Super Saiyan 4. Otherwise, he would never be able to contend with the true powerhouses. In that moment, he recalled his encounter with Xiang Pa in the God of Destruction realm. Back then, he had believed his normal strength was sufficient to rival a God of Destruction, even feeling a sense of pride. Yet now, he realized that Xiang Pa had not even exerted 1% of his power at that time. How foolish he had been to think he could compete with such an existence. Shi Te's overwhelming dominance had thoroughly awakened him to the truth. The notion of mercy had been nothing more than a jest. If Xiang Pa had been serious, he might not have even left behind a scrap of himself. Just like the fate of Super Saiyan 3 Son Goku in the original story, had he not been lucky, he would have long since turned to cosmic dust. Ye Jian inhaled deeply, clenching his fists tightly, an indomitable fire igniting in his eyes. The road ahead is long, but I shall not falter. It appears that only Super Saiyan 4 remains. Ye Jian tightened his fists, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the distance, as if he could penetrate the clouds and behold that distant, formidable power. A fervent flame ignited within him, a longing for strength and an unwavering dedication to challenge. He resolved to immerse himself fully in training until he achieved the realm of Super Saiyan 4, then confront Shi Te for a decisive battle. His Super Saiyan 4 would be unlike that of Son Goku and others. Chapter 85, The Journey Home. It was a more primal, more ferocious power, akin to a roar from the ancient times, containing the energy to annihilate the heavens and the earth. Ye Jian understood that his Super Saiyan 4's strength far exceeded that of ordinary Super Saiyan 4's. Once he broke through, he might truly contend with a powerhouse like Shi Te. Planet Salad. 2 days later, Ye Jian embarked on his journey home. He traversed dense jungles and rugged mountains, ultimately returning to this familiar land. The sunlight bathed him, illuminating his resolute silhouette. However, the moment he stepped into the camp, an unexpected figure caught his eye. Ye Jian, you have returned. Lien Su hurried forward, a hint of surprise on his face. The person with his back to Ye Jian, upon turning, displayed a sudden change in expression, his pupils contracting sharply, as if witnessing something unfathomable. How could it be him? Ye Jian's lips curled slightly, a semblance of a smile gracing his features. His gaze was piercing, fixated on the individual as if he sought to see through him. He then turned to Lien Su, his voice calm yet tinged with undeniable authority. Who is he? Lien Su hastily explained. Oh, I forgot to introduce, he is Mr. Frost, the president of the Universe Commerce Association I mentioned earlier. He happened to pass by today to check on us here on Planet Salad. Indeed, the visitor was none other than Frost. Initially, he had merely feigned a visit, never expecting to encounter someone he thought had long perished. A storm brewed within Frost's heart, yet he quickly suppressed his shock, forcing a gentle smile onto his face. He understood that at this moment, he must not reveal any signs of abnormality. He had to remain composed and continue to play the role of the amiable president of the Commerce Guild. Inside the magnificent spaceship of the Zhongshengui, the silver-white metallic walls reflected the soft glow of the lights, and a subtle scent of disinfectant lingered in the air. Frost was clad in a well-tailored deep blue uniform, with a badge symbolizing his affiliation with the guild adorning his chest. He walked gracefully towards Ye Jian, his face adorned with a gentle smile, his silver-white skin glistening under the lights, and his outstretched hand long and clean, reminiscent of a courteous gentleman. Hello, I am Frost from the Universe Commerce Guild. It is a pleasure to meet you. His voice was soft and melodious, imbued with just the right amount of warmth, and his violet eyes sparkled with friendliness. He exuded an aura of reassurance, making him appear to anyone who saw him at first glance a trustworthy partner. Ye Jian leaned against the control console, arms crossed, his black combat suit hugging his muscular frame. The corners of his mouth tilted slightly upward, forming a curve that was neither a smile nor a frown, and a hint of barely perceptible mockery flickered in his dark red eyes. He did not extend his hand to reciprocate Frost's greeting, but instead spoke in a teasing tone. Hello, Mr. Frost. Your esteemed name is indeed well known. He particularly emphasized the phrase well known, his voice echoing in the spacious cabin. The Saiyan crew members nearby, busy adjusting their instruments, merely glanced up, unaware of any unusual tension. However, the smile on Frost's face momentarily stiffened, and he quickly withdrew his outstretched hand, his fingers curling slightly before he resumed his genteel demeanor. Not at all, Mr. Ye Jian. You jest, Frost chuckled lightly, waving his hand dismissively, his movements fluid and natural, as if the earlier awkwardness had never occurred. Yet, his hands, hanging at his sides, unconsciously clenched, the knuckles turning slightly white. Ye Jian scoffed inwardly. This frozen demon from the sixth universe pretended to be gentle and humble, yet was truly ruthless and cunning. Had it not been for his remaining usefulness, Ye Jian would have long since exposed his true nature. Frost was an exceedingly vain hypocrite. As long as his identity was not revealed, he could maintain this facade of propriety. Though the scions of planet Shalata were formidable, if they were targeted by this insidious character, they would likely find themselves in peril. Furthermore, Ye Jian needed Frost to continue growing stronger. He recalled a parallel universe in which Frost had once reached an unfathomable level of power. Yet this Frost had evidently not attained that state. With this thought, a glimmer of anticipation flashed in Ye Jian's eyes, hoping this hypocrite would become strong enough to serve as a practice dummy. As both men harbored their respective thoughts, Lien Suo approached rapidly, the fabric of his combat suit making faint rustling sounds with his movements. Mr. Frost, the guild has sent an urgent communication. As he spoke, the strands of hair on his forehead swayed gently. Frost immediately displayed an apologetic expression, slightly bowing. I apologize. It seems there are matters that require my attention. I look forward to seeing you again, Mr. Ye Jian. As he turned, the hem of his uniform traced an elegant arc, and he strode calmly towards the communication room. Ye Jian watched Frost's receding figure until the deep blue hue vanished around the corner of the corridor. He lightly tapped the console, the cold metallic surface sending a chill through his fingertips. Has he left? He murmured to himself, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. I shall return in a couple of days to offer my greetings, just in case. Although you and that madman Frisia have contrasting personalities, you are both frozen demons. He turned to gaze out the porthole at the vast cosmos, countless stars twinkling in the darkness. While Frost appeared much milder than his kin, one must remain vigilant. In this expansive universe, one should never let their guard down against any frozen demon. The indicators on the console flickered, casting reflections onto Ye Jian's resolute profile. He silently resolved to keep a close watch on this perilous ally. After all, in the game of the cosmos, a single misstep could lead to total defeat. Chapter 51. Frost's cunning scheme, damn it. How could this happen? Frost slammed his fist onto the console, the metallic panel emitting a dull thud that reverberated throughout the cockpit. He paced anxiously within the cabin, the cold metallic floor reflecting his distorted image. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, glistening with unease under the harsh white lights. It had been a quarter of an hour since he returned to the spaceship. Yet his heart remained gripped by an invisible hand, racing erratically. The fact that Ye Jian was still alive hung over him like a sword, poised to fall at any moment. Every minute sound sent a jolt of fear through him, as if someone would burst through the door at any second to expose all his schemes. Mr. Frost, the ghost doctor has arrived. A young attendant in a gray uniform cautiously pushed open the cabin door, his voice barely audible over the hum of the spaceship's engines. Behind him, a tall figure shrouded in a thin veil of black mist entered. Each step he took left a thin layer of frost on the metallic floor. This was the ghost doctor. Frost took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. He noticed the ghost doctor's crimson eyes casually scanning the cabin, as if assessing an insignificant object. As a longtime collaborator, the ghost doctor possessed power comparable to Frost's, but their relationship was never one of master and servant. They were allies with mutual interests. I wonder what brings Mr. Frost to summon me. The ghost doctor's voice emerged like a chilling whisper from the abyss. He leaned casually against the console, showing no sign of submission to Frost. Frost suppressed his irritation, mustering a stiff smile. Ghost doctor, it appears I may need your assistance this time. Oh, the ghost doctor let out a knowing hum, his crimson eyes narrowing slightly. Is there something that you, Frost, cannot resolve? This question struck Frost like a heavy blow to his heart. He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. Under normal circumstances, he would have made this arrogant individual suffer for his insolence. Chapter 86. Undercurrents, but now, it is as follows. Frost forced himself to maintain a calm demeanor. There is someone threatening my existence, and I have decided he must disappear permanently. However, he is quite powerful, and I find myself somewhat at a loss. So I require your help. As he spoke these words, he felt each syllable scorching his pride. This was the first time in his life he had sought help. Yet the thought of Ye Jian's penetrating gaze compelled him to swallow his pride. The ghost doctor leisurely adjusted his cuffs, the black mist swirling around his fingertips. I would indeed like to meet someone who can trouble Mr. Frost so. Frost did not respond, his eyes fixed intently on the blinking indicators on the console. The air in the cabin felt as if it had solidified, with only the cooling system emitting a faint hum. He knew this transaction would inevitably come at a considerable cost, but to eliminate that persistent threat, he had no alternative. Very well, the ghost doctor finally spoke, a hint of amusement in his voice. Now, tell me your plan. Frost took a deep breath and activated a holographic projection on the console. Ye Jian's image slowly rotated in the air, his sharp eyes seeming to watch their every move. I see. Upon hearing the words, Dr. Gui's eyes glimmered with understanding. He slowly set down the experimental instrument in his hand and gazed thoughtfully out at the profound night sky. The vastness of the cosmos was boundless, and the presence of formidable beings was indeed abundant, far surpassing that of Frost. Therefore, he was not taken aback. He simply adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold gleam. With that in mind, it was time for me to stretch my muscles. Dr. Gui's voice suddenly sharpened, and his previously stooped and frail figure straightened abruptly, a chilling aura emanating as if it were a tangible substance, causing the air in the laboratory to momentarily solidify. With even the surrounding instruments trembling slightly under this formidable pressure, Frost's lips curled into a sinister smile, a sly arc appearing at the corners of his mouth as he slowly approached Dr. Gui and lowered his voice, saying, "There is no need for haste, Doctor. This operation must be meticulously planned, ensuring that we strike when Ye Jian is completely unprepared, delivering a fatal blow." His eyes sparkled with calculated intent, as if he could already envision the scene of Ye Jian's downfall. Frost had long since devised his strategy. He had no intention of annihilating the Saiyan race. For during his time infiltrating planet Salada, he had found no Saiyans aware of his true identity and past. Had he not encountered Ye Jian today by chance, he might not have realized that this former adversary was still alive. What was even more fortunate for him was that the other Saiyans seemed entirely oblivious to the enmity between Ye Jian and himself. Thus, he firmly fixated his target solely on Ye Jian, unwilling to complicate matters further. This distinction revealed the fundamental difference between him and Frisia. While Frisia was accustomed to crushing everything with absolute strength, Frost preferred precise and covert strikes. Such contrasting styles of action might indeed be one of the reasons he had never surpassed Frisia. Oh, is he truly that formidable? Doctor. Gue furrowed his brow upon witnessing Frost's cautious demeanor, his fingers unconsciously tapping the laboratory table, producing a faint knocking sound. Although he was aware that the universe was rife with powerful beings, he had never heard of anyone in this star domain capable of directly contending with Frost. The name Ye Jian was entirely foreign to him. Cough. You will find out soon enough, Frost chuckled awkwardly, evasively sidestepping the topic. How could he possibly wish to recount that humiliating experience? He had not only failed to defeat Ye Jian, but had also been used as a mere punching bag for honing Ye Jian's combat skills, each attack merely contributing to Ye Jian's repertoire of battle experience. Such a shameful memory, he would rather bury it deep within his heart forever. Meanwhile, far away on planet Salada, Ye Jian was undergoing an almost frenzied training regimen. Inside the gravity chamber, the air distorted under the immense gravitational force, as if even light was weighed down. Ye Jian stood bare-chested, his muscles taut as steel, sweat pouring down like rain, splattering tiny droplets on the metallic floor. He had activated a gravity level of 2,000 times. Each step feeling as though he were burdened by mountains, the metallic ground groaning under the strain. By day, he repeatedly honed his punches and kicks in the gravity chamber, each move accompanied by the sound of slicing air. By night, he tirelessly continued, pushing his limits in the space where starlight intertwined with gravity. His gaze was sharp as a blade, his breath steady and powerful, as if he sought to transform all fatigue and pain into a wellspring of strength. The screens of the surrounding instruments displayed frenzied data, recording each contraction of his muscles and every burst of energy. Ye Jian's training bordered on self-mortification. Yet he reveled in it, for he understood that only through such relentless effort could he one day completely crush those enemies lurking in the shadows. The heavy pressure bore down on Ye Jian like an invisible mountain, making it nearly impossible for him to breathe. He was, after all, a legendary Saiyan, with the proud bloodline of a warrior race coursing through his veins. Yet at this moment, facing the oppressive aura of opponents like Hit, who had yet to unleash even half their power, he appeared utterly beleaguered. Sweat rolled down his taut forehead, dripping onto the hard ground, instantly evaporating into white mist. Could he remain calm? His heart raced violently within his chest, each heartbeat sounding like a warning bell. The depths of the Dragon Ball universe were unfathomable, far more complex than they appeared on the surface. Those hidden masters were akin to colossal beasts lurking in the deep sea, ready to unleash tumultuous waves at any moment. Not to mention the lofty deities, who, though not malevolent, would not easily lower themselves to regard the masses. Ye Jian refused to remain perpetually subservient, like a tamed beast at the beck and call of others. He yearned for power, a force that would enable him to stand tall and no longer depend on others. In these past few days, he felt as though he were racing against death. By day, he dragged his weary body from the gravity chamber, and by night, he unhesitatingly entered that inferno once more. The gravity chamber was a precious artifact he had brought from his homeland, which had now become his instrument of self-torment. With the gravity suit set to 2,000 times and the chamber itself reaching 3,000 times, he was essentially dancing on the blade's edge, where a moment's carelessness could spell disaster. However, Ye Jian did not waver. His training was nearly maniacal, every breath accompanied by the sensation of tearing muscles. Every drop of sweat saturated with unwavering resolve. His body teetered on the brink of extremes, his skin flushed red from excessive strain, and the muscles in his arms bulged, the veins resembling writhing worms. He stood like a statue in the center of the gravity chamber, his legs slightly bent, fists clenched, nails digging deeply into his palms. A roar erupted from the depths of Ye Jian's throat, filled with the power to tear through the air. He gradually straightened his body, each step feeling like wading through mire. The pressure of the gravity field caused his bones to creak under the burden, yet he gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with fervent determination. He deliberately refrained from transforming into a Super Saiyan, choosing instead to confront this trial in his most primal state. Only in this manner could he truly break through his own limitations. Another low growl escaped him, and Ye Jian's legs finally straightened completely. His body trembled slightly, sweat pouring down like rain, pooling on the ground. The lights of the gravity chamber illuminated his resolute face, his eyes sharp as a hawk, revealing an unwavering determination. He had positioned the gravity chamber in a desolate area far from the Saiyan settlement, where only the sound of the wind and his labored breathing accompanied him. Surrounding him were jagged rocks and parched earth, occasionally stirred by flying sand and stones drawn in by the gravity field, colliding with the outer walls to produce dull thuds. In this isolated inferno, Ye Jian battled against his own limits, each moment of perseverance challenging his fate. Super Saiyan 4. This was the goal he must achieve. Before returning to the seventh universe, he was determined to touch that legendary realm. Even if the road ahead was fraught with thorns, even if his body was on the verge of collapse, he would not cease his stride. For within his heart, a voice cried out, either transcend or perish. In the realm of the gods, Babidi leaned against the radiant throne, delicately stroking the emerald staff. Through the crystal orb hovering atop the staff, she intently observed the ever-changing turmoil below. Just as she prepared to adjust her perspective in search of Ye Jian's trace, a thunderous roar erupted. The entire temple trembled violently, the crystal chandelier above chiming, and the tea set on the jade table cracking with intricate fissures. A furious wave of energy surged forth like a tsunami, sweeping through every corner, even the air crackling with dangerous purple arcs. Alas, Babidi sighed softly, her golden skirt brushing against the chaos below. She cautiously laid the staff across the embroidered cushion, her fingertips grazing the bowl of freshly brewed beef noodle soup on the table. The steaming vapor coiled upwards in the dim light of the temple, reflecting her emerald eyes filled with resignation. Lord Zampa has finally awakened. It seems this specially crafted limited edition flavor will not be preserved after all. Should the languid Xiangpa overhear such murmurs, he would likely become enraged enough to shatter the very pillars of the divine temple. This slumbering deity, who despises the act of his subordinates indulging in delicacies while he rests, harbors a particular aversion to anyone enjoying gourmet treats behind his back, especially instant noodles, a rare and coveted delicacy in the divine realm. At this moment, Xiangpa's corpulent form descended from his divine couch with surprising agility, inadvertently toppling two priceless antique vases with his robe. His plump nose twitched, as if drawn by an invisible string, stumbling toward the jade table. As his chubby hands cradled the ceramic bowl of noodles, the lingering traces of sleep were instantly dispelled by the enticing aroma wafting upward. "Wow!" he exclaimed, nearly whimpering in delight. The rich broth, mingled with a spicy sheen, swayed within the bowl, while tender noodles were adorned with emerald green scallions, and translucent slices of beef danced like phantoms in the amber liquid. Trembling, Xiangpa seized the jade chopsticks, neglecting even the customary pre-meal blessing, and hastily lifted the juice-soaked noodles to his mouth. The slurping sound echoed loudly in the stillness of the temple, as the scorching noodles slid down his throat. A wave of satisfaction caused his tail to curl with joy. Bardos, observing this unrefined deity, suddenly recalled the time when Ye Jian had been won over by a mere bowl of instant noodles. Had it been the meticulous Lord Beerus, equally enamored with fine cuisine, he would have taken 3 days to scrutinize the ingredient list before reluctantly tasting even a morsel. "Should I add a soft-boiled egg?" the angel mused, smiling as she retrieved a secret stash of spices, glancing at Xiangpa's glistening face stained with chili oil, and felt that perhaps such a simple-minded superior was not so bad after all. Eagerly, Xiangpa leaned closer to the steaming bowl of noodles, inhaling deeply as the rich fragrance invigorated his senses. He picked up the chopsticks and lifted a bundle of noodles, each strand glistening enticingly as they quivered slightly on the tips. Opening his mouth, he delivered the noodles inside. Their elastic texture danced upon his palate, as if performing a lively jig upon his tongue. The noodles coiled within his mouth, each bite revealing a rich tapestry of flavors, leaving a lingering aftertaste that he wished to savor longer. The aroma of the ingredients had already seeped into his taste buds, and the broth was robust and creamy, gliding down his throat with a tingling sensation, as if every drop were awakening every cell of his taste receptors. Before long, Xiangpa drained the bowl of broth in one go, licking his lips in a bid to retain the last vestiges of flavor. "My lord Xiangpa, you truly have no decorum," Bardos remarked, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth, her eyes glinting with amusement. She gently shook her head, her staff shimmering faintly in the sunlight, as if silently mocking Xiangpa's voracious consumption. "Humph," Xiangpa scoffed nonchalantly, yet his gaze involuntarily roamed about the surroundings. His brow furrowed slightly, a hint of confusion and unease flickering in his eyes. "Bardas, where is Ye Jian?" he inquired softly, an almost imperceptible tension lacing his voice. It dawned on him that he could not sense Ye Jian's presence, which felt amiss, prompting him to glance around the empty courtyard in search of that familiar silhouette. "My lord Xiangpa, while you were asleep, Ye Jian has already departed," Bardas replied softly, her tone gentle yet tinged with resignation, as if she had anticipated Xiangpa's reaction. "What? Departed?" Xiangpa's countenance shifted dramatically, from astonishment to shock, culminating in an almost catastrophic fury. His body trembled violently, and he sank heavily to the ground, his hands falling limply to his sides, as if the entire world had crumbled in that moment. His eyes brimmed with disappointment and anxiety, as if he had lost something of paramount importance. "He has gone. Who will prepare delicious food for me now?" "Bardas, you must bring him back." Xiangpa's voice trembled, almost on the verge of tears, as his hands gripped his hair tightly, as if that could alleviate his inner turmoil. Indeed, it was Ye Jian's extraordinary culinary skills that had captured his heart. It seems that even a deity cannot resist the allure of fine cuisine, particularly for one like Xiangpa, who holds a deep affection for food. The loss of Ye Jian felt nothing short of catastrophic. "Do not fret, my lord. Ye Jian has left you plenty," Bardas said with a gentle smile, her voice soothing like a gentle breeze calming Xiangpa's agitated spirit. "Really?" Xiangpa's head shot up, a glimmer of hope illuminating his eyes, as if he had caught sight of a beacon in the dark. "Of course it's true. Follow me," Bardas said, gracefully turning, her skirt billowing with the wind as she strode forward. Xiangpa hurriedly scrambled to his feet, trailing behind her, his eyes brimming with anticipation and eagerness. On the verdant planet of Salada, bathed in soft purple light, towering trees intertwined with jagged mountains. In this primal yet perilous land, a slender figure emerged quietly from the depths of the forest. The ghost doctor adjusted the special glasses perched on his nose, data streaming across the lenses. He deftly avoided the patrolling Saiyan warriors, weaving swiftly through the shadows cast by the ancient trees. According to Frost's plan, he needed to ascertain Ye Jian's whereabouts without alerting anyone to their scheme. "If the news leaks out," the ghost doctor murmured, his right hand instinctively resting on the energy detector at his waist, Lord Frost would likely unleash a massacre upon this planet. He nimbly leapt over a rushing stream, landing without causing a single splash. Suddenly, the detector emitted a faint hum, prompting the ghost doctor to crouch behind a cluster of luminescent ferns. Two Saiyan warriors soared overhead, their golden auras trailing behind them like long tails. Once the patrol had cleared, the ghost doctor resumed his approach towards the source of the signal. The deeper he ventured into the mountains, the more chaotic the energy fluctuations became. Towering trees gradually gave way to jagged rocks, revealing a concealed valley ahead. At the valley's bottom stood a silver circular edifice, gleaming with a metallic sheen under the setting sun. This was no ordinary dwelling, but rather Ye Jian's exclusive gravity training room. The structure was adorned with energy conduits, blue arcs of electricity occasionally leaping between the pipes. Suddenly, the energy readings within the gravity chamber surged dramatically, prompting the ghost doctor to hide behind a massive boulder. The conduits on the building's surface began to emit blinding red light, causing the entire structure to tremble slightly. With a resounding crash, the heavy alloy door burst open, unleashing a torrid wave of heat that sent debris flying. A staggering figure stumbled out from within, crashing heavily onto the cracked ground. Ye Jian emerged, bloodied and battered. His combat suit was in tatters, and his exposed skin bore numerous fine cracks. Chapter 88, Frost's Target. He struggled to rise, but fell back to his knees, barely managing to support his body with trembling hands. Coughing, he expelled a mouthful of blood laced with energy fragments, each breath feeling like it tore through his chest. Yet, within his crimson eyes burned a chilling fervor. Lifting his head, Ye Jian allowed sweat mingled with blood to trickle down his brow. Finally realizing that his efforts had not been in vain, he slowly raised his right hand, gathering an unstable sphere of energy in his palm. Arcs of electricity crackling dangerously across its surface. The surrounding air began to distort, small stones levitating, forming an energy field several meters in diameter around him. Hidden in the shadows, the ghost doctor held his breath, quietly adjusting the sensitivity of his detector. The numbers dancing on the instrument's screen caused him to draw a sharp breath. The energy level of this Saiyan had surpassed their previous estimates. It was imperative to report to Lord Fuluyaside at once. In his heart, Gue Bashi silently recited, his figure gradually merging into the thickening twilight. Meanwhile, before the gravity chamber, Ye Jian finally could no longer endure, collapsing onto the ground. Yet, the manic smile at the corner of his mouth heralded an impending storm of bloodshed. The effects of the dose surged rapidly through his body, as he felt a warm current flowing from deep within his throat to his limbs and bones. His muscles, originally sore and stiff from intense training, now seemed to be infused with new life, each cell rejoicing in jubilation. He slowly straightened, feeling the power coursing through his meridians. Even his breath became extraordinarily smooth. The metallic walls of the gravity chamber were covered with varying depths of fist imprints, and scattered on the ground were the shattered parts of instruments. Just moments ago, he had endured the pressure of 50 times gravity in this specially designed training room. His orange martial arts uniform soaked with sweat, yet now he felt as light as a feather. This feeling of rebirth compelled him to clench his fists tightly, the knuckles cracking crisply. It seemed he had already adapted to this intensity. Ye Jian gazed at his robust form in the mirror, a confident curve gracing his lips. He could distinctly feel the energy within him undergoing a qualitative change, as if some dormant power was awakening. Should he continue this training, perhaps he would soon attempt to master the legendary form of the great ape. This thought quickened his heartbeat. He closed his eyes, carefully sensing the flow of energy within him, trying to seize the slightest opportunity that might trigger evolution. If he could truly break through this bottleneck, then transforming into the golden great ape would be within reach. At that time, splendid golden fur would cover his body, and a violent surge of energy would erupt like a volcanic explosion. However, what concerned him more was the subsequent path of evolution. Unlike Sun Wukong, who broke through his limits by regaining his sanity, he was inherently incapable of losing his reason, which was both an advantage and a hindrance. How could he transcend the golden great ape stage and directly metamorphose into Super Saiyan 4? This question loomed over him like a thick fog. Although in the television series, Vegeta indeed achieved his transformation in this manner, each individual's physique and fate differ. He must find his own path. Just as he fell into deep contemplation, a chilling aura suddenly pierced the tranquility of the training room. Ye Jian's eyes snapped open, a glimmer of light flashing within his pupils. He quickly deactivated the gravity device, the humming of the training room ceasing abruptly. The air was thick with a nauseating evil presence, reminiscent of rotting fruit mingled with the scent of blood, sending shivers down his spine. Frowning, Ye Jian sensed the source of this aura, his expression growing grave. Was it Fuluyaside? Had he finally lost control? He had anticipated this day would come. Throughout these days, he had diligently trained while discreetly monitoring Fuluyaside's movements. Now, this long-anticipated confrontation was finally upon him. Ye Jian's battle spirit ignited like a raging fire. He was eager to meet this hidden adversary. In a flash, Ye Jian burst through the skylight of the training room like an arrow released from a bow. The wind whipped through his hair, his martial arts uniform rustling in the high-speed flight. He streaked across the sky of Shalada planet like a meteor, racing towards the source of the malevolent aura. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the planet, Gue Bashi stood trembling before Fuluyaside. He had just completed reconnaissance on Shalada planet and was now respectfully reporting his findings. My lord, it has been confirmed. No one here knows your true identity. Gue Bashi wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his voice trembling. But I cannot sense the energy fluctuations of that Saiyan. It is too abnormal. Fuluyaside stood in the shadows, his slender fingers lightly tapping the armrest of his chair. A dangerous glint flickered in his crimson eyes as a cruel smile curved his lips. No matter. Since he has sensed my presence, let him come. This game has only just begun. In the distance, Ye Jian's figure had transformed into a small black, approaching at an astonishing speed. Two immense auras clashed in the skies above Shalada planet, heralding the impending storm. In the opulently decorated and brightly lit conference hall of the guild, Fuluyaside received news from the communicator, his tense nerves finally relaxing. He let out a long breath, a barely perceptible cold smirk forming at the corner of his mouth as his fingers lightly tapped the table. He muttered to himself, "Very well, you may leave first. I will handle everything that follows." After ending the communication, Fuluyaside rose slowly, adjusting his exquisitely tailored black robe. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes, as if he could already foresee the victory that awaited him. He whispered the name with a hint of mockery and malice. Ye Jian, last time you merely escaped by luck, but this time, I shall ensure you are completely erased from this starry sky. Yet, who would ultimately vanish remained uncertain. Ye Jian had once offered Fuyuaside an opportunity for growth, but regrettably, the latter had failed to cherish it. Now, everything lay within Ye Jian's plan, and once this matter was resolved, he would enter the long and solitary training of death, further enhancing his power. Simultaneously, in another lab, Guei was hurriedly gathering several important experimental tools, preparing to depart stealthily. Just as he reached for the heavy metal door of the lab, a figure silently appeared behind him. Guei turned abruptly, his pupils constricting, almost losing his balance. "It's you." His voice was filled with terror and disbelief. He sensed that familiar and powerful energy fluctuation, instantly realizing that he had nowhere to retreat. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped forward, shooting out of the lab like an arrow, heading straight for the distant Shalata planet. His voice echoed in the air, laden with provocation and urgency. "If you have the ability, then come after me." Ye Jian stood still, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. Oh, luring the tiger away from its mountain. He saw through the other's intentions instantly. However, in the face of absolute strength, any schemes appeared feeble and powerless. Ye Jian disdainfully shook his head, as if mocking the other's foolishness. "In that case, I shall see what kind of trap you have prepared." No sooner had he spoken than Ye Jian transformed into a colorless meteor, streaking through the dark cosmos. Racing towards the direction of Guei escape, he deliberately slowed his speed, as if savoring the thrill of the chase. If he wished, a mere instant of teleportation would place him before Guei with ease. On the other side, Fuyuaside received an urgent communication from Guei. His gaze fixed upon a desolate planet that resembled a massive asteroid, floating amidst the cosmic dust. The planet had long since exploded, leaving behind countless fragments. And Fuyuaside's target was the largest of them. Chapter 89. As expected, he slowly descended onto the surface of the asteroid, the rocks trembling slightly beneath his weight. Surrounding him was the silent void, with only the faint twinkling of distant stars adding an eerie atmosphere to this desolate place. Fuyuaside surveyed his surroundings, a hint of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. "Come, here it is," he murmured, as if declaring the commencement of the impending showdown to his approaching foe. The surface of the meteorite is marred by cracks and craters, as if narrating the devastation it has endured. Frost stands at the highest point, his robe gently billowing in the cosmic breeze, his figure appearing particularly solitary, yet powerful against the backdrop of starlight. He slowly raises his hand, a dark energy coalescing in his palm, seemingly preparing for the impending battle. In the distant starry sky, Ye Jian's silhouette approaches this desolate place like a flash of lightning. His gaze is sharp as a blade, piercing through the endless darkness, locking onto Frost's position. This confrontation is about to unfold in this silent universe. Suddenly, two blinding streaks of light tear through the darkness, racing towards their target like two fiery meteorites. The figures of Dr. Guei and Ye Jian flicker in the nebula, surrounded by surging energy, causing even the void to tremble in their wake. Frost is there too, as expected. A glint of brilliance flashes in Ye Jian's crimson eyes as he keenly identifies the familiar figure on the barren planet nearby. The planet's surface is riddled with jagged rifts, dark red lava coursing through the crevices, reminiscent of a dying beast gasping for breath in the cosmos. Frost stands atop a charred rock layer, his purple skin glistening with an eerie sheen in the starlight. He squints slightly, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "I didn't expect these two to employ such a tactic to lure me away. If Frieza were here, he would not go to such lengths. That cold-hearted cosmic emperor would simply conjure an energy orb capable of devouring stars, just as he effortlessly obliterated planet Vegeta along with all its life." In that fleeting moment of thought, a sharp sound pierces the air, followed by a deafening explosion from above. Frost instinctively sidesteps, only to see Ye Jian's figure appear like a specter behind Dr. Guei. His powerful arm extending at a speed almost impossible to perceive, fingers clamping down like iron pincers around Dr. Guei's neck. "Ugh, Doctor." Guei lets out a muffled groan of pain, lifted off the ground by Ye Jian's single hand, his legs flailing helplessly in the air. He attempts to gather energy to resist, but is suppressed by the terrifying aura radiating from Ye Jian. Frost, we meet again. Ye Jian's deep voice carries a chilling intent. I didn't expect you to be so relentless. Frost's pupils constrict as he senses the energy emanating from Ye Jian, far surpassing their last encounter. This Saiyan warrior has undergone a remarkable transformation in such a short span. Humph, you are a Saiyan, aren't you? Frost grits his teeth. Dangerous purple energy beginning to swirl around him. I can't believe you survived until now, but this time, I assure you, you will die here. Huh. With a thunderous roar, Frost crosses his arms before his chest, unleashing a beam of deathly light, thin as a hair, yet brimming with destructive energy. As the beam travels, the space around it warps slightly, and the debris it touches instantly turns to dust. In the face of this lethal strike, Ye Jian merely smirks disdainfully. He casually tosses Dr. Gue like a sandbag into the path of the beam and glides sideways like a dragon. The beam grazes the edge of his battle suit, the searing heat causing the air to sizzle. At this critical moment, an unexpected occurrence unfolds. The death beam Frost fired splits in midair, one half precisely catching the falling Dr. Gue, while the other continues towards Ye Jian's original position, detonating in the distance to create a massive crater hundreds of meters wide. The two death beams, like twisted purple lightning, tear through the cosmic darkness, veering off their intended path and whizzing past Ye Jian's armor. The beam fails to hit its target, instead crashing into a slowly rotating asteroid behind Ye Jian. Upon contact, the beam erupts in a blinding flash, effortlessly penetrating the asteroid's core. The entire planet trembles violently, its surface cracking like a spider's web before silently exploding into countless fragments, blooming like a flower of death in the void. Yet, this display of destruction is merely the beginning. The remaining beam, akin to an unyielding serpent, continues to slither through the starry expanse. It pierces through 3 floating asteroids in succession. Each impacted celestial body first emanates an eerie glow from within, then bulges with countless bubbles before erupting thunderously, transforming into a field of floating debris. The shockwaves from the explosions send nearby meteorites scattering like startled fish. Well done, Frost. You have made progress. Ye Jian hovers in space, his cloak fluttering in the aftermath of the energy waves. He crosses his arms, a smirk playing on his lips as his crimson pupils reflect the ongoing explosions of asteroid fragments. It seems you have not squandered your time. Humph. Do you think I am still the Frost you could easily dispatch? Frost's voice reverberates through the vacuum, carrying an icy chill. He clenches his fists, suddenly erupting in a dazzling violet aura. Ye Jian, Saiyan, this time I will ensure you have no chance to regret. Huh? Frost's energy surges forth violently, the purple vortex swirling rapidly around him, drawing in cosmic dust. His muscles bulge slightly under the infusion of energy, a spiderweb of energy patterns surfacing on his skin, each cell ravenously absorbing this power. The energy fluctuations cause his silver hair to dance without wind, the tips flickering with dangerous purple lightning. Even more alarming is his energy continuing to escalate exponentially, warping the surrounding space and causing tiny lightning bolts to dart at the edges of the energy field. A passing small meteorite is vaporized upon grazing the energy field's edge. Ye Jian maintains his crossed arm position, allowing Frost to complete his transformation. He is all too familiar with this process. It is Frost's ultimate form. Indeed, after a blinding flash of light, Frost's body undergoes a startling transformation. His once towering frame shrinks to a diminutive stature of less than 1.7 meters, his skin turning deep purple, 2 curved horns sprouting from his forehead, and a tail elegantly swaying behind him. This form mirrors Frisia's final transformation from the 7th universe, housing cataclysmic power within its petite figure. Lord Frost, it is time to join forces against our foe. Dr. Gue's voice grates like nails on glass. His body has transformed in the meantime. The white coat replaced by a tight black battle suit, emitting a nauseating greenish glow. Within that glow, countless tormented souls can be faintly seen writhing in agony, making him resemble a malevolent spirit rising from the depths of hell. Ha ha! Naturally, Frost chuckles lightly, raising his right hand to coalesce a swirling energy sphere at his fingertips. Today, this star domain will be your grave, Ye Jian. The 2 terrifying auras intertwine in the cosmos, a palpable scent of death permeating the air. Chapter 90. A thunderous collision. Ha ha ha. Frost, while you have indeed attained your ultimate form and grown stronger. Do you truly believe you are the only one to have done so? Humph, behold. Ye Jian, with both hands resting on his hips and a slight lean forward, exuded a chilling brilliance from his eyes as a low growl erupted like thunder. Huh, pooh. In an instant, the aura surrounding Ye Jian surged forth like a volcanic eruption, forming an invisible blaze that enveloped his entire being. The air seemed to tear apart, producing a piercing hum. The blaze, colorless yet searing, distorted the surrounding light, scorching the ground beneath him to a charred black. Bang, bang, bang. The figures of Ye Jian and Frost collided like twin bolts of lightning. They plummeted from the heights, each clash resonating with a deafening roar, akin to two meteors colliding in the cosmos. Their speed was so swift that it eluded the naked eye, leaving behind a series of afterimages as they battled from the clouds down to the ground. The terrain was ripped apart, leaving deep, unfathomable fissures, reminiscent of monstrous claw marks, formidable and terrifying. Engaged in a fierce struggle, their fists and feet fell like rain, each impact unleashing a tempest of energy. Upon landing, their force triggered a chain of explosions, sending waves of earth soaring dozens of meters high, with debris scattering like bullets. Engulfing the scene in a cloud of dust that obscured the sun, Frost unleashed a powerful punch towards Ye Jian, who deftly sidestepped, the force grazing his cheek and leaving a trail of crimson. In retaliation, Ye Jian executed a swift kick aimed at Frost's abdomen, propelling him hundreds of meters away and crashing him into a mountain peak. Boom, boom, boom. Their power seemed boundless, with every heavy blow causing the very earth to tremble. A punch from Ye Jian struck Frost squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling towards the ground like a cannonball, creating a massive crater with a diameter of 100 meters. Seizing the moment, Ye Jian descended from above, his foot crashing down and deepening the pit by several more meters. Cracks spread like a spider's web, forming a bottomless gorge beneath them, akin to the scars of a planet, an awe-inspiring sight. In mere moments, the two had exchanged countless blows, the thunderous sounds of their combat echoing relentlessly. As dust and debris were sent flying, their silhouettes flickering like phantoms amidst the haze. Suddenly, Frost let out a furious roar, his entire being coalescing into an aura of dark purple energy. He surged towards Ye Jian like an arrow released from a bow, the air tearing apart in his wake. Emitting a shrill scream, Ye Jian, witnessing this, his eyes glinting with cold resolve, shouted in response, "Ha!" His aura erupted fiercely, blazing like golden flames, standing in stark contrast to Frost's dark purple energy. The two figures collided midair like celestial bodies. Boom! A colossal sound reverberated, waves of energy rippling out like a tsunami, as if an invisible giant hand shook the entire planet violently. The ground was stripped away by over 100 meters, revealing the crimson magma below. Where the ripples passed, mountains crumbled, rivers evaporated, painting a scene of apocalyptic devastation. Their powers continued to be unleashed, each move in their melee combat imbued with cataclysmic force. The auras intertwined around them, resembling two colossal dragons in combat, the searing heat distorting the air, as if the very fabric of space threatened to tear. Bang! Another fierce collision occurred, forcing both Ye Jian and Frost to retreat, the ground beneath them cracking underfoot. Amidst the dust, their gazes locked like blades. The battle far from over. The turbulent energy swirled like an enraged dragon, ensnaring a storm of debris and dust beneath the sky, forming a massive vortex. The residual waves from their energy clash continued to ripple through the air, creating a deafening hum. The two figures rapidly withdrew in the wake of the shockwave. The ground beneath them carved into deep ravines, with stones scattering like raindrops. Ye Jian landed steadily on a prominent rock, his silver-white combat attire fluttering in the fierce wind. He casually brushed off the dust from his shoulder armor, his keen eyes betraying no sign of fatigue, but rather sparkling with an eager fighting spirit. The previous cataclysmic exchange seemed merely a warm-up, with even the strands of hair on his forehead remaining undisturbed. In stark contrast, Frost knelt on one knee 100 meters away, his dark golden armor marred by spiderweb-like cracks. He gasped for breath, each inhalation accompanied by a spurt of blood, his left hand pressing firmly against a grievous wound in his side. Dark red blood dripped through his fingers, blooming into glaring crimson flowers upon the charred earth. "It appears your limits have been reached." Ye Jian's voice was eerily calm, Unless you can transcend that legendary realm. Otherwise, shut your mouth. Frost abruptly raised his head. His once handsome visage twisted in a grotesque expression. His gaze fixated on the distant figure of Dr. Gue, his teeth gritting audibly. Dr. Gue, what are you waiting for? An eerie purple light erupted from the device in Dr. Gue's hands, charging towards the heavens like a serpent with bared fangs. The radiance rapidly spread through the clouds, threatening to envelop the entire planet in a lethal energy field. The dangerous arcs of electricity dancing within the light were vividly visible, promising a chain reaction of explosions that would reduce this star domain to cosmic dust. Do you wish to reenact that tragic scene? Ye Jian's expression hardened. At that critical moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. Boom! The nascent energy field suddenly detonated in midair, brilliant purple sparks scattering like fireworks. The shockwave from the explosion shattered the clouds for miles around, a searing heat wave sweeping down and causing everyone's garments to billow wildly. This is impossible. Dr. Gue recoiled in terror, the control device in his hand emitting wisps of smoke. Desperately, he pressed the failing buttons, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Frost slowly rose to his feet, his expression dark enough to drip water. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain. His gaze shot towards the ever-composed Ye Jian, his words dripping with venom. What have you done? Ye Jian gently brushed away a charred leaf that had fallen onto his sleeve, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. He offered no reply, but his all-seeing eyes spoke volumes. Lord Frost, our plan. Dr. Gue began to tremble, but was abruptly silenced by Frost's raised hand. At this moment, the setting sun bled red, casting a haunting hue over the battlefield. The shattered peaks cast long shadows in the crimson light, resembling countless blades thrust into the earth. The curling smoke rising from the scorched earth mingled with the residual energy in the sky, creating a tableau of impending doom. The wind intensified, carrying the acrid scent of gunpowder and blood, swirling the debris into the air. In the distance, the sound of collapsing mountains resounded, marking the tragic conclusion to this breathtaking confrontation. No need to ponder, it must be him. Frost's sharp gaze swept towards Ye Jian, his heart racing in astonishment at the myriad hidden cards this foe possessed. Each strike brought unpredictable variables. His eyes narrowed slightly, energy rippling around him like an undercurrent, clearly entering a state of heightened vigilance. Humph, Frost, come at me again. Ye Jian's lips curled into a provocative smile, his voice brimming with audacity and confidence. He clenched his fists tightly, leaning forward slightly, embodying a beast poised to pounce. Boom! Before his words could fully dissipate, the figures of Frost and Ye Jian clashed once more like two bolts of lightning. Their speed was remarkable, leaving only a series of blurred afterimages and thunderous explosions in the air. Each time their fists and feet met, they stirred up waves of energy that tore the ground apart, sending stones flying and dust swirling. In truth, under normal circumstances, Ye Jian's strength was comparable to Frost's. However, his body had been tempered through countless trials, endowing him with a remarkably resilient physique. Moreover, his mastery of secret arts, true spirit techniques, and instantaneous movement allowed him to maintain the upper hand in the recent clash, as if he were an insurmountable barrier. The two engaged in a prolonged struggle, when suddenly, Frost retreated, his form flashing like a specter to a distance of several dozen meters. Taking a deep breath, he slowly raised his arms, gathering a terrifying energy between his palms. Chapter 91. Eruption. Initially, the energy manifested as a faint purplish-red point of light, which swiftly expanded, resembling the roar of countless ferocious beasts in a frenzied charge. Where the energy passed, the ground cracked inch by inch, fissures spreading like a spider's web. The purplish-red energy slash exuded a glimmering white light, akin to a torrent of destruction surging forward, invincible in its path. Upon witnessing this scene, Ye Jian furrowed his brow slightly, a look of seriousness flashing in his eyes. He dared not be negligent, and suddenly gathered strength in his right arm, unleashing his fighting spirit like a volcanic eruption. With a low roar, he swung his fist, and a dazzling golden light sliced through the air like a sharp sword, directly confronting Frost's oncoming attack. With a thunderous roar, the golden light and the purplish-red energy slash collided violently, erupting in a blinding radiance. The golden light cleaved through Frost's energy slash as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, sending shockwaves that blasted deep craters into the surrounding ground. Frost, your power is still woefully inadequate. Ye Jian sneered, his tone dripping with unmasked derision. Now, let me show you what true power is. Kaioken ×2. Before his words faded, a blazing layer of red flames erupted around Ye Jian, engulfing him entirely like an inferno. With his right hand poised, a torrent of formidable energy swiftly coalesced into a shimmering energy sword. The blade glowed red, as if forged from molten lava, emanating a suffocating heat and pressure. In the next moment, Ye Jian moved like lightning, charging toward Frost with the energy sword slicing through the air, resembling a crimson dragon, carrying an overwhelming momentum aimed directly at Frost's face. This strike was as swift as lightning and as fierce as thunder, as if time itself had frozen in that instant. In a heartbeat, the energy sword descended. Although Frost managed to sidestep at the last possible moment, the blade still grazed his body. A piercing sound of cutting echoed. And even amidst the thunderous roars of the surroundings, this chilling noise could not be masked. Ye Jian's energy sword not only breached Frost's defenses, but also cleaved the planet beneath him like slicing through a watermelon, creating an unfathomable chasm. Blood splattered like raindrops, staining the shattered earth crimson. Frost staggered backward, pain shooting through his back, a chilling sensation racing up his spine. He reached back to touch the source of the warmth and found his hand drenched in blood. Ye Jian's strike, though not a direct hit, had nonetheless carved a deep gash down to the bone, blood gushing forth. Frost gritted his teeth, a glimmer of fear flashing in his eyes for the first time. He fixed his gaze on Ye Jian, understanding that this battle was far more perilous than he had anticipated. Frost, brace yourself. With a thunderous roar, Ye Jian swung his arms fiercely, unleashing a torrent of energy swords that erupted from his body, cascading down like a torrential rain. Each energy sword carried an overwhelming force, ripping through the air with a deafening hum, as if space itself trembled violently. Where the energy swords passed, the ground fractured, debris flying, and amidst the swirling dust, Ye Jian's figure appeared ethereal, like a war god descending. Frost's pupils constricted, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. He could feel the destructive power contained within each energy sword, each capable of inflicting grievous injuries. Yet, his gaze hardened, as if he had made a resolute decision in this desperate moment. He abruptly turned his head, locking his gaze on the distant figure of Dr. Gui, shouting hoarsely, "Subdue him. I will create an opportunity for you." Dr. Gui, slender and pale, clearly not adept in close combat, resembled a hidden mage lurking in the shadows. His hands moved rapidly, forming seals, as a ghostly blue light enveloped him, energy gathering in his palms, emitting a low, ominous hum. He nodded slightly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, as if preparing for an earth-shattering strike. Frost took a deep breath. This time, he chose not to evade but charged straight into the overwhelming tide of energy swords. His figure darted through the gaps between the energy blades, his clothing torn by the sharp winds, fragments flying. With each step, his swift footfalls left deep imprints on the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. The energy swords collided fiercely with Frost's energy shield, producing a deafening friction sound. Gritting his teeth, Frost withstood this wave of attacks. As he approached Ye Jian, he suddenly vanished like a specter, reappearing behind Ye Jian in the next instant. "Fall!" Frost roared, his right leg whipping out like a whip, delivering a brutal kick to Ye Jian's back. With a resounding crash, Ye Jian plummeted to the ground like a cannonball, stirring up a cloud of dust. The uneven ground erupted, stones scattering, and cracks spreading like a spider's web. However, as the dust settled, Ye Jian slowly rose, casually brushing off the dust from his shoulders, as if the earlier strike had merely been a light tickle. "Die!" Frost, witnessing this, erupted with fury, unable to contain himself any longer, pouncing on Ye Jian like a fierce tiger, delivering a punch aimed directly at his face. "Come on!" A glimmer of excitement flashed in Ye Jian's eyes as he quickly retracted the Kaioken power, firmly planting his feet on the ground, his right fist clenched, meeting Frost's attack with his own fist. With a thunderous impact, the collision of their fists erupted in a deafening roar. Their fists struck each other's faces with tremendous force, distorting the air around them. Frost's face contorted as Ye Jian's fist pressed against it, flesh crumpling, saliva mixed with blood splattering forth. Though Ye Jian was also struck, he merely tilted his head slightly, his expression retaining a calm smile. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. Their fists pressed firmly against one another, the residual force reverberating in the air, dust slowly settling, underscoring the brutality and intensity of this life-and-death struggle. With a cold smile, Ye Jian's lips curled into a smirk, a hint of disdain and mockery evident, as if everything was within his grasp. Frost felt a tightening in his chest, an ominous premonition spreading through him like ice. Yet, just as he attempted to react, it was already too late. Huh! Ye Jian roared, his muscles tensing instantaneously, a violent energy erupting from within him like a volcanic explosion. The shockwave of energy, blazing with fiery brilliance and destructive power, surged forth like a roaring dragon, tearing through the air toward Frost. The ground trembled violently under the impact of this force, stones and dust swirling into a chaotic whirlwind. Frost let out a piercing scream, his body thrown skyward like a kite severed from its string by that overwhelming power. He spun through the air, his robe billowing in the tempest, resembling a helpless leaf struggling amidst a storm. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, glistening a vivid red in the sunlight. In this critical moment, a chilling figure stealthily approached. Dr. Gue, like a specter, emerged from the shadows, his eyes gleaming with cunning and malevolence. He conjured a deep, cold energy with his hands, the energy twisting and coiling like a venomous serpent, piercing toward Ye Jian's vulnerable back. A sharp sound slicing through the air shattered the sky, and the ominous energy nearly grazed Ye Jian's skin. However, in that fleeting moment, Ye Jian seemed to have anticipated everything. His body remained motionless, yet a radiant energy shield materialized behind him in an instant. This shield, as transparent as crystal, was also indestructible, firmly repelling the lethal strike from Gue Bashi. The moment of collision unleashed a blinding radiance and a deafening roar. Without a hint of hesitation, Ye Jian swiftly retrieved a fruit shimmering with an unusual light from his pocket. It appeared as clear and lustrous as a gem. He swallowed it whole, feeling the pulp transform into a warm current that rapidly nourished his body and energy. You should not be alive, for it would disrupt my decisive battle with Fu Luosite. So I must ask you to perish. Ye Jian's voice was cold and calm, as if stating an undeniable fact. He slowly raised a hand, and a profound violet light flickered in his eyes, akin to the most perilous star in the night sky. Suddenly, Gue Bashi felt an invisible force tightly constricting his throat, lifting him off the ground. This force resembled countless unseen threads, binding him firmly in midair, rendering his struggles futile. What is happening? Gue Bashi screamed in terror, his eyes brimming with disbelief and despair. He attempted to summon the energy within him, only to discover that his powers were utterly suppressed by an unseen seal, leaving him unable to mobilize even a fraction of his strength. This intangible force was like the hand of a giant, imprisoning him in the air, and no amount of resistance would avail him. The surrounding air seemed to solidify, with only Ye Jian's icy gaze and Gue Bashi's desperate gasps reverberating in the silence. Chapter 92. Life for a Life. True Spirit Technique. Ye Jian's low voice detonated in the air, akin to an invisible incantation. His hands swiftly formed seals before his chest, leaving faint golden trails in their wake. As the final gesture was completed, a dark violet thundercloud suddenly coalesced in the sky, the clouds roiling as lightning danced furiously within. For the first time, fear flickered across Gue Bashi's twisted face. He attempted to retreat, but it felt as though invisible chains had bound his feet. Ye Jian had already established a restrictive barrier in this area. Gue Bashi roared as he raised his mechanical arm, just as the energy shield was barely forming. A thick bolt of purple lightning crashed down. The thunderous boom tore through the sky. Lightning cascaded like a waterfall, completely engulfing Gue Bashi. The blinding brilliance transformed the battlefield into daylight for an instant, followed by an even deeper darkness. When the lightning subsided, only a scorched crater, several dozen meters in diameter, remained, with wisps of smoke rising from the bottom. Gue Bashi's figure had vanished without a trace, leaving only a few charred metal fragments scattered at the edges. Ye Jian slowly withdrew his hands from the seals, golden fighting spirit circulating gently around him. He had lured Gue Bashi to this desolate land precisely for this moment, away from the city, to avoid harming innocents, while also being able to unleash this long-prepared secret technique without reservation. Finally resolve this nuisance, Ye Jian murmured to himself, his gaze shifting toward the far side of the sky. At that very moment, thousands of meters above, Fu Luosite sensed the surge of energy. His body, which had been plummeting, suddenly halted, and his feet found stability in the air as if on solid ground. Pinkish-purple fighting spirit surged from his body, forming visible ripples of energy. Damn it! Fu Luosite gritted his teeth and growled. He could feel that as Ye Jian attacked Guebashi, the energy binding him had noticeably weakened. This was an opportunity, the only opportunity. Fu Luosite inhaled deeply, his muscles tensing instantaneously. The pinkish-purple fighting spirit surged violently into his right fist, its brilliance intensifying until it nearly blazed white. He roared as his body spun like a top 3 times, channeling all his strength into this strike. Break! As his fist passed through the air, the space itself exhibited subtle distortions. The golden energy net that had once bound him finally shattered with a sound akin to breaking glass, dissolving into countless motes of light. Fu Luosite's roar echoed through the heavens. Upon witnessing the complete disappearance of Guebashi in the crater below, his eyes turned blood red. His longtime partner had disintegrated before his very eyes. Ye Jian, I will make you pay with your life. Fu Luosite held nothing back. He crossed his hands before his chest, the pinkish-purple fighting spirit surging forth to envelop him in a massive sphere of energy. The surface of this sphere crackled with arcs of electricity, and a thunderous rumble emanated from within. He had truly transformed himself into a human bomb. Let us perish together. Fu Luosite dove downward like a meteor, his speed so immense that he left a long pinkish-purple tail in his wake. The air around him was ionized by the intense heat, producing crackling sounds. The debris on the ground began to tremble and slowly rise, only to be pulverized by the terrifying energy field. Ye Jian looked up with a hint of gravity in his eyes, yet a smile tugged at his lips. Come at me. He slightly bent his knees, golden fighting spirit erupting from beneath him, causing the ground to crack and form a web-like depression. In the next moment, Ye Jian shot upward like a cannonball, the golden and pinkish-purple lights rapidly converging in the air. Boom! The earth-shattering sound shattered every glass window within a several-kilometer radius. The two figures collided at a height of 100 meters, their knees striking together with tremendous force. The resulting shockwave radiating outward in a circular pattern, tearing a massive hole in the clouds above. But this was merely the beginning. Ye Jian retracted his right fist, the muscles in his arm tightening like steel, delivering a powerful blow to Fu Luosite's face. Fu Luosite stood firm, reciprocating with a punch to Ye Jian's chest. Trading injury for injury, life for life. Their fists met, and both were struck simultaneously. Ye Jian stifled a groan as the sound of his ribs cracking echoed in his chest, yet almost instantaneously, he retaliated with an elbow strike that landed heavily on Fu Luosite's side. Fu Luosite spat blood but grinned viciously, using his head to ram into Ye Jian's forehead. Blood splattered in the air. Within half a second of separating, they clashed once more. This time, Fu Luosite appeared behind Ye Jian, delivering a knife-hand strike to the back of his neck. Ye Jian seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. Leaning forward, he executed a scorpion-like kick, striking Fu Luosite's chin with precision. They rolled, intertwined, separated, and collided again in the air. With each contact, thunderous booms erupted, and every attack was infused with lethal intent. The mushroom cloud in the sky had yet to dissipate completely when a new battle stirred the smoke into a more violent frenzy. The two figures flickered in and out of the dark gray cloud, like dragons battling in a storm. Ye Jian flashed to Fu Luosite's left side, delivering a piercing punch aimed at his temple. Fu Luosite tilted his head to evade, grabbing Ye Jian's wrist in an attempt to twist it. Ye Jian spun in response, his other hand slicing toward Fu Luosite's throat. Fu Luosite released his grip, leaning back while simultaneously kicking Ye Jian in the abdomen. Cough! Blood trickled from Ye Jian's lips, yet the fire of battle burned even brighter in his eyes. This was the true life-and-death struggle he desired, honing his combat skills under extreme pressure. Unlike Guebashi, who lurked in the shadows to strike from ambush, Fu Luosite was a pure warrior, each move imbued with the wisdom of countless battles. The two once again distanced themselves, hovering at opposite ends of the mushroom cloud, breathing heavily. Their battle attire was already in tatters, with exposed skin marred by bruises and wounds, blood cascading down their limbs, evaporating into a mist of crimson in the intense heat of their descent. Frost wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a pastel violet aura surged anew, this time intermingled with threads of dark energy, as he began to consume his very life force. Ye Jian inhaled deeply, his golden aura becoming more substantial. A faint dragon-shaped specter emerging behind him. The second round was about to commence. Above this desolate expanse, the remnants of their clash continued to ripple, palpable even 100 miles away, sending shivers through the air with their ominous energy fluctuations. This confrontation was destined to be etched into the annals of combat history for this era. Muscles splattered from violent collisions turned a vivid red, each impact accompanied by the faint sound of flesh being torn apart. Two figures darted through the heavens like meteors, sometimes plunging from a height of 10,000 meters. At other times, soaring skyward from the cracked earth. The entire planet was enveloped in golden halos from the explosions, shockwaves radiating like ripples, causing mountains to crumble and the ground to fracture, unfathomable chasms sprawling like a spider's web. Amidst the deafening roar, the planet's crust was disintegrating at an accelerated pace. Magma erupted from fissures, staining the sky a dark crimson, while searing waves of heat distorted the air. In this apocalyptic scene, Ye Jian seized upon an opening, his right fist cloaked in blinding blue light, crashing fiercely into Frost's chest. Boom! Frost plummeted like a meteor, carving a trench several kilometers long into the scorched earth, ultimately colliding with the side of an erupting volcano. Debris rained down as he struggled to rise from the magma pool, his battle suit in tatters, revealing the mottled purples and blues of his skin beneath. Damn it! Frost roared to the heavens, his voice tinged with an unprecedented tremor of despair. He could not fathom how, despite their previous battle being evenly matched, the gap had widened so drastically in such a short time. High above, Ye Jian descended slowly, a scarlet aura swirling around him, vaporizing the falling debris into dust. He hovered midair, gazing down at his disheveled opponent, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Humph, Frost. Chapter 93, Phantom. Ye Jian's voice reverberated with multiple echoes amidst the energy turbulence. Today I shall let you witness the power that once matched yours. He gradually raised his right arm, muscles swelling with latent energy, veins bulging like coiling dragons, ready to send you straight to hell. No sooner had he spoken than Ye Jian clenched his fists tightly, letting out a thunderous roar. Fourfold Kaioken. Boom. A colossal sound erupted, akin to the birth of the universe. A blood-red aura, denser than before, shot upwards, enveloping the entire sky. A hurricane of energy swirled around Ye Jian, shredding the clouds within a 100-mile radius to pieces, dimming the light of distant stars in that instant. The earth wailed. The already fragmented surface sank further, fissures from tectonic shifts spewing geysers of magma, soaring 1,000 meters high. Ye Jian floated at the center of the blood-red pillar, his hair standing on end in the tempest of energy, his pupils narrowing to dangerous pinpoints, every inch of his skin exuding an overwhelming pressure. What? Frost at the volcano's mouth widened his eyes, his jaw nearly dislocating. This posture was all too familiar. It was the ultimate transformation Ye Jian had employed against his assault form during their last battle. At that time, he had believed it to be the pinnacle of the opponent's power. Yet now, the energy emanating from the same form was magnitudes stronger than he recalled. The oppressive force bore down upon him, making it difficult to breathe, rendering even standing a challenge. Impossible, Frost muttered, his nails digging deeply into his palm. How could this transformation have surpassed me in such a short time? Ye Jian slowly rotated his neck, joints cracking like popping beans. He looked down at the diminutive figure below, the blood-red aura coalescing behind him into a roaring dragon specter. Are you ready? His voice was as cold as eternal ice. This battle must come to an end. The moment his words fell, the space where Ye Jian had stood erupted with a sonic boom. He appeared before Frost with such speed that not even an afterimage was left behind. His fist, imbued with destructive power, tore through the air and crashed down. Had Ye Jian not been an extraordinarily gifted Saiyan, it would have been impossible for him to undergo such a profound transformation under such immense gravitational pressure in such a brief time. At this moment, he had already transcended his former self, like a beast breaking free from shackles, coursing with a heart-stopping power. Should he face the enigmatic assassin head again? Ye Jian sensed he might be able to exchange blows with him. He remained humble, however. Initially, he thought this was merely a simple amalgamation of Super Saiyan 2's power and Super Saiyan 1's form, but through countless trials at the brink of his limits, he realized it was not so. The blood of the Super Saiyan within him seemed never to have slumbered, always boiling and roaring deep within. Now merging completely with the power of the second stage, forming a ferocious energy that even combat power detectors could not quantify. It was for this reason that he entertained the notion of sparring with Hit, limited only to practice, not life and death combat. Never to engage in lethal techniques like those of Zamasu. After all, the unfathomable aura Hit had exuded upon their first meeting still lingered in his memory like a chilling brand. Ya, die? Frost's roar rent the air. He was utterly incensed, his eyes burning red, his arms wildly flailing forward, a barrage of energy blasts cascading like a torrential downpour, trailing blinding tails of light, illuminating the training ground in flickering brilliance. Each glowing projectile contained the power to shatter mountains, their successive explosions shaking the earth violently. Yet Ye Jian stood unwavering. His gaze remained calm, his fists transforming into a blur of golden afterimages, precisely meeting each incoming energy blast. Where his fists passed, the blasts detonated midair, blossoming into expanding fireballs, yet none could encroach upon the 3 feet surrounding him. The final, particularly thick death beam hurtled toward him. Ye Jian drew back his right fist, golden light surging around him, and as he thrust his fist forward to collide with the beam, time seemed to freeze for an instant, followed by a thunderous roar as the beam was forcefully shattered into scattered energy fragments, resembling a reverse golden meteor shower. What? Ye Jian slowly retracted his fist, the golden aura quietly burning around him, his voice low yet piercing through the aftermath of the explosions. Is this all you can muster? You. Frost trembled with rage, his complexion shifting from green to purple, though he was loath to admit it. He could not ignore the undeniable truth before him. Ye Jian's steadfast aura and the immense power within his fists were clearly superior to his own. Shame and indignation seared through his reason like a toxic flame. He clenched his teeth and roared, "Stop pretending to be a god. Die!" Before his roar faded, Frost surged forth like a purple lightning bolt. His arm muscles bulged, deep purple energy coalescing on his gauntlets, compressing and swirling, emitting a sharp sound akin to a hissing serpent. Wherever he passed, the ground was carved into deep trenches by the surging energy, debris floating and then shattering. This strike was devoid of restraint. He vowed to obliterate this suddenly transformed Saiyan. Ye Jian raised his eyes, his golden irises reflecting the increasingly menacing fist approaching him. He slightly lowered his stance as the golden aura around him surged violently, like a raging fire meeting a tempest. At the moment when Frost's fist, capable of tearing through the very stars, was about to strike Ye Jian's face, Ye Jian casually raised his right fist. This fist appeared utterly unremarkable, devoid of any radiant glow or surging energy, yet it stood like an insurmountable chasm, resolutely positioned before him. In an explosive collision of 2 forces, time seemed to compress and freeze. Centered around the two, a visible shockwave, mingled with dark crimson and silvery energy, erupted violently, expanding radially in all directions. The ground cracked inch by inch, rubble was ground to dust, and the fierce winds swept the debris skyward, forming a swirling dust storm. The destructive energy concentrated in Frost's fist, potent enough to overturn a planet, crashed against Ye Jian's fist like a tempest hitting a reef, only to be forcefully halted. Collapsing and retreating, Frost's menacing expression instantly froze, his pupils dilating in shock. Before he could comprehend what had transpired, a far more terrifying and pure force, seemingly originating from the primordial chaos, surged up his arm in a counterattack. Bang! This was not merely the sound of an explosion. It was a thunderous roar that reverberated through the very fabric of space. The armor on Frost's arm shattered first, scattering into countless metallic shards. Next, his remarkably resilient skin and sinewy muscles were struck by an invisible hammer from within, bursting forth in gouts of blood. The rapid succession of puncturing sounds was excruciating to hear, as dozens of bloodied holes penetrated his side, chest, and shoulder, hot blood mixed with shredded tissue spraying forth, tracing a tragic arc through the dust. Ack! Frost emitted a heart-wrenching scream, his body uncontrollably flung backward. Yet, his suffering was far from over. A shadow approached at a speed far exceeding his backward flight. It was Ye Jian. Ye Jian's gaze was eerily calm, bordering on coldness. Before Frost could touch the ground, he appeared like a specter, his right hand outstretched with fingers like steel, seizing Frost's bloodied, contorted face. Boom. In the next instant, Ye Jian's arm erupted with terrifying strength, gripping Frost's head and smashing his upper body into the already shattered earth with the force of a falling meteor. A more intense impact reverberated, creating a deep pit with radiating cracks in the ground. Chapter 94. Effortless weightlifting under the dual onslaught of pressure and shockwaves. Frost felt as though his skull might fracture, his brain churning violently within, a deafening hum consuming his hearing, and dazzling stars exploding in his vision as everything around him spun and trembled. Ye Jian knelt slightly, maintaining the position of pressing his opponent's head into the ground, and slowly leaned down. Through the gaps of his fingers, he observed Frost's eyes, now dazed and trembling from excruciating pain and disbelief. His deep voice pierced through the buzzing in Frost's ears, resonating clearly within Frost's fading consciousness. What happened, Frost? Is roaring and brute strength all you rely upon? As the dust slowly settled, blanketing Frost's convulsing body, Ye Jian did not immediately pursue. He released his grip, straightened his posture, and surveyed the horrific state of his opponent, a flicker of complex emotion flashing in his eyes. This mastery of power, wielded with such effortless grace, the ability to condense raging energy into a single punch or kick, could be traced back to Frost's influence. He was the first to compel Ye Jian to continually surpass his limits, honing his combat skills in the crucible of life and death. Without those near-catastrophic exchanges of blows from years past, and without the heavy pressure Frost had exerted, Ye Jian's path of growth might have been entirely different. How could this be happening? Absolutely impossible. In the pit, Frost's voice was hoarse and broken, filled with a maddened despair. His muscles, as taut as steel, still twitched involuntarily, straining to extract the last vestiges of strength, veins bulging like writhing worms beneath his skin. Destructive energy surged chaotically within his shattered body, yet it could not coalesce. He struggled, trembling, attempting to prop himself up with his still functional arm, but Ye Jian's earlier press felt as if a mountain had been placed upon his very soul, making even the simplest act of lifting his head an insurmountable challenge. He was like a beast nailed into amber, possessing a fearsome form and strength, yet incapable of even rolling over. Nothing is impossible. Ye Jian's voice returned to its flat tone, as though stating the simplest of truths. He lifted his foot and seemingly nonchalantly kicked Frost's shoulder. Thud! Frost's heavy body rolled away like a broken sandbag, carving a long trench across the cracked ground, finally coming to rest against a massive rock, limp as clay. Blood gushed from his numerous wounds, rapidly staining the earth beneath him. Ye Jian no longer looked at him, turning instead to gaze at the distant, desolate horizon. The current state of Frost, perhaps still retaining a vestige of beastly menace, had lost all potential for a raging revenge and frenzied battle intent in the face of such overwhelming power. He had once been the whetstone, but now the blade had been forged, and the stone had crumbled. The wind swept across the wasteland, carrying the scent of blood and dust, while also taking away the last echoes of the cataclysmic clash. The colors were like ink, thick enough to be almost inky. The remnants of the abandoned city cast twisted shadows under the dim moonlight, resembling countless lurking behemoths. The air was thick with the acrid smell of mingled dust and blood. The ground fissured, stones strewn about. Frost leaned against a half-collapsed concrete wall, his body curled in pain, each breath pulling at the gaping wounds in his chest and abdomen, producing a wheezing sound akin to a broken bellows. Blood soaked through his violet battle attire, presenting a dark hue under the cold moonlight, flowing through the gaps in the shattered bricks. He clenched his teeth tightly, his gums nearly bleeding, his eyes, filled with pain and fear, locked onto the figure of Ye Jian, who stood like a mountain before him. The Saiyan prince merely stood there quietly, yet he emanated an oppressive aura that was suffocating, the silvery moonlight outlining the cold, hard contours of his muscular form. What grudge do we share? Frost's voice was hoarse and fragmented, mingled with gasps of despair. In the past, with his pride and cunning, he would never have uttered such a straightforward and submissive question. Yet at this moment, the shadow of death wrapped around his neck like a cold vine, his lungs ablaze, his strength rapidly bleeding away with his blood. He believed he had no ties to this suddenly appearing Saiyan. Why then did their first encounter result in merciless attacks? Was he truly destined to perish here without rhyme or reason? Ye Jian emitted an ambiguous grunt, as if he wished to say something. His gaze suddenly lifted to the night sky. Frost followed his line of sight. Unbeknownst to him, thick clouds had quietly dispersed, revealing a massive, full moon, emitting an eerie silvery glow, hanging unobstructed in the sky. The moonlight was exceptionally cold, casting down upon the earth, seemingly lowering the temperature even further among the ruins. Just as Frost felt a chill from this abrupt tranquility, an unexpected change occurred. Boom! A sound thundered like a drum, not from the outside world, but from within Ye Jian's body. Following that were the second and third sounds, growing louder and more urgent, as if an ancient beast was awakening within his chest, violently pounding against its cage. Thud! Thud! Boom! Boom! In this desolate night, the terrifying sound of a heartbeat reverberated infinitely, akin to the drums of death, striking against Frost's fraying nerves. He was horrified to witness the robust tail at Ye Jian's waist, which had initially hung limply, now thrashing uncontrollably as if it possessed a life of its own, striking the air with a resounding crack. Even more disconcerting was Ye Jian's transformation. Beneath the moonlight, his once piercing gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, was visibly draining of life, becoming vacant and unfocused. The brilliance in his pupils seemed to be gradually siphoned away by an unseen force, replaced by a primal and ferocious indifference. The princely coolness and rationality etched on his face were fading, giving way to something deeper and more savage that was breaking free. Simultaneously, an indescribable aura of terror erupted from Ye Jian like an exploding volcano. This presence was searing and violent, imbued with an insatiable desire for destruction, creating a visible wave of pale golden energy that radiated wildly from Ye Jian's core. Wherever this wave passed, the ground trembled, and the distant remnants of metal groaned under the unbearable weight. How is this possible? Frost screamed in a voice distorted by sheer terror. He felt as though he were a fragile boat in a tempest, on the verge of being crushed to dust by this overwhelming force. He wished to flee, yet his limbs felt as if they were laden with lead, his injured body incapable of moving even an inch. The mere fact that he was still drawing breath was simply a reflection of his adversary's earlier restraint, akin to a cat playing with a mouse. Now, the mouse was finally confronting the fully unleashed cat. What manner of monster are you? Frost screamed within his mind, since engaging with Ye Jian, his pride and speed. Poison darts and cunning schemes had proven utterly futile in the face of the other's absolute power, yielding him not even a modicum of advantage. The changes occurring in Ye Jian now surpassed the very limits of his comprehension. The moonlight intensified, illuminating every tremor of Ye Jian's form. His muscles convulsed uncontrollably, swelling, as veins bulged beneath his skin like coiling dragons, pulsating. The sound of his blood rushing even drowned out the heartbeat, roaring as if a torrent surged within him. Under the moon's influence, his cells were dividing and strengthening at an unprecedented rate, multiplying his power geometrically. A low, beast-like growl emanated from the depths of Ye Jian's throat. It seemed he was battling the raging force within him with his dwindling will, but the effect was negligible. His body trembled increasingly, the golden aura surrounding him flaring more intensely, fluctuating erratically, scorching the ground to char Chapter 95, Transformation into the Giant Ape. The heart-stopping thuds, the crack of the tail striking the air, the creaking of muscles and bones growing, and the hissing of the roaring energy intertwined, composing a strange yet horrifying symphony upon the ruins of this moonlit night. Frost slumped in the corner, his pupils reduced to pinpricks, an endless chill surging from his spine to the crown of his head. He understood that something unimaginable and insurmountable was about to erupt from the Saiyan prince before him. The burr's light cascaded down like liquid silver, tinting the entire lunar surface with an eerie bluish-white hue. Ye Jian howled at the sky, that roar ripping through the vacuum's silence, sending shockwaves visible in the thin lunar dust. His body began to convulse violently. Muscle fibers proliferated wildly, each tendon writhing beneath the skin, producing a sound that was painfully reminiscent of tearing flesh. The once-fitting gravity suit tightened to its limits, the fibers snapping one by one, before exploding into fragments with a resounding bang, the metal clasps shooting out like bullets, creating countless small craters upon the lunar surface. Ye Jian's eyes were the first to change, the irises consumed by blood red, pupils narrowing to pinpoints, reflecting the earth shrouded in crimson. Veins spread like a web across the whites of his eyes, each heartbeat deepening the blood-red hue. Roar. The second roar was even more savage than the first. His spine cracked like firecrackers, his form shooting up at a terrifying speed. The sound of bone growth was distinctly audible, as if countless branches were simultaneously snapping and regenerating within him. Black oil seeped from the surface of his skin, quickly solidifying and elongating into dense, coarse hair. Each strand stood erect like steel needles, glimmering with a dark metallic sheen under the burr's light. His facial bones were undergoing a reconstruction. The cheekbones jutted forward. The jaw expanded laterally, teeth falling out only to be replaced by newly formed canines piercing through the gums, each as long as an adult's palm, glistening coldly in the moonlight. His nose collapsed and then bulged, ultimately forming a rugged, rocky gorilla snout. Each breath exhaling searing white vapor that instantly crystallized into ice in the vacuum. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. Ye Jian's height continued to soar. His feet crushed lunar rock, each step leaving spiderweb-like cracks in the earth. At 50 meters, his shoulder width surpassed that of a small building. His pectorals rising like twin hills, each heartbeat resonating like a war drum, the sound waves even shaking the distant craters. Ultimately, the giant ape's height stabilized at 65 meters. It stood upon the lunar surface, casting a shadow that enveloped hundreds of meters around. Its black fur cascaded like a waterfall, with the longest strands exceeding 10 meters, gently swaying under the feeble lunar gravity. The muscle definition was sculpted to perfection, each contour embodying destructive power. Roar. The third roar stirred a tempest of lunar dust. The giant ape gazed skyward, its gaping maw open wide, the sound waves radiating outward, lifting tons of lunar rock into the air. It pounded its chest, each strike resonating like thunder, sending shockwaves that carved deep ravines into the lunar surface. 300 meters away, Frost lay prostrate in the shadow of the crater. His battle suit was in tatters, the visor cracked open, revealing half of his face twisted in terror. "This is impossible," he murmured, his voice echoing within the helmet. Through the fissure in the visor, he beheld the black giant ape slowly turning, its blood-red eyes resembling two hellish moons, locking onto his diminutive figure. Frost tried to muster the remnants of energy within him. His muscles screamed in agony, his bones groaned, and every cell protested. He had long surpassed his limits in the previous battle, and now even lifting a finger felt like an unattainable luxury. Sweat evaporated instantly in the vacuum, forming white frost on the interior of the visor. The giant ape took its first step. The ground trembled. Lunar dust surged like ocean waves, each footfall leaving deep imprints several meters deep. It did not rush, but approached slowly, exuding an oppressive aura, relishing the desperation of its prey's struggle. Frost witnessed a visible aura rising from the giant ape. It was not an ordinary presence, but a golden halo burning like flames, flowing amidst its black fur, evaporating the surrounding lunar dust into a plasma state. The enormity of this energy surpassed his understanding, akin to an ant gazing up at the stars, utterly incapable of grasping its magnitude. Tenfold. This is a tenfold increase in power. Frost suddenly recalled the ancient texts, his teeth chattering in fear. The Saiyan's transformation into a giant ape must occur under the full moon. How could I have forgotten? The giant ape halted 50 meters away from him. It leaned down, its fearsome visage drawing near, each exhalation releasing a wave of heat that bubbled and melted the surface of Frost's battlesuit. The scarlet pupils constricted, reflecting his curled form, so minuscule and frail. Frost summoned his last ounce of strength, pressing both hands against the lunar surface. Energy coalesced in the palm, manifesting as a faint orb of light. This was his final struggle. The colossal ape seemed to grin, its maw filled with jagged teeth curving into a cruel arc. Then, it raised its right hand. Shadows enveloped everything. The last sight Frost encountered was the titanic palm descending like a mountain, its surface etched with deep grooves resembling canyons. Each claw as robust as a battering ram. The force of the palm arrived first, pinning him mercilessly against the lunar surface, rendering even the act of breathing a luxury. No. The cry was drowned by the thunderous crash of the giant strike. The lunar surface erupted into a mushroom cloud of dust and rock, the shockwave sweeping across kilometers, permanently altering the terrain. Craters collapsed, lunar rock melted and solidified, forming a massive pit resembling a hand, 100 meters in diameter. The giant ape slowly lifted its palm, gazing into the depths of the pit. There remained only a pool of indistinct flesh and metallic fragments, rapidly freezing into a bizarre sculpture in the vacuum. It howled to the heavens, the sound propagating silently through the void, yet shaking the entire lunar sea. Its blood-red eyes turned towards Earth, towards the myriad points of light on that blue planet. Cities, civilizations, prey awaiting conquest. The Saiyan prince Ye Jian was now entirely governed by the instincts of the giant ape. Tenfold strength surged through his veins. The call of primal savagery echoed in his mind. It pounded its chest, each strike causing the lunar surface to tremble, as if declaring its birth to the cosmos. Yet, deep within that frenzied consciousness, a thread of Ye Jian's rationality still struggled. Like a candle flickering in a storm, weak yet tenacious. He understood what he had become, recognized the terror of this power, and knew that this hunt had only just begun. The ground trembled, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones and the muffled roar of muscle fibers proliferating wildly. Ye Jian's body began a horrific expansion. It felt as if countless giant serpents writhed beneath his skin, struggling. Each pulse resulted in a multiplication of his size. The once form-fitting battle suit was instantaneously strained to fragments, hanging like torn rags on his suddenly mountainous physique. Thick, coarse body hair erupted from every pore, as if summoned by an invisible hand, enveloping his entire being in an instant, exuding a primal stench into the air. His visage distorted with the sound of reshaping bones. His cheekbones rose, his jaw protruded, ultimately settling into a grotesque gorilla-like countenance, fangs piercing through his gums, glinting ominously. The color of his skin deepened into a formidable gray, reminiscent of the heaviest leaden clouds before a storm. This was the legendary transformation of the Saiyan into a giant ape. Historical accounts revealed that the prince's bloodline, whether it be by Vegeta or earlier legends, could transform into a giant ape under the influence of a full moon or artificial light, maintaining a lucid mind to wield the tenfold power with precision. The gray fur once symbolized strength and control. Chapter 96. Brutality and turmoil, even by Vegeta, who had been parasitized by the Zephyr being Baby, transformed into a giant ape black as ink, with crimson eyes devoid of pupils, though appearing sinister. He retained a fearsome tactical acumen. The weaknesses of the giant ape transformation were well known. That seemingly robust tail, once captured, would render this behemoth entirely powerless. If severed, the raging strength would recede like a tide, restoring the creature to its normal state. A giant ape, bereft of rational control, possessed destructive power tenfold that of its normal state, but was doomed to blind annihilation. However, one who could harness this power could execute exquisite combat techniques, even employing signature moves from their normal state, amplifying their destructive capacity to unimaginable heights. Yet at this moment, the spectacle unfolding within Ye Jian completely defied logic. A roar, capable of rending the very clouds, erupted from that vast maw, sound waves transforming into visible ripples, uprooting the surrounding remnants of structures, crushing them to dust. Smoke and dust ascended, only to be scattered by the ferocity of the roar. Ye Jian's eyes, which should have belonged to the Saiyan royalty and been sharp and clear, were now a chaotic crimson, filled with the most primal, unadulterated desire for destruction, the light of reason extinguished. This was impossible. The lineage of the Saiyan prince was noble, and the ability to control the power of the giant ape was almost an innate gift. How could he become so utterly lost? Yet, reality was cold and cruel. Ye Jian, the warrior coursing with the blood of proud royalty, had indeed completely lost his sanity. Something deeper and more savage seemed to have overwhelmed the legacy within his bloodline, dragging him into the abyss of pure beastliness. Despite the collapse of his consciousness, the towering form of the giant ape radiated an imposing presence that continued to escalate at an alarming pace. The gray fur bristled as a surge of energy coursed through it, each strand standing erect like energy-laden spines. He struck his muscular chest, producing a sound akin to the thundering of a colossal drum, each blow fracturing the earth, the cracks spreading like a web into the distance. Suddenly, he lifted that fearsome head, his gaping maw lined with fangs, and deep within his throat ignited chaotic and blinding light. Whoosh, whoosh, boom, boom. A series of erratic, chaotic blasts of energy erupted from his mouth, lacking purpose or order, resembling a meteor shower gone awry, spewing forth in a frenzy. These energy spheres trailed long tails, slicing through the air with piercing shrieks, indiscriminately crashing into all directions. Distant mountains were struck, their peaks collapsing in blinding flashes, raining down millions of fragments. The already ravaged ground was plowed anew, leaving behind immense pits belching smoke and lava. The sky was stained crimson by the explosions and swirling dust. This was the sole method of combat for the Saiyan giant ape. Once reason was lost, wanton destruction, unrestrained devastation, reducing everything in sight to mere powder. In those blood-red eyes, there were no enemies, no allies, only existence that needed obliteration. Wild energy surged within him, propelling this machine of destruction into an endless and meaningless release. Destruction, destruction, and more destruction, until all returned to nothingness, or until he himself crumbled first. Roar! The deafening roar tore through the air, and the giant ape, Ye Jian, abruptly halted. His colossal form resembled a mountain suddenly frozen in place, its bulging muscles glistening with a metallic sheen under the moonlight, each heavy breath sending tremors through the ground, stirring up dust that slowly settled, enveloping his rock-solid silhouette. Deep within his consciousness, the scene had transformed entirely. Here was an infinite, absolute void. No up or down, no left or right. Only an expanse of darkness more profound than the deepest cosmos, pure and dead silent. This was not nothingness, but a stasis of existence. As if the very concepts of time and space had been thoroughly extracted and crushed. Occasionally, a faint, fleeting star-like glimmer would pass across the farthest reaches of vision, accentuating the spine-chilling, eternal gloom of this domain. This environment bore an uncanny resemblance to the cold, desolate depths of the starry sea. At the very center of this absolute wasteland of consciousness stood Ye Jian, or rather, the form of his awakened self-awareness. He felt a bone-chilling cold, not from temperature, but from a profound sense of emptiness and disconnection at the level of the soul. Suddenly, without warning, the darkness ahead began to writhe like thick ink, coalescing. A humanoid silhouette rapidly became clear, every line of height, posture, and face, even the familiar resolute arc between the brows, identical to Ye Jian himself. Yet, merely by existing here, this mirror-like entity radiated an aura that evoked profound unease. It was not a radiant overflow of energy, but rather a viscous darkness that seemed capable of devouring light, wrapping around him like a living creature. The corners of his mouth curled into a slight arc, that smile replete with amusement, mockery, and a pure, frigid malice, forming a glaring contrast to the astonishment and vigilance surging within Ye Jian. What exactly are you? Ye Jian's voice echoed in this bizarre space, taut with tension that he could feel himself. Instinctively, he clenched his fists. Although this motion might hold no tangible significance here, the instinct to fight propelled him into a state of readiness. The figure before him laughed, the timbre of his laughter harmonizing with Ye Jian's voice, yet suffused with an entirely different meaning, cold and slippery, like a serpent slithering down his spine. I am you. He spoke, his tone even mimicking certain subtle pauses Ye Jian had when he spoke, yet his eyes glimmered with an otherworldly light. That wicked smile eternally etched upon his face, as if it were an everlasting mask. This was a Ye Jian who had utterly succumbed to the dark side, an embodiment of evil. You are me? Absurd. Ye Jian vehemently denied, stepping forward despite the absence of solid ground beneath him. The sight before him surpassed his comprehension, a chill rising from the depths of his consciousness. If this being radiating such pure malevolence was indeed him, then what did it signify for the self questioning him at this moment? This fundamental query induced a dizzying self-awareness. The malevolent Ye Jian seemed to fully comprehend the turmoil roiling within him. He tilted his head slightly, that wicked smile deepening, laced with the mockery of someone who held all the power. Can't figure it out? He spoke leisurely, each word dripping like venom. It's quite simple. You are you. He extended a finger, lightly gesturing toward Ye Jian, then slowly pointed to himself, his fingertips seemingly entwined with invisible black mist. And I am also you. We are one and the same, just as light and shadow exist in perpetual companionship. What you resist, what you fear, what you attempt to suppress with that laughable willpower is me. I am the other side of you that lies buried deep within your heart. This is impossible. Ye Jian's voice exploded amidst the desolate ruins, trembling with disbelief. He staggered back a step, the gravel beneath his feet crunching ominously. The scene before him nearly froze his blood. Another self, or rather, an almost identical existence, stood merely 10 paces away. A cold and mocking smile gracing his lips, one Ye Jian would never possess. The dying sun cast a blood-red hue, elongating their shadows across the cracked earth, twisting and intertwining as if foretelling an inseparable bond. Who exactly are you? Ye Jian's voice lowered, each word squeezed out as if from between clenched teeth. Golden flames surged uncontrollably from his surface, swirling dust and tiny stones into a frenzied dance around him. What? Don't believe it? The figure of Ye Jian, or the embodiment of evil, seemed to revel in this shock. He tilted his head, his movements imbued with a levity and malice that Ye Jian would never exhibit. Before his words could fully dissipate, a distinctly different energy, thick with violence and murkiness, erupted explosively from within him. Chapter 97. The evil Ye Jian. This was not the fiery passion Ye Jian knew, one that pursued breakthroughs and protected, but a dark golden torrent, thick as an abyss, suffused with a desire for destruction. The shockwave exploded in a circular fashion, lifting the already fragile stone slabs from the ground, shattering them. His hair stood on end amidst the surging energy, transforming into a blinding gold, pupils narrowing into beast-like slits, while arcs of electricity crackled around him, radiating an ominous purple-black glow. In this moment, the form of a super Saiyan exuded an entirely contrary sense of malicious oppression. I am you. The voice of the evil Ye Jian became low and hoarse, as if a multitude of malevolent whispers coalesced, the part of you that you have always tried to bury, deny, and reject. Your shadow, your reflection, your inner malignancy. Ye Jian remained silent. His body was rigid as iron, his eyes fixated on the other, the one steadfast. Sharp pupils could not help but constrict uncontrollably in that instant, shrinking to the size of a pinprick, vividly reflecting the malevolent incarnation's sinister grin. Shock, confusion, and a barely perceptible tinge of fear churned in his eyes. The howling wind amidst the ruins seemed to still, leaving only the tumultuous auras of the two clashing and humming in a low, resonant murmur. You and I are one. The evil Ye Jian stepped forward slowly, the sound of his boots crushing gravel echoing painfully in the silence. The smirk on his face deepened, filled with the delight of having everything under control and a playful interest in Ye Jian's reaction. What you think, I know all too well. From your shock upon seeing me to the doubt and resistance surging within you now. Every nuance of your emotional fluctuations is as clear to me as the lines in my palm. He paused, relishing the increasingly grim expression on Ye Jian's face. But what I am thinking, you know nothing of. Do you know why that is, my righteous other half? Why? Ye Jian roared, this question striking at the blind spot of his reasoning. Logically, if they were truly of one mind, sharing consciousness, then this sudden appearance, this self-proclaimed embodiment of his evil side, should have no reason to unilaterally peer into his innermost thoughts while he remained beset by layers of mental barriers against the other. This was illogical, unless there was something more fundamental that had been twisted or replaced. Because you have always rejected my existence, Ye Jian. The voice of the evil Ye Jian suddenly adopted a tone of almost pitying mockery as he spread his arms wide, as if embracing the devastated ruins beneath their power. Or perhaps showcasing the womb of his own birth. All along, you have adorned yourself as a messenger of light, an embodiment of justice. You pursue strength, claiming it is for protection, for transcendence. You fight, you conquer, you bask in the admiration and dependence of others. How noble, how perfect. His tone took a sharp turn, becoming piercing and acerbic. But have you truly never harbored even a sliver of selfishness? In the face of a formidable foe, have you never entertained the thought of crushing them with more direct, more brutal means? When you attain power and stand at the pinnacle, have you never savored the moment of supreme dominance, where you alone reign? You merely suppressed them, locking them away with your so-called justice and responsibility, pretending they did not exist. To deny me is to deny the entirety of yourself. You may not voice it, yet you perpetually act in this manner, isolating me from your conscious self through your actions and choices. Over time, this wall you constructed has become a one-way barrier. I can see you because you cannot truly rid yourself of me. Yet you have long since grown accustomed to not seeing me. Humph. Ye Jian let out a heavy snort, forcibly suppressing the tumult within him, the golden flames surging once more as he attempted to dispel the corrosive effect of the other's words. Even so, this is merely your sophistry. It does not explain the core of your so-called unity, yet asymmetric information. If, as you claim, you are the part one reject, then I should lead, while you lurk. How does this contradiction hold? The evil Ye Jian nodded, his movements elegant yet frigid, as if he had long anticipated this question. Well asked. You are indeed correct. Contradictions do exist. Thus, let us return to the more fundamental question. His crimson eyes, in stark contrast to Ye Jian's azure pupils, sparkled with an uncanny light as he inquired, "Are you truly Ye Jian?" "You." Ye Jian felt as if struck by lightning, his face paling instantly. It was not anger, but rather a tremor stemming from the very essence of existence. He suddenly lifted his head, his gaze sharp as a blade, piercing into the evil incarnation. "What do you mean?" he questioned sharply, yet involuntarily. Fragments long buried and nearly forgotten began to surface in his mind, vague remnants of the beginning, of the arrival, of that chaotic perception when consciousness first began to awaken. "It seems you have finally begun to brush against the fringes of the truth." The sinister smile of Ye Jian deepened, imbued with a cruel delight. "Indeed, it is as such. Allow me to elucidate, poor substitute. When Ye Jian first descended into this world, a complete and nascent consciousness ought to have been birthed alongside it. That being was the true original master of this body and destiny. He approached slowly, each step laden with an oppressive weight. However, at that moment, when the consciousness had yet to take form and was at its most vulnerable, you, a formidable soul from another realm, or rather, a message filled with obsession and power, seized the opportunity to forcibly occupy this vessel, eclipsing the budding consciousness and commandeering all that Ye Jian was. He halted merely 3 steps away from Ye Jian, their turbulent auras clashing violently, stirring visible ripples and fleeting sparks in the air. "And I, the sinister Ye Jian," gestured to himself, then to Ye Jian, his voice echoing like a proclamation from the depths of the abyss. "I am the fragment of the primordial thought that has been obscured and suppressed. It has not completely dissipated. I am the projection of malevolence that you, as an outsider, inevitably carry deep within your soul, a new existence born from the fusion, distortion, and fermentation of that which is mixed with your darkness. I am not merely your shadowy counterpart. I am the reverberation of the original self of this body, a vengeful spirit formed from the amalgamation of your darkness and that which has been usurped. Do you know what I am thinking? No, of course you do not. For your foundation is one of plunder. You have never truly merged with this body, this destiny, in its original form. What you reject is not only evil, but also the traces of the true master of this body. And I, precisely, have inherited that resentment of what has been taken, as well as the darkness that belongs to you, one that you cannot escape." The setting sun sank completely beneath the horizon, the last remnants of daylight swallowed by darkness. Only the golden and dark golden flames burning on both Ye Jian's forms illuminated the ruins, casting eerie shadows upon their similarly handsome yet distinctly different faces, one etched with shock and turmoil, the other adorned with the satisfaction of vengeance and haughty control. The battle was on the verge of erupting, a clash not only of strength, but also a fundamental struggle for existence. The figure of the sinister Ye Jian flickered in the realm of consciousness, enveloped in dark purple flames, akin to burning hellfire. He took a step forward, ripples forming in the void beneath his feet, his voice deep and resonant. "The evil that you are composed of." He paused, his gaze sharp as a blade directed at the opposite Ye Jian. Surrounding them was an abyss of darkness, illuminated only by the radiance emanating from the 2 figures amidst the chaos. The sinister Ye Jian continued, each word falling like cold raindrops. "I was meant to be his, to defeat you and reclaim control of this body." He raised his hand, a swirling mass of dark shadows coalescing in his palm, yet he was too feeble. "You and I were once one. You grow stronger by the day, while he diminishes with each passing moment. Influenced by you, he has completely dissipated, resulting in this current form." Ye Jian stood opposite him, the golden flames burning like the sun, illuminating his furrowed brow. Chapter 98. The Explosive Unleashing. He scoffed, his tone laced with sarcasm and resignation. This truly sounds reminiscent of those fantastical tales." He clenched his fists, the golden light surrounding him surging dramatically, his hair standing on end, transformed into a resplendent golden hue. Yet one must admit, disbelief is not an option. Before his words could fade, he let out a low roar, and the energy erupted violently around him. The golden radiance engulfed the surrounding darkness, as the power of the Super Saiyan exploded forth, the energy sweeping through the entire realm of consciousness like a tempest. Ye Jian lifted his blazing golden eyes, fixing his gaze upon his adversary. "Are you here to contest the dominance of consciousness?" The sinister Ye Jian, however, shook his head slowly. The dark purple flames surrounding him gradually calmed, transforming into swirling mist. No, I did not come here to battle you. His voice suddenly grew serene. Even imbued with a peculiar resonance, we cannot truly fight. He drifted closer, his form contrasting sharply with Ye Jian's golden light, to transcend into Super Saiyan 4. You must achieve a complete consciousness. The sinister Ye Jian raised his hand, delicate patterns of light emerging at his fingertips. Do you understand why you have always sought to attempt the great ape transformation, yet hesitated to take that final step? Ye Jian froze, the golden light flickering slightly. That is because our consciousness, put simply, our character, is incomplete. The voice of the sinister Ye Jian echoed directly within Ye Jian's mind. You inherently embody justice, yet you know that where there is light, there shall also be shadow. Where there is righteousness, there exists malevolence. By rejecting evil, you have effectively excluded me, hence you cannot transform into Super Saiyan 4. Even if you achieve the Great Ape form, you cannot attain the true golden Great Ape level. As he spoke, fragmented images emerged around them. Ye Jian repeatedly attempting transformation during his training, yet always faltering at critical moments, the power of Great Ape raging only to be forcefully suppressed. Those inexplicable feelings of emptiness and anxiety in the dead of night. The golden light surrounding Ye Jian gradually receded, and he stood still, his pupils narrowing slightly. After a long pause, he exhaled deeply, the breath transforming into a swirling light within the realm of consciousness. So that is it, he murmured, his voice resonating with newfound clarity. No wonder I have always felt that something was missing, like a complete puzzle eternally lacking its final piece. He raised his gaze towards the figure opposite him, identical in visage yet entirely opposite in essence. The space between them began to subtly warp, the essences of light and dark slowly intertwining, as if heralding an imminent metamorphosis. The sinister Ye Jian extended his hand toward him, palm facing upward. It is time to become whole. Chapter 3. The Fusion of Good and Evil. Ye Jian stood in the vast training ground, the stone pillars casting elongated shadows in the moonlight. The night breeze howled, whipping up the dust on the ground, and an oppressive atmosphere lingered in the air. The shadow of the sinister Ye Jian flickered before him, those crimson eyes glinting with ominous light. Well, though I am your evil, I am not your enemy. The voice of the sinister Ye Jian was deep and alluring, like a serpent hissing in his ear. Come, ha. Before he could finish, the figure of the sinister Ye Jian suddenly erupted with blinding purple-black light. The light twisted and extended like living tendrils, then suddenly contracted, transforming into a streak of lightning that surged towards Ye Jian's heart. What? Ye Jian's pupils constricted sharply, instinctively leaping backward, causing the stone slab beneath him to crack like a spider's web. But it was too late. The purple-black light shadowed him, instantaneously piercing through his chest. There was no pain, only a chilling sensation, akin to winter's stream seeping into his very marrow. Ah! Ye Jian's scream shattered the night sky. It was not the agony of the flesh, but rather the despair of a soul being torn asunder. He felt an overwhelming tide of darkness, violence, and desire surging into his consciousness, attempting to drown all reason and light. Damn it! Ye Jian knelt on one knee, gripping his head tightly with both hands, his nails digging deep into his temples. You have set a trap for me. His body trembled violently, the golden energy erupting uncontrollably from within, forming a protective shield around him. Yet the purple-black malevolence crept like a relentless disease, slowly corroding the golden light. Two forces clashed violently within him, his muscles bulging from excessive tension, with veins writhing beneath his skin like worms. The sinister voice of Ye Jian no longer emanated from the outside world. Instead, it resonated directly in his mind, infused with an uncanny tranquility. You cannot achieve completeness this way. You must merge with me. Do not resist. Ye Jian gritted his teeth, sweat cascading from his forehead like rain, sizzling as it hit the stone floor. He sensed his consciousness being engulfed by darkness, all the repressed emotions of anger, jealousy, and greed. The shadowy aspects he had strived to control now clamored wildly. This is my final consciousness, believe it or not. Upon uttering these words, the presence of sinister Ye Jian began to dissipate, not vanishing, but rather melting away like ink diffusing in water, gradually merging with Ye Jian's original consciousness. The foreign will no longer sought to conquer but began to seep in, to integrate. Ye Jian knelt on the cold ground, gasping for breath. Moonlight illuminated his sweat-drenched back, casting a pallid glow. Countless images flashed through his mind. The anger from childhood bullying, the resentment from thwarted cultivation, the yearning for power, and the jealousy directed at those in lofty positions. All these dark emotions now crystallized with startling clarity. He closed his eyes, feeling the tug of war between the two forces within him. The golden fighting spirit represented the culmination of his years of arduous training, embodying discipline, righteousness, and light, while the purple-black malevolent thought epitomized humanity's most primitive desires and impulses. If I must die, then let it be, Ye Jian murmured to himself, his voice hoarse yet resolute. How could one behold breathtaking vistas without risking anything? He recalled those who stood at the pinnacle of power, reflecting on his countless nights spent gazing at the starry sky, filled with discontent. The safe path only led to mediocrity, while great power always demanded a price. Without taking risks, how could one attain immense strength? Ye Jian inhaled deeply and then exhaled slowly. With this action, he voluntarily withdrew all resistance. The once taut muscles relaxed, and the protective golden fighting spirit gradually receded. In that instant, the purple-black malevolence surged in like a flood breaking through a dam. Contrary to his expectations of pain, he experienced a peculiar sense of wholeness, as if a painting had finally been completed with the missing colors, or a melody had gained its crucial notes. The righteous and the malevolent no longer fought against each other, but began to entwine, and merge. Ye Jian's body began to transform. The originally pure golden fighting spirit seeped from his pores, yet within that gold, strands of purple-black light began to mix. Initially mere filaments, they soon spread like vines. Gold and purple intertwined, forming a strange yet beautiful hue, a fusion of the golden edge of dawn and the last shadows of night. His eyes snapped open. The left eye remained a clear golden, as translucent as amber. The right, however, had morphed into a profound purple-black, reminiscent of an abyss that instilled trepidation. The two colors swirled slowly in his gaze, ultimately achieving a precarious balance. Ye Jian gradually rose, the stone slabs beneath him cracking under the sudden surge of power. He looked down at his hands, where the golden fighting spirit and purple-black malevolence entwined in his palms, resembling two dragons in pursuit of one another. He clenched his fists, feeling the new power surging within him. This was no longer merely the power of righteousness, nor solely the essence of evil. It was a more complex and potent existence born from their fusion. The night breeze swept through, lifting his damp black hair from his forehead. Ye Jian lifted his head, gazing toward the distant mountains, a subtle smile playing on his lips, one that held both unwavering resolve and unfathomable ambition. The golden-purple fighting spirit gradually ascended around him, as if draping him in a battle robe woven by both kings and demons. The sand and gravel in the training ground began to stir without wind, swirling around him and forming an ever-growing vortex. A new power, a new path had unfolded beneath his feet. Whether this path led to breathtaking vistas or an irrevocable abyss remained to be seen. Only time could reveal the answer. Amidst the smoky ruins, the giant ape-like Ye Jian stood tall like a mountain, his heavy breath stirring up clouds of dust. His crimson eyes, once fixated ahead, gradually lost focus. His massive form frozen like a statue, only his chest rising and falling with each breath. Broken steel rebars jutted grotesquely from the ground at his feet, while the distant remnants crackled ominously, sparks flickering in the charred air. Time passed slowly. A full quarter of an hour went by. Yet the hulking figure cloaked in coarse black fur remained utterly still. The wind swept through the ashes, brushing against his muscular shoulders, a few scraps of paper clinging to the hair on his forearms. In this profound silence, a faint sound of friction emerged from the rubble at the giant ape's feet, as several stones rolled away, revealing a deformed metal hatch. Frost's cunning figure had long since vanished, leaving only a dragging mark on the ground, winding deeper into the ruins, mingled with a few drops of dark purple viscous liquid slowly drying in the dust. Suddenly, the giant ape's tightly shut eyelids trembled violently. A beam of golden light burst forth from its brow, akin to the first ray of dawn piercing through the darkness. Following this, countless radiant golden lights erupted from every pore of its body, the coarse black fur standing on end as if coated in a layer of molten gold. The radiance intensified, transforming the surrounding ruins within dozens of meters into a resplendent golden hue. even the floating dust in the air becoming dancing golden powder. A suppressed roar erupted from the depths of the giant ape's throat, soon morphing into a thunderous bellow. Its body began to swell and reshape within the golden light. Bones cracking like popping beans, muscles rising and reconstituting like mountains. The black fur grew wildly, changing color, rapidly turning a dazzling gold from the tips, reminiscent of sun-drenched wheat waves. When the last vestige of black faded, it threw its head back and howled, the sound waves transforming into visible golden ripples that spread outward, causing debris to levitate and flames to swirl backward. As the golden light receded, a 30-meter-tall golden giant ape stood proudly. Its entire body shimmered with a sun-like brilliance, each strand of fur radiating liquid light-like energy. Behind its broad shoulders, a robust golden tail coiled like a giant serpent, sweeping with a gentle flick to pulverize a concrete pillar into dust. The once crimson and violent eyes had now transformed into molten gold vertical pupils, clear, sharp, yet burning with an even more formidable flame within. Ye Jian, no, the fully awakened Ye Jian, slowly lowered his head, gazing at his massive palm, aglow with swirling golden light. His 5 fingers curled, creating a sound akin to an explosive crack in the air. Fragments of memory flooded back, that dark, obstinate self filled with destructive desire, dissolving in the baptism of golden light, not extinguished, but understood, accepted, ultimately merging into one. All the anger, all the struggles, all the painful divisions transformed in that moment into surging energy, resounding in every muscle and bone. He felt it. This was not merely a surge in strength, but a certain essence of completeness. Like the final puzzle piece fitting seamlessly into place, the void within his soul, lingering for countless ages, was entirely filled by a warm and powerful existence. Light and shadow, good and obsession, reason and wildness, all opposites melded into one within the golden flame, radiating an unprecedented, harmonious, yet terrifying vitality. Thus it was. The lips of the golden giant ape moved, emitting not the roar of a beast, but a deep, thunderous voice. Clear and resonant. Each syllable resonates with a metallic tremor, reverberating thunderously above the ruins. He raises his colossal head, molten gold eyes gazing towards the heavens, where dark clouds have been shattered by energy, revealing a glimpse of a clear starry sky. In the next moment, he opens his massive jaws. The roar erupts. It is not a mere expression of frustration or anger, but a battle cry heralding rebirth. The golden sound waves burst forth in a spherical explosion, causing the earth to tremble violently as if it were a carpet, shattering all the glass in the buildings within 1,000 meters that have yet to collapse into crystalline dust. Centered around him, a shockwave mingled with fragments and golden light expands wildly along the ground, creating fissures in the earth from which molten golden light surges forth, illuminating the night as brightly as day. As the golden light gradually subsides, the golden giant remains enveloped in a faint aura of energy, akin to the halo of a deity. He slowly turns his neck, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield ravaged by his 2 transformations, finally settling on a drag mark leading underground. His molten gold eyes narrow slightly, and a cold, clear thought emerges within his complete consciousness. The game has only just begun. The chest of the golden giant heaves violently, resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption. He tilts his head back, the muscles in his neck tightening like steel, a deep, suppressed growl rolling from his throat. The long simmering fury, potent enough to shake the stars, and the fierce aura of dominance can no longer be contained. A roar shatters the heavens, finally erupting. It is not a simple shout, but a tidal wave of sound, centered around the golden giant. Visible crimson gold sound waves explode in a circular frenzy. The earth crumbles like fragile cookies, rolling and uprooting, with rocks not yet airborne being reduced to powder in the sound waves. A massive void is torn open in the clouds above, and more terrifyingly, the very fabric of space seems unable to withstand the power of this roar, revealing countless black cracks resembling spider webs, producing a tooth-grating, crunching sound. Within these fissures, not voids, but wildly surging purple-white lightning emerges, summoned from another dimension by this roar, transforming into countless lightning dragons that pierce the heavens and earth, descending with claws bared, turning the surrounding area into a purgatory of thunder and destruction. Amidst this cataclysmic scene, the roar of the golden giant gradually shifts, transforming from a primal, beastly roar into a more complex, sorrowful, and transformative wail. This final wail is prolonged and high-pitched, piercing through the cacophony of thunder and shattering space. Accompanying the wail, the giant's mountainous form begins to radiate a brilliance as intense as a star. Within the light, his figure rapidly contracts and reshapes, the golden fur that enveloped him receding like a tide, as if being refined and transformed into another form. As the light dims and dust slowly settles, a completely new silhouette emerges, suspended in midair. He is no longer a giant ape, but a humanoid figure. His eyes are deep, cold, and azure, reminiscent of an ocean beneath eternal ice, yet surrounded by a striking dark red ring that adds an edge of ferocity. His body is cloaked in a layer of vibrant, blood-red short fur, glistening with a metallic sheen under the residual lightning. His hair stands rigid and dark red, resembling steel needles, wild and untamed, akin to the Saiyan form of Vegeta, but with a more intense and blazing hue, as if solidified flames. Most striking is the tail behind him, agile and swaying, not brown like that of a monkey, but an unusual pink, moving as if it possesses a life of its own, tracing soft arcs behind him. He hovers silently in the air, above the shattered earth and the lingering lightning. There is no earth-shattering aura erupting, no deliberately flaunted pressure. All power, all momentum seems to converge, perfectly contained within his lithe form, creating an ultimate stillness. Chapter 100, The Unbelievable. It is this extreme restraint that emanates a heavier sense of oppression than the previous giant ape's roar. As though he himself has become the center of this realm, the sovereign of its rules. He is Ye Jian. At this moment, he slightly lowers his head, raising a hand covered in red fur, slowly clenching it. The knuckles rub together, producing a faint yet distinct sound. He senses the new, tumultuous power coursing within him. Distinct from before, one that is more refined, more potent, and more controllable. This is the Super Saiyan 4. His voice is calm, yet infused with a penetrating force. Scanning his newly transformed body, a sharp glimmer flashes in his azure eyes. His form bears an astonishing resemblance to the legendary Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, identical azure eyes, the same red hair, and a similarly wild and regal hairstyle. In Saiyan history and legend, the forms of Super Saiyan 4 vary in color. Suan Wukong representing primal wildness with golden eyes and hair, Vegeta signifying pride with green hair. And the fusion of the two, Vegeta, possessing unique blue eyes and red hair. Now this blue-eyed, red-haired Super Saiyan 4 stance belonging to the fusion warriors has re-emerged in the solitary Saiyan Ye Jian. Indeed, a cold, satisfied smirk curves at the corners of Ye Jian's lips, that arc strikingly prominent against his crimson fur, contrasting sharply with those who rely on anger and rage. His aura, restrained to the utmost, seems to ripple slightly. Even this subtle release causes the space beneath him to ripple again. This power of Super Saiyan 4 touches the essence of existence. Unbelievable. His fists slowly tighten, and the calm air around him begins to erupt with delicate crimson arcs of electricity. Unbelievable. As he tightens his fists, his knuckles crackle with sharp, crisp sounds under the strain. He can distinctly feel an unprecedented power surging forth from the depths of his limbs and bones, awakening like a dormant volcano, with fiery magma coursing through his veins. His muscle fibers silently reorganize and swell, each inch of skin harboring explosive energy. He gazes down at his palm, golden fur covering the back of his hand, as a profound, almost primal aura begins to uncontrollably emanate from within. This is Super Saiyan 4, an incredible ultimate form that transcends the understanding of mundane life. It is not merely a surge in power, but a complete transformation of life itself. According to ancient teachings and combat memories he knows, the terror of Super Saiyan 4 extends far beyond its physical destructive capabilities. It possesses an even more mysterious and formidable ability: absorption and transformation. It can absorb the chaotic energy unleashed by enemies, especially those imbued with Saiyan fighting spirit or extreme negative emotions, converting them into nourishment for itself. A vivid image flashes in Ye Jian's mind. During the GT battle that determined the fate of the universe, the transformed Super Saiyan 4 Suan Wukong, faced with Baby S's deadly revenge blast, did not evade but instead opened his arms and met the destructive purple-black energy wave head-on with his chest. An astonishing scene unfolded as the evil energy blast, capable of annihilating star systems, was drawn into Sun Wukong's body, consumed and assimilated, ultimately transforming into part of his own power, causing his momentum to surge dramatically and achieving a stunning reversal in a moment of despair. And the evolutionary path of Super Saiyan 4 has only just begun. It resembles the arduous ascent of an endless peak of power, characterized by 3 distinct realms. At this moment, Ye Jian finds himself within the first realm of the standard Super Saiyan 4, enveloped in a stable and fervent golden aura. His golden fur and iconic crimson tail sway autonomously, brimming with a sense of strength that empowers him to look down upon the majority of formidable foes. Yet beyond this state lies the more terrifying second realm of full-power Super Saiyan 4. Upon entering this domain, a qualitative leap in strength occurs. The aura that surrounds him transforms from a mere golden flame into a tangible, blood-red, searing energy. This essence is not merely an outward projection of power. It embodies the high temperature and ferocity inherent to the Super Saiyan's life source, akin to the coronal mass ejections from the heart of a star. Even the most ordinary life forms, upon merely approaching, without direct contact, would be vaporized within a fraction of a second by the terrifying heat, leaving not even ashes behind. This is a forbidden zone of existence, a realm of destruction that naturally forms when power reaches its zenith. However, the pinnacle of strength still lies far beyond. Above this blood-red, searing aura, it is said that the ultimate third realm exists, beyond the limits of Super Saiyan 4. This is a domain where all potential of the Super Saiyan 4 is squeezed to its utmost, even breaking theoretical constraints to reach the unknown. In this state, speed, strength, defense, and energy levels attain a transformative leap beyond the full power stage. This is a realm that truly surpasses Super Saiyan 4. In the grand tapestry of battles within the GT universe, only Sun Wukong has briefly touched this domain during the final confrontation, wielding an incredible will and fortitude. Its might was so profound that it could directly suppress the malevolent one-star dragon that had absorbed all the evil Dragon Balls, a being deemed the utmost evil in the cosmos. During that earth-shattering battle, the golden red aura that transcended limits temporarily subdued the wicked dark purple glow. Regrettably, due to a momentary lapse in focus, he could not convert this advantage into complete victory, leaving behind endless legends and speculations for posterity. Nevertheless, that fleeting moment of brilliance is universally acknowledged as the undeniable peak attainable by an individual combat form within the GT worldview. Ye Jian, feeling the relentless flow of standard Super Saiyan 4 power within, gazes as if penetrating through time and space, witnessing the blood-red heat and the golden-red brilliance that transcends limits. The path unfurls beneath his feet. With each heartbeat, the roar of growing power accompanies him. The fiery aura surges skyward like a stellar explosion, each strand containing energy potent enough to rend the earth asunder. The form of Super Saiyan 4 is not merely the transformation of hair to crimson or the wrapping of golden flames. It is an ultimate metamorphosis achieved amidst the roar of life. Every fiber of muscle has been honed to perfection, and his bones shimmer with a metallic sheen under the cascade of energy. When Sun Wukong transforms into this state, even the air trembles. The rocks beneath his feet silently crumble to dust, yet are restrained by his precisely controlled energy field, with not a shred of energy leaking. Even when faced with the immensely powerful one-star dragon, augmented by the evil Dragon Balls, the combat prowess exhibited by Super Saiyan 4 is nothing short of extraordinary. It is not a mere clash of brute force, but an art form that condenses destructive power into a compact space. Where his fists land, the fabric of space seems to tear, only to mend instantaneously. His kicks strike with the swiftness of crimson lightning, leaving scorching afterimages in the air while miraculously avoiding the already fragile terrain beneath. On the battlefield, the two become a gold and purple streaks of meteors colliding ferociously. The shockwaves rippling like waves, yet always contained within 100 feet, a testament to the mastery of energy exhibited by Super Saiyan 4. He can condense enough energy to evaporate oceans into a single point at his fingertips, and allow energy waves capable of cleaving mountains to dissipate quietly upon striking their target, sparing every blade of grass and tree. The resilience of this form reaches an unfathomable realm. The one-star dragon, with a sinister grin, unleashes an infernal breath of 6,000 degrees Celsius, a torrent of crimson flames engulfing Sun Wukong entirely. Yet when the flames subside, His crimson fur curls slightly, and not a single scorch mark graces his bronze skin. Chapter 101. Astonishingly next comes the absolute zero of frigid frost, instantly freezing the surrounding miles, cracking the earth and solidifying the air. Yet Sun Wukong merely exhales a puff of white mist, causing his aura to swell slightly, turning the ice into billowing vapor. He can even grasp the immense electric currents released by the one-star dragon with his bare hands, allowing the blue-white serpents to dance and coil around his fingers, ultimately crushing them into a burst of sparkling light. This effortless control stems from the essence of the Super Saiyan 4 form's elevation. It does not merely seek the expansion of energy, but achieves perfect harmony between power and will. With every punch, the contraction of muscles synchronizes with the eruption of energy. With every dodge, the disturbance of air resonates with the tremors of space. Therefore, when Sun Wukong battles Baby above the cityscape, the densely populated streets remain miraculously intact. When Vegeta unleashes his ultimate flash in the wilderness, the devastating beam strikes with surgical precision, leaving behind only deep, narrow ravines in the ground. Even more astonishing is the negligible burden this form places on the body. Unlike the Super Saiyan Blue, where every breath is accompanied by the intense consumption of divine energy. Akin to a volcano erupting within, the power of Super Saiyan 4 is like an unfathomable ocean, deep, stable, and inexhaustible, even when severely injured in battle. Such as when Sun Wukong is struck directly by Baby's revenge death ball, resulting in a horrific wound in his chest. The crimson aura continues to blaze fiercely, his form unwavering. In the brutal clash on Prison Planet, where the very fabric of space shattered, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta fought until his energy was completely exhausted, forced to separate. Yet, even in their separated forms, Vegeta and Sun Wukong maintained their Super Saiyan 4 transformations. Albeit their energy was dwindling, their forms did not fade. In contrast, the Super Saiyan Blue, despite its radiant azure flame, flickers like a candle in the wind. Excessive energy output often leads to instantaneous collapse of the transformation, with stamina draining like a dam bursting. This stark contrast perhaps reflects Ye Jian's choice after deeply understanding the essence of power. He has long perceived the secret of divine energy, and the surging energy within him can be transformed at any moment into the crimson hue of the Super Saiyan God, leading him towards the further azure. However, he ultimately forsook this seemingly more exalted path. For Ye Jian understands that true strength is not defined by the color of energy or whether it is imbued with divinity, but rather by absolute mastery, utmost efficiency, and the perfect unity of body and mind. Super Saiyan 4, a path that sheds the ornate exterior and returns to the primal ferocity and evolutionary instinct of the Saiyan, is the ultimate form that refines every ounce of power to its peak, allowing each breath to resonate with the essence of battle. The crimson figure stands resolute upon the earth, embodying the philosophy of power, relying not on external divinity, not pursuing ephemeral ranks, but believing solely in the peak that can be achieved through an indomitable body and will. Planet Salad's dusk is always particularly magnificent, with orange-red rays painting the entire training ground in warm hues, and the air filled with the mingled scent of dust and sweat. The energy barrier of the training ground glows faintly under the setting sun, while the distant sounds of young Saiyans exchanging blows and excited shouts resonate. Amidst this clamor, a purple light suddenly tears through the fabric of space. Ye Jian's figure emerges from the brilliance, his feet firmly landing on the alloy floor at the edge of the training ground, the soles of his shoes emitting a faint hiss as they scrape against the surface. He had just concluded a transgalactic teleportation, the residual energy waves from the spatial leap still lingering around him, while the tips of his purple hair danced gently in the breeze. Ye Jian, you have returned. An urgent voice interrupted his reverie. Lien Su almost dashed over, his training attire soaked with perspiration, a rare look of anxiety etched on his face. He grasped Ye Jian's arm with a force that made the alloy bracers emit a faint creaking sound. Quickly, there are two individuals causing a ruckus in the central square, specifically mentioning your name. Lien Su spoke rapidly, pulling Ye Jian toward the training ground's exit. It's been a standoff for nearly half an hour now. If it weren't for Caligula calming one of them down with that peculiar delicacy you gave her, the entire square might have been torn apart. Ye Jian stumbled slightly as he was pulled, his brow furrowing in confusion. Looking for me? Who? The question hung in the air, laced with bewilderment. On the planet Shalata, aside from a few acquaintances, few would come specifically to seek him out, let alone in such a disruptive manner. The two crossed through the arched gate of the training ground and stepped onto the wide avenue leading to the central square. Flanking the road were buildings in the Saiyan style, sharp-edged and dominated by hues of dark gray and deep crimson. A few Saiyan residents peered curiously from their windows at the two hastening figures. "I'm not entirely sure who they are," Lien Su panted, his pace unwavering. "But one is absurdly rotund, dressed in peculiar attire, with a halo-like object atop his head. The other is a tall, gaunt figure, wearing a stern expression, exuding an intimidating aura. I felt breathless just being within 50 meters of him." Ye Jian's steps faltered for a moment. A delicacy? Could it be? A vision flashed in his mind. A plump pink cat with an almost obsessive craving for food. That sausage. Lien Su nodded emphatically. "Caligula brought out that bag of special delicacies you gave her." The moment the rotund one saw it, his eyes lit up, and he immediately quieted down to indulge, all the while complaining about having to wait too long. Ye Jian's pupils constricted slightly. He no longer required Lien Su's urging. With a sudden surge of energy, he propelled himself forward, transforming into a purple blur that surged ahead, leaving a trail of sonic booms in his wake. The scenery along the street blurred into streaks of color, and a few Saiyans walking by felt a gust of wind sweep past, nearly toppling them over. "Wait for me," Lien Su shouted from behind, pushing himself to keep up, yet the distance between them grew. The central square soon came into view. It was a circular expanse exceeding 300 meters in diameter, its ground paved with the unique dark crimson stone of the Shalata planet. At its center stood a bronze statue of the first Saiyan king. At this moment, a circle of Saiyans had gathered at the edge of the square, their expressions tense yet hesitant to draw closer. Ye Jian halted at the entrance of the square, his shoes scraping against the stone, leaving shallow marks. His gaze instantly fixed upon the two figures in the center, or rather, two deities. "Ha ha ha, this delicacy is quite delightful. Far superior to the shoddy eateries of the seventh universe." A figure, nearly spherical in shape, sat cross-legged on the ground, his pinkish-purple fur glistening in the sunset. One hand stuffed 3 sausages into his mouth simultaneously, while the other clutched one he was gnawing on. Juices trailing down to splatter on the ornate garment adorned with the Destroyer emblem. This was indeed the Destroyer God of the sixth universe, Xiangpa. Standing beside him was a tall, slender man with a cold demeanor and purple skin. He stood with arms crossed and eyes closed, seemingly indifferent to his surroundings. Yet Ye Jian sensed that beneath this relaxed posture lay a terrifying power primed to erupt. This was the angel and mentor to Xiangpa, Bados. In the few seconds Ye Jian observed, Xiangpa had already finished his sausage, licking his claws in satisfaction before retrieving another from the bag of delicacies. The words Ye Jian's specially crafted interdimensional delicacy were clearly visible on the packaging in the twilight glow. "Xiangpa." Ye Jian took a deep breath and stepped toward the center of the square, his voice amplified by energy, resonating throughout the entire area. "What brings you here?" His tone, though not loud, rippled through the crowd like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. "What?" "Xiangpa." An incredulous uproar erupted among the gathered Saiyans. Several older warriors turned pale, instinctively stepping back. The name of the destroyer god Xiangpa was legendary among the Saiyans. A deity governing destruction capable of reducing a planet to cosmic dust with a mere snap of his fingers. They had heard of his formidable reputation in the sixth universe, but had never imagined witnessing it in such a manner. It was at this moment that Lien Su, panting heavily, finally caught up to Ye Jian, his body freezing upon hearing that name. His eyes widened in disbelief. Darting back and forth between the rotund cat and Ye Jian, his lips trembling yet producing no sound. Other Saiyans shared the same shock. Some rubbed their eyes, questioning if they were suffering from an injury-induced hallucination. Others instinctively adopted a combat stance, only to realize that any defense was futile in the presence of such an entity. Many were simply filled with curiosity and awe, craning their necks to catch a glimpse of the destroyer's true form. "Ye Jian, you have finally returned." Xiangpa rose at a leisurely pace, brushing crumbs from his robes, his tone tinged with evident displeasure. "Since you made me wait for so long, this debt must be settled." His words were abruptly interrupted. Xiangpa's eyes, usually half closed, suddenly widened, a flicker of suspicion passing through his pink-purple pupils. His rotund body moved forward with an astonishing agility, causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath him. Bados, too, opened his eyes at that moment, his calm gaze landing on Ye Jian, a subtle smile curving his lips. Something is amiss. Xiang Pa's voice dropped to a grave tone, abandoning its previous casualness. Very amiss. The air in the square seemed to solidify. The setting sun stretched everyone's shadows long, Xiang Pa's massive form casting a colossal shadow over Ye Jian, nearly enveloping him entirely. The commotion from the training grounds had ceased, and it felt as if the entire Shalata planet held its breath in that instant. The wind swept across the square, stirring fallen leaves that danced between Xiang Pa and Ye Jian. Ye Jian could sense two otherworldly presences probing his body as energy flows like invisible tendrils. It was an examination of divine caliber, capable of perceiving the essence of most life forms. He stood his ground, neither avoiding nor justifying. His purple hair billowed gently in the rising evening breeze, and the muscles beneath his training attire tightened slightly. The surrounding Saiyans dared not even breathe. Though they could not comprehend what was occurring, they instinctively sensed that something transcending their understanding was quietly unfolding on this ordinary dusk. Xiang Pa's brow furrowed deeper, his thick claws unconsciously stroking his chin. Bados tilted his head slightly, the tip of his divine staff glowing with ethereal light within the crystal orb. Interesting. After a prolonged silence, Xiang Pa finally spoke, his tone imbued with a seriousness Ye Jian had never heard before. What has transpired within such a short time, young one? This inquiry struck like a boulder dropped into a serene lake, stirring ripples of concern in the hearts of every Saiyan. All eyes fell upon Ye Jian, awaiting his response. Above, the two moons of Shalata had quietly risen, casting a cold luminescence upon the dimming sky. Bados' slender fingers rested gently on the divine staff, his purple eyes, seemingly harboring galaxies, widened slightly. She felt a surging and primal aura emanating continuously from Ye Jian, akin to a volcano that had just erupted, its searing power creating invisible ripples in the air. The floating crystals at the edge of the training ground trembled slightly, producing a delicate humming sound. It was truly astonishing. A graceful arc formed at the corners of her lips, her voice flowing like a clear spring. Congratulations, Ye Jian. You have taken a solid step closer to entering the realm of the divine. She observed clearly that although the power was wild and untamed, it had begun to undergo a subtle transformation, infused with a depth and vastness unique to divinity. Ye Jian raised his hand to wipe away the non-existent sweat from his brow, his crimson hair swaying gently with the movement of his head, creating a striking contrast against his robust body covered in dense fur. He grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, his smile imbued with the characteristic defiance of the Saiyans, yet also a hint of respect for the guide before him. Not at all, Lord Bados. Were it not for your previous guidance that illuminated the flow of power for me, I would have likely fumbled about outside for much longer. He clenched his fist, feeling the surge of energy within him, far surpassing anything he had experienced before. The form of Super Saiyan 4 endowed him with a raw power capable of rivaling that of a Super Saiyan god, yet it was still merely equivalent. However, the recent breakthrough allowed him to vaguely touch upon something more essential beyond that barrier, perhaps the true path to the divine realm. Haha, it seems you have quite the potential, young lad, exclaimed Xiang Pa, who had initially been leaning with his arms crossed, a habitual, slightly arrogant smile on his chubby face. Yet, as soon as Bados' words fell, his exaggerated grin froze on his round face, the corners of his mouth twisting into a comical expression. He squinted at Ye Jian, surveying him up and down. Aside from feeling discomfort by the other's rising aura, he could not discern any signs of divinity. However, Bados would never speak lightly on such matters, and Xiang Pa felt a twinge of unease, a subtle sense of defeat that he should have discovered first, mixed with astonishment at Ye Jian's rapid progress and strength, prompting him to chuckle awkwardly as he swiftly changed the subject. Ahem, Ye Jian. We came here specially to see how your training is progressing. Xiang Pa waved his short, stout hand, attempting to make his tone sound casual. Yet it betrayed an unmistakable artifice. Not bad, not bad, you seem quite spirited. The words felt hollow, and even the floating dust in the surrounding air seemed to carry a hint of awkwardness. Ye Jian was well aware of the intentions of this god of destruction from the sixth universe. The subtle thoughts were almost written on his face. He understood completely but chose not to expose it. Instead, he seized the opportunity to present a prepared piece of news. I appreciate your concern, Lord Xiangpa, I am planning to leave the sixth universe for a time to explore other universes and witness broader horizons. What did you say? Xiangpa was genuinely astonished, his small eyes widening, and his body involuntarily leaning forward. You know about traversing the universes? Who told you? This news was quite unexpected for him. Traveling between universes was no ordinary matter, involving complex rules and permissions. How could a Saiyan from the seventh universe be so well informed? At that moment, Bato stepped forward lightly, the tip of her staff meeting the ground with a crisp sound. She glanced at Ye Jian's wild, crimson hair and tail, distinct from the Saiyans of the sixth universe, and explained to Xiangpa with a smile, Lord Xiangpa, have you perhaps forgotten? Ye Jian is not one of our sixth universe's subjects. He hails from the seventh universe. You see, his long crimson hair and that innate battle ferocity are unique marks of the Saiyans from the seventh universe. It is not surprising that he knows these things. Her voice was gentle, yet it rippled through Xiangpa's heart like a stone dropped into a tranquil lake, stirring new waves of realization. Upon hearing this, Xiangpa slapped his shiny forehead with a resounding smack. Oh right, how could I have forgotten that? He looked back at Ye Jian, his gaze becoming complex, curiosity, scrutiny, and a subtle reassessment of this visitor from another universe. The training ground fell silent for a moment, with only the distant, faint glow of simulated celestial bodies casting shifting shadows upon the three of them. Ye Jian's heart raced, nearly causing him to take a step back. Xiangpa's eyes widened in shock, his plump body leaning forward slightly, his voice suddenly rising. What? You're a Saiyan from there? Chapter 103. Distorted tremors. Ye Jian immediately felt a chilling sense of oppression radiating from Xiangpa, as though the very air around them had thickened. He quickly raised both hands, forcing a smile, and while retreating, he hastily retrieved a large assortment of vividly packaged cosmic snacks from his storage capsule, iridescent energy candies, and layers upon layers of chocolate bars, piled like a small mountain between the two. Lord Xiangpa, please do not misunderstand. Although I am a Saiyan from the seventh universe, I am certainly not your enemy. Ye Jian spoke hurriedly, striving to maintain his composure. These are delicacies I collected from various universes. Please give them a try. Xiangpa's gaze was instantly drawn to the mound of snacks. His previously menacing expression melted away like snow under the sun, replaced by a gluttonous gleam. He reached out his chubby hand and grabbed 3 packets of cookies, stuffing them into his mouth, crunching loudly as he mumbled, Yes, yes, delicious. This one too. He squatted down, tearing open the packaging with such speed that it left behind a blur, his cheeks puffed out like a hamster, neglecting even to wipe the crumbs at the corners of his mouth. Bato shook her head lightly beside him, her staff shimmering with gentle light. Her expression a mix of amusement and restraint, yet she did not voice any objections. A considerable amount of time passed. The setting sun bathed the training ground in a warm golden hue, and Xiangpa finally patted his round belly in satisfaction, letting out a resounding belch. He stood up unsteadily, waving his greasy hand at Ye Jian. Let us go. Next time, bring more of those spicy crisps. Bato's elegantly turned, her dress fluttering gently in the breeze. Before leaving, she glanced back at Ye Jian, her gaze calm, yet seemingly penetrating to the core, her voice soft as a feather. In truth, from the moment training commenced, I had already sensed your identity. It merely seemed unnecessary to reveal it. Ye Jian stood rooted in place, a chill creeping down his spine, and could only smile wryly as he watched them dissolve into specks of light in the sky. He silently clenched his fists, realizing that these angels, with their unfathomable power, possessed an equally profound grasp of information, and he would need to exercise even greater caution in the future. Ye Jian, come here quickly. The vibrant voice of Ka Li Fu La suddenly erupted from behind him. Before Ye Jian could turn around, she had dashed over like a gust of wind, seizing his wrist and pulling him toward the training camp with reckless abandon. Dust swirled around their feet as Ka Li Fu La's red hair danced like flames in her run. Come see my junior. She just arrived today, and she has incredible strength. Ka Li Fu La exclaimed, her eyes shining with excitement, nearly shaking Ye Jian's arm off. Stumbling a few steps due to her pull, Ye Jian's mind was still lingering on the tense aftermath of his confrontation with Xiangpa, leaving him somewhat dazed. Junior? When did you get a junior? Ka Li Fu La looked back, grinning widely, revealing her sharp canines. You'll find out when you get there. I guarantee you'll be amazed. In the distance, the sound of clashing equipment faintly echoed from the training camp. mingling with the crisp shouts of young girls, gradually becoming clearer. Indeed, she was the Scion assigned to my team during a mission. Ye Jian's gaze turned towards a corner of the training ground, his voice tinged with complex emotions. Yet, she was so delicate and timid that her progress was particularly slow. Delicate? Wait, could it be that she is Care? A vision flashed through Ye Jian's mind. The green-haired girl who always kept her head down, speaking in a soft whisper. She was the legendary Scion of the 6th universe, bearing a striking resemblance to the fearsome Broly of the 7th universe. However, unlike Broly, who was a naturally born legendary Super Saiyan imbued with fury and destruction, Care was a latter-day legendary Super Saiyan, often appearing timid, her slender fingers nervously twisting the hem of her garment, her gaze darting about as though she might flee at any moment. Yet, Ye Jian understood that once she was genuinely provoked, the dormant power within her would awaken, and even the gods would find it difficult to withstand the cataclysmic aura she would unleash. The training ground was bathed in scorching sunlight, dust swirling in the heat. Other Scions were engaged in pairs, their punches slicing through the air, shouts echoing, beads of sweat shimmering on their bronzed skin. On the periphery of this commotion, Care sat alone beside a broken stone pillar, hugging her knees and curling herself into a small ball. Her head hung low, her emerald hair nearly obscuring half her face. Her gaze fixed blankly on the ground, as if wishing to hide in the shadows. Occasionally, a companion would glance her way, causing her to flinch like a startled creature, burying her face even deeper. Callie Fu La furrowed her brow and strode purposefully towards that direction, her voice booming and impatient. Her tied-back short hair fluttered in the wind, her muscular arms tensed with exertion. However, Ye Jian suddenly reached out, firmly stopping her. "Enough, Callie Fu La," he said, his tone calm yet imbued with undeniable authority. He withdrew his hand and patted her sturdy shoulder, continuing, "You must train diligently from now on. I will leave her to you." "Hey, where are you going?" Callie Fu La turned sharply, her eyes wide with confusion, her hands on her hips, leaning forward as if demanding an explanation. Ye Jian did not respond immediately. He lifted his gaze to the sky, where a few wispy clouds were being gently torn apart by high-altitude winds. In the distance, the cacophony of the training ground seemed to be separated by a transparent veil, rendering it blurry and far away. After a few seconds, he returned his gaze, a faint, somewhat elusive smile gracing his lips. "I am leaving this place." He paused, his eyes sweeping over Callie Fu La before resting on the solitary figure in the distance, his voice carrying a hint of inscrutable meaning. "Do not worry. Perhaps in a few years, we shall meet again." With that, he no longer lingered, turning to walk towards the base. His steps were steady, his cloak trailing behind him in a dark arc, gradually merging into the dust swirling around the training ground's perimeter before disappearing from sight. Meanwhile, on the far side of the universe, Frost's private base lay hidden beneath the crust of a desolate planet, its entrance concealed within the jagged crevices of colossal rock formations. The interior was dimly lit, cold metallic walls embedded with energy conduits emitting a faint purple glow, pulsating rhythmically like veins. The air was thick with the acrid scent of disinfectants mixed with energy liquids, occasionally interrupted by the low hum of machinery. In the innermost medical chamber, Frost was submerged in a transparent cylindrical pod filled with a pale green regenerative liquid. His eyes were tightly shut, his face, usually adorned with a duplicitous, elegant smile, now pale as parchment, bearing several gruesome wounds that had yet to heal completely. Tiny bubbles continually rose from the regenerative liquid, clinging to his wounds, emitting faint hissing sounds. Outside the pod, dozens of screens hovered, displaying complex vital signs and repair progress bars. One of his hands hung limply by his side, the fingertips twitching slightly. This mission had not only ended in failure, but had also exacted a heavy toll on him. Outside the pod, several subordinates, clad in matching uniforms and with indistinct features, operated the equipment swiftly and silently, afraid to make any unnecessary noise, enveloping the entire space in a stifling silence, broken only by the rhythmic ticking of the instruments, striking an unsettling tempo. "Lord Frost, are you all right?" One subordinate hurried forward, supporting his faltering body. Frost's arm hung weakly, his battle suit marred with charred cracks and still drying blood. He was nearly half-dragged, half-supported into the oval treatment pod glowing with a haunting blue light. The pod door slid shut silently, and the soft repair light immediately enveloped his battered body. "I am fine," Frost managed to squeeze out through gritted teeth. His voice distorted and trembling with excruciating pain and seething rage. Chapter 104. Regenerative liquid. His bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the pod's ceiling, as if he could penetrate the metal and see the figure that had led to his humiliating defeat. Hurry! Use the highest specification treatment protocol. He nearly shouted, each word soaked in resentment and deep-seated hatred. The regenerative liquid began to flow in, the icy sensation temporarily dulling some of the burning pain, yet it could not extinguish the raging fury within him. As you command. His subordinates dared not delay. Swiftly operating the control panel, Frost lay in the regenerative liquid, his rapid breathing gradually calming, yet his thoughts swirled like a tempest. Unlike King Vegeta, who swept across the universe with absolute power and expansionist ambitions, Frost excelled at weaving networks in the shadows, cloaked in the guise of peace and trade, quietly establishing a vast empire and intelligence network of his own. However, this time, his meticulously planned operation, his prideful power, had been effortlessly torn apart before the Saiyan known as Ye Jian. Ye Jian, he silently uttered the name, the regenerative liquid reflecting his sinister visage. That power was terrifying, akin to the abyss itself. Recalling that overwhelming presence, the icy gaze capable of freezing souls, Frost still felt a pang of trepidation. He closed his eyes, forcing himself to calm down. I need time, harsher training, and greater strength. Ye Jian, the humiliation of today, I shall repay 100-fold in the future. Everything you have inflicted upon me, I will have you repay in kind. This crushing defeat was not merely a disparity in power, but an indelible disgrace in Frost's career. Had he not acted swiftly, utilizing his ultimate escape technique, he would have already turned to dust on some desolate planet in the 6th universe. This stroke of luck, having narrowly escaped death, now served as the most fervent fuel, burning his pride and igniting his obsession to grow stronger. Approximately a month passed, a mere moment in the cosmic scale. In the 6th universe, on the wild expanse of a border planet, Ye Jian stood alone. He had just completed a brief period of breath adjustment and energy consolidation. At this moment, he gazed up at the starry sky, his eyes seemingly piercing through the endless sea of stars towards the direction of his homeland. It is time to return, he murmured to himself. During his time in the 6th universe, he had experienced many events, particularly his confrontation with Frost and the brief encounter with the legendary assassin Hit, both of which had proven quite fruitful. This journey had indeed not been in vain. The figure of Hit, cold as an iceberg, and his finely honed instantaneous movement technique surfaced in his mind. Hit, Ye Jian's lips curled into a subtle, almost imperceptible smile, a warrior's anticipation. I hope that when we meet again, we can truly unleash our full potential and compete against each other. He initially contemplated seeking out Zit before departing. Yet after careful consideration, he abandoned this idea. The core secret behind the Saiyan's ability to trigger further transformations through emotional stimulation, thereby achieving explosive power growth, is best kept within the confines of the 7th universe for the time being. Although Frost may have witnessed the great ape transformation, if there had been a moon and he had time to transform, this was merely a primitive manifestation of the Saiyan's ancient power, which pales in comparison to the qualitative leap of the Super Saiyan transformation and does not constitute a breach of core secrets. As for Zit, Ye Jian was not particularly concerned. That assassin is a pure martial artist, taciturn and seemingly indifferent to power, secrets, or racial traits. He resembles a solitary peak focused solely on honing his skills rather than a bard proclaiming tales far and wide. Regarding a full-scale confrontation with Zit, Ye Jian gently clenched his fist, feeling the surging and steadily growing power within him, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. There is no need for haste. Opportunities abound in the future. He possesses absolute confidence in himself. When they meet again, he will undoubtedly be far stronger than he is now, and certainly not just marginally so. By that time, he may truly be worthy of engaging in an exhilarating, evenly matched showdown with that assassin from the realm of time. With this thought, Ye Jian ceased his hesitation. He focused his mind, and a faint golden aura began to emanate from his body. Powerful energy waves causing the ground around him to tremble slightly and debris to levitate. After pinpointing the coordinates of the 7th universe, he flickered and transformed into a brilliant golden streak, soaring into the sky, instantly breaking through the planet's atmosphere and vanishing into the vast depths of the universe. Embarking on his return journey to the 7th universe. Upon his return journey, Ye Jian stood at the edge of the sixth universe, silver-white energy flowing gently around him. Although he had mastered the secret of transforming into a Super Saiyan 4, thoughts of Zit's cold gaze still stirred unease in his heart. Zit's strength is unfathomable and cannot be simply gauged by his encounter with Sun Wukong on the nameless star. That was merely the tip of the iceberg, a tentative game. What is truly terrifying is Zit's battle with Jiren at the Tournament of Power. Ye Jian closed his eyes, and the scene of that battle emerged in his mind. Zit's figure on the arena transformed into countless afterimages, time becoming thick and slow under his control. In that battle, Zit displayed his true power, a nearly law-like, despair-inducing suppression. He could think of no more. Ye Jian shook his head, casting aside distracting thoughts. He raised his left arm, where the ancient Saiyan totem began to emit a soft golden glow. The light started as a faint point before surging forth like a tide, swiftly enveloping his entire being. He could feel the flow of energy beneath his skin, like countless warm rivers rushing through his veins. The radiance intensified, ultimately transforming into a beam of light that pierced the universe. Ye Jian's body was gently lifted, suspended in the void. He took one last look at the familiar starry sky of the sixth universe, at the planets where he had struggled to survive and the battlefields where he had fought fiercely, before turning and racing towards the seventh universe. The journey he once undertook was fraught with hardship. At that time, his power had yet to fully awaken, and he had to rely on a spaceship to navigate the treacherous cosmic storms. Violent energy currents had nearly torn his shield apart on numerous occasions, and the frigid cosmic rays had penetrated his defenses, leaving painful marks upon his skin. But now, everything was different. Ye Jian stretched his body within the beam of light, feeling the surging power within him. The energy of Super Saiyan 4 formed a perfect cycle within him, the golden aura automatically unfurling around him, becoming an indomitable barrier. When the first wave of cosmic shockwaves struck, he did not even bother to resist. The energy capable of tearing apart stars merely stirred ripples across his shield before dissipating into nothingness. He increased his speed, his silhouette leaving a golden trail in the starry expanse. Planets whizzed past him, and nebulae unfurled vibrant tapestries beneath his feet. This time, he was not merely traversing the universe, he was harnessing it. In the seventh universe, on the planet Saya, the landscape glowed with a warm orange-red hue under the setting sun. Once desolate lands were now blanketed with lush vegetation, and simple dwellings constructed by Saiyans were scattered across valleys and plains. In a meticulously tended garden, a young Saiyan girl was bending down to trim a luminescent purple plant. Her movements were deft and gentle, her long black hair tied back in a neat ponytail, with a few strands brushing her forehead, swaying lightly with her motions. Though many years had passed, time seemed particularly lenient with her. Her visage remained youthful, yet her deep brown eyes held a maturity and depth that belied her age. She straightened and gazed at the sky. The evening breeze brushed past, carrying the scents of the garden's exotic flora. Her fingers unconsciously grazed a badge worn at her waist, a token left by Ye Jian before his departure, inscribed with ancient Saiyan protective runes. Calculating the time, she mused softly to herself, he should be returning now, a hint of barely perceptible anticipation in her voice. Suddenly, she halted her actions, as if recalling something of great importance. A smile blossomed at the corners of her mouth, and her usually calm eyes finally sparkled with genuine warmth. She is Supali, the one Ye Jian cherishes the most, and the only Saiyan on this planet privy to all his secrets. Years ago, on a night much like this, they had sat in the very spot now transformed into a garden, when it had been nothing but barren land beneath the untainted brilliance of the seventh universe's starry sky. Ye Jian had held her hand, warm and strong, the calluses of his palm brushing against her skin. I must go to the sixth universe, he had said, his voice low and resolute. There lies the power I need, the trials I must face. Supali recalled her desire to argue, to insist on accompanying him. Yet Ye Jian had shaken his head, a gravity in his gaze that she had never seen before. The sixth universe is far too dangerous, he had stated. Even I cannot guarantee my return, let alone protect you. He paused, his fingers lightly caressing her cheek. You are the one I care for most, Supali. I cannot let you come to harm. Promise me, wait for me here, tend to our home. When I am strong enough, when I can truly protect you, I will return. They had set a specific time, a precise return date down to the year. Ye Jian marked it on the star map, while Supali counted it in her heart. Over the years, she transformed the barren land into a flourishing garden and built a home from the makeshift camp. She trained young Saiyans and managed the tribe's affairs, always gazing in the direction Ye Jian departed on clear starry nights. This year, the promised date had finally arrived. Supali set down her tools and walked to the edge of the garden cliff, where she could overlook the entire Saiyan settlement and the boundless sky. The sun was sinking behind the distant mountains, dyeing the clouds a golden red hue. She closed her eyes, feeling the direction of the wind, sensing the subtle shift of energy in the air. In that moment, she sensed a familiar and powerful aura approaching, transcending the barriers of the universe, heading toward this planet. Toward her, her heart involuntarily raced. After years of waiting, the conclusion was finally at hand. Regardless of the form that Ye Jian may take or the powers he may acquire, she is certain that he will uphold his promise. For he is Ye Jian, and she is Supali. The bond between them is more steadfast than any cosmic law. Amidst the vast expanse of the 7 universes, although there are ambitious strongmen striving for supremacy, the few who can truly stir the tides are remarkably few. Most of those so-called overlords possess combat abilities that are laughably mediocre. Under this relatively gentle starry sky, Supali is capable of safeguarding herself with her own strength, living in peace. However, if she were to find herself in the formidable and perilous 6th universe, her situation would likely be drastically different. Just as her thoughts drifted away, a brilliant streak of light suddenly pierced through the cosmic void, as if tearing apart the serene night. The radiance, swift as lightning, descended directly towards the northern galaxy, traversing countless swirling nebulae and twinkling star clusters, leaving behind a long, luminous trail. In the blink of an eye, it had inexorably penetrated layers of galactic barriers, ultimately crashing down upon the desolate and barren Saiyan star like a burning meteor. As the light gradually waned and the dust slowly settled, Supali was startled into standing upright by the sudden tremor. Before she could fully regain her balance, a tall and imposing figure began to emerge from the haze. That person approached slowly, their outline becoming clearer against the backlight. Although their features appeared more mature and austere than when they had departed years ago, with hints of hardship and sharpness etched between their brows, their stature and aura remained identical to what was embedded deep within her memory. Her breath momentarily caught in her throat. Ye Jian, she softly uttered the name, as if testing the waters or seeking confirmation. Yet he offered her no time to react. Without hesitation, Ye Jian stepped forward, arms outstretched, enveloping her tightly in an embrace. The force of the hug nearly took her breath away. Imbued with the chill of interstellar travel and a fervent warmth born of reunion, Xiaoli, his voice resonated low and husky in her ear, vibrating with emotion. I have returned. This declaration shattered the fragile calm she had been maintaining. Supali buried her face against his solid chest, initially stiffening before her fingers instinctively clenched the fabric of his back. Tears surged forth unbidden, soaking into the cloth of his shoulder. The years of pent-up longing, the solitude faced in the vast universe, and the unspoken concerns all crystallized into silent weeping in that moment. Indeed, after such a long separation, how could she not yearn for him? She trembled gently in his embrace, yet no longer called him Ye Jian Gij as she had in her youth. Over the years, she had often traversed to that azure planet known as Earth, where she learned many things that Saiyans had once struggled to comprehend, such as delicate emotions, candid expressions, and the subtle intimacy and equality conveyed through names. Now, she could only choke back her emotions, repeatedly murmuring his name, Ye Jian, Ye Jian. Ye Jian loosened his grip slightly, cradling her face in his hands. His thumb brushed against her tear-streaked cheek, his gaze penetrating deeply into her eyes as if to confirm every subtle change in her. Then, he let out a low chuckle, imbued with long-suppressed, fervent emotion. Xiaoli. Before the words had fully left his lips, he lowered his head and captured her mouth in a kiss. This kiss, sudden yet irresistible, was warm and resolute, carrying the essence of an interstellar traveler and a possessive declaration. Supali's eyes widened in shock, her entire being freezing in his embrace, her cheeks flushing with a visible crimson that spread to the tips of her ears. Instinctively, she quivered slightly, her fingers resting uncertainly against his chest. Yet she ultimately did not push him away. The morning sunlight filtered through the unique purple atmosphere of Saiyan star, casting mottled shadows upon the ground. The training ground, strewn with rubble, still bore the remnants of the previous night's battle, and the air was tinged with a faint smell of scorched earth. Ye Jian stood at the center of the field, his red tail swaying gently behind him as he grinned, revealing his signature canines, excitement glimmering in his eyes. "I learned a special technique from the planet Shalada in the 6th universe," he said, stepping forward, the gravel crunching beneath his feet. "It's a fusion technique where two warriors synchronize their energies completely. I'll teach you." He emphasized the last words, gesturing with his hands to depict intricate sealing gestures. Golden flames flickering at his fingertips, stirring the dust on the ground. As dawn broke the next day, when Ye Jian positioned himself at the edge of the training ground, prepared to demonstrate, Supali leaned against a fractured rock pillar, her silver hair gently swaying in the breeze. She raised an eyebrow, her light purple eyes revealing her unfiltered skepticism. "Do you truly believe I am unaware of anything?" Her voice was calm, yet carried a hint of danger. A small orb of pale blue energy gathered at her fingertips, illuminating half her face. Taking advantage, breaking relationships, she paused, observing Ye Jian's awkward expression as he realized she had seen through him. "And you speak of fusion techniques." She released her hand, the energy dissipating into the air like motes of light. In truth, she had later attuned herself to the energy flow demonstrated by Ye Jian and realized it was, indeed, a form of fusion technique, but entirely different from the intimate dance of closeness she had initially envisioned. This was a more ancient and purer form of energy resonance, requiring both parties to align their breaths to a perfectly harmonious frequency, allowing their life energies to interweave into a new form. On this barren Saiyan star, Ye Jian had been training alongside Supali for 3 months. At this moment, they sat atop a towering rock peak, the endless red mountains sprawling beneath them, with a distant volcano belching thick smoke, staining the sky a deep crimson. The wind howled fiercely, sending their hair into a wild frenzy. While in the 6th universe, Ye Jian sat cross-legged, toying with a glowing energy sphere, its interior crackling with electricity. "I encountered a Saiyan named Kali Fula. Though she is a woman, her ferocity in battle surpasses that of anyone else." He chuckled, a glimmer of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. "We fought for 3 days and nights, and in the end, neither of us could claim victory. It was during that time that she revealed the prototype of this fusion technique." He released the energy sphere, which ascended into the air, suddenly splitting into two, then slowly drawing near one another. At the moment of contact, it erupted into blinding light, merging into a larger energy entity. The brilliance illuminated his sharply defined features, casting a thoughtful expression upon Supali's face. They were both 19 this year, on the cusp of turning 20. Ye Jian calculated the time. At this rate, the events on Earth should be nearing the beginning of Dragon Ball Z. He gazed at the sky, as if he could pierce through the layers of atmosphere to see that distant blue planet. Very well, he stood, his battle suit flapping in the wind. "In 2 years, I shall visit Earth." He clenched his fist, golden flames erupting from within him, causing nearby rubble to levitate. "Perhaps by then, my proud brother, Vegeta, will have arrived on Earth as well." As the flames gradually receded, Ye Jian's expression sharpened. He resolved to devote the next 2 years to rigorous training in this place, mastering the entirety of the Super Saiyan 4's powers and breaking through to the legendary Super Saiyan 5. Only then could he aspire to touch the threshold of the next level. "Super Saiyan 5, he murmured, his tail instinctively stiffening. Unlike others, his transformation required no stringent conditions, pure spirit, special rituals, or even specific planetary environments. Ye Jian was privy to a privilege bestowed by his legendary Saiyan lineage. He merely needs to refine the Super Saiyan 4 to its utmost limit, allowing that power to burst forth with a radiance that transcends boundaries in moments of despair. When the golden aura transforms into a silvery sheen, when the crimson fur is cloaked in a metallic luster, and when the flames burning in his pupils morph into the cold hue of distant stars, that will mark the moment of breakthrough. In the distance, the sound of explosions echoes, a testament to the unceasing geological activity on the Saiyan star. Ye Jian turns to face Supali, a challenging smile gracing his lips. "Shall we engage in battle?" Golden arcs of electricity begin to manifest around him, showcasing his true strength. Supali smiles, a warrior's smile that surfaces only in the face of challenge. She slowly levitates, her silver hair soaring in the surging energy, enveloped in a pale purple aura, appearing particularly dazzling beneath the crimson sky. "Just as I desire." Two figures collide like meteors, the shockwave instantly radiating, shaking the entire rock peak and causing debris to tumble. In a future yet to unfold, on Earth, on Ye Jian star, and in every place where battles are about to commence, the legend is just beginning. The gravity index in the training arena trembles slightly on a scale of 10,000. The air feels as heavy as lead, each breath pulling with a weighty pressure. Ye Jian's bare torso is muscular. Beads of sweat emerging from his pores are stretched into slender streams by gravity, meandering down his spine and splattering against the alloy floor with a soft hiss. He gradually calms his aura, the white mist rising around him twisting into strange spirals in the high-pressure environment. Behind the observation window, Su Pali presses her forehead against the reinforced glass, her warm breath creating a small foggy patch on the surface. 2 years ago, the sudden surge of gravity alarms in the training arena would have left her pale-faced. Now she adeptly adjusts the monitoring parameters. The moment Ye Jian deactivates the gravity field, the entire training pod emits a low hum, suspended metallic fragments cascading down like snowflakes. She carries her neatly folded battle suit through 3 pressure doors, the fabric still radiating warmth from the sunlight. The coordinates of Earth have been calibrated. As Su Pali drapes the battle suit over Ye Jian's shoulders, her fingertips inadvertently brush against an unhealed tear on the back of his neck, a remnant from last week's battle with the simulated Frisia energy entity. She pauses momentarily, retrieving a vial of biological gel from her waist pouch, her application of it as gentle as if polishing an antique porcelain. Ye Jian turns his head to observe her cascading eyelashes, the lighting system above the training ground gradually dimming, shadows washing over her nose, where a few scattered freckles lie. Simultaneously, in an abandoned space station 7 light-years away, 5 Saiyans are gathered around a circular conference table. Outside the shattered observation window, remnants of nebulae spin slowly like spilled fluorescent paint. Daba's large palm slams down on the metal tabletop, causing the central holographic projector to flicker erratically. The supply ship of the Frisia Force passed by the ruins of Ye Jian star yesterday. The veins on his temple pulse ominously under the dim light. Remnants of energy burns from previous battles tangled in his beard. The female Saiyan sitting opposite him leisurely rotates a fragment of an energy detector between her fingers, the jagged metal edges reflecting a cold light. The 40,000 battle power reading, elongated deliberately in this era by her, is suddenly interrupted by a loud bang from the ventilation ducts. The aging circulation system of the space station leaking pale purple coolant from its damaged areas. The liquid drips onto the heated shell of the energy converter, generating a steaming mist with a metallic tang. As Daba abruptly rises, the chair legs screech against the cable-laden floor. He strides to the observation window, his fist pressed against the spiderweb-like cracks in the reinforced glass, a memento of a desperate escapee's collision 3 years prior. In the distant realms of stars, a patrol ship of the Frisia Force glides through the asteroid belt like a school of sharks. The ghostly blue flames from its thrusters tracing a light trail kilometers long in the vacuum. The last scion of royalty, Daba's voice suddenly deepens, his knuckles whitening from exertion. The young scion at the corner of the conference table instinctively touches the scar tissue where his tailbone once was. Now only a bump of proliferated tissue remains. A sharp alarm blares from the depths of the space station, signaling an imbalance in the pipeline's pressure. Red lights sweeping over the varied battle scars on everyone's faces, resembling a cruel neon makeup. Meanwhile, at the exit of the gravity training ground on Saiyan Star, Ye Jian gazes upwards at the flowing star map projected on the simulated sky. As Su Pali tightens the belt of his battle suit, the sound of the leather buckle clicking together echoes faintly in the empty corridor. The embedded reliefs of Saiyan heroes from generations past begin to illuminate under the automatic lighting system, the stone-carved muscle textures laden with centuries of cosmic dust. The reconnaissance team that escaped during the destruction of Ye Jian star, Su Pali suddenly murmurs, her fingers unconsciously brushing against the Saiyan royal crest embroidered on Ye Jian's collar as she straightens it. The last communications position received last week was at the very edge of the solar system where Earth resides. As she speaks, her warm breath stirs a few strands of his sweat-drenched golden hair, remnants of the Super Saiyan 5 form that have yet to fade completely. The tips still shimmering with a faint energy glow, like fragments of gold cascading onto the back of her hand. Ye Jian's grasp on her wrist is more cautious than when facing the 10,000-fold gravity. The temporal fissures left from his battle with Shi Te during time jumps are yet to fully heal, subtle dimensional ripples undulating just beneath the surface of his skin. Then let us retrieve all that must be brought back. His voice is low, yet the mechanical sentinels outside the training ground, replacing energy cells, suddenly come to a halt. An invisible pressure momentarily overwhelming their sensors. As Su Pali retrieves 2 space jump capsules from her satchel, the Saiyan ancient script etched on the capsule's exterior absorbs ambient energy, becoming slightly warm to the touch. Chapter 107. La Tz. She watches Ye Jian's silhouette as he strides toward the spaceship's landing bay. Suddenly recalling the first time he unleashed a 20-fold Kaioken in a normal state 2 years ago, when the entire training base's energy system collapsed for 7 hours. All gravity simulation devices twisted and deformed as if crushed like cookies, while he, standing amidst the ruins, merely flicked his wrist and said, "Super Saiyan?" That form which demands the burning of one's life force. At this moment, the roar of the spaceship's engines ignites from the underground port, the vibrations traveling up her calves along the alloy floor. As Su Pali hastens to catch up, she catches a glimpse of her braided cord in the mirrored corner of the corridor. Woven from the fabric of the training suit that Ye Jian shattered upon first breaking through to Super Saiyan 4, the knot strung with remnants of a miniaturized gravity regulator. Now trembling gently due to the energy fluctuations from the port spaceship, like a faintly beating heart. The hatch of the spaceship slowly opens with a muffled hydraulic sound. Blinding alien light flooding into the dim cabin, illuminating the 2 figures standing at the entrance. One of them stands with arms crossed, a smirk of unabashed derision and arrogance gracing his lips. That smile is saturated with the wildness of a warrior race and an absolute confidence in one's own power. Who else could it be but the proud Saiyan prince, Ye Jian, eternally overshadowed by Luote? He seems to be enveloped in an invisible aura of hostility, his purple tight-fitting battle suit hugging his muscular form, tilting his chin slightly, his gaze disdainfully averted as if everything before him is beneath his notice. The battle power reading just above 10,000 is crystal clear in his perception, igniting a flicker of annoyance and disdain within him. If the rumored, absurdly powerful yet elusive Ye Jian were present, he would likely unceremoniously reduce this pitiful prince to dust with a single blow. At this thought, a barely audible cold snort escapes Ye Jian's nostrils. The prince of the illustrious Ye Jian star, the noble leader of the Saiyans, having endured years of battle and cultivation. Yet his battle power still languishes at such a level. Is this not a disgrace? Proud as he was, he would never allow himself to remain perpetually shrouded in the shadows of others. Beside him stood another Saiyan, clad in the distinctive gray and white armor of planet Vegeta, paired with a deep blue bodysuit. An energy detector, flickering with a soft glow, adorned his left eye, behind which lay a gaze as sharp as that of an eagle. Most striking was his thick, raven-black hair, cascading down his shoulders like a waterfall, flowing gently with the currents of air that surged through the hatch, presenting an almost ethereal quality that felt incongruous with his savage lineage. In stark contrast to his companion, a bald, muscular figure resembling a colossal rock, he embodied a strikingly different appearance and demeanor. He was none other than Raditz, the biological brother of Sun Wukong, Kakarot. Raditz stood quietly, the numbers on his detector fluctuating steadily around 1,500. He was one of the few Saiyan orphans who had narrowly escaped the cataclysm wrought by the cosmic tyrant Frieza, which had obliterated their homeland, planet Vegeta. As the firstborn of Bardock and Jian, he had been imbued with extraordinary expectations from the moment of his birth. The Saiyan race adhered to a brutal yet efficient breeding tradition. Each newborn would undergo the most rigorous power assessment the instant they emerged from the womb. The results would irrevocably dictate their fate, determining whether they would be meticulously trained as elite warriors or relegated to the status of expendable lower-class fighters dispatched to distant planets for menial tasks. Although Raditz's initial power level did not reach legendary proportions, it far exceeded that of an ordinary lower-class warrior, instilling within him a profound desire for battle and an almost obsessive pursuit of martial honor. However, the harshness of survival and the annihilation of his race had twisted his nature, nurturing within him a ruthless ambition and a willingness to employ any means necessary to achieve his goals. At this moment, he was contemplating his impending journey to Earth, He had traversed vast cosmic distances to locate his brother Kakarot, who had been sent to Earth with a mission of destruction. According to intelligence, not only had Kakarot failed to fulfill his mission, but he had seemingly integrated into that primitive civilization, even marrying and raising a family. To Raditz, this represented an egregious betrayal and degradation of the Saiyan race. He had resolved to compel his brother to return to the righteous path, to conquer planets alongside him, and to restore the glory of the Saiyans, even if only a handful remained. Should Kakarot dare to refuse, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Raditz's eyes. He recalled the energy reading from the detector, indicating a young boy named Sun Wufan. Using his own flesh and blood as leverage was a tactic he wielded without a trace of moral hesitation. In the face of survival and power, familial bonds were merely tools to be exploited. He could almost envision the scene on that azure planet, when he descended with overwhelming might, displaying the unparalleled terror of the Saiyans, how his naive brother would be left in shock and fear. He would seize that boy, watching as Kakarot struggled painfully between familial affection and the so-called justice. Raditz could almost picture the conflicted and furious expression on his brother's face, stirring within him a blend of superiority and a desire for control. He needed Kakarot's strength, and even more so, he needed him to submit entirely to the cruel laws of Saiyan survival. Yet, Raditz could not foresee that his journey to Earth would deviate dramatically from his expectations. He underestimated the profound bonds forged between his brother and the Earth warriors, and he grossly miscalculated the resolute courage a father could summon to protect his child. In the climactic moments of their final confrontation, as his lethal attack threatened to extinguish all hope, Kakarot, whom he had always underestimated, would make an unexpectedly tragic and decisive choice. Using all his strength, he would clasp Raditz from behind, binding him with his own flesh, even if it meant mutual destruction. Raditz's astonishment and struggle in that instant became an eternal backdrop. Soon after, Piccolo unleashed his spiraling Mekanka Sappo, a devastating attack, piercing through the two tightly embraced figures with merciless precision, obliterating Raditz's fierce and unwilling visage, thus concluding a life filled with ambition and cunning. This Saiyan, born under extraordinary circumstances and burdened with a complex past, ultimately fell on the very soil of Earth he sought to conquer in an utterly unforeseen manner. Perhaps until his last breath, he would never comprehend the source of the power that compels one to sacrifice oneself for the sake of others. A stark contrast to the survival philosophy he adhered to, which measured worth solely by combat power. From the moment Raditz awakened in the incubation chamber, his battle power was detected to be far beyond that of his peers. His first gaze did not meet his mother's gentle face, but rather the cold metallic ceiling of the training facility. The rhythmic ticking of the energy detector echoed like the beat of his life, sealing his fate as an elite warrior. At the age of 3, he was assigned to a strike team led by Nappa, embarking on his first extraterrestrial battlefield, where the ground still emanated the unfamiliar scent of sulfur. Nappa, a towering figure like a mountain, tossed a bloodied energy knife before him, simply uttering, "Pick it up, or die." Raditz's trembling hand clasped the hilt, the weight of the blade nearly overwhelming his tender frame. In the distance, the last bastion of the alien inhabitants was reduced to a towering inferno by the Saiyans' energy blasts, their cries swallowed by the roar of the explosions. The flames flickered on his still round face, and for the first time, the sharp eyes inherited from the Bardock lineage reflected the visage of destruction. Soon after, the team welcomed a new member, destined to alter everything. Chapter 108, The Cosmic Tyrant. It was a planet blanketed in delicate snow, where the 5-year-old Saiyan prince, Vegeta, stood alone amidst towering piles of alien mechanical debris. His diminutive form was encased in slightly oversized battle attire, yet the royal insignia on his shoulder gleamed with resplendent brilliance. He did not cast a glance at the enemy command center still ablaze behind him, instead calmly wiping the oil and blue blood stains from his fingertips. When Nappa approached to issue orders, Vegeta merely lifted his gaze slightly, a palpable aura of murderous intent halting the seasoned warrior in his tracks. There were no tests, no trials. The prince's battle power was a cold declaration, naturally positioning him as a leader. Raditz recalled vividly the first command Vegeta issued. His voice still tinged with youthful clarity, yet the content was chillingly ruthless. 30 miles southeast, underground shelter, leave no survivors. As he spoke, he absent-mindedly toyed with a crystalline eyeball he had torn from the enemy commander's head. At that time, the cosmos was overshadowed by the tyranny of Frisia's forces. This cosmic sovereign, seated in his floating spacecraft, ruled over countless star systems with elegant cruelty. His fleet resembled a metallic swarm, obscuring the skies, annihilating all resistance on the surface of planets with overwhelming force, while energy blasts could instantly vaporize mountains and boil oceans. Uniformed soldiers conducted their efficient and merciless cleanup operations. Subsequently, these purified planets would be marked with astonishing price tags, displayed in Frisia's interstellar real estate catalog, sold to the highest bidding cosmic magnates. When transactions were completed, Frisia often reveled in his luxurious flagship's observation lounge, savoring exquisite wines salvaged from the last cellars of obliterated civilizations, the scarlet liquids swirling in crystal goblets, reflecting the lights of the new planetary owners beginning their constructions. However, the empire's expansion soon encountered significant obstacles. Although Frisia is immensely powerful, his elite Jinyu force is limited in number, and the combat capabilities of his regular troops prove inadequate against formidable foes. Thus, he turned his gaze toward the Saiyans, a race bred for battle and inherently fierce. A cooperation agreement, laden with veiled threats, was presented to King Vegeta. The signing ceremony took place aboard Frisia's flagship, where the Saiyan king was compelled to inscribe his name on a polished metallic surface under the scrutiny of countless cameras and soldiers. Frisia maintained his signature, chilling smile, his slender tail gently drumming against the edge of the spacecraft. The collaboration commenced, with the Saiyans becoming Frisia's sharpest instruments, conquering one challenging planet after another. Yet, the rewards were often meager remnants of worlds long drained of their value, bestowed by Frisia. Under the weight of oppression, discontent surged like a torrent. In the dingy taverns of Vegeta's Star, amidst the stench of sweat and blood in the corners of training camps, whispers of dissatisfaction spread like a plague. The Saiyan warriors loathed the condescending gazes of Frisia's minions and could hardly bear to witness their kin perish in battle, while Frisia's agents reaped the lion's share of the spoils. Bardock, a battle-scarred mid-level warrior with hawk-like eyes, publicly tore apart a commendation issued by Frisia's subordinates upon returning from a mission, the shreds of paper mingling with blood as they fell to the muddy ground. "We are not dogs." His growl resonated sharply in the silence. This burgeoning spirit of rebellion simmered beneath the surface like magma, yet to erupt, but its heated breath had already reached Frisia in the depths of the cosmos. What truly compelled Frisia to make a decisive resolution was the ominous warning from his advisor, Shavi Bo, or Chio-E, Shangbo. During a meeting, Shavi Bo slid his data pad forward, his voice smooth yet sinister as he stated, "Your Majesty Frisia? The legendary Super Saiyan of the Saiyans is said to possess power that surpasses yours, although it may seem like mere myth. Calculations suggest that if the Saiyan population is sufficiently large and subjected to prolonged stress and fury, the probability of such mutations is not zero." He paused, raising his narrow eyes, while Bardock's discontent provided fertile ground for this anger. A pack of disobedient dogs might still be managed with a whip, however. A pack of wolves that could grow fangs to turn against their master must be thoroughly eliminated before they awaken. Frisia fell silent. He elegantly raised his glass and approached the vast observation window, where the boundless sea of stars lay before him, one unremarkable planet being Vegeta. He took a sip from his glass, and in an instant, the hypocritical smile that eternally adorned his face faded, replaced by an icy demeanor colder than absolute zero. "You speak true." His voice was soft yet laced with lethal chill. "I detest possibilities, especially those that threaten me." He applied slight pressure with his fingertip, and a crack appeared in the crystal glass. "Send word to summon all Saiyans on missions back to Vegeta. Inform them that I shall personally bestow the honor of the universe's best cooperative race medal." A cruel smile crept back to his lips. "I shall ensure they meet their end amidst their most glorious expectations." Far away on Mita Star, Bardock had just endured a brutal battle. He knelt on the scorched earth, gasping for breath, his left eye's power level detector shattered, a deep wound running from his forehead over his closed left eye to his jaw, blood flowing profusely and staining his battered shoulder armor. Just as he struggled to rise, the detector emitted a mandatory summons from his home planet, accompanied by Frisia's disguised congratulatory broadcast. An inexplicable, bone-chilling cold seized Bardock's heart, far more terrifying than his physical injuries. Fragments of past battles concerning Frisia's schemes, his subordinates' furious discussions, and the intensifying anxiety within him coalesced in an instant like a completed puzzle. That was no medal. It was the tolling bell of a funeral. Jian, he roared, disregarding his injuries, channeling all his strength toward the spherical single-pilot spacecraft docked in the distance. He had to return. No, he must. The thought of his infant son Kakarote's pitiful combat power flashed through his mind. Returning to Vegeta would lead only to death. A mad plan began to take shape in his mind. As his battered ship broke through Earth's atmosphere and landed in a desolate mountainous region, Jian awaited him at the appointed location, cradling their 3-year-old son Kakarote. Her beautiful face was etched with fear and confusion, but upon seeing her husband's resolute and sorrowful gaze, all questions transformed into silent tears. There was no time for farewells, no time for explanations. Bardock swiftly yet roughly shoved the wailing Kakarote into the pre-prepared, outdated incubation pod, originally intended for launching infant warriors. The people on Earth are weak. He can survive there. Bardock's voice faltered with urgency and pain. He cast one last glance at his son's hair, so reminiscent of his own, and abruptly sealed the pod. Jian lunged forward, her fingers gripping the seam of the hatch, until Bardock forcibly pried her hand away. Go. He pressed the launch button. The small spacecraft blasted forth, its tail flame shooting erratically yet resolutely into the azure sky, transforming into a retrograde star, vanishing above the clouds. Almost simultaneously, in the distant cosmos, Frieza gracefully raised a finger. A brilliant point of light, both dazzling and terrifying, coalesced at his fingertip. Initially no larger than a pearl, it contained the potency to annihilate planets. He smiled gently and propelled the energy sphere outward. Chapter 109. The use of uselessness. The golden light of death pierced the dark void of space, silent, yet bearing an unstoppable trajectory, striking the orange-red planet of Vegeta. No sound could traverse the vacuum, yet the cataclysmic scene shook all of Frieza's subordinates observing through monitors. First, a blinding white light engulfed all surface features, followed by the planet erupting from within like an egg struck by a mighty hammer, unleashing boundless light and heat, its solid crust shattering like fragile shell, melting and scattering into the void. A silent yet grandiose display of fireworks, a thorough and clean obliteration. Vegeta, along with nearly all its Saiyan inhabitants, transformed under the Cosmic Emperor's fingertip into a new asteroid belt orbiting the star, glimmering with metallic sheen. In the aftermath, Frieza's Legion released a terse and indifferent press statement. The Saiyan home planet of Vegeta has unfortunately suffered a rare catastrophic meteor strike, resulting in the loss of the entire planet. King Frieza expresses his deep condolences. When Raditz learned this news, he was atop the palace of a foreign civilization with crystal jungles, having just bloodied his hands in conquest alongside Vegeta. They stood at the pinnacle amidst the wreckage of crystalline debris, reveling in victory. When Frieza's communication arrived, delivering the tragic news of the meteor disaster, Raditz felt as though struck by lightning, his energy blade clattering to the crystal floor. He turned sharply to Vegeta, only to find the young prince listening impassively, even casually tearing a large, blood-stained crystal leaf from nearby to wipe the grime from his wrist. Only after the communication ended did Vegeta slowly turn his head, his gaze unfathomable, staring into the distant cosmos, devoid of sorrow, instead filled with a near-solid, icy flame. He had long known, or rather, he had never believed in Frieza. His survival was not a stroke of luck, but rather a deliberate exception orchestrated by Frieza, the Cosmic Emperor who admired the remarkable combat prowess and cold nature exhibited by this young Saiyan prince. Frieza regarded him as a valuable and rare artifact, one to be played with and exploited. Vegeta's existence was a part of Frieza's power games, a cruel means of collecting what he found admirable, and a Damocles sword hanging over the prince's head, constantly reminding him of absolute power and humiliation. Raditz gazed at the silhouette of Vegeta, then turned his eyes towards the vast sea of stars where once lay a planet belonging to the Saiyans. In that moment, he felt not sorrow but an unprecedented emptiness and chill, as if the frigid void of the universe had seeped into his very bones. They had become rootless drifters, specters cursed to survive beneath the shadow of the Empire. Amidst the ruins enveloped in smoke, 3 figures stood, surrounded by the charred remains of countless alien warriors. Vegeta crossed his arms, his crimson cape billowing in the bloodied wind, his expression stark and devoid of emotion, save for the occasional flicker of cruel light in his eyes. Beside him, The hulking Nappa was flexing his thick neck with a series of cracks. Having just crushed the skull of a commander attempting a sneak attack with his bare hands, green blood dripping through his fingers. A short distance away, Raditz shook the dust from his long hair, having just obliterated an entire fleeing squad with an energy wave, now slightly panting. The resistance on this planet proved far more tenacious than anticipated, although any defense crumbled like paper before their overwhelming might. The incessant guerrilla tactics and scattered resistance points across the vast continent significantly delayed their conquest. The sky was tainted a murky orange by the cannon fire of their ships and the smoke from ground explosions. The acrid scent of scorched earth mingling with the metallic stench of melting metal, permeating every breath of air. The efficiency was far too low. Finally, Vegeta spoke, his voice cold and devoid of any emotion. He surveyed the battlefield below, where skirmishes still erupted sporadically, a beam of energy accidentally streaking across the sky, illuminating half of his angular face. These insects seem endless. Nappa kicked aside a twitching mechanical carcass at his feet, gruffly agreeing, "Your Highness is right. If only we had more manpower, we would have plowed this wretched planet long ago." His massive fists clenched, knuckles turning white, clearly impatient with the ongoing skirmishes. Raditz wiped a streak of blood from his cheek, not his own, gazing towards the distant horizon where several smoldering fires still burned, his brow furrowed. The mention of numbers triggered something deep within his memory. A shadow he had forgotten on a faraway blue planet, a younger brother, who, deemed a lower-class warrior, had been sent away early. Of course, that was merely the trajectory of the story he had once known. Today, many things had quietly changed. The threads of fate were being pulled by an invisible hand, creating subtle yet potentially far-reaching divergences. The surviving Saiyans were not limited to the three of them. However, the cruelty of the universe had claimed the lives of the other two compatriots over the years, leaving only the Prince Vegeta, the elite warrior Nappa, and himself, Raditz. Raditz. Vegeta's voice pulled him from his thoughts. The prince did not turn around, still facing away, but the tone of command was unmistakable. "I remember you have a brother lost in the world. Find him. We need more hands." His words were plain yet imbued with a chilling practicality that resonated deep within. At that moment, Vegeta was consumed solely by thoughts of conquest and destruction, embodying the pride and ruthlessness of the Saiyans to the fullest. Raditz was momentarily taken aback before kneeling on one knee, his right hand over his chest. "Yes, Prince Vegeta." He hesitated not at all. Kakarot, the brother sent away by their father Bardock due to his pitifully low battle power at birth, was indeed the only other Saiyan they could hope to find. Despite being a lower-class warrior, the blood coursing through him was still Saiyan. Their plans required more executors. Regardless of Kakarot's weakness, he remained one of their last kin. "I will depart immediately." Without delay, he turned and strode toward the spherical spaceship parked in the massive impact crater behind them. The ship's surface was marred with scars and soot from battle, appearing particularly grim beneath the dim light of the sky. Raditz's steps were resolute, his boots crunching over the shattered crystal ground, producing a sharp sound. Watching Raditz disappear into the ship's hatch, Nappa scratched his bald head and turned to Vegeta, a clear look of confusion in his bell-like eyes. "Prince Vegeta, do we truly need that Kakarot? I've heard he is the weakest Saiyan of all time. With a battle power that is laughably low, what use could he possibly serve? What if he becomes a burden, causing us to divert our attention to protect him?" Nappa's concerns were quite valid. In a universe where the weak were devoured by the strong, even the qualification of being cannon fodder was questionable. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's lips twisted into a cold, mocking smirk. He slowly turned around, his crimson gaze piercing through Nappa's heavy battle armor. "Humph." He emitted a short sound, dismissive. "Nappa, do you still not understand? The Saiyans are on the brink of extinction. How many pure-blooded warriors like us remain in the universe?" He lifted his gaze towards the tainted sky, which seemed to reflect the flames of planet Vegeta's destruction. "One more is one more. Even if he is weak, his bloodline is reason enough. As for what use he could be," Vegeta's eyes flickered with a crimson glint, "they would discuss it once Raditz brought him back. Even the useless have their uses." The roar of the spaceship's engines surged closer. Raditz's craft lifted off, breaking through the planet's murky atmosphere, transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the vast and unforgiving sea of stars. Vegeta and Nappa stood where they were, the planet's lament still echoing beneath their feet, as a new summons had already begun. Chapter 110. Earth, an unknown fate awaited the Saiyan named Sun Wukong, who had grown up on the blue planet. Vegeta stood alone at the porthole of the spaceship, the blue and white outline of Earth gradually coming into focus against the deep purple cosmic backdrop. He crossed his arms, his fingertips unconsciously tightening, almost embedding themselves into the fabric of his battle suit. A figure unexpectedly flickered through his mind, that face, those scars of the past, and the prideful expression. Is he still alive? The thought pierced like a cold needle, unexpectedly stabbing deep into his heart. Vegeta's jaw clenched, and he abruptly turned his face away, as if trying to dispel that phantom from his sight. This was something he would never mention to anyone. It was a festering old wound that belonged solely to him. Each inadvertent touch brought forth shame and agony. He pressed his lips together, forcing the tumultuous emotions and that name back into the suffocating darkness of silence. Meanwhile, on Earth, two figures streaked through the clouds like meteors, piercing the sound barrier with a shrill cry, and steadily descended onto a wide grassy field on the outskirts of West City. The air currents stirred up dust and blades of grass, creating ripples that spread outward. Ye Jian's feet touched the ground first with a soft thud. He straightened up and surveyed his surroundings. The familiar scent of grass and earth filled his nostrils, and he took a deep breath, as if that aroma could cleanse the tedium and dust of a long interstellar journey. Earth, I have returned, he murmured softly, a hint of unnoticeable sentiment lacing his voice. The sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds, casting a warm glow upon his sharply defined profile. Standing beside him, Supali alighted gracefully, her movements as nimble as a feline. With her emerald eyes sparkling with curiosity, she surveyed her surroundings, reflecting the vibrant life of Earth. Is this truly Earth? Her voice rang clear. Indeed, Ye Jian nodded, his gaze drifting towards the distant silhouettes of the city, a splendid locale, albeit with generally low combat prowess, yet possessing a vitality unmatched elsewhere. He paused, reminiscing. The year after you departed, I made a special trip here to Shidu to seek out Dr. Bulifu. The memory of the imaginative capsule company's estate and the genius doctor, perpetually clad in a white lab coat with tousled hair, surfaced in his mind. I went to retrieve the gravity training chamber he custom-built for me, Ye Jian continued, a subtle smile gracing his lips. It resided in his backyard, within that colossal spherical apparatus, where I spent considerable time. It was not merely about enduring immense pressure. Dr. Bulifu's design concepts and his optimization ideas for energy circulation systems provided me with a novel understanding of power control. That gravity chamber was less a tool for training and more a bastion of energy infused with Earth's cutting-edge technology. He turned to Supali, his gaze earnest. The primary reason I commissioned Dr. Bulifu to create it was for you. I knew you yearned to grow stronger, and that was the most effective aid I could conceive at that time. He recalled the moment he made a wish to the Shenlong, its vast power directing his aspirations towards the sixth universe. After all, according to the Shenlong's guidance, our destination was the sixth universe. Such a training apparatus must be carried with us to ensure your practice remains uninterrupted, regardless of location. His tone was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable thoroughness. Well then, Ye Jian collected his thoughts and resolved, let us proceed to Dr. Bulifu's residence. The gravity chamber requires recalibration to adapt to the more complex energy parameters of the universe. He stepped forward but suddenly halted, as if recalling something, turning his head towards Supali with a hint of inquiry. By the way, little Lee, he inquired, do you know Dr. Bulifu's daughter? Bulima. The name evoked memories of a brilliant woman with striking blue hair, known for her fiery and forthright demeanor. A formidable scientist in her own right, perhaps they would find common ground. A gentle breeze rustled the grass, creating delicate ripples, while distant birdsong enhanced the tranquility and sense of mystery enveloping the land. The sunlight streamed through the glass facade of the Universal Capsule Company headquarters, casting bright patches of light onto the polished marble floor. The air was tinged with a unique scent of metallic and cleaning agents, characteristic of technological products. Supali trailed half a step behind Ye Jian, her curiosity piqued by the heart of this renowned technological empire. In the spacious reception hall, intelligent robots glided silently, and walls bore holographic screens that continuously refreshed data. At that moment, a light, cheerful exclamation shattered the serene atmosphere. Ah! From the side corridor of the living area, Mrs. Bulifu emerged almost in a light jog, clad in her signature purple dress over a white lab coat. The passage of time had left its mark upon her face, Yet her vivacity and warmth remained undiminished. Her gaze first settled upon Ye Jian, scrutinizing him for a moment before breaking into a radiant smile, her hands clasped before her. Mr. Ye Jian, is it truly you? It has been so many years. You have become quite handsome. Her tone brimmed with unabashed admiration as she circled Ye Jian, as if appreciating a long-lost masterpiece. It's almost like how one describes a girl growing into her beauty. I almost didn't recognize you. And who is this lovely young lady? Her gaze shifted to Supali, filled with friendly curiosity. Supali felt a touch of embarrassment from this sudden warmth, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. The sound of steady footsteps followed. Dr. Bulifu appeared from another workshop doorway, a wrench in one hand, and the other instinctively adjusting his glasses perched on his nose. His hair had grown a bit grayer since last remembered, a few strands whimsically sticking up. His signature beard remained well-groomed, albeit slightly stained with oil from recent work. Upon seeing Ye Jian, his eyes behind the lenses blinked in surprise and delight. Oh, young Ye Jian? Dr. Bulifu's voice was calm, imbued with the gentle warmth characteristic of a seasoned elder. It has indeed been ages since we last met. You seem to have evaporated, leaving no trace behind. Where have you been? He moved to stand beside his wife, his gaze similarly appraising Ye Jian, as if trying to discern the youthful spirit of the boy he once knew in the now more poised and composed figure before him. Presently, he was the richest man in the world, yet in this moment with old friends, only genuine concern was evident in his demeanor. Ye Jian, confronted with the couple's enthusiasm, allowed a faint, nearly imperceptible smile to touch his lips. He slightly shifted to allow Supali a step forward, a subtle introduction but without delving deeper. His voice remained steady, devoid of tumult. As for me, I simply had some matters to attend to, and traveled to a few places. His words brushed over the specifics with an artful vagueness, revealing nothing of his true identity as a Saiyan prince. Sunlight played across his sharply defined features, casting deep shadows in his calm eyes. It seemed he wished not to linger on that topic, seamlessly redirecting the conversation. His gaze swept across the spacious, yet somewhat quiet hall, missing the lively presence of a certain individual. By the way, where is your daughter Bulima? Is she not home? His tone bore a casualness that echoed the familiarity of an old friend. Bulima? Mrs. Bulifu took over the conversation, waving her hand with a mix of exasperation and familiarity, the bangles on her wrist chiming softly. That child cannot stay at home. She seems to have run off to the old warehouse base on the outskirts of Shidu again, claiming she is off to meet her friends. Perhaps she is tinkering with some new invention or planning her next adventure. She is simply impossible to keep still. Her tone was laced with affection, clearly accustomed to her daughter's spirited nature. Within the hall, the holographic projector operated quietly, displaying the dynamic of the company's global operations. From a distance, the faint hum of laboratory instruments could be heard,